The tale unfolds 21 years following Harry Potter's triumph over Voldemort, with the protagonist being Molin. The Department of Mysteries has suffered an incursion, resulting in the theft of the remaining Time Turners, causing a flurry of rumors throughout the Wizarding world and stirring up a tempest at Hogwarts. Chapter 1. Molin. Walter Gary, the president of the Werewolf Association, recently issued a statement asserting that werewolves, like wizards, deserve equal social standing and should not face discrimination in employment. In light of recent studies indicating that the wolf venom antidote is now sufficient to keep werewolves conscious during the full moon, he calls upon the Ministry of Magic to enact relevant regulations ensuring the protection of werewolf rights. From an antiquated brown radio, on the table emanated a news broadcast. A boy of around 10 lay on the sofa, unable to suppress a yawn. In his hand, he clutched a black birch wand, which emitted a faint glow, flickering intermittently. The young boy appeared somewhat frail, with unruly hair, yet his eyes were truly distinctive, each iris a different hue. The left a striking blue and the right a vivid green, rendering him remarkably peculiar. However, the boy harbored a disdain for his mismatched eyes, as their uniqueness often made him the target of mockery from his peers. Despite his mother's reassurances that his unusual eyes were a divine gift, the other children remained unconvinced, viewing such eyes as the mark of a freak. The boy's name was Morin Walker, and he was 11 years old. The dimly lit room appeared somewhat chaotic, cluttered with oddities. The faucet at the sink gushed water, while a cloth busily scrubbed the dishes and pots clanged together. A poster of the Quidditch World Cup adorned the wall, depicting numerous figures soaring on broomsticks, alongside a handsome man holding an enormous Quidditch trophy, flashing a victorious smile with notably shining teeth. Molin listened to the news on the radio, showing little interest in the werewolves' plight for rights. He tapped the radio with his wand and muttered, "Big Eye," prompting it to switch channels. In a report by Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet, it is stated that the Department of Mysteries suffered an illegal intrusion by unidentified wizards on August 19th. The head of the department, Mizius, sternly declared that this is a baseless claim, asserting that the department possesses formidable magical defenses, making intrusion impossible. However, Rita learned from an anonymous ministry employee that on the day in question, a pocket watch, which was a time turner, a highly dangerous magical artifact, had been stolen from the Department of Mysteries. Mizius refuted this assertion, stating that all time turners had been destroyed over 20 years ago and no longer existed. According to related documents, the destruction of the time turners was connected to the legendary Harry Potter. Upon hearing the name Harry Potter, Molin perked up, sitting upright on the sofa. On the coffee table before him lay 2 books, one of which featured a slender man with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, donning round glasses and possessing green eyes reminiscent of a pickled frog. The title read Harry Potter, a man with a charming scar, while the other book was entitled Harry Potter and the Story Voldemort Would Rather Not Tell. It had been 21 years since Harry vanquished Voldemort, during which the Wizarding World had published numerous tomes about Harry Potter, making the saga of Harry and Voldemort well known among every Wizarding household's children. Molin was among them. He cherished these 2 books, having nearly memorized their contents, being well-versed in every tale of Harry Potter. Yet, he did not peruse the volumes, but instead attentively listened to the radio's content. Time turners are magical artifacts that have been passed down for centuries, allowing individuals to traverse back in time and alter events, thus posing significant risks. According to the notorious conspiracy theorist Wizard Graves, some dark wizards who identify themselves as Death Eaters are plotting to utilize a time turner to return to the past and rescue their Dark Lord. However, such an endeavor is deemed impossible, as the effective range of time turner is limited to a mere 24 hours, corroborated by historical magical documents. Not to mention that all time turners have been completely destroyed. The news segment was brief and was soon supplanted by information regarding a concert by the magical songstress Alva, with her enchanting voice filling the air, detailing the specifics of the concert. Its next venue would be in Dean Forest, with tickets available for purchase at the Blue Moon Magical Record Store in Diagon Alley. Voldemort has been dead for 21 years. Are there still Death Eaters? Molin pondered, rising to approach the window, where he observed several boys playing basketball in the street. He huffed softly, as if struck by a sudden thought, his lips curling slightly. What's so entertaining about basketball? It pales in comparison to Quidditch, Molin muttered. To him, Quidditch was the most exhilarating sport in existence, without equal. He possessed a Comet 980, an antiquated broomstick that had once belonged to his grandfather in his youth, now rendered obsolete. It could soar no higher than 2 meters, trembling if it dared ascend further, as if afflicted with acrophobia. Ever since the last time Molin had ridden the Comet and shattered a wall in his home, it had been retired for good. A clock hung on the wall, devoid of markings, yet inscribed with various locations such as home, work, and on the road. The clock possesses 4 hands, each inscribed with a distinct name, symbolizing a family unit. Among them, Morin's hand is the smallest, indicating at home, alongside his grandfather Alton's hand, while his father Joel's and Mother Kay's hands point towards abroad. Both of Morin's parents are scholars of ancient magic, diligently researching arcane spells in Egypt, leaving Morin to reside with his grandfather. "Morin, have you taken your grandfather's wand again?" inquired the kindly Alton as he descended the stairs. Alton, a retired director from the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, specialized in restoring Muggle objects that have been cursed, assisting with the use of memory charms to rectify the memories of those Muggles. He is a true expert in the art of counter curses. Even in retirement, some wizards still seek him out when faced with insurmountable enchantments. Morin returned the wand to his grandfather, saying, "Grandfather, I'm bored at home. May I go outside?" Alton casually waved the wand, instantly illuminating the dim room. He glanced out at the children playing outside and sighed, "No, just yesterday, you played with that little Tony," and turned his eyes around. "I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Fortunately, I discovered it in time and managed to cover up the incident." Children born into magical families are not punished by the Ministry of Magic for recklessly using magic before they reach school age, but personnel are dispatched to handle such matters, and fines may be levied against guardians. Thankfully, Morin's grandfather is a retired official from the ministry, allowing him to manage these situations himself. "I didn't do it on purpose. He mocked my eyes for being abnormal," Morin expressed without a shred of remorse. In a fit of anger, he had inadvertently caused Tony's eyes to rotate to the back of his head, leaving only the whites visible, which sent a group of children into a frenzy. Morin's control over magic is still rather unrefined. Alton shook his head, stating, "This marks the third time this month you have cast magic upon a Muggle. You are still young, and while a little accidental magic can be overlooked, once you enter Hogwarts this year, you must refrain from casting spells outside of school." Mentioning Hogwarts, Morin's anticipation was palpable. Many children born into magical families yearn for Hogwarts, the cradle of wizards, and Morin was no exception. He had received his acceptance letter 2 weeks prior. "Come, let us venture to London to procure your school supplies," Alton declared. "Grandfather, are we using apparition?" Morin eagerly inquired. He adored the notion of instantaneous travel, yet this magic is strictly regulated. Minors are prohibited from using it indiscriminately and must pass an examination first. "No, we shall use flue powder." Old Alton approached the fireplace, pointing his wand into the hearth, whereupon warm flames erupted, crackling cheerfully. Alton harbors a dislike for apparition, claiming that in his advancing years, it is unsafe, and he insists that each time he employs it, he loses a hair, resulting in his current baldness. Although Morin has always believed that his grandfather's baldness is unrelated to apparition, Alton remains steadfast in his belief that traveling via flue powder is the most secure option. Morin clearly felt a tinge of disappointment. Chapter 2. The Book of Potter. In the Wizarding World, there exists but one locale where all manner of items can be procured, Diagon Alley. However, to reach this enchanted marketplace, one typically must first make a stop at the Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron. Morin seized a handful of flue powder and tossed it into the flames, which enveloped him in a vibrant emerald blaze. He was whisked away in a dizzying whirl, and when he regained his bearings, he found himself in a bustling tavern. Morin was not particularly fond of traveling by flue powder. Each time he emerged from the fireplace, he would be left disheveled and covered in soot, often choking on the residue. He expelled a mouthful of ash, brushed off the grime from his clothes, and stumbled after his grandfather toward the bar. The establishment was filled with a diverse array of wizards, some furtive old hags huddled together, whispering conspiratorially with wary glances. While in a corner, 3 masked wizards gestured animatedly over a map spread out on the table. The clientele of the Leaky Cauldron hailed from all corners of the world. A veritable mix of characters. Morin paid little mind as he maneuvered past a wizard clad in a dragon-hide jacket, keeping pace with his grandfather. "Hey, Alton, what brings you here today?" A middle-aged wizard called out, exuding warmth and familiarity. Morin recognized him as Edmund, an employee from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, who had once worked under Alton and often sought his assistance with particularly troublesome spells. Alton gestured toward Morin and replied, "Indeed, I brought Morin to procure his school supplies." "Morin is off to school. How time flies," Edmund remarked, beaming at Morin, who returned the greeting with a nod. "By the way, Alton," Edmund continued, "I recently confiscated a batch of Muggle phones that have been cursed with a prank spell. Once a certain game is played, Muggles become trapped within it, only able to escape by advancing through levels. It has caused quite a stir among the Muggles. Unfortunately, we have yet to devise a counter-curse. Could you lend your expertise?" Alton nodded, a seasoned expert in the art of counter-curses. "Morin, just a moment. I shall assist Edmund with this spell." Morin wandered aimlessly around the Leaky Cauldron, his boredom palpable. spotting a copy of the Daily Prophet on a nearby table. He picked it up and began to read. The headline announced news of an intrusion into the Department of Mysteries on August 19th, featuring a press conference held by the department head, Missius, clarifying that time turners do not exist. Flipping to another page of the Daily Prophet, Morin's eyes landed on an advertisement for the Leaky Cauldron, a renowned wizarding restaurant famous for its unique flavors. The ad proclaimed, "Only dishes you cannot imagine. No flavor I cannot create." Accompanying the text was a vivid image of char-grilled Javanese fish, the photo strikingly colorful, with wisps of smoke rising as if freshly prepared. Below the image, a small caption read, "Click the image to savor the aroma. Swipe to explore more culinary delights." How curious, thought Morin, that magic could manifest in such a way. He curiously clicked the image, and suddenly the delightful scent wafted from the page. Invading his nostrils, a delectable blend of cheese and roasted goose, intricately laced with cumin, creating an enchanting experience. He swiped the image, which transformed into a plate of golden, glistening stir-fried dragon liver, the aroma of rice wafting through the air, causing Morin to swallow his saliva involuntarily. Now, in the 21st century, as Muggle technology advanced, so too did wizarding magic. Many magical researchers had developed increasingly practical spells, and the ability for food images to emit aromas was undoubtedly one of the most successful magical innovations in recent years. Morin perused the menu, inhaling the various scents, and soon felt a pang of hunger. He noticed his grandfather still at the bar, assisting Edmund with a smartphone afflicted by the prank spell. With a thought, he approached his grandfather, holding the Daily Prophet aloft. "Grandfather, I am hungry. May I have some stir-fried dragon liver? And perhaps a box of licorice ice cream?" He displayed the advertisement to Alton, whose brow furrowed in concentration. "Dispel and contain," he muttered, his wand emitting a burst of purple sparks that dove into the touchscreen phone. Yet the device remained unresponsive. The screen displayed a Super Mario game, with Mario mockingly taunting Alton's magic, declaring, "You cannot defeat me." Frustrated, Alton uttered a curse under his breath. Clearly, he was determined to break this troublesome curse. He handed Morin 10 silver sickles, instructing, "Just don't wander off after you've eaten. I'll come find you." Morin took the coins, gleefully making his way toward the rear of the Leaky Cauldron. Arriving at the back alley, he stepped onto a refuse bin, counted 3 bricks up and 2 across, then pressed a brick. The bricks trembled and began to slide apart, creating an archway. Morin leaped down, passing through the archway and into the bustling Diagon alley. The street was alive with an array of wizarding wares. The cacophony of vendors calling out their wares filling the air. Beside him stood an ice cream shop, teeming with children. Licorice-flavored ice cream was the most sought after, alongside a 6-flavor concoction, each bite offering a different taste, though it came at a rather steep price. Despite having visited Diagon Alley before, Morin always felt a sense of novelty upon each return. He reveled in the wizarding world's wonders, unlike his mundane home among muggles, where restrictions loomed overhead. He navigated past shops selling magical cauldrons and squeezed through a raucous magical pet store, making his way to the address listed in the Daily Prophet advertisement for the Leaky Cauldron. However, upon arriving at the restaurant's entrance, he was dismayed to find a long queue of wizarding patrons stretching out onto the street, the establishment bustling with activity. This would take an eternity. With disappointment settling in, he felt the 10 silver sickles in his pocket clink, urging him to spend them quickly. After pondering briefly, he turned and spotted the largest store on the street, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. This shop was well known throughout Diagon Alley, brimming with an assortment of whimsical magical gadgets, many of which were designed for pranks, delighting young wizards. The last time Morin had secretly bought a smoke bomb, it had filled his home with chaos, nearly resulting in a severe reprimand from his grandfather. Alton often remarked that Weasley's Wizard Wheezes should be monitored more closely, as it was a hotspot for the misuse of Muggle items. Yet, the store's founders, Fred and George Weasley, were both officials in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, having worked alongside Alton for many years, creating a bond that allowed Alton to turn a blind eye to their antics. Promotional posters nearly obscured half the storefront, featuring their latest product, the Book of Potter. Below the title was a brief description. This tome recounts Harry Potter's valiant triumph over Voldemort, penned by George Weasley over a decade, featuring patented magic that captures Potter's memories, recreating the scenes in dreamlike form. Purchase this book to join Potter in his epic battle against Voldemort. Special launch price, only 99 galleons. Beside him stood a grand poster featuring none other than Harry Potter and George Weasley. Potter appeared less than elated, his smile seeming forced, as if he had been coerced by George into promoting the new book. In contrast, George exuded charm and grace, his fiery red hair resembling flames, strikingly handsome. Even though Voldemort had perished 21 years ago, the name Harry Potter remains a household term, a savior in the eyes of many wizards. Having vanquished Voldemort and rescued the Wizarding World, a remarkable feat indeed. With Voldemort's demise, wizards could finally utter his name openly. Yet the older generation still habitually referred to him as you-know-who, for his reputation was terrifyingly formidable to them. Molin squeezed into the shop, eager to experience the Potter book. Alas, he could not afford it. 17 silver sickles equated to 1 galleon, and he possessed merely 10 silver sickles, while the Potter book demanded a staggering 99 galleons, exorbitantly priced. Chapter 3. Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. The Weasley Wizarding Wheezes was perpetually the liveliest establishment, bustling with business rivaling that of the Leaky Cauldron. Inside, a throng of students from Hogwarts crowded around the glass display, clamoring to purchase the infamous skiving snack boxes designed to feign illness and evade classes. The vomiting sweets and nosebleed nougat were undoubtedly the top choices. However, since the Weasley shop's popularity surged, Hogwarts teachers had become well acquainted with these candies, and they were not to be trifled with. They swiftly devised countercharms to neutralize the effects of such sweets. If any student fell victim to nosebleeds or vomiting in class, a specific incantation would reveal the truth. Yet, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way, and the Weasley pranks evolved at an astonishing pace. Once a charm was discovered to counteract a particular candy, the Weasleys promptly released a new generation, more secure and cunningly deceptive. Currently, they had updated the vomiting sweets to version 38 and the nosebleed nougat to version 250. In short, at Weasley Wizarding Wheezes, the latest novelties were always at hand, earning the deep trust and affection of students. Molin, still not of school age and devoid of any inclination to skip classes, held little interest in these sweets. Instead, he favored the prankish trinkets, such as the pig snout mirror, which would transform one's nose into that of a pig upon gazing into it, or the Pinocchio mirror and the Dark Circles mirror. In the girls' section, there was even a cosmetic mirror that concealed blemishes and acne, its magical effects lasting 24 hours. Greatly adored by the young ladies, Molin had played with all these items, having procured them from his grandfather, who once worked in the department that prohibited the misuse of Muggle artifacts. Such commonplace items could easily find their way into the Muggle world, causing unintended consequences. Alton frequently returned with a plethora of Weasley products confiscated from Muggles. Once, a Muggle had used Weasley face wash, resulting in his eyebrows growing to an outrageous 10 meters. And no matter how much he trimmed, it was futile. Molin later learned that although the Muggle's memory had been altered, he lived in perpetual fear of ever using face wash again. Alton often remarked that Weasley Wizarding Wheezes added to the workload of the Ministry of Magic. But Molin found such antics rather amusing, for most of the Weasley products were rooted in harmless mischief and posed no serious danger, and magical effects tended to wear off swiftly. This book truly allows one to immerse themselves in the experience of witnessing Harry Potter's battle against Voldemort. How I long for it, yet alas, it remains beyond my means. I must return and ask my father to procure a copy for me. A multitude of people gathered around the towering stack of Potter books, engaged in animated discussions. The new edition boasted a brown cover, emblazoned with the image of Harry, who appeared valiant and proud, while Voldemort was depicted beneath him, a forlorn expression of anger and despair etched upon his face. This cover design was evidently a deliberate choice by George, showcasing Voldemort's plight to accentuate Harry's heroism. A well-groomed boy, with slicked-back hair, strutted away contentedly, clutching a Potter book in his hands. His father was wealthy, and he had not hesitated to purchase it, though 99 galleons was indeed exorbitant. The sales figures were astonishingly robust. For many, the opportunity to witness Harry Potter's confrontation with Voldemort firsthand justified the expense. Molin, too, felt a pang of envy as he pressed closer, scrutinizing the Potter book. Regrettably, the book was magically protected, preventing those without a purchase from perusing its pages. Molin could not enter the illusion of the book to observe how Potter had faced Voldemort. Just then, a commotion erupted among the crowd. "Get out of my way!" A stern-faced bald man burst into the shop, brandishing his wand and forcefully shoving through the throng. A look of panic on his face as he repeatedly glanced over his shoulder. Many were incensed by his rudeness, some even resorting to curses. But the bald man bellowed a thunderous incantation, and his wand shot a red beam toward the crystal chandelier overhead. With a resounding bang, the chandelier exploded, sending shards scattering downwards. A collective gasp arose as many students, unable to use magic outside Hogwarts, were caught off guard by the chaos unfolding within the shop. Panic ensued as they scrambled for the exit, but the crowd was too dense, creating a chaotic mass. Armored protection. A quick-witted adult wizard drew his wand, casting a barrier of white light to shield against the falling crystal debris, momentarily slowing its descent. However, the bald man's wand unleashed more explosive spells, shattering other displays throughout the shop, toppling the precarious stack of Potter books that crashed down upon those nearest, plunging the store into utter disarray. Molin was equally taken aback by the upheaval at Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. He had been standing near the front when a Potter book struck him on the head, leaving a painful bump. Nevertheless, he struggled to rise from the heap of books. Firestorm! The bald man shouted again, as sparks erupted from his wand and ignited the Potter book. With a whoosh, flames engulfed the pages, spreading rapidly. Molin was jolted into action. He managed to escape just in time, or he would have been consumed by the inferno. Yet many remained trapped beneath the fallen tomes. Terrified cries emerging from beneath the pile, most of them students. Thick smoke billowed forth, and the flames raged, consuming everything flammable in their path. This is bad, Molin fretted, for he was merely an unregistered first year, without a wand or the ability to cast spells. He glanced around frantically and spotted several water balloons on a nearby counter. These balloons, designed for pranks, would erupt with a powerful jet of water upon impact, capable of launching a person several feet away. He thought it prudent to seize the opportunity despite their original intent. He dashed to the water balloons, snatching 5 or 6 of them and hastily activating their switches, hurling them toward the inferno, engulfing the books. Thanks to his previous experiences with magical items inherited from his grandfather, he knew exactly how to wield them. The water balloons struck the burning tomes, erupting in a powerful spray of water, dousing the flames with a force sufficient to push back anyone within a 2-meter radius. Molin spotted a little girl beneath a pile of books, her age comparable to his own, and hurriedly rushed over to pull her up. "Are you all right?" He cast a glance at the girl, whose fiery red hair framed a pair of emerald green eyes, reminiscent of a shimmering pool of jade. "I'm fine, thank you," she replied, her face betraying a hint of panic as she emerged from the heap of books. "Scoundrel! Utterly unforgivable. You lost little bald cur. How dare you cause a ruckus in my shop?" A furious bellow erupted as a man with flaming red hair rushed in from the back of the store, his wand unleashing a violet beam of light aimed directly at a bald man. Molin recognized this fiery-haired individual as George Weasley, the proprietor of the Wizarding Joke Shop, seen in the posters alongside Harry Potter, and at this moment, George appeared exceedingly enraged. However, the bald man deftly dodged, rolling on the ground to evade the attack and darting behind a nearby chair. Simultaneously, his wand erupted with explosive spells, reducing the shop to a chaotic wreckage. Debris scattering everywhere. "Seize him. We've sealed off this street. He cannot disapparate." At that moment, 4 or 5 aurors clad in official robes rushed in from outside, each brandishing their wands to shield against the flying shards and to assist the miners in evacuating the premises. Yet, many were still trapped beneath the rubble, while the bald man had vanished amidst the chaos and the crowd. "We must leave this place," Molin shouted to the little girl. He extinguished the flames with a water orb, the ground now slick with puddles, just as he picked up a wand that had been dropped by someone. Preparing to flee the shop with the girl, the bald man suddenly emerged from nowhere, seizing Molin and lifting him off the ground. His wand pressed menacingly against the boy's throat. At that moment, the aurors charged in, evacuating the remaining patrons, and soon surrounded the bald man. "Don't come any closer, or I will kill this boy," the bald man threatened viciously. Chapter 4. All petrified. The 5 aurors exchanged glances upon witnessing the hostage situation, hesitant to act rashly. In the distance, George Weasley approached, sparks flying from his wand as he furiously exclaimed, "Where did you come from, you fool? Seeking death, are you?" "George, don't provoke him. He asked the wanted criminal, Pre, who infiltrated the Ministry of Magic. We are in pursuit of him," a young auror said sternly. George Weasley appeared like an enraged lion, declaring, "I care not who he is. He dares to ruin my shop, and I shall ensure his head is plunged into a toilet." At that moment, the entire Weasley Wizarding Joke Shop lay in ruins, flames still flickering in some areas. Smoke billowing, the floor strewn with shards of glass and various magical trinkets, with color-changing ink flowing chaotically across the ground. The atmosphere bristled with tension as the aurors faced off against Pre, with Molin caught in the middle. Molin had not anticipated encountering a wanted wizard during his visit, let alone being taken hostage. He felt a surge of anxiety for a brief moment, but quickly regained his composure, his mind racing to devise a plan. The bald man was a highly skilled wizard, and Morin knew he could not break free. He still held an unused magical water orb, its switch firmly pressed by his hand. Glancing down, he noticed a concealed smoke bomb at his feet, along with a rope meant for binding. His mind was already concocting an escape strategy. Pri, grinning with his yellowed teeth, pressed his wand against Morin, sneering, "Enough chatter. Lift the anti-disapparation charm on this street, or I will kill this boy." "Pri, let the boy go. He is innocent. What kind of adult resorts to taking a child hostage?" A dark-skinned Aura shouted. "And what does it say about you six chasing after just me? Hurry up and lift it, or I will kill him." Pri's wand sparked ominously with red embers. "Wait, we will comply." One Aura slowly lowered his wand, signaling another Aura. A blonde-haired Aura nodded and stepped outside, casting a golden spell into the sky. But just then, Morin stealthily shifted his foot to the smoke bomb, pressing down hard, causing it to erupt in a cloud of black smoke that enveloped both him and Pri. "You little brat, what are you doing?" Pri roared. "You smell awful. I'm helping you take a bath," Morin retorted, but already he had crushed the magical water orb, which unleashed a powerful jet of water that struck Pri, sending him tumbling backward before he could react. Seizing the opportunity, Morin dove forward, grasping the binding rope, and flung it in the direction Pri was propelled, feeling it extend as he threw it. He sensed the rope ensnaring Pri as it began to wrap around him. Shattered into pieces, Pri bellowed, snapping the rope, and from the smoke bomb erupted a purple light. "I'll slay you, brat." The Aurors outside were horrified to see Pri attempt to harm a young boy, but the thick smoke obscured their vision, preventing them from recklessly casting spells for fear of harming Morin. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air as a red beam shot from the smoke, crashing into the glass, sending shards flying. Morin quickly dove aside, rolling on the ground to evade the debris. He still held onto the wand he had found, and a spell he had read in a book flashed through his mind. He shouted towards Pri's location, "All of you petrify!" From a young age, Morin had been fascinated by magic, often observing his grandfather as he helped others break curses. He would sometimes sneakily practice spells with his grandfather's wand, though many times they would fizzle. Yet today, in a moment of desperation, the wand in his hand emitted a faint white glow. The light flickered and vanished, and as the smoke began to dissipate, Pri suddenly roared, evidently struck by Morin's petrification spell. The smoke cleared. At that moment, George too raised his wand, and a blue beam shot forth, striking the smoke and gradually dispersing it. Pri, clutching his nose and attempting to rise from the ground, was hit by Morin's spell, which, while insufficient to completely immobilize him, caused him to bleed profusely. "Damn it!" Pri seethed, furious and humiliated, as he brandished his wand in defense, only to be intercepted by a purple-haired Auror who swiftly cast Stupefy. The red stunning spell struck Pri in the chest, knocking him unconscious. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as one Auror conjured coils of white rope that bound Pri tightly, followed by additional binding spells to secure him. "I recognize you. You are Alton's grandson. Are you unharmed?" The purple-haired Auror approached Morin with concern. "I'm fine," Morin panted, still holding his wand aloft, shaking his head slightly. Due to his grandfather, he vaguely recalled this purple-haired Auror was named Phil, a powerful animagus who could transform into an owl. Animagus refers to the magical ability for a person to transform into a specific animal, a phenomenon that has captivated Morin, thereby leaving a profound impression of Phil upon him. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. Otherwise, Alton would certainly have faced considerable difficulty in explaining the situation. Phil chuckled with delight, his gaunt face marked by sharp angles, his tall and robust physique resembling that of a powerful bear, which led Morin to believe that if Phil were to transform into an animal, it would be a bear rather than a nimble night owl. "What has transpired?" Alton's hurried voice resonated from outside. The commotion had stirred the entire street, and he had rushed over from the Broken Cauldron pub. Phil promptly approached, providing an account of the earlier events. Alton's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped Morin's arm, scrutinizing him with concern. "Morin, are you unharmed? Are you injured anywhere?" "I am fine, grandfather," Morin shrugged, casting a glance at the prostrate Pri, who was the one truly in trouble. "Alton, rest assured, it was thanks to young Morin that we managed to subdue Pri so easily. I never would have imagined that he could perform such a spell before even attending school. Had it not been for his petrification curse striking Pri, we would have struggled much more," Phil remarked with admiration. Alton rebuked. "How dare you say that? What is your Department of Horrors doing? If anything were to happen to Morin, I would demand an explanation from your Auror minister." Despite Alton's typically gentle demeanor, he became quite brusque when it came to Morin's safety. Phil, acknowledging the Auror's culpability, could only offer a resigned smile. "What crime has this fellow committed?" Alton inquired, his gaze fixed on a bound Pre. Phil glanced around, hesitating momentarily. This was, after all, a matter for the Ministry of Magic that required discretion. However, considering Alton's status as a retired official of the Ministry, he whispered, "This individual is the one who infiltrated the Department of Mysteries just a few days ago. The offense he committed is serious enough to warrant years in Azkaban." Phil led Alton aside, seemingly to shield Morin from the conversation. Morin vaguely overheard terms such as Time Turner and Polyjuice Potion, implying that Pre had disguised himself as another person to gain entry. Morin recalled hearing about Time Turners on the radio that morning, a wave of confusion washing over him. Was there truly substance to the rumors surrounding Time Turners? Chapter 5. The Journalist from the Prophet. Uncertainty lingered over the authenticity of the Time Turner claims. Alton, with a grave demeanor, assisted the Aurors in managing the aftermath of the incident. The shattered glass, chandeliers, and shelves could be restored through magic, yet many Magical Joe products lay utterly ruined, particularly an entire collection of books of Potter, reduced to ashes by magical flames. George Weasley was incensed, his shop in tatters. "I hope a Dementor gives this scoundrel a kiss to cheer him up," he fumed, delivering a kick to Pre, his fourth. Morin witnessed George deliberately kick a bottle filled with slug slime at Pre earlier, resulting in Pre's forehead being adorned with slug-like antennae, giving him a rather pitiable appearance. In a moment of irony, George picked up a pig-nosed mirror from a corner, inadvertently reflecting it upon Pre's face, who now sported a pig's snout. "You Ministry of Magic are pursuing a fugitive and have destroyed my shop. You must compensate me for my losses." Phil replied awkwardly, "George, we were merely performing our duty. And besides, your father Arthur is also with the Ministry. Spare me the excuses. I know how the Ministry operates. If you don't provide a concrete compensation plan, the next time your Aurors come to procure protective hats and cloaks, I'll make sure to account for it myself." George refused to budge, fully aware of the Ministry's inner workings due to his father's position. Phil raised his hands in surrender. "You'll have to speak with Barty from the Department of Magical Artifacts about this. Also, compensation matters are handled by goblins. They will assess your losses." "Those goblins? I despise dealing with those money-obsessed creatures. I should consider hiring a few Dementors to guard the place. Let one kiss a fugitive and see who dares come near." "Just kidding, that would scare off the customers." Before long, a journalist from the Daily Prophet arrived, keenly sensing the commotion, and surrounded Morin with her camera, eager to conduct an interview. The reporter, a blonde woman with heavy lipstick, gold-rimmed glasses, and a thick layer of foundation, was rather intimidating. "You are the boy who assisted the Aurors in capturing the fugitive. I am Judith Skeeter from the Daily Prophet. What is your name?" Judith flashed a self-satisfied smile. "I'm Morin," he responded, feeling somewhat uneasy about being interviewed for the first time. However, Judith interrupted before he could finish, her tone conspiratorial as she asked, "I heard you were taken hostage by Pre. Is this true? Why didn't the Aurors suggest exchanging for another hostage?" "What kind of question is that?" Morin thought it peculiar. "Do you have any opinions regarding the Aurors' lack of action? They failed to protect a minor wizard, didn't they?" Judith pressed on. Morin found himself disliking Judith. He muttered evasively, "I don't know, but I think they meant to help. But I heard others say you cast a petrification curse that struck him. So, were you the one single-handedly dealing with the criminal?" Judith inquired, her words dripping with incredulity. "That was an exaggeration. My petrification curse merely caused him to bleed a little," Morin thought, increasingly annoyed with this reporter. He recalled his grandfather Alton often lamenting how the Daily Prophet consistently reported negative news about the Ministry, sensationalizing every flaw as if the sky were collapsing upon them. "You haven't started school yet, have you? And you managed to confront a criminal all by yourself? It seems the Aurors need some training," Judith exclaimed. "Is that a new wand you have there?" "No, I found it. I haven't been." Morin suddenly remembered that he had picked up a wand, unsure of its owner. Just then, Alton strode over and firmly pulled Morin behind him, scolding Judith. "Miss Skeeter, did I grant you permission to interview my grandson?" "Morin, we are leaving." Alton, fuming, pulled Morin away from the crowd, admonishing him, "Don't answer a single word to her. That woman is a lunatic, just like her insufferable mother Rita Skeeter, always stirring trouble for the Ministry. By the way, you didn't say anything reckless, did you?" "No, grandfather. I just found a wand. I'm not sure whose it is." Morin handed the wand to Alton. Alton took a glance at it and said, "Perfect timing. We were headed to the wand shop to buy you a new wand. Take this wand with you. Ollivander will surely recognize its owner. His memory is remarkable. It is said he remembers the owner of every wand he sells." Navigating through the bustling streets, Morin arrived at the far end of Diagon Alley, where he beheld Ollivander's wand shop, the sole establishment in all of London dedicated to the sale of wands. A thrill of excitement coursed through him as he could hardly contain his eagerness to possess a wand of his own. Pushing open the door to the wand shop, an unusual scent enveloped him, a peculiar blend reminiscent of wood infused with unicorn dung, mingling with the essence of dragon's blood and camphor. Morin found himself at a loss as to whether he favored this aroma. His attention was drawn to the towering stacks of cardboard boxes before him. These densely packed containers filled the shelves, numbering in the thousands, each adorned with Ollivander's distinctive emblem. Morin recognized that within these boxes lay an array of wands. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander. Birch, dragon heartstring, 12 inches, correct?" An elderly Ollivander, with his snow-white hair, shuffled out from behind the counter. He appeared quite advanced in years, his slender frame seemingly susceptible to the slightest gust of wind. His eyes, shrouded in a veil of mist, obscured the clarity of his gaze, while the wrinkles on his face resembled deep crevices carved by the passage of time. "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander. Your memory serves you well. This is my grandson, Morin. I brought him to purchase a wand," Alton remarked with a smile. Ollivander's dimmed eyes turned towards Morin, who felt an unsettling vulnerability under the elderly man's scrutiny, as if all his secrets were laid bare before him. Yet Ollivander chuckled softly, his voice ethereal, as if carried across distant mountains. "Indeed, all first years at Hogwarts must come to me for their wands. Here, you shall surely find your own. Which hand do you favor?" "My right hand," Morin replied, gesturing to his right. At that moment, a measuring tape sprang to life, initiating the task of measuring his arm, while Ollivander slowly ascended a ladder. Observing his deliberate movements and frail figure, Morin felt a surge of concern that he might fall. "Sir, may I assist you? Just tell me which row you need," he offered quickly. "Good lad, but there is no need. I have climbed this ladder countless times. It bears the imprint of my footsteps and recognizes me. I shall be quite all right," Ollivander replied with a smile. Morin soon realized his worries were unfounded, as Ollivander remained on the lowest rung. The ladder itself magically adjusted, elevating him without any peril. "Ollivander, I recall you took on an apprentice named Dory. What has become of him?" Alton inquired. The young do not relish lingering in a stagnant wand shop. They yearn for adventure. "Each to their own aspirations. I do not press," Ollivander responded, glancing around at the myriad of wands. "Yet, every wand possesses a life of its own. How could this place be lifeless? Wands too have souls, and they choose their wizards." Ollivander descended the ladder with several boxes in hand, placing them before Morin. He opened one box, extracting a silvery wand, and extended it toward Morin. "Give this one a try." As Morin reached for the wand, Ollivander suddenly caught sight of his eyes and gasped, "Good heavens! Good heavens!" He swiftly retracted the wand, placing it back in its box and stowing it away. Morin felt a pang of embarrassment, having not yet grasped the wand. "What is it, sir?" Morin inquired, bewildered by Ollivander's actions. Did he not wish to sell him the wand? Remarkable heterochromia. Rare indeed. "I am perplexed. How could this wand possibly suit you?" "The one you seek lies elsewhere," Ollivander declared, hastening to a nearby shelf, the enchanted ladder trailing behind him. He retrieved a box from the multitude of wands and descended, unveiling a straight, jet-black wand adorned with peculiar blue and green patterns at its tip. 13 inches, Willow, Chimera's nerve, a most uncommon creature. When I last captured one, it possessed eyes akin to yours, blue and green. Ollivander presented the wand to Morin. As Morin clasped the wand, an extraordinary energy surged through him, causing a gentle warmth to radiate from his arm. He gave it a slight flick, and to his astonishment, a burst of flame erupted forth, igniting the nearby shelves, startling him into exclamation, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Not to worry, not to worry. This wand truly belongs to you. It shall wield great power in your hands." "Indeed, those eyes are extraordinary," Ollivander remarked, extinguishing the flames with a flick of his wand, appearing quite pleased rather than upset about the singed shelves. It is rare to find an unassuming customer. Most wands require at least 5 attempts to find their rightful owner. "I dare say I am more satisfied than you," Ollivander commented. Feeling a shiver of realization, Morin recalled the wand he had previously found and handed it to Ollivander, saying, "Sir, I discovered this wand. Could you tell me to whom it belongs?" Ollivander took the wand from Morin's hand, waved it, and exclaimed, 12 inches, Holly, unicorn tail hair. This was Lily Potter's wand. "Lily? Who?" Morin asked, perplexed. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a little girl entered, her hair a vibrant red, but her eyes strikingly green, followed closely by a woman with red hair. Morin recognized the girl immediately. She was the same one he had helped escape from a pile of books at the Weasley-esque Wizard Wheezes. "Ginny Potter, long time no see." Alton greeted the red-haired woman with a warm smile. Mr. Alton, good day. The red-haired woman, Ginny, replied. She was well acquainted with Alton, as her father, Arthur Weasley, and Alton were both members of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Morin felt a sense of surprise. Ginny Potter. This meant the lady was Harry Potter's wife. Mrs. Potter, it is a pleasure to see you again, Ollivander addressed her. Forgive the intrusion, Mr. Ollivander. I just brought Lily to buy a wand, but she lost it, and now I must bring her back, Ginny politely explained. This young man found Lily Potter's wand, and he is inquiring about its owner, Ollivander said, handing the wand to Ginny. Mom, it was him who saved me. The little girl beamed, pointing at Morin. Ginny was taken aback as she accepted the wand from Ollivander, turning to Morin with gratitude. Lily has been saying that a little boy saved her. It's fortunate to encounter you here. Thank you so much for rescuing Lily. What is your name? His name is Morin. He is my grandson, Alton chuckled, looking at Morin. You saved little Lily just now? Morin nodded, stealing another glance at Lily, who was also watching him curiously. He felt his cheeks flush slightly and quickly averted his gaze. I merely instructed Lily to wait at George's shop while I fetched her some books, never anticipating that such an incident would occur. Fortunately, we had Morin and Mr. Alton with us. Ginny handed her wand to Lily, who accepted it and glanced once more at Morin before stowing it away. I was also worried, especially considering that Morin had just been taken hostage. Luckily, his usual quick-wittedness served him well. By the way, where's Mr. Potter? Alton inquired. He is at work today and is unaware of this incident. I brought Lily here to purchase some items, Ginny replied. While Alton and Ginny engaged in conversation, Morin remained keenly curious about Lily. For the tale of Harry Potter vanquishing Voldemort is well known throughout the wizarding community. Morin was particularly struck by the name Harry Potter, and to his astonishment, he found himself in the presence of Harry Potter's daughter, Lily. Lily approached Morin, extending her hand graciously, and said, I am Lily. Thank you for your help earlier. Wow, your eyes are truly remarkable. Lily appeared lively, her smile revealing 2 adorable dimples. Morin hesitated briefly before returning the gesture, saying, Thank you, I am Morin. Many people consider such eyes to be peculiar. How could that be? These eyes are exceptionally special. Are you also set to attend Hogwarts this year? Lily inquired. Indeed, I am here to gather my school supplies. Morin nodded, producing his Hogwarts acceptance letter from his pocket, which outlined the array of items a first-year student must procure, including a multitude of books and uniforms, as well as the cauldron required for potions class. Regrettably, he had only managed to purchase a wand thus far. I've already acquired all my supplies. I was just playing at Uncle George's shop. You were truly brave earlier, Lily remarked. Morin chuckled softly. He had never been one to shy away from adventure. After a brief exchange between Ginny and Alton, they prepared to leave, and Lily was also on her way. Well then, see you at Hogwarts. Lily waved to Morin before departing the wand shop with her mother. Chapter 7, Muggle Studies. Alton escorted Morin to Gringotts, the goblin-run bank, which consumed considerable time due to Alton's dissatisfaction with the goblin service. The swift descent into the underground vault left the elderly Alton quite dizzy, and he took a moment to regain his composure. Why can't I learn to shift gears like Muggle cars? Alton grumbled as he emerged from the bank. Supported by Morin, his frustration evident and his bias against goblins palpable. Few wizards were fond of goblins, as their perspectives on gold diverged significantly from those of wizards. Morin was unfamiliar with the concept of gear shifting. Alton had worked in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and had shared various insights about Muggles with Morin, albeit not comprehensively. What books do you intend to purchase? Alton asked. Morin produced his list and replied. Magical Theory, The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Magical Potions and Elixirs, Standard Spells, Beginner's Level. History of Magic, 1,000 Wonderful Herbs and Fungi, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, and Evan Charles How to Be a Muggle. This year, we will also be studying Muggle Studies as a compulsory subject. After years of deliberation, Hogwarts had deemed Muggle Studies a requisite course. Although Muggles lack magical abilities, their creativity is profoundly powerful, with many inventions rivaling the wonders of magic. To ensure wizards could better integrate into Muggle society while concealing their existence, the Ministry of Magic had coordinated with Hogwarts to establish Muggle Studies as a mandatory course. Yes, I have heard that first years would commence Muggle Studies today. We didn't start until 3rd year, Alton lamented. During my time in school, Muggle Studies was always a top scorer. In 7th year, I even composed a paper titled Why Asian Muggles Use Chopsticks, which garnered high praise from the Muggle Studies Association. This was a frequent boast of Alton's to Morin. Morin had perused that paper, though he found it rather perplexing, remembering only one significant line. Because Asian Muggles adore bamboo. Morin could not comprehend the relationship between Asian Muggles' fondness for bamboo and their use of chopsticks. Nonetheless, Alton cited an array of evidence that Molin found incomprehensible, one of which stated that a certain adorable black and white animal native to an ancient Asian country loved to eat bamboo and was regarded as their national treasure. It sounded somewhat plausible, yet Molin sensed an underlying flaw in the argument. However, he was unaware of what chopsticks were. As a wizard, he experienced a substantial cultural gap with Muggles, making it challenging to articulate the workings of the Muggle world. Many wizards, unable to grasp the essence of Muggles, relied on their imagination to form an understanding. "Grandfather, are you suggesting that there are wizarding schools in Asia as well?" Molin inquired with curiosity. Alton settled onto a chair outside Flourish and Blots, contemplating before responding, "I'm uncertain whether they qualify as wizards, but I recall there being an academy called Daoi. They do not refer to it as magic, but rather something else. Regardless, do not concern yourself with such matters. Focus on gathering your books. I shall rest a moment. Those infernal mine carts." Molin dashed into the bookshop, surrounded by a dazzling array of volumes, and spent over half an hour procuring the necessary texts from the towering stacks. Flourish and Blots boasted an extensive selection of magical literature, overwhelming the senses. Molin also discovered a magical bookmark that could read aloud from any book when affixed and activated with a simple incantation. If readers were dissatisfied with their own voice, they could choose from recordings of renowned wizards. This magical bookmark was particularly popular among students. Priced at just 11 bronze nuts, it was quite affordable, available in various designs, including a golden snitch and a broomstick. Molin selected one shaped like Hogwarts Castle. The incantation is book's voice. Remember not to use it during class. No professor appreciates having their lessons interrupted by loud readings. "Trust me, it will be confiscated," the shop assistant cautioned as she completed the transaction. "Book's voice, duly noted," Molin replied, paying the assistant. He gazed at the magical bookmark in his hand, a miniature replica of Hogwarts Castle. Viewed from above, it appeared almost three-dimensional. Each tower's glass, crafted with remarkable realism, the lights flickering as ethereal ghosts floated past, and even owls could be seen soaring from the towers. Yet in reality, it was merely a small piece of paper, no larger than a half-hand span. Molin marveled at the ingenuity of the wizard who had invented such a bookmark, capable of encapsulating Hogwarts within that tiny sheet. After completing his extensive purchases, Molin placed the books into a briefcase that had been enchanted with the extension charm, a relic from Alton's former employment, which he carried everywhere. Its vintage style, crafted from dragon hide, showed signs of wear. Molin then visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to acquire his school robes and proceeded to the apothecary to gather materials for potions class. Alton further gifted him an owl as a back-to-school present. This owl was stunning, adorned in shimmering brown feathers, and Molin decided to name it Delica, utilizing the flue powder. They returned home. Alton, lamenting the burdens of age that rendered him less suited for travel, retired to rest, while Molin perused his spellbook with eager fascination. Now in possession of his very own wand, he contemplated casting some amusing spells. Alas, the art of magic is laden with profound knowledge. It is not merely the flick of a wand and the utterance of incantations that brings forth enchantments. It requires an intricate understanding of numerous nuances. The fact that Molin could even conjure a petrification spell today was quite remarkable. With his wand in hand, Molin was eager to practice some spells. "Petrificus totalis," he declared, aiming his wand at a spider perched on the windowsill. A beam of white light shot forth from the tip of his wand and struck the spider, which merely extended a leg and leisurely scuttled away. "Damn it," Molin muttered, retrieving a glass jar to trap the spider. He pointed his wand through the jar, whispering to himself, "Focus, focus. The wand needs a little shake before casting, and the spell must be delivered with conviction." He silently recited the instructions for the petrification spell, Petrificus totalis. The spider remained unharmed, but this time the glass jar transformed into stone. At least there is some progress. Molin consoled himself, observing the stony jar. Time flew by, and September 1st arrived as anticipated. Molin packed his belongings for school, needing to travel to King's Cross Station in London to board the Hogwarts Express. Alton intended to use the portkey to transport Molin to London. "Will the portkey accommodate all this luggage?" Molin inquired, dragging a cumbersome load. He had initially expected his grandfather to utilize the night bus or Muggle transport, but Alton reassured him, "No need to worry. I once brought a large truck back to the Ministry of Magic using a portkey, so your belongings are nothing in comparison." Alton tapped Molin's luggage with his wand, softly uttering a spell that rendered the heavy burden as light as a feather. "Be careful. Lighter luggage can easily be swept away by the wind," Alton cautioned sternly. I once lost my luggage this way. The lightning charm wouldn't last long, and its effects would soon dwindle. Molin felt it imperative to master this spell so that he could enchant his backpack in the future. The thought brought him joy. Chapter 8. School. The portkey was a tattered straw hat, missing half of its brim, which Alton had found on the grass in a park. This portkey emitted an unpleasant odor reminiscent of rotten eggs. Molin grimaced in distaste. Portkeys are typically inconspicuous objects in the eyes of muggles, often subjected to muggle-repelling charms, making them unlikely to be picked up by passers-by. This is a temporary portkey. We depart at 8:30. If we miss it, we'll be too late, Alton remarked, glancing at his pocket watch. Molin carefully hauled his luggage along the way, acutely aware that the lightened load was akin to a feather, easily lifted by a slight breeze. If his belongings were to float in broad daylight, it would certainly attract undue attention from muggles. Placing his hand on the straw hat, he waited for approximately 5 minutes, only to feel an unusual force suddenly grip him, pulling him into the air. When he emerged, he was dizzy and nearly toppled over. But Alton was there to steady him. "Who are you?" A balding muggle man exclaimed from atop a toilet, staring in horror at the sudden appearance of the two. "Grandpa, why are we in a bathroom?" Molin stammered, taken aback by the sight of the muggle. He, Alton, and the muggle were crammed into a stall, with Alton's considerable belly pressing against the man's nose, leaving the muggle visibly frightened. With quick reflexes, Alton drew his wand and pointed it at the muggle, hissing, "Obliviate." The muggle's gaze quickly glazed over, as if he had forgotten their presence. This is utterly careless of the Department of Magical Artifacts. They set the portkey's exit in a bathroom without casting a muggle-repelling charm on the stall door. Alton fumed, unlocking the bathroom door and stepping outside. Molin swallowed hard, hastily retrieving his floating luggage from the bathroom ceiling. Had it slipped from his grasp, the stall would have turned into a chaotic mess. "Apologies, please continue," Molin murmured to the muggle still seated on the toilet, closing the door behind him. Inside the bathroom, other muggles stared curiously at the duo emerging from the stall, but Alton paid them no mind as he strode confidently out. They had exited into the public restroom of King's Cross Station, bustling with travelers, the majority dragging their luggage as they raced for their trains. "Hurry, it's nearly 9, and the Hogwarts Express is about to depart," Alton urged, prompting Molin to follow closely behind, arriving between platforms 9 and 10. It was Molin's first visit to a London station, and he was filled with wonder. However, before he could take in the sights, Alton had already vanished through the wall. Molin quickly followed, finding that the solid barrier offered no hindrance to his passage. In an instant, he emerged onto an ancient platform, where a sign read 9, and a scarlet steam engine awaited on the tracks. The platform was teeming with witches and wizards, most of them Hogwarts students, accompanied by parents bidding farewell. Many parents were kissing their children, while others admonished them to behave at school. Molin distinctly overheard a tall, thin wizard admonishing his son, "If you fail 5 subjects on your OWLs this year, prepare for a beating." OWLs, or Ordinary Wizarding Levels, are crucial examinations for Hogwarts students, but as a newcomer, Molin was not particularly concerned. "All right, Molin, be good at school and don't cause trouble. Study hard in Muggle studies. Once you graduate, I might be able to secure you a job at the Ministry of Magic. Of course, it's too early to discuss that now. If only you could master ancient runes like your parents. Don't feel pressured. We all believe in you," Alton said affectionately, patting Molin on the shoulder. "Yes, Grandpa." "Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble," Molin replied earnestly. Heaven knows whether he would indeed avoid mischief. Alton, who often fretted over Molin, was not entirely convinced. Alton sighed. "In the blink of an eye, my little Molin has grown so much. Your parents would be proud of you. I hope you get sorted into Gryffindor. Both your father and I were Gryffindors, but Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad, either since your mother and grandmother are both Ravenclaw graduates." Molin thought of his parents, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. It had been ages since he last saw them. They were always so busy that even when he started school, they couldn't return. "Don't blame your parents. They love you." Alton discerned Molin's melancholy and offered comfort. "Grandpa, I'm off," Molin said, shrugging his shoulders and saying little more. The conductor was already urging everyone to board the train. Molin climbed aboard, waving goodbye to Alton at the door. "Farewell, Molin. See you at Christmas," Alton called out from the platform. As the train began to move, Alton quickly faded from Molin's view. Molin squeezed through the crowded aisle, searching for a more spacious compartment, which proved to be a challenge as many carriages were already filled. Meanwhile, the effects of the lightning charm began to wane, and his luggage grew heavier once more. "I must learn to lighten the spell." Molin extended his wand towards his luggage, attempting to utter the incantation light as a feather. But alas, he was unsuccessful. His baggage remained as burdensome as ever. "Hey, Molin, it's good to see you again." You can come to our compartment," called a voice as Morin struggled to drag his belongings. The door to the neighboring carriage swung open, revealing Lily's head, which beckoned him with a wave. "Oh, it's you." Morin sighed with relief and made his way to Lily's compartment, where he noticed a red-haired boy with an eccentric demeanor. "Hey, Morin, do you remember me?" "I'm Hugo Weasley, Lily's cousin," the boy stated, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at Morin. "Hey, Hugo, it's been a while," Morin replied as he began to stow his luggage onto the overhead rack. Morin's grandfather, Alton, and Hugo's grandfather, Arthur Weasley, were old acquaintances. So Morin had encountered Hugo on 3 previous occasions. "You're quite the celebrity now," Hugo exclaimed, pulling out a copy of the Daily Prophet from his bag and laying it on the table. Morin stared in astonishment at the newspaper. His photograph graced the front page, occupying nearly half the space, with bold black text proclaiming, "The Ministry of Magic's Aurors have resorted to relying on an untrained boy to apprehend a fugitive." How could this happen? Morin wondered, for he had not perused the Daily Prophet in recent days. Alton held a disdain for it, having cancelled the subscription after Judith Skeeter's scathing article 2 years prior that deemed the misuse of Muggle artifacts office a redundant department worthy of dissolution. Morin was still unaware that he had unwittingly become a figure of notoriety within the wizarding community. Chapter 9. On the Train. Morin continued reading. On August 25th, a riot occurred in Diagon Alley where Aurors pursued the infamous Dark Wizard, Pre. Pre was cornered in Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, where he wreaked havoc, even taking a young boy hostage. Despite the Ministry deploying 10 Aurors, they failed to subdue Pre, yet no one anticipated that the abducted boy, armed only with a makeshift wand, would cast a petrification spell to incapacitate him. This young boy, named Morin Walker, is set to attend Hogwarts this September, a pre-student single-handedly facing off against a wanted criminal. The Ministry's elite Aurors are outclassed by a boy yet to commence his magical education, raising questions about whether the Aurors are merely nepotistically appointed members of the Ministry. "Look, you're famous now," Lily giggled. "My grandfather says the Daily Prophet is largely unreliable," Morin replied nonchalantly as he set the newspaper aside. Hugo, brimming with excitement, inquired, "So you really did cast the petrification spell to take down Pre?" "No, I merely managed to make him bleed from his nose," Morin admitted candidly, recounting in detail how he had utilized magical water balloons and smoke bombs to escape. "That's still impressive. No first year has ever been able to execute a complete spell before their formal training. Yet you accomplished it," Hugo admired. Morin recalled the damaged Weasley's Wizard Wheezes and asked, "It must be back in operation by now, right?" "It has reopened, but Uncle George was furious because the goblins provided a very low estimate for damages. He ranted for 2 hours when he returned, right in front of us," Hugo chuckled. Lily added with a laugh. "But Hugo managed to acquire a plethora of magical jokes that Uncle George didn't want. Didn't you, Hugo?" Hugo mysteriously pulled out a small wooden box from his bag, saying, "I didn't get as much as James and Albus. They took most of it, but I still managed to obtain quite a bit." This box, made of mahogany and palm-sized, morphed into a large trunk the size of the table in the compartment when Hugo opened it. "A magical folding box designed by Uncle George," Hugo explained, then proceeded to open the lid. The box began to unfold in layers, resembling a bookshelf, revealing 9 shelves that spread out, each brimming with an array of peculiar Weasley magical jokes. Morin's eyes widened in awe. "Wow, this is the screaming paint, and over there, the invisibility potion. The fainting chicken eggs, the laughing cups, tooth-rotting gum, extendable ears, and this. It's the unreliable timepiece," Morin exclaimed, recognizing the myriad of magical novelties with great excitement. "Hey, you know so much?" Hugo asked, surprised. Morin nodded, lifting the unreliable timepiece. It was peculiar. It displayed the correct time only during even hours, while the seconds would run backward during odd hours. "I've played with many of the Weasley products. I've always adored the whimsical creations of Mr. Weasley." Hugo beamed. "I too have a fondness for Uncle George's inventions. When I grow up, I want to work alongside him creating these wonders. However, Aunt Hermione doesn't seem too pleased. She prefers that you study diligently, saying you should follow Rose's example," Lily teased. Hugo shrugged. "She is always like that. Isn't it enough to have a genius like Rose in the family?" "INB Fred. Last year he blew up the toilets at Hogwarts, and the school sent Uncle George a letter. I distinctly heard Uncle George grumbling that Fred was merely playing with remnants of his old tricks. Can you believe it? Uncle George didn't punish Fred." "Fred? Fred Weasley? The other co-founder of the joke shop?" Morin inquired, aware that the Weasley twins had originally created the shop together, only for Fred to sacrifice himself in a battle against the Death Eaters. "No, it's Fred Roderick Weasley, my cousin. Uncle George named him in honor of Fred. Hugo casually remarked. Fred was also quite the prankster. He frequently caused mischief at school, but Uncle George never scolded him, claiming that in 4 years, the school sent only a few hundred letters of complaint, which was nothing compared to his own time at school. Uncle George is quite the liberal parent. ISNT. Morin couldn't help but nod. Such parents were the dream of every troublemaker. If my mother received a letter of complaint about me, I imagine she would send a howler. Hugo lamented. Morin and Lily erupted into laughter. By the way, I heard last time that Pri was captured due to a time turner. Is there really such a thing as a time turner? Morin inquired, picking up an hourglass that flowed sand upward, unlike a conventional hourglass. Lily and Hugo exchanged glances, with Lily saying, I'm not sure, but what is strange is that my dad looked very serious that day. If there was a time turner involved, he wouldn't have been so grave. You know he works at the ministry. No matter how I asked, he wouldn't say a word. Hugo interjected. But I overheard my mom mentioning that indeed one time turner remains, not destroyed. Dad used to tell me that Mom used a time turner while she was at school, so she is quite familiar with it. Didn't they capture Pri? Morin asked, unable to uncover the truth. Pri had consumed the Veritaserum but remained silent. His memories had been altered prior to his capture, Lily remarked. Morin found this perplexing and inquired further, is it truly the case? Did they pilfer the time turner with the intention of resurrecting Voldemort? Unlike the previous generation, today's youth no longer held the name Voldemort in such dread, and Morin had always been forthright. Hugo interjected without hesitation. Mother says it's impossible. A time turner can only rewind time by a maximum of 24 hours. And Voldemort has been dead for 21 years. How could he possibly be revived? Then, what was the purpose behind their theft of the time turner? More impressed. In any case, it's none of our concern. They may do as they please. By the way, are you hungry? I shall fetch some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, Hugo said, his stomach growling audibly. Lily noticed a bag of Bertie Bott's in the corner of the compartment and stated, there is some right here. Do not touch that. It's a disguise for popping candy Bertie Bott's. Unless you wish to leap about incessantly at the sorting ceremony, Hugo warned. Lily hastily set the popping candy aside, while Morin, absorbed in thought, gazed at the Daily Prophet. Having been previously abducted by Pri, he felt an unusual curiosity about the matter. Chapter 10. The Quidditch Team. The Hogwarts Express hurtled through a thick fog, traversing vast plains. Within the compartment, Morin, Hugo, and Lily enjoyed chocolate frogs while discussing their favorite Quidditch teams. Father supports the Chudley Cannons, but alas, they did not reach the finals this year, having been thoroughly trounced by the Wimborne Wasps, 290-50. Particularly vexing was when Wimborne's Seeker, Signal, caught the golden snitch right behind the Cannon Seeker, Krav. Morin lamented, recalling his father's frustration. Hugo produced the Chudley Cannon's emblem from his pocket, a vibrant orange adorned with a formidable cannon and 2-letter CS. So, you support the Chudley Cannons as well? Morin asked. Impossible. I am a staunch supporter of the Wimborne Wasps. Their offense is utterly flawless. You should have seen the match I attended with Father when the Wasps defeated the Cannons in the group stage. Each time the Wasps scored, Father threatened to ground me if I dared to cheer, Hugo replied, exasperated. The disparity between a father and son supporting opposing teams made attending matches a veritable disaster. Morin unfolded a chocolate frog trading card, revealing Harry Potter. Characters depicted on these cards were renowned within the wizarding community. As he broke open the chocolate frog, he remarked, I assumed you would share a preference with your father, given the influence of one's surroundings. My grandfather supports the Appleby Arrows, and I hear tales of their whirlwind tactics daily. You know, with the chasers flying in tight circles while the beaters guard them. One would be hard-pressed not to become an Arrow supporter. Lily interjected, unless your family is large. Uncle Bill and Uncle Charlie both support the Wimborne Wasps, leaving Uncle Ron as the sole admirer of the Chudley Cannons. Nonetheless, the Appleby Arrows are indeed formidable. They are likely to claim this year's Quidditch League Championship. Currently sitting at the top of the standings, Lily added. The trio continued to discuss the seekers and chasers of each team, unanimously agreeing that the Arrows seeker, Luca, was the strongest, although the Wasp's offense proved the most challenging to defend against. They concluded that without the renowned beater, Stanzi, the Chudley Cannons would likely face even greater defeat. As dusk settled, Morin and his companions donned their Hogwarts uniforms, and the Hogwarts train gradually came to a halt amid a cacophony of sounds. The conductor's voice echoed through each carriage, reminding everyone to leave their luggage on board, as it would be delivered to their dormitories. How do they discern which luggage belongs to whom? With so many students and staff, and differing houses, isn't there a risk of confusion? Hugo queried as he stumbled over a white pet cat. By the names on the luggage, Lily replied, tying back her somewhat disheveled hair. Is that so? Last time, James said he intentionally removed the tag with his name from his luggage, yet it still ended up in his dormitory. The only difference was that his trunk bore a scent of jasmine. He claimed it was delivered by a conductor fond of jasmine perfume. Ouch! Hugo stumbled yet again, this time as Molin inadvertently stepped on his heel. My apologies, too many people, Molin said, helping Hugo up. You must have heard of the returning spell, right? It's the opposite of the summoning spell. I suspect the conductor employs the returning spell on the luggage, allowing it to find its way like an owl. Oh, please don't tell me you're a know-it-all. Goodness, have I encountered another academic prodigy? Hugo rolled his eyes, appearing unfazed, for he already had a scholarly sister, and their home was a constant hub of academic discourse. Molin shrugged. My grandfather is a curse-breaking expert, and I often observe him casting spells. I have learned a thing or two about charms. At least that spares you some worry in charms class. James claims Professor Flitwick's class is a disaster. He frequently blows up the desks, and Mother used to send him howler letters regularly, Lily remarked. James' charms class is a complete mess. He excels at offensive spells, but struggles with intricate charms. His defense against the dark arts is exceptional, unlike our Rose, who seems to master everything, Hugo muttered. I heard you speaking ill of me again. A tall girl resembling Hugo approached, her expression stern. Hi, Rose, Molin greeted, having met many members of the Weasley family before. Delighted to see you, Molin. Rose was clutching a book, which Molin noted was the OWL's handbook. You three must hurry to find Hagrid. The first-year sorting ceremony is about to commence. Mother instructed me to keep an eye on you and ensure you don't cause any mischief. You had better behave. Rose warned before disappearing into the throng. Molin exclaimed, ISNT Rose in her third year? Aren't OWLs supposed to be taken fifth year? Why is she already reading the OWL's book? Hugo scoffed, don't be daft. It's already late for her. She believes she should have started preparing for the ordinary wizarding level exams since the second semester of her second year. Who knows what thoughts occupy the mind of a genius? She spent the entire summer cooped up at home, discussing the 12 basic principles of transfiguration with Mother, even during meals. It's utterly exhausting. The OWLs are still a century away for us. Shouldn't we be enjoying our time instead? Molin wholeheartedly agreed with Hugo. Preparing for fifth-year exams in third year was indeed premature, especially considering they still had much magical knowledge to acquire. They continued to push through the crowd, soon spotting a towering figure shouting, first-year students, please gather here. That was Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, as well as the professor of care of magical creatures. Lily raised her voice above the din. Father often invites him over during the holidays. He is quite an amusing fellow. Hagrid, with his abundant mane of hair and grizzled beard, towered over them like a giant, his large boots resembling two small dolphins, making Molin and his companions appear diminutive in comparison. Lily and Hugo greeted Hagrid, who beckoned everyone to board the small boat, with four of them sharing a vessel. Molin and his two friends shared their boat with a pale-faced boy named Toby. The lake shimmered gently, creating ripples as the boat glided forward without the need for rowing. Molin gazed up at the colossal castle above him, imbued with an enchanting aura, its lights flickering hazily, while the moonlight cascaded softly, enhancing the castle's mysterious allure. This marked Morin's inaugural visit to Hogwarts. Although he had encountered its wondrous depiction in books and even on his bookmarks, witnessing the castle in person stirred a profound exhilaration within him. Hagrid shouted, urging them to lower their heads as their small boat approached a cliff, passing through a verdant curtain of ivy that adorned the mountainside. Soon, they beheld a magnificent waterfall cascading down from above. To everyone's astonishment, their boat began to ascend against the current, navigating upwards along the waterfall. Chapter 11. The Upstream Waterfall. This was Hogwarts' upstream waterfall, established 21 years prior to commemorate the valiant wizards who sacrificed their lives to defend the school and the wizarding world. Hagrid rose, his expression solemn. While the waterfall flowed downward, the first-year student's boat defied gravity, gliding upstream along the waterfall's course. 21 years ago. That was a year shrouded in darkness, marked by a fierce battle at Hogwarts. Many noble wizards laid down their lives for justice, their sacrifices paving the way for the glorious times that followed. It was a battle for righteousness, a confrontation between light and darkness, a struggle for the very future of both wizards and muggles. Hagrid spoke passionately, his face adorned with sorrowful lines, tears welling in his eyes. Yet his voice resonated with pride. The once boisterous first years fell silent, and as the boat slowed, they observed countless statues gracing the cliffs of the waterfall. Each statue stood resolute, their expressions ranging from unwavering determination to amiable warmth, with inscriptions detailing their names and legacies. These statues honored the great wizards who perished in that battle. Individuals who should have had futures of their own, yet chose to sacrifice their lives for the cause of justice. They are the reason we exist. We must not forget them, and neither must Hogwarts. Hagrid's voice trembled with emotion. Molin had not experienced that battle, but he had read about those dark days in a book titled Hogwarts, The Battle We Must Not Forget, which detailed the terror that gripped the wizarding world under Voldemort's reign, leaving everyone in trepidation and devoid of hope. Under Harry's leadership, an unprecedented battle erupted at Hogwarts, claiming the lives of many who fought valiantly. As Molin gazed at the statues standing proudly by the waterfall, he noticed a weary-looking man grasping the hand of a spirited woman with playful dark eyes. Their intertwined fingers and mutual gaze radiated love and unwavering commitment. The inscription at their base read, Remus John Lupin and his wife, Nymphadora Lupin, who dedicated their lives to the Order of the Phoenix, battling against dark forces. Mr. Lupin, a werewolf who was both revered and feared, did not falter in his resolve to fight for justice. Mrs. Lupin, an exceptional metamorphomagus auror, wielded her magic with remarkable skill. In 1998, the Lupins both found eternal rest at Hogwarts for the sake of justice. Below was a quote from the Lupins. Mr. Lupin, I thought I would never marry, but love conquered my beastly nature. Mrs. Lupin, how delightful it is to fall in love with a werewolf. Not far from the Lupin statue stood the likeness of a rather sinister-looking man, with greasy hair and a hawkish nose, exuding an unapproachable demeanor. Even as a statue, he radiated an icy aura, repelling all who approached. Beneath the statue of the hawk-nosed man, an inscription read, Severus Snape, headmaster of Hogwarts. Self-proclaimed potions genius known as the Half-Blood Prince, a great wizard who bore scorn while awaiting the dawn of justice. No one truly understood him, except Harry Potter. He served Dumbledore's command, remaining close to Voldemort while steadfastly adhering to his principles of justice. Snape's epitaph simply stated, Always. Why is Snape's epitaph always? Hugo whispered, It's Professor Snape. Lily retorted, Hugo, could you show some respect? After a moment of contemplation, she continued, I once asked my dad about Professor Snape, but he didn't say much. Remember? My brother is named Albus Severus Potter. He said they were the two greatest headmasters in Hogwarts history. No one knows what always meant to Professor Snape. But given that always is the only word here, perhaps it encapsulates his entire life. As the boat progressed, each Hogwarts first year beheld statues commemorating those who sacrificed for justice. Their vessel passed a statue of a frail boy named Colin Creevey, clutching a camera when suddenly, a vibrant young man clad in a dragon-hide jacket, grinning with a mischievous charm, appeared before them. Lily and Hugo exchanged glances, instinctively pressing their lips together, their expressions turning serious at the sight of the young man. Molin quickly recognized who he was. At least, he had seen this man as brother. Fred Weasley, Hugo's uncle and Lily's uncle, one half of the legendary Weasley twins. The inscription at the base read, Fred Weasley, a clever and amusing wizard, beloved by all at Hogwarts for his antics. It was only after his passing that we learned to distinguish him from his twin brother, George, yet we wish we could have forever kept them indistinguishable. Fred's voice echoed, Hey, I'm George. Pleased to meet you. Fred's departure had profoundly impacted Uncle George. The boat continued onward, and Hugo quietly remarked, My dad said that the last time Uncle George was cleaning the attic, he encountered a boggart that transformed into Fred's deceased likeness. Uncle George trembled at the sight of Fred, unable to raise his wand. After a pause, Hugo added, Uncle Bill once told me that when Uncle George was in Romania to procure a shipment of magical joke products, he encountered a Dementor in the woods. But he couldn't summon a Patronus to fend it off. If it weren't for Bill arriving just in time, he might have lost his life. It's peculiar. Uncle George is highly skilled in magic. Uncle Harry mentioned they had studied the Patronus charm together. So why couldn't Uncle George conjure his Patronus? Molin fell silent for a moment, glancing back at Fred's statue, and remarked, There's a reason Uncle George couldn't summon a Patronus. Do you know why? Hugo inquired. Intrigued, Molin nodded, recalling his grandfather's words about the Patronus charm, a complex magic requiring one to focus on their happiest memory. Alas, Uncle George's happiest memories were likely all intertwined with his brother Fred. Two inseparable genius twins constantly engaged in spirited discussions about their audacious pranks, sharing identical aspirations and goals. The moments spent with those who understand them best are invariably the most joyous. The Dementors evoke the most despairing memories for George. Fred's demise felt akin to the collapse of his entire world. The joyful recollections associated with Fred were tinged with desolation, rendering it entirely natural for George to be unable to conjure a Patronus. You possess profound knowledge, indeed. Lily and Hugo nodded contemplatively. Morin gazed at the statues, his heart tumultuous, as a solemn and dignified atmosphere enveloped the entire waterfall, compelling every newcomer to maintain a respectful silence. The cascading waters washed over the statues, yet they remained resolute against the current, serving as a poignant reminder to the first years that the peace of the magical world has been forged through the relentless struggles of these great wizards. In that dark era, battling for the future of the wizarding community was akin to navigating upstream, fraught with unimaginable hardships. At last, the boat docked, sending ripples across the water surface. The reverse waterfall is your first lesson in entering Hogwarts. Hagrid's voice was hoarse and melancholic. Chapter 12, The Sorting Hat. Hagrid led them ashore, and after ascending the staircase, the grand entrance of the castle came into view. The colossal iron gates of the academy were black, appearing weathered and rusted. Upon their arrival, a diminutive wizard stood at the entrance. "Oh, Hagrid, you finally arrived." This short-statured wizard barely reached Hagrid's knee, even shorter than Morin and his companions. Hagrid sniffed and replied, "I apologize, Professor Flitwick. Every year as I bring the first years past the reverse waterfall, I can't help but feel overwhelmed." I understand. Those days were challenging for everyone." Professor Flitwick nodded, then beckoned the first-year students. "Follow me. It is time for your sorting." Though Flitwick appeared somewhat aged, he retained a vigorous stature as he escorted the newcomers into the Hogwarts Great Hall. The hall was immense, with a ceiling through which the brilliant starry sky was visible, and a moon partially obscured by clouds. The vastness of the Hogwarts Great Hall was divided into 4 long tables, where students from the 4 houses noisily observed the first years. Numerous professors, including the stern-looking Professor McGonagall at the center, watched over the students. "What house do you think we will be sorted into?" Hugo inquired. Morin shook his head. "I have no idea. No one knows prior to the sorting. I refuse to be placed in Slytherin. Voldemort emerged from there. My father declared that if I don't get into Gryffindor, he'll confiscate my Vimborn Wasp posters." Hugo yawned. Lily remarked nonchalantly, "Slytherin isn't all that terrible. At least that's what my dad says." The crowd buzzed, pushing and jostling one another as the newcomers speculated about their houses, while those from Muggle backgrounds anxiously glanced around, everything appearing so wondrous to them. The tattered black sorting hat was placed upon a stool, wrinkled and patched, with holes that seemed to have been singed by flames. A woefully battered sight. "James told me this sorting hat is rather vain," Hugo whispered. "Vain?" Morin queried, puzzled. "You'll see," Hugo replied. The worn sorting hat began to sing amidst the murmurs of the crowd. "I am but a hat, yet do not underestimate me. If you can find a hat more clever than I shall devour myself." Hogwarts stands resilient against the storms, upheld by the unity of its houses. 21 years ago, I presided over the clash of darkness and justice. The sword of Gryffindor cleaved a path for today's glorious epic, and I shall never forget that moment, that sacred instant, where dawn and brilliance intertwined, shimmering within my chest. I witnessed that moment. Perhaps you belong to the valiant Gryffindor, or the clever Ravenclaw, or the shrewd and noble Slytherin, or the steadfast and kind Hufflepuff. But regardless of which house you belong to, it is I who shall determine your fate. A hat of unparalleled intellect. A hat that triumphed over Voldemort. A hat that decides your future. A hat that is truly unique. Indeed, quite vain, Morin affirmed. Lily chuckled. My dad says the sorting hat used to be quite humble. Perhaps after being scorched by Voldemort's flames, it suffered some damage and became quite the chatterbox. Goodness, it has a brain? Is that what the patches are for? Hugo exclaimed in mock disbelief. Morin and Lily stifled their laughter, and then Morin remarked, that said, "This hat certainly played a crucial role in that battle. They could boast about it for a lifetime. I mean, it has outlived us all, right? Wait, is it immortal?" That's a serious question. One of Hogwarts' founders, Godric Gryffindor, had once removed his own hat for the purpose of sorting, and now, while all those from yesteryear have passed on, only it remains to sing, which is indeed remarkable. Morin recalled from Hogwarts. The battle, we cannot forget that this unassuming wizard's hat had played a pivotal role during the final confrontation with Voldemort, as Professor Longbottom extracted the sword from within it to slay a snake, thereby destroying a Horcrux. Professor Flitwick stood upon a chair, a scroll of parchment trailing behind him, longer than his entire frame. I shall call out the names. When I do, step forward. Poor Clara. The boy who had just shared a boat with him stumbled toward the hat, tripping over the steps in his nervousness. The sorting hat remarked, "Take it easy. I won't unsheathe the sword to cleave you." Laughter erupted, for the sorting hat had indeed changed considerably, 21 years prior. It had sung a solitary song during sorting to assert its presence, but had rarely spoken otherwise. Torvik donned the hat, and within mere moments, it boomed, "Gryffindor." The students at the Gryffindor table erupted into applause, welcoming the newcomer. Professor Flitwick proceeded to announce the next name, and one by one, the first years stepped forward. The Sorting Hat offered a few words to each, such as to the boy named Dubious. Young man, your eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a notorious Death Eater named Anon Dalahov from 21 years ago. But he was vanquished by the courageous Professor Flitwick's stunning spell. It was a textbook-perfect, stunning spell, powerful and flawless. Professor Flitwick puffed out his chest a bit, coughing softly, his expression tinged with pride. The Sorting Hat placed Dubious in a Slytherin, followed by a girl named Riley stepping forward. The Sorting Hat remarked, "Beautiful little girl. Your hairpin is of the same style as that of the brave Lavender, who perished heroically. May she rest in peace." Riley's complexion paled, and she appeared somewhat uncomfortable, hurriedly removing the hairpin from her head. When Hugo was called, he pouted and picked up the hat, only to have the Sorting Hat exclaim, "Hey, show some respect for your elder. You've tugged at my ear." Hugo widened his eyes, perplexed, wondering where the hat's ears were. However, he refrained from complaining and donned the hat. Another Weasley, but alas, not the sharpest tool in the shed, and rather clumsy, the Sorting Hat remarked unabashedly. Hugo silently mouthed some words, likely cursing. "Cursing a clever hat could land you in detention," the Sorting Hat added. Hugo rolled his eyes. This hat was quite the handful. Gryffindor. He was delighted to be sorted into Gryffindor and muttered as he walked towards the Gryffindor table. "Does this hat really have ears?" "I heard that, Weasley. My ears are visible only to those of intellect," the Sorting Hat called after him. Hugo's face flushed as he hurried away. No one knew where the Sorting Hat's ears truly were, but from that moment on, the new students approached the hat with utmost caution, unwilling to tug at its so-called ears or eyes. "Morin Walker." Professor Flitwick announced the name, and Morin, unperturbed, stepped forward. Before he even grasped the Sorting Hat, it began to speak. "Tsk, you resemble the balding wizard Alton, who vanquished the Death Eater Selwyn with a petrification curse 21 years ago in the West Tower. I remember that bald wizard. Though he lacked hair, he possessed great courage." "That's my grandfather," Morin exclaimed in astonishment. His grandfather had indeed participated in that battle at Hogwarts, summoned there by Arthur Weasley, and the Sorting Hat seemed to know this as well. "I hope you don't inherit his baldness," the Sorting Hat said. "Thank you. My hair is quite thick," Morin replied, placing the hat atop his head, pleased with the abundance of his hair, inherited from his mother. "I have my doubts," the Sorting Hat declared haughtily, "but those with courage are always worthy of respect. From your mismatched eyes, my goodness. Heterochromia, indeed. Yes, it is those very eyes." "What is wrong with my eyes?" Morin asked curiously. "Cherish those eyes. They're extraordinary," the Sorting Hat whispered mysteriously, in a tone only audible to Morin. "Heterochromia conceals an ancient magic. You must unearth its potential." "What magic?" Morin eagerly inquired, recalling how he had often been teased by other boys for his unique eyes while playing with Muggle children. Yet the Sorting Hat did not provide a direct answer, instead proclaiming loudly, "Gryffindor." Morin frowned, realizing the hat had no intention of elaborating, and removed it, heading towards Hugo. Chapter 13, Gryffindor. Morin was uncertain whether to believe the eccentric Sorting Hat, as he had never known that his heterochromia concealed any ancient magic. His grandfather Alton had never mentioned it. Ollivander in the wand shop had also remarked that heterochromia was quite special, yet he had not specified in what way. "That hat is mad. I assent it," Hugo leaned in to say. Morin could not deny it. The Sorting Hat did appear rather worn, akin to a pile of tattered cloth amidst a refuse heap. Yet Hogwarts still relied on it for sorting, indicating a belief in its discernment. At least it spoke some truths, such as the fact my grandfather fought in the school S battle, Morin remarked nonchalantly. When Flitwick called out Lily Potter's name, a stir ensued, as Harry's daughter. Lily was a focal point wherever she went. However, before Lily's entrance, James and Albus, also Harry's sons, came forth, leading everyone to glance at Lily a bit more. "Gryffindor, courageous young lady." The Sorting Hat notably refrained from teasing Lily. "I adore that hat," Lily said as she sat beside Hugo, her face aglow with happiness. "It just said I would achieve great things. Those with eyes as brilliant as emeralds have limitless futures." "That's because your last name is Potter. Wake up. If your name were Gollum, Jim, or Lady Gaga, it would surely say your eyes resemble a toad pickled in potions class, perhaps even one that defeated a Death Eater in its day," Hugo confidently stated. Morin chuckled. Hugo's words were blunt, but not entirely implausible. Lily shot Hugo a glare. "Hugo, why are you so biased against the Sorting Hat?" Rose squeezed in beside them, speaking earnestly. "That's wonderful. Hugo, you're in Gryffindor. Dad will be thrilled." Hugo scoffed, glancing at the textbook in Rose's hand. Thanks. But I'm more concerned about my Vimborn Wasp poster. Rose ignored him and turned to Lily and Morin. I'm glad both of you made it into Gryffindor as well. Let us all support Gryffindor from now on. Breaking school rules will cost us points. And James has already caused Gryffindor to miss the House Cup for 2 years. We will, Morin promptly replied, sensing that Rose was a person of strict principles, valuing house honor greatly. It would be inappropriate not to say something complimentary at this moment. Rose returned to her classmates, and Hugo grumbled. She's definitely going to be a prefect next year. I bet if I sneeze in the hallway, she'll write home to Mom. Morin and Lily couldn't help but laugh. Hey Lily, Hugo, how is it going? Has Hagrid been weeping by the waterfall again? A tall, lanky boy settled next to Lily, appearing a couple of years older, his face sporting a playful expression and bright eyes. James, that is not something to joke about. Lily said sternly. James shrugged. We all know Hagrid is sentimental. Just don't mention Fred or Lupin's names in class. Fred said he saw Hagrid at the Great Hall entrance, and remembering our legendary twin Uncle Fred made him tear up. Just then, another bespectacled boy leaned in, saying, Of course, unless you think Hagrid's lessons on blast-ended squirts are dull, then occasionally mentioning Fred's name might be somewhat useful. Albus, that is quite unfair. I'll tell Mom, Lily retorted. Albus grinned at Lily, not taking her words to heart. Spotting Morin, he exclaimed, I recognize you. The genius boy who defeated a dark wizard. Morin, the prophet's rising star. Lily has been speaking about you for days. Wow, your eyes are so cool. Thank you. Albus didn't mock Morin's heterochromia, which reassured him, but then again, one could hardly trust the prophet's words. I asked Uncle George, and he mentioned that you indeed showcased the petrification curse to hold off Pre. That is quite impressive. I still haven't learned the petrification curse. James 1T teach me, Albus shared. The petrification curse is fundamental to offensive spells, if you can't manage that. Don't let it slip that I'm your brother, James said with a hint of pride, greeting Morin. Come on. By the way, James, when are we going to make our move? Albus and James exchanged a few hushed words before returning to their classmates, sharing a knowing glance. Lily observed their retreating figures and remarked, what are they up to now? Last time, they mentioned they wanted to play some pranks on Peeves this term. It used to be Peeves who tormented the students. Uncle George offered them a few suggestions, and they're preparing to retaliate against Peeves this semester. I've never even seen Peeves. Hugo interjected. Peeves? Morin inquired, puzzled. He's a ghost who delights in tormenting students. James mentioned that last semester, Peeves harassed him for 2 weeks, even splashing water on him while he was trying to use the loo. Lily couldn't help but chuckle. Thinking of pranking Peeves? That might prove quite the challenge. Just then, a ghost emerged from beneath the table in front of them, his head tilted askew, his form barely held together by a thin layer of skin, startling Morin and the others. Nearly headless Nick. Impressive, Hugo exclaimed, gazing at Nick's neck, which was stained with blood, revealing darkened bone and flesh. I prefer to be called Sir Nicholas, the ghost stated, reattaching his head with a solemn air. Welcome, new Gryffindors. Nearly headless Nick floated past everyone, greeting them as the new students widened their eyes at his eerie appearance. Hugo shared the tales of nearly headless Nick and Peeves with Morin, who felt a pang of envy for not knowing more about Hogwarts. It must be wonderful to have an older brother. You get to learn so much about Hogwarts before even enrolling. That may not be the case if your sister's name is Rose, Hugo remarked, leaning on the table. Don't be disheartened. I actually think Rose is quite industrious, Lily chimed in. The trio engaged in light conversation until Professor Flitwick's list reached its conclusion. The Sorting Hat playfully teased each new student before assigning them to their houses. Headmistress McGonagall then stood and addressed the assembly. Welcome, new students of Hogwarts. This esteemed institution is a cradle of knowledge where you will learn to become proficient wizards. I hope you will support one another and strive for collective progress. Your performances will determine your respective house points, and it is the responsibility of each student to bring honor to their house. The prefects and the student council president will provide you with specific details regarding Hogwarts rules, which I trust you will all adhere to. Morin and the others were ravenous. Yet McGonagall appeared quite stern, and no one dared interrupt her speech. Once she concluded her opening address, a magnificent spread of food appeared on the table, featuring roast potatoes and chicken legs in abundance. I could eat a whole cow, Morin declared, biting into a chicken leg. Hugo, his mouth full of ham, remarked, I wonder if the Sorting Hat gets hungry. Didn't it say it has ears and a mouth? Morin glanced at the Sorting Hat as Professor Flitwick prepared to take it away, the hat's cryptic words resurfacing in his mind. He recalled his heterochromatic eyes, but remained perplexed about the ancient magic the hat had referenced. I need to check the library for that, Morin thought as he sipped his pumpkin juice. Chapter 14. Hugo's many troubles. The Gryffindor common room resided within a tower, and the towers of Hogwarts were ever so peculiar, with staircases that shifted and led to different places at varying times. The prefect, a tall fourth-year student named Nelson, guided the first years to their dormitory. Remember the rules of the staircase's movements. It changes every day. A guide to the staircases is posted on the wall of the common room. Nelson led them to a grand portrait of a rather plump lady adorned with a floral wreath, humming a discordant funeral march in a sharp, unpleasant tone. The fat lady. Nelson turned to the newcomers and explained, "This is the password, so remember it." "Do you think I sing beautifully?" the fat lady asked, clearly indulging in her self-importance. "Absolutely marvelous," Nelson replied, his lips twitching, revealing the disparity between his thoughts and words, knowing that any criticism could result in being locked out by the fat lady. "I appreciate your honesty," she responded cheerfully, swinging the portrait open to reveal a passageway. Exhausted, Molin and the others paid little mind to the fat lady. For those born into wizarding families, talking portraits were hardly a novelty. After all, Molin had once strolled across the front page of the Daily Prophet. The dormitory beds were warm, and Molin shared a room with Hugo, along with two others, one named Toby Waller and the other, Sweet Clive. Toby, a muggle-born, appeared quite shy, always listening quietly and tensely whenever Molin and Hugo conversed. "Don't be nervous, Toby. We won't discriminate against muggle-borns," Molin reassured him. Hugo felt the same, as his mother, Hermione, was also muggle-born. "Thank you. I was overjoyed when I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. I had no idea the things I was doing were magic," Toby responded, visibly relieved. "What sorts of things?" Hugo inquired. Toby, blushing, confessed. "I brought my neighbor's recently deceased puppy back to life. Not in the traditional sense. I made its corpse run around, which frightened them terribly." "What about you?" "Before I came to school, I single-handedly took on 10 Aurors from the Ministry of Magic." Hugo boasted nonchalantly. "Really?" Toby's eyes lit up. "Hey, Hugo, stop exaggerating." "That is all nonsense," Molin interjected, donning his pajamas and sitting on his bed. "What about you, Sweet?" Hugo asked Sweet, who appeared pale, merely lowering his head to arrange his bed linens before silently lying down and covering himself with a blanket. "Such a strange person. He hasn't spoken since we arrived," Hugo muttered. Molin found this odd as well. They only knew Sweet's name because it was inscribed on the side of his bed. However, Sweet had been as silent as a statue since entering the dormitory, not even offering a greeting, simply tending to his belongings. They paid him little mind and soon settled into their beds, drifting off to sleep. The following day, Molin awoke early, but Hugo lingered in bed for quite some time. Molin called to him 3 times unsuccessfully. "Get up. If you don't hurry, you'll be late." Lily burst into their boys' dormitory, brandishing her wand at Hugo and exclaiming, "Freeze." Lily's wand emitted a blue beam of light that enveloped Hugo's face, forming a layer of ice crystals, leaving frost upon his eyebrows. "Ow! Lily!" Hugo yelped, shooting up suddenly. "Freeze! I'll remember this spell." Molin praised Lily with a thumbs up. Lily tucked her wand away, beaming with pride. "My mom often uses this spell to wake him up. Before school started, Aunt Hermione specifically taught me this spell to rouse Hugo. He has too many bad habits." "Lily, this is the boys' dormitory. What if I'm not wearing anything?" Hugo complained, brushing the frost off his face as he slowly got out of bed to change. "I'll be waiting for you both in the Great Hall," Lily said, uninterested in Hugo's protests as she descended the stairs. Molin glanced at Sweet's bed and asked, "Where's Sweet?" Toby shook his head. "I awoke at 4 this morning, but Sweet was already gone from his bed." Hugo rinsed his mouth and inquired, "He rises quite early. But why did you get up so early?" "I couldn't sleep on my first day of school," Toby replied, his excitement palpable. Molin handed 2 schedules to Hugo and Toby. Having just received them from Nelson, there was also a copy for Sweet. Does Sweet not have a schedule? Does he even know which classes he has today? Who knows? He looked rather mysterious yesterday, and he didn't even have his backpack. Hugo finally finished packing his things. Molin noticed Sweet's bed was impeccably tidy, with the quilt neatly folded. A stark contrast to Hugo's disheveled bed. He shrugged and descended the stairs with his companions, heading towards the auditorium. Breakfast was bountiful. Molin devoured a ham sandwich and glanced at the schedule, remarking, "Our first class is Muggle Studies on the 2nd floor." He scanned the long table, still not spotting Sweet. "Doesn't Sweet eat breakfast?" Molin still held Sweet's schedule in his hand. "Forget him. I'm famished," Hugo said, biting into a turkey leg, juices splattering. Lily disdainfully moved her bread away from Hugo's vicinity. "Hugo, you devoured 3 turkey wings, 6 drumsticks, and 3 hamburgers last night. Are you a giant armadillo?" "What is a giant armadillo?" Toby whispered to Molin. Molin explained, "It's a creature that eats anything, its mouth never ceasing, particularly fond of magical food. Wizarding families dread their visits, as they can ravage everything in the house, more troublesome than goblins. When starving, they'll even eat dirt. As a muggle-born, Toby seemed intrigued by the armadillo, prompting Morin to elaborate that to deal with them, one must procure a repellent called Dragon Pungency Spray from Diagon Alley. What is Dragon Pungency Spray? Toby asked again. Morin was about to explain when Hugo interjected. Don't start. Morin, save it until I've finished this. Lily piped up. It's the scent of dragon flatulence, the odor most feared by armadillos, and also the smell Hugo detests the most. Lily, you've completely ruined my appetite. Hugo lamented, setting down his turkey leg. Morin and Toby chuckled as they made their noisy way to the Muggle Studies classroom on the second floor. Upon entering the classroom at the end of the corridor, they discovered students from Slytherin already present. In my opinion, Muggle Studies is utterly superfluous. Why must we study this foolish subject? What is there to learn about Muggles? They are quite foolish, truly a waste of time, a haughty student drawled, his voice grating and loud enough for all to hear. Chapter 15, Confrontation. That was Corolla Lestrange, an insufferable Slytherin. My father once mentioned a notorious Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange, Voldemort's most favored servant. Indeed, she is his aunt. Hugo shot a disgusted glance at Corolla, who was chatting away. I've heard of that woman. She's mad and harbors a significant bias against Muggles. Morin nodded in agreement. He initially sought a seat far from Corolla, but found all spaces taken, save for one behind her. The four of them had no choice but to sit behind Corolla, who suddenly turned around, fixating her disdainful gaze on Toby. Oh, I smell something foul. Let me think. Oh yes, the scent of mudblood. Morin and Hugo simultaneously exclaimed. Shut up. Toby looked on, somewhat perplexed, not understanding the term mudblood. Corolla lazily scrutinized Toby before shifting her gaze to Morin. What business is it of yours? I know you. You're that freak with the mismatched eyes featured in the Daily Prophet. How unfortunate your mother must have squished your eyes when you were born. Morin abruptly drew his wand, aiming it at Corolla. You best take back what you just said. Hugo also sprang up, brandishing his wand, anger flaring. Do you consider yourself so noble? Let me think. Are you trying to emulate your dear Aunt Bella? Oh, wait, I forgot. Her master has fallen. You likely have no chance now. Corolla scoffed at the wands of Morin and Hugo, laughing derisively. What? Do you truly believe your wands can threaten me? Don't tell me they just sprout a flower to amuse me. Other Slytherin students joined in the laughter. Being first-year students, they had yet to formally learn magic, making their wands mere ornaments. I know you. You're the Weasley poor boy. And you, the prophet says you're called Morin. You seem anxious. I wonder if your mother is a mudblood too? Please send my regards to your mudblood mothers. His words were too much. He would soon realize he should not have uttered such a statement. For an instant, three wands emitted different lights directed at Corolla. Stone him. Freeze him. Knock him out. Corolla screamed as she was struck by two of the spells, her body becoming immobile, enveloped in layers of pale blue frost, crashing to the ground, utterly unable to move. You ought to watch your tongue, Lily said sternly, having cast a particularly impressive freezing charm, far more effective than the one used to wake Hugo earlier. It was as if Corolla were clothed in ice, now trembling on the floor, her skin turning a stark red from the cold. Morin, having mastered the petrification spell at home, transformed Corolla into a stone statue, rendering her incapable of struggle. I do not care about rules. If you don't mind, I can make your situation even worse, Morin coldly remarked, giving no thought to school regulations. As he had never held any affection for someone like Corolla, Hugo attempted to cast the stunning spell but failed. His wand merely exhaled a cloud of red smoke. He discarded the wand and landed a punch on the immobile Corolla. Stop. What are you doing? My goodness, children. You cannot cast spells on your classmates. Professor Charles, the Muggle Studies teacher, hurriedly entered the classroom, waving his wand to dispel Corolla's petrification and freezing spells. Corolla sneezed and, with the aid of her companions, sat up, glaring resentfully at Morin and Lily. What transpired? Professor Charles inquired patiently, his short white beard suggesting he was in his 50s, appearing quite amiable. Unlike the traditional wizarding robes worn by others, he donned a brown suit and black tie, indistinguishable from ordinary Muggles. Without his wand, one could hardly imagine him as a wizard. Those two cast spells on me, Professor. They ought to be punished, Corolla hastily declared. He disdains Muggles and insulted our mothers with that horrid phrase. Surely you recognize it, Professor, Morin retorted angrily. Professor Charles quickly discerned that Slytherin was predominantly comprised of pure-blood wizards who held a disdain for Muggles. Historically, the Muggle Studies course had been an elective, with not a single Slytherin student opting to take it. However, this year the school had decided to make Muggle Studies a compulsory subject, which naturally elicited considerable dissent among the Slytherin students. It is never commendable to insult another's mother, Carlo. That is simply excessive, Professor Charles exclaimed. But you too. How is it that you first-year students are able to cast such spells? This is merely the first lesson. And you have already executed the petrification and freezing charms? He said, astonished. The other students gazed at Morin and Lily with a mix of disbelief and trepidation. They had initially assumed that Morin was merely attempting to intimidate when he drew his wand, only to be taken aback when he truly performed the spells. In any case, this situation was far from ideal. My classroom does not necessitate the use of spells, and I trust you will all bear this in mind. Today, for our first lesson, I shall not deduct any points, but let this be the last time, understood? With his wand directed at Carlo, Professor Charles conjured a plume of steam that enveloped Carlo, dispelling the chill that had surrounded him. His demeanor was impeccable, akin to that of a true gentleman, exuding grace and refinement. Although I am unclear about what mudblood entails. I appreciate your sentiments, Toby remarked. No need to thank me. It is not a commendable term, and anyone who hears it would be incensed. Morin replied as he retrieved his textbook from his satchel. Casting a glance around the room, he noticed Swit sitting in the far corner, fixated upon them. Upon catching Morin's gaze, Swit hastily averted his eyes. It was peculiar that Swit, without even having obtained a class schedule, was aware that the first lesson was Muggle Studies. Morin still possessed the schedule, which he had yet to give to Swit. Hugo picked up his wand and earnestly addressed Lily. Lily, you must promise me not to cast that perfect freezing charm on me. That is out of the question. Aunt Hermione specifically instructed me to use it against you for your laziness, Lily replied with utmost seriousness. Hugo made a face, acknowledging that. In comparison to the freezing charm Lily had cast on Carlo, her spell against him would be significantly less formidable. She had already shown him mercy that morning. I must inquire with Professor Charles about that warming charm. Trust me, being frozen is far from pleasant, Hugo whispered to Morin, casting a gleeful glance at Carlo. Very well. Class, before we commence our lesson, there are a few matters I need to elucidate, Professor Charles declared, tapping the blackboard with a resounding knock. Chapter 16, The Muggle Examination. As you're all aware, Muggle Studies was traditionally an elective. However, in recent years, the rapid advancement of Muggle society has led to the invention of numerous devices that have begun to perceive the anomalies of our world. We are encountering significant challenges in concealing the existence of wizards through magic, particularly as many wizards lack understanding of Muggles and inadvertently attract their attention. Professor Charles spoke in a relaxed manner, and the students listened attentively. Given the trajectory of Muggle society, it will soon become exceedingly difficult to keep our magical secrets concealed. The Ministry of Magic, after thorough deliberation, has decided to make Muggle studies a mandatory subject starting this year. Every student entering our institution must possess a fundamental understanding of Muggles, enabling us to better safeguard our secrets within the Muggle world. Muggles and wizards should coexist as equals. I hope you all grasp this notion. Professor Charles surveyed the room before continuing, of course, recognizing that some students hail from Muggle backgrounds and thus have adequate knowledge of Muggles. The school has instituted a policy. Those who demonstrate sufficient understanding of Muggles may apply for exemption from attending classes, provided they participate in the final examination. Upon hearing that they could be excused from Muggle studies, the students eagerly straightened in their seats, curious about the application process. In truth, many students, even if they held no aversion to Muggles, were not particularly keen on studying Muggle knowledge, as the generational gap between Muggles and wizards was deeply entrenched. Not all wizards were enamored with Muggles. With a flourish of his wand, a stack of examination papers levitated into the air. I am aware that not everyone is fond of Muggle studies, but it is a mandate from the Ministry of Magic. Thus, today's assessment is of utmost importance, as it will determine your eligibility to apply for exemption from the course. The examination papers began to float down, landing on each student's desk, followed by a series of white feather quills that fell into their hands. Morin, you surely possess considerable knowledge of Muggles. Let's switch seats. I require Toby's assistance. He is of Muggle descent, Hugo suggested. ISNT your mother a Muggle? You ought to be knowledgeable about them, Morin countered. Don't be foolish. My grandfather is an official in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and despite his years of interaction with Muggles, I have yet to witness him master the art of using a Muggle tram. Hugo squeezed through. Morin felt uncertain, realizing Hugo had a point. Arthur Weasley and Alton were both officials in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Yet Morin often found his grandfather Alton's explanations about Muggles to be rather unreliable. He was unsure if the Muggle knowledge he had acquired was accurate. Noticing Hugo's maneuvering, Professor Charles smiled and said, "There is no need to concern yourselves with seating arrangements. Aside from these anti-cheating quills, you will also require. With a wave of his wand, Professor Charles conjured shimmering waves of water that cascaded down on either side of each student, forming a small barrier that completely obstructed any possibility of looking at a neighbor's answers. Now, let the examination commence, Professor Charles proclaimed. Hugo's expression faltered. He had initially intended to rely on Muggle-born Toby, but alas, this magical barrier effectively quashed his thoughts of cheating. Morin picked up the feather quill and stared at the examination paper. The first question read, in the Muggle world, what color traffic light must be illuminated before one may cross the street? This was something his grandfather had seemingly not mentioned. Hesitating, he refrained from writing anything. Although he occasionally played with Muggle children, it was merely in the park, and those Muggle children had also shunned him. He glanced at the second question. In the Muggle world, how many pence are equivalent to 1 pound? The third question, what modes of transport can Muggles utilize? Please list 5. As Morin progressed through the exam, he grew increasingly despondent. He soon realized that his understanding of Muggles was nearly non-existent, and he was unfamiliar with many concepts. Consequently, he resorted to filling in random answers. After class, Hugo exited the room looking disheartened, appearing to have answered very few questions. Why do Muggles have so many peculiar questions? Hugo exclaimed. How many modes of Muggle transport did you list? I only wrote down trains and cars, then buses, and finally, I just put down flue powder. Muggles must use flue powder too, right? I saw that Muggles have a fireplace in their home. Morin's tone grew inexplicably heavy. I also wrote down skateboards, though I'm not sure if that is correct. I saw a Muggle child playing with a skateboard in the park last time. What is a skateboard? Hugo inquired, perplexed. It's like a Muggle broomstick, but it rolls on the ground, Morin replied, feeling rather miserable after completing the exam. Why must Muggles pay attention to traffic lights when they cross the street? Can't they just go directly? Returning to the topic. What colors do you write for traffic lights? I wrote purple, Hugo remarked. I am aware that traffic lights come in red, green, and yellow. Yet I am uncertain which one signifies go. Hence I opted for yellow, Morin said, stroking his forehead. Normally, when I venture out, it's either via fly route powder, a set of keys, or the night bus, and occasionally through apparition. However, since Alton disapproves of apparition, it is seldom employed. Lily interjected. You two truly know nothing. It's obviously green. Is that so? You claim to know everything. Then enlighten me. What is the microwave for in question 50? Hugo retorted, confident in his ability to answer correctly. It's for heating food, Lily replied triumphantly. Your mother mentioned it last time. Hugo paused, uncertainty flickering across his face as he turned to Morin. She must be mistaken, right? Is a microwave really used for heating food? I recall my grandfather saying that microwaves were invented by Muggles to boil water. Morin exclaimed in surprise. Boil water? I thought microwaves were for cleaning, you know? Muggles have a device specifically designed for that. That is called a vacuum cleaner, Hugo replied without a moment's hesitation. Lily couldn't contain her laughter. It seems you two are destined to study Muggle studies, Toby. Toby scratched his head, chuckling shyly. That exam was so effortlessly simple for him that attending class felt utterly pointless. As they exited the classroom, Carlo shot Morin a fierce glare. You better remember this. I'll be waiting, Morin simply retorted, unperturbed by confrontation. He is truly annoying. Thank goodness Voldemort is dead. Otherwise, he'd likely be eager to become a Death Eater tomorrow. Hugo grimaced at Carlo's departing figure. Enough of that. Let us hurry to the next class. The next lesson is charms, and we mustn't be late, Morin urged, suddenly spotting Sweet ahead. He dashed over, presenting the schedule to Sweet. Hey, Sweet. You forgot to take the schedule this morning. Nelson brought it when you had already left. Sweet hesitated for a moment, accepted the schedule with an odd glance at Morin, and left without a word. He is so arrogant. Not even a simple thank you? We're in the same dormitory, after all, Hugo grumbled. Morin shrugged, seemingly indifferent to such matters. Chapter 17, Charms Class. On their way to Charms Class, they encountered the mischievous Peeves. A plump ghost who gleefully hurled a large bag of dragon dung fertilizer towards them, hitting Hugo squarely. I hope James gives that Peeves a proper lesson. Hugo fumed as he rushed into the nearby restroom to rid himself of the disgusting substance. Morin also cleaned the dung off his uniform, having been splattered when it struck Hugo. Charms class was held with students from Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick, despite his short stature, had a delightful temperament. Standing atop a stack of books, he called a roll and declared, Charms is a highly practical subject where you will systematically learn a variety of fascinating spells, such as making a piece of paper fold itself into an eagle. With a gentle flick of his wand, a blank sheet of paper began to fold itself, forming lifelike wings and claws, and ultimately, the paper eagle took flight, soaring around the classroom. Of course, you'll also learn how to make objects levitate. Flitwick tapped a thick spell book beneath his feet, which then floated gracefully into the air. He stepped onto the hovering book, which acted as a staircase, allowing him to walk effortlessly above the ground. Cool, Hugo exclaimed wide-eyed. With each step, a book flew beneath Flitwick's feet, elevating him above everyone else. Naturally, the effectiveness of a spell correlates with your magical strength and focus. When casting a spell, you must concentrate and visualize the intended outcome. Only then will the spell manifest beautifully. Flitwick tapped the flying paper eagle again, causing it to split into dozens of identical paper eagles that darted towards the students. Before they could react, the paper eagles exploded into vibrant bursts of fireworks, filling the classroom with astonishment. I have a feeling that charms will be my favorite class, Hugo said, his eyes sparkling. Not just him, every student was captivated by Flitwick's demonstration, eager to wave their wands and make the books on their desks levitate as they walked on them. Flitwick instructed everyone to take out paper and use their wands to fold it into a paper crane. The spell is Animating Charm. Mastering the spell will allow you to fold clothes and bedding. However, when casting it on clothing, you must omit the final wand motion. Otherwise, the clothes will fly about chaotically. You can all try folding your clothes tonight. Suddenly, Hugo's wand erupted in flames, igniting his desk and startling Molin. Oh, Weasley, I take back my previous statement. Not everyone is suited for using this spell to fold clothes and bedding. Until you master it, refrain from practicing in the dormitory. We don't want the Gryffindor kids sleeping in the hallways tonight. With a flick of his wand, Flitwick extinguished the flames Hugo had conjured. Molin sympathetically patted Hugo on the shoulder. Hugo's eyebrows were singed. Don't be disheartened, mate. At least you've mastered the fire-making spell, Molin consoled. Lily was laughing uncontrollably. Hey, Hugo, you could try Uncle George's hair growth potion. Your eyebrows will regrow easily. Indeed, if I wanted my eyebrows to grow down to my knees, I might consider it, Hugo retorted as he rummaged through his bag for another sheet of paper. Before long, the classroom was filled with the lively sounds of the animating charm as students attempted it themselves, only to realize that this seemingly simple spell was far less effortless than Flitwick had demonstrated. For many, achieving even a slight curl on their paper was a success, while Hugo's paper remained utterly still. Once, when the paper did float momentarily, Hugo was thrilled, only to discover it was merely due to a gust of wind from the window. It must be that my paper is too thick. Molin, may I borrow yours? Hugo took Morin's paper, cleared his throat, and pointed at the sheet, exclaiming, Animating Charm. With a poke from his wand, a hole appeared in the middle of the paper. Molin had folded his paper 4 times, yet it still lacked success. He flipped through his book, pondering for a moment, then pointed at the paper with the hole and declared, Animating Charm. His wand emitted a gentle current of air, swirling across the blank sheet of paper. To his astonishment, the paper began to fold itself, swiftly transforming into a paper crane that commenced to flap its wings. Wow, Molin, that's impressive, Hugo exclaimed enviously. Not bad, Molin replied with a smile, for it was evident that he possessed a remarkable talent for magic. He was the only one in the entire class to succeed. Don't be modest, why can't it fly? Hugo poked the crane on the desk with his wand. Perhaps it's because you've damaged its wings, Molin observed, noting the hole that Hugo had punctured in the paper, now located right where the crane's wings were. No sooner had Molin spoken than the paper crane suddenly took flight, darting toward Hugo's head with a peck. Ouch! What the? Molin, make it stop! Hugo attempted to catch it with his hands, but the crane was astonishingly agile, evading Hugo's grasp and pecking at the back of his hand. I didn't know it would do that, Molin said, bemused. He never anticipated that the crane he had folded would turn so lively and aggressive. Lily, nearby, laughed heartily. It must be seeking revenge on you, Hugo, for poking a hole in it. Hugo raised his textbook to shield himself from the relentless crane, and by the time Professor Flitwick arrived to investigate the commotion, Hugo had already endured a dozen pecks from the unruly creature. I loathe paper cranes, he muttered through clenched teeth, nursing his hand as he stormed off to lunch. Still seething. Don't be like that. I actually find the paper crane quite spirited, Lily teased him throughout their walk. After lunch, noticing he still had time, Molin decided to visit the library. The Sorting Hat had mentioned that his eyes concealed a certain magic, and although he was uncertain of the reliability of the hat's words, he resolved to research further. Come on, it's only the first day of school, and you're off to the library? You're such a rose-type overachiever. Hugo rolled his eyes. Molin shrugged. Not at all. I just want to borrow Hogwarts, a history. I've been eager to read it. He contemplated for a moment, but chose not to share the Sorting Hat's comments, knowing Hugo would dismiss them as mere nonsense. Yet, Molin felt that the hat was not as self-absorbed as many believed. It retained vivid memories of events that occurred 21 years ago, perhaps having encountered wizards with heterochromia in the past. After all, this particular hat was once worn by Godric Gryffindor, one of the founders of Hogwarts. As Molin made his way to the fifth-floor library, he noticed that many students were huddled in their dormitories during the lunch break, while some upperclassmen were diligently working on assignments in the library. Upon entering the library, filled with a myriad of books, he pondered that to find information on eye-related magic, he should search within the section dedicated to human magic. Following the signs, he stumbled upon a figure in a dimly lit corner of the library. It was Swit, the reclusive roommate who had not engaged in conversation with him. Chapter 18. The library. Swit sat in the shadowy corner of the library, engrossed in a thick tome, occasionally jotting notes in a notebook. Molin hesitated, contemplating whether to greet him, but just then, Swit lifted his head and locked eyes with Molin. Molin nodded, intending to say hello, yet Swit merely resumed his reading, his expression as impassive as ever, as if he had not seen Molin at all. One odd fellow. Molin mused, pulling a book titled The Secrets of Human Magic from a high shelf and flipping it open. The book detailed special magical abilities possessed by particularly gifted witches and wizards, such as Parseltongue, a unique skill of the Slytherin lineage, and Polyjuice Potion, which explained the principles behind altering one's appearance. However, the recipe for the Polyjuice Potion lacked detailed instructions. The text elaborated on how to mend broken bones using the bone-mending charm, cautioning that the wand must pause momentarily during the incantation. Otherwise, the spell could cause one's bones to vanish, necessitating the use of a bone regrowth potion, a painful process. While the spell seemed intriguing, it was not what Molin sought. He turned to the section on eye-related magic, only to find scant information, merely instructions for those gifted with Polyjuice Potion to alter their eye color, and a few tips on lengthening eyelashes. Since the ability to perform Polyjuice was typically innate, and Molin was not naturally endowed with that talent, changing the color of his eyes appeared improbable. After perusing the entire book and finding no mention of magic for heterochromia, he picked up another volume titled Famous Wizards with Unique Abilities. This book chronicled renowned witches and wizards throughout magical history who possessed extraordinary powers. One such wizard, named Springhall, was a dragon speaker, capable of communicating with dragons. It was said that he once calmed a rampaging ice unicorn dragon, thus saving a tribe in Albania, a dragon that only emerged during winter and unleashed frigid frost beyond the capability of ordinary wizards to defeat alone. Isn't that ability akin to Parseltongue? Molin pondered, but quickly recalled that descendants of Salazar Slytherin could converse with snakes. Perhaps other families had similar talents, capable of communicating with dragons, or even snails and owls, but simply lacked the opportunity to demonstrate them. It is worth noting that while wizards were aware of dragons' existence and utilized their organs and blood for various potions, not all wizards had encountered a living dragon. If a person were a dragon speaker, yet had never seen a real dragon, they would likely remain unaware of their own abilities. In this light, Slytherin's Parseltongue talent seemed less unique. It was merely that Voldemort's connection to Parseltongue had rendered it a symbol of dark magic. While the Wizarding World harbored many mysterious and ancient families, Molin then came across a section detailing wizards who could communicate with vampires, hailing from the ancient Tagura family. The vampires described by wizards were immense purple bats, 5 meters wide when their wings were unfurled, feeding exclusively on the blood of magical creatures, including wizards, while posing no threat to muggles. Additionally, there were accounts of wizards who could converse with unicorns, and even rare phoenix tamers who could tame phoenixes. Among all those capable of communicating with animals, Parseltongue was regarded with the most fear and disdain, as wizards possessing this ability often employed snakes to perform dark magic. After searching for quite some time, without finding what he sought, Molin contemplated heading toward the shelf of ancient magic books when he noticed Swit approaching him. As Swit passed by, he leaned in slightly and whispered, "You'd best be careful." What? Molin found this peculiar, unsure of Swit's sudden warning, which seemed to straddle the line between caution and provocation, vague and without context. Yet Swit merely cast a meaningful glance at Molin before departing with his belongings. What does that mean? Molin called after him, but Swit did not respond, leaving the library without looking back. The library remained hushed, and Madame Pants shot Molin a warning glare over her feather duster. Molin returned the book to the shelf and exited the library, eager to catch up with Sweet for clarification. However, Sweet had already vanished down the corridor, and instead, he encountered Lily and Hugo. "Hey, genius, how did the reading go?" Hugo jested. Furrowing his brow, Molin recounted Sweet's earlier warning to Hugo. "He told you to be cautious? What does that mean? What did you provoke him?" Hugo inquired, perplexed. Molin shook his head. "School just started yesterday. He didn't even speak to us last night. How could I have upset him?" Hugo patted Morin on the shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry, I've got your back. If it comes to it, we can have another brawl. Lily has the freezing charm, you have the petrification spell, and I have my fists. Whether it's a fight or a duel, let him choose. We would mind teaching him a lesson like we did with Carlo." "Hugo, we cannot just fight at school," Lily admonished seriously. "Oh really? Who was just using the freezing charm?" Hugo retorted with a smirk. A hint of amusement danced at the corners of Lily's mouth, suggesting she was not as composed as she pretended to be. "That was a special circumstance. You must understand," she replied, raising her hands in exasperation. Morin was not particularly afraid of fighting. He simply found Sweet rather peculiar. Generally, one would expect at least a greeting from someone sharing the same dormitory, no matter how reclusive they might be. When Hugo expressed astonishment upon hearing that Sweet was taking notes in the library at midday, he exclaimed, "Wait, is Sweet a top student too? Are you two academic rivals now? I've heard that high achievers often have a mutual disdain for one another. They appear courteous on the surface, but secretly compete." "Who told you that?" Lily queried. "Rose. She is always saying she dislikes a boy in her year whose grades are on par with hers. She spent the entire summer claiming she would surpass him. Otherwise, why would she prepare for the OWLs this early? Just to be bored?" Hugo explained. "Stop it. It's only the first day of classes. Besides, don't call me a top student. If I were, I would know that an induction stove is for sweeping." Morin interjected. "Just to clarify, an induction stove is used for cooking," Lily corrected. Both Morin and Hugo shrugged in resignation. Suddenly, Morin recalled something and dashed back to the library. He remembered that Sweet had been engrossed in a particularly thick tome with a black cover. After inquiring with Mrs. Pants, he discovered it was an exceedingly dull book titled The Hidden History of Magic. Is he really reading that? Doesn't he know that the hidden history of magic is not to be trusted? I recall my mother telling me that it's merely a collection of fanciful tales concocted by bored wizards, like the one about a wizard named Babylon who rode a flying broom to the sun. Can you believe that? Hugo scoffed. Morin concurred with Hugo's sentiment. Checking his watch, he noted that class was about to begin, so he dismissed the matter and hurried to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Chapter 19. 100 Ways to Die in the Wizarding World. The professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts was Professor Francis, who also served as the head of Slytherin House. He was stern and austere, appearing quite formidable. "I can hardly believe that the head of Slytherin teaches defense against the dark arts," Hugo muttered from the back row of the underground classroom. "Don't jump to conclusions. James says Professor Francis is excellent at teaching defense against the dark arts," Lily countered. In truth, Lily's assertion held merit. Although Professor Francis was strict and unyielding, he was impartial, treating both Gryffindor and Slytherin students with the same respect, albeit his teaching style lacked engagement. Defense against the dark arts is a profound subject, and I expect each of you to take it seriously. The Wizarding World has never been devoid of dark magic, even though the Dark Ages have passed. There remain many dark forces lurking about. If you don't wish to be dragged into a swamp and drowned for no reason, or to suddenly go blind after glimpsing a black bone, you must learn to discern the essence of dark magic. Professor Francis admonished each first-year student sternly. His words proved effective, as a look of bewilderment crossed the faces of the new students, puzzled by the notion of a bone so fearsome that a mere glance could induce blindness. "Professor, what kind of black bone is so powerful that just looking at it would cause blindness?" A girl eagerly raised her hand to ask. Professor Francis did not respond immediately. "If merely looking at it results in blindness, wouldn't he, the wizard who created it, still be able to see?" Hugo murmured anxiously. "Is that really what you should be concerned about?" Lily retorted, exasperated. Professor Francis chose not to explain the nature of this black bone, instead spending the next half hour recounting 100 bizarre ways wizards have met their demise, including being unable to move after stepping on a wooden plank and awaiting death, suffocating after inhaling a cheesy scent in the dark, vanishing into a blood-red book upon opening it, or bleeding to death from a single bite of a magical mosquito. Professor Francis recounted these peculiar deaths caused by dark magic without elaborating on what that dark magic was or how to counter it. Finally, he concluded, "If you wish to avoid an inexplicable death, pay attention, keep up with my lectures, take good notes, and you won't find yourself suffocating from the scent of cheese." Although Professor Francis's class was not as entertaining as Professor Flitwick's, his method was undeniably effective. His chilling tales of 100 bizarre deaths instilled fear in everyone. In his class, no one dared to lose focus, lest they miss a crucial piece of information that could mean life or death. "I swear from today onward, I will never eat cheese again," Hugo muttered under his breath. "Oh really? Who devoured 3 mango cream cheesecakes last night?" Lily inquired. "Except for the mango cream cheesecakes," Moore noted. He found attending defense against the dark arts class to be a torment, as Professor Francis's monotone voice could lull anyone to sleep. Yet just as the students began to doze off, he would suddenly mention an odd way of dying, jolting everyone awake. This maddening cycle of wanting to sleep, yet being unable to was truly distressing. After class, the students appeared rather disheartened due to the plethora of assignments Professor Francis had assigned, including a paper on what medieval dark wizards favored using rabbit tails for, along with 5 methods to counter that dark magic. His class makes me feel like my life is perpetually at risk. Morin couldn't help but exclaim as they left. Indeed, I now feel as though passing by that wall could result in being crushed by the paintings hanging on it. Hugo shifted a couple steps away, distancing himself from the wall adorned with landscape paintings, recalling Professor Francis' warning about a particular painting that could trap someone forever if it fell upon them. This left everyone feeling apprehensive about the moving portraits within the castle. With no classes during the last 2 periods of the afternoon, they decided to head to the library to gather information for their essay on the dark magic of rabbit tails. However, as they traversed the 3rd-floor corridor, they unexpectedly encountered the seemingly furtive James and Albus. "James, Albus, don't you two have class?" Lily inquired, puzzled. James made a shushing gesture. "Don't speak. We're about to do something." Morin observed Albus cleverly stashing away a piece of instant skipping class candy, and it dawned upon everyone the true reason for their presence there. "What are you up to?" Morin inquired. "We're declaring war on Peeves," James replied earnestly. Hugo grumbled. "Count me in. This morning he hurled dragon dung at me, claiming I resembled a walking mandrake, that little rascal." Albus shook his head. "No, you can't cast a single spell. You would only hinder us. We would prefer to take Morin along." Hugo brandished his wand defiantly. "Who says I can't cast spells? Watch this, it's lifelike." A burst of flames erupted from the tip of Hugo's wand, igniting the floor. James and Albus exchanged puzzled glances at Hugo. "Isn't that a summoning charm? How did it turn into flames?" "Less chatter. I won't hold you back," Hugo insisted, unabashed. He then turned to Morin and whispered, "As long as the magic is intimidating, who cares about the incantation, right?" Morin chuckled, unable to refute him. James's wand spewed a jet of water, extinguishing Hugo's flames. And then he said, "All right, keep the noise down and follow me." "I'm not going. It sounds boring." Lily shrugged, unwilling to partake in the boy's mischief. "You wouldn't think that way once you've been pranked by Peeves," Hugo called after her. They followed James and Albus to the Northwest Tower, where a magical arts classroom awaited, specifically designed for students interested in honing their painting skills. James produced the Marauders map, which displayed the entirety of Hogwarts, including various secret passages, clearly indicating the names and whereabouts of everyone present. All the while, Hugo attempted to snatch the map from James, but to no avail. "Can't we get a copy of the map? Uncle George must have a way," Hugo queried. James glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then turned into a corridor and replied, "The map can't be copied. Its creation materials are exceedingly rare, not something you can just procure with a piece of parchment." Morin asked, "So how do you plan to deal with Peeves?" "The plan is as follows. Albus will divert Peeves' attention while I seize the opportunity to ensnare him with ghost glue. You will bombard him with dung bombs," James explained, pulling several packets of black dung bombs from his bag and distributing them to Morin and the others. The dung bombs were the size of fingers, gleaming on the outside and emanating a peculiar fragrance. However, if one were to inadvertently crush them, the stench within would be unforgettable, detectable from 2 streets away, and could only be removed with a special charm. The incantation is a lad, and while picturing Peeves, the dung bomb will target him. Remember, when it explodes, make sure to retreat at least 2 meters, or you will suffer the consequences, James warned. "Trust me, you wouldn't want to go to dinner smelling like that. You'd be kicked out. We need to ensure Peeves takes a stinky bath to teach him a lesson." Morin was aware of the dung bomb's effects, and the fluid within would likely induce someone to regurgitate their last meal. "There are 2 doors to this classroom. I will enter through the front, and you all will enter through the back," James instructed, moving with purpose. "If I fail to glue Peeves, he will simply pass through the wall. The ghost glue prevents that," Albus said solemnly. Initially, Morin was reluctant to partake, as confronting Peeves on the first day of school seemed ill-advised, but Hugo insisted, and Morin thought it would merely be a bit of fun. Thus, he acquiesced. Chapter 20. The Peculiar Reversal. Albus had already entered through the front door when cheerful sounds emanated from the classroom. "Hi, Peeves. Oh, your drawing of the exploding snap is splendid. That's a hippogriff. You unseeing Potter fool." Peeves' laughter echoed in the classroom. James cautiously pushed open the back door, and Morin and the others stealthily entered, finding the classroom adorned with easels and 2 rows of cabinets filled with paint. They took cover behind the cabinets and quietly approached Peeves from behind. Peeves wore a mischievous grin, seemingly contemplating how to torment Albus. James signaled Morin and the others, while he levitated the ghost glue into the air, slowly bringing it closer to Peeves. Morin and Hugo had already drawn their wands, bracing themselves. "Peeves, you shall pay the price," James shouted, hurling the ghost glue at Peeves. But at that moment, Albus's voice rang out. "Watch out, James. It's a trap." "Ack!" Albus cried out in pain, leaving Morin and the others bewildered, as they had clearly seen Albus standing before Peeves, chatting merrily, without addressing them. At this juncture, James's ghost glue was already en route, poised to land on Peeves. But it suddenly halted mid-air, as if obstructed by an unseen force. Crash! Hugo, harboring the deepest grudge against Peeves, swiftly pointed his wand at the dung bomb and muttered "Olad." The dung bomb soared towards Peeves' figure, but before it could reach him, it appeared to rebound and struck Hugo instead. Hugo yelped as the dung bomb exploded above his head, drenching him in a foul stench. Morin managed to sidestep just in time, but some of the noxious liquids splattered onto him, leaving him feeling ill at ease, the stench enveloping the entire classroom. What just happened? James's ghost glue also rebounded, splattering him as well. Albus shouted ahead, "It's a magic canvas. Peeves has conjured a magical canvas in the classroom." Suddenly, the scene before them twisted, revealing a gigantic canvas being torn apart, as Albus rushed back, covered in multicolored paint. They then realized the classroom had been divided by a colossal canvas, displaying deceptive images of Peeves and Albus. They were actually on the other side of the canvas. The magic canvas could project specific scenes, making them appear lifelike and animated, and unless one touched it, one would never suspect that the scene was merely an illusion. The Albus and Peeves they had initially seen upon entering the classroom were merely representations on the canvas. The little brat from the Potter family pays a price for opposing the great Peeves. Peeves cackled, dashing towards the cabinets filled with paint and splattering it everywhere, drenching both Hugo and James. That Peeves knew we were coming. A bucket of purple paint was hurled towards Morin, who quickly grabbed a nearby easel and flung at Peeves. As he retreated to the corner, preparing to flee the classroom, red paint cascaded down from above. Just as Morin sensed impending doom, his vision blurred, and suddenly the surrounding scenery began to rewind, as if traversing through a tunnel, countless figures flashing past him. What is happening? Morin wondered, peering around in confusion. When he regained his bearings, he found himself seated once more in the dark arts defense classroom. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, pay heed to my lecture, keep your minds engaged with my teachings, and take diligent notes. Otherwise, you may find yourselves inexplicably suffocated by the scent of cheese, Professor Francis declared in a rather pedantic tone. Morin's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, haven't we just covered this lesson? He glanced at Hugo and Lily beside him, only to find them bickering. "I swear I won't touch cheese again from today onwards," Hugo muttered under his breath. "Oh really? Who devoured 3 mango cream cheesecakes last night?" Lily countered. Except for the mango cream cheesecakes, Morin was thoroughly perplexed. Having heard this familiar exchange merely an hour prior, he had been engaged in a battle with the poltergeist in the art room. How had he suddenly returned to the defense against the dark arts class? "Hugo, are you all right?" Morin scrutinized him. Moments ago, Hugo had attempted to attack the poltergeist with a dung bomb, which had rebounded and splattered him from head to toe, leaving him smelling as if he had fallen into a toilet. Yet now, he appeared immaculate, devoid of any trace of dung bombs. "Of course I have issues. The professor's absurdly morbid account of 100 bizarre ways a wizard can perish has left me thoroughly unnerved," Hugo replied. This was not the response Morin had anticipated. It seemed as though Hugo had forgotten his recent encounter with the poltergeist, or perhaps Morin had experienced events that Hugo had yet to. The situation grew increasingly uncanny, and he continued to observe Hugo and Lily. Was this some sort of jest? If they intended to play a prank on him, surely Professor Francis and the group of Slytherin students wouldn't be idle bystanders. The class bell rang half an hour later, and Professor Francis assigned a task concerning the dark magic of rabbit tails. Morin was still grappling with the bizarre occurrences, but Hugo and Lily decided to visit the library. The entire scenario felt hauntingly familiar, akin to Morin's earlier experiences. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He pulled out his pocket watch and exclaimed, "Could it be that I've returned to an hour ago?" This revelation startled him. The only magical artifact capable of time travel was a time turner, and Morin was absolutely certain that the pocket watch in his possession was merely an ordinary one, not a time turner. "What are you babbling about? What do you mean? Back to an hour ago?" Hugo inquired, perplexed. "Nothing. I just have some matters that remain unclear," Morin replied, pondering that if his suspicions were accurate, he would soon encounter James and Albus skipping class on the 3rd floor. Indeed, as they ascended to the 3rd floor, They stumbled upon the sneaky James brothers in the corridor. "James, Albus, don't you have any classes?" Lily asked in confusion. James made a shushing gesture. "Don't speak. We're about to pull something off." Just as Hugo was about to inquire what the plan entailed, Molin preemptively answered for James. "You're declaring war on the poltergeist, aren't you?" James regarded Molin with a look of surprise. "How did you know?" It was indeed true. Everything had transpired an hour ago, and Molin was reliving the experience. Molin hastily shook his head, just a guess. Then Hugo began to curse, insisting Albus take him along, as the poltergeist had earlier referred to him as a walking mandrake and doused him with dragon dung fertilizer. Albus expressed disdain over Hugo's lack of spellcasting ability, prompting Hugo to draw his wand and utter a folding charm, which caused flames to erupt from the wand. As long as the magic is frightening. Who cares if the spell is correct, right? Hugo turned to Molin and remarked. This time, Molin did not laugh. He was deep in contemplation regarding the events that had unfolded, his confusion intensifying. It appeared that he had indeed inexplicably returned to an hour prior, experiencing the same events anew. But without a time turner, how is this possible? Chapter 21, Back to the Past. James had already handed dung bombs to Molin and Albus while briefing them on the plan. Albus would distract the poltergeist, James would launch a surprise attack with ghost glue, and Molin and Hugo would bombard it with dung bombs. "You will fail with this approach," Molin cautioned. "Not at all. The poltergeist is unaware of our intentions. Albus is quite skilled at diverting its attention." James dismissed Morin's concerns. Yet Molin was earnest in his interruption. "I may not know why, but the poltergeist is already aware of our plan. It will use a magical canvas to deceive us, waiting for us to take the bait, and in the end, we will find ourselves thoroughly outwitted." Recalling Hugo's earlier misadventures with paint and dung, Molin felt compelled to assist him. Otherwise, returning to the dormitory would be quite unpleasant due to the odor. Magical canvas? Where did the poltergeist acquire such a thing? "Molin, how do you know?" James queried, puzzled. "I saw the poltergeist working on a magical canvas when I visited the library at noon." Molin fabricated a lie, unable to explain how he had returned an hour prior. They likely wouldn't believe him, so he opted for this explanation instead. James nodded thoughtfully. "If what you say is true, then we need to devise a new plan from scratch. We know what to do." Molin, based on his previous experience, quickly restructured their strategy, to which James and Albus nodded in agreement. "Quite impressive. I never realized you were a prankster genius, Molin." James praised him. "Then it's settled," Albus declared eagerly. Leading the way, they arrived at the classroom where the poltergeist resided, and this time, Molin would attract its attention. Entering through the back door, he saw the poltergeist sketching an unattractive nautilus on the blackboard. Molin understood that the poltergeist he observed was merely an illusion created by the magical canvas, and the poltergeist depicted within would indeed move. "Hey, poltergeist, your unicorn is truly hideous," Molin remarked casually. "That's a griffin, you dolt." The poltergeist on the canvas turned, casting a mischievous glance at Molin, eager to prank anyone who entered. "Is it? Then your painting skills are atrocious," Molin lamented. The poltergeist's eyes darted around. It was behind the canvas and could see Molin, its gaze falling upon a bucket of paint as it contemplated how to douse Molin in it. Suddenly, Molin hurled a Peruvian smoke bomb forward. Thick smoke billowed, separating Molin from the poltergeist, as it shrieked in surprise and attempted to rush forward. James charged in from the front, deftly brandishing his wand. Seizing the moment when the poltergeist was distracted, the ghost glue was poured all over it. "What is this nonsense?" The poltergeist shrieked, attempting to float upwards, only to crash against the ceiling with a thud, rendering it dizzy. Though ghosts could typically pass through walls with ease, the ghost glue had rendered it corporeal, firmly adhering it to the ceiling. "Let us give you a dung bomb bath, poltergeist." Albus and Hugo hurled dung bombs at the poltergeist, now fully corporeal, covering it in the foul-smelling substance as it began to screech and curse incessantly. "The little rascal of the Potter family. I shall make you pay dearly." Peeves bellowed furiously. "Well, give it a try," James retorted, utterly unfazed by Peeves' threats. His long-standing rivalry with the poltergeist was not a recent affair. Molin shrugged, lacking any sympathy for Peeves' plight, for the mischief maker had often employed far more aggravating tactics when tormenting students. The ghostly glue would only bind him for 10 minutes. But Uncle George had concocted a special dung bomb designed specifically for Peeves, which would leave him reeking for 3 days. James proclaimed proudly to Molin. Peeves vented an array of vile insults from the ceiling, but his ire was in vain, as Molin and the others had already vacated the classroom. "I wish I had a camera to capture Peeves' appearance. It would make a splendid exhibit on the wall," Hugo remarked with satisfaction. As James and Albus departed, Molin felt compelled to clarify the recent events. Why had he suddenly returned to an hour prior? Hugo, you mentioned before that your mother used a time turner. What is the process of returning to the past? Morin inquired. Hugo hummed a cheerful tune as he walked, feeling quite pleased with his vengeance against Peeves. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems that when you return to the past, you encounter another version of yourself. Only when time reverts to its original course does the other self vanish. However, both selves cannot occupy the same space simultaneously, or else they might end up harming each other, or so my mother says. You see two versions of yourself? Are you certain? Morin furrowed his brow. Recalling how he had felt as though he had returned to the past, yet had not encountered another self. Rather, it felt like he had inhabited another version of his own body. What could that mean? I wouldn't know. I've never experienced a time turner. Why do you ask? Hugo queried. Puzzled, Morin shook his head, just a curiosity. He hesitated, contemplating whether to share his extraordinary experience with Hugo, but the matter was so fantastical that he found no evidence to explain what had transpired. Let's go. We must eat first, and then finish that essay on the dark magic of rabbit tails. I doubt I will ever find rabbits appealing again, Hugo lamented. Morin was plagued with numerous questions, recalling the recent report in the Daily Prophet about the Ministry of Mysteries being breached and the theft of a time turner, which left him feeling a twinge of unease. The first day at Hogwarts was rather dull. Aside from the relatively easy charms class, the other subjects were dismal, particularly Muggle studies and defense against the dark arts, which few could genuinely enjoy. After dinner, they claimed a spot at the long table in the common room to begin their homework, stifling yawns as they trudged through the tedious assignment before finally retiring to bed. That fellow hasn't returned yet. How peculiar. It's quite late, Hugo remarked, glancing at the empty bed of sweet. Morin sat by the window, gazing at the nightscape of Hogwarts, where flickering lights illuminated the desolate Quidditch pitch and distant owls hooted softly. I hope tomorrow's classes prove more engaging, Morin mused. Chapter 22, History of Magic and Herbology. Morin had thought that Professor Francis' defense against the dark arts class was the most tedious of all, but he soon discovered there existed an even more soporific course. Professor Binns, the ghostly instructor of history of magic, spoke in such a dry and monotonous tone that it resembled a lullaby, successfully putting many first years to sleep on the very first day. Do you think he even remembers that he's dead? Lily inquired, observing the transparent Professor Binns at the lectern. This class was taught by a ghost, who differed from others in that, while they preferred to glide through walls, he solemnly opened doors as if maintaining decorum. Who knows? They say Professor Binns is the longest-serving professor at Hogwarts, the most qualified and the oldest. He should have considerable experience teaching this subject, Morin asserted. Hugo, sitting nearby, was gently snoring, having succumbed to slumber. It is well known that the evolution of magical history has propelled the wizarding world forward, encompassing many eras with diverse backgrounds. The period from 1300 to 1470 in wizarding history is referred to as the Age of Eternal Magic, during which numerous great pioneers emerged, all exploring the mysteries of death, striving to unravel and conquer it. Notable figures include the legendary French alchemist Nicolas Flamel, who created the Philosopher's Stone, and the so-called Messenger of Death, Rascach, who crafted the stone archway connecting the living and the afterlife, along with the soul magician Durand, who invented the magic of soul preservation, and the ancient Egyptian sorcerers who devised the mummification spells. We discussed these topics last semester, so today we shall continue to evaluate the magical civilization birth during the Age of Eternal Magic. Professor Binns delivered a lengthy discourse filled with esoteric concepts, and as it was the first class, everyone diligently took notes. However, the final statement left many in astonishment. Lily raised her hand and said, "Professor, we are first years. We haven't attended classes last semester." Professor Binns lifted his gaze, scanning the room with a perplexed expression before it dawned upon him. Ah yes, I had forgotten. This is fourth-year material, and you are first years. You should start with the origins of wizardry. I must have taken the wrong lesson plan. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances at their notes, realizing that Professor Binns had wasted their time with irrelevant information, and they had taken it all down so earnestly. The professor then proceeded to recount the origins of magic, stating that the first individual to discover magic was named Ond, who, while wandering through a forest, encountered a black dragon. Ond picked up a branch to battle the dragon, but he was no match for it. Just as the dragon was about to devour Ond, a strand of unicorn hair fell upon the branch he wielded. In a moment of desperation, Ond uttered a phrase, and the branch emitted a radiant light, vanquishing the dragon. Having survived, Ond studied the peculiar interaction between the unicorn hair and the branch, ultimately inventing the first wand, marking the genesis of magic itself. The origin of the wand is rather haphazard, Lily exclaimed, gazing at her wand in disbelief. finding it hard to fathom that the first wand and the inaugural spell came about in such a manner. What do you expect? Are you suggesting that our wands were invented like the Elder Wand, crafted from the bones of death? That is merely a tale of three brothers, Molin responded. His grandfather had shared the story of the three brothers and the origins of the Deathly Hallows, including the most powerful wand in existence. Children born into wizarding families were familiar with such tales. Lily flipped through her book and asked, so, the phrase uttered by Mr. On must be the first spell in the history of magic. The book does not mention what it was. Perhaps it was something like freeze the 3 feet. Hugo quipped mischievously. Oh, be quiet, Lily retorted. Professor Binns did not disclose what the spell was. He had begun to narrate how Mr. On used the wand to conjure fire, which, due to poor control, resulted in a forest fire. Yet, the class appeared utterly disinterested, even when a fire-resistant plant was discovered amid the blaze. It seemed to evoke little excitement among the students. Professor Francis of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class may have a voice that rivals that of Professor Binns. Yet, unlike Binns, no one dares to doze off during his lectures. The palpable reverence and fear of death instills a sense of seriousness among the students. In contrast, Professor Binns merely reads from the textbook, posing no questions and creating an atmosphere devoid of concern, which naturally leads to a degree of complacency among the students. If one were to inquire about the class that Molin anticipated the most, it would undoubtedly be herbology, for the instructor is none other than Professor Longbottom, a legendary figure in the wizarding world who, 21 years prior, extracted the sword of Gryffindor from the Sorting Hat and vanquished one of Voldemort's Horcruxes during the battle. All the first-year students eagerly look forward to his lessons. Even those of Muggle heritage have heard numerous tales of bravery surrounding Professor Neville Longbottom and are eager to learn more about this courageous figure. Neville, tall and slender with a somewhat pallid complexion, stands before them, his robes stained with soil, nervously clutching a bucket of water and eyeing the new students. Hello, everyone. I am your herbology teacher. You may refer to me as Professor Longbottom, he announces, his voice lacking in confidence and his smile appearing somewhat forced. Neville tends to feel anxious in the presence of newcomers. Hugo whispers quietly. Shush, Hugo. We are to address him as Professor Longbottom while at school. Lily interjects. Casting a disapproving glance at Hugo, Neville retrieves a student roster from his pocket. We will be heading to the 5th greenhouse shortly, where you will begin your studies with the most fundamental herbs. I will call the roll first. The herbology class is shared with the students of Slytherin, and Molin spots the detestable face of Caro within the crowd, who is whispering derogatory remarks about Neville to his classmates while occasionally snickering derisively. All Gryffindor students are present. Splendid. Now on to the Slytherin students. Nuffinamon, present, good. Caro Lestrange. Neville pauses momentarily, furrowing his brow upon reaching this name. Caro languidly raises his hand here. Professor Longbottom. Neville fixes his gaze on Caro, a peculiar flicker of emotion surfacing in his eyes. Does Professor Longbottom know Caro? Molin muses, noting Neville's unease. Hugo, equally puzzled, remarks, that's impossible. He knows me and Lily as well, and he didn't say much during roll call. Lily hesitates briefly before whispering, Caro aunt is Bellatrix. I heard from my father that Professor Longbottom's parents were driven into St. Mungo's by Death Eaters, including Bellatrix. Molin stares incredulously at Neville, and then at the sneering Caro, finally understanding the reason for Neville's pause at Caro name. What's wrong? Is there an issue with my name? Caro drawls in a most irritating tone, adding Professor. Neville takes a deep breath and shakes his head. No, next, Silas Clinton. He proceeds to finish the roll call before leading everyone towards the greenhouse. Caro deliberately lingers at the back, distancing himself from Neville, whispering something to his peers that elicits a chorus of laughter. He's definitely mocking Uncle Neville's parents, that filthy scoundrel. Hugo grits his teeth in anger. Chapter 23, Herbology. St. Mungo's really takes in everyone, even fools. I heard one of us has a fool for a parent at ST. Mungo's, how tragic, Caro sneers. Hugo draws his wand, ready to confront Caro, but Lily restrains him, preventing an impulsive reaction. Let me handle him, Hugo whispers. Don't act rashly. He didn't name anyone specifically. Are you really going to attack him just because he mentioned fools at St. Mungo's? This isn't the same as yesterday, Lily replies sternly. I don't care. It's clear to anyone with common sense what he meant. Hugo retorts. Molin shakes his head. Not everyone knows about Professor Longbottom as parents. If we retaliate, and the professor asks why, are we to say we were avenging his parents? Of course we are, Hugo declares without hesitation. But then everyone will know about the professor's parents being at St. Mungo's more encounters. Realizing Morin's point holds weight, Hugo reluctantly sheathes his wand, glaring back at Caro, who continues to cackle loudly. He will pay for his words one day. As they enter the greenhouse, a pungent odor of unicorn dung fills the air, somewhat overwhelming. The students gaze curiously at Neville, who feels uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many unfamiliar faces. Despite having taught at Hogwarts for several years, he still experiences nerves at the beginning of each term when addressing new students. Now let's commence our lesson, Neville begins, but is abruptly interrupted by a first-year Gryffindor raising their hand. Neville blinks in surprise, consulting the roster. You are Carl, correct? Do you have a question? Professor, I heard you played a crucial role in the Battle of Hogwarts 21 years ago. Is that true? Carl inquires excitedly. Neville stammers, accustomed to being asked this question every year since he began teaching, yet still feeling unprepared. Well, how should I put this? Harry played a pivotal role. I merely severed a snake's head, Neville mumbles. But that snake represented Voldemort himself, did it not? Without that head being severed, Voldemort could not have been defeated. As the books say, correct? Another Gryffindor girl interjects. That is indeed the case, but it was 21 years ago and not pertinent to our lesson, Neville responds. How did you extract the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat? Did the sorting hat tell you the incantation, or does it conceal a hidden space? I heard there is an extension charm that can achieve this, another brown-haired boy, Shelley, eagerly asks. Neville hesitates before replying, I really don't know. The sword just appeared in the hat. You don't know? Does that mean anyone could pull the sword out? So, you're saying you're not special, just lucky? Right, Professor? Caro chimes in loudly. Neville finds himself at a loss for words. Caro's tone is disrespectful, seemingly intended to undermine him. The sword of Gryffindor can only be wielded by a true Gryffindor. Caro, Professor Longbottom is a Gryffindor, and you are not. Hence you would be unable to pull it out. I sincerely wish you would read more, Molin retorts bluntly. Many of the first-year Gryffindors appear unaware of this fact. Not everyone, like Molin, has read extensively about the Battle of Hogwarts from 21 years ago. Upon hearing Morin's assertion that only a Gryffindor can extract the sword, excitement ripples through the crowd. Meanwhile, the Slytherins display their disdain. Caro glares at Molin, scoffing. Only Gryffindors can pull out the sword? Do not tell me that you have drawn the sword as well, Molin. I did not see any Gryffindor struck by the sword from the sorting hat during the ceremony the day before yesterday. Molin replied, That is because the dark times have long since passed. There is no need for Gryffindor's sword to administer justice. Do you understand? I assure you, should any ambitious dark wizard dare to cast their eyes upon Hogwarts, Gryffindor's sword shall emerge from the sorting hat. You are well aware of how that ambitious number 1 Death Eater met his demise, are you not? You are courting death. Carlo's thin lips curled in disdain, fully comprehending Morin's insinuation. The members of the Lestrange family, like those of the Malfoy lineage, had been indoctrinated with their family's beliefs from a young age, supporting Voldemort's ideology that pure-blood wizards were supreme. His aunt was none other than the infamous Death Eater Bellatrix, a fact that Carlo had always taken pride in. Morin's words felt like a slap across his face, igniting his fury. Is that so? Try it, Morin stated calmly. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Neither Slytherin nor Gryffindor students dared to utter a word. The Gryffindor first years stood tall, emboldened by their house's pivotal role in the battle 21 years prior. Conversely, Slytherin students harbored animosity towards Gryffindor, many of them believing that only pure-blood wizards were true wizards. Enough of this commotion. This is herbology class, not history of magic. If you wish to learn about events from 21 years ago, you should consult your magical texts. Let us commence with our lesson. Neville interrupted the silence. My apologies, Professor. Molin responded contritely. The students finally regained their composure and ceased to dwell on the matter, though Molin was acutely aware that a rift had formed between himself and Carlo. However, he had never been one to shy away from confrontation. That was quite the spectacle, mate. Did you see Carlo's expression? He looked as though he had just consumed a foul sock. Hugo remarked, giving Molin a thumbs up. What era are we in? He still thinks his pure-blood status holds any significance. I, too, am of pure-blood lineage. Did I say anything? Lily scoffed. Hugo chuckled, and Molin refrained from commenting. As they too hailed from wizarding families, but did not consider Muggle-born wizards to be inferior. All were at Hogwarts to learn magic. The notion of superiority was utterly preposterous. Nevertheless, you two ought to exercise caution. I have heard that Bellatrix was defeated by your grandmother, Mrs. Weasley. Is that not so? Molin remarked. Rest assured, he would not dare to act against us at school. Over the past 21 years, those pure-blood wizarding families that once supported Voldemort have become rather discreet. Unless they can find another Dark Lord to pledge their allegiance to, they cannot instigate any trouble. Even if they did, it would only lead to their own downfall. My point being, Lily's father is still around, is he not? Hugo said nonchalantly. However, Molin did not perceive the situation as so straightforward. Perhaps Harry possessed remarkable magical prowess. But his victory over Voldemort was aided by Dumbledore's guidance and the unique connection between Harry and Voldemort. Should another Dark Lord arise, it would not be a mere, trifling matter. It would be wise to refrain from such thoughts. Molin shook his head. Chapter 24. The Writhing Root. Neville appeared somewhat anxious. Yet when he began the lesson, he transformed into a different person, exuding confidence and a wealth of knowledge regarding herbology. Professor Theodore informed me that you first years would require the writhing root during your initial week of classes, so I shall elucidate its properties today. The writhing root is a most extraordinary plant. If its growing conditions do not align with its preferences, it will attempt to escape. Therefore, you must handle it with utmost care. Neville showcased the writhing root, cultivated in pots, each encased in glass to prevent their escape. The writhing roots were a mere inch in length, adorned with 2 green leaves. As Neville approached one pot, the plant suddenly folded its leaves and swiftly burrowed into the soil, disappearing from sight. It is rather shy and possesses a strong instinct for self-preservation, Neville explained, donning gloves. To attract it, you must use unicorn dung as fertilizer. It has a particular fondness for it. Neville picked up a small trowel, scooped some fertilizer, opened the glass cover, and piled it atop the pot. Soon, the writhing root emerged from within the fertilizer, stretching out its leaves once more. Neville quickly grasped the plant's leaves and pulled it out. Do you see those tubers among the roots? This little bulb is what we will utilize in herbology class. Now, who can tell me the function of these tubers? Neville inquired. No hands were raised. It was evident that few had prepared for the lesson. Neville appeared somewhat disheartened. I had hoped you would have read the textbook before class. Back in my day, there was a girl who would always prepare, knowing everything. He's talking about my mother, Hugo whispered proudly, then remembered something and grimaced, and perhaps rose as well. Carlo, from the crowd, interjected, Professor Longbottom, why must we know the purpose of these worm-like plants? Upon recognizing Carlo's query, Neville's gaze faltered momentarily, seemingly caught off guard. He hesitated, pondering how to respond, when Molin interjected, because this is herbology class. Carlo, if you are to attend herbology, you must understand what the writhing root is. Otherwise, you might as well not attend and return home this instant. Indeed, you could study your magical knowledge at home. Otherwise, what is the point of being here? To entertain us? Lily chimed in. Carlo was momentarily taken aback, glaring at Molin and Lily, but they stood their ground, unflinching in their gaze. Carlo had intended to mock Neville in herbology, yet Morin's repeated interruptions had thoroughly vexed him. Neville nodded, finally finding the words to counter Carlo's challenge, stating, he is correct, knowledge of the writhing root may appear on the end-of-term exam. Remember this, and refrain from asking such foolish questions in the future. Neville cast an appreciative glance at Molin and Lily before continuing to explain the uses of writhing root tubers, noting their extensive applications, the most common being in the preparation of healing potions and tracking potions. The former was designed for treating wounds, while the latter was used for tracing scents. Neville instructed the students to each select a pot of writhing root, loosening the soil and applying fertilizer, resulting in everyone reeking of unicorn dung. At the end of class, Neville handed out a specially crafted freshener to each student. These fresheners are also made from the writhing root tubers. They will absorb the scent of unicorn dung, so you won't carry any foul odors when you attend your next class, Neville kindly explained. Thank goodness. This is truly a marvelous item, Hugo exclaimed, spraying himself generously. The potions class instructor was Professor Theodore, a man with brown hair and black-rimmed glasses, who appeared remarkably spirited and humorous, making even the typically daunting subject of potions seem less dreadful. My father said he used to despise potions class. He must not have encountered Professor Theodore, Hugo remarked. I think potions might just become my second favorite subject. Hugo was diligently stirring in his cauldron, tasked with concocting a rudimentary healing potion for minor wounds, a remedy particularly effective for slight abrasions, with a straightforward preparation process. He cast a glance at Molin and Lily's cauldron, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, why is yours green, while mine is red?" Morin's response was interrupted as suddenly a burst of flames erupted from Hugo's cauldron, accompanied by a cloud of thick smoke. Molin gasped, quickly stepping aside. You've made a mistake in your procedure. Hugo's eyelashes were singed away in the process. Are you competing with the flames? Lily scolded, her annoyance palpable as the ash from the smoke fell into her cauldron, turning her potion a crimson hue. Hugo stuck out his tongue in an attempt to flick the ash from his clothing, only to have it splatter into Morin's cauldron, transforming his mixture to red as well. You've utterly defeated me, Molin said, shaking his head in resignation. It was needless to say that none of the trio would be receiving any marks for their class that day. Professor Theodore instructed them to find time to retry brewing the healing potion due next week, upon returning to the Gryffindor common room after dinner. They found many whispering amongst themselves, discussing a particular matter. Nelson, the head of Gryffindor, had gathered all the first years together, solemnly inquiring, "Did anyone see a student named Light Mosby yesterday afternoon?" "Who is Light Mosby?" Morn asked. "He's also a freshman, but from Hufflepuff. He didn't return to the dormitory last night, nor attend class this morning. Now, the head of Hufflepuff is searching for him and has asked me to inquire if any of you have seen the missing student," Nelson explained gravely. "Missing?" The first years exchanged bewildered glances. How could someone disappear on the very first day of school? "When did he go missing?" Lily asked. "One cannot say he is truly missing. He likely got lost or something. He skipped the last 2 classes yesterday afternoon, and Gryffindor did not have classes during that time, did we?" Nelson continued. "Did anyone see where he went?" The schedules for the 4 houses were staggered, and Hufflepuff had classes during the last 2 periods while Gryffindor did not. Everyone shook their heads. Being the first day of school, they were still unfamiliar with one another. Even if someone had gone missing, the first year's Woon-T have particularly noticed. Especially since Light Mosby was from Hufflepuff, they hadn't even recognized all their own Gryffindor peers, let alone a student from another house. "If any of you happen to see Mosby, please inform me. Until you familiarize yourselves with Hogwarts, refrain from wandering too much. Getting lost could be quite troublesome," Nelson advised before departing. Morin fell into contemplation. He had been absent from classes yesterday afternoon when the student had gone missing. Chapter 25. The Sudden Appearance on the Map. During the time they had no classes yesterday afternoon, Morin, Hugo, and their companions had been dealing with Peeves and had not seen the so-called Light Mosby. However, something peculiar had occurred with Morin. Inexplicably, he had found himself returned to an hour prior. It must have been a coincidence, and Morin did not connect these 2 events. Still puzzled as to why he had traveled back in time. Nonetheless, there was evidently a straightforward method for locating someone at Hogwarts. He found James in a corner of the common room, tinkering with magical gadgets, currently peddling his quick escape sweets. "James, could I borrow your Marauder's map to see where the missing Mosby might be?" Morin whispered. James shrugged, responding, "Why do I want to find him? Freshmen are always wandering about. He might have gotten lost in some lavatory, ensnared by the crying Myrtle in a locked stall. Nelson is overreacting. I bet by afternoon or evening, he'll stumble back to the Hufflepuff common room. Please, just for 5 minutes. If he's in the school, we should be able to find him on the map," Morin insisted. James retrieved the Marauder's map, moving to a secluded spot, tapping it with his wand while murmuring, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." The ink on the map swiftly began to materialize, outlining the structure of Hogwarts Castle, with numerous dots representing students and ghosts. "Just find him yourself. Return it once you're done," James said, scampering back to resume his sales of magical antics. Morin began searching through the names one by one, a challenging endeavor given that there were over 1,000 students and staff at Hogwarts. The dots on the map were in constant motion. Sometimes, after searching the 2nd floor, Morin would find more people congregating there, necessitating a fresh search. After a considerable time, he still hadn't found Light Mosby's name on the map, but he did see a student named Barney Mosby in the Ravenclaw common room. With so many names crowded on a single page, how could he locate a specific individual? Morin ran back to ask James. James replied, "Uncle George modified the Marauder's map, applying a searching charm. Just point your wand at the map and call out the name." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Morin exclaimed, seizing the map and calling out, "Light Mosby." However, the map remained still. He then shouted, "Hugo Weasley." Immediately, Hugo's name expanded, indicating he was in the Gryffindor Tower, taking a nap. Hugo could be located, but not Light Mosby. Could it be he had left the school? Morin pondered, but it was quite difficult for students to leave Hogwarts without permission. As the castle was fortified with strong defenses, no one could simply fly out on a broomstick or apparate in, and students could not exit without consent. As he aimlessly scanned the names on the Marauder's map, he suddenly noticed someone departing the Gryffindor Tower. Swickley, his somewhat aloof roommate, who had only spoken to Morin once, warning him to be careful. Was he heading to the library again? Morin mused, considering it was midday, and most were chatting in the common room, while a select few were in the library. Swickley was moving along the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, traversing through empty classrooms on the 7th floor, and then he paused at a staircase. What would he be doing there? Had he forgotten the staircase's changing pattern? Morin stared at Swickley on the map, puzzled. The staircases at Hogwarts change at different times, following a set pattern. According to the timetable posted on the wall of the Gryffindor common room, the staircase Swickley occupied would lead to the 5th floor for another 2 hours. To reach the 5th floor, he would need to take a different staircase. 10 minutes passed before Morin realized he had been fixated on Swickley for far too long. Just as he was beginning to think this was rather foolish, another figure inexplicably appeared in the corridor on the 7th floor. "Light Mosby." Morin's eyes widened in astonishment. He could scarcely believe that Moresby had unexpectedly materialized in the corridor on the 7th floor. It was worth noting that during the 10 minutes Morin had been fixated on Swit, only 2 students had traversed the corridor, and subsequently, Swit had been the sole occupant waiting at the staircase. But how had Moresby suddenly appeared in the corridor on the 7th floor? The distance between Swit and Moresby was considerable, and shortly after Moresby's arrival, Swit had abruptly departed, yet he did not approach Moresby. Instead, he veered towards the opposite staircase, descended to the 6th floor, and then took a circuitous route to the library. What on earth was happening? Morin was perplexed. He initially suspected a connection between Moresby's appearance and Swit, but it seemed that Swit was oblivious to Moresby's presence, leaving on his own accord. Meanwhile, Moresby soon commenced moving, taking a long detour towards the Hufflepuff common room in the basement. The Hufflepuff common room was located in the depths of the castle. While Moresby had manifested on the 7th floor, surely he couldn't have taken a wrong turn. The more Morin pondered, the more bewildering it became. Even if he had taken a wrong turn, there would have been a process involved. Yet, Moresby had appeared so abruptly in the corridor on the 7th floor, which was utterly baffling. After much contemplation, Morin remained unable to comprehend the situation, ultimately returning the Marauder's map to James. During the afternoon transfiguration class, the Gryffindor students happened to be attending alongside their Hufflepuff counterparts. In the course of the lesson, Morin overheard Hufflepuff students discussing Moresby's circumstances. Has the lost lamb returned? Hugo inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Lily had already gleaned information from a Hufflepuff first year on the other side, and quietly remarked, the boy named Moresby has indeed returned. But it appears he has no recollection of where he has been. His memories from yesterday afternoon to this noon are absent. He is currently in the hospital wing, being cared for by Madame Pomfrey. Amnesia? Morin exclaimed in surprise. He recounted the incident with the Marauder's map at noon to Hugo and Lily. So, you're suggesting Swit kidnapped him and then altered his memory? Goodness, we have a kidnapper in our dormitory, which is quite unsettling. Hugo discreetly glanced towards the back corner of the classroom where Swit sat engrossed in a book. Don't overthink it. At that time, he was at a considerable distance from Moresby, and they had no interaction. There's no evidence implicating him, Morin stated. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake the feeling that Swit was somewhat peculiar. Chapter 26, Animagus. The Marauder's map is infallible, currently. The only individuals aware of how Moresby appeared are likely Morin and his 2 companions. Yet even Morin cannot elucidate how Moresby suddenly manifested on the map. Do you think there could be a secret passage? Hugo speculated. Morin shook his head. I discovered several secret passages in Hogwarts yesterday on the map, but there are none on the 7th floor. Lily, resting her chin on her hand, furrowed her brow in deep thought. What's on your mind, Lily? Are you contemplating how to compel Swit to reveal the truth? Hugo queried. No. I recall my father mentioning that there is a room of requirement on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, and individuals entering the room of requirement do not appear on the map, Lily explained, subsequently elaborating on what the room of requirement entailed. Hugo vehemently refuted, that's impossible. My parents said the room of requirement was destroyed as it was engulfed by a formidable black magical fire, and it has never been usable since. They merely stated that the fire consumed everything. They did not say it could not be used. Wake up. The room of requirement is not so easily destroyed. It can alter its form to meet any demand, and perhaps it can also adapt to withstand fierce flames, Lily countered. However, Moresby's location was on the 7th floor, not the 8th, Moore interjected. Both Hugo and Lily were equally intrigued by the matter, but regrettably, they still had to attend Transfiguration class. The Transfiguration class was taught by Professor Kane, a balding old man, which reminded Morin of his grandfather, Alton. The most fundamental magic for wizards is the Transfiguration spell, which transforms one object into another, requiring a certain level of skill. When casting the spell, you must consider 3 essential elements: the incantation, the movements, and the concept of transformation. This is crucial, Professor Kane declared, waving his wand to transform a book into an owl, which emitted 2 sharp hoots. Professor Kane continued, the pinnacle of transfiguration is transforming a human, such as turning a person into a fox. This represents a highly advanced form of transfiguration, which is beyond your current capabilities. Just being able to transform a match into a needle is an accomplishment at your age. Hugo gazed in awe at the owl perched on the podium, whispering, I must learn this spell. Then I can casually pick up a stone and turn it into an owl to deliver messages. Don't get ahead of yourself. The magic will wear off. You certainly wouldn't want your owl to revert to a stone mid-flight and crash down upon your head, Morin cautioned. At that moment, someone in the classroom abruptly raised their hand. Do you have a question? Professor Kane inquired. Everyone turned to see that the hand belonged to Swit. seated in the furthest corner of the room. Professor, may I ask what the difference is between turning a person into an animal and being an animagus? Swit asked. He finally spoke. I thought he was mute. Hugo whispered, then turned to Molin. What does animagus mean? Don't you know? It refers to a person who can transform into an animal at will, Molin quietly explained. Professor Kane gestured for Swit to take his seat before continuing. This student's question is quite interesting. I say interesting because it is a point of knowledge. In higher years, you will need to distinguish the difference between transforming a person into an animal and being an animagus. There are 9 angles from which to elaborate on this distinction, and seasoned wizards can discern the difference with ease. As Professor Kane strolled around the classroom, he added, these are concepts you will learn in due course. For now, I will provide you with a brief overview. Whether transforming another into an animal or transforming oneself is quite challenging. When a wizard uses their wand to turn someone into an animal, it is akin to casting a spell upon another. We know that magic cast will eventually wear off. So after a while, the spell will be lifted, and the person will revert to their original form. The risk is minimal, and there's no need to worry about being permanently transformed into an animal. By the way, wizards can resist others' magic. Trying to turn another wizard into an animal is quite difficult unless your magical powers far exceed theirs, as in my case compared to you. Professor Kane approached Hugo, casually tapping his wand against Hugo's right hand, which instantly transformed into an eagle's wing, adorned with vibrant feathers. Wow, cool. Can I fly? Hugo exclaimed, eyes sparkling as he gazed at his feathered hand, feeling that this magic was utterly incredible. He yearned for Professor Kane to transform his left hand into a wing as well, eager to flap it and see if he could take flight. However, Professor Kane smiled and said, if I were to transform your entire self into an eagle, you might be able to fly for a while. But as teachers, we generally refrain from turning students completely into animals, for should the magic dissipate mid-flight, you would plummet from the sky. I'm certain you wouldn't wish to witness such an outcome. Falling from the sky is an uncomfortable experience, and you might even lose your life. Professor Kane waved his wand once more, restoring Hugo's hand to its normal state. He continued, in contrast, transforming oneself into an animal is a far more arduous endeavor, demanding a greater level of skill. The practice of becoming an animagus carries significant risks. Upon transformation, one may adopt the thought processes of the animal, leading to a potential loss of self. Should one forget their human identity, reverting to their original form may become impossible. Unlike spells cast upon others, the magic performed on oneself remains effective until death, rendering it fundamentally different. If one fails to revert, and others are unaware of their transformation, they may be doomed to live out their days in animal form. For safety reasons, the Ministry of Magic mandates that all witches and wizards studying to become animagi register their transformed characteristics, so that in the event of an incident, they can be located and restored based on these traits. It is unwise to pursue animagus transformation without proper registration, no matter how alluring it may seem. The new students nodded in a mix of understanding and confusion, despite Professor Kane's serious warnings about the potential consequences of becoming an animagus. Their curiosity about the arcane arts remained undiminished. I find the idea of becoming an animagus quite appealing. I wish to transform into a Norwegian ridgeback, Hugo exclaimed eagerly. The thought of becoming a magnificent dragon seemed undeniably impressive. Forget it. Have you forgotten about Peter Pettigrew? I've heard he was relentlessly pursued by Crookshanks when he transformed into a rat. If you were to become a Norwegian ridgeback, who knows when Ollivander might find you? Skinned and stripped of your nerves for wand making, Lily remarked, dousing Hugo's enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. That wand would undoubtedly be immensely powerful, Hugo replied optimistically. Perhaps even stronger than the Elder Wand. You would revert to your human form upon death. The professor just mentioned that magic ceases to operate once a person dies. So you would miss the opportunity to create a wand. All you'd get from Ollivander would be a simple, oh sorry, wrong kill, kid, Morin interjected. Hugo rolled his eyes. Such a demise certainly seemed most unfortunate. Chapter 27, Astronomy. The entire class listened intently as Professor Kane animatedly expounded upon the intricacies of animal transformation, while only Sweet was busily jotting down notes, piquing Morin's curiosity. Animagus transformation was a topic reserved for upper years, and Professor Kane had clearly stated that this was knowledge for the future, merely to be understood. Yet, why was Sweet taking notes? Surely he did not intend to study to become an animagus? What could he possibly want to transform into? A silent snail? Hugo whispered. Hugo, it's rather impolite to speak of others in such a manner, Lily admonished. Shrugging, Hugo replied. He certainly gives off an air of mystery. Morin, not dwelling on it further, began practicing turning a matchstick into a needle with his wand. The lesson on transformation was both fascinating and challenging, aside from Hugo's repeated ignitions of his matchsticks. The class proceeded smoothly. Molin excelled in his magical studies, a talent innate to him. He could master a spell with scarcely 3 attempts, earning the envy of his classmates. "You truly are a scholar. My mother would be thrilled to know there's a prodigy in my dorm," Hugo sighed, resting his chin in his hand, gazing at his 18th charred matchstick. Then a thought struck him, and with a grin he said, "But this also means I won't have to worry about my class assignments. That's a rather nice thought." Time flew during their magical studies as the students embarked on their initial attempts at magic. Their interest peaked. Apart from the ever-present threat of death in defense against the dark arts and the lullaby-like lectures of history of magic, the other subjects were quite palatable. However, Molin struggled immensely in 2 classes, one of which was Muggle Studies. Unsurprisingly, both he and Hugo failed the first quiz in that class, necessitating their attendance. Professor Charles, the instructor for Muggle Studies, was a genteel gentleman well-versed in the myriad ways of Muggle life. From attire to transportation, he spoke with ease. Yet many students from wizarding families displayed little interest in Muggles. Why must we know the difference between a television and a computer? How does it concern us whether a computer can be used for heating? I don't understand why Muggles would use a computer for warmth. Can't they just whip out their wands and conjure a fire? Hugo complained as they made their way to the dining hall. Is a computer actually used for heating? Molin asked, astonished. I thought Muggle computers were for doing laundry. A computer is indeed for heating. I distinctly remember Professor Charles saying it might be on the exam. Hugo insisted with certainty. Is that so? I suppose I'll need to revise my notes, Molin remarked, equally perplexed by the Muggle studies content. Having grown up in a wizarding household made understanding Muggle lifestyles exceedingly challenging. Molin also struggled in another class, astronomy. Wizards study the heavens primarily because many significant events can be foretold through the movements of planets and stars. A conjunction of Venus, the Sun, and the Moon at a 45-degree angle may herald an earthquake in some corner of the world. A 90-degree alignment of Mars, the Sun, and Jupiter will predict a volcanic eruption in a specific location. When Mercury and Pluto align in Sagittarius, a flood will engulf a part of the world. These phenomena bear omens, and it is the responsibility of wizards to ascertain the precise locations of natural disasters based on these celestial alignments, thereby alerting the populace. We wizards have a dedicated department for predicting natural disasters. Every Tuesday and Thursday at 7 o'clock, you can tune into the radio, the astronomy professor, Sinistra, announced, setting a dragon-hide radio upon the central table of the tower. Tapping it with her wand, she declared Sagittarius. Moments later, she explained, the spell for the star forecast channel is tied to meteor showers. The constellation currently witnessing a meteor shower is the one to which the spell corresponds. For instance, last month's spell was Andromeda. Soon, a light, cheerful voice emanated from the radio. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our timely broadcast. With Wizarding Star Forecasts, you'll know of impending disasters in advance. I am Astrologer Neptune, and I am Astrologer Jupiter, chimed in a sweet-voiced woman. Neptune continued, tonight's weather is clear, making for an excellent night to observe the stars. So, Miss Jupiter, what insights do you glean from today's celestial changes? The witch named Jupiter replied, we initially anticipated the impact of the Jupiter meteor on Jupiter's moon, Europa, next Sunday. However, it occurred last night ahead of schedule. The deviation of the Jupiter meteor forms a 39-degree angle with the Sun, and through analysis with the wizarding astronomy, Lu theorem, we can predict a violent underwater volcanic eruption in the Pacific Ocean, devastating the ecology of a remote island. Fortunately, this disaster is far from us, so there is no need for concern. What you should be wary of is the hail expected in 2 minutes, which will blanket the eastern mountain range in the direction of Hogwarts, though it won't last long, so do remember to take precautions. Professor Sinistra promptly instructed everyone, please head to the lower floor of the tower to avoid the hail. The freshers, particularly Hugo and Molin, exchanged skeptical glances. Can they really be so precise to within 2 minutes? I have my doubts, Molin murmured. Molin remarked that, in his eyes, the stars scattered across the sky appeared indistinguishable, mere luminous dots devoid of any discernible difference. I, too, find it hard to believe. However, should this forecast prove accurate, I shall diligently study the heavens, perhaps even foreseeing the arrival of my own good fortune. Hugo lagged behind, moving at a leisurely pace. As they approached the staircase leading to the tower, Hugo suddenly clutched his head and cried out, "Who hit me?" "Hail," Lily replied. More hailstones began to pelt down, prompting Hugo to shout and rush inside, while Molin stood at the staircase, astonished, watching the hail bounce chaotically on the ground. An ominous cloud had drifted in from nowhere, obscuring the moon. Surely this hail could be conjured by magic? Moore mumbled. Don't be foolish. The weather at Hogwarts is impervious to magical interference. Whatever the weather outside, Hogwarts remains unaffected. No wizard can summon snow or rain above its grounds. Lily appeared to possess a wealth of knowledge. Rubbing his head, Hugo grimaced, I detest hail. The hailstorm lasted merely 5 minutes before the clouds dissipated, allowing the stars and moon to re-emerge. During the subsequent astronomy class, Professor Sinistra instructed the students on how to identify the constellations and tasked them with recording the stars they observed in their constellation charts. Holding a telescope, Molin found, for reasons unbeknownst to him, that the stars always appeared inexplicably misaligned. Following the professor's guidance, he mistakenly recorded Venus, the brightest star, in the position designated for Mars. You are the only one in the class to make such an error. Cannot you recognize the brightest star? Professor Sinistra expressed her displeasure upon noticing Morin's mistake while guiding the students through their constellation charts. But I see Venus in that position, Morin insisted, confident he was not mistaken. He even borrowed Lily and Hugo's brass telescope to double-check, utterly convinced. Hey, brother, how could you confuse Venus with Jupiter? Even I know where Venus is, Hugo whispered. I have no idea, Morin replied, utterly perplexed. Chapter 28, A Catastrophe in Astronomy. Professor Sinistra informed all the freshmen on how to distinguish the 9 planets, a fundamental aspect of astronomical knowledge that everyone was expected to master. Toby, a Muggle-born student, raised his hand and said, Professor, what I learned previously is everyone says is that Muggles now only recognize 8 planets. Oh, Muggles. Professor Sinistra scolded. Toby, you must understand that Muggles define planets differently than wizards. They do not believe in planetary divination and lack comprehension of the interrelations between planetary movements and societal culture. Thus, you must separate Muggle concepts from your understanding. Remember, you are now a wizard. Now, hurry and complete your constellation charts. They're due before class ends. However, for Morin, the astronomy lesson had devolved into a veritable disaster. Walker, that is Mercury's position. Why did you fill in Jupiter? This is Pluto's position, not Saturn. Saturn has a ring. How could you misidentify that? This is the position of Sirius, not Uranus. Frankly, Morin Walker, is your comprehension of the stars truly so lacking? It's merely 9 basic planets. You cannot have failed to learn them after a whole night. Professor Sinistra spent the evening critiquing Morin's constellation chart. Not out of malice, but because every planet he had recorded was incorrect. What is wrong with you? You excel in charms and transfiguration. How can you not grasp the positions of just 9 planets? I figured out in 20 minutes. It's really not that difficult, Hugo observed, looking at Morin with curiosity. I observe the night sky, according to the characteristics of the 9 planets, as described in the book. The positions I see are simply that way, Morin struggled to explain. The book stated that Saturn had a bright ring, clearly visible through a wizard's brass telescope, and he indeed located the ringed Saturn in the sky. Yet it appeared to him in the position of Pluto. While he could recognize all the planetary characteristics, the positions he perceived were inexplicably different from those of others. Ultimately, Morin had no choice but to alter his constellation chart to match Hugo's before submission, his demeanor visibly despondent, worse than after attending Muggle studies. In Muggle studies, he genuinely did not understand Muggle concepts, yet he could identify the planets, only to see their positions differently than everyone else. Don't dwell on it. At least today, you were the only one in the class to successfully transfigure a match into a needle. In the common room, Hugo handed Morin a chocolate frog. Indeed, I was also the sole student to fill in the planets incorrectly, Morin replied, taking the chocolate frog. As he unwrapped it, the chocolate frog made a valiant leap to escape, but Morin swiftly caught it and bit off its head. Hugo, reclining in his chair, yawned, Stop overthinking. I've heard that some wizards are simply different. Some wizards can never master the fire-making spell, while others cannot pronounce the levitation charm. As if certain spells are forbidden for some wizards, rendering them uncastable. The wizarding world is rife with oddities. It is entirely normal for you not to comprehend the sky. It merely indicates that you're not suited for the study of astronomy. Now get some sleep. There are classes tomorrow. By this time, it was quite late. The first-year Gryffindors had all retired for the night, and only the dim flicker of the lights illuminated the common room. Morin stared into the flickering flames of the fireplace, his mind swirling with questions. Within just 2 days of school, he had encountered a plethora of strange occurrences. Yesterday's time travel incident, this morning's mystery of the missing Mosby, and the evening's celestial quandaries, all of which left him utterly bewildered. The door to the Gryffindor common room creaked open once more, and a figure entered. Morin glanced up to see Sweet. Sweet noticed Morin, but silently turned ahead towards the dormitory. Unable to restrain himself, Molin called out, "Sweet, do we have a feud? Why did you say those things to me yesterday?" Sweet halted, remaining silent for a long moment, seemingly wrestling with words, yet ultimately chose to remain mute and continued towards the dormitory, ignoring Molin. Confused, Molin pondered whether he was overthinking or if the world had gone mad. "Of course. You're overthinking, dear," chimed in a portrait on the wall of the common room, that of a venerable man with a white beard, the illustrious Albus Dumbledore, Hogwarts' greatest headmaster, whose likeness adorned many corners of the school. "I hope so. Good night, Professor Dumbledore," Molin replied, rising to head towards the dormitory. "Good night, child. Do try some lemon sherbet. I always indulge in it when pondering matters," Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. Upon returning to his dormitory, Molin found his roommates already asleep, while Sweet had drawn the curtains around his bed to shield himself from view. Molin climbed into his own bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. That night, he slept fitfully, plagued by a series of bizarre dreams, in which Peeves chased him with a tangled root, while the planets in the sky shifted, transforming into a fire dragon that lunged at him. When he finally awoke, he discovered the first light of dawn peeking over the horizon. It was merely 5 in the morning. Molin turned over, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon Sweet's bed across from him. He discovered that Sweet had already drawn up the bed curtains, the blankets neatly folded, and the person was nowhere to be seen. So early? Molin furrowed his brow, pondering where one could possibly go at such an hour. Sleep had completely eluded him, so he casually retrieved his spellbook from the bedside table and attempted to recite a few simple incantations as instructed. Just a few days prior, during his time at home, Molin had often failed in his attempts to master the spells on his own. However, ever since Professor Flitwick elucidated the fundamental principles and techniques of charms to everyone, Molin realized that spellcasting required a certain finesse. He swiftly grasped the necessary skills, and practicing spells became second nature. After only 3 attempts at a simple incantation, he succeeded, and his extraordinary talent for charms uplifted his spirits. "At least my wand is not working against me. Wingardium Leviosa," with a flick of his wand. The bedclothes that Hugo had kicked to the floor floated gracefully into the air before settling back onto Hugo's bed. Molin was quite satisfied with his levitation spell. When breakfast time arrived, Molin raised his wand at Hugo and declared freeze. A thin layer of frost spread across Hugo's face, prompting him to exclaim, "Arg. Lily, stop invading the boys' dorm." As he spoke, Hugo groggily got up to wash up, utterly oblivious to the fact that it was Molin who had cast the spell. Molin chuckled softly, the remnants of his dismal mood from the previous night dissipating entirely. Chapter 29, Flying Lessons. If there were any class that captivated students the most, it would undoubtedly be flying lessons. Quidditch is an enthralling sport for wizards, and even students hailing from Muggle backgrounds eagerly yearn to soar through the skies on their broomsticks. The weather was splendid, the sun casting a warm glow upon them, heralding their very first flying lesson, shared with Slytherin on the Quidditch pitch. Madame Hooch, though advanced in years with her hair now streaked with gray, remained remarkably spry, her golden eyes sparkling with a unique brilliance. Quidditch is a sacred sport, and I expect each of you to approach it with the utmost seriousness. Regardless of your innate flying abilities, it is essential that you learn how to ride a broomstick. This is a fundamental skill for any wizard, Madame Hooch admonished sternly. "She's not someone to be trifled with," Hugo whispered to Molin. "Silence, Weasley. No distractions in my class." Madame Hooch's keen ears caught his remark. Hugo promptly fell silent. Madame Hooch explained the key points of utilizing a broomstick, how to maintain balance, and how to achieve better control. A broomstick possesses a spirit of its own. Treat it as you would a pet, conquer it, and it will obey you. If you harbor any trepidation, it will disregard your commands. Now everyone, stand beside your broomsticks and call out to them. Remember, your voice must be firm, Madame Hooch instructed. Molin called out to his broomstick, and it leapt into his hand with a flourish. "My broomstick is not working against me." "Splendid." Molin examined his broomstick closely before glancing at his peers. Only a few managed to successfully summon their broomsticks on the first attempt. Both Lily and Molin succeeded, while Hugo's broom did not leap to his hand, but instead charged toward Madame Hooch. "Be more confident, Weasley," Madame Hooch said, catching the broomstick deftly. "This is not a practice spell." Madame Hooch began to pace among the students, critiquing those with improper postures. "By the way, Molin, your Nimbus 2000 is an antiquated relic from over 20 years ago and had a break last time. Do not attempt to fly beyond 10 meters, or it may lose control. But fret not, I won't have you flying too high in the first lesson. I've requested new broomsticks for the school, so make do for now," Madame Hooch remarked. The students practiced flying on Nimbus 2005 broomsticks, which boasted commendable performance. The Comet series had already been phased out, and the most advanced broomsticks currently available were the Firebolt 15 model and the newly released Swiftwind Eagle. The Firebolt once led an era as the finest broom, while the Swiftwind Eagle, introduced last year, was touted to rival the Firebolt. Morin had long desired one, yet the price was simply beyond his means. All right, the rules are clear. Now, mount your broomsticks. We will first practice the quaffle toss, tossing it to one another in pairs. You Gryffindors are one short, so Morin, your broomstick seems to have issues. You'll practice with me, Madame Hooch announced. One short? Morin scanned his fellow Gryffindors and noticed Sweet was absent. How did he manage to take leave? Hugo inquired quietly. Morin shook his head. He was equally in the dark. Since the start of term, they had yet to see Sweet in the mornings, and now he had inexplicably taken leave. It was indeed peculiar. Hugo and Lily were paired together, and Lily, possessing considerable flying talent inherited from her parents, both former Gryffindor Quidditch players, was a natural. Lily, stop weaving around. I can't catch it otherwise. Arg! Hugo cried out as the quaffle Lily tossed struck him squarely on the head. Once mounted on his broomstick, Morin felt the wind lightly caress his face, and he felt as light as a bird. Despite Madame Hooch's comments about his broomstick, the Nimbus 2000 responded obediently in his hands, allowing for fluid turns and ascents. He caught every quaffle that Madame Hooch tossed his way, even daring to attempt a whirlwind roll, a Quidditch maneuver where one's hands and feet cling to the broom, spinning rapidly forward. He had seen this technique during a match involving the Altair Hurricanes. Impressive, you show great talent, Madame Hooch praised, having noticed Morin's whirlwind roll, a feat not easily accomplished even by average Quidditch players. Morin firmly halted his broom in midair, but at that moment, he sensed something slicing through the air behind him. Without turning, Morin reached back and caught a quaffle with deft precision. Turning to identify its source, he spotted Carlo glaring at him from a distance. Carlo, mind your throwing direction. You ought to be passing to calm. Madame Hooch reprimanded sternly. Apologies, Madame Hooch. The ball slipped from my grasp, Carlo replied, though his gaze bore no trace of remorse as it rested on Morin. Too bad you don't have more hands. Otherwise, you could throw multiple quaffles at me from behind, Morin retorted while Madame Hooch attended to other students. Don't get too smug. Carlo shot back, his eyes narrowing as he suddenly jerked his broom toward Morin. Carlo's flying skills were commendable, riding a Nimbus 2005 significantly faster than Morin's Nimbus 2000. He aimed to leverage the broomstick's advantage to knock Morin off his. However, Morin simply pivoted lightly, deftly evading Carlo's charge. Hey, Carlo, quaffle coming your way. Morin hurled the quaffle at Carlo with impressive speed. Carlo barely had time to react before the ball struck him squarely on the nose. Ugh! Carlo let out a muffled grunt, covering his nose and casting an irate glance at Morin. I expected your reaction to be quicker. Morin shrugged his shoulders in response. However, Carlo signaled to his companion, calm, and the two of them began to encircle Morin from either side. Morin lifted his broomstick slightly to evade the two. But at that moment, the broom quivered violently, beginning to sway from side to side. This was bad. Morin had already been flying at a considerable height. To avoid Carlo and calm, he was now over 10 meters above the ground, and his broomstick had previously been broken, meaning it would lose control if it exceeded that altitude. Let's see how you handle this. Carlo sneered, and, as Morin's broom swayed precariously, he hurled the cursed quaffle at Morin once more, while both he and Calm charged forward, attempting to knock Morin off his broom. Chapter 30. The Disappearance Incident. Morin's broom wobbled violently as he struggled to regain control, but it was beyond his command, climbing higher into the air. Meanwhile, Carlo and Calm drew closer, and the cursed quaffle hurtled towards him. Morin ducked just in time, narrowly avoiding the quaffle, but Carlo had already shifted his position. The end of his broom aimed squarely at Morin. In a moment of audacity, Morin executed a daring maneuver, leaping off his broom to evade Carlo. In the instant Carlo missed his target, Morin seized the tail of Carlo's broom, hanging suspended in the air. With the added weight, Carlo's broom began to tilt dangerously, prompting a startled cry from him as he attempted to shake off Morin. However, his flying skills were not sufficient for such a feat, leaving them locked in a stalemate midair. Morin then deftly maneuvered himself onto the broom, positioning himself behind Carlo. Carlo flailed his elbows in an effort to dislodge Morin. But Morin had already drawn his wand, exclaiming, "All petrify." Instantly, Carlo was frozen in place. Such underhanded tactics will not deter me. With that, Morin guided the broom down to the ground. Disgraceful behavior. Carlo and Calm, 10 points deducted from Slytherin. Professor McGonagall bellowed at Carlo, having witnessed the entire encounter and Morin's impressive self-rescue. McGonagall regarded Morin with astonishment, His agility in leaping from the uncontrollable broom and then accurately grasping Carlo's broom was remarkable. Well done, Molin. Such skill is even beyond that of Al. However, she cautioned, remember, the use of wands is prohibited on the pitch. She then lifted the petrification curse from Carlo, chastising him thoroughly. At the end of class, Hugo held his nose, embroiled in a heated argument with Lily after being struck by her cursed quaffle multiple times. Your performance was truly impressive, Lily exclaimed to Molin. Honestly, you should join the Quidditch team. First-year students are not eligible for Quidditch matches. Perhaps next year. Molin chuckled, glancing at Hugo. Actually, Lily, you should consider trying out for the Quidditch selection too. You'd make an excellent beater, smashing the bludgers right into your opponent's faces. Indeed, anyone who faces Lily is in for trouble, Hugo retorted, fuming. Hogwarts, the enigmatic castle of magic, is said to harbor many secrets, one of which is the Room of Requirement. However, when Molin and his friends ventured to the 8th floor in search of it, they found no trace of the room, as if it had genuinely vanished. Time sped by, and in the blink of an eye, Molin had spent a month at the school. The courses in magic proved relatively easy for him. Aside from the perplexing Muggle studies and the bizarre subject of magical disasters, the rest of the subjects posed little challenge. I envy Lily for not having to study Muggle studies, Molin mused, recalling the heap of assignments Professor Charles had assigned. How do Muggles communicate with each other? Do they also use owls? Hugo inquired, clutching his parchment as they worked on their assignments together in the common room on a weekend. Molin replied uncertainly. Perhaps they use dogs? I recall many Muggles have dogs at home, so they must use them to convey messages, much like we do with owls. Oh, I see. Hugo quickly jotted down the answer. Molin gazed despondently at the constellation chart before him. Professor Sinistra had tasked them with recording the night sky's constellations on Saturday. After a lengthy search with his telescope, he found that his recorded positions differed from Hugo's. This is utterly dreadful. Why do the planets I see differ from yours? Over the past month, Molin had endured constant criticism from Professor Sinistra, earning the title of her least favorite student. No worries, just copy my work next time, Hugo generously suggested, as he primarily relied on Morin's responses for most of his assignments in Charms, Transfiguration, and others. Although assisting each other made completing assignments easy, especially with Morin around, they struggled in Muggle studies, as two individuals completely oblivious to Muggle's way of life were left to guess their way through. Lily burst into the common room, finding Molin and Hugo, and rushed over to announce, another student has gone missing. A Ravenclaw girl. When did this happen? Hugo paused to ask. Molin felt a twinge of curiosity and tentatively inquired, was it the girl who disappeared the morning before yesterday? Lily looked taken aback. How did you know? Molin shook his head. Just a guess. Lily regarded him with suspicion. Your guess was quite accurate. Indeed. The new first year, named Delia, was absent from potions class 2 days ago, and she is yet to be seen. Morin's astonishment grew. He certainly wasn't merely guessing. Just the morning before, after attending a history of magic class, he inexplicably returned to the moment before the lesson, reliving Professor Bin's monotonous lecture once more. Throughout the class, Molin pondered this peculiar phenomenon, unable to comprehend why he had experienced a temporal loop, and he was certain he hadn't moved anything. The last time he had returned to the past, Mosby had vanished at that moment, and now, upon returning, Delia from Ravenclaw had similarly gone missing. Was it mere coincidence? Or something more? Molin set down his quill, perplexed by the events unfolding in his life. If one instance could be deemed a coincidence, what if two? Molin, what are you thinking about? Lily asked curiously. Molin hesitated for a long moment, but ultimately chose not to disclose the matter. The concept of time travel was too extraordinary. Without concrete evidence, it would serve no purpose to speak of it. Nothing, I was just pondering why that girl might have vanished, Molin replied. Don't overthink it. She probably just got lost. Hogwarts is vast. I got lost near the library on the 5th floor last night, and nearly bumped into nearly headless Nick, Hugo said nonchalantly. Have you been working on assignments all day? Let me take a look. Lily seized Hugo's Muggle Studies assignment with a swift motion, casting a glance at the answers before erupting into laughter. Who told you that Muggle police deliver milk? They're akin to Aurors, you know. Both Hugo and Molin sighed, realizing their answers were incorrect. In Chapter 31, Sir Cadogan, Delia from Ravenclaw had not been missing for long. She returned to the Ravenclaw common room shortly after Molin and the others had discussed her absence. Yet, much like Mosby during her previous disappearance, she too had lost her memory. Since the first years had just arrived at Hogwarts, and the incident had caused no substantial harm beyond temporary amnesia, it failed to garner much attention. Most assumed the two newcomers had merely panicked and lost their way. Everyone thought this way, except Molin, who was particularly troubled by the event. He sensed that there was more to it than met the eye, especially regarding his own inexplicable time-traveling experiences. Whenever he had a moment to spare, Morin would delve into the library, focusing his research on the intricacies of temporal magic within the wizarding world. Time magic was an enigmatic subject, with many wizards fantasizing about the ability to manipulate time, alter the past, and mend their regrets. However, the Ministry of Magic strictly regulated time turners, emphasizing that all such ancient magical artifacts had been destroyed, rendering time travel a mere fantasy for wizards. Morin unearthed extensive information on time magic, learning that the origin of the time turner was attributed to a wizard named Hinny. In a desperate attempt to save his wife from a cruel death at the hands of dark wizards, had invented the time turner. Alas, it could only reverse time by a mere 24 hours, failing to bring his beloved back. The tome Incredible Magic recounted a series of disastrous events triggered by time turners, including 3 individuals who, upon encountering their past selves, were mistaken for imposters and met their demise at their own hands. Strangely, while all accounts of time magic indicated that one would encounter a duplicate of oneself when traveling to the past, Morin pondered why he returned to his own body instead. Sitting by the window in the library, he fell into deep contemplation as sunlight streamed in, warming him. It was then that he noticed Sweet lurking in a dim corner of the library. Since the start of the term, Sweet had not exchanged a single word with them, always preferring solitude. Had it not been for his frequent inquiries to professors during lessons, everyone might have assumed him mute. However, this time, Sweet was not engrossed in a book. Instead, he was quietly observing a boy. Morin recognized the boy as Jamie Leonard, a first year from Gryffindor, who had sat in front of him during Charms class and had sought his advice on the proper use of the repairing charm. Sweet's gaze remained fixed on Jamie, who was blissfully unaware of being watched. Initially indifferent, Morin's curiosity peaked after half an hour when he glanced back at Sweet and found him still fixated on Jamie. What was he doing? Morin wondered, perplexed. Staring at others was hardly polite. Did Sweet not comprehend this? As Morin mused over this, Jamie began to pack his belongings, preparing to leave the library. Sweet immediately stood up, trailing after Jamie. After a moment's hesitation, Morin felt compelled to follow, intrigued by Sweet's mysterious behavior. Upon exiting the library, Jamie headed straight for the Gryffindor common room, with Sweet closely behind, while Morin maintained a discreet distance. They ascended the stairs, encountering numerous students along the way, which allowed Jamie to remain blissfully unaware of Sweet's pursuit, just as Sweet was oblivious to Morin's presence. The Gryffindor common room was situated on the 8th floor. Yet curiously, Jamie ascended only to the 7th, continuing down the corridor. After circumventing a frequently creaking suit of armor, Jamie entered a classroom. Jamie entered through the front door, while Sweet slipped in through the back, his movements furtive as he glanced around for any onlookers. To avoid detection, Morin slowed his pace. By the time Morin reached the top of the stairs, both Jamie and Sweet had vanished from sight. Stealthily, he approached the classroom they had entered, unsure of its purpose, and gently pushed the rear door open to peer inside. The classroom was deserted, devoid of any occupants. Startled, Morin pushed the door open wider, revealing a space cluttered with cardboard boxes and desks haphazardly arranged, permeated by the scent of pine. He surveyed the entire room, but still found no trace of Jamie or Sweet. How could this be? I distinctly saw them enter. Furrowing his brow, Morin mused on the impossibility of their sudden disappearance within the span of less than a minute since he had followed them in. Stop, you filthy coward. Halt and face me in a duel. I, the illustrious Sir Cadogan, have vanquished dragons. Why would I fear you, a mere coward? A voice suddenly echoed from a portrait on the classroom wall. Turning around, Morin beheld a painting of a grassy field, where a knight clad in armor struggled to drag a gray horse's reins, the animal only partially visible in the frame, seemingly eager to graze elsewhere. Sir Cadogan? Greetings, Morin remarked with interest as the knight attempted to mount the horse, only for the creature to impatiently kick him away, sending his hat tumbling to the ground. Becoming ensconced in grass. Do not laugh, you traitor. Why have you relocated my portrait here? Draw your weapon, and let us duel honorably. Sir Cadogan clumsily climbed to his feet, donning his hat and drawing his sword, pointing it at Morin. Sir Cadogan, might I inquire if you saw 2 individuals enter this classroom? Although perplexed by the knight's origins and the circumstances of his portrait's relocation, Morin remained polite. Coward! Sir Cadogan haughtily lifted his chin. I am a brave knight, not your sentinel. I refuse to divulge any information to you, traitor. Morin gazed at Sir Cadogan with exasperation. The knight appeared rather eccentric. After a moment's thought, he proposed, answer my question, and I shall duel you. Sir Cadogan replied, no one else entered, just you. Now come, let's duel. Only I entered? Are you certain? Morin pressed further. Of course. I swear by the name of Sir Cadogan that only you entered. Now draw your sword. I shall judge you in the name of knighthood and bring you to justice." Sir Cadogan attempted once more to mount the gray horse, only to be kicked away again. Morin was left bewildered. Could it be that he had truly misperceived the situation? Just as he was about to inquire further, the world around him suddenly began to sway once more, and soon everything inverted, with shadowy figures flitting past him in a blur. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself seated once again in the library. Chapter 32. The Unexpected. Morin stared in astonishment, his eyes wide open. He had returned to the past once more. This marked his third journey back in time. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the spot where Sweet had been seated earlier and, indeed, beheld Sweet intently fixated on Jamie, who was blissfully unaware as he diligently completed his homework. If each return to the past resulted in someone going missing, did this imply that yet another person would vanish this time? Morin recalled the first disappearance of the freshman Mosby, which had also occurred on the 7th floor, where Sweet had coincidentally been present. Just moments ago, both Jamie and Sweet had ventured to the 7th floor as well. Was this mere coincidence? The more Morin contemplated, the more uneasy he felt. When he had followed Sweet and Jamie to the classroom on the 7th floor, the two had mysteriously vanished within that very room. This was clearly illogical. Was the classroom itself peculiar, or was something else amiss? He cast a glance at Sweet, who remained transfixed on Jamie, his expression decidedly strange. Without hesitation, Morin stood up and strode purposefully towards the library exit. Since he had returned to the past, it meant that the events would likely repeat. His objective now was to preemptively arrive at that enigmatic classroom and await the arrival of Sweet and Jamie. Morin hastened to the 7th floor, arriving at the original classroom. He cautiously opened the door, and it appeared, just as it had before, filled with items from the storeroom, while the madly grinning Sir Cadogan resumed his challenge. "Halt! You sneaky thief! Come and engage me in a glorious battle, and I shall spare your life." Sir Cadogan shouted, brandishing his short sword. Morin paid him no heed, concealing himself behind a stack of boxes to avoid detection, while peering through a gap at the classroom door, retrieving his pocket watch to keep track of time. If events unfolded as he suspected, then Sweet and Jamie should soon enter this classroom. Moments ticked by, and Morin anticipated their imminent arrival, holding his breath as he focused intently on the door. Sir Cadogan, ignored by Morin, busied himself battling the gray mare, sustaining several kicks from the horse in the process. Just before Morin had traveled back in time, both Sweet and Jamie had pushed open that very door, and according to his calculations, Sweet and Jamie should have approached the classroom by now. Morin felt a twinge of anxiety as he fixed his gaze on the door, eager to discern why Sweet and Jamie had vanished upon entering. Did the classroom possess some extraordinary quality? However, as his anticipated moment arrived, neither Sweet nor Jamie pushed open the door. No one entered, and only the wall-mounted Sir Cadogan hummed a tune that Morin could not comprehend. What was happening? They should have arrived by now. Morin pondered, perplexed. Was there an error in the timing? Yet this seemed impossible. Ever since his return to the past, he had been acutely aware of time, unable to miscalculate it. So why hadn't Sweet and Jamie arrived? A sense of unease began to creep into his mind, compelling him to move towards the doorway. He flung open the classroom door and glanced into the corridor, only to find it empty. Sweet and Jamie were nowhere to be seen. He dashed back to the library, where he found no trace of Sweet or Jamie either. Morin was certain that what had transpired was not a mere illusion. Yet he was utterly baffled. If he truly had returned to the past, why was the sequence of events diverging from his previous experiences? During his initial 2 returns, he had indeed played pranks on Peeves with James and had genuinely reattended a history of magic class. What could possibly be amiss? Lost in thought, Morin made his way back to the Gryffindor common room. He had barely settled in when Hugo burst through the door, grumbling. "What is wrong, Hugo?" Morin asked, noticing that Hugo was drenched, his robes still dripping water. Hugo despised the library. He had just been outside watching Quidditch practice. "Peeves," Hugo exclaimed angrily. "He's been after me, seeking revenge for the last few days, and just now he dumped a bucket of water over my head." Since James and the others had tormented Peeves, the poltergeist had, fearing James and Albus's ghost glue, refrained from targeting them, and had instead turned his attention to Hugo. This marked the 5th time Hugo had been pranked by Peeves. Morin drew his wand and pointed it at Hugo's sodden robes, uttering, "Aquamini." A cloud of steam erupted from Hugo's robes, evaporating into thin air. "What a practical spell. I must learn that," Hugo remarked enviously, having expressed his desire to master Morin's spells on more than 30 occasions, though he often struggled with their execution. "By the way, why doesn't Peeves ever target you? James and Albus seem to know how to deal with him. It makes sense he wouldn't go after them. But why not you? Didn't you prank him last time?" Hugo asked, visibly frustrated. Morin found it equally strange. Ever since he had pranked Peeves, He hadn't seen the poltergeist again, while Hugo was always on his own when Peeves struck, never when he was with Morin. Perhaps Peeves finds you easier to bully? Morin replied, settling back into his chair. He wasn't particularly concerned about Peeves. Rather, he was more eager to uncover where Sweet and Jamie were at that moment. Have you seen Sweet and Jamie? Morin inquired. Why are you looking for that Sweet? I've hardly seen him around. Hugo shook his head, then suddenly remembered something, his eyes lighting up. By the way, I heard some news. This Saturday, the Quidditch team is holding tryouts for reserve players, and even first years can participate. Want to give it a shot? Reserve players? The school has reserves for the Quidditch team? Morin exclaimed, astonished. He knew that formal teams usually had reserves for matches, as a Quidditch game could last for days until the golden snitch was caught, necessitating substitutions for players to rest. However, Hogwarts matches were typically smaller, rarely requiring substitutes. Yes, during last year's final between Gryffindor and Slytherin, both Seekers ended up in the hospital after colliding, and the match couldn't conclude without a Seeker. Eventually, the goalkeepers had to take on the role of Seekers, and after 12 hours of play, Slytherin's keeper finally caught the snitch, winning the match. James claimed Slytherin just got lucky, as the snitch flew right into their keeper's hands. Hugo lamented. James and Albus were also part of the school team, both serving as chasers. This year, to prevent a similar situation, the school is allowing each house to select reserve players, including first years. The chances of actually playing may be slim, but once the 7th years graduate next year, you could take their place. You should consider signing up, Hugo suggested. That could be worth a try, Morin replied absently, still preoccupied with the earlier events. Chapter 33, The Disillusionment Charm. Jamie has gone missing, and it was only when Professor Flitwick called the roll in Charms class, receiving no response, that everyone realized his absence. Does anyone know the whereabouts of Jamie Leonard? I have not received his leave of absence note, Professor Flitwick inquired, perched atop a stack of books, swinging his short legs. No one answered. Uncertainty surrounded Jamie's disappearance. Molin, slightly taken aback, immediately directed his gaze toward a nondescript seat in the corner where Sweet sat, engrossed in his textbook, seemingly indifferent to Jamie's situation. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Molin's curiosity intensified. He was now convinced that each time he returned to the past, someone inexplicably vanished. Did these two occurrences hold any connection? Why had Sweet been fixated on Jamie yesterday? Could Jamie's disappearance truly be linked to Sweet? Probably just another case of someone getting lost. I wager he'll turn up confused in a day or two, Hugo muttered. Regardless, I must ensure everyone's safety. I will consult with your headmaster, Professor Kane, to see if he perhaps neglected to relay Jamie's leave note to me. Professor Flitwick took out his quill and inscribed a line on parchment, then tapped it with his wand, causing the parchment to fold itself into a paper crane that flapped its wings and soared out of the classroom to seek out Professor Kane of Gryffindor. Well, aside from Jamie, everyone else is present, so let us commence with the lesson. Today, we shall practice the levitation charm, a most practical incantation that permits the effortless movement of objects. Mastering this spell allows you to transport cumbersome items to desired locations, distinguishing it from the hover charm. Molin, I trust you have mastered this charm? Do demonstrate for the class. Professor Flitwick smiled encouragingly at Molin. Molin's innate talent for magic had already garnered him much admiration from various instructors, perhaps with the exception of Professors Sinistra and Charles. You may freely move a book of your choice for everyone to witness the extent of your spellcasting range, Professor Flitwick continued. The proficiency with which different individuals wielded magic varied significantly. The further one could cast a spell, the more sophisticated their magical prowess. Very well, Professor. Molin had indeed mastered the charm. He stepped to the front of the class, glanced at Sweet, and with a flick of his wand, the books on Sweet's desk glided effortlessly toward him. Sweet lifted his head, regarding Molin with a cold stare before drawing his own wand to reclaim his books. But without success. Bring the book back, Sweet said expressionlessly. Molin made the book circle the classroom before returning it to him, casting a meaningful glance at Sweet, preparing to inquire after class about Jamie's whereabouts. Excellent. Molin's levitation charm is splendid. Not only can he move a book, but he can also cast the charm from a distance of 10 meters, which is quite rare, Professor Flitwick remarked, visibly pleased, gesturing for Molin to take his seat. The other students gazed at Molin with envy, as most could barely manage to move a paper a meter, whereas Molin had effortlessly made a book circle the room, a feat far beyond their capabilities. Mate, what made you think to move Sweet's book? He doesn't seem too pleased, Hugo whispered, having positioned himself at the furthest point from the front. Molin shrugged. Sweet occupied the back corner of the classroom every lesson, and since Professor Flitwick had instructed him to move the farthest book, Sweet was the obvious choice. Just as he finished speaking, his own textbook suddenly soared into the air, heading backward. Molin turned to find Sweet pointing his wand at his book. Sweet's expression remained impassive as he regarded Molin. The distance between them was approximately 3 meters. Yet he could still manipulate a book with the levitation charm. It seems he has taken a stance against you, Molin. Retrieve the book. Hugo contemplated using his wand to assist Molin, but recalling his own inability to move even half a sheet of paper more than 3 centimeters without accidentally igniting it, he refrained. Molin extended his wand and reclaimed the airborne book, maintaining a calm gaze on Sweet. Sweet did not attempt to contest Molin for the book again. Having failed twice, he understood that his levitation charm was inferior to Molin's, and he coldly withdrew his wand. Throughout the remainder of the charms class, students practiced the levitation charm. Molin, while adeptly learning other spells, found his thoughts occupied with Jamie. "What are you pondering?" Lily asked, attempting to lift a book, which merely wobbled before returning to the desk. Molin shook his head. He had no intention of divulging his discoveries to others, for he lacked sufficient evidence to connect Jamie's disappearance to Sweet, nor could he ascertain whether his ability to return to the past was indeed valid. As the class drew to a close, the next lesson was Transfiguration, but a half-hour interval loomed. Molin instructed Hugo and Lily to leave first, claiming he needed to discuss the intricacies of the repairing charm with Professor Flitwick, thus remaining behind. He then intercepted Sweet as he prepared to exit the classroom. "Step aside," Sweet stated curtly. Molin did not yield. "Where's Jamie gone?" Sweet raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Molin. "His legs are his own. Where he chooses to go is his affair. Stop feigning ignorance. I saw you watching him in the library yesterday, and you followed him when he left. He vanished afterward. Do you possess any hidden knowledge?" Molin was determined to clarify the matter, not solely for the sake of the missing freshman, but for himself as well. Each time someone disappeared, he returned to the past, and his instincts suggested that this situation was far from simple. Sweet regarded Molin with a peculiar expression before coldly replying, "Tend to your own affairs." With that, he circumvented Molin, departing the charms classroom without a backward glance and heading toward Transfiguration class. Molin observed Sweet's retreating figure. He paid little mind to Sweet's indifferent attitude, yet he was convinced that Jamie's disappearance was inextricably linked to Sweet. Perhaps he knew something about the earlier disappearances of Mosby and Delia as well. Reflecting on Sweet's peculiar habits of early mornings and late returns, coupled with his disinterest in communicating with his roommates, Molin's curiosity about Sweet deepened. It seemed necessary to investigate Sweet further. Molin resolved to uncover the truth behind this matter. Chapter 34. The Thief of Gryffindor. To keep a vigilant eye on Sweet's movements, a remarkably straightforward solution existed: the Marauder's Map. The map reveals the whereabouts of every individual within Hogwarts, allowing Molin to track Sweet's whereabouts. Upon returning to the common room that evening, Molin sought out James. However, James and Albus were seated in a corner, appearing somewhat irked. "James, Albus, what troubles you both?" Molin inquired. James took a fierce bite of cake and replied, "Someone broke into my dormitory and stole my joke wand." "Someone stole something?" Molin exclaimed in astonishment. "When did this occur?" "It was during dinner last night. When I returned to my dormitory to retrieve the joke wand, I found it missing." James lamented. His folding box was undoubtedly far more substantial than Hugo's, containing an extensive array of Weasley products. "Have any other items gone missing besides the folding box?" Molin inquired. "Only the folding box. Albus's is also missing," James replied, his frustration palpable. "It must have been someone from Gryffindor. Albus and I have been selling magical jokes here daily, and certain individuals have become envious." As agents of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, James and Albus had covertly been assisting George in selling merchandise at school. But this time, the loss was evidently significant. "Should we report it to Professor Kane?" Morin suggested. Professor Kane, the head of their Gryffindor house, seemed like the appropriate authority to inform. Albus shook his head. "Those items were brought here clandestinely. Informing the headmaster would only lead to our own undoing. Many Weasley products are prohibited at Hogwarts, and the school would not welcome items such as vomit-flavored nougat and instant truant sweets that encourage students to skip classes, since nothing of great value was lost. If the headmaster were to find out, we could end up facing detention." "What about the Marauder's Map?" Morin hesitantly asked. "That too is gone. I always kept the map in the folding box," James replied, rising to scan the common room, his eyes blazing with anger. "I intend to discover who has stolen my belongings, my treasures. Just dare to use them in the Gryffindor common room. I'll catch you in the act." James was indeed correct. No one knew the Weasley products better than he did, and if anyone suddenly appeared with an abundance of items not belonging to them, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. "Do you think it'd be Peeves?" Albus pondered, recalling their past confrontations with the poltergeist. "I asked the fat lady, and it wasn't Peeves. Ghosts can walk through walls, but if they're carrying something, the object cannot accompany them. They must use the door." The fat lady confirmed that Peeves did not exit through the common room entrance. James dismissed this possibility. The common room was frequented by numerous Gryffindor students each day, and while the fat lady might not remember all their faces, she would certainly notice if a ghost took an unusual route. With both James and Albus's Weasley folding boxes stolen, Morin could no longer utilize the Marauder's map to monitor Sweet. He would need to devise another method to investigate Sweet's connection to the missing students. Upon returning, Hugo learned that James and Albus's magical jokes had been stolen and hurried back to his dormitory, relieved to find his own folding box still intact. Who would even think to steal a Weasley folding box? Hugo mused as he counted his magical jokes, feeling reassured. Those amusing items are always coveted. James and Albus sell them daily, attracting attention, so it's not surprising they were targeted, Morin remarked from his bed. Fortunately, I haven't been as ostentatious as they have. They can only suffer the consequences in silence. James and Albus had secretly approached Uncle George to discuss becoming distributors for Weasley's Wizard Wheezes at school. If their parents found out, they would likely send a barrage of scolding letters. Hugo had previously expressed his desire to assist in selling Weasley products for extra pocket money, but his mother, Hermione, had foreseen the potential trouble and directly threatened George, resulting in Hugo being excluded from the venture. Without the Marauder's map, Morin resolved to investigate Sweet himself. He needed to uncover why Sweet left the dormitory so early each morning and whether it was connected to the missing students. That evening, Sweet returned as usual, late and silent, immediately climbing into bed and drawing the curtains without uttering a word. Once everyone was asleep, Morin discreetly consumed a small amount of a wakefulness potion he had brewed during last week's potions class, as Professor Theodore had instructed them to create a refreshing elixir to stave off drowsiness during lectures. Morin stayed awake throughout the night, waiting until just past 3 in the morning when he suddenly heard a subtle noise in the dormitory. Pretending to be asleep, he turned over to discreetly observe Sweet's bed. Sweet had risen, tidied his belongings, folded his blanket, slung his bag over his shoulder, and quietly left the dormitory. His movements were so stealthy that, had Morin not been vigilant, he might not have noticed Sweet's departure. Once Sweet exited the dormitory, Morin swiftly followed suit. The flickering lights of the common room illuminated the early morning, and it was rare for Gryffindor students to be awake at such an hour. Morin heard the soft click of the common room door. Sweet had evidently left. Descending the stairs, Morin trailed behind him. As he opened the door, the fat lady was sleeping at her desk in the portrait, mumbling in her dreams, oblivious to anyone's departure. The sky remained dark, with stars twinkling above, while the castle's lights flickered, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Sweet's silhouette hurried through the darkness, descending the castle stairs and exiting the building. Where could he possibly be going at such an early hour? Morin maintained a cautious distance behind Sweet as he navigated the staircase, the portraits along the way snoring softly. Unaware of his presence, Sweet quietly pushed open the castle's grand door and ventured along the path toward the Forbidden Forest. Adjacent to the forest stood a stone hut, Hagrid's abode. However, instead of heading toward Hagrid's house, Sweet veered off, entering the Forbidden Forest. Why would he venture into the Forbidden Forest? Morin hesitated. At the beginning of the term, Professor McGonagall had warned everyone against entering the Forbidden Forest, and prefects Nelson and others had cautioned first-year students about the many dangers lurking within, deeming it off-limits. Thus, it seems Sweet's early morning excursions were indeed directed toward the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 35. The Dangerous Forbidden Forest. Regardless of how peculiar Sweet may be, he remained a first-year student. How could he dare to venture into the Forbidden Forest each morning? Morin paused for thought. Though the forest was rumored to be perilous, he was not one to shy away from challenges. If Sweet could brave the Forbidden Forest every morning, then he too would not be deterred. He followed Sweet into the lush depths of the Forbidden Forest. The stars were faintly visible among the treetops, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, the only sound being the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Initially, the path was manageable, but after 5 minutes, the robust roots of the trees intertwined, making progress increasingly difficult. Yet Sweet appeared remarkably familiar with the terrain, deftly navigating over hills and around stones, swiftly disappearing from Morin's sight. Morin pressed on in Sweet's direction, but as he rounded a cluster of trees, he realized Sweet had vanished. How could this be? Where had he gone? Morin scanned the area. He had clearly seen Sweet heading this way, yet in a mere 10 seconds of delay, Sweet had completely disappeared. As Morin moved past the stones, he surveyed the path ahead. The trees had grown denser, their branches thick and leafy, nearly obscuring the sky. Whether it was a trick of his mind or not, he sensed the darkness intensifying around him. However, this was peculiar. It was morning, and the sky should only brighten. Morin drew his wand and softly uttered the incantation for illumination, causing the wand to emit a radiant glow that illuminated his surroundings. He continued forward for a stretch. It still saw no sign of Sweet. This marked the second occasion Morin had lost sight of Sweet, just yesterday. He had also misplaced him in the abandoned classroom on the 7th floor. As Morin pondered whether to venture deeper into the forbidden forest, a sudden, rapid whooshing sound erupted from the treetops behind him, as if something had streaked across the night sky. Morin quickly turned, seeking refuge behind a tree, and peered back. In the darkened sky, he caught sight of a large bird soaring above the treetops. The dimness obscured its identity, but he sensed it resembled an owl, albeit significantly larger. The magnificent creature vanished almost instantaneously, followed by a chorus of chirps from the forest, as if a multitude of startled birds had been roused from their slumber, taking flight simultaneously. Then, from the depths of the forbidden forest, a low, discontented growl echoed, as if some creature were expressing its displeasure, accompanied by the sound of hooves striking the ground. This was rather peculiar. Morin furrowed his brow. He was unfamiliar with this place, and to trespass into its depths was unwise. As for Sweet's whereabouts, he could not ascertain. If Sweet frequented this location daily, he would undoubtedly possess greater insight into the happenings here, knowing how to navigate such situations, while Morin remained at a loss. Morin resolved to exit the forest, but had scarcely taken a few steps when a vine sprang forth from the ground, coiling around his ankle and sending him tumbling. He felt his balance falter, ensnared by the vine, which began to drag him backward. Petri ficus totalis, Morin shouted, raising his wand and directing the spell at the vine. Encountering a moving vine was not an uncommon experience for a wizard. He was aware that a type of devil's snare could ensnare its prey. To his surprise, this devil's snare also resided within the forbidden forest. The petrification spell struck the vine, causing it to momentarily halt. Morin exerted all his strength to free his foot, but the vine resumed its undulating motion, continuing its advance towards him. With the aid of his wand's luminescence, Morin suddenly realized that this was no mere devil's snare. It was the tentacle of a tentacle beast. This creature existed in a realm between animal and plant. It could be classified as a plant due to its roots that absorbed nutrients from the ground. Yet it also possessed a mouth capable of vocalization and teeth that could tear apart its prey, even drawing blood when injured. Morin had encountered descriptions of such a creature in books within a library. The Forbidden Forest was indeed a perilous locale. Morin leaped onto a large rock, unable to see the entirety of the tentacle beast, but he did observe one tentacle reaching out toward him. "Glacius!" he shouted, directing a chilling spell at the beast, causing the tentacle to retract slightly, convulsing before swiftly drawing back. "Thank goodness I know that these creatures are averse to cold." Morin breathed a sigh of relief and pointed his wand at a nearby branch, casting Mobilicorpus. The branch bent under his spell and moved toward him. He stepped onto the branch and climbed into the tree, continuing to ascend for a distance, seeking a vantage point to locate Sweet. However, the Forbidden Forest was devoid of any presence. Sweet was nowhere to be seen. Where could he have gone? Surely he was safe? Morin contemplated for a moment, ultimately deciding to leave the Forbidden Forest. The dangerous creatures within were numerous, and a creature capable of movement, like the tentacle beast, posed a considerable threat to a first-year student. It was no wonder the school repeatedly forbade students from entering the Forbidden Forest. Yet, as he began to descend the tree trunk, something suddenly leaped into his arms, firmly gripping his clothing. Upon landing on the ground and looking down, Morin discovered a rather adorable creature. At least at first glance, he believed it to be a squirrel. This little fellow was no larger than half a palm, adorned with pristine, snow-white fur and a bushy tail that swished back and forth. To his astonishment, one eye was a brilliant blue, while the other was a striking green, resembling glistening gemstones. "Hey, your eyes are just like mine," Morin exclaimed with delight, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. This little creature, with its heterochromatic eyes, evoked a sense of uncanny familiarity within him, especially as he had often been troubled by the uniqueness of his own eye colors. The little one clutched Morin's clothing tightly with its tiny paws, nuzzling affectionately, appearing quite content. "What species might you belong to?" Morin pondered aloud, realizing the creature was not a squirrel, despite its bushy tail. It lacked any other distinguishing features of a squirrel, bearing a pure, unblemished appearance that was simply endearing. The little creature flicked its tail and climbed on Morin's shoulder. "Although I do not know what you are, you ought to return home, and I must head back to school," Morin remarked. The little one tightened its grip on his clothing, unwilling to let go. "You wish to accompany me?" Morin queried hesitantly. The creature flicked its tail once more. This was indeed a curious sensation. Morin found himself at a loss regarding how to handle this little being. Yet due to its eyes mirroring his own, it felt like an extraordinary fate. He genuinely intended to take it along. Morin retraced his steps along the path, and upon exiting the forbidden forest, the horizon began to reveal the light of dawn. The little creature remained perched on his shoulder, curiously surveying the surroundings. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, Morin slipped into the castle. As he approached the entrance to the common room, he inadvertently roused the fat lady from her slumber. She seemed quite displeased to have been disturbed, yet nonetheless permitted him entry. He resolved to find time to investigate the library regarding the origins of this peculiar little creature. Chapter 36. The Invisible Doy. How can you not see it? It is right in my hands, Morin exclaimed, bewildered, on his way to awaken Hugo for breakfast. He presented the strange little creature to him. Yet to Morin's confusion, Hugo could not see the entirely white creature at all. Hugo regarded Morin's empty hands with a puzzled expression, then looked back at him and said, "Morin, what nonsense are you speaking? Did you not sleep well last night? You have nothing in your hands." Morin remained perplexed. The little creature was undeniably present, still contentedly wagging its tail. How could Hugo possibly miss it? Was he attempting to jest at Morin's expense? "Lily, what do you think? Isn't this little creature adorable?" Morin turned to Lily, seeking her opinion. Lily, appearing equally bewildered, reached out to touch Morin's forehead. "You do not have a fever. Why are you speaking such nonsense so early in the morning? Did you consume something that caused you to hallucinate?" To Morin's astonishment, Lily also failed to see the little creature in his hands. Morin was thoroughly confounded. Hugo and Lily did not appear to be jesting, both looking at him with concern, as if they believed he had mistakenly ingested a potion that induced hallucinations. Morin was absolutely certain he was not hallucinating, for the sensation of the creature's soft fur was far too vivid. He could feel the little one gripping his clothing, causing it to crinkle. "You can touch it. It is right in my hands," Morin insisted. Hugo and Lily exchanged glances, and ultimately, Hugo tentatively extended his hand to touch Morin's palm. Yet he found nothing, as the little creature seemed to dislike Hugo and swiftly evaded his touch, jumping back onto Morin's shoulder, preventing Hugo from making contact. "I did not feel anything," Hugo remarked. "That is because it has now climbed onto my shoulder." Morin wished for the little creature to allow Hugo to touch it, to prove that it was not a figment of his imagination, but the little one stubbornly refused. Hugo, patting his belly, remarked, "Oh, never mind, I am absolutely famished. I shall go have breakfast first." Morin, unsure of how to convince Hugo and Lily, decided to head to the dining hall for a meal. The breakfast was bountiful, and just as Morin was about to grab a fried egg, the little creature suddenly pounced onto a slice of toast and began to feast upon it. Observing the bread diminishing bit by bit, Morin immediately found evidence of the creature's existence, exclaiming, "Look at the bread." Lily and Hugo were astonished as they witnessed the bite marks appearing on the bread, increasing in number as the bread dwindled. Clearly, some creature was eating it. "Is it really true?" Hugo reached out towards the slice, but the little one quickly evaded him. Hopping onto another sandwich, Morin felt considerably relieved. At least the bread confirmed that this was not merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, a new question arose. Why could only he see this creature? Lily furrowed her brow, recalling something. "Morin, I'm not sure how to explain this to you, but as you're from a family of wizards, you should know that being able to see things others cannot is not a good omen. Indeed, you must have heard of the Thestral. It is a creature that can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. Hogwarts has such creatures. My father said that seeing a Thestral is certainly not a good sign, and he can see them," Hugo remarked. Hugo's father was Ron, who had participated in the Battle of Hogwarts 21 years ago and had witnessed many wizards perish. Thus it was only natural for him to see Thestrals. "You haven't brought back a newly born Thestral, have you?" Lily and Hugo exchanged sympathetic glances with Morin. The ability to see Thestrals implied that one had encountered death, and they both wondered when Morin's family had passed away. Morin chuckled in disbelief. "I have never witnessed death. No one has died before my eyes. If anything, it has only been ants and spiders." He was certain he had never seen anyone die in front of him. His life had been quite ordinary before school. "But how do you explain seeing what others cannot?" "That is certainly not a good sign," Hugo said with concern. Morin was at a loss for how to respond to Hugo. The situation was indeed peculiar. "Doy." The little creature emitted a contented sound after devouring his sandwich, clearly audible only to Morin. "Then let us just call you Doy." Morin decided to name the little one after its peculiar sound. What a strange feeling it is to name something that exists only in the air. Hugo shook his head. As they headed to class, Morin spotted Sweet sitting in the corner. They had ventured into the Forbidden Forest together that morning, and now Sweet was safely seated in the classroom. "Did he really go to the Forbidden Forest this morning? That place is off limits. I've heard there are giant spiders there, as big as houses. Hugo cast a furtive glance at Sweet, and Morin recounted the events of the morning to him. I didn't see any giant spiders. I encountered a tentacled creature that sprang out from who knows where, but fortunately, I managed to fend it off. Morin gently patted Doy's head on the desk, and Doy chirped contentedly. Its voice was sweet and clear, yet strangely, no one but Morin could see or hear it, not even Professor Francis, who taught defense against the dark arts. You're quite bold, to dare venture into the forbidden forest early in the morning. But what does Sweet do there every day? Pray? Hugo asked, bewildered. Morin was equally perplexed. He felt that the mysteries surrounding Sweet were growing, and the missing individuals seemed to be connected to him, making his own daily activities suspicious as well. Their attention was soon drawn away by Professor Francis, who engaged them with a rather intimidating lecture on the perilous creatures that could lurk in the swamp, ready to bite. The atmosphere was so charged with the threat of imminent death that everyone listened intently. Professor Francis was particularly adept at teaching defense against the dark arts. From now on, the swamp has become one of the places I wish to avoid. After class, Hugo added another entry to his list of forbidden zones. Each time they completed a defense against the dark arts lesson, Hugo meticulously recorded places or things that could lead to a wizard's inexplicable demise, reminding himself to steer clear. Last week, he noted a pond with crystal-clear waters and a pitch-black quill. The pond harbored a creature that could siphon the water from one's body, turning the unfortunate soul into a desiccated husk, while the dark quill would cause death the moment one wrote their name with it. Morin had seen Hugo discard a quill made from the feather of a black swan into the trash, vowing never to touch a black quill again. Hugo, stop scaring yourself. If the wizarding world were that dangerous, we would have perished countless times by now, wouldn't we? Morin said. But what if we encounter one of those exceptional cases? Hugo, 2 weeks prior, had resolved never to eat potatoes again, as there was a poisonous flower that resembled a potato, if ingested. It would cause flowers to sprout from one's hands, and without prompt treatment, one's life would be in jeopardy. Morin could only shake his head in exasperation. With Professor Francis's deathly approach to teaching, Hugo excelled in the theoretical aspects of defense against the dark arts, although his wand still occasionally sputtered sparks when it came to spellcasting. Chapter 37. Selection of Substitute Players. During the weekend, Morin sought to uncover the true nature of the peculiar little creature he had found, specifically consulting a copy of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them at the library, searching for clues in the section on invisible creatures. Firstly, he ruled out the possibility of Doy being a young Thestral, as newborn Thestrals closely resemble adults and are rather unappealing in appearance. Thin, gray-skinned with wings, entirely unlike Doy, Thestrals can only be considered semi-invisible creatures, possessing a unique form of invisibility. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them detailed 7 kinds of creatures capable of invisibility, describing their births and habits in great detail. For instance, the invisible wolf and the invisible unicorn, commonly used by wizards to craft materials for invisibility cloaks. However, none of these creatures could maintain invisibility indefinitely. They could only turn invisible when danger approached or during hunting, as prolonged invisibility was a significant burden for them. Doy, however, was not one of these 7 invisible creatures, making it difficult to ascertain its true nature and why only Morin could see it. This was truly unfathomable. Unable to find Doy's identity within Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Morin began to seek other literature regarding magical creatures in the library. Despite the plethora of books on animals, Morin spent the entire morning without success. What on earth are you, little one? Morin mused, gently stroking Doy, who was sleeping atop the books, filled with confusion. Doy curled its fluffy tail around its body, stretching its tiny pink claws, which were chubby and not yet fully furred. Have you found out what kind of bizarre invisible pet you have? Hugo dashed into the library to inquire. Morin shook his head. If he couldn't find it, so be it. They needed to leave quickly. Where to? He asked. Quidditch, Hugo urged excitedly. This afternoon, Gryffindor is holding tryouts for the reserve Quidditch team. You wouldn't want to miss out on such an opportunity, would you? Morin suddenly remembered Hugo mentioning the reserve team previously. He hurriedly gathered his belongings, placed Doy on his shoulder, and then ran with Hugo towards the Quidditch pitch. By the time they arrived at Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, a considerable crowd had already formed, predominantly Gryffindor students, with a few Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students mingling among them. This summer, 2 members of the Gryffindor team had graduated, so today was primarily about selecting 2 official players, a seeker and a chaser, as well as 3 reserve players open to younger students, including first years. When Morin reached the pitch, he noticed many eager first years, including Lily, who had borrowed James and Albus's Firebolt 15. "Oh no, I don't have a broomstick. I need to borrow one from the school," Molin lamented, enviously eyeing the Firebolt 15. First years were not permitted to bring their own broomsticks, and he had not purchased one either. "I'll lend you Albus's Firebolt 15. Lily tossed the broomstick to Molin. "What about Hugo?" Molin inquired. Hugo shook his head. "I'd rather not. Enjoying Quidditch is one thing, but actually playing is another. I certainly don't want to end up with bruises from Lily's shots. That just means my skills are exceptional. I hit my targets with precision," Lily retorted proudly. The Gryffindor Quidditch captain, a towering sixth year named Bach, boomed commands to maintain order. He began by selecting the official players, instructing the candidates to fly shoulder to shoulder around the pitch. Soon, as they rounded a corner, a few individuals lost control of their broomsticks and fell behind, resulting in their immediate elimination. Next, Bach conjured several red markers in the air, winding and curving, instructing everyone to fly along them within 10 seconds. Those who failed would be disqualified. This tests the candidates' control over their broomsticks and their flying speed. "It's quite a clever move. Those marked routes are no easy feat," Hugo remarked in admiration. "We have to do that as well," Molin asked. "Surely the requirements for reserve players are less stringent, right? They just need to familiarize themselves and actually play," Lily replied. "Even if they don't get to play, being a reserve is still a great opportunity. They can join Quidditch practices, and if they excel, might transition to a full team position in their second year. Many first years cherish this chance." Bach quickly selected a chaser and a seeker, both fourth-year students, who exhibited the best flying skills among the candidates. "Excellent. We shall now begin selecting the reserve players. Open only to students from first to third year," Bach announced, summoning Molin and the others while sending away a fourth-year student who attempted to sneak in. 20 candidates for the reserve positions stood nervously, especially the first years, who had only attended a few flying lessons and were still quite inexperienced. "Lily, show them what you've got. If you make the team, it'll be ours to claim," James said with a grin. "Silence, James. I want to be lenient," Bach interjected. Lily, however, was confident. Her parents had been Quidditch players during their time at school, and their family boasted a lineage of exceptional flying talent. Both James and Albus were skilled flyers. Molin gripped the Firebolt 15, one of the finest broomsticks available, remaining calm about the competition. He was not concerned about first-year rivals. After a few flying lessons, he realized none flew better than he did. His main competitors would be the second and third years, who had considerably more experience. The weather was not favorable. The sky was overcast, with no sun in sight, and a strong wind posed a challenge for flying. Suddenly, Molin spotted Sweat in the crowd, also holding a borrowed broomstick and preparing for the tryouts. Molin and Lily exchanged surprised glances. Since the beginning of the term, Sweat had missed nearly every flying lesson, leading everyone to speculate that he might have a fear of heights, which was why he avoided riding a broomstick. However, since Madame Hooch had not emphasized Sweat's absences, the matter had been left unresolved. Yet, here was Sweat, who had never attended a flying class, appearing on the Quidditch pitch to participate in the tryouts. How peculiar. "Isn't he afraid of heights? Has he overcome his fear?" Lily whispered to Molin. Molin, too, was puzzled. Sweat was an enigma. Chapter 38. Quidditch tryouts. Many first years also noticed Sweat's presence and began to murmur among themselves, but he remained silent, waiting for Bach's instructions. Bach divided them into groups, and coincidentally, Sweat was placed in Morin's group, continuing to regard Molin with an odd gaze, while Molin looked back at him skeptically. Although the missing Jamie had returned to the Gryffindor common room the next day, stumbling and disoriented, with no injuries other than a memory lapse, Molin had started to doubt Sweat ever since he had seen him fixated on Jamie for an entire afternoon and then following him. Not to mention that Sweat woke up so early every day to venture into the Forbidden Forest. In the Wizarding World, bizarre occurrences transpired daily, and Hogwarts professors paid little attention to the occasional disappearance of first years, as they invariably returned unharmed. Yet Molin found the situation far more complex. Especially since each time someone went missing, he would relive the experience, which was undeniably strange. The assessment for reserve players will focus on flying ability and reaction time. You will fly around these pillars, Bach instructed, conjuring 20 wooden posts, each approximately 10 meters tall, spaced 2 meters apart. This obstacle course would be relatively simple, but it could pose significant challenges for those lacking flying skills. As everyone flew at varying heights around the pillars, Molin effortlessly maneuvered through them, finding no difficulty in flying. He quickly left everyone behind, except for one person. Upon reaching the finish line, Molin was astonished to find Sweat had also arrived, just 2 seconds behind him, with Lily coming in third. "Well done, all three of you," Bach commended, nodding in approval. Molin was taken aback. While he expected Lily to perform well, He was baffled by Sweat's impressive flying, which even surpassed Lily's. Most notably, both Morin and Lily were riding top-tier Firebolt 15s, whereas Sweat was on a school-issued Shooting Star, which was significantly inferior. While the broom's performance might not have made a substantial difference during the obstacle course, given that the Shooting Star could compete with the Firebolt in terms of turning capabilities, it was still remarkable that Sweat had only finished a short while after Morin. What further secrets does this fellow conceal? Morin scrutinized Swit. Swit, in turn, regarded Morin with an air of provocation. They proceeded to evaluate the reflexes of the reserve players, providing each with a bat as 10 row bludgers came hurtling towards them from all directions. The role of a bludger on the Quidditch pitch is to be uncontrollable, relentlessly attempting to knock players off their brooms, exhibiting a rather aggressive demeanor. The task of the reserve players was to use their bats to fend off these rampaging bludgers. Morin displayed remarkable agility, successfully deflecting all incoming bludgers. When it was Swit's turn, he too managed to send every bludger flying. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for others. A second-year student was struck on the back of the head by a bludger, causing him to tumble off his broom, while a first-year student was repeatedly knocked senseless by the bludgers during his fall, a sight too distressing to behold. Why must I undertake this arduous task? Albus inquired, brandishing his wand to cast a levitation charm, catching those who had fallen from their brooms and, subsequently, stifling a yawn. If it were left to me, they might bounce back, James remarked while seated on the grass. He excelled in defensive and offensive spells, such as stunning spells and disarming charms, which proved invaluable in defense against the dark arts. Yet he struggled with other incantations. If tasked with casting a levitation charm, the first years would likely rebound off the ground like a ball. Not to worry, you're far superior to me. When I cast a levitation charm, the objects tend to ignite as they rise, Hugo casually remarked from beside James, his spells often accompanied by flames, visually striking the reckless. By the way, did you find the items you misplaced? Hugo queried again. James and Albus recalled the enchanted folding trunk, shaking their heads in irritation. The Gryffindor students did not appear particularly suspicious. The third round involved catching the quaffle, which was considerably gentler. It did not actively attack anyone, and the chaser's aim was merely to throw the quaffle through the goal hoops to score, thus necessitating a high level of skill in catching it barehanded. The position each reserve player would assume remained uncertain, so testing each position was essential, ideally ensuring all players possessed a modicum of proficiency in every role, aligning with the expectations of reserve players. The quaffle's assessment was not merely about catching. 3 individuals would toss the ball in the air, prompting the reserve players to catch it and swiftly fly to a designated distance to throw it towards a circular goal. This tested the player's reaction speed and throwing accuracy. Morin is truly impressive, whether it be bludgers or quaffles. He ranks first in both. James nodded slightly. Morin exhibited remarkable speed in catching and impressive accuracy in throwing, shining brightly throughout the trials. That Swit is rather peculiar. He usually skips flying lessons yet manages to fly so well, Hugo observed. Swit missed only 1 throw in terms of accuracy. After an afternoon of selections, the Gryffindor Quidditch team ultimately chose 3 reserve players, all first years, Morin, Swit, and Lily successfully made the cut. Well, the roster is finalized. The school's Quidditch matches commence in November. We will begin training next week, with times to be announced. All of you must submit your timetables to me, so I can arrange the training sessions. Reserves must participate as well. This year, we shall secure the Quidditch Cup, Hawk declared with fervor. The scheduling of training sessions would be irregular. It was infeasible to condense everything into weekends. Instead, training would be selected for afternoons or mornings when there were no classes, while also considering the training schedules of other teams, as the school boasted 4 houses, each vying for time on the Quidditch pitch. Consequently, each captain must report to Madam Hooch in advance to secure time slots for their teams. Although opportunities to play may be limited, participating in training is still a worthwhile endeavor, Lily remarked. Morin glanced around, spotting Swit. When Puck announced the dismissal, Swit hurriedly made his way back to the castle, now only a distant figure in the crowd. That solitary fellow is truly odd, Hugo couldn't help but comment. Chapter 39, Hagrid. On Sunday, Hagrid invited Lily and Hugo over for a visit, and they asked Morin to join them. Hagrid's hut was constructed of stone, crooked and rustic, adorned at the entrance with enormous pumpkins, each as tall as a person. Behind it lay a small farmstead, home to several roosters and other extraordinary magical creatures. Upon their arrival, Hagrid was feeding a bloodied leg to a 2-headed fire lizard, which, instead of a tail, boasted an additional head, both heads fiercely competing for the morsel. What a fascinating little creature. 2-headed fire lizards are quite rare, part of the 3rd-year curriculum, Hagrid noted, rinsing his hands of blood in a basin. The creature, measuring 2 meters in length, was vividly red and capable of spewing flames to cook food. Hugo and Lily exchanged glances, struggling to discern any charm in this fearsome, fire-breathing beast. Harry wrote to ask me to keep an eye on you too. How have your days at school been? Hagrid secured the two-headed fire lizard and closed the pen. I suppose it's been all right, Hugo replied uncertainly, glancing at the flimsy wooden fence, pondering whether it could contain the fiery 2-meter creature. Oh, you brought friends. I know you, Molin, right? The lad from the Prophet who caught that wanted criminal with his wand. Well done, Hagrid exclaimed, grinning. Molin replied politely. That was merely luck. The Daily Prophet cannot be trusted. Regardless, it was you who led to that priory being captured, Hagrid said, striding over to a colossal stone where a box rested. He opened it to reveal some biscuits. Try my homemade rock cakes. I sent a batch to Harry and his friends yesterday. Hugo and Lily glanced at each other, making an effort to appear eager for the treats. Molin took a piece of rock cake, attempting to bite into it, but quickly deciding against a second bite, as the first had proven impossible to chew. Hagrid remains oblivious to our aversion to rock cakes. He often sends them to us. When I first tasted one, I nearly broke a tooth. Thankfully, I was just losing my baby teeth at the time, Hugo whispered to Molin as Hagrid turned to fetch a shovel. Can't you just tell him directly? Molin asked, feigning to eat the rock cake in his hand. Lily shrugged. Because of that incident 21 years ago, he has become quite sentimental. Many of his acquaintances have passed away, so our parents decided we should never speak ill of whatever he gives us. Struggling to bite into the rock cake, Molin ultimately offered it to Doy perched on his shoulder, only to discover that Doy devoured the entire piece with surprising ease. By the way, you've come at a perfect time. I need help feeding the hippogriffs in the Forbidden Forest. Could you assist me with these feed bags? Hagrid indicated 2 large bags he was already carrying, with a smaller one resting on the ground. What is this? Hugo noticed that the bag was ajar, so he pulled it open slightly to take a glance, only to quickly turn his head away in disgust. A dead rat. Hagrid hummed a little tune. It was unclear how many dead rats were concealed within the bag, and the 3 of them struggled to move it. Ultimately, Molin drew his wand and uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. His levitation charm did not lighten the heavy luggage to the extent that his grandfather Alton's spell would have, transforming it into something as light as a feather. But at least it alleviated some of the weight, allowing the 3 to awkwardly lift the bag of dead rats. Such a heavy burden. My disapparition charm cannot be of assistance, Molin lamented. By the time they hoisted the bag to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid was already attending to 3 hippogriffs, which appear to be a family unit. He was gently stroking the smallest one while feeding them the dead rats. By the way, Hagrid, have there been any strange occurrences in the Forbidden Forest lately? Molin inquired. Strange events transpire daily in the Forbidden Forest. Of course, they may seem peculiar to you, but for me, they are quite ordinary, considering the multitude of magical creatures residing within. Just yesterday, I assisted Featherlin in rescuing a unicorn caught in some branches. Hagrid replied nonchalantly. Molin pondered for a moment before asking, are there any tentacled beasts in the Forbidden Forest? You know, those creatures that are both plant and animal? Hagrid paused, his brow furrowing in thought. Molin quickly added, I happened to read about tentacled beasts in the library yesterday, and I was wondering if they might also inhabit the Forbidden Forest. Hugo and Lily ceased their movements, quietly observing Hagrid, as Molin had shared with them that Sweet ventured into the Forbidden Forest every morning, and that he had encountered a tentacled beast. Hagrid appeared contemplative as he remarked, now that you mention it, the signs of destruction in the woods over the past few days do resemble the work of a tentacled beast. However, I recall that tentacled beasts do not typically approach the edge of the Forbidden Forest. At least, I have yet to spot one within. They are quite wary and adept at avoiding detection. No tentacled beasts in the Forbidden Forest? Are you certain? Molin exclaimed in surprise. I have spent my entire life at Hogwarts. How could I not be certain? Hagrid stood and tossed the dead rats to the hippogriffs. Yet, Molin was resolute in his conviction. He had perused numerous tomes on magical creatures and vividly remembered the appearance of a tentacled beast. That very morning, while tailing Sweet into the Forbidden Forest, he had indeed encountered one. If Hagrid's assertion held true, then from whence had this tentacled beast emerged? Hagrid, what exactly are these signs of destruction in the woods that you mentioned? Molin inquired again. Many trees bear deep claw marks, numerous protective gnomes have been injured, and several creatures have been inexplicably attacked. Initially, I suspected it was a water lion straying from its territory, for the claw marks resemble those of a water lion. However, after your comment, I must admit they do resemble the work of a tentacled beast, Hagrid explained. Water lions are fierce creatures, generally residing in ponds and marshes, resembling lions but adorned in blue and capable of spraying corrosive water. The more Morin contemplated, the more perplexed he became. Hagrid had never encountered a tentacled beast, yet one was evidently active within the Forbidden Forest. How could that be? They soon bid farewell to Hagrid and made their way towards the castle, with Morin lost in thought over the matter. Perhaps Sweet is a tentacled beast. He might be an animagus capable of transforming into one. That would certainly explain why he inquired of Professor Kane about the difference between transfiguring a person into an animal and being an animagus, Hugo speculated. Don't be foolish. Use your head, will you? A first-year student cannot transform into any animal, Lily countered. I suspect Sweet might secretly be raising a tentacled beast in the Forbidden Forest. Visiting it each morning, she added. Impossible. A tentacled beast is far too large to smuggle in unnoticed. Moreover, only Hagrid could manage to keep a pet in the Forbidden Forest. He knows every creature in there. I think there's a greater likelihood that Sweet is indeed a tentacled beast, Morin argued. Hugo remained steadfast in his viewpoint. Morin chose not to respond, for he sensed that the situation was growing increasingly strange. Chapter 40. Quidditch practice in his quest to uncover the truth about Sweet. Morin once more followed Sweet into the Forbidden Forest, but Sweet invariably vanished into its depths, leaving Morin at a loss. Unfamiliar with the terrain, he had no choice but to abandon his pursuit. Quidditch Captain Bach coordinated a practice session on Wednesday afternoon based on everyone's class schedules. Gryffindor had secured the Quidditch pitch, and Morin and Lily were participating for the first time as substitute players. Bach, you do realize that Albus and I have classes, right? This is a crucial charms lesson. James protested, looking rather discontented. Indeed, I also have Transfiguration class. Albus chimed in, his gaze wandering. Don't think I'm unaware that you two have been skipping class since the first period this afternoon. I don't care what little secrets you're concocting. Focus on your training. Next Saturday, Gryffindor faces Hufflepuff, and with Newman and Quinn off the team, we need to gel with the new players. Everyone, stay sharp, Bach commanded, leaving no room for dissent. James and Albus exchanged glances, having recently received a folding box from George, which was intended for the continued distribution of Weasley's Wizard Weez's products at Hogwarts. They initially planned to sell new merchandise that afternoon. Bach began explaining the strategies for Quidditch, detailing formations from the Wasp formation to the Plin defense formation, and then onto the Eagle Wing formation. His delivery was impassioned. Yet the team appeared lethargic as rain began to fall outside. Do we really have to practice in the rain? Lily questioned, clutching her new Firebolt 15. A gift from her father. Morin had forgotten to discuss this with his grandfather Alton, so he was temporarily using the school's Nimbus 2005. Quidditch does not cease for rain, and securing the pitch is no simple task. The matches are approaching, and other houses are eyeing the field. Bach insisted. Morin understood this all too well. He had attended a Quidditch match with his grandfather before starting school, during which the rain had poured even more heavily, and a seeker from the Adder Hurricane team had been struck by lightning while flying too high. Weather is not a valid excuse for canceling a Quidditch match. Though the three of them did not participate in the training, they still took to the skies above the pitch, observing the players' synergy and familiarizing themselves with Gryffindor strategies. Flying in the rain was no easy feat. Visibility was compromised, and the wind buffeted them. However, every Gryffindor player donned a pair of waterproof goggles, a clever invention by George Weasley, specifically designed for various Quidditch teams. On rainy days, these goggles shielded their vision from the rain, filtering it out entirely. The enchantment woven into the Quidditch goggles was remarkably ingenious. With them on, even in torrential downpours, one would hardly notice the surrounding rain, as if soaring through a clear sky. Of course, one's body would still become drenched, but at the very least, vision would be significantly enhanced. Initially, George had contemplated adding a telescopic feature to the goggles, allowing seekers to better spot the golden snitch from afar. But this idea was ultimately deemed a banned feature by Quidditch officials. They permitted the goggles to block rain, but prohibited any magnifying capabilities, leaving George no choice but to abandon the idea. The members of Gryffindor darted through the air, with Bach vociferously directing them. Morin observed the training session when Sweet suddenly swooped in front of him, obstructing his path. What is the matter? Morin inquired. Sweet fixed his gaze on Morin and slowly said, Why are you following me? Furrowing his brow, Morin realized he had been cautious during his two previous attempts to track Sweet, yet he had still been detected. However, he felt no remorse and retorted, The disappearance of Jamie and the others is somehow connected to you, isn't it? Mind your own business and refrain from seeking trouble, Sweet replied coldly. Is that so? I beg to differ. Morin thought it imperative to unravel this mystery, not merely due to the missing individuals, but to comprehend why their vanishing seemed to trigger memories of the past. Sweet tilted his broom at an angle and, as he departed, remarked, There are matters beyond your influence. Take care of yourself. Morin remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on Sweet, and then, extending his hand, he intercepted the bludger that Bach had inadvertently sent flying during training. I shall uncover the truth, he declared as he sent the bludger crashing into the goalpost. Due to the inclement weather on Thursday night, their astronomy class was cancelled, much to Morin's relief, for he had developed a strong aversion to it. Each time he peered through the telescope at the celestial chart, the alignment was invariably askew. The positions of planets and stars appeared dissimilar to him compared to others. Regardless of how many telescopes he tried, as was customary, he ventured to the library, not only to seek information about the magic of heterochromia, but also to investigate the lineage of Doi. The sorting hat had previously mentioned heterochromia, which piqued Morin's interest. When he beheld Doi, whose eye color matched his own, he felt he had at least found a companion, albeit one whose true background remained a mystery. Compilation of rare creatures? None. The secrets of aquatic beings? Also absent. Doi, what exactly is your identity? Morin mused, gently stroking Doi's head. Doi chirped contentedly, its fluffy tail swishing back and forth. Doi had taken to following Morin, showing no fuss over food. Whatever Morin consumed, Doi mirrored. It accompanied Morin to classes, and apart from him, it seemed disinclined to allow anyone else to touch it. Others were oblivious to Doi's presence, unable even to hear its calls. Only Hugo and Lily confirmed Morin's discovery of this peculiar invisible creature when it partook of food. Although Morin found no information on Doi in the books, he did glean much about magical creatures, gaining a deeper understanding of their characteristics, which he regarded as an additional benefit. However, just as Morin was about to leave the library, a familiar apparition flickered before him, an array of lights retreating around him, and he was thrust back in time once more to an hour prior. Whose disappearance was at this time? He returned to the moment he was about to step into the library, glancing around in astonishment. Each return to the past bore no warning. Yet each signified that someone would inexplicably vanish for several hours or even a day. Frowning, he decided against entering the library and instead shouldered his bag. Heading back to the Gryffindor common room, he had intended to seek out Hugo, but Hugo was seemingly absent from the common room. It was only when bedtime approached that he realized the gravity of the situation. This time, who had gone missing? Chapter 41, The Peculiar Classroom. Hugo had vanished. This development caught Morin entirely off guard. Their astronomy class had been cancelled due to rain, prompting Morin to seek materials in the library, a place Hugo loathed, leading him to remain in the common room to assist James and Albus in peddling Weasley's wizard wheezes. However, upon his return, Hugo had inexplicably disappeared. He inquired with James and Albus, who merely stated that Hugo had left the common room earlier. It was already midnight. Morin gazed at Hugo's empty bed in their dormitory, a sense of unease washing over him. He turned to glance at Sweet's empty bed, which also remained unoccupied. Surely, Hugo hasn't he gotten lost as well? Toby queried from his bed. They were accustomed to Sweet's late returns, but Hugo was the earliest to retire in the dormitory, making his absence at this hour highly unusual. Morin sensed that Hugo's predicament was far more serious than mere disorientation. It seemed he had vanished mysteriously, akin to the previous 3 individuals. Morin sought out Prefect Nelson, relaying the news of Hugo's disappearance. However, Nelson appeared indifferent, clad in a night robe and half asleep, preparing for bed. Nothing will happen. Return and rest. They must have lost their way and will be back shortly. He yawned, retreating to his dormitory. Morin had lost hope for Nelson's assistance. Truth be told, the recent incidents of new students vanishing had not garnered much attention. Most regarded them as mere coincidences of getting lost. Were it not for Morin's inexplicable returns to the past coinciding with someone's disappearance, he too might have deemed the matter insignificant. Resolute, Morin decided to search for Hugo himself. He departed Gryffindor Tower, hastening towards the 7th floor of the castle. It was on the 7th floor that Mosby had last been seen, and both Jamie and Sweet had also vanished from that location. Morin felt certain that something peculiar was afoot in that vicinity. Perhaps even Hugo was ensnared there. The hour was late, and the corridors were nearly deserted, with only the occasional ghostly Gryffindor drifting by, quickly vanishing into the walls. Morin navigated the moving staircase from the 8th floor to the 7th, making his way to the classroom where Jamie and Sweet had disappeared. Within the castle of Hogwarts, various landscape and portrait paintings adorned the walls, with the figures and creatures within often visiting one another, even clouds drifting from one frame to another. As Morin passed these paintings, he heard the familiar sound of a challenge. "Halt, you cowardly little brat. To flee without a fight is a knight's disgrace. Do you dare run?" Sir Cadogan's voice echoed from the wall. Morin halted, perplexed. "Sir Cadogan, weren't you in that classroom? How have you found yourself in the corridor? I wish I knew, Sir Cadogan replied, appearing quite irate. Which wretched little scoundrel moved my territory while I sought my valiant steed? I searched for ages to find my way home. The portly, gray pony behind Sir Cadogan flicked its tail, likely weary of the grass in its territory and seeking feed elsewhere, prompting Sir Cadogan to retrieve it each time. Noticing a hoof print on Sir Cadogan's chest, Molin surmised that the process of recovering his valiant steed had not been smooth, as the steed had thrown a bit of a tantrum. Sir Cadogan, did you happen to see anyone suspicious loitering about on your way home? Molin inquired. Indeed, you are the only suspicious figure here. Roaming about at this hour instead of sleeping, draw your wand and duel with me. Sir Cadogan brandished his sword. I seek a friend. He's gone missing. Might you lend your assistance, Sir Cadogan? Molin asked. A gallant knight never denies aid to a polite person. Who is this friend of yours? Sir Cadogan struggled to sheathe his sword, puffing out his chest with fervor as he declared that this time he would not continue to declare war on Molin. Hugo Weasley. I wonder if you have encountered him. He is a first-year student in Gryffindor, of similar height to mine, with fiery red hair and a smattering of freckles across his face. Molin endeavored to describe Hugo's appearance. A first year with red hair, you say? That jogs my memory. Not long ago, while searching for my companions, I did indeed spot a small red-haired boy descending from the 8th floor. Ah, he ventured into the classroom I previously occupied. Sir Cadogan leaned against a stout pony, resting his chin in contemplation, but the pony shook, causing him to tumble, his visor clattering to the ground. He hastily adjusted it, rising to exclaim, Onward! Let's charge forth. We shall rescue our beleaguered friends. Let light once again illuminate the world. If darkness prevails over light, may we perish valiantly upon the battlefield. Initially intending to mount his steed, Sir Cadogan recalled that his warhorse was in a sulky mood, and instead, he clanked in his armor, crashing into a nearby painting. Next to him, another painting depicted two wizards engaged in a game of chess. As he dashed past them, he snatched the queen and hurled it skyward, shouting check, before leaping into another painting. The two wizards, disturbed by the intrusion, protested, while the queen piece tumbled to the ground, laboriously attempting to return to the board. However, Molin paid them no heed, racing back to the classroom he had visited previously, dodging the occasionally creaking suit of armor, and pushing open the classroom door, scanning the room for any sign of life, only to behold Peeves the poltergeist on the chalkboard. That mischievous spirit, out and about instead of resting. Tut-tut. Time for confinement. As Peeves turned to hurl a piece of chalk at Molin, he caught sight of Morin's figure illuminated by the flickering wall torchlight, suddenly taken aback, exclaiming, It's you. With that, Peeves promptly spun around and darted through the wall. Molin, perplexed, gazed at the spot where Peeves had vanished, initially pondering how to deal with him, but was astonished that the poltergeist had fled at the sight of him. How peculiar. Is Peeves truly so fearful of me? Peeves was notoriously the most detested ghost at Hogwarts, often tormenting students. Even upperclassmen would tactfully avoid him. Aside from the infamous Bloody Baron, Molin had never heard of Peeves being afraid of any student. Sir Cadogan burst into a painting adjacent to the classroom, boldly proclaiming, A courageous knight can always vanquish his foes without a fight. Such is our knightly spirit. We have vanquished the vile spectre. My dear comrade, have you located your companion? Get out. A gaggle of women, clad in bathrobes, shrieked as they hurled various vases at Sir Cadogan, who clumsily leaped into another painting, shards of pottery scattering at his feet. Knights are not permitted to engage in such base conduct. My apologies, dear ladies, Sir Cadogan exclaimed, slightly flushed. Molin inquired of the bathrobe-clad women whether they had seen Hugo, but not all inhabitants of paintings shared Sir Cadogan's enthusiasm for conversing with wizards. The bathing women resolutely shut the bathroom door, disregarding Morin's presence, with no time to pursue Peeves, who had merely scrawled a series of insults on the chalkboard. Molin recalled his previous visit to this classroom and glanced at Sir Cadogan, who was seated in a picturesque landscape painting, pondering certain discrepancies. Chapter 42. The Domain of the Mad Knight. Sir Cadogan, your original portrait is neither in the hallway nor in this classroom, is it? Molin tentatively inquired. Indeed. My valiant comrade. Sir Cadogan appeared to regard Molin as an ally, seated by the roadside in his painting, which depicted a bustling street scene blanketed in snow, with numerous people celebrating the arrival of Christmas, festooning the surroundings with decorations. Many waved at Sir Cadogan, clearly recognizing the armored figure. Who moved your portrait? You do not know? Molin pressed again. Indeed, I know not. Woe betide the treacherous scoundrel who betrayed my domain while I sought to conquer the world. Such a person is beyond forgiveness, Sir Cadogan declared, his anger palpable, yet a child within the painting presented him with a Christmas hat. Sir Cadogan rose, removing his helmet to don the festive headgear, exclaiming, "Thank you ever so much, gallant young gentleman. Sir Cadogan is always at your service." Morin understood that Sir Cadogan's quest for world conquest likely involved retrieving his obstinate warhorse, and in his absence, someone had stealthily relocated his portrait. Portrait inhabitants could return directly to their frames, no matter the location. So upon Sir Cadogan's return, he discovered his frame had been shifted. Yet, why must his portrait be moved repeatedly? Observing the painting's denizens greeting Sir Cadogan and then glancing back at him, Morin quickly deduced the crux of the matter. Many portraits in the castle, though capable of speech and visiting one another, seldom engaged with students. Most inhabitants were preoccupied with their own affairs, indifferent to others. Portrait knights like Sir Cadogan, who actively sought out students for challenges and readily offered assistance, were a rarity. Should he witness something noteworthy, he would likely divulge it. This suggested that someone wished to keep Sir Cadogan, the loquacious knight, from witnessing certain events, thus necessitating the relocation of his portrait. This implied that the original location of Sir Cadogan's portrait harbored some secrets. Realizing this, Morin promptly asked, "Sir Cadogan, where was your original portrait located?" "Near the North Tower of Hogwarts Castle, my valiant comrade. That was the territory I fought for over many years, only to be betrayed by a scoundrel and forced to abandon my home." Sir Cadogan replied indignantly, "Let's go and investigate. To scout your former territory for enemy activity, to see if we can unearth the treacherous traitor and reclaim your domain." Morin solemnly concurred. Sir Cadogan's eyes welled with tears of gratitude as he removed the Christmas hat, replaced it with his helmet, drew his sword, and cried, "Thank you, my loyal friend. Once I reclaim my territory, I shall grant you half of my kingdom." His sword's unsheathing startled the boy who had given him the Christmas hat, leading the child to burst into tears, while a black dog barked at Sir Cadogan from a distance, causing him to flee the painting in a panic. "This way, my great and brave friend. Together we shall reclaim the lost territory." Sir Cadogan traversed through the corridor, returning to his original frame. But the frame was too large for Morin to move. Even with a disillusionment charm, shifting a portrait in the dead of night would be too conspicuous. It was bedtime, and wandering the corridors was against school rules. Morin had no desire to be caught by Hogwarts caretaker, Filch. Hearing from Hugo, it was said that Filch had already assumed the role of the Hogwarts caretaker during his father's era. Aged and irritable, his temperament grew even more cantankerous following the demise of his beloved pet, Mrs. Norris, leading him to adopt a harsher stance towards the students, often resorting to punishment. "Next time I have the chance, I shall assist you in returning the frame," Morin remarked, as he dashed towards the North Tower of Hogwarts under the guidance of Sir Cadogan. He had never ventured to the North Tower before. It seemed to be the venue for divination classes, which were an elective not included in the curriculum for first-year students. The castle of Hogwarts was not adorned with portraits everywhere. In areas devoid of frames, Sir Cadogan found himself at a standstill. Morin was compelled to discreetly remove a landscape painting the size of a book from the wall, allowing Sir Cadogan to squeeze into the artwork. "Hasten to keep pace with me, valiant warrior. Traverse the fearless staircase ahead and ascend. Pierce the throat of this armor with your sword. Charge forth, my warrior. The treacherous chasm to the left is the path of our conquest. Fear not, but press on undaunted. We must crawl forward, veering towards the marsh on the right, where stands the obsequious statue of Gregory, a flatterer of the highest order. Draw your sword and cleave in twain." Morin carefully sprinted for 20 minutes, guided by Sir Cadogan's absurd battle cries, until he arrived at an unfamiliar platform. This place offered a sweeping view, revealing the nighttime panorama of Hogwarts on the opposite side. Yet it was now the dead of night, shrouded in darkness, with only a few shadows flitting across the sky above the forbidden forest, perhaps the silhouettes of large birds. "This is my original domain. Be vigilant. We prepare for battle." Sir Cadogan had already dashed from the landscape, painting in Morin's grasp, to another canvas on the adjacent wall, brandishing his sword and scanning his surroundings. However, the painting depicted a starry sky, causing Sir Cadogan to lose his footing and float aimlessly in the gravity-less expanse. If your painting were here, the secrets you wish to conceal must lie nearby. But what peculiarities exist in this vicinity? Morin surveyed his surroundings. Opposite the wall that once displayed Sir Cadogan's portrait was another wall adorned with paintings of fruits and vegetables, as well as some classical, odd architecture, none of which could speak. Nearby, around a corner, were images of people gathered for dinner, yet they did not spare Morin a single glance. Morin ran his fingers along the wall, finding no peculiarities. He had hoped to discover something unusual, perhaps a hidden passageway within the wall, but it appeared solid, devoid of cracks. The withered flames burned unextinguished in the torches on the wall, their flickering light casting shifting shadows that danced around Molin. Just as he discerned no anomalies, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching, drawing nearer with urgency. Chapter 43. The Somnambulist of the Divination Tower. The footsteps arrived with startling abruptness, catching Molin off guard. He sought a place to conceal himself, but it was too late. An apparition had entered his line of sight. It was a witch clad in a plaid, worn nightgown. Appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, her hair a stark white, and adorned with thick spectacles nearly as hefty as a bottle's base. Her face etched with deep wrinkles. She ambled towards Molin, her demeanor exceedingly peculiar. His heart raced. He did not recognize this witch, but he recalled having seen her at the opening ceremony, as she too occupied a seat at the faculty table. This meant he had been caught wandering the castle at this late hour by a professor. Taking a deep breath, Molin prepared to concoct an excuse for his nocturnal presence. Yet the witch in the nightgown seemed oblivious to his existence and passed right by him. Could she be sleepwalking? Molin exhaled, finding solace in the notion that if she were indeed in a somnolent state, there was little to worry about. He merely needed to wait for her to pass. However, to his dismay, the loquacious Sir Cadogan joyfully called out from the wall, "Good evening, Professor Trelawney." Molin felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and silence this fellow. Should Professor Trelawney awaken, he feared he would be summoned to Filch, facing a day or two of detention. A momentary pause enveloped him as he processed the name. Professor Trelawney? Was she not the seer mentioned in the book titled Harry Potter and the story that must not be told, whose prophecy linked Harry Potter and Voldemort? Said to originate from Hogwarts? With that thought, Molin felt a sudden reverence for the wrinkled witch. Upon hearing Sir Cadogan's greeting, Professor Trelawney halted, and Morin's scalp prickled as he contemplated fleeing, reasoning that she did not recognize him. Yet, instead of responding to Sir Cadogan, Professor Trelawney slowly approached the platform's window. Gazing outside, the weather was dismal, with a light rain earlier leading to the cancellation of his astronomy class. However, at the moment she cast her gaze out the window, all rain vanished, and the moon, radiant and full, peered through the clouds. The transformation occurred with such swiftness that even Molin scarcely had time to react. Then, from Professor Trelawney's lips emerged an ethereal and haunting voice. The dark awakens, time distorts. The memory-bereft gaze upon the truth veiled in fog. Piercing the guise of death, the deceased traversed the path. Her voice shifted from ethereal to harrowing, sending chills through Molin as he stared, bewildered, at Professor Trelawney, who incessantly repeated those words. Was she merely speaking in her sleep? Or was it something more? Molin was taken aback. Could it be that Professor Trelawney was uttering a prophecy, much like the one she had delivered to Harry? Yet what were the odds? Meeting her for the first time, and not even knowing her. Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated outside the castle, as a bolt of lightning rent the night sky. The moon vanished entirely, clouds regrouped, and rain began to fall once more, rustling softly. Professor Trelawney suddenly shuddered, casting a peculiar glance around, her eyes landing on Molin. "Oh dear, who are you? What brings you here at such an ungodly hour?" Molin found himself at a loss for words, still pondering the significance of her earlier utterance. Was that truly sleep talk, or something else? Yet if it were mere dreams, how could it feel so real? Professor, apologis, I seem to have lost my way. I am a first-year student from Gryffindor, and I do not know how to return. He finally managed to articulate. A first year from Gryffindor? With this vast castle, it is not uncommon to lose one's way. How curious. I, too, ponder how I came to be here, Professor Trelawney mused, seemingly unaware of her own nocturnal wandering, adjusting her thick spectacles and stifling a yawn. "Professor, did you not realize what you just said? You mentioned something about the Dark Awakening. What does that mean?" Molin inquired. Professor Trelawney waved her hand dismissively. "The Dark Awakens? What is that? You must have misheard, dear. Do hurry back to where you belong." Continuing down the corridor, proceed straight until you reach the end, then turn right, where you will find the junction between the tower and the castle, a place with which you're already familiar. "Shall I escort you there?" Molin shook his head, replying, "No need, I can find my way. Good night, Professor." He clutched the framed landscape painting and dashed back in the original direction, stopping halfway to rehang the artwork on the wall. Cunning and despicable traitor, just wait. "I shall return." Sir Cadogan brandished his sword within the confines of the painting. "My apologies, Sir Cadogan. I have classes tomorrow. I will visit you again another time," Molin casually remarked, his mind still preoccupied with Professor Trelawney's cryptic words. "Fear not, my valiant comrade. There shall be ample time ahead. Together, we shall vanquish those who lurk in the shadows." Sir Cadogan appeared particularly spirited, his figure flickering before vanishing into the frame. It was a mere blink for the painted figures to return to their frames, yet venturing elsewhere necessitated traversing through other paintings. Morin paid him no heed and cautiously made his way back to Gryffindor Tower. Return sooner next time. You have disrupted my beauty sleep. The fat lady was far from pleased, having been roused in the dead of night. Upon entering the dormitory, he noticed that Toby had not yet retired. Where have you been? Why are you all so late? Toby inquired hurriedly. Morin glanced at Sweet's bed, realizing that Sweet had also not returned, leaving Toby alone in the dormitory. I went looking for Hugo, but did not find him, Morin replied wearily, changing into his pajamas and sitting on the bed. His mind swirled with questions. Not only had he failed to uncover the reason behind Sir Cadogan's painting being moved, but he had also heard Professor Trelawney utter strange phrases. Darkness awakens, time disarrayed, the memory-deprived peer into the truth shrouded in mist, piercing death's disguise. The deceased are on their journey. What could this enigmatic discourse possibly signify? Had Professor Trelawney indeed made a prophecy? Yet, if it was a prophecy, what did it entail? True prophecies ought to resemble: a certain wizard shall fall from his broomstick and break his leg, or the concerns of a certain individual shall manifest within 2 months. Or more sophisticated predictions, such as the only wizard capable of resisting the Dark Lord shall be born by the end of July. However, Professor Trelawney's utterances were so disjointed that Morin was utterly baffled. If these words were to correlate with the recent peculiar occurrences, they indeed bore a semblance of truth. For instance, time disarrayed could be interpreted as Morin's own temporal regression, while the memory-deprived might refer to the missing individuals and their amnesia. Yet, what did it mean to pierce death's disguise? What significance lay in the other two phrases? He procured paper and a pen, meticulously recording the prophecy's content while contemplating its meaning. Glancing at Hugo's empty bed, he found himself unable to sleep that night. Chapter 44. The Unbelieved Prophecy. The following morning, as Morin arose, he discovered that both Hugo and Sweet had not returned overnight, which stirred his concern. Sweet was a rather enigmatic individual, daring to venture into the forbidden forest each morning. Morin assumed he would be fine, but his worries lay mostly with Hugo. Hugo is missing too? What on earth is happening? When Lily approached them for breakfast, she was informed of the situation, her brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, he did not return last night. Nor did Sweet, Morin stated gravely. Lily crossed her arms, expressing her dissatisfaction. Hugo is notoriously unreliable. His absent-mindedness often leads to him getting lost. Lily, this situation has nothing to do with Hugo's carelessness. You must know this isn't the first time someone has gone missing, Morin insisted earnestly. But no one has been harmed. Hugo will surely return. He probably just forgot where he wandered off to. It's nothing to worry about. Let's go eat. I bet he's already in the Great Hall. Lily replied. Together, Morin and Lily entered the Great Hall, scanning the Gryffindor long table and then the students from other houses, but Hugo was nowhere to be found. They found a spot to sit. The breakfast spread was particularly lavish that morning, yet Morin had no appetite. Lily, did Professor Trelawney make a prophecy regarding Voldemort for your father? Did your father ever mention her state during that time? Morin inquired. Lily sipped her pumpkin juice, pondering for a moment before responding. He seemed to suggest that Trelawney's prophecies were often unreliable. When she truly makes a prophecy, she doesn't even remember what she said. Why do you ask? While searching for Hugo last night, I encountered a somnambulant Professor Trelawney. She appeared somewhat disoriented and uttered strange phrases reminiscent of a prophecy, Morin recounted, glancing at Doy, who was enjoying mashed potatoes, as he relayed the events of the previous night to Lily. Lily chuckled. How absurd! What are the odds that Professor Trelawney would fortuitously meet you and make a prophecy? She was probably just rambling in her sleep. But you yourself said that when Trelawney makes a prophecy, she does not recall what she has said, correct? Last night, she was in that state while speaking in my presence, Morin emphasized. Without hesitation, Lily countered, that's because the subject of her prophecy was my father. He is quite unique. However, not to undermine you, you possess no such uniqueness. My point is, her prophecies generally concern prominent figures in the wizarding world, don't they? Like Voldemort at that time, and Wormtail returning to him. To me, it sounds like Trelawney was simply speaking nonsense. Lily did not believe that the words Morin had heard constituted a genuine prophecy. Having grown up hearing about her father's connection to Voldemort, she felt that true prophecies should pertain to significant individuals, such as her father and Voldemort. Hence, she dismissed Morin's recounting of the previous night. Morin furrowed his brow, refraining from further elaboration. Although he did not perceive himself as extraordinary, Lily's comments left him with a peculiar sensation. He did not expect Lily to accept his claims. In fact, even if Morin were to reveal that each time he returned to the past, someone went missing, she would likely dismiss it as mere coincidence or simply doubt the reality of his temporal travels altogether. Morin had no evidence to substantiate his assertions of having traveled back in time. If Lily chose not to believe him, there was no need for him to persist in explaining. He resolved to uncover the truth on his own. After breakfast, they proceeded to defense against the dark arts class, where Hugo was still absent. Yet Morin was taken aback to find Sweet had arrived early in the classroom. Sweet had not returned the previous night, yet here he was attending class? Morin was incensed. If Sweet had shown up, then where was Hugo? It seemed that one of their classmates would miss today's peculiar lesson on broomstick fatalities, which was quite unfortunate. Professor Francis called out for the absent Hugo, his tone icy as he surveyed the room, before commencing his dry yet captivating lecture on defense against the dark arts. After the class, many students found their interest in Quidditch waning, even hesitant to touch their broomsticks. Professor Francis recounted a chilling tale from the 1956 Quidditch match, where a player from the Vimborn Wasps was struck by lightning and mysteriously vanished, only for his corpse to later emerge as an exhibit within a Muggle museum's glass display case. This unsettling incident instilled a profound sense of dread regarding Quidditch among all the students. Surely, he must be jesting? Quidditch matches couldn't possibly be that terrifying. Lily, usually quite courageous, felt a twinge of anxiety after attending Professor Francis's lecture, especially with her recent induction into the Quidditch team. Perhaps it was plausible. Morin, preoccupied with thoughts of Hugo, had not absorbed the lesson. His mind lingered on the fact that the Vimborn Wasps were Hugo's favorite team, and he was well versed in any gossip surrounding them. He wondered if Hugo was aware of this grim tale. Turning, Morin spotted Sweet preparing to leave the classroom. He strode over briskly and inquired with a serious tone, "Sweet, where were you last night? Where did Hugo go? Why did neither of you return?" Sweet halted, appearing uncharacteristically forthcoming as he gazed oddly at Morin, then slowly replied, "I can't recall." "You can't recall? What do you mean?" Morin frowned. Sweet's pallor was alarming, with dark circles under his eyes suggesting fatigue. In a hoarse voice, he reiterated, "I don't remember where I went last night." With that, Sweet exited the classroom without another glance. Only after Sweet's departure did Lily comment, "He seems to be lying." Morin fell into contemplation, uncertain whether to trust Sweet's words. Yet he felt certain that Sweet harbored some knowledge. Yesterday, he had returned to the past, and someone had gone missing. Surely that person was Hugo. What was Sweet's involvement? Was he truly deceiving them? Hugo had skipped an entire morning of classes, prompting Morin to seek out Professor Kane to inform him of Hugo's disappearance. Weasley is missing? He didn't return to the dormitory last night? Another lost one? Professor Kane, grading assignments, set down his pen upon hearing Morin's words. Though he was the head of Gryffindor, he was rather amiable and not overly harsh with his students. Indeed, Professor, the last time Jamie vanished, it was similar. Don't you find their disappearances a tad too coincidental? Morin urged. Professor Kane nodded slightly. It is rather peculiar. However, first years frequently get lost. Walker, I suggest you hasten to lunch. Who knows? Weasley may reappear from some classroom this afternoon. There's no need for excessive worry. Jamie Leonard experienced something similar last time. Did he not? Seeing that he could not sway Professor Kane, Morin left the office, pondering whether he might glean more information from Hugo upon his return. Chapter 45. The Deathly Hallows and Grindelwald. Hugo returned to the common room at 10 o'clock that night, appearing somewhat dazed and colliding with a second-year girl in his path. "See, I told you that careless fellow would eventually come back," Lily remarked with irritation. Morin set down his book and asked, "Hugo, are you all right?" Hugo shook his head uncertainly. "I don't know, my head feels heavy." He rubbed his forehead, swaying unsteadily and knocking over a chair. Morin quickly steadied him, guiding him to a comfortable chair before retrieving a chocolate frog from his bag and offering it to Hugo. However, Hugo, distracted, failed to grasp it, and the chocolate frog leaped onto the table where Morin pinned it down. "You look unwell. Perhaps you should rest," Morin suggested, choosing not to question Hugo further in his current state, as he likely wouldn't retain any information. Upon returning to the dormitory, Morin noticed that Sweet, who typically returned late, was already lying in bed. What on earth was going on with the two of them? Sitting on his own bed, Morin glanced at Hugo, then at Sweet, his curiosity intensifying. The following morning, upon waking, Morin habitually glanced at Sweet's bed and found it empty, the covers neatly folded as usual. Hugo, however, remained asleep. Morin refrained from waking him and went to the hall for breakfast, bringing back some bread for Hugo. Hugo did not rise until midday, appearing significantly more alert than the previous evening. "Want something to eat?" Morin offered the breakfast. "Thank you," Hugo said, biting into the bread. His head tilted as he seemed lost in thought. "Let me guess, you've forgotten where you were yesterday as well?" Morin inquired. Hugo nodded, then shook his head. "It's a strange feeling. I feel as though I was doing something, yet I can't articulate it. For a time, it felt as if my body didn't belong to me. Your body didn't belong to you? What does that mean? Molin pressed, determined to extract any clue he could, as Hugo was the key witness in this unfolding mystery. Hugo gulped down some orange juice and continued. I remember being in the Gryffindor common room the night before selling Weasley products with James and the others. Then, an inexplicable thought surged in my mind, compelling me to hasten to some place, but I forgot where. He racked his brain, but could not recall the specifics, like all the missing individuals. The subsequent period was a blank. You went to a classroom on the 7th floor. Sir Cadogan informed me, Molin stated. Who is Sir Cadogan? Hugo asked, puzzled. Yes, a character in a painting on the 7th floor. You don't remember? Hugo shook his head. No, I don't recall going to the 7th floor. After leaving the common room, I forgot where I was heading. Then where did you return from last night? What is your last memory? Molin pressed further. Hugo set down the bread, uncertainly replying, I came back from the 7th floor. No, wait. It seems I returned from a strange tower. I'm not sure. It felt as if one moment I was in a tower, and the next I was on the 7th floor. It doesn't make sense. A tower? Molin recalled the place he and Sir Cadogan had visited the previous night. Sir Cadogan's portrait was indeed near that tower platform. Yet it was a considerable distance from the castle's 7th floor. Molin had run for about 20 minutes to reach it last time. Hugo placed the bread and juice on the bedside table and lay back down, suddenly exclaiming in pain before sitting up again. What's wrong? Molin asked. Hugo rubbed his back and glanced at the bed, discovering a crystal ball resting on the sheets, an inconspicuous fake prophecy ball from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. No larger than 2 fingers. No, I must have forgotten to put this fake prophecy ball away. I must have pressed it just now. But it's odd. My back feels a bit cold, and I can't quite explain why. Hugo twisted his head to see what was behind him, but could not manage it. Let me take a look, Molin said, rising and moving to Hugo's side. Hugo lifted his shirt, and suddenly, Molin froze. What's the matter? Do I have something on my back? Hugo asked. You have a peculiar mark on your back. Wait, I feel as though I've seen this mark before. I'll sketch it for you. Molin procured a sheet of paper and a pen, meticulously sketching the mark on Hugo's back. It manifested as a triangle, within which lay a circle, and a line stood vertically between the triangle and the circle. This was not merely a trivial mark. When Molin presented this insignia to Hugo, the latter was taken aback, and Molin suddenly recalled its significance. They both exclaimed simultaneously, Grindelwald's emblem, the mark of the Deathly Hallows. Molin and Hugo exchanged a glance. Molin had just mentioned Grindelwald, while Hugo referred to the Deathly Hallows. Was this indeed the symbol of the Hallows? Born into a family of wizards, Molin had heard tales of the 3 brothers in death, the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. These 3 artifacts were said to be the Deathly Hallows, legendary objects capable of conquering death itself. However, the storybook of the 3 brothers bore no mention of this mark. I am quite certain it is the mark of the Hallows, Hugo asserted. My father once explained its origin to me, and Uncle Harry echoed the same sentiment. This emblem troubled them for a considerable time. You must understand, in their quest to destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes, they needed to decipher the meaning of this mark. But I recall from Dangerous Wizards at Large that this mark signifies another dark wizard, Grindelwald, who was vanquished by Professor Dumbledore. His followers bore this emblem, much like Voldemort's skull and serpent insignia, which once instilled dread in many wizards, Molin remarked, recalling the numerous books he had read. Vividly remembering that Grindelwald's mark was precisely this one. Hugo pondered, now that you mention it. My father seemed to imply that the mark of the Deathly Hallows was identical to Grindelwald's, the most powerful wand in existence. The Elder Wand, one of the Hallows, originally belonged to Grindelwald, then passed to Dumbledore, and eventually fell into Voldemort's hands, only to be shattered by Uncle Harry. Shattered? Molin echoed, slightly astonished. The tomes published in the Wizarding World concerning Voldemort and Harry Potter had not mentioned this detail. The shattering of the world's most formidable wand constituted a monumental loss. Indeed, it was shattered, Hugo confirmed, rising to face the mirror and glancing at the mark on his back, located directly opposite his heart. The mark was crimson, engraved with an unknown substance. But how could I possess this mark? I do not even know Grindelwald, Hugo exclaimed, vigorously rubbing at the mark in a futile attempt to erase it. It remained starkly visible. This matter must be reported to the professor, Molin stated with gravity. Chapter 46, The Vanished Mark. Whether it pertained to the Deathly Hallows or Grindelwald, the appearance of such an ominous mark on Hugo was an ill omen. Molin and Hugo alone could not elucidate this mystery, and this inexplicable mark was undoubtedly linked to Hugo's disappearance. Perhaps Mosby, Delia, and Jamie also bore this mark. Molin recalled the 3 other missing individuals. Are you suggesting that during my period of amnesia, someone took it upon themselves to inscribe this mark upon me? What could their intent be? To recruit me into their ranks? Or to compel me to worship Grindelwald? Hugo queried, bewildered. Morin replied earnestly, regardless, this mark must be forbidden. Otherwise, it would have been recorded in the tale of the three brothers in death. The emergence of a forbidden mark necessitates that we inform the professor, so they may address it. Perhaps my parents or Uncle Harry could provide clarity. Hugo switched hands to touch the mark on his back. By the way, this mark feels icy, as if my heart has turned cold. I did not experience this sensation prior to being struck by the false prophecy orb. You should feel it. Is it truly that cold? Morin extended his hand cautiously toward the mark on Hugo's back. As his fingers approached, an unsettling chill surged from his fingertips. It is indeed frigid. Morin's fingers made contact with the mark, but at that moment, a peculiar aura emanated from it, swiftly penetrating his mind. Ugh! Morin felt as though his consciousness had been struck by a torrent of water, followed by a cascade of strange memory fragments invading his mind. Memories that were not his own, but belonged to another. Morin's eyes widened. He was no longer gazing at Hugo's back, but rather a long corridor adorned with portraits, accompanied by the distant sounds of students laughing and chattering. Then, he realized what was transpiring. This was Hugo's memory. He was witnessing the lost memories of Hugo. The corridor that appeared in Morin's mind was none other than the seventh-floor corridor of Hogwarts Castle. He could see the portraits and landscapes lining the walls. As at that moment, Hugo was making his way toward an abandoned classroom on the seventh floor. Hugo opened the door to that classroom. Yet what Morin beheld was not the interior of the classroom, but rather a thick fog. It was as though he stood in a forest shrouded in mist, with a gentle breeze rustling the branches, producing an eerie sound, as if some dreadful entity were whispering. Hiss! Morin gasped, the scene before him fading away. He felt a slight dizziness, and his vision became somewhat blurred. Hugo appeared to him as two shadows. Morin, what is wrong with you? Hugo inquired. Concern etched on his face. The confusion in Morin's mind gradually dissipated, and Hugo's features became clearer. He exhaled, uncertainly stating, I believe I just witnessed something. Something strange. Indeed, it was peculiar. Your eyes were glowing just now. It was truly an odd sight, Hugo observed, intrigued by the glimmer in Morin's eyes. My eyes were glowing? What do you mean? Morin responded, perplexed. I'm not sure. I merely heard you emit a muffled sound, so I turned to look at you. To my astonishment, your left I was radiating blue light, while your right I shone green. It looked utterly uncanny, Hugo explained. My eyes shone blue and green? Was it truly that alarming? Morin rubbed his eyes. Are you certain you did not misinterpret it? Hugo shrugged, yawning. I cannot guarantee it. Perhaps I simply misperceived it. Ever since we returned, I have felt somewhat dazed and unwell. Wait, that's odd. The icy sensation seems to have vanished. Hugo recalled the ominous mark on his back and reached to touch it again, but Morin interjected, Wait, your mark has disappeared. Disappeared? Hugo hurried to the mirror, turning his back to it and straining to twist his head around. It truly is gone? How can this be? Was it all an illusion? It cannot be that we both experienced an illusion. Morin shook his head. He could still feel the chill emanating from Hugo. Yet after he touched Grindelwald's mark, it inexplicably vanished. Truly strange. Morin fell into deep contemplation, his mind growing increasingly tumultuous. What had transpired? Had he just witnessed Hugo's lost memories? If so, where had Hugo ventured? If not, what had just occurred? Most importantly, where has the mark behind Hugo gone? Should we inform the headmaster about this? Hugo inquired hesitantly, pondering whether he could trust the claim that the mark had vanished. The answer was all too evident. Had the mark still been present, it would have lent credibility to their assertions. Now, with its ominous disappearance, any such disclosure would likely be dismissed as mere pranks by a first-year student. I recalled something. If you bore this mark, could it not imply that others who have gone missing and suffered from amnesia might also bear the sinister emblem? Morin mused thoughtfully. Hugo suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, we could ascertain whether they too possess the mark. Mosby, Delia, Jamie, or perhaps Sweet. Morin's gaze fell upon Sweet's empty bed in the dormitory. It was Saturday, and as customary, Sweet was absent. In truth, since the semester commenced. Aside from sleeping and attending classes with Sweet, they had seldom seen him. Morin had only encountered Sweet a few times in the library. That was all. He truly was an enigma. It felt peculiar to say he was missing, as it seemed he was perpetually in a state of absence. On their way to lunch, Hugo speculated about the nature of Sweet. Morin, too, was unsure whether Sweet was lying, but he had become a riddle to him. Oh, Hugo, you're awake. I thought you would sleep the entire day. Lily called out to them. Morin and Hugo took their seats beside Lily, surveying the spread of food before them. Hugo, unfazed, seized his knife and fork, and began to devour his meal ravenously. By the way, Morin, 10 minutes ago, James informed me that Pock has secured the Quidditch pitch from Madam Hooch. We have training at 3 o'clock, so please notify Sweet, Lily said. Good luck with that. You know he is elusive, Morin replied, serving a baked potato to Doy, who was enjoying her meal heartily. Really? I saw Sweet wandering the 7th floor corridor this morning. But I didn't greet him, Lily remarked. The 7th floor corridor? Morin and Hugo exchanged glances. Chapter 47. The Chosen One. Once again, the 7th floor corridor. To Morin, this corridor had become synonymous with mystery. It seemed that all recent events were intricately linked to it. Yet, what baffled Morin was what sort of magic lay concealed within that classroom, and why the scenes Hugo witnessed upon entering differed from his own. After much contemplation, Morin finally spoke. There is something I have long wished to share with you. I have hesitated, fearing you might not believe me. Nevertheless, I need your help to analyze this. He cast a glance at Hugo, knowing he would be the first to doubt his words. But given that Hugo was one of the missing individuals and they had just seen a Grindelwald mark in the dormitory, he decided to disclose his recent experiences. Morin elaborated on how he had returned to the past and how each inexplicable return coincided with someone mysteriously vanishing, including the magic regarding his heterochromatic eyes that the Sorting Hat had mentioned. To his astonishment, it was not Hugo who first doubted him, but Lily. You say you travel back in time? Morin, don't be foolish. Are you implying that you possess a time-turner? She laughed. Morin shook his head. That is precisely the peculiarity. If I had a time-turner, everything would make sense. Lily set down her cutlery, stating, Morin, I have always regarded you as a rational person, intelligent, brave, and immensely talented in magic, one who wouldn't utter such nonsense. Yet what you've been saying lately is utterly absurd. Just yesterday, you claimed Professor Trelawney made a prophecy about you. Please, don't be ridiculous. Time-turners. Mysterious prophecies. Your imagination is truly boundless. But perhaps he is right. Strangely, the typically sardonic Hugo stood firmly by Morin's side, offering no skepticism, and instead said earnestly, for instance, we just witnessed a mark of the Deathly Hallows right on me. Hugo, have you lost your mind? What connection could the mark of the Deathly Hallows have with you? Do you think you are also the chosen one? Lily mocked. I would rather you amend your habit of sleeping in. Perhaps then you wouldn't be spouting nonsense. I'm not speaking nonsense. Morin was there too. I wish we had a Muggle hairdryer to capture the image of what we just saw, Hugo retorted, visibly displeased. Indeed, if you were wise enough, you would comprehend that the Muggle device capable of capturing images is called a camera. You should be grateful for the opportunity to learn about Muggle knowledge in your Muggle Studies class. Lily stood up, gathering her belongings. My advice to you is to first grasp Muggle knowledge before aspiring to be the chosen one. With that, Lily departed the hall, alongside her roommate, Gemma. Why is Lily acting like this? Morin pondered, watching her retreating figure, unsure of what to say. Is she arrogant and spiteful? Hugo shrugged. She has always treated me this way. I have grown accustomed to it. I thought you would share Lily's skepticism regarding my words, Morin remarked, assisting Doy with a slice of bacon while sipping his broth. Had this been yesterday, I might have doubted. But how can I put it? It's improbable that we are both hallucinating. The mark of the Deathly Hallows, or the Grindelwald mark, did not simply appear on me without reason, did it? Hugo bit into his chicken leg, then recalled something and continued, in your eyes. You mentioned that the Sorting Hat referenced the magic of heterochromatic eyes at the start of term. I find it quite plausible, for just moments ago, I was right beside you, and brother, your eyes were indeed shimmering with an unusual light. That is magic. Morin had not observed any peculiarities in his own eyes. Thus he was unaware of how his heterochromatic pupils had manifested magic at that moment. If anything seemed strange, it was the memories of Hugo that he felt had been lost. Do you also believe in the prophecy? Morin inquired. Lily might not believe, but I sense you are not lying. You know, Lily's father is the great hero who vanquished Voldemort. She harbors an inexplicable admiration for him, always feeling that he could save the world. Thus she believes her father is the chosen one, and that Professor Trelawney would only prophesy for him. Of course, that is quite normal. Anyone would see their father as a great hero, even if he hasn't saved the world. But I feel my father is my support, and I believe you share that sentiment. Hugo set down his chicken leg. Whenever he spoke of his father, Ron, it was often with a tone of complaint, primarily due to their differing loyalties to Quidditch teams. This was the first time Hugo had expressed such thoughts. Morin's lips moved slightly, his heart tinged with a peculiar emotion. Unlike Ron, he had seldom experienced his father's presence during his childhood. Ever since he could remember, his parents had been working abroad, seldom returning home. Morin did not resonate with Hugo's notion of a heroic father. He leaned more towards the belief that his grandfather, Alton, was the one he could rely upon. Hugo was oblivious to Morin's thoughts as he continued. Bringing up such preposterous matters in front of Lily is akin to informing her that you, like her father, are a chosen one. She simply will not believe it. However, I must assert that there are no stipulations preventing Professor Trelawney from bestowing prophecies upon more than one individual. Correct? Perhaps she was indeed delivering a prophecy for you at that moment. She was not prophesying for me. She merely uttered those cryptic words in my presence. Her statements regarding those who have been deprived of their memories, peering into the truth shrouded by the fog, seemed to allude to you few missing and amnesiac individuals. Morin retorted. Hugo, astonished, exclaimed, "So, are we the protagonists of the prophecy?" His eyes sparkled with excitement. When he was with Lily, she often mocked him, yet he typically brushed off her jests, given their long-standing relationship as childhood friends and cousins. Nonetheless, many children harbor dreams of being the chosen one, and Hugo was no exception. Repeat the contents of the prophecy for me. Perhaps we could decipher something together. He set down his knife and fork, his curiosity about the prophecy evidently eclipsing his appetite for food, which usually included several chicken legs at this hour. The prophecy consists of but a few words. Darkness awakens. Time is disordered. The memory-deprived peer into the truth obscured by the mist, shattering death's disguise. The deceased are on their arduous journey. Morin reiterated. The memory-deprived peering into the truth obscured by the mist? Does this imply that my amnesia stems from witnessing certain truths? But what truths have I seen? Hugo mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Chapter 48, The Missing Night. Hugo meticulously pondered over those words, muttering them to himself. After a moment, he remarked, "You mentioned that when you touched the mark on me, you saw me go into the 7th floor classroom, pushing open the door, and entering a realm of fog? Yet, I do not recall such events. However, at that moment, I did observe your eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Could this signify that the magic referred to by the Sorting Hat regarding your heterochromia enables you to perceive those deprived memories? I am uncertain. For all I saw was a veil of mist," Morin replied, shaking his head. Eagerly, Hugo surveyed his surroundings and declared, "In that case, we must investigate the truth ourselves." "Mustn't we?" He was brimming with enthusiasm, perceiving his disorientation and amnesia as trivial, even relishing the experience. He would not object to becoming lost again. "So, whom should we investigate first?" "Mosby is a Hufflepuff, and Delia is a Ravenclaw. We hardly converse with them. Let us begin with Jamie, or perhaps the mysterious figure in our dormitory." Hugo had already assigned a name to Sweet, reminiscent of how, over 20 years ago, everyone hesitated to utter Voldemort's true name, referring to him as the mysterious figure instead. "Do not refer to him in that manner. Many disapprove of the term mysterious figure," Morin admonished. They departed the hall and made their way to the 7th floor corridor, conducting a thorough examination of the classroom once more. However, the classroom appeared just as it had during Morin's previous visit. Aside from the crude words scrawled by Peeves on the blackboard, nothing had changed. "I fail to comprehend why. When you last opened this classroom, it was shrouded in mist, while I merely encountered an ordinary classroom. Did you sense anything familiar?" Morin circled the classroom, finding no abnormalities. "There's one thing. I felt a familiar chill, akin to the mark of the Deathly Hallows, yet I cannot discern its origin. It seems to pervade this classroom, yet simultaneously, it appears absent. If this classroom harbors magic, there ought to be traces left behind." Professor Francis previously stated that even the most sophisticated and concealed magic leaves a mark. Hugo had learned the theoretical knowledge of defense against the dark arts with clarity, while the other subjects remained somewhat muddled. He had absorbed much from Professor Francis's teachings on the threats of death. He traced the walls, inspecting the corners of the classroom, but such searching proved fruitless, yielding only a few spiders and scattered chalk pieces left by Peeves. "Regrettably, our understanding of magic is still insufficient." After 10 minutes of searching, Hugo reluctantly chose to abandon the quest. They were merely first-year students, and discovering traces of magic was fundamentally improbable due to their lack of experience. Morin too sensed something amiss. Although he did not perceive the chill Hugo spoke of, he realized that he had seemingly forgotten something essential during their journey here. Then, Morin suddenly recalled, of course, Sir Cadogan. He flung open the classroom door and sprinted towards the portraits lining the corridor, arriving at the spot where Sir Cadogan's portrait had once hung, only to find it replaced by a painting of a Quidditch match. "What happened? Have you uncovered any clues?" Hugo inquired, catching up. "Sir Cadogan, his portrait is missing. I saw it just the day before yesterday in this very spot, and now it has vanished." Morin scoured the portraits along the 7th floor corridor, but found no sign of the eccentric yet affable knight. "Could someone have moved his portrait back to the tower where Professor Trelawney resides?" Hugo suggested. Let's investigate. It will be fortuitous if you could also try to recall any peculiarities about the tower. Molin turned a corner and dashed towards Hogwarts North Tower. As it was the weekend, they did not need to tread as cautiously as they would at night. And after a brisk 10-minute run, they arrived at the West Tower. Molin approached the place where Sir Cadogan had previously guided him and halted. On that occasion, Professor Trelawney had walked to the platform of Sir Cadogan's portrait, gazing into the night while uttering strange words. According to Sir Cadogan, the wall on the platform was meant to display his portrait, yet it too was conspicuously vacant. Sir Cadogan's portrait is not here. Do you think that Mad Knight might have been murdered upon learning something? Hugo scanned the surroundings and whispered, "Murdered? He is merely a painting. Have you forgotten?" Molin replied, "True, the figures within paintings can traverse between them. To murder someone within a painting is not a simple task. They could seek refuge in another painting. Yet, it is not impossible. If that unfortunate fellow found himself surrounded by no other portraits to escape to, one could incinerate the figure within the painting," Hugo speculated. Hugo's theory held some merit. The figures within paintings could freely visit others, but only if there were adjacent portraits to serve as bridges for movement. If someone seized the opportunity to dispose of Sir Cadogan's portrait while he was wandering about, casting it into a location devoid of surrounding portraits, then when Sir Cadogan instantaneously returned to his frame, he would be unable to escape. Let us not dwell on this matter for now. You mentioned that you were in the tower one moment and then found yourself on the 7th floor the next. Could this be the tower in question? Molin inquired. Hugo furrowed his brow, reminiscing for a moment before shaking his head. "I cannot be certain. I only recall seeing a spiraling staircase and some windows. Yet the Gryffindor Tower resembles this as well, does it not?" Molin ascended the winding staircase, meticulously observing the surrounding landscape paintings, most of which depicted still-life fruit and scenic vistas, alongside some ancient architecture. Hugo pointed to a painting and remarked, "I have heard of this ancient Roman Colosseum. It is renowned in the annals of Quidditch history, having hosted a match where it accommodated 100,000 wizards. My family and I visited it 2 years ago." Molin approached and cast a glance at the depiction of the Colosseum on the wall. The circular classical architecture exuded an artistic aura, though it was lamentably half in ruins. The inscription above noted that the 99th Quidditch match took place at the Colosseum, where countless Muggle-repelling charms were cast in preparation for the grand event. However, following the match, exuberant fans unleashed explosive spells in celebration, ultimately causing the destruction of the Colosseum. This incident stirred considerable uproar. The wizards had commandeered Muggle grounds for their convenience. Yet due to lax oversight post-event, the Colosseum met its demise. Amidst subsequent turmoil, repairs were delayed, and by the time the Muggles became aware, it was too late for restoration. In an effort to conceal the truth, false narratives were conveyed to the Muggles, attributing the damage to an earthquake. It is said that the Colosseum was once a venue for Muggles to engage in contests between men and beasts. How cruel the Muggles were. Look, there is even a pony grazing nearby. Surely, no one would dare to duel with that plump little creature. Hugo mused with interest. Molin, however, stared in astonishment at the pony grazing on the grass beside the Colosseum and exclaimed, "That is Sir Cadogan's horse." Chapter 49. The Plump Pony. Sir Cadogan possesses a temperamental steed, often prone to wandering off to graze in other paintings. The knight spends a considerable portion of his time searching for this rotund pony, which frequently retaliates by kicking him when it feels obstinate. Molin had not anticipated encountering the pony in this tower. He recalled that just 2 nights prior, when he accompanied Sir Cadogan here, the pony was still grazing in a painting in the 7th floor corridor, and Sir Cadogan had required Morin's assistance to navigate through due to the absence of frame. How could the knight's pony appear here alone? If it intended to sneak away from the castle, it would need to traverse through paintings along the way. Could it be that someone truly moved Sir Cadogan's frame back, allowing the pony to arrive here? It is a pity we cannot converse with horses. We might have inquired about its master's whereabouts, Hugo said, gently tapping the pony in the painting. Upon being tapped by Hugo, the pony seemed displeased and kicked up its hind legs, turning away and presenting its rear to them. Hugo tapped its backside again, prompting the pony to angrily kick out as if attempting to retaliate against Hugo, though it was unsuccessful. It flicked its tail and trotted aside, indicating it was not particularly fond of being pestered. Hugo shrugged helplessly. "I believe it must know where Sir Cadogan is. A pony wouldn't traverse a path devoid of paintings without reason. Perhaps Sir Cadogan is nearby. Let us search in other paintings," Molin suggested. He scrutinized the surrounding paintings, hoping to catch a glimpse of Sir Cadogan, but after half an hour of searching, he found no sign of the knight's characteristic fervor for battle. The temperamental pony, after finishing its grazing on the grass in front of the Colosseum, began to ascend along the wall of paintings toward the tower. Morin noticed this and called to Hugo, following closely behind the pony. This feels rather strange. We are actually following a horse within a painting. Will it truly seek out its master? Hugo murmured. I suppose we shall have to wait and see, Morin replied. They trailed the pony as it entered an oil painting of an avocado, casually munching on one, before moving into a painting filled with tableware, where it raised its hooves and clattered over the dishes, sending them crashing to the ground. It then traversed through a scenic painting depicting woods and mountains, whereupon the pony abruptly bolted in panic as a dog emerged from the small house in front, barking ferociously at it. The pony continued its ascent along the wall of paintings, with Morin and Hugo closely in tow, until they arrived at another platform adjacent to a broom cupboard. The pony halted beside a painting of a greenhouse filled with mandrakes, beginning to pace back and forth. Why has it stopped? Is it perhaps yearning to consume the mandrake? Hugo inquired with curiosity. Morin observed the pony more intently and realized that it was not merely pausing. It was unable to proceed. It struggled to move toward the right side of the greenhouse painting, attempting to squeeze into another painting, but there were no adjacent frames, only the broom cupboard. No, it seeks to enter the next one. It is likely the painting resides within the broom cupboard, Morin surmised. He reached for the broom cupboard door, finding it locked, and drew his wand, softly uttering Alohomora. The door clicked open with a creak. An odd odor wafted forth, reminiscent of something moldy. The floor was damp, and the ceiling was thickly draped in cobwebs. Morin glanced around the cramped broom cupboard, which contained only a few legless chairs, mops, and several buckets. What is this? Morin crouched down and picked up a charred piece of paper from the corner. It was a canvas paper, seemingly sliced and shredded by a sharp object, reduced to a palm-sized remnant, upon which was distinctly painted half of Sir Cadogan's helmet and a third of the hilt of a sword. Morin stared in astonishment, taken aback. What is it? Hugo asked, puzzled. This helmet belongs to Sir Cadogan, and this sword is also his, Morin replied, his tone grave as he showed the fragment to Hugo. Are you suggesting that someone deliberately vandalized Sir Cadogan's painting? Hugo exclaimed in shock. Morin had not anticipated such a revelation. He searched the entire broom cupboard, but apart from a remaining piece of paper, there were no other fragments, and the cut appeared remarkably fresh, as if marred by a severing charm or a shattering spell. Is Sir Cadogan still alive? Hugo's question felt somewhat inappropriate, as Cadogan was merely a figure within a painting, and the term alive seemed dubious in this context. Morin glanced at the wandering pony in the greenhouse. It seemed desperately intent on returning to its own painting, yet its original home had been reduced to a palm-sized fragment, too small to accommodate its form. A sense of discomfort settled within Morin. It was no wonder the pony had not immediately returned to its frame, instead opting to navigate through other paintings step by step, as its image had been damaged. If our suspicions are correct, Sir Cadogan may be in peril. Upon returning to his frame, he could have been subjected to a severing or shattering spell, leaving this broom cupboard as the isolated chamber for his painting, devoid of any other frames, rendering him unable to escape, Morin concluded. And the other fragments? They must have been disposed of. This piece was likely left behind inadvertently. Morin felt a peculiar irritation at the misfortune of Sir Cadogan. Though this fellow was often eccentric, prone to bouts of madness, he was nonetheless affable, jovial, and warm-hearted. The abrupt destruction of his essence felt akin to the murder of an acquaintance. But who could possess such cruelty as to extinguish the life of a figure within a painting? Hugo furrowed his brow. Who knows? One thing we can ascertain is that Sir Cadogan must have been privy to some clandestine secret. Perhaps he inadvertently bore witness to something he should not have, prompting someone to deliberately obliterate him. Morin held the shattered remnants of the portrait, his mind swirling with questions. He recalled fragments of the past, the amnesiac, the seventh-floor corridor, the strange language, and Sir Cadogan's portrait. All of it seemed shrouded in mystery. Who could be orchestrating such nefarious deeds? How ought we to handle this fragment? With the night gone, the steed would have to meander through the other portraits within the castle. What a pity! Had it been a real horse, Hagrid might have taken a keen interest in its care. Hugo regarded the diminutive horse, still wandering aimlessly in search of its home, now rendered a vagabond. Chapter 50. The Possibility of Survival. The placement of the diminutive horse was not a concern for Morin, for the creature could not speak nor divulge secrets it had witnessed. No one would seek to destroy it. It could still roam the other paintings within this tower. His greater sympathy lay with Sir Cadogan, an odd knight who now appeared as an unwitting victim, ensnared for having seen something he ought not to have. Should we inform the professor of this matter? The destruction of the school's painting is no trivial affair, Hugo inquired. Morin shook his head. But how shall we explain all of this? The professor would never believe I could traverse back in time. He might even suspect we were responsible for the damage. Hugo nodded in agreement. Morin mulled over the situation. Speaking to himself, what of Sir Cadogan's origins? Perhaps he is still alive. Could he truly survive such devastation? Hugo scrutinized the shard in Morin's hand, noting how the helmet had been cleaved. To him, the hope for survival seemed grim. Morin replied earnestly, there exists another possibility. I recall that if an individual possesses multiple portraits, then the person portrayed may traverse between their own likenesses at will, without reliance on other paintings. If Sir Cadogan has other portraits, even if surrounded by no paintings to escape to, he could flee to another representation of himself and evade peril. Hugo's eyes widened in realization. You've reminded me. I have an empty frame at home, once belonging to my great-grandfather. My grandfather possesses one as well. Whenever there is news to convey, my grandfather invites the ancestral portrait to relay messages to us, swifter than an owl. Of course, at times, my great-grandfather would throw a fit, chiding us for our lack of respect and unwillingness to run errands. In such instances, we would have to bribe him with a cloth dipped in butterbeer to polish his frame, as he relished butterbeer in life. Hugo quickly realized he had digressed and returned to the subject at hand. While we cannot dismiss the possibility of Sir Cadogan still being alive, what if he lacks other portraits? In that case, should he find himself trapped in this dim broom cupboard, escape would be impossible. Many of the paintings within the school have storied histories. Otherwise, they would not adorn the castle walls. Sir Cadogan's portrait is quite grand, undoubtedly a testament to some remarkable achievements worthy of display. We ought to investigate his origins. He may have once been a figure of great renown, with other portraits elsewhere. Morin suggested, where shall we begin our inquiry? The library again? Hugo checked the time and reminded, let us set that aside for now. You have Quidditch practice this afternoon. Morin then recalled the impending Quidditch practice, stowing the shards of Sir Cadogan's portrait into his bag before hastily dashing towards the Gryffindor dormitory to change. During the afternoon practice, Sweets did not make an appearance. Morin, Lily, did you two neglect to inform Sweets? Did I not stipulate that everyone must attend? Bach inquired, his tone stern, for he was quite strict regarding Quidditch training. We couldn't find him, Morin replied. I've already emphasized that everyone must be prepared for Quidditch practice, with matches commencing next week. I do not wish for anyone to be absent. The Quidditch pitch was not easy to secure, and yet here we are with someone missing. Bach's expression was grave. James yawned. Bach, don't be so serious. He is merely a substitute player. Quite frankly with us here, they might as well wait until next year's matches. Silence, James. I've noticed you and Albus peddling dangerous goods daily. You will inevitably be caught. Should the professors detain you and you miss the match, you will then understand the role of a substitute player. Bach glared at James. James and Albus exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling in a smirk. Engaging in a battle of wits with professors, navigating peril. This had long been their life philosophy. Throughout the afternoon of Quidditch training, Morin remained distracted, his thoughts consumed by the recent peculiar occurrences. Consequently, when James and Albus feigned a collision for a prank, he inadvertently sent the quaffle astray, striking James's broom, ricocheting off Bach's head, and ultimately sailing into the goalpost. Bach was incensed, berating James and Albus, and Morin found himself entangled in the reprimand as well. I must say, that shot of yours was rather splendid. Too bad Bach had lax eyes, otherwise he would grasp how you scored. Trust me, that shot deserved a spot in the top 10 best goals in Hogwarts Quidditch history, James whispered to Morin as they concluded practice. Perhaps, Morin mused, acknowledging that his goal had been sheer luck. He then recalled something, asking, James, have you found your Marauder's map? James shook his head. No. That damned thief has yet to be apprehended. However, Albus and I have placed some enchantments on the folding box. Next time he dares to come, it will surely make him regret his actions. Your knowledge of Hogwarts probably surpasses mine. Do you know of any secret passages within the school? Moore inquired. James raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin forming. What is the reason for your inquiry? Feeling bored and wishing to sneak out of school? That would be a violation of school rules. Hearing violation of school rules from him felt peculiar. Had he not always scoffed at such rules? Morin returned his broom to its place, still lacking one of his own, and continued, I do not wish to leave the school. I simply wish to know if there are any hidden paths from the 7th floor to the North Tower. James pondered for a moment before responding. How could a secret passage from the 7th floor lead to the North Tower? I recall that the map indicated a hidden passage behind the portrait of the fat lady on the 7th floor, which leads outside the school. However, it has been sealed off by Professor McGonagall herself. Morin then thought of the elusive room of requirement and asked, have you sought out the room of requirement during your years at school? Indeed, it is a most sacred place. James's eyes sparkled with excitement. The room of requirement appeared to him as a treasure trove brimming with infinite riches. Discovering this elusive chamber would equate to establishing his own stronghold. Just the other day, he had conspired with Albus to utilize the room of requirement as a supply point for the Weasley Wizarding Wheezes merchandise. However, his joy quickly faded into despondence. I've searched for 4 years without success. Perhaps it has indeed been destroyed by fiend fire. That wretched individual who unleashed it is a vile scoundrel, desecrating such a sacred space. Have you not found it either? Molin had long harbored suspicions that the missing individuals had ventured into the room of requirement. For this would explain why Mooney had not appeared on the Marauders map last time. Yet, if even James and Albus had been unable to locate it, the existence of the room of requirement was now highly questionable. Chapter 51, Scorpius Malfoy. After the Quidditch practice concluded, Molin made his way toward the castle. It was Saturday, devoid of classes, and students bustled to and fro along the corridors. He intended to seek out Hugo for a discussion regarding upcoming matters. However, as he stepped into the castle hall, he noticed a gathering of students pointing and jeering at something ahead. Morin's brow furrowed slightly. He spotted Carlo amongst the throng. "You bumped into me, and you think you can just walk away unscathed?" Carlo's voice dragged out, dripping with disdain. The individual blocked by Carlo was Toby, whose face was flushed as he stood cornered by Carlo and another Slytherin boy. "I've already apologized. What more do you want?" Toby replied weakly. Carlo stroked his chin, disdain evident in his tone. "A mudblood's apology? Accepting that would tarnish my integrity. Why not declare to everyone that you're a mudblood? And then I shall let this slide. How about it?" There was no necessity for him to utter such words. Molin pushed through the crowd, standing beside Toby, his gaze simmering with irritation directed at Carlo. Carlo narrowed his eyes, his lips twitching slightly. "You again? I thought you had learned your lesson and would exhibit some common sense. What gives you the audacity to think yourself superior? Carlo." Molin held a deep disdain for Carlo, who perpetually mocked students of Muggle descent. Such behavior was intolerable to him. Carlo drew his wand, pointing it at Molin. "Since you were so keen on meddling, let's settle old scores and new together. McKinnon, teach this fellow a lesson." The boy beside Carlo also brandished his wand, contempt evident on his face. "Carlo, you can't even best a first year. Your parents must be ashamed." McKinnon, a second-year student, wielded his wand with far more authority than Carlo. Molin was not one to shy away from confrontation. Some individuals only became more emboldened the more one acquiesced. A brawl would be no great matter. However, as Molin reached for his pocket, a sudden realization struck him. He had forgotten his wand. After attending Quidditch practice earlier, he had left it in the dormitory, rendering him defenseless. "What's this? Out without your wand?" "Huh. Just so happens I've been looking for someone to practice a spell on." Carlo's wand tip glowed with a menacing purple light. Just as Molin contemplated his response, a voice erupted from behind him. "Disarm." A beam of red light shot past Morin's shoulder, striking Carlo, who lost grip of his wand, which soared into the hands of a pale-faced boy with golden hair, a prominent nose, and striking features. He appeared to be a few years older than Molin. "Carlo, casting spells on someone without a wand is hardly a feat worthy of pride," said the boy who had conjured the disarming spell as he approached, regarding Carlo's actions with disdain. Carlo glared at the golden-haired boy. "Scorpius, what do you mean by that?" The lad named Scorpius replied. "How many times must I tell you? Refrain from uttering those 3 derogatory words. You never learn, do you? You are bringing shame upon Slytherin. Scorpius, you're one of us. How can you not assist me and yet take my wand? You dare call yourself a Slytherin student?" Molin watched in astonishment, not expecting a Slytherin student to come to his aid. Scorpius's expression turned serious. "Slytherin is ostracized by the other 3 houses because of foolish individuals like you. What era are we in? Still clinging to notions of pure-blood supremacy? Haven't you learned enough from the past? You dare utter such words? When did the Malfoy family become so cowardly?" "Oh, I forgot. Your family are mere fence-sitters, lacking any convictions," Carlo retorted. Scorpius's gaze hardened, and his wand emitted an orange glow, striking Carlo's mouth and sealing it shut. "Carlo, I warn you, we are not fence-sitters. We merely strive to do what is right. If you dare continue your slander, you will regret it." Scorpius then turned to McKinnon, standing beside Carlo, and continued, "McKinnon, do you wish to assist Carlo as well?" McKinnon's expression fluctuated before he silently stowed his wand. Scorpius tossed Carlo's wand back to him. "Vanish from my sight. Do not embarrass me further." Carlo snatched his wand, casting an enraged glare at Scorpius, seemingly on the verge of speaking. Yet the spell rendered him mute, and he could only storm away in frustration. Once Carlo had departed, Scorpius approached Toby and Morin, speaking gravely. I apologize. Not all Slytherin students look down upon those of Muggle heritage. Please do not judge us by the actions of a few. He added, by the way, I am Scorpius Malfoy. Morin Walker, Morin replied, assessing the older boy politely. I recognize you. You are the prominent figure from the Daily Prophet, Scorpius remarked, intrigued by Morin's mismatched eyes. Just as Morin was about to respond, Albus approached from behind, grinning broadly. Hey, Scorpius, still promoting the virtues of Slytherin, I see. I merely wish to dispel misunderstandings about Slytherin. Many of us are not inherently disdainful. Albus, Scorpius replied, evidently familiar with Albus and unperturbed by his teasing. You need not explain. I am weary of hearing it. Albus replied, dismissively, patting Scorpius on the shoulder before addressing Morin. This fellow is tirelessly striving to alter the perception of Slytherin among the other houses. Do not compare him to imbeciles like Carlo. He is one of us. Morin held a favorable impression of Scorpius and smiled politely. Thank you for your assistance earlier. No need for thanks. We Slytherins are not born brutes. I hope you understand that. I have matters to attend to. Albus, I must take my leave. Scorpius smiled briefly before exiting the hall. That fellow seems rather decent. Is he truly one of the Malfoys? Morin, being of wizarding lineage, had certainly heard tales about the Malfoy family, notorious for their allegiance to Voldemort and their abysmal reputation in the wizarding world. Albus nodded. He is indeed a Malfoy. Yet unlike his grandfather, Lucius Malfoy, Scorpius possesses a commendable moral compass. You are aware that more than 2 decades ago, during the climactic battle between Hogwarts and the Death Eaters, not a single student from Slytherin, aside from Professor Slughorn, took part, while the students from the other 3 houses suffered grievous losses. Ever since that fateful day, the other houses have harbored a palpable disdain for Slytherin. Albus paused momentarily, then continued. Scorpius feels compelled to demonstrate that Slytherins are not inherently dark wizards. Thus, from the onset of his studies, he has frequently chastised individuals like Caro, who look down upon those of Muggle descent, striving to enhance Slytherin's reputation in the eyes of the other houses. Do not take it to heart. Individuals like Caro are but a minority, and the majority of Slytherins share Scorpius's outlook. Dark wizards exist in every house. Consider Wormtail, who was a member of Gryffindor. Morian had heard Hugo mention Wormtail, the treacherous individual who betrayed his friends, playing a pivotal role in Voldemort's resurrection. Such a person had, at one time, been a part of Gryffindor. How do you know Scorpius? Morian inquired. His father is friends with mine. Years ago, Mr. Draco saved my father's life, and, subsequently, my father saved his, leading to a mutual understanding and friendship. Scorpius and I have known each other since before we started school. He is of the same age as I am, Albus explained. Morian nodded slightly. No one is born a dark wizard, and those of Muggle heritage are not inherently inferior. If one cannot choose their lineage, at the very least, one can choose their path in life, a truth that is easily grasped. In that case, Scorpius seems to be a commendable individual, Morian remarked. Indeed, though he cannot claim to possess my good looks, James strolled over nonchalantly. Morian chuckled. I have always wished for the Harry Potter saga to continue, so I intend to pen a sequel myself. Please do leave comments on any shortcomings. Thank you all. Chapter 52, The Mark of the Death Eaters. The matter concerning Caro was of little consequence to Morian. What he truly wished to ascertain was whether Sir Cadogan still lived. If Sir Cadogan had managed to evade peril, perhaps he could unveil the truth to Morian. Jamie is over there. Shall we inquire? When Morian returned to the common room, Hugo pointed to a lanky boy in the corner engrossed in a book. Yes, Morian assessed Jamie, and, as the surrounding crowd dispersed, he approached with Hugo, seating himself beside Jamie. May I ask you a few questions, Jamie? Jamie lifted his head, looking puzzled and somewhat surprised. He recognized Morian, as there were few in their class who did not. Morian was renowned for his mastery of magic, save for Muggle studies and astronomy. However, Jamie did not know Morian well, and was uncertain why he would suddenly seek him out. What is it? Jamie closed his book, inquiring. It pertains to your recent bout of disorientation. Have you recalled anything? Hugo could hardly contain his impatience. Jamie shook his head. I do not remember where I went. I have no recollection whatsoever. Riley suggested that I might have been subjected to someone's memory charm, possibly by an upperclassman practicing on me in secret. This is not due to a memory charm. Hugo experienced a similar ordeal yesterday, and you were absent from class, Morian interjected. All right, you missed an entire day of lessons. I think you ought to explain the situation to Professor Kane. You don't recall where you went? Jamie asked. Hugo shook his head and then added seriously, do you feel any discomfort, perhaps any inexplicable marks on your back? At this, Jamie's expression suddenly paled, and he hastily shook his head. No, Why would you ask that? Molin and Hugo exchanged glances. Jamie's panic had confirmed their suspicions. He likely had discovered that the mark was the emblem of the dark wizard Grindelwald, which would explain his reluctance to disclose it. Hugo settled down to reassure him. Jamie, you need not worry. I also bear a mark identical to yours. Jamie's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, You too have the Death Eater's mark? What? A Death Eater? Both Molin and Hugo gasped in surprise. Jamie, thinking he had not articulated his thoughts clearly, elaborated, It is the mark of Voldemort. A black skull with a snake protruding from its mouth. I felt a chill on my back that day, so I looked in the mirror, only to discover Voldemort's mark, which startled me. But I'm not a Death Eater. Is that what has caused your apprehension, preventing you from sharing this with anyone? Molin asked. Jamie nodded, anxious about being associated with Voldemort from over 20 years ago due to the inexplicable mark on his body. Does that mark still linger? Molin pressed. Jamie gritted his teeth, surveying their surroundings to ensure no one was eavesdropping, and finally said, It remains, and it is perpetually cold. It feels fine most of the time, but once touched, it emits a chilling sensation. Hugo, is yours similar? Hugo hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal that his mark had faded. But Molin gestured for him to hold his tongue and instead said, His is still present as well. Could you show us? To avoid any misunderstandings, Molin decided to withhold the information that Hugo's mark had vanished, hoping to alleviate Jamie's concerns. All right, follow me, Jamie whispered. By this time it was evening, and with others in the dormitory, they could only head to the washroom, locking the door behind them when it was momentarily unoccupied. You must understand, I have no connection to Voldemort. None of my family are Death Eaters. My great-uncle's second cousin's sick son was killed by a Death Eater. We detest Voldemort. Jamie was eager to clarify his stance, distancing himself from the Death Eaters. Rest assured, you are certainly not a Death Eater. My father said Death Eaters do not recruit minors. They would only be a liability, Hugo reassured him. That is a relief. I have been losing sleep over this for days, afraid to tell my parents or professors. Jamie lifted his shirt, revealing his back, but there was no Death Eater mark. Hugo extended his finger and pressed against the area of Jamie's back that faced his heart. Suddenly, a chill emanated from Jamie's back, and a black skull emerged, with a sinister snake flicking its tongue from its mouth. It was indeed the mark of the Death Eaters. Molin stared at the mark, which was no larger than 2 fingers, exchanging a look of shock with Hugo. Even if Grindelwald had once used a similar mark, it paled in comparison to the terror invoked by Voldemort's mark, which had claimed countless lives, leaving an indelible shadow in the minds of the older generation of wizards. Mate, you should try it. It might work, Hugo suggested to Molin. All right. Molin inhaled deeply, cautiously extending his finger to touch the dark mark on Jamie's back. Immediately, as before, a chill surged from his fingertips, coursing up his arm and flooding his mind. He felt as if countless strange phantoms flitted before his eyes, shadows of numerous figures rushing past him, accompanied by indistinct, bizarre whispers. By the time Molin regained his senses, he found himself standing in the corridor on the 7th floor. This time, it was Jamie's memory, a rather peculiar sensation. Molin was unable to control Jamie's body. It was as though he were merely observing the events that had transpired through Jamie's eyes. Jamie traversed the corridor, passing the paintings adorning the walls and rounding the corner where the creaking suit of armor stood, until he reached the classroom, pushing the door open. A shroud of mist enveloped him, obscuring whatever lay ahead, yet there was a vague impression of being within a forest. The wind rustling the leaves and peculiar murmurs echoing around him. The scene Molin witnessed bore a resemblance to what he had seen in Hugo's memories. He endeavored to disperse the fog to uncover more, but he could not manipulate Jamie's body. This was merely a recollection, and he was powerless to alter any outcome. The surrounding haze began to swirl, appearing to fragment gradually, a heavy haze settling in Morin's mind, just as the same scene unfolded once more. And Morin's consciousness began to return to his own body. He suddenly sensed something awry with the surrounding mist. When he attempted to clarify his vision, the sight before him reverted to normal, replaced by Jamie's back. What did you see? Was it different from my memory? Hugo inquired eagerly. Morin furrowed his brow, pausing for a moment before responding slowly. Indeed, there is one aspect that differs. What aspect? Hugo pressed. Molin glanced at Jamie, hesitating before confirming. The mark on Jamie's back has vanished? Hugo inspected Jamie's back and nodded. Yes, it has disappeared, just as the mark on Hugo's back had faded when Molin touched it. The same phenomenon had occurred with Jamie. Has my mark truly vanished? Jamie exclaimed, reaching back to press against his spine, only to find the chilling sensation absent. He dashed to the mirror, and no matter how he pressed, the dark mark did not reappear. The mark that had troubled him for days had genuinely disappeared. Goodness, how did you manage that? Jamie exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face as he looked at Morin. Just a trivial matter. My magic is quite formidable, capable of handling 10 auras. Haven't you read the Daily Prophet? Hugo remarked casually. Stop joking. This is merely a prank spell. Someone is playing a trick on you, Jamie. There's no need to worry excessively. If you encounter anything similar next time, remember to inform me, but do not speak of it to others. Morin refrained from divulging the truth to Jamie, as many matters were too convoluted to explain. Ah, I see. That makes sense, Jamie replied, visibly relieved, as the dark mark had caused him considerable discomfort and anxiety about being discovered. After Jamie departed, Morin and Hugo returned to their dormitory, where Toby and Sweet were absent. Hugo promptly asked, so what happened? You didn't clarify earlier. By the way, your eyes were glowing again. It's quite an eerie sensation. Morin pondered for a moment before replying. I'm not entirely certain, but I can't shake the feeling that the mist I saw was in the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? What makes you think it was there? Hugo asked, perplexed. Morin glanced at Sweet's bed and replied, because in Jamie's memory, I caught a glimpse of a tentacle within that mist. Are you referring to the tentacled creature we encountered while following Sweet that day? Hugo exclaimed, astonished. I cannot say for certain. As it was merely a fragment of a tentacle or perhaps a vine, the memory wasn't clear enough for complete recognition. Morin shook his head. But we were on the 7th floor, weren't we? How could we possibly end up in the Forbidden Forest? That seems utterly absurd, Hugo remarked, bewildered. That is precisely my point of confusion. That classroom must possess some peculiarities we have overlooked. Perhaps Sir Cadogan knows something. Morin retrieved the fragment of the portrait from his bag. It is unfortunate that the knight we have yet to meet has met with misfortune. May he rally in heaven to confront all. Hugo shrugged. Morin still harbored a glimmer of hope for Sir Cadogan, believing that he might possess other portraits. It was inconceivable that Hogwarts would display his likeness without reason. The following day, he delved into Hogwarts, a history, certain that it would provide insight into the castle's past. The book chronicled various spells and secrets of the castle, detailing how the 4 founders came together, subsequently parted ways, the origins of the statues within the castle, and the histories of certain portraits. However, the section concerning portraits was scant, primarily discussing renowned wizarding artists who captured various inspirations with their magical brushes, without even naming the artists. The book did emphasize that not all individuals depicted in portraits would converse. Many preferred silence, varying from painting to painting. Sir Cadogan. Who created him? Morin searched in vain for any mention of Sir Cadogan. My father once mentioned that Sir Cadogan served as the guardian of the Gryffindor common room, and it was a disaster. He frequently changed the password, causing considerable distress for the Gryffindor students, Hugo remarked nonchalantly. He had specifically sent an owl to inquire about Sir Cadogan's identity, but Ron, Hugo's father, knew little more. Morin closed the book and stood up. How could I forget this? If one wishes to learn about a person's identity, one should consult their peers. Peers? Are you referring to that small horse? It cannot speak. Hugo was baffled by Morin's statement. I mean the fat lady. The fat lady was a large portrait at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, tasked with guarding the space. She had been in place for many years, existing since the time of their grandfathers. Morin opened the door to the common room, stepping out with Hugo before closing it again. He turned to the fat lady, who was busy painting her nails, and said, Hello, fat lady. The password, she replied without looking up, engrossed in applying grape juice from the adjacent frame to her nails, turning them purple. Oh, I'm not looking to enter. I merely wish to ask you a few questions, Morin clarified. If you intend to inquire why this month's password is men have no heart, I shall not answer you. The fat lady declared haughtily, casting a disdainful glance at Morin and snorting dismissively. This question had indeed troubled many Gryffindor boys, as the fat lady had changed the password the day before yesterday. Anyone wishing to enter the common room was required to utter this phrase, or they would be denied entry. Despite significant protests from the boys, the fat lady remained unyielding, offering no explanation. However, the female members of Gryffindor are quite supportive of this password. Many boys, if they wish to utter it, must wait for a girl to come and unlock the door. Most students speculate that the fat lady has developed an infatuation with a certain handsome figure within the Castle's portraits, and when she confessed her feelings, she was rejected, which led her to harbor resentment towards all Gryffindor boys. This can be inferred from the recent details of her painting long, extravagant eyelashes, applying garish pink lipstick, and donning a rather inappropriate orange sundress for her age. Whispers abound that the fat lady is attempting to alter her appearance in hopes of rekindling the affections of that unknown handsome man. Oh, that is not the question I intended to ask. I am curious about you. Who has rendered you so exquisitely beautiful? Morin understood the fat lady's grievances towards the boys, and, in a bid to inquire about certain matters, had to utter words that felt insincere. After saying this, he inwardly scoffed at himself. Upon hearing Mollin's words, the fat lady set down her grape juice and scrutinized him intently, her haughty demeanor softening slightly. "You certainly have a way with words. What a clever child you are! And you possess a certain handsomeness that surpasses that of some others." As she spoke, the fat lady winked at Molin, her long eyelashes fluttering dramatically. The false lashes seemed to have been plucked from some creature in a painting, occasionally falling off as she blinked, prompting her to hastily reattach them. "I think she has taken a liking to you," Hugo whispered with a chuckle to Molin. "Better not." Molin ignored Hugo and continued, "Fat lady, which artist created your portrait?" Chapter 54. The creator of the fat lady. The fat lady pulled a chair from the adjacent portrait and sat down, her face aglow with nostalgia. "Ah, that was quite some time ago. A dashing itinerant painter saw a beautiful woman washing clothes by the river, and her voluptuous figure stirred him deeply. He immediately waved his wand, conjured a paintbrush, and captured her likeness. Thus, I came into being. That painter truly had an eye for beauty. He is my favorite person." The fat lady twirled in place, lifting her skirt slightly, a blush gracing her cheeks. "You all share his discerning eye, do you not?" Hugo's expression grew decidedly peculiar as he struggled to suppress his laughter, while Molin nudged him with his elbow, urging him to hold back. "Indeed, fat lady. That painter possesses remarkable talent. What is the name of such a skilled artist? Are there other renowned works attributed to him?" Molin endeavored to infuse his tone with utmost respect. The fat lady's gaze became intensely enamored, as if reminiscing about cherished memories. Bashfully, she replied, "That handsome artist, adorned with a marvelous wizarding hat, is well known throughout the wizarding community. Everyone admires that great painter. Yes, you have heard of him too. He is the brave and intrepid adventurer, a genius who embodies the virtues of all men, Godric Gryffindor." "What? Gryffindor?" Molin and Hugo's expressions froze instantaneously, both taken aback by the revelation. They had never heard of such things, nor did they know that one of the founders of Hogwarts, Mr. Gryffindor, was indeed the creator of the fat lady's portrait. Yet, such an important matter was not mentioned in any book. It took Molin a while to regain his composure. If the fat lady was a portrait created by Gryffindor, then her painting was an invaluable treasure within the wizarding realm, worthy of preservation in a wizarding history museum. "That is because I am his most cherished work. He wishes for not too many to know. Were it not for that, I would not have agreed to guard Gryffindor Tower." The fat lady rested her chin on her plump hand, her finger lightly tapping her cheek, appearing quite nostalgic for Mr. Gryffindor. Molin and Hugo exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Most people were likely unaware of this information, as interactions with the fat lady typically involved merely stating a password for entry, with few ever inquiring about her past. The fat lady remained lost in her delightful reminiscences. "Such a perfect man. Why can't I encounter him? I mean, it would be splendid if he could wander about more often. I've hardly seen him a few times. Perhaps we could take an occasional stroll together in the depths of the night." "A stroll? With whom?" Hugo exclaimed in surprise. "I meant with the portrait of Mr. Gryffindor." The fat lady clarified. "The portraits of the four founders reside in the headmaster's office and rarely venture from there." Molin attempted to envision the two portrait figures strolling together in the castle at night, seated by the clear lake, watching unicorns drink from the shore. Such a scene struck him as rather peculiar. Though the revelation was astonishing, it was not what Molin sought to know. He pressed on, "Fat lady, having been in the castle for so long, you must know many figures from the portraits. Are you familiar with Sir Cadogan? Where does he hail from?" The fat lady's dreamy expression faded as she disdainfully remarked upon hearing the name Sir Cadogan. "Ah, him. Just an unknown artist's portrait of an insignificant figure, endlessly boasting and making a fool of himself. He is a disgrace to our castle's portrait community. But how could a mere nobody's portrait hang in Hogwarts? I mean, shouldn't the portraits in Hogwarts all depict notable figures? For example, you were painted by Mr. Gryffindor. So surely Sir Cadogan must have been painted by someone of renown as well." Molin countered. Fine, you make a valid point." The fat lady relented, albeit reluctantly. "However, Sir Cadogan was not painted by a renowned artist. He had some fame in his own right. I don't recall when, but he became known for recklessly charging in to protect Hogsmeade Village and perishing alongside a hippogriff. I heard he even saved a former headmaster during that time. He got lucky and ended up with his portrait hanging in the castle. He is a native of Hogsmeade. Sir Cadogan's home is in Hogsmeade." Molin recalled having heard of Hogsmeade Village, a place much like Diagon Alley, where wizards congregate. Although it is not as bustling as Diagon Alley, its proximity to Hogwarts allows students in their third year and above to visit on weekends, where many fascinating magical shops abound. All right, have you two finished with your questions? I must continue applying my nail polish, the fat lady declared. Then we shall not intrude further. Might you open the door for us? Moore inquired. Password, the fat lady said in a prolonged tone. Come now, fat lady, we've been having such a delightful conversation. Must we still utter the password? Hugo grimaced at the thought of the fat lady's password. Password, the fat lady reiterated firmly. You say it, Hugo urged Morin. I refuse to say it, Morin retorted. Neither do I wish to say it. Both Morin and Hugo were reluctant to utter the phrase that vexed the boys, yet without doing so, the fat lady refused to open the door. They found themselves waiting in the corridor, and soon two third-year boys halted at the entrance. Equally unwilling to voice the irritating password. This is blatant gender discrimination. It's utterly ridiculous, Hugo could not help but exclaim. There was no way to persuade her. Head boy Nelson had already spoken with the professor, and perhaps they would arrange for a counselor to guide her. Morin shrugged his shoulders, pondering whether seeking a therapist for a heartbroken figure in a painting would prove effective, yet deemed it worth the attempt. After a 10-minute wait, a Gryffindor girl ascended the staircase. Men are utterly heartless, she remarked candidly after casting a glance at the group of boys lingering at the door. Indeed, my dear, the fat lady replied, swinging the door open. All the boys were incensed, including Morin, who had just uttered a disingenuous comment. Her words felt like a blatant affront to their dignity. Why did she exhibit no remorse when reciting the password? I wager she is so brazen because no boy has shown interest in her, Hugo fumed. What did you say? The girl turned around, glaring fiercely at Hugo, who quickly silenced himself, redirecting his gaze elsewhere as he whistled absently. Morin stifled a laugh, and he and Hugo found a corner to discuss the matter of Sir Cadogan. If they could locate Sir Cadogan's residence in Hogsmeade, it might lead them to his portrait. Are we really going to Hogsmeade? You know first years must adhere to school rules and cannot leave the grounds. Hugo expressed his reluctance. Is that true? You actually entertain such a notion? Morin looked at Hugo with skepticism. I am far more interested in uncovering who orchestrated all of this. Do you not wish to identify the one who branded you? After a moment's hesitation, Hugo replied, All right, but the situation is rather complicated. Uncle George has opened a branch of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes in Hogsmeade, and my father is the manager there. I prefer not to be caught by him. It was no surprise that Hugo was reluctant to venture there. Otherwise, given his usual character, it would be quite out of the ordinary for him not to sneak out for some fun. Then I shall find a way to go to Hogsmeade alone to seek out Sir Cadogan's home, Morin declared. Chapter 55, A Way to Leave the School. How do you plan to leave the school? You don't possess my Uncle Harry's invisibility cloak. Not even James or Albus have one. I fear that if they did, they would be even more restless, Hugo remarked. This did pose a significant problem. Morin was not well versed in the hidden passages for leaving the school. James had mentioned one behind the sycophantic Gregory on the 7th floor. But it seemed that passage had been sealed by the headmaster. The last time Morin had the Marauder's map, he had seen several hidden passages marked upon it, and he now regretted not having committed them to memory. I remember that passage. It was the one James and Albus tried to sneak out through when they were caught by Professor McGonagall. They were confined for a week as punishment. This occurred last year, and their mother sent a howler to the school, which Lily and I happened to witness as it was being written. Hugo recalled the incident with amusement. Do you know of any other passages? Morin inquired. Hugo shook his head regretfully. My father mentioned there are 7 passages leading out of the school, but my mother barged in and forbade him from revealing them. She does not want me sneaking out. Indeed, they had run amok during their own school days, hadn't they? Hugo's mother, Hermione, was a remarkably skilled witch, serious and formidable, although Morin had never met her. Hugo's description of the studious and well-behaved Rose being a spitting image of his mother made Morin feel as though he had encountered Mrs. Granger. James and Albus must know, right? Let us ask them. Morin glanced around, but unfortunately, there was no sign of James or Albus in the Gryffindor common room. They must have gone to Hogsmeade. It is Sunday, after all. It would be odd for them to remain at school, Hugo concluded, with James and Albus absent. Morin realized that his plan to leave the school on Sunday was thwarted, and he reluctantly set the idea aside for the evening. In the afternoon, they began to catch up on their assignments. The previous day had been filled with Quidditch practice and the quest for Sir Cadogan's statue, leaving their homework unfinished. Morin quickly completed his essay on the 9 key points regarding the growth charm from Charms class and tossed his paper to Hugo for copying. He then picked up Hugo's astronomy chart to fill in. I bet I'm going to fail my astronomy exam this term, Morin murmured, tinged with guilt as he copied. Not because he was neglecting his studies, but because the celestial positions he observed were entirely different from everyone else's, and he still couldn't comprehend why. Don't be disheartened. At least you excel in your other subjects. Professor Flitwick has sung your praises. You should be more concerned about Muggle studies. Have you completed the schematic for the Muggle television remote that Professor Charles assigned? Hugo inquired. I've done a bit, but I'm uncertain what the numbers 1 through 9 on the remote signify, Morin replied. Hugo thought for a moment and stated with utmost certainty. Those are for making phone calls. I've heard that every Muggle has a phone. If they want to watch a particular channel, they call the Channel S host and ask them to switch the television to that channel. That sounds terribly cumbersome, doesn't it? They must call to change channels, Morin said, rummaging through a pile of books to retrieve his half-finished Muggle studies assignment, jotting down Hugo's answer. Indeed, Muggles are rather foolish, unlike us, who simply listen to the radio and with a tap of our wands and a spell, it's done, Hugo concurred. In the evening, when James and Albus returned, Morin promptly approached them to inquire about the hidden passages out of the school. Oh, the passages for leaving the school. TSK. A restless child, I like it, James teased, giving Morin a playful pat on the shoulder. Please help. I must leave the school to find someone, Morin stated earnestly. James did not question whom Morin intended to find. Those who delighted in mischief often harbored numerous secrets and detested having their privacy invaded. So he refrained from prying into Morin's intentions. Let me think. The passage behind the Whomping Willow 1T work, and the one behind the large mirror on the 5th floor has collapsed. The passage behind the Gregory statue has been sealed by Professor McGonagall. I suggest you take the one leading to the house elf kitchen in the basement. James pulled out a bottle of butterbeer, a non-alcoholic beverage he had brought back from Hogsmeade, pouring a cup for both Morin and Hugo. The house elf passage? Their essay way out from the kitchen? Morin had never visited Hogwarts kitchen, but he was aware that the castle housed quite a number of house elves. Otherwise, do you think where we get our food comes from? Food is one of the 5 exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. We cannot conjure food out of thin air. It must be procured by the house elves from Hogsmeade, James explained. So it's true. I doubt anyone knows there's a secret passage in the kitchen, Morin mused, fully aware of the kitchen's location as mentioned in Hogwarts, a history, but unaware that it contained an exit. Few are privy to this knowledge. A serendipitous discovery on my part. During my last clandestine visit to the kitchen in search of a snack, I mused aloud about the joy of escaping the confines of the school to indulge in leisure. To my surprise, they revealed a path to me. Those delightful little beings are remarkably hospitable. Each time I visit, they insist on presenting me with an abundance of cake, and I would feel quite remiss to refuse their generous offerings. After James finished speaking, he cautioned me, Morin, being from a family of wizards, you ought to comprehend what house elves disdain. Do not behave as Hugo's mother does. What is wrong with Hugo's mother? I inquired, perplexed. Hugo, taking a sip of butterbeer, shrugged. My mother remains adamant about her involvement with the House Elf Welfare Association, and alas, I am still a member, though I seem to have misplaced the association's badge. James, it seems you joined last time as well, did you not? Indeed, but that was under the duress of your mother. That badge is truly hideous. How did she conceive the idea of designing it in the shape of a house elf donning clothing and clutching a galleon? I discarded it before arriving at Hogwarts, for I certainly do not wish to be ushered out by those affable little creatures when I venture to the kitchen, James remarked with a grimace. Morin was well aware of the house elf sentiments. They take great pride in serving wizards and consider the notion of freedom a disgrace. The idea of receiving compensation for their labor is deeply ingrained in their psyche, and should anyone attempt to advocate for their rights, offering them wages, they would perceive it as an affront. It was best for him to steer clear of such troublesome matters. However, Morin intended to seek out Sir Cadogan's residence in Hogsmeade, which did not seem a trivial task. He would need to find a free weekend to slip away to the village. For traipsing about at night, in search of someone would be akin to groping in the dark. How does one gain entrance to the kitchen? Morin inquired. In a rather inconspicuous corner of the corridor leading to the Hufflepuff common room hangs a painting of a silver bowl filled with fruit. Simply tickle the pear, James replied with a yawn before departing the common room for his dormitory. Chapter 56. Preparing for the match. Morin had initially planned to make a swift journey to Hogsmeade to inquire about Sir Cadogan's residence, but the ensuing week unfolded into a whirlwind of busyness. Even when classes were absent, Quidditch practice awaited him. It seemed as though Bach had developed an addiction to training, invariably locating spare moments for practice, leaving even the reserve players with no reprieve. We are set to compete against Hufflepuff this Saturday. I expect everyone to be utterly focused and take this match with the utmost seriousness. All of you must work diligently to integrate with the new players, especially you two, James and Albus. Bach reprimanded the visibly groggy James and Albus on Wednesday afternoon. The two brothers appeared rather unfazed. Understood, Bach. James received the criticism without a hint of embarrassment. Had he felt shame, his face would have been crimson from the professor's constant scrutiny. It was just a stray bludger that struck your nose. It wasn't intentional, Albus muttered under his breath, ensuring Bach could not hear. As reserve players, Morin and Lily were also compelled to participate in training. Swit had attended practice that week, though each time he appeared, he looked utterly exhausted, his complexion pallid and devoid of vitality. Swit had been leaving early and returning late each day. Morin had contemplated asking him if he bore any marks similar to those of Hugo and Jamie, particularly since Swit had also gone missing during Hugo's disappearance. Perhaps he had endured a similar ordeal. Yet, Morin could never find an opportune moment to converse with Swit, for as soon as he opened his mouth, Swit would promptly turn away, ignoring him entirely. Still pondering Professor Trelawney's ramblings. "Are you Morin?" Lily teased, playfully tossing a bludger in his direction. Morin was aware that Lily did not believe his previous comments, so he refrained from elaborating, deftly rolling on his broom to evade her bludger. "Lily, how goes the psychological consultation with the fat lady? Has the password changed?" Morin inquired, redirecting the conversation. As long as the topic of prophecies was avoided, Lily was quite amiable. Professor Charles personally attended to her, and she has now agreed to change the password to Carefree. As Lily turned to strike the bludger back to Morin, it returned to her, and she redirected it towards Swit. Thank heavens, Professor Charles is a kind soul. It's hard to believe he is also an emotional expert. Morin had not uttered the password to the Gryffindor common room for several days now. In response to the collective protests of the Gryffindor boys, Professor Charles, the gentleman of the Muggle Studies course, had consented to provide psychological counseling to the fat lady, aiming to soothe her emotional wounds. Professor Charles was quite dapper, handsome, and affable, making him well-liked amongst the students. "Lily, you aren't harboring a crush on Professor Charles, are you? You ought to take Muggle Studies so you can see him every day," Morin jested. Many girls undoubtedly had a secret infatuation with the suave, mature instructor. Although Professor Charles had surpassed 40, his refined attire and amiable demeanor, coupled with his extensive knowledge of both Muggle and Wizarding lore, made him a rarity among learned wizards. "Don't be ridiculous. I merely find him to be a genuinely good person," Lily retorted with a huff. While Morin was not particularly adept in Muggle studies, he still held a favorable impression of Professor Charles. "Stop chatting and come take our place. You three will temporarily assume the role of chasers." Bach called out to Morin and his companions. Bach was the captain of Gryffindor and a chaser, tasked with scoring goals with the quaffle. The team consisted of 3 chasers, one of whom was a 4th-year boy named Owen, a new addition to the team this year, and the other was a 7th-year girl named Philia. The 3 chasers were required to work in unison to pass the ball among themselves, evade opposing players, and dodge row bludgers to score goals. However, Bach was consistently dissatisfied with their coordination, prompting him to summon Philia and Owen to devise a new offensive strategy. "James, you must protect me. If I get hit by the ball, I shall inform my mother," Lily declared, tossing the quaffle to Morin. "Lily, don't be so delicate. You see, during our training, we have 6 bludgers. It's only natural for mishaps to occur," James replied nonchalantly. "Typically, there are only 2 bludgers in a match, but during practice, due to the absence of opponents, 4 additional bludgers were introduced, resulting in a total of 6 flying about the field, akin to the opposing team as players. The bludgers were enchanted to fly through the air, targeting the nearest players in an attempt to knock them off their brooms. James and Albus, as beaters, were responsible for repelling the bludgers and safeguarding their teammates. Now, there are 8. Bach has truly lost his mind by increasing the difficulty of training, Albus exclaimed, forcefully striking a bludger, which collided with another, sending both careening away. Just imagine, if that were an opposing player, that bludger would certainly send him crashing down. Albus snapped his fingers, pleased with his skills. Morin and his companions moved in seamless coordination, darting between the 8 unruly bludgers, passing the quaffle among themselves. Sweet remained silent throughout, showcasing remarkable flying skills, and the synergy between him and Morin was surprisingly smooth. The bludgers were exceedingly fierce, often obstructing their path. Although James and Albus displayed a rather irreverent demeanor, their skills were nothing short of exceptional. They adeptly dealt with the oncoming bludgers, intercepting all but 1 or 2 that Morin and his team had to evade. Then, Lily passed the snitch to Morin, but it was struck by a bludger and sent flying. Sweet quickly dodged the bludger and dashed towards the snitch, delivering a swift kick that sent it soaring towards Morin. With precision, Morin angled his broom and flicked the end, sending the snitch hurtling towards the goalpost. The goalkeeper, Bruno, lunged for the snitch but failed to grasp it, and it sailed directly through the hoop. "Our coordination was commendable," Morin remarked, glancing at Sweet, who, with an impassive expression, descended to retrieve the snitch without acknowledging Molin. On Saturday, the sun shone brightly, heralding the first Quidditch match of the semester, with Gryffindor facing Hufflepuff in the morning. Students and faculty alike flocked to the Quidditch pitch after lunch, including those from Slytherin and Ravenclaw, as it was a significant event at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry that no one wished to miss. The first match drew considerable interest, as students from other houses were eager to assess the skills of the new players on both the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff teams. As adversaries, understanding each other's playing styles would allow them to devise targeted strategies for future encounters. Yet, it was of little concern to Molin. He planned to simply cheer enthusiastically. Molin had hoped to sneak away to Hogsmeade over the weekend, but the Gryffindor match compelled him to postpone that plan until the following day. Chapter 57. The Quidditch Match. How splendid. Professor Kane has asked me to commentate on the match, as the previous commentator has graduated. Hugo exclaimed excitedly as he approached. Indeed. Perhaps it is because you're always chatting during Transfiguration class, often serving as a living model for Professor Kane's spells. He must have recognized your gift for gab and decided to offer you this opportunity. Molin chuckled. Their essay saying, ISNT there? A blessing in disguise? Having the gift of eloquence is an essential quality for a commentator, which indicates I am a gem unearthed by Professor Kane. Last night, I dreamt of becoming a professional Quidditch commentator, covering the final match between the Vimborn Wasps and the Chudley Cannons, where the Wasps triumphed with a score of 260-30. Your father will be furious, Molin remarked, knowing that Hugo's father, Ron, supported the Chudley Cannons. There's nothing to be done about that. Speaking of which, Professor Kane mentioned he would personally supervise my commentary. I hope he won't threaten me with a spider. Yesterday in class, after Hugo had been talking, Professor Kane had transformed the pen in his hand into a spider, causing him to clutch Molin in fright. Much to Morin's annoyance, Lily, having just approached from the entrance hall, overheard their conversation and brightly chimed in. Your dream is quite realistic, but every time Hugo speaks, it's directed at Molin. Why is it that Molin never gets punished? Perhaps I'm the only one in the class capable of turning a pen into a spoon? Molin shrugged. His magical talent was exceptional. Whether in practical transfiguration or theoretical assignments, he excelled, being among the professor's favored students aside from Muggle studies and astronomy. Such students might utter a few words in class, and professors often chose to overlook it. Well, you all do your best. I must head to the commentary box to familiarize myself with the players' profiles, Hugo hurriedly declared, clutching a turkey sandwich as he dashed away. Molin and Lily followed the throngs toward the Quidditch pitch. Upon reaching the changing room, they found Sweet already waiting, seated in a corner, frowning and lost in thought. The starting players, including Bach, were already dressed, while James and Albus arrived last, each holding goat's milk and honey pastries, earning a few words of reprimand for Bach. With the first match of the semester drawing many spectators, Bach proclaimed, we must present our primary strategy. Hufflepuff has historically been a weaker team, but since Newstead took over as their captain, they have begun to rise. Don't you remember how close they came to defeating us last year? We remember. You should be speaking to those 3 rookies, James said as he finished his pastry. Molin and Lily were not well versed in these matters, but they recognized that Hufflepuff students generally had a low profile within the school. They were unaware of the specifics Bach referred to. Enough distractions. Wipe your milk mustache, James. Bach retorted, picking up his broom. Ravenclaw and Slytherin are watching our team closely. They will do everything to scrutinize our players. We cannot allow them to see our weaknesses. The first match is crucial for morale. We must win, but not excessively. Do you understand? Bach, are you suggesting we should play with one hand? James questioned. Precisely. That is the essence of my instruction, Bach nodded. Albus placed his left hand behind his back and twirled his bat with his right, lamenting, then James and I will only have one hand left, plus we need to handle the bat and control the broom. This is quite a challenge. Oh, be quiet, you two. You know perfectly well what I mean. Bach snapped, accustomed to the playful banter of James and Albus. Among the new team members were Chaser, named Owen, a boy, and a Seeker named Diana, a girl. Diana, do your utmost to avoid direct confrontation with Newstead, the Hufflepuff captain. He is also a Seeker, but far more experienced than you. You need to leverage your strengths. You are pivotal to the match. Finding the golden snitch is essential to conclude the game, so you must locate it as swiftly as possible. Newstead is formidable, possessing remarkable flying skills and agility. He occasionally assists the Chasers in their offense, which is permissible under the rules, making it your only chance. While he aids his teammates, you must swiftly seize the opportunity to capture the golden snitch. But take care not to alert him. His speed is exceptional. Bach elaborated on what he knew about Newstead, causing Diana's complexion to grow paler with each word. Facing such a formidable opponent in her first match filled her with anxiety. Bach's insistence on Newsted's prowess only served to heighten her apprehension. Hey Bach, you should stop. You're making Diana hesitant to take the field. Can't you offer her a bit of encouragement? James interjected, unable to restrain himself. Only then did Bach realize that this was Diana's first match. He quickly amended his approach. It's all right. There's no need for excessive pressure for your first game. Focus on finding the golden snitch. However, after Bach's relentless discourse, it was a wonder Diana felt any pressure at all. The whistle outside sounded, prompting all team members to mount their enchanted brooms. Maureen observed Diana, trembling slightly, and he could not help but wonder if he would also become jittery like her if he were to participate in the match. James stood beside Diana, playfully winking at her, and said, Hey, Diana, no need to be anxious. Albus and I will protect you. I'll specifically handle that Newstad with a bludger, ensuring he won't lay a finger on the golden snitch. How about we grab dinner together afterward? Diana glanced at James, forcing a smile. James, this isn't the time to ask a girl out for dinner. Bark Bach. With a smirk, James replied, You lack romance. Madame Hawk called the teams to order with her whistle, and Bach led the players out on their brooms. The teams soared in the Quidditch arena, aligning themselves in formation as the audience erupted into a deafening cheer, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Maureen and Lily approached the locker room entrance. Gazing at the players in the sky and the towering stands filled with students, their voices raised in raucous shouts, particularly from the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff supporters. The golden Gryffindor lion flag and the yellow Hufflepuff badger flag billowed in the air, while Gryffindor students conjured several majestic lion shadows soaring above the stands, roaring fiercely. James was truly incorrigible, thinking about asking a girl out at such a crucial moment. Lily felt discontent with her brother's behavior. I believe James is doing well. Bach's grandstanding has frightened Diana. James aims to divert her attention from that Newstad fellow, and he is quite clever, Maureen mused, despite James's penchant for mischief. Maureen recognized his emotional intelligence. Could he really be thinking that? Lily appeared skeptical of James's intentions. Maureen refrained from further comment, as his attention was soon captured by Hugo's voice. Although it was Hugo's first time as a commentator, his tone exuded confidence, already familiar with the players. The match commenced with Gryffindor Bach seizing the quaffle first, passing it to Philia. Philia skillfully advanced, a seventh-year chaser with exceptional dribbling skills, easily outpacing two Hufflepuff chasers. She had played for the Gryffindor team for 6 years, and she was indeed a remarkable girl, fairly pretty, with a prominent nose and a height of about 175 meters. It was rumored she excelled academically as well, though her relationship status remained unknown. Hugo, you and she are not a possibility. Focus on the match. Professor Kane admonished from the sidelines. Professor, one must dream a little. Oh, what a thrilling bludger. Nearly striking Philia's head. Thankfully, James reacted swiftly. His interception was nothing short of spectacular as he redirected the errant bludger towards the Hufflepuff keeper. The keeper, Randall, had to dodge the bludger or else it would have struck him squarely in the nose. However, Philia was already charging in. What choice would he make? Intercept or evade the bludger? He wisely chose to dodge, and Philia shot. The ball went in. Gryffindor scores first, taking a 10-point lead. Hugo's commentary reverberated throughout the Quidditch pitch as all Gryffindor students erupted in joyous cheers, while the Gryffindor Lions above roared in celebration. Chapter 58. The captain of Hufflepuff. The match progressed with fervor. Quidditch was a sport that captivated all witches and wizards. Each goal scored by the aerial players incited waves of excitement. After half an hour of play, the score reached 150-60, with Gryffindor in the lead. Hufflepuff's captain, Newstad, was no longer merely a seeker. He had temporarily taken on the role of chaser and had helped Hufflepuff score 2 consecutive goals. His focus had shifted away from the golden snitch. Indeed, Hufflepuff employed a strategy involving all 4 chasers, a tactic frequently utilized by the Chudley Cannons, effectively creating a 4-on-3 advantage. However, this approach had its drawbacks. With the Seeker also acting as a chaser, Gryffindor's Seeker faced no opposition. Wait, Gryffindor's Diana is diving down. Could she have spotted the golden snitch? No one knew if Diana had seen the snitch, but Captain Newstad had already followed her downward plunge. Though he had been acting as a chaser, his attention remained fixed on Diana. As she began her descent, he passed the quaffle to a teammate and surged in her direction. Bach was right. Newstad was indeed formidable. His speed and turning ability far surpassed Diana's. Yet, he evidently failed to see the golden snitch. Realizing he could not catch up, Newstad shouted to a teammate, who tossed him the bat. With remarkable agility, he struck the bludger, sending it hurtling towards Diana, crashing into her broom. Diana spun several times in the air, and by the time she regained control of her broom, the golden snitch had vanished. Oh no! Newstad's actions were quite unsportsmanlike. He used a bludger to disrupt Gryffindor's seeker. While one cannot call it a foul since bludgers are meant to interfere with players, it was certainly dishonorable. Some might even say it was somewhat despicable. Hugo, mind your wording. Professor Kane intently supervised. All right, Newstad employed a tactic typically reserved for gnomes. Hugo, fine, let us continue the match. Bach has the ball. The Gryffindor students felt a wave of disappointment, with some overly zealous Gryffindor supporters shouting that Newstad had committed a foul and deserved a penalty. However, such behavior did not constitute a foul. The beaters' task was to protect their players from being struck by bludgers while driving the bludgers toward the opposing players. Hugo clearly understood the rules of Quidditch and had made no errors in his commentary. Newstad truly is a fearsome opponent, fulfilling the roles of chaser, seeker, and beater. He is the core of Hufflepuff. If his teammates were a bit more reliable, we might find it quite challenging to defeat them, Lily remarked involuntarily. Indeed, his audacity stems from his awareness that our Gryffindor seeker is a novice, lacking in all areas compared to him. Maureen nodded in agreement. But why does he not simply focus on catching the golden snitch? Directing his energy towards the snitch would be far more advantageous, as capturing it grants an additional 150 points. Lily questioned, perplexed by Newstad's lack of diligence. Maureen, evidently more knowledgeable about Quidditch rules than Lily, explained in Quidditch, every match's scoring is crucial. The game operates on a point system. The team with the most points at the end of the year claims the Quidditch Cup. Points are accumulated based on total scores in each match, meaning the more goals scored in a match, the higher the team's total points will be. For instance, if Gryffindor scores 100 points in a match, the team's total score increases by 10 points. Capturing the golden snitch adds 15 points. Therefore, every team must strive to score as many goals as possible to elevate their points, and at the end of the academic year, the 4 houses with the highest total points will be awarded the Quidditch Cup. At times, securing the Quidditch trophy hinges not merely on the seeker's ability to capture the golden snitch. One must also ensure that their team's score surpasses that of their opponents by a sufficient margin before making the decisive move to seize the snitch. This necessitates meticulous pre-match calculations by the captain to determine the optimal score lead at which the seeker should attempt to catch the snitch. Conversely, if the team finds itself comfortably ahead, the seeker can swiftly pursue the snitch without undue concern. The points accrued in Hogwarts Quidditch matches are intrinsically linked to the House Cup. Thus, every goal scored contributes to the House's overall tally. This is why Hufflepuff's seeker, Newt, dedicates his efforts towards facilitating his teammates in scoring, rather than fixating solely on the golden snitch. He must ensure that the team's score does not fall too far behind before pursuing the snitch, thereby elevating their cumulative points. Especially considering Hufflepuff's relatively weaker overall prowess, his efforts alone are insufficient. Molly and Lily observed the match from the platform outside the locker room, while Sweet remained quietly seated within, seemingly uninterested in joining them. Molly couldn't help but feel puzzled. Despite being substitutes and not playing, they ought to at least study Hufflepuff strategies, particularly since this was their first match of the academic year, a moment not to be missed. Sweet, aren't you coming out to watch the match? The sun is shining so brightly today. It must be stifling sitting there, Molly remarked casually. Sweet lifted his gaze to Molly, but said nothing. What a thick-headed fellow you are. How can you understand the opponent from there? Lily added. Sweet continued to ignore Lily, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Molly. Molly had always been curious whether Sweet bore any marks on his back, but he felt it would be too abrupt to inquire. He was also uncertain if Sweet's disappearance was somehow linked to Hugo's vanishing in the 7th floor corridor. Just as Molly was about to resume watching the match, Sweet suddenly spoke. 8 o'clock tonight, 7th floor corridor. I have something to discuss with you. Molly was taken aback. He had expected Sweet to remain silent, as usual. Isn't there's something you could say now? He asked with curiosity. Sweet replied with a flat tone, no. Lily was equally surprised by Sweet's sudden utterance. He was typically mute during practice, yet here he was speaking to Molly. Should I take it as a cue to leave while you boys share secrets? She said nonchalantly. Sweet, seemingly indifferent to Lily's presence, merely reiterated, 8 o'clock, 7th floor corridor. Though Molly found this odd, he considered that Sweet's recent strange behavior might indicate he knew something about the missing students. He decided not to press further. Just as he was about to agree, the scene before him began to swirl and retreat rapidly once more. What is happening? Again? Molly stared in disbelief at the swirling, distorted figures and buildings surrounding him. With countless voices rushing past his ears, he realized he was once again experiencing a time shift. When the tumultuous scene finally settled, he found himself en route to the Great Hall for breakfast, precisely 1 hour prior. Each return to the past occurred without any forewarning, inexplicably thrusting him back to an hour earlier. This was the 5th time he had traversed into the past, and upon regaining his senses, he felt a throbbing headache. Returning to the past meant reliving the same events once again. So, who would be the next to disappear? Molly sighed. This peculiar occurrence continuously plagued him. Chapter 59. The Disappearance of Two. Molly sat at the dining table in the great hall, grappling with an unsettling sensation. Just moments ago, he had been anxiously watching the match, yet now everything was beginning anew, and reliving the same events was not nearly as entertaining as he had envisioned. Fantastic! Professor Kane asked me to commentate on the match since the previous commentator has graduated, Hugo exclaimed, rushing over with exuberance. Molly seized Hugo's arm, speaking earnestly. Something has happened. What sort of thing? Hugo asked, momentarily bewildered. I returned to the past, Molly said, scanning his surroundings for any sign of anomaly, but found none. Hugo regarded him skeptically. Really? You came back from an hour in the future? While I believe you, I must admit I see nothing amiss. Molly replied promptly. If I were to respond to your earlier statements, I might mention that you frequently speak during Transfiguration class and are often used as a tool for punishment by Professor Kane. He recognizes your talent for oration and has decided to give you an opportunity as a commentator. How would you respond? Hugo was about to reply when Molly interrupted. What you were about to say is their essay saying that sometimes misfortune can be a blessing in disguise. Articulation is an essential trait for a commentator, demonstrating that you are indeed a gem unearthed by Professor Kane. Last night, you dreamt of becoming a professional Quidditch commentator, covering the final match between the Vimborn Wasps and the Chudley Cannons, where the Wasps triumphed with a score of 260-30. You'll mention going to the stands to familiarize yourself with the players' profiles, and then you'll take, Molly glanced around the table, picking up a turkey sandwich to hand to Hugo. Hugo was genuinely astonished, as he had not yet disclosed his dream. Molly, you truly are incredible. You even know the score for my dream. You're right, I don't want a turkey sandwich for breakfast. Hugo appeared to believe him to a significant extent, scrutinizing Molly with a mix of awe and disbelief. It's hard to fathom I'm speaking with someone from the future. It seems like everything I do is foreseen by you. The match has no suspense left. For instance, you already know who will score the first goal, don't you? In the opening 2 minutes, Gryffindor's Filia will score the first goal, taking advantage of James's diversionary play, while Hufflepuff's keeper opts to evade the maneuver, thus providing an opportunity. However, since the match has not concluded yet, I cannot predict the victor, Molly explained. Just wait, Hugo said, patting Molly's shoulder before dashing toward the Hufflepuff table. He found a Hufflepuff boy and exchanged a few words before returning, looking distressed. Mate, I just bet 3 silver sickles with Hufflepuff Tyson that Gryffindor would score within the first 5 minutes. I place my faith in you, and that is all my savings. Don't let me down. Do you really have time for this? Molly said, exasperated, watching as Hugo hurried away with the turkey sandwich, undoubtedly ready to study the player profiles. If it weren't for his commentary duties, Molly was certain Hugo would be dashing about making bets. At least going back in time could help this guy make a bit of extra cash. It's not all bad, Molly muttered. Yet he had no inclination to engage in gambling. His foremost concern was figuring out who had gone missing this time. But then it struck him. Wait, could it be? Molly stood up, scanning the bustling great hall, and realized he had not seen Lily amidst the throng. By all accounts, she should have appeared shortly after Hugo's arrival. Yet she remained absent. An ominous premonition surged within him. He hastily brought Doy, who was eating at the dining table, along with him and dashed towards the Gryffindor changing room at the Quidditch pitch. Lily was absent, and Bach was rallying the players. Morin cast a glance around, astonished once more to find that Sweet was also missing. Had Lily truly vanished? Morin was engulfed in confusion. What could have happened to Sweet? Just an hour ago, he had faced Sweet directly, and he hadn't seen Sweet produce a time turner or engage in any peculiar actions. Yet now, upon his arrival here, not only was Lily unaccounted for, but Sweet had also mysteriously disappeared. What on earth was going on? James and Albus approached, carrying breakfast along with sheep's milk and honey pastries, only to receive a few reprimands from Bach. This was the first match of the semester, and many were watching closely. We need to present our primary strategy. Hufflepuff has always been a weak team, but since Newsted took over as captain, they have begun to rise in the ranks. They nearly defeated us last year. Don't you remember? Bach declared loudly. We remember. You told those 3, James replied, finishing the last sip of sheep's milk, then puzzled added, where are Lily and that wooden-headed bloke? Why aren't they here? Morin, didn't you come with Lily? Morin was at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly explain that he had returned from an hour into the future, with the Quidditch match imminent. He knew no one would take the time to listen to his tale. He shook his head. I'm not sure. I haven't seen either of them. His anxiety was futile. If Lily truly was missing, Morin had no means to locate her. and he was oblivious to where she had gone just prior to arriving in the hall. Forget about them. Let me reiterate the situation with the Hufflepuff team. At that moment, Bach was animatedly discussing Newsted's prowess with Diana, making her increasingly uneasy. James intervened, halting Bach, and the scene unfolded just as it had an hour ago. Outside, Madame Hooch had blown the whistle for assembly, and both teams mounted their broomsticks, rushing out. Hugo was vociferously announcing the names of the participating players, leaving Morin alone in the changing room. Sweet undoubtedly knew something. Morin pondered, recalling that before he had traveled back, Sweet had instructed him to wait for him in the 7th floor corridor at 8 that evening. Was he intending to reveal a secret? As the match commenced, Hugo's voice, amplified by magic, echoed outside. He had just praised Gryffindor's chaser, Felicity, when he was interrupted by a professor. Professor, one must dream a little. Oh, what a thrilling bludger. Almost striking Felicity on the head. Fortunately, James reacted swiftly. That interception was spectacular. He sent the unruly bludger towards Hufflepuff's keeper. I hope a goal is scored within the first 5 minutes. This is of utmost urgency. Everyone must give their best. Do not let me down. I'm sure you're all as eager as I am. Now back to James's bludger. Hufflepuff's keeper, Randall, had to dodge the bludger or risk a broken nose. Yet Felicity was charging in. What choice would he make? To intercept or to evade the bludger? This decision was crucial concerning the fortunes of certain individuals. He wisely chose to dodge the bludger. Felicity threw the quaffle. It was in. Gryffindor had opened the scoring, leading by 10 points. Excellent, splendid. Let the children of Gryffindor cheer for 3 silver sickles. Hugo's voice resonated with more excitement than anyone else, and his commentary diverged slightly from what Morin had heard an hour prior, as he had just won 3 silver sickles from Tacy. Morin had no time to celebrate Hugo's success or to focus on the match. While everyone was rejoicing, he swiftly made his way back to the castle. Chapter 60. The Disordered Portraits. It was a weekend, and the weather was fair, coinciding with the first Quidditch match of the semester, drawing nearly all students to the pitch. Leaving the castle nearly deserted with only a few older students preparing for their OWL. Yes. Morin arrived at the 7th floor corridor, a place he was intimately familiar with. The portraits on the walls and the occasionally creaking armor were just as he remembered. The only difference was that the portrait of Sir Cadogan was now vacant. He entered the abandoned classroom, inspecting it once more. It remained unchanged, with no sign of Sweet or Lily. Yet, Morin felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. This feeling was distinctly jarring and vague, leaving him uncertain of its source. He stood by the railing, gazing at the stairs in the castle that twisted and turned, contemplating what felt wrong. What was the issue? Morin scrutinized the portraits lining the corridor, and the feeling of disquiet grew stronger, as if certain aspects were not as he recalled. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. He realized what was wrong. The arrangement of the portraits on the corridor wall seemed altered. Indeed, that was the discrepancy in Hugo's memory. The sequence of the portraits was not as it was now, nor was it as Jamie remembered. The current arrangement was entirely disordered, particularly the painting of the wizards playing chess. Morin recalled the last time he inquired of Sir Cadogan regarding Hugo's whereabouts. Cadogan had enthusiastically offered to help him search, barging into the portrait of the chess-playing wizards, even tossing a queen from the board and exclaiming check, at which the 2 wizards in the painting had furiously shouted at Cadogan. At that time, the chess-playing portrait had been situated right next to Cadogan's. Yet now it was nowhere to be found. Instead, it had been replaced by a picturesque scene of a seaside cottage. Had the chess-playing portrait been destroyed as well? Morin felt a discomfort in his heart, although he understood that the figures in the portraits were not real. The fact that the 2 chess-playing wizards could converse made it feel akin to murder if they had indeed been destroyed. It seemed that those 2 chess-playing wizards, like Sir Cadogan, may have witnessed something, and to prevent them from revealing secrets, they were obliterated. Morin strained to recall the order of the portraits from Jamie and Hugo's memories, but all that came to him was a vague impression, as his attention had been primarily focused on the classroom at that time. Why would someone deliberately rearrange the order of the portraits? Morin counted mentally. There were 12 portraits hanging on a nearby wall, most of which depicted fruits and landscapes, while the character portraits had all vanished. Morin observed the paintings before him, attempting to discern any peculiar features, but he was not an art expert and lacked the ability to appreciate artistic styles. If he had to point out a commonality, it would be that all the portraits in the castle were animated. Even the clouds and the landscape paintings drifted about, and fruit on the trays occasionally rolled off the table. Outside, the Quidditch match was still underway, with Hugo's amplified voice audible even in this corridor. In a dazzling display of skill, Gryffindor's Puck executed a magnificent spinning throw, the ball zipping through the air with impressive speed aimed at Felia. However, it was intercepted by Newstead, prompting Hufflepuff to initiate a counterattack with an elegantly coordinated offensive formation. Alas, Albus struck the quaffle toward Newstead, forcing him to evade, thus disrupting Hufflepuff's formation. Albus's prowess was truly remarkable. One cannot help but acknowledge that the Potters possess an innate talent for the game. Meanwhile, Molin listened intently to Hugo's commentary while observing the paintings adorning the walls, yet he found himself perplexed by their meanings. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, prompting Molin to turn and discover Professor Charles from the Muggle Studies class approaching. Dressed impeccably in his suit, Professor Charles always exuded an air of politeness. "Good day, Professor." Molin greeted him with a sense of curiosity, wondering why Professor Charles was here instead of attending the match. However, it was the professor who posed the first question, somewhat unexpectedly asking, "Molin, aren't you going to watch Gryffindor's match?" During their first Muggle Studies class, Molin had cast a petrification charm on Carlo, and since then, his assignments had been rather haphazard. It was evident that Professor Charles remembered Molin. "Professor, I merely returned to retrieve something." Molin offered a casual excuse. "To the 7th floor for that. Isn't Gryffindor's common room on the 8th floor?" Professor Charles inquired. Molin endeavored to maintain his composure. It was the weekend, and he was not violating any school rules by being on the 7th floor. Thus, he replied, "I was just passing through and thought I might take a look at these paintings." "Professor, aren't you going to watch the match?" Professor Charles gazed thoughtfully at the paintings and remarked, "I came to admire these artworks as well." "To see these paintings?" Molin exclaimed in surprise. Why would Professor Charles choose this moment to visit, particularly during the Quidditch match? "These paintings are quite remarkable, are they not?" Professor Charles said, gently touching the frame of a fruit painting. "Good art deserves preservation. The paintings of Hogwarts Castle boast a rich history and must be well protected." "Indeed, Professor," Molin replied, bewildered by the professor's sudden discourse, feeling a flicker of unease. Did Professor Charles know something he ought not to? Meanwhile, Hugo's commentary grew increasingly urgent outside, a fierce collision. The seekers of both teams collided while vying for the snitch. Hufflepuff's Randy managed to steady himself, but Gryffindor's Owen fell from a height of 5 meters. This does not bode well. Let us hope he is unharmed. Madame Hooch has paused the match, and Madame Pomfrey has rushed over. The situation appears dire. The score stands at 200 to 160, with Gryffindor currently in the lead, but the outcome remains uncertain. For if Newstead captures the golden snitch, the score will flip. Gryffindor students must pray, as Newstead has begun searching for the snitch while Gryffindor must rally. It seemed there was a disturbance in the Quidditch match, the noise escalating outside with cheers and jeers. "Moments latte." Hugo's voice resumed. It appears Gryffindor's seeker Owen can no longer participate in the match. However, Gryffindor has 3 substitute players this year, so it is not catastrophic. They likely intend to rotate players. Madame Hooch has signaled for the match to resume, and all players have taken to the air. Wait, why are there only 6 players from Gryffindor? Why haven't they sent in the substitutes? Does Puck not trust the 3 first-year students? That seems unwise. Suddenly, Molin recalled that he was one of the substitutes. Puck wasn't refusing to send in substitutes. He simply couldn't find anyone. Lily and Sweet had mysteriously vanished, leaving him as the only option. And now, here he was, caught in this predicament. Puck would surely be furious. "Professor, I must leave. I am a substitute for Gryffindor." Molin exclaimed hastily. "Go on, and I hope your team triumphs." "Oh, my apologies. As a teacher, I must remain impartial." "Best of luck," Professor Charles replied with a smile. Chapter 61. The Substitute. As Molin hurried through the corridors of the 7th floor, he found the encounter with Professor Charles quite peculiar. His presence here had its reasons, but why was Professor Charles here as well? Yet, there were more pressing matters at hand. Molin had no time to ponder this further. He dashed out of the castle towards the Quidditch pitch, regretting not having brought his broomstick along, which would have allowed him to fly directly to the match instead of leaving it in the locker room. All the while, Molin anxiously listened to Hugo's commentary. Gryffindor's offense was faltering due to the loss of a chaser, and their defense had open gaps, allowing Hufflepuff to score 3 consecutive goals. The situation for Gryffindor was bleak. Within a mere 5 minutes, Hufflepuff had scored thrice, bringing the score to 200 to 190. Newstead, having ceased assisting his teammates in attack, now focused solely on seeking the golden snitch, while Gryffindor, short-handed, faced significant defensive vulnerabilities. Hufflepuff seized the opportunity to score again. 200 to 200, the score was now tied, prompting cheers from Hufflepuff supporters. If this continued, Gryffindor might very well fall behind. Gryffindor's captain appeared furious, shouting at his teammates. Yet Morin couldn't fathom why he did not send in the substitute players. In his view, the three substitutes, though first-year students, possessed commendable skills. What was Pock thinking? Professor, shouldn't you advise Pock against his obstinacy? Hugo couldn't help but turn to Professor Kane, Gryffindor's head. Hugo, mind your phrasing. This is a match. We must provide fair commentary and not interfere, Professor Kane admonished. Yet, he too was anxious. As Gryffindor's head, he naturally wished for their victory. But even he was perplexed by Pock's refusal to utilize the substitutes. Nevertheless, he was there to oversee Hugo's commentary. Thus, maintaining objectivity was imperative. Unbeknownst to Hugo, the three substitute players had mysteriously vanished from Gryffindor's locker room. The score being equal had unsettled Gryffindor students. Even Pock's face bore the expression of despair. For the new seeker from Gryffindor, Diana, was simply not on par with Hufflepuff's Newstead, who hardly regarded her as a worthy opponent. Obstinate, blast you and your goblin mother. Pock muttered a harsh curse under his breath, unheard by anyone. He felt trapped, while others questioned the absence of substitutes. He alone knew the truth. He could not locate any of Gryffindor's three substitutes. Before the match commenced, he had hoped to conserve strength and advised his teammates to hold back, not revealing their full capabilities. However, the performance of Hufflepuff's captain, Newstead, has surpassed everyone's expectations. He has almost single-handedly invigorated the entire team. Initially, through a strategy that involved the Seeker also acting as a chaser, he relentlessly propelled the team's score upwards. Now, with Gryffindor down a player, it is evident to all that they are on the brink of their first devastating defeat of the academic year. Change to the third strategy. Pokey nearly bellowed on the field. The Hufflepuff team has remained unchanged this year, while Gryffindor has welcomed two novices who, having trained only a handful of times, have yet to find any synergy. The situation has grown increasingly dire. Yet even Pokey himself comprehends that with insufficient numbers, no tactical alteration will prove effective. At that moment, the entire stadium erupted in cheers, particularly from Gryffindor students, each one exultantly applauding, as a crimson figure burst forth from the Gryffindor locker room and joined the fray. Indeed, the substitute player for Gryffindor has finally taken to the field. Perhaps Pokey has realized the unfavorable circumstances for Gryffindor and has finally decided to let a substitute play. Let us see who has emerged. The player stepping onto the field is the handsomest substitute Gryffindor has, Morin Walker. Hugo, did I ask you to praise someone's appearance? Professor Kane remarked upon witnessing Morin's entrance, a relieved smile gracing his face. His reprimand of Hugo softened. His gaze filled with hope, as if he longed to join the Gryffindor students in their jubilation, yet remembered his status as a professor and restrained himself. Apologies, Professor, but I have nothing else to commend him on aside from his looks. He is a new player, and none of us know how he will perform, do we? However, at this moment, Morin has come to save the day. Gryffindor Lions, do you not find him handsome? Hugo unabashedly revealed his excitement. In truth, he was well aware of Morin's flying prowess, having observed him during their training sessions, and could be said to know him quite well. Yet he was astute enough not to disclose any insider information, for such secrets of the Gryffindor team ought not to be carelessly revealed. Indeed, you speak the truth. Professor Kane, now past the half-century mark, seemed to cast aside his reservations, joining the Gryffindor students in their cheers. The Hufflepuff team, however, paid Morin's appearance no heed, for they understood that he was merely a substitute, a first-year student who had only just begun the school year. What caliber could a first-year possibly possess? To them, he posed no threat. Pokey, upon seeing Morin, also exhaled in relief, but felt no elation, as his training focus had primarily been on Erwin and Diana. He held little expectation from Morin and his companions, who had not trained together significantly. To him, Morin's presence merely added another novice to the mix and could not replace Erwin. Morin, we are to employ the third strategy. Everyone must give it their all. The first game is to boost morale. We absolutely cannot lose. Diana, quickly find a snitch and end this match. Pokey shouted, hardly pausing to inquire where Morin had been just moments before. With the score so close, victory hinged solely on Diana locating the golden snitch. What's the third strategy? Morin called out. Morin took the position of a chaser, responsible for scoring by passing the quaffle. Typically, he had only trained alongside Sweet and Lily, having little interaction with Philia and Pokey, and could hardly recall what the third strategy entailed. The third strategy involved a 1-3-2 formation, specifically for the beaters. Pokey began to elaborate, but James interrupted, sending a chaser flying past Morin, exclaiming, forget that. The third strategy is simply to score. Now that I understand. Morin focused intently on the match, assessing the positions of all players. He noted that Hufflepuff's defense was primarily concentrated on Pokey, their strongest adversary. while they largely ignored Morin's movements. This presented Gryffindor with a golden opportunity, as if Morin could seize the quaffle, he could easily catch Hufflepuff's chaser off guard. However, Morin quickly realized he had no chance to touch the quaffle. It was not due to a lack of flying skill, but rather because Pokey refused to pass him the ball. Morin, you do not grasp the third strategy. Just focus on distracting them while Philia and I attack. Pokey, lacking confidence in the substitute, held onto the ball, believing that if Erwin, who had trained extensively, was struggling, a first-year substitute would be even less effective. In a span of 5 minutes, Pokey passed the ball only to Philia, whose long throws were consistently intercepted. Morin found himself wandering aimlessly on the field, untouched, with no one marking him, as though he were superfluous. Pass me the ball. This is a perfect opportunity, Morin shouted, seizing a moment. No, you have not participated in our training. It is unsafe to carry the quaffle like that. Pokey shook his head, his anxiety about passing the quaffle to Morin evident, fearing that it would be snatched away, leading to a counterattack that could prove disastrous. Morin furrowed his brow. Oh dear. 5 minutes into Morin's debut, and he has yet to touch the quaffle. It is not due to lack of skill, but rather Pokey's unwillingness to pass it to him. Several opportunities have been squandered, and it seems Pokey is determined not to afford the rookie a chance. As the commentator, Hugo too observed the unfolding drama on the field and noted Morin's predicament, worrying for him, yet feeling powerless. If Pokey did not trust Morin, no one could intervene. Newstead resolved to abandon the search for the Golden Snitch once more and re-enter the fray. This player truly displayed exceptional performance, his flying skills being top-notch. Oh, he lunged forward, intercepting Gryffindor's quaffle, which spelled trouble for them. Newstead deftly evaded the blocks from Pokey and Philia. Charging toward the goal, Gryffindor's keeper was knocked aside, unable to thwart Newstead, who flawlessly scored, turning the tide of the game. Let the Hufflepuff Badgers rejoice. Hugo's commentary remained fair, though his tone occasionally favored Gryffindor. He announced each Hufflepuff goal with equal fervor. This will not do. My presence on the field is tantamount to being absent. Morin sensed Pokey's distrust and recognized that he must seize the opportunity himself. Otherwise, Gryffindor was destined for defeat. As Philia attempted another long throw that was batted away by Hufflepuff's keeper, Morin suddenly saw his chance. He leapt, catching the quaffle, a first since his entry. He spun away from an approaching chaser, executed a quick turn, straightened his broom, and surged toward Hufflepuff's goal. Morin, pass it to me. You will lose the ball if you go in alone, Pokey shouted, as 2 Hufflepuff players began to close in on Morin. He sensed that allowing a newcomer, who knew nothing of the third strategy, to attack was a grave mistake. Yet Morin disregarded Pokey's concerns. He understood that in this situation, passing the ball backward would only squander time. With the goal so near, allowing him to attack was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Chapter 62, The Overlooked Genius. No one noticed that when Morin was fully immersed in the game, his mismatched eyes shimmered with a faint blue and green light, shutting out all distractions from the outside world. In Morin's perception, whether it was the Hufflepuff keeper or the 2 chasers attempting to block him, the flight trajectory of the quaffle appeared crystal clear. It was a remarkable sensation. He inadvertently discovered that he could instinctively discern the direction of the Hufflepuff player's movements, as if it were second nature. His mind had already mapped out an optimal offensive route without him even pausing to ponder why. The Hufflepuff chasers obstructed his path, while a bludger was hurled towards him by their beater, yet he remained unfazed, even though it seemed impossible to break through from an outsider's perspective. The new Gryffindor chaser finally caught the Golden Snitch for the first time, intending to go all in on his offense, but it was a daunting task. Hufflepuff's defense was formidable, and the bludger was aimed at the back of Morin's head. Would he abandon his attack to evade this oncoming threat? That would be the wisest choice, as it was challenging to manage both fronts. No, Morin opted to press forward with his attack. My goodness. He executed the highly intricate Starro dive, a signature move of the former chaser from the Adder Hurricanes. Could a first year have the audacity to mimic such a maneuver? It was perilous. One misstep could send him tumbling from his broom. But, astonishingly, he succeeded with the Starro dive. He shook off the 2 Hufflepuff chasers. The bludger whizzed past his ear, an exhilarating brush with danger. Was he about to shoot? Hugo watched Morin with bated breath. He wasn't alone. Everyone's attention was riveted on this diminutive first year, who, riding an old Nimbus 2005, executed a move that no one anticipated. Morin tossed the quaffle into the air, then performed a somersault kick, sending the quaffle arcing beautifully through the air, gliding beneath the Hufflepuff keeper's legs and securely into the opposing goal. It was a goal. What a stunning surprise. The Gryffindor first year had managed to deliver such an exquisite reverse shot. This kick radiated flair and confidence. And, as a substitute, Morin had just scored a goal, leveling the match for Gryffindor. Hugo shouted in excitement. All Gryffindor students erupted into cheers, invigorated by Morin's dazzling performance, igniting a glimmer of hope within the team. How could this be? Puck stared at Morin in disbelief. Based on his experience, the recent offensive was simply impossible to execute. Even he could only dodge and evade, never charging forward. Yet, Morin demonstrated what it meant to perform one of Quidditch's top 10 most difficult maneuvers, the Starro Dive, leaving Puck momentarily dumbfounded. Puck, if you don't start believing in Morin, we'll lose this match. James forcefully struck the bludger, sending it crashing into the Hufflepuff keeper, nearly knocking him off his broom. Puck finally snapped back to reality. He had been preoccupied with training the newly recruited Owen and Diana, neglecting a true Quidditch prodigy. I've got it, Morin. No matter the strategy, go all out on offense. We'll clear the way for you, Puck declared. It was about time. A flicker of light returned to Morin's eyes as he turned and charged towards the quaffle once more. Excellent. It seemed Gryffindor's captain had come to a realization. He and Philia began creating opportunities for their new chaser. Morin's agility was remarkable. He maneuvered around Nusta, pivoted, and shot goal. Gryffindor led again. The Gryffindor student body erupted in cheers. Even Hugo's magically amplified voice couldn't drown them out. The Hufflepuff players initiated a counterattack, their formation orderly. Unshaken by having conceded a goal, he dodged Albus's bludger. As the ball approached the goal, no goal, intercepted by Gryffindor's keeper, Bruno. The ball returned to Morin's possession, allowing him to attack once more. Could he score again? He evaded the Hufflepuff keeper, while Puck surged forward. Hufflepuff's players attempted to intercept Puck, but to no avail. Morin was now crucial. He struck the quaffle beautifully. The ball sailed through the hoops. Gryffindor scored again, widening the lead. The cheers from the Gryffindor students crescendoed, with the Lions in the stands roaring deafeningly. This match was filled with twists and turns, leaving spectators in awe. The quaffle soared toward the left side of the pitch, and Nusta darted after it, preparing for another offensive. Oh wait, it seemed he wasn't aiming to catch the quaffle at all. He was entirely disregarding it, flying straight ahead. As the quaffle brushed past him, goodness, he spotted the golden snitch. Hugo's voice drew everyone's attention. Following Nusta's flight path, they indeed caught sight of a subtle golden glimmer on the field. The golden snitch, the match's deciding factor. Nusta was now merely 30 meters away from the snitch, while Diana was just realizing it. Gryffindor's Seeker also raced down, but it was too late. Her speed could not match Nusta's. Nusta was undeniably a formidable player, leaving Diana far behind. It seemed this match had no suspense left. Hufflepuff was about to seize the golden snitch. Hugo's tone carried a hint of disappointment as he narrated. But just then his voice shifted to one of astonishment. Wait, a figure is charging from midair. Is that? Could it be Morin from Gryffindor? What is he planning? Is he going to intercept Nusta? Indeed, he could employ the same tactics Nusta used to disrupt Diana, mirroring his opponent's methods. However, such a collision would likely result in a foul. But it mattered not. If it could prevent Hufflepuff's Seeker from catching the golden snitch, Gryffindor must resort to a tactical foul, even if it meant conceding a penalty. Two figures intertwined swiftly in the air, racing towards the golden snitch. Just as everyone expected Morin to collide with Nusta to disrupt his capture of the snitch, no one anticipated that Morin would adjust his broom just before impact, gripping it firmly and spinning past Nusta's half-head. He wasn't there to crash into Nusta, but rather, a hand firmly grasped the golden snitch. Toot toot. Madame Hooch blew her long whistle, signaling the end of the match. All the spectators stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how the match concluded so abruptly. Yet Morin had already raised his hand high, triumph etched across his face as he held the golden snitch. Goodness gracious! The Gryffindor substitute chaser had captured the golden snitch, accomplishing what the Seeker was meant to do. How on earth had he achieved this? Hugo voiced the thoughts of everyone. Initially, they had all believed Morin was rushing forward to commit a tactical foul. Yet he had no intention of fouling at all. He had directly chosen to contest Nusta for the golden snitch, and he had succeeded. A chaser had caught the golden snitch. This was an utterly extraordinary feat on the Quidditch pitch. As everyone is well aware, the pursuit of the golden snitch is primarily the responsibility of the Seeker, while the chasers are merely tasked with scoring points. Morin's actions took everyone by surprise. The audience fell into a hushed silence, incredulously staring at the golden snitch in Morin's grasp. The outcome was utterly unexpected. Gryffindor triumphs. Madame Hooch proclaimed the result with a booming voice. Only then did the crowd react. In Quidditch, players are allowed to interchange their roles, much like how the Seeker, Nusted, often assisted the Hufflepuff chasers in their offensive maneuvers. In a similar vein, Gryffindor's substitute chaser, Morin temporarily assumed the role of Seeker and successfully captured the Golden Snitch. The referee deemed the contest valid. Thus, Gryffindor emerged victorious in a most honorable manner, clinching the match in a surprising fashion. The young lions of Gryffindor could now roar with unrestrained joy. Hugo excitedly raised his microphone to celebrate the victory. There are no regulations in Quidditch prohibiting chasers from seizing the Golden Snitch. Any team that captures it can claim victory. Hens Molin que mitid no fold. Even the venerable Professor Kane, now well into his 50s, joined in the jubilant cheers, embracing Hugo in a fit of excitement. Chapter 63, Celebrating Victory. Morin, Morin, Morin. From the locker room to the Gryffindor common room, students fervently chanted Morin's name. The first-year substitute player had astonished everyone with his extraordinary flying skills, defeating Hufflepuff at a crucial moment. It is noteworthy that Gryffindor had introduced 2 new players this year, and their coordination was still rather unrefined. Coupled with Hufflepuff's outstanding seeker, Newstead, Gryffindor was on the brink of defeat, had Morin not seized the Golden Snitch at the last moment. Victory would undoubtedly have belonged to Hufflepuff. Trust me, Bach will no longer utter those words about reserving strength. Just look at what happened to our so-called reserve strength today. James pulled out a large stash of butterbeer to celebrate the victory, pouring a generous glass for Morin. Morin was surrounded by admirers, momentarily transformed into Gryffindor's hero. Having captured the Golden Snitch as a substitute chaser while both seekers were on the pitch, a feat unprecedented in the Hogwarts arena. It was just luck, Morin remarked, unsure of what else to say, choosing to remain humble. This is no mere luck, this is skill. Hugo shouted. Newstead rides a Firebolt 15, while you wield a Nimbus 2005. These brooms are not even in the same league, yet you bested him. All the Gryffindor students were exhilarated. Bach even resolved to devise a training regimen specifically for Morin, vowing to make him Gryffindor's secret weapon. His talent is no longer secret, Bach. Save your breath. Other teams will undoubtedly formulate new strategies targeting Morin. You should provide him with round-the-clock protection before the next match. Lest he be incapacitated by a spell from the opposing team, Albus suggested. No one would stoop that low, Albus, Bach retorted. The Quidditch players eagerly discussed how to effectively utilize substitute players. The ability to make substitutions meant that Morin need not start the match, adding an element of suspense to the game. Amid the cheers, however, Morin searched the common room for the presence of Sweet and Lily, but after a long while, he still could not find them. Hugo, come here. I need to discuss something with you, Morin said, pulling Hugo aside. What is it? Want some cake? James brought some from the kitchen. Professor Kane remarked that my commentary today met professional standards in Quidditch, but there were allegations of bias towards Gryffindor. Given that it was my first time commentating, they chose not to pursue it, opting to evaluate me in a few more matches. After all, how could I commentate on Gryffindor without a hint of partiality? I made an effort to remain impartial. During Hufflepuff scoring, I even encouraged their cheers. Hugo handed Morin a piece of cake, recognizing that he was, after all, just an 11-year-old child, not a professional commentator, and had done remarkably well. Morin had no appetite for cake, instead addressing Hugo seriously. Do you remember what I mentioned this morning about returning to the past? All right, now that you mention it. I recall that Ticey still owes me 3 sickles. Make sure to give me a heads up before the next match. I want to place a big bet. You're thinking too much. I can't control when I return to the past. Morin and Hugo returned to their dormitory, where they were alone. Morin continued. Every time I go back to the past, someone goes missing. Don't you understand? All right, so who asked the unfortunate soul this time? Hugo finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his expression turning more serious. Lily, and it could also be Sweet. Morin gazed at Sweet's empty bed, then recounted the events that had transpired in the Quidditch common room to Hugo. Hugo exclaimed in surprise, this time it's Lily? But how did she go missing? That is the crux of the matter. I am not entirely certain, Morin replied, sitting on the bed and offering some cake to Doy. You don't know? But weren't you, Sweet, and Lily all in the common room at the beginning? Hugo inquired. Don't you see? Initially, I was with them, but I returned to an hour prior, at which point I hadn't encountered them. They went missing before I met them. Morin had no clues regarding this matter. Each time he returned to the past, it happened too abruptly. He could only foresee events he had already witnessed, yet remained oblivious to those he had not. If that is the case, will Sweet still remember what he said to you? You know, about meeting him in the 7th floor corridor at 8 o'clock? Hugo asked. Morin was uncertain. He did say that initially, but once I returned to the past, it was as if I had never seen him. From another angle, he never said that to me, so I can't be sure if Sweet will wait for me in the 7th floor corridor tonight. Morin believed Sweet would not wait for him, as Sweet had not uttered those words in the locker room. Hugo pondered for a moment and speculated. Is it possible that Sweet intends to lure you to the 7th floor corridor and then attack you? Perhaps to kidnap you or something. Please, If he wished to do me harm, he has ample opportunities every day. Just think about it. He leaves the dormitory every morning before we wake up, making it easy for him to abduct any of us, including you. After hearing Morin's words, Hugo felt a sense of insecurity and replied, "That is a fair point. But then again, it's not as dire as it seems." "Why do you say that?" "Because of Lily. She has always doubted what we said. Now that she has lost her memory, let us see what she can question." Hugo chuckled, appearing unconcerned about Lily's disappearance, reasoning that, like him, she would vanish for a day or two and then return with no memory, which wouldn't pose any significant issue. Morin was indifferent to whether Lily believed his words. She had her own beliefs and thoughts, and he saw no need to demand her faith in him. He was not one to prove anything to others. The situation itself was already quite troublesome. Even if Lily were to believe him, it might not necessarily offer him any greater assistance. What preoccupied his mind more was the encounter with Professor Charles in the 7th floor corridor today. Everyone else was at the Quidditch pitch watching the match. So why was Professor Charles alone in the corridor? Morin pondered. Perhaps he merely happened to be passing through. No one dictates that one must attend the Quidditch match. "As you yourself have chosen not to," Hugo replied sagely. "Though I must admit, while I did not comprehend much of Professor Charles's Muggle Studies class, he is quite the gentleman. If he taught a different subject, I might have found his class appealing." That was indeed a valid point. There are no stipulations that one must attend the weekend's Quidditch matches. Morin nodded, yet he remained perplexed. Why the 7th floor corridor? Why had it been so fortuitous to encounter him there? Why had Professor Charles claimed to be merely observing the paintings? Was it mere coincidence? Morin retrieved the fragments of Sir Cadogan's portrait from his bag, falling into deep contemplation. At this juncture, he could no longer afford the risk of divulging the destruction of Sir Cadogan's portrait to any professors. He must uncover the truth himself. Chapter 64, Sweet. Tomorrow was Sunday, and he had initially intended to visit Hogsmeade in search of Sir Cadogan's residence, but his plans had now been thwarted. "It seems you won't be able to visit Hogsmeade after all. You become quite the celebrity. I wager you'll be featured in the Hogwarts Weekly tomorrow, and every student will recognize you. It wouldn't be wise to venture there," Hugo lamented. The Hogwarts Weekly was a student-run publication dedicated to reporting on the daily happenings at Hogwarts, including amusing incidents, such as a student inadvertently flooding the corridors with the summoning charm, or another who, intending to use a hair removal charm, inadvertently transformed their legs into a pair of chicken legs. With the emergence of a remarkable new star on the Gryffindor team, it was likely that a significant portion of the publication would be devoted to him. Morin recognized this truth. His dazzling performance in the Quidditch match had garnered him considerable attention, and many had already come to know him. Hogsmeade was frequented by upperclassmen on weekends, and he would be easily recognizable. First-year students were not permitted in Hogsmeade, and if discovered, he would face a lengthy detention. Professors would not show leniency simply because he was the star of the Quidditch pitch. But I must go there to seek out Sir Cadogan's home. Perhaps he is still alive. The key to unraveling this mystery lay solely with Sir Cadogan, and he could only cling to the hope that the knight still lived as he sought clues. If only you had an invisibility cloak or could alter your appearance, things would become significantly simpler, Hugo remarked. Alter my appearance? Morin mused. There were individuals born with the innate ability to change their looks, known as metamorph magi, but there were also skilled wizards capable of minor disguises. Would you like to attempt a spell? Perhaps you could change your hair color to gold or thicken your eyebrows. However, those spells are quite advanced. When Fred experimented with one, he accidentally moved his ears to his nose, and we laughed at him for ages, Hugo recalled, amusement evident in his voice. We must give it a try. If I cannot go to Hogsmeade this week, I shall certainly go next week. Morin resolved to visit the library tomorrow in search of books on human disguise magic, hoping to learn some concealment spells. Nonetheless, I must venture to the 7th floor corridor tonight. Perhaps Sweet will be waiting for me. Before Morin could finish his thought, the dormitory door creaked open, and a figure entered. Morin exchanged glances with Hugo, and to their astonishment, it was Sweet. Sweet, where have you been? Why didn't I see you during the match? Morin inquired. Sweet appeared particularly fatigued. Heavy dark circles under his eyes indicating he had not slept in days. When Morin first saw Sweet that morning, he had only been pale. Now he seemed exhausted. Sweet glanced at Morin but offered no reply, instead walking to his bed and sitting down. You look unwell. Do you need to go to the hospital? Morin asked, frowning with concern. Sweet shook his head and, with a raspy voice, said, I believe I have something to discuss with you. This statement was peculiar, leaving Morin unsure of how to respond. Did Sweet have something to say, or was he uncertain? Morin initially intended to affirm, but Sweet's earlier comment had been made before Morin traveled back in time, and since returning, he had not seen Sweet, meaning their intended conversation had never transpired. I seem to have forgotten. I feel as though I wanted to say something to you, but I cannot recall what it was. I can't even remember where I went this morning. Sweet rubbed his temples, appearing quite drowsy, before lying back on his bed and closing his eyes. Soon, a heavy snore emanated from him. Hugo whispered, "He's quite the oddity. Do you think this has anything to do with him?" Morin found himself unable to discern whether Sweet was lying. When Sweet had suggested Morin meet him in the 7th floor corridor, Morin had assumed Sweet knew something. Yet now, upon returning, Sweet seemed to have amnesia. If we were to turn him over, perhaps there would be a Death Eater mark on his back. You could try using those strange eyes of yours to see into his memories, Hugo suggested. That might not be wise. We can't be certain whether Sweet is connected to this matter. By the way, if he has returned, has Lily also come back? Let's find her. Morin stood and left the dormitory, heading back to the common room, where the celebration continued. Many students greeted Morin upon seeing him, and he politely acknowledged them while his gaze searched for Lily's presence. Perhaps Lily has returned to the dormitory. I'll go check for her, Hugo exclaimed, racing towards the girls' dormitory staircase. However, as soon as he stepped onto the stairs, they transformed into a slide, and he tumbled down with a yelp. I forgot that boys are not allowed in the girls' dormitory, Hugo grimaced, rubbing his backside as laughter erupted from the students in the common room. James even called out, "Hugo, you're brave to lead the charge and show us that the girls' staircase is off limits to boys." "Stop laughing, James. Have you seen Lily?" Hugo queried. "Indeed. Where has that girl gone? I haven't seen her since before the match began. She hasn't overslept, has she?" James wondered aloud. Lily isn't in the dormitory. Gemma, who usually spent a lot of time with Lily, emerged from the girls' dormitory and said, "This morning, when we were about to have breakfast, she suddenly mentioned she had something to attend to and left. I thought she had gone straight to the pitch." "She didn't go to the pitch, Gemma. Did you see which direction she headed?" Morin asked. "I am at a loss," said Morin. "All right, you performed splendidly today." Gemma shyly smiled at Morin and then, blushing, retreated to a corner to engage in animated chatter with a group of girls, frequently stealing glances at Morin. "I bet she has developed a crush on you. The genius Quidditch star of Gryffindor. Perhaps by tomorrow, you shall receive love letters and tokens of affection. Just so, you know, if they happen to be chocolates or the like, they are mine," Hugo remarked with a mischievous grin. "Let us be serious. We need to find Lily." Since earlier, numerous girls had been pointing and giggling at him, and upon meeting Morin's gaze, their smiles revealed an unmistakable shyness, accompanied by playful winks. Morin felt somewhat uneasy in response to this attention. Chapter 65, Student Societies. "Hello, Morin." "Greetings, Morin. You were truly remarkable yesterday. What a coincidence to run into you here." On Sunday, as Morin walked along the path, every Gryffindor student greeted him, especially the first-year girls who were the most enthusiastic in their salutations. Typically during classes, Morin interacted mostly with Lily and had little conversation with other girls. The sudden influx of greetings from so many girls today left him somewhat bewildered. "This feels strange. Everyone is so warm towards me," Morin murmured. "You were outstanding yesterday, mate," Hugo yawned. With Lily still absent and Sweet having left the dormitory early that morning, Morin decided to visit the library in search of books on spells to alter appearances. As they turned a corner towards the staircase, they noticed the second floor of the castle bustling with activity. Students from various houses were engaged in lively discussions. "Are they hosting some sort of event?" Morin inquired. "Today is Hogwarts once-a-semester club day. Many societies are recruiting new members. Didn't TU see the announcement yesterday? Nelson posted it in the common room," Hugo explained. Overwhelmed by the attention he received last night, Morin had missed the notice. At Hogwarts, students formed various clubs to enrich their extracurricular activities, hosting a club day each semester to fill vacancies. "Are there any clubs worth joining?" Morin asked. In fact, the Quidditch teams of each house function as clubs, meaning he had already joined one. "Let us go check it out. There is still plenty of time," Hugo said enthusiastically, just as they ascended the staircase. They found their path blocked by 3 unfamiliar girls. One with silver hair stepped forward and said, "Hello, Morin. I'm Madonna, the president of the Magical Melodies Society. I wanted to ask if you would be interested in joining our club." "Magical Melodies? Excuse me, what is that?" Morin asked, perplexed. "Magical Melodies, Morin. You know, the wizarding band at Hogwarts that plays enchanting music with magic," Madonna replied, her face beaming with delight. Morin was momentarily taken aback. A wizarding band? Although he was aware of numerous student societies, he had never heard of this so-called Magical Melodies. "But I can't sing, nor can I play any instrument," Morin protested, feeling utterly inept in the realm of music. He believed that merely being able to speak normally was commendable enough, and he aimed to avoid frightening anyone with his singing. Madonna confidently responded, "That is quite all right. Many people are unaware of their singing talents. It simply requires exploration." You can magically alter your pitch, and in our society, anything can be considered an instrument. Oh, I've heard from James that you are the ones who enjoy creating noise with toilet lids and flies. Hugo exclaimed dramatically. That is musical art, not mere noise. Please respect our craft. Madonna shot Hugo a fierce glare before turning back to Morin with a bright smile. We are currently experimenting with using flying broomsticks to perform music. The club plans to hold a flying concert at the school, and we hope you'll consider joining us. You won't need to do anything other than appear on our promotional materials. The society is a place for wizarding students to develop in all aspects, morally, intellectually, physically, and artistically. It lays a solid foundation for your future in the wizarding world. Such an opportunity is rare. Would you like to give it a try? Morin, lacking interest in music, politely replied, I'll think about it. All right, here is the membership application. I am from Ravenclaw, so once you've made your decision, simply tap it with your wand, and it will transform into a paper crane to find me. We eagerly await your response. Madonna handed Morin a flamboyant flyer, while the two girls behind her waved their wands, pointed to their throats, and sang in unison in high-pitched tones. We await your response. Response, response. The high-pitched, piercing notes were akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, causing Morin to shudder involuntarily, leaving him covered in goosebumps. Are they serious? Morin quietly asked Hugo after Madonna and her companions had walked away. I feel like their pitch could frighten Dementors away. We could skip the Patronus charm altogether. Hugo erupted in laughter. Haha. Indeed, they might as well break into Azkaban for a prison break, or upon graduation, take up the role of Dementors there, serenading the inmates with their songs. Those prisoners would feel more despair than if they were being drained by Dementors. How do flies and toilet lids function as instruments? Morin examined the membership application, which listed a plethora of peculiar items, all of which were magical instruments crafted by the band. I heard from James that they amplify the sound of flies buzzing using magic, controlling the flies to collide with the toilet lids to produce sound. The pitch varies based on the force or number of collisions, I suppose. I'm not quite sure, but I do feel sympathy for those flies. Hugo shook his head. And what about the mandrakes crying duet? I read in a book that the cries of mature mandrakes can be lethal. And even the cries of young mandrakes can render one unconscious for a long time. Are they planning a murderous concert? Morin couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of this society, daring to use the sound of mandrakes as instruments, truly playing with their lives for the sake of music. Never mind that. They simply wish to leverage your fame to enhance their band's reputation. After all, you are quite the celebrity at school now. If you join their society, it would undoubtedly attract a wave of attention to them. Hugo dismissed. As Morin and Hugo continued on their way, they soon encountered a boy with freckles on his nose, who introduced himself as a member of the school's poetry society, inviting Morin to join. Reciting poetry can cultivate one's character, allowing us to speak and act with greater confidence. Join our society, and we can teach you how to use the voice-changing charm to mimic the voices of various renowned wizards, even the sounds of animals. Just imagine, you could recite the 13 verses of the Marauder in the voice of a phoenix. What a magnificent experience that would be. Although Morin was unfamiliar with the 13 lines of witch poetry by Marauder, the introduction by the third-year boy made the so-called poetry society sound rather appealing. The voice-altering spell could transform one's voice, yet without proper guidance, it was challenging to mimic the sounds of other creatures. This particular boy, a member of Gryffindor, sought to recruit Morin into his club to enhance its prestige. To demonstrate his proficiency with the voice-altering spell, he recited a passage from Marauder's poem in the voice of a unicorn. Ah, your eyes resemble the black gems of a filthy sewer, dazzling with an extraordinary luster amidst the grime. Ah, your nose resembles undigested nails and dragon dung, defiantly standing tall amidst decay. Morin, unable to endure the absurdity of the poem, was whisked away by Hugo before he could hear the entire piece. He found the boy's so-called unicorn voice sounded more akin to that of a toad. Chapter 66, Student Societies. The corridor on the second floor was lengthy, and with each step Morin took, groups of students surrounded him, eager to recruit him. After all, the allure of a celebrity was formidable, especially for a first-year student like Morin. His affiliation with the society would undoubtedly draw more admirers. There were likely no fewer than 30 student societies, such as the Wizard Chess Society, where two scrawny boys were energetically distributing flyers. In front of them lay a chessboard, where the pieces seemed animated. A knight would neigh as it moved, its hooves clattering upon the board, while the rider brandished a lance, shouting commands to attack. This scene inevitably reminded Morin of Sir Cadogan. He even received a flyer for the Magical Beauty Society, composed entirely of girls, dedicated to teaching them how to use magic for makeup. Morin initially intended to express that, as a boy, he did not meet the society's criteria. But a robust girl, nearly 2 meters tall, forcibly thrust the flyer into his hands. "Take it. You are an exception for our society," she declared in a deep voice. Molin swallowed hard, comparing his height to hers, noting her muscular arms and the oversized wand in her grip, which was as thick as his wrist. Refusing her was evidently not a wise choice. "Thank you. I'll consider it," he said cautiously, suspecting she might have giant blood, given her towering stature. Particularly with that astonishing wand. Had Mr. Ollivander tailored it specifically for her? Aside from societies he wished to avoid, there were some that piqued his interest, such as the Wizard Bermuda Society, which focused on the unsolved mysteries of the wizarding world and discussions on advanced magic. It was rumored that an institution dedicated to such peculiarities existed within the Bermuda Triangle, with its offices located on a small island in the area. As for the Muggle concerns regarding missing airplanes and ships, or the amnesia experienced by those returning from the Bermuda Triangle, it was attributed to their use of memory charms, employing magic to safeguard that region, causing signals to interfere with the vessels and leading to unfortunate accidents. "Our goal is to expose darkness to the light of day." A confident, bespectacled boy with dark skin handed Molin a flyer for the Wizard Bermuda Society, proclaiming, "If you wish to uncover why the tree-guarding roaches lay eggs in odd numbers, why turkeys and dragons produce square eggs, or why 1/3 of goblins undergo a sex change when the sun, moon, and earth form a 42-degree angle, then join our society for the answers." Molin found these peculiarities of the wizarding world quite intriguing and considered joining the society, accepting the flyer. Next, he spotted a magical portrait society, composed of students passionate about painting, capable of conjuring lifelike images with their brushes. In the wizarding realm, painted objects indeed appeared animated. It was rare for a person or animal to remain still on canvas. Molin noticed an upperclassman with black hair seated against the wall, skillfully sketching a Ravenclaw eagle on an easel. His artistic talent was evident, as the eagle's body was fully rendered, leaving only its wings unfinished. However, the incomplete eagle did not remain still. It appeared restless, desperately trying to soar on the canvas, glancing back to see if its wings had been completed. After a couple of minutes, the boy finally finished the wings, and, as he applied the last stroke, the once-trapped eagle took flight upon the paper, emitting a powerful and piercing cry. Impressive. The students surrounding him marveled, especially the Muggle-born first-years, who erupted in applause. While they were accustomed to seeing painted beings moving about, witnessing the creative process of such a master was a rare treat, drawing considerable attention. Painting animals required a certain finesse. Keeping them still on canvas was no easy feat. To ensure they remained calm, one should paint the head last, allowing them to stay put throughout the process. When painting flying creatures, never start with the wings, or they will flit about on the canvas, becoming quite restless. It's akin to painting running animals. Avoid starting with the feet. The painting boy casually shared some tips with the onlookers. Another girl nearby distributed large promotional flyers for the society, exclaiming, "When you go home, create a masterpiece. Sign your name and tap it with your wand. The flyer will magically transform into an owl to find us, and we will assess your artistic talent based on your work." Unsure of his own artistic abilities, Molin hesitated but ultimately accepted a flyer from the enthusiastic boy. "Moments latte." Hugo caught up with him. "Where have you been?" Molin inquired. "I was checking out the Wizard Chess Society. I quite enjoy playing wizard chess, my dad taught me," Hugo replied, holding a flyer from the society, ready to fill out his details and have it transform into a paper crane for registration. "Oh, and here. This is for you." Hugo handed Molin a pink envelope. "What is this?" Molin took the envelope, adorned with a multitude of beautiful roses and mistletoe. "A Ravenclaw girl just asked me to pass this to you. Her name was something like Balala. I forgot her name," Hugo said with a mischievous grin. "It must be a love letter. You have an admirer now." Molin opened the pink envelope, and instantly, several heart-shaped magical bubbles floated up from the parchment, swirling around him. "Molin, ever since that moment in September during our charms class when you intentionally brushed against me, I have understood your feelings. I know you have feelings for me. And now I wish to say that I am willing to be with you." "Wait, what does this mean? When did I touch her? I don't even know who she is." Molin was reading the contents of the letter, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "Ah, it seems you have been rather indiscreet," Hugo remarked with a mischievous grin. "Who could have imagined?" "Spare me. I have absolutely no recollection of anyone named Barbara," Molin replied, mentally scouring his memories for any interaction with a Ravenclaw girl by that name. "Perhaps you accidentally bumped into some girl after class," Hugo teased. "The pitch seems to have brought you both success and love. Do cherish it." After glancing at the letter, Hugo shuddered as he finished reading, expressing disgust. "Ugh. What a nauseating piece of writing. This love letter paper is from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, complete with a logo. No wonder it's so flamboyant, even singing. These bubbles are utterly irksome. Molin waved away the heart-shaped magical bubbles, each containing a girl's visage. He tucked the letter back into its envelope, intending to find a secluded spot to dispose of it. Just then, Hugo's laughter abruptly ceased, and he quickly grasped Morin's arm, exclaiming, "Good heavens! Do not advance any further." "What's the matter?" Morin inquired. It soon became clear to him why Hugo was so adamant. "Hugo, where on earth have you been? I asked you to come help at 7 in the morning. Why are you only arriving now?" Rose's voice rang out ahead, and by the time Morin realized what was happening, Rose had already blocked their path. "Hi, Rose," Morin greeted, noting the stack of flyers in her hands, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Morin, you're here too. Perfect. I'm sure Hugo has been promoting our club to you," Rose stated earnestly. "Hugo is also a member." "I'm not," Hugo retorted angrily. "Excuse me, what club?" Morin looked at Hugo, who rolled his eyes, clearly wishing Morin wouldn't ask. "The House Elf Rights Advocacy Club. Our organization strives to champion the interests of house elves." "Hugo, as a member, how could you not assist me?" Rose persisted. "I will certainly tell my mother." She thrust a hefty stack of flyers into Hugo's hands. Morin suddenly recalled what James had mentioned about the House Elf Association founded by Hugo's mother, Ms. Granger. He anticipated that Rose had established a student club at school. "Where's your badge? As a member, you must wear it during activities." Rose pointed to the badge on her chest, depicting a house elf holding a golden galleon. "I don't know where I threw it," Hugo mumbled. "You're in luck." Rose rummaged through her pocket and produced a handful of badges, shoving one into Hugo's hands. "I have extras, but if you deliberately lose this one, I want to let you off the hook." Hugo was quite irritated by his sister's actions, but reluctantly accepted the badge. "So Morin, how about you? You must be interested in our club as well. We were founded to promote reform in the Wizarding Society, which is far more meaningful than other juvenile clubs. Wouldn't you agree?" Rose's tone was filled with pride. Morin thought it best not to argue with Rose on this matter. He took a flyer from Hugo's hands and declared earnestly, "You're right, Rose. I will look into it thoroughly and may consider joining." Rose was pleased with Morin's response and turned to Hugo, saying, "Hurry and distribute those flyers. You're not allowed back until you've finished." "Who want to join that club?" After Rose departed, Hugo vented his frustration. "She is the only one in that club and acts so proud about it. As if it's of any use. ISNT, that also you?" Morin couldn't help but chuckle. "I was coerced. Look at James and Albus. They were also pressured into joining, but did they come to help? Rose never bothers them. She only comes after me." Hugo trudged forward with the flyers, while Rose kept her gaze fixated on him from the club's booth, leaving Hugo no choice but to haphazardly hand the flyers to passing students. "Take this. If you don't want it, just toss it," he said to Toby, his tone lacking the enthusiasm expected of one distributing flyers. "Hugo, have you joined a student club too? What is it about?" Toby asked, his interest piqued by the flyer. Being a Muggle-born, he was curious about various clubs, and Hogwarts student organizations were far more intricate than the simple interview exchanges at Muggle schools. Even the band that sent shivers down Morin's spine was creative, producing music far richer than anything Muggles could manage. "House elves, Toby. If you believe house elves shouldn't work for us for free, you can join this club. Rose would welcome you," Hugo stated bluntly. "We're house elves." "I've never heard of them," Toby inquired, intrigued. "Go over there and find out. I can't explain it well. Rose will be more than happy to answer any questions. Just mention that I recommended you, and your chances of joining will increase by 80%. Hugo pointed to Rose, who sat alone behind a table. "Really? That is fantastic," Toby exclaimed eagerly, clutching the flyer as he made his way toward Rose, who appeared particularly excited. "ISNT, that tantamount to luring an unsuspecting freshman?" Morin observed sympathetically, watching Toby, aware that once one ventured into such territory, it would be challenging to escape. Hugo shrugged indifferently. "That's my duty. I recommend them. Whether they stay or not is up to Rose. If she can't persuade them, it's not my fault. My claim of an 80% chance of joining is conservative. I'm certain anyone interested in this club will be recruited by Rose without fail." As it stood, interest in Rose's club appeared virtually non-existent, with Toby being the first. Morin soon caught snippets of Rose earnestly explaining to Toby, "Could you bear to see a group of house elves toiling away for us without any reward? Think about it. If you graduated and entered the workforce without compensation, would you be pleased? That's the reality for house elves." Morin found Rose's argument quite compelling from a Muggle perspective. Labor should be compensated. However, from a wizard's viewpoint, house elves were inherently conditioned to accept their fate. Attempting to assist them was often met with resistance. To liberate house elves, one would first need to persuade them. Convincing wizards was futile. Even if wizards offered house elves freedom and wages, the latter would likely fall into panic. True liberation must begin with a change in mindset. Toby, being Muggle-born, seemed to be swayed by Rose's words, quickly signing the flyer and agreeing to join, prompting Rose to give Hugo a thumbs up from a distance. Why don't you sign up as well? That way, Rose won't come to bother me next time, Hugo said with a sly grin, handing the flyer to Molin, who promptly shook his head. He preferred to avoid stepping into murky waters. If Hogwarts house elves were liberated, he would be left to wash his own clothes. A troublesome prospect indeed. I wholeheartedly support house elves receiving wages for their work, truly. However, house elves consider earning wages to be shameful, and we're at a loss. If they protest and go on strike because someone offers them compensation, we would be in dire straits, Molin remarked. Indeed, that is correct. Hugo concurred with Morin's words. Each time the students changed out of their soiled garments, they merely tossed them onto a chair, and during the late hours, the house elves would come to collect them, wash them clean, magically dry them, and return them, a routine that everyone had grown accustomed to. No one wished for this arrangement to be altered. Hugo distributed the flyers with remarkable speed, thrusting them into the hands of students as he muttered a single phrase about disliking littering, offering no further explanation regarding the significance of the club, and quickly finished handing out the pamphlets. They had not ventured far when they discovered the corridor ahead was densely packed with people, a long queue stretching out before them. To Morin's astonishment, he spotted a colossal poster of himself, riding a flying broomstick plastered on the wall, flanked by James and Albus soaring to and fro, both wearing expressions of unbridled pride. Chapter 68. The Disguise Hat. The enormous poster proclaimed, the Eccentricities Club, represented by Gryffindor Quidditch sensation Molin. Do you wish to embark on an extraordinary adventure? Are you eager to earn a little extra to fill your pockets? Join us. The image on the poster was likely captured during yesterday's Quidditch match, taken with a wizarding camera and was in vibrant color. Morin's likeness appeared to be quite retouched, exuding confidence. Hey look, our Quidditch star is here. One of the triumvirate of the Eccentricities Club, James exclaimed with a grin, rushing through the crowd to pull Molin forward, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic applause from the throng. What is the Eccentricities Club? Molin queried, perplexed, as he had no idea when he had become the spokesperson for the Potter brothers. We just established this club this year, and we thought to use your poster for recruitment. You don't mind, do you? James chuckled. Whatever. Molin replied nonchalantly. He had no objections. James and Albus were quite amiable, and although he had unintentionally become the so-called representative of the Eccentricities Club, it sounded rather intriguing. We aim to start a venture akin to Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, and with Uncle George's technical support, we need some experimental subjects to assist us, Albus elaborated from his side. Honestly, your names alone carry enough weight, don't they? The name Potter is known far and wide, and your influence is undeniable. I believe your business has always thrived, Molin remarked. That is indeed true, but your involvement would be the icing on the cake. As we embark on this journey, we must make a name for ourselves, and we shall seize every opportunity to expand our club, James said, his eyes alight with excitement, then leaned in to whisper, so, what do you say? Will you join us? You one team need to partake in our experiments, and we'll provide you with a complimentary share of our inventions in the future. What do you think? Sure, Molin thought, considering there was no harm in it. He rather enjoyed whimsical magical contraptions, and joining James and Albus's club seemed quite appealing. Splendid. Albus exclaimed, snapping his fingers. The Eccentricities Club has a bright future ahead, ha. Hugo squeezed in excitedly, declaring, I want to join too. James shot a glance at Hugo and replied earnestly, our club members must possess a high caliber of quality. You will need to pass our assessment. I can help you distribute flyers. All right, you're hired, James said, shoving a hefty stack of flyers into Hugo's hands. By the way, where is Lily? I assumed she would be helping Rose. Isn't she with you? Albus inquired, glancing around in search of his sister. Molin responded, Lily didn't return yesterday. I should tell you she has gone missing. Don't be ridiculous. She has probably just snuck out of school for some fun. She does that often. Even if everyone else vanished, she wouldn't. James reassured, confident about Lily's whereabouts. Molin was at a loss for words. He recalled his purpose for venturing to Hogsmeade and quietly asked, James, do you have anything that can alter my appearance or make me invisible? Something that would prevent everyone from recognizing me? James shrugged, feeling the weight of celebrity, are we? Back when I first started at school, my surname alone had the entire student body surrounding me for an entire semester. I had people asking for autographs even when I went to the restroom. Can you imagine the sensation of girls bursting into the boys' lavatory to shove love letters at me? As the son of the illustrious Harry Potter, James still held a prominent place at school, his influence undiminished. Enough with the self-adoration. James, you've spent more time in detention than anyone else. Do people still send you love letters? Albus interjected, then turned to Morin. What were you saying you needed? I need to take care of some matters without being followed everywhere, Morin replied, spreading his hands. Follow me. James led Morin to the second floor's history of magic classroom, ensuring no one was around before retrieving a magical folding box and producing a pointed black wizard hat. With an air of mystery, he said, This disguise hat isn't on sale yet, but I'll lend it to you. It's a contraption created by Teddy. Wearing it can slightly alter your facial features. Who is Teddy? Morin asked, inspecting the pointed hat closely. Teddy Lupin, you might not know him. He is a natural at disguise magic, an exceptionally talented auror, and I collaborated with him on this invention. I'm assessing its commercial potential, designed specifically for us restless individuals. It can't compare to the Polyjuice potion, which allows you to become anyone, but it does provide a temporary disguise, which is quite handy, James explained. Morin chuckled at the phrase, restless, realizing that being a well-behaved child was exceedingly difficult. It sounded promising. I believe many wizards would find it useful. You should consider mass production, he complimented. James shook his head. The disguise hat has one drawback. The magic is ineffective in mirrors, so you'll never know what you look like. Others, however, can see your true self in reflections, so you must steer clear of glass mirrors and reflective surfaces. I'll demonstrate it to you. James donned the disguise hat, and instantly, his face elongated, his nose appeared squashed, and his eyes seemed to bulge out, transforming him into someone utterly unrecognizable. You look better without it. Morin couldn't help but laugh. This flaw was something Morin could accept. He had initially planned to learn a few transformation spells at the library, but it seemed this hat would save him considerable effort. This disguise hat is still in the experimental phase. It can't make you handsome, only less attractive, James said, removing the hat and handing it to Morin. Morin promptly placed the wizard hat on his head and asked, How do I look? James scrutinized him thoughtfully and replied, Your nose is a bit flat, your face is somewhat large, just mediocre, your eyebrows have faded, and you look rather unattractive. I'll need to ask Teddy how to enhance one's appearance. I heard that Muggle smartphones can automatically beautify pictures. Unlike us, our poster outside was still magically enhanced by me. Ugly isn't the issue. I'll take my leave now and contact you later. Morin exited the History of Magic classroom, weaving through the crowd. To his surprise, those who had previously pointed and whispered about him seemed oblivious this time. Even as he approached Hugo, who earnestly handed him a flyer, he remarked, Come now. Indulge in the peculiarities of the Oddities Club, where the illustrious Gryffindor newcomer, Morin, joins forces with the Potter brothers to launch an extraordinary adventure society. Here, one can immerse oneself in a plethora of enchanting magical antics. Students who join the society will enjoy a delightful 30% discount on the purchase of the Instant Escape Suites on their next visit. A subtle smile graced Morin's lips. The fact that Hugo failed to recognize him spoke volumes. He accepted the flyer without divulging his imminent departure to Hugo and hastily made his way to the basement. Recalling James's words that the kitchen was nestled in an inconspicuous corner of the Hufflepuff corridor. Following a Hufflepuff student, he turned past the grand marble staircase of the hall and spotted a door. Upon opening it, he descended a stone staircase, arriving in a stone corridor illuminated by bright lights adorning the walls. As he continued down the stairs, he observed an array of delightful paintings, predominantly depicting delectable foods. After a diligent search, Morin finally discovered a large silver bowl brimming with fruit depicted in a corner of the corridor. Chapter 69, The House Elf. Morin playfully poked at a pear in the fruit painting, which emitted a soft, whimsical laugh before transforming into a sizable green doorknob. Such intriguing magic. Morin had always been captivated by the enchanted paintings of Hogwarts, and this particular animated oil painting appeared especially unique. He twisted the doorknob, creating a narrow opening through which he slipped inside. The room beyond boasted a lofty ceiling, reminiscent of the Grand Hall, with stone walls flanked by numerous gleaming copper pots and bowls, the very utensils used for their meals. Opposite him stood a massive fireplace, flanked by 4 long wooden tables facing the Grand Hall's long tables designated for each of the 4 houses. Good morning, sir, greeted a house elf who approached with a respectful bow, followed by several others peeking out from beneath the tables, gazing at Morin with reverence. Hello, Morin replied, scrutinizing the house elves. These diminutive beings possessed large, green eyes akin to ping-pong balls, with noses as elongated as pencils and bat-like ears, their slender fingers and toes lending them an endearing appearance. Each house elf was clad in a tea towel emblazoned with a Hogwarts crest. My name is Lulu, sir. How may I be of service to you? Would you like refreshments or beverages? Inquired the house elf, named Lulu. Morin harbored no prejudice against house elves. His grandfather, Alton, had always wished for one to assist him with his back rubs, yet their family had never owned a house elf. Morin lowered his voice, whispering, "Wish to leave the school. Their essay passage. ISNT there?" "Yes, sir, right by the fireplace." Lulu pointed towards the grand hearth. While leaving the school without permission was against the rules, Lulu did not inquire about Morin's reasons for wanting to depart. House elves never pried into matters beyond their purview. They simply understood obedience. "Flue powder? I thought the school's fireplaces were disconnected from the outside," Morin queried, puzzled. Hogwarts was a remarkably secure castle, and one would expect the fireplaces to be sealed to prevent unauthorized entry via flue powder. "They're not disconnected, sir. The school's fireplaces are monitored. Anyone wishing to enter must register. Wizards cannot come and go freely. Though one might peek through the flames, they cannot enter or exit entirely. However, I'm not suggesting you use flue powder, but rather take the mine tunnel, sir." Lulu bent down and led Morin to the fireplace, where the flames blazed brightly, radiating warmth that enveloped him in a comforting embrace. "Mine tunnel." Morin gazed at the fireplace, uncertain of its purpose. "Yes, the mine tunnel, sir." Lulu snapped his fingers at the roaring flames, causing the warm fire to gradually diminish. He stepped into the fireplace, tapping a slightly charred brick, which began to rotate and part, revealing a long, dark passageway. In the distance, flickering lights could be seen, blinking intermittently. "This is the way to leave the school, sir," Lulu explained. "What is the purpose of this mine tunnel?" Morin inquired with curiosity. Lulu rummaged behind the wall, producing a rope, which, with a gentle shake, summoned a mine cart that rattled into view from the darkness, dust-covered and strewn with coal residue and a few neglected, dried leaves. It was constructed by goblins to facilitate our house elves in leaving the school to procure food. "We can use this to transport provisions, such as bringing back large pumpkins," Lulu replied respectfully. Morin approached the fireplace, noting that its hearth towered over him. Curiously, he remarked, "I recall that your magic is quite remarkable. With a mere snap of your fingers, can you not summon anything? Why then is there a need for a mine tunnel?" "Better safe than sorry, sir," Lulu responded earnestly. "You're correct. We do not often utilize this mine tunnel. If you find it cumbersome, I could escort you directly. However, it is mandatory for our house elves to register when using apparition to leave the school, which could be detrimental to you." Another house elf kindly brought a small stool for Morin to step upon to climb into the minecart. The cart boasted 2 seats, but lacked a steering mechanism or even a light, exuding a peculiar odor. "Sir, would you like me to clean the minecart for you?" Lulu inquired enthusiastically, removing his tea towel. "No need, thank you, Lulu. Could you keep my departure from the school a secret?" Morin whispered. Lulu beamed. "No need to thank me, sir. We will keep your secret safe. We saw nothing." "Thank you. So how do we start?" Morin began, but before he could finish, Lulu tugged on a rope beside him, and the mine cart shot forward with a whoosh. "Have a pleasant journey, sir. Remember to open the door quickly twice." Lulu's voice faded into the distance. "What door?" Morin shouted, though he could no longer see Lulu's figure. The mine cart sped along, and Morin felt his school uniform flapping wildly in the wind, his disguise hat nearly swept away. He hastily removed the hat and tucked it into his robes. The tunnel was flanked by stone walls, with dim mine lamps flickering at intervals, each enchanted with an everlasting flame, ensuring they would burn indefinitely. Morin pressed onward through the darkness, losing track of the cart's speed, reminiscent of his last visit to Gringotts, where he had experienced the dizzying rush of the rapid mine carts crafted by goblins, which seemed to possess only one relentless pace. After what felt like over 20 minutes, the cart abruptly halted, the sudden stop nearly sending Morin flying. Fortunately, he swiftly drew his wand and uttered a slowing spell, which anchored him in place just in time. "This tunnel is truly perilous. I am fortunate that magic can be employed here," Morin mused as he jumped from the cart. Hogsmeade Village was the only village permitted for students to visit, making it acceptable for them to perform some magic there on weekends. Before him lay a stone staircase ascending into the unknown. Morin climbed the stairs, illuminated by kerosene lamps on either side, the walls rough and, in places, seeping water that dripped rhythmically. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, he encountered a dilapidated wooden door. Molin gazed at the dilapidated wooden door before him, riddled with holes and barely able to withstand the wind. He tugged at the door, but as it creaked open, he was met not with an exit, but rather a solid wall, as if someone had sealed the passageway with masonry. Chapter 70, The Wizarding Farm. Lulu had just mentioned that the door needed to be opened swiftly twice. Taking a step back, Molin closed the door once more, then opened it quickly, only to shut it again, and upon reopening it, he was astonished to find that the wall had vanished. Instead, he found himself in a cramped storage room filled with shovels and sickles, all draped in cobwebs, suggesting they had not been used in quite some time. Dust blanketed the floor, creaking ominously beneath his weight, as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Scattered footprints marred the surface, which Molin surmised belonged to James. He turned to glance at the door through which he had entered, but upon opening it again, he was met with the same impenetrable wall. Truly, a remarkable entrance. It was the first time Molin had encountered a door that required two swift openings to reveal an exit. A solitary attempt would only reveal a cold, unyielding wall. Without knowledge of this secret, one might never discover the hidden passageway. Donning his disguise hat, he cautiously navigated around the farming tools and opened another door in the storage room, only to be met with the unexpected sight of a small grove. He had emerged for what appeared to be an abandoned farmhouse, now overrun with wild grass. Walking about 10 meters through the grove, he found himself in a sprawling farm. The crops cultivated there eliciting awe even from Molin, who hailed from a wizarding family. Not far from him lay a pumpkin patch, where the pumpkins had been enchanted to expand, each towering over him. In the midst of the patch floated an enormous watering can, 2 meters high, autonomously watering each pumpkin vine with a powerful jet of water. Yet the ground remained parched, as if the vines were greedily absorbing every drop. The watering can seem to have an endless supply of water, while 2 shovels worked tirelessly in tandem, aerating the soil around the pumpkin vines. These vines were animated, occasionally extending their tendrils to grasp at the shovels, which nimbly evaded their attempts, skillfully turning the earth in a delightful contest of wits. Both the shovels and the watering can were animated by magic, requiring no human intervention. Adjacent to the pumpkin patch stood a row of fruit trees with crimson leaves, and Molin was astonished to see that these trees bore both red apples and dark green avocados, an extraordinary combination on a single tree. Herbology truly is a profound science, he mused. Each fruit was encased in a transparent magical bubble, seemingly to deter birds from pilfering them. Atop each tree stood a scarecrow clad in tattered garments. Unlike the mundane scarecrows of muggles, these were animated, brandishing sickles and leaping amidst the branches, warding off the red-feathered sparrows and black crows that sought to breach the magical barriers. Beside the farm was a pasture housing a flock of peculiar mountain chickens, their feathers a striking purple and their bodies plump. Some of these chickens, when crowing, even emitted flames. In the distance, 2 wizards wielding wands were selecting these purple mountain chickens, muttering incantations under their breath. Molin faintly overheard a witch in a soiled apron complaining. Raising dragonblood hybrid chickens is truly a losing endeavor. The meat is excessively fatty, and they occasionally breathe fire, too aggressive for restaurants. I shan't raise them any longer. With practiced ease, the witch waved her wand, and one of the fully purple chickens was levitated in the air, flapping desperately to break free. With a flick of her wand, the chicken's feathers shed entirely, revealing a plump, featherless bird. Despite its baldness, the chicken remained lively, attempting to attack the witch with fiery breath, but she countered with a frosty blast from her wand, freezing the creature in place before tossing it into a small cart to continue her selection. Had Molin not been on a quest to find Sir Cadogan, he would have relished the opportunity to experience life on a wizarding farm. It surely promised to be a delightful adventure. Forgive my intrusion, but might you have heard of Sir Cadogan? Molin inquired politely as he approached. Cadogan? Who? The witch, her apron grimy and her attire patched, paused to regard Molin with a furrowed brow. Sir Cadogan, madam, he reiterated. The witch wiped her wand across her apron, contemplating for a moment before replying. Are you referring to the Mad Knight from Hogwarts? You know him? Molin exclaimed, elated to find the first person he encountered after sneaking away from school was familiar with Sir Cadogan. Of course I know him, the witch replied impatiently. That crazy fellow was the Gryffindor guardian during my schooling. He would frequently change the passwords and lock me out twice. How could I forget? Molin realized he had misunderstood. It occurred to him that most wizards in the vicinity had likely graduated from Hogwarts, making their acquaintance with the Mad Knight quite commonplace. Yet, that was not the answer he sought. He pressed on. I have heard that Sir Cadogan was once a hero of Hogsmeade, living here. Might you know of his whereabouts or his home? The witch burst into laughter. Are you jesting? Sir Cadogan, a grand hero of Hogsmeade? I grew up here and have never heard of that lunatic being anything of the sort. You haven't heard? Molin felt a pang of disappointment. The farm which waved her wand and summoned another dragonblood hybrid chicken, saying, All right, you need to leave at once. Do not disrupt my work. This farm is no place for students. Then I shall not impose further, Molin replied, making his way along the farm's path toward the nearby village of Hogsmeade. After about 5 minutes of walking, he found himself on the cobblestone streets of Hogsmeade. It was morning, and the village bustled with activity, filled not only with wizards, but also groups of students chatting merrily. Molin, wearing his disguise hat, altered his appearance, and to his relief, the other students did not recognize him. The streets were alive with an array of eccentrically dressed wizards, and his use of the hat was hardly conspicuous. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, avoiding reflective surfaces, for the hat had a significant flaw. Others could see his true face in mirrors and certain reflections. He passed a filthy tavern adorned with a pig's head above its entrance, but chose not to enter. Instead, he paused beside a statue of a snot-nosed worm on the street, contemplating how he might locate Sir Cadogan's home. Sir Cadogan's story seemed to belong to a distant past, perhaps centuries ago, and he wondered how many still remembered him. The thought of this conundrum weighed heavily on Molin. Although he had stealthily made his way to Hogsmeade, he was still groping in the dark, having no leads on Sir Cadogan. He felt he ought to seek out an elder for guidance. Perhaps the older generation might possess knowledge of a long-forgotten knight. Chapter 71, Hogsmeade. Molin wandered aimlessly through the streets, marveling at the myriad of wondrous shops lining the thoroughfare. Though not as comprehensive as Diagon Alley, it was nonetheless a bustling hub of wizarding activity. On the street, there stood a carefully constructed row of fireplaces, from which emerald flames would occasionally ignite, giving rise to a procession of wizards. Some wizards were seen queuing to vanish into the flames of the hearths. He also caught sight of a lavishly adorned Weasley's Wizard Wheezes store, reminiscent of the Weasley's joke shop in Diagon Alley. Morin recalled Hugo's words. This Weasley establishment was presumably managed by Hugo's father, Ron. Being the weekend, it was likely swarming with students, so he decided it best not to enter. Adjacent was a vibrantly colored candy shop, where Morin passed a group of upperclassmen engrossed in a discussion about nightmare candies. One burly boy clutched a bag of black sweets, while his companions egged him on to consume one. Rumor had it that consuming one of these candies would lead to an encounter with Voldemort in one's dreams. A rather unsettling experience. The boy appeared reluctant, showing distaste for the so-called nightmare candies. But you can devise a way to conquer him in your dreams. Don't be cowardly. Just yesterday, you claimed these candies were nothing. Another boy with dark skin shouted. Morin had heard James mention that nightmare candies were a new product launched by Honeydukes, as they had previously been selling dream candies but hit a sales plateau, prompting the whimsical invention of a nightmare variety. Contrary to expectations that they would garner little interest, they had surprisingly captivated many curious wizards eager to confront terrifying nightmares, making them quite popular among students. The tease boy, albeit reluctantly, extracted a black candy, popped it into his mouth, and sat on a chair, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. Within mere minutes, he suddenly awoke, eyes tightly shut, screaming in terror and gripping the chair as if haunted by a nightmare. His classmates roared with laughter. Morin was intrigued by the nature of his nightmare. Did he truly dream of Voldemort or perhaps of being pursued by a werewolf? The boy, now startled awake, gasped for breath and managed to stammer. It was a Dementor. It gave me a kiss. Oh, your first kiss was from a Dementor. Ha ha. Someone exclaimed. Shut it. I wish you'd try it. Morin continued to stroll, passing a shop selling an array of peculiar vegetables, in addition to oversized potatoes and persimmons. He noticed a cage filled with round, bouncy snakeskin taro, incessantly bouncing against one another in a futile attempt to escape their confines. An elderly which was vociferously haggling with the shopkeeper, ultimately agreeing on a price. The shopkeeper then produced his wand, waved it, and sliced several of the highest jumping taro in half, packing them into the witch's crocodile handbag. Next, Morin passed a broom shop, where he recalled that he was now a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He contemplated whether to write to his grandfather, Alton, about this news. Perhaps his grandfather, in his delight, might gift him the latest model of a firebolt. In the shop window, he spotted the newest flying broom, the Swiftwind Eagle, claimed to be more advanced than the Firebolt 15. Its design was a striking fiery red, with the tail crafted into a leaping flame shape, exuding an aura of coolness. Beside the window, a colorful poster featured Luca, the seeker for the Appleby arrows, soaring on the Swiftwind Eagle, appearing as a blazing flame in flight, leaving only a blurred silhouette until he landed. Too expensive. 1,000 galleons, Morin muttered, shaking his head. He had barely 19 galleons in his pocket, a meager allowance from his grandfather, and he seldom needed to spend money at school. The top-tier Swiftwind Eagle was merely a distant dream. As purchasing, it was out of the question. Reorienting his focus, Morin scanned his surroundings and noticed an elderly man seated on a bench beneath a camphor tree. The man's face was a tapestry of wrinkles, resembling winding ravines, and he sported a short white beard while clutching a dragonwood cane. Leaves from the camphor tree drifted down, swirling around him, and those leaves magically arranged themselves into the shape of a graceful unicorn. With a mere wave of his hand, the leaves morphed again, forming a door complete with a handle. Impressive. Morin marveled at the ever-shifting camphor leaves. The old man performed magic without a wand, merely using his frail, aged hands to gesture. Casting spells without a wand is notoriously challenging due to the difficulty of controlling magic. Before attending school, Morin had managed to cast spells on muggles without a wand, but those spells were unintentional. This elderly man seemed remarkably adept at wielding magic. Approaching with politeness, Morin inquired, "Good sir, may I ask you something?" The old man lifted his head and playfully blinked at Morin, then waved his hand, causing the camphor leaves to coalesce into a likeness of Morin himself. "Remarkable," Morin exclaimed, gazing in awe at his leaf-formed doppelganger, perfectly mirroring his height and attire. Akin to a shadow. He shifted his gaze from the leaves and continued, "Sir, have you heard of Sir Cadogan?" "What? The cafe announcement?" "The Patty's Cafe did indeed post a notice yesterday, stating it would be closed for 10 days. Did you not see that announcement?" The old man tilted his head, directing his ear towards Morin, appearing somewhat hard of hearing, and spoke loudly. Morin, both amused and exasperated, raised his voice. "Not the cafe announcement, Sir Cadogan. A knight from a painting. I've heard he was a great hero of Hogsmeade, known as Sir Cadogan." "Oh, are you inquiring about Caerlegon's myopia?" "Caerlegon was an old friend of mine. He passed away many years ago. He wasn't T-myopic, but he did have glaucoma. Do you know him?" The old man responded, his voice booming again. Morin's mouth fell open, realizing how challenging it was to converse with a hard-of-hearing elder. Yet, he patiently elevated his voice once more, articulating each word clearly. "I'm sorry for your friend's passing, but I wish to inquire about Sir Cad. Oh, gone. Oh." The elderly man suddenly understood. Nodding his head, "Roasted bacon cheese? Do you want to eat roasted bacon cheese? I have some at home. You can follow me if you'd like." Morin rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. Chapter 72. The Failed Disillusionment Charm. Morin, unsure of how to clarify, decided to withdraw his wand from his pocket. The wand's tip emitted a stream of golden lines, inscribing Sir Cadogan's name in the air. He then tapped the letters with his wand, turning them to face the old man directly, exclaiming, "Sir, it is Sir Cadogan. Have you heard of this individual?" If only Sir Cadogan possessed the same mastery of transformation as the elderly man. He might have used his wand to conjure the camphor leaves into the image of Sir Cadogan, facilitating a clearer explanation. However, before the old man could respond, a sudden explosive sound filled the air, as if something had been crushed. Almost immediately, a figure abruptly emerged from the air, colliding with Morin and sending him sprawling. Taken by surprise, Morin had no understanding of what had transpired, only feeling that his bones were nearly shattered as he hurtled toward the camphor tree. As his body soared through the air, the leaves of the camphor tree coalesced into a large hand that firmly grasped his waist. A man with a red nose emerged from the ether, crashing down onto the very spot where Morin had just been standing and was now struggling to rise in disarray. An elderly man with hearing difficulties raised his cane and struck the head of the suddenly materialized red-nosed wizard, exclaiming loudly, "Hey, Big Nose, who permitted you to apparate directly into Hogsmeade? Are you unaware that one cannot apparate freely within the village?" The wizard, rubbing his head in shock, stammered, "What? Is this Hogsmeade? I'm doomed. I was undertaking an apparition test, and I was supposed to arrive in the restroom at London Station." Without a moment's hesitation, the red-nosed wizard spun around, desperately attempting to rectify his examination, and once again, the air erupted with a tremendous bang. "Oh wow!" Morin gasped in astonishment as he observed the red-nosed wizard. In this instance of apparition, only the lower half of his body had been transported, leaving his upper half anchored in place, his legs completely absent. A person had been left with 2 legs missing. "I'm gonna die." The red-nosed wizard cried out in terror. The separation of his body due to a failed apparition was a common occurrence for novices. It was Morin's first encounter with such a spectacle, and he regarded the red-nosed wizard with great intrigue. Such scenarios typically required the intervention of the Ministry of Magic's occasional reversal squad, as Morin had previously heard from his grandfather, Alton. The elderly man brandished his cane once more and struck the red-nosed wizard's head again, admonishing, "What are you shouting about? You won't die. Are you so afraid of death? Youngsters are always so impatient." Nevertheless, the red-nosed man continued to wail. Anyone faced with such a predicament would find it impossible to remain calm, as the reality of being severed was profoundly alarming. Chattering red-haired sparrows, how bothersome, the old man muttered impatiently, reaching out to grasp at the air. With a sudden yank, A soft pop echoed as he pulled the lower half of the red-nosed wizard back from the air, and with another thump of his cane, the two halves of the wizard's body were finally reunited. The red-nosed wizard appeared utterly terrified, his face as pale as ash, and once his body was restored, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, saying, "Thank you. Thank you, sir, aye." He wiped the sweat from his brow. The experience of being severed during apparition was no light matter. He instinctively took a step forward, only to stumble and fall to the ground. It's reversed. Sir, you've put my lower half on backward." The red-nosed wizard stood up and inspected his feet, his expression growing even more frantic. Morin couldn't help but laugh. The scene was utterly bizarre. The red-nosed wizard's lower half should have had his toes pointing forward, but now they faced backward, and when he took that step, he lost his balance and fell spectacularly. "Oh, apologies, my poor eyesight. I forgot to wear my glasses," the old man said leisurely as he retrieved a pair of reading glasses from his pocket. He then raised his cane to flip the red-nosed wizard's lower half around, correcting the mishap. After completing this task, he winked at Morin, who was still chuckling beside him. The red-nosed wizard, ensuring that all his parts were intact, particularly checking a certain area, finally calmed down. Thank you. Though he had been inexplicably struck on the head by the old man's cane, he dared not voice any complaints. After expressing his gratitude, he hurried towards the fireplace in the street, seemingly intending to use flue powder to return, abandoning any hope of passing his apparition exam. "Do not attempt to apparate carelessly until you are confident," the old man remarked as he settled back onto the bench. Setting his cane aside, with a wave of his hand, he dispersed the camphor leaves that had formed the large hand, allowing Morin to finally land on the ground. "Thank you, sir," Morin said, retrieving his wand from the ground. "No need for thanks," the old man waved dismissively. Morin looked at the old man with surprise. "Oh, sir, you're not hard of hearing? You can hear what I'm saying, can't you?" The elderly man paused for a moment, then turned his head, cupping his ear toward Morin, and loudly declared, "What? I can't hear you." Morin shook his head in bemusement. "Sir, please stop pretending. You certainly didn't seem hard of hearing when you were speaking with that wizard." The old man broke into a playful grin. "In my old age, with nothing to do, I occasionally feigned ignorance for amusement." "So, you intentionally reversed his legs earlier?" Morin asked, realization dawning upon him. The old man winked playfully. His blue eyes, despite his advanced age, retained a clarity uncharacteristic of elderly individuals, sparkling with youthful vigor akin to a clear blue sky. "I think it would be quite amusing to see him walk backward, perhaps like a crab." He chuckled heartily, shifting slightly to one side and beckoning Morin to sit down. Patting the chair, Morin hesitated for a moment, but sensing no ill intent from the old man, he sat down and inquired, "So, sir, I was just about to ask you, young man, should you not introduce yourself before asking others questions? It is basic courtesy," the old man remarked nonchalantly as he summoned the leaves scattered on the ground, shaping them into the likeness of the red-nosed wizard, even reversing the wizard's legs so that he could walk. "See, I told you, he looks like a crab when he walks backward." The old man appeared quite pleased with his creation. Morin hesitated. As a first-year student, he should not be in Hogsmeade on a weekend. Just as he was about to concoct a name, the old man seemed to read his thoughts, turning to Morin with a friendly wink and saying, "I would prefer to hear your real name. Do not worry, I won't tell anyone. It is entirely normal for children to engage in a bit of mischief." Morin opened his mouth and finally admitted, "Morin Walker, sir. You may call me Morin." "Oh, everyone calls me Arnok," the old man stretched and then inquired, "What do you wish to ask Sir Cadogan?" Chapter 73. Arnok. Morin pondered for a moment before responding. "I wish to learn about Sir Cadogan's past. He is a knight in the portraits at Hogwarts and was said to be a hero of Hogsmeade, but he vanished from Hogwarts. So I wanted to see if he had left any portraits behind in Hogsmeade. He vanished from school. Why did you not inform a teacher?" Arnok gestured with his hand, causing the leaves to swirl around them. Morin hesitated because some things cannot be easily explained. Does the little rascal have some secrets?" Arnok's blue eyes scrutinized Morin. In that moment, Morin couldn't help but think of his own secret of traveling back in time. Arnok quickly diverted his gaze and casually remarked, "It matters not. I have no interest in your secrets. However, the Sir Cadogan you seek has long been relegated to the annals of obscurity, seldom mentioned by the youth these days." Molin, taken aback, inquired, "But you do know of him, do you not?" Arnok nodded with a sense of pride. "Indeed, I have heard of him, and I am aware of where he resided." "Really? Where might that be?" Molin asked eagerly. Just outside the village of Hogsmeade lies a solitary shrieking shack. That was his abode." Arnok gestured in a particular direction. "The shrieking shack?" Molin recalled James mentioning a hidden passage beneath the whomping willow that led to such a place, though he had never set eyes upon the haunted dwelling. "Thank you, sir. I shall go and investigate." Molin turned to leave. Hey, stop right there. Anak shouted from behind. Do you believe a mere offhand comment of mine? Molin, astonished, responded. Is not Sir Cadogan's home indeed located there? Ah, the naivety of youth. Did your school teachers not instruct you to be wary of strangers? Are you not concerned that I might be a dark wizard, luring you into a trap to concoct potions? Anak's outstretched hand formed a sinister skeletal visage from the leaves of the camphor tree, grinning menacingly at Molin. Molin scrutinized Anak and candidly stated, I do not perceive you as such. A dark wizard would not assist someone like me in regaining their form. Anak let out a slight hum. It is indeed wise for the school to keep you youngsters within its confines. Had I wished, I could have stealthily utilized legilimency to extract your memories while you sat beside me. It is hardly prudent to sit so close to a stranger and engage in direct eye contact. Molin's heart sank at this revelation. He realized he had, indeed, made a significant blunder in the wizarding world. As a fresh student, had he encountered a dark wizard, he would likely have been rendered defenseless. You invaded my memories? Molin retreated a step, guarded. Anak regarded him with a smirk that was both enigmatic and teasing. Perhaps I did not. Why not ponder for yourself? Molin quickly regained his composure. If you did glimpse my secrets, I harbor no fear. I am but an ordinary student, devoid of anything remarkable. Oh, is that so? Would you not be curious as to why your celestial observations in astronomy class differ from those of your peers? Anak inquired with keen interest. Molin's expression shifted. You truly employed legilimency on me? Anak replied leisurely. It depends on the circumstances. Sometimes, legilimency is unnecessary. One glance at your differently colored eyes reveals that you harbor secrets. My eyes? Are you suggesting that my inability to accurately observe celestial bodies in astronomy is due to my eyes? Molin pressed eagerly. This question had plagued him for quite some time. Astronomy had been a disaster for him, and he could never comprehend the peculiar occurrences. Do you believe what I say? Anak asked with a peculiar smile. Molin frowned, realizing he had unwittingly allowed the elder to lead him by the nose. Anak's words were artfully ambiguous, coaxing Molin into acknowledging certain truths. He pondered for a moment before politely responding, perhaps I do not. It depends on the situation. Oh, what would lead you to believe? Anak queried. When you believe that I believe you, then I shall be convinced, shall I not? Molin boldly settled back beside Anak. Speaking candidly, you learn swiftly. It appears you are not as foolish as you seem, Anak remarked, continuing to manipulate the camphor leaves into various shapes. Molin remained silent, simply observing the magic unfold. After a brief interlude, Anak seemed unable to contain himself. Young rascal, are you not going to inquire about the peculiarities of your eyes? How they relate to your celestial misalignment? Different colors, that's all there is to it, Molin replied nonchalantly. Should you refrain from asking? Do not expect me to divulge the information unprompted, Anak asserted. Very well, Molin nodded, his gaze still captivated by the ever-changing camphor leaves. Anak appeared momentarily choked by Molin's words, a hint of annoyance flickering across his features. He narrowed his eyes, falling silent as he resumed his focus on the magic at hand. How is this transfiguration achieved? How do you make the camphor leaves so pliable? I did not see you wielding a wand, Molin interjected curiously. Anak replied with a languid air. The wand merely serves as a conduit for the wizard's inherent magic, akin to how water requires a faucet to flow from a pipe. If your body is the pipe and your magic the water, then the wand is the faucet, capable of being turned on or off. Yet, pipes can leak. A wizard is not rendered powerless without a wand. Consider that a child, in a fit of rage, might set a house ablaze. How do you know I once burned down a house? Molin exclaimed, astonished once more. Anak smiled mysteriously. What do you think? You truly invaded my memories. Youngster, there remains much for you to learn, Anak declared gravely. Molin nodded, appearing quite chagrined. You are indeed a formidable wizard. With such profound magical insight, I can only surmise you were once a figure of considerable repute, likely possessing a grand moniker, much like the esteemed former headmaster Dumbledore. Am I correct? Oh, Dumbledore. He is an extraordinary individual. You are right. However, it has been long since anyone has referred to me by name. Anak abruptly ceased speaking, fixing his gaze on Molin. You little rascal, are you attempting to extract information from me? Certainly not. Molin feigned innocence. Anak suddenly comprehended, gritting his teeth. You never burned down a house as a child. You were merely trying to deceive me, weren't you? Not necessarily. Perhaps I did not. Allow me to consider. You might be right, or you might be mistaken, Molin mused, stroking his chin and imitating Anak's earlier probing tone. Chapter 74. Transfiguration. Molin was certain that Anak had not indeed invaded his memories. However, It was evident that this elder possessed knowledge regarding the connection between heterochromia and celestial misalignment. Hence his seemingly probing remarks. Anak regarded Molin for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Well done. You learn quickly. Adept at feigning weakness to extract information from me. Clever little sprite. I am merely a quick study, Molin replied, withdrawing his wand in an attempt to levitate the leaves as Anak had. Yet the effect was far from the fluidity displayed by Anak. Alas, it appears I cannot master this. Would you teach me? Molin expressed a keen interest in transfiguration. That depends on your aptitude. Anak extended his hand. Hand me your wand. Molin complied, passing his wand to Anak, who toyed with it, remarking, a wand is a wizard's tool, and you so readily relinquished it to me? What would you do if I were to turn against you? Molin shrugged. I would likely be unable to defend myself, even with a wand. You are such an adept wizard that you could subdue me even with your hands bound, could you not? There is no need for such precautions. I wish to learn some magic. You certainly possess a way with words. Arnak waved Morin's wand, and the leaves swirling around them suddenly began to spin rapidly. Each leaf instinctively layered upon another, forming a gazebo that sheltered them overhead. The reason wizards rely on wands is that they assist in harnessing the magic within their bodies more effectively. The spells cast through a wand are more concentrated and powerful. As I previously mentioned, the human body resembles a water pipe, and while water can flow through a faucet, it can also be released through a showerhead. Thus, the methods of casting magic are diverse and should not be confined to a narrow scope. Arnak, twirling Morin's wand, continued. The Dumbledore you spoke of is an exceptionally skilled transfiguration expert. If you had witnessed him in action, you would have realized that his spells are executed more swiftly and with greater potency than those of others. Often, before an opponent has completed their incantation, he has already cast several transfiguration spells, leaving them incapacitated. Morin was in awe. He held a deep reverence for Dumbledore, the renowned headmaster of Hogwarts, who was famously said to be the most feared by Voldemort and had once defeated the formidable dark wizard Grindelwald. Such a remarkable individual was known to nearly every wizard. But why was that the case? After all, it was merely a wand, was it not? What made Dumbledore so superior? Morin's perception of wizard duels was largely of a back-and-forth exchange of spells, where one incantation countered another. If one cast spells rapidly, the other could only rely on evasion while continuing to cast. It was a contest of speed, yet he could not comprehend how one could simultaneously cast various transfiguration spells in combat. The crux of the matter lay here. It was not merely one hand casting spells, but both hands working in unison, or rather, the entirety of one's being engaging in the magic. His mastery over magic had reached a level of unrestrained freedom, allowing it to flow from every part of him. He could cast spells even without a wand, which merely augmented his prowess. With the wand in his right hand, Arnak directed a jet of flames from its tip, while an icy chill emerged from his left hand, the two elements entwining and colliding before them. Wow, impressive, Morin exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of two distinct spells being cast simultaneously, a feat far beyond his capabilities. So you are akin to Headmaster Dumbledore? Stop trying to pry information from me. When I feel inclined, I shall share, Arnak replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. This requires practice. You must understand what magic represents within a wizard. It is challenging to explain, for magic itself is an enigmatic force that wizards have studied throughout history. Yet none have truly mastered all forms of magic. You cannot yet learn to control all the leaves without a wand like I do, but in time, you will comprehend that true mastery of advanced transfiguration does not merely come from reciting incantations one after another. Returning the wand to Morin, Arnak inquired, what did your transfiguration class teach you about the fundamental theorem of transfiguration? It pertains to balancing the commonalities between the object of transformation and the target form. I recall it that way, Morin quickly responded. Then how do you conceptualize your transformations? Do you refer to the theory while casting? Morin pondered briefly before replying. I simply endeavor to change one thing into another. Theory and practice diverge significantly. Gently tapping a leaf before him, Morin transformed it into a snowflake. The theory holds truth, but only by transcending it can transfiguration unleash its full potential. With a snap of his fingers, Arnak caused all surrounding leaves to morph into a flurry of snowflakes, swirling through the air, enveloping them in a winter wonderland as if autumn had vanished and winter had arrived. Remarkable, Morin marveled, enviously observing the cascading snowflakes, which far surpassed his meager attempt at transforming a single leaf. Reflect on what I have said. Perhaps you will discover how to cast transfiguration more adeptly. Experimentation is key. I am not suggesting you abandon your wand. It is essential. However, to become a more skilled wizard, you must learn to cast Transfiguration with both hands simultaneously. You will find that many wizards excel not only in spells, but also in Transfiguration. Their combat often relies not on single incantations, but on using Transfiguration to create diversions, seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive spell. Arnok stood, stretching lazily, and tapped his staff against the ground, causing all the snowflakes to revert to leaves, some fluttering back to the treetops. Well, I must take my leave. Mr. Arnok, about Sir Cadogan. Oh, him. Come back next week at this time, and I shall discuss him with you. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might even teach you a bit of magic. Remember, at 10 o'clock. Not too early. I have matters to attend to and must return home. By the way, do not trust strangers. If a stranger tells you his name is Arnok, he may be deceiving you. With that, Arnok ambled down the distant street. Morin called out, "If you're not Arnok, then what is your name?" I never claimed I was not Arnok. Arnok laughed heartily before adding, "And if you're blessed with a handsome visage, do not don a silly hat that makes your face resemble a lump of dung trampled by a dog's paw." Morin touched the disguise hat atop his head, realizing that the magic of this hat had long been seen through by the enigmatic old wizard. He shrugged, not particularly concerned about it. As he considered his mismatched eyes, he realized he had many questions left unasked. Initially, he believed Arnok's cryptic demeanor would lead him to reveal secrets about his heterochromia and astrological chart. But he had been so captivated by Arnok's transfiguration that he had forgotten to inquire. Hey, wait, we still haven't clarified that matter. Morin rushed to catch up, but upon reaching the corner, he found Arnok's figure had already vanished. Who exactly was he? Morin pondered, his expression one of confusion. This old man seemed far from ordinary. Judging by his method of casting spells, he was not a wizard of the common sort. Yet, how fortuitous could it be for him to randomly encounter such a deeply hidden, formidable wizard on the street? Chapter 75. The Unforeseen Individual. Morin was not merely lucky. Sometimes, fortune does not adequately explain certain occurrences. In a bright and tidy little house, warm sunlight streamed through the windows onto the floor, where a white cat curled its tail while napping on the sofa, which held 2 thick tomes of magic and 2 comfortable cushions, one blue and one green. Arnok entered slowly, taking a seat at the table. Did you see the child? Opposite him sat an elderly woman with graying hair, neatly styled into a bun. Her expression was gentle, and she smiled warmly at Arnok, her left hand gliding over a crystal ball on the table. Within the crystal ball, a fog swirled, almost impatient to coalesce into a human form, only to dissipate at the critical moment. One could clearly see a lush camphor tree amidst the fog, with a bench beneath it, where Morin and Arnok had just been. "Ah, an unruly little rascal," Arnok remarked, extending his hand toward the crystal ball, which levitated, evading his grasp. "Do not touch my crystal ball. It will lose its potency if you do. How many times must I remind you?" The old woman feigned anger, her eyes shimmering like a vast forest, verdant and vibrant. Despite the creases of age upon her face, her gaze, reminiscent of a Nox's azure orbs, sparkled with a youthful defiance. Such a miserly old witch, Arnok thought, retracting his hand with a sigh, gesturing toward the cat lounging on the sofa, which promptly leaped into his embrace. He too possessed a pair of mismatched eyes, one blue, one green. "What do you think he looks like?" He mused, but the old woman dismissed his complaint. "Has not your all-knowing treasure of a crystal ball already divulged that to you?" Arnok pouted, scratching the black ears of the cat, which was otherwise entirely white, eliciting a contented meow from the feline. "Old hag, do not act like a petulant child. You know some individuals are simply beyond the realm of foresight. No prophecy can be cast upon them, not even by me or the former Cassandra." The old woman turned her attention to a portrait hanging on the wall, framed in an antiquated brown frame, depicting a handsome young man with a confident smile who winked at her. His eyes were striking blue and green, seemingly a blend of a Nox and the old woman's. "I can only see the chestnut tree in Hogsmeade at its fullest extent," she continued. "But you cannot rouse me from my slumber at 5 in the morning to wait beneath that tree for him. Surely your crystal ball could provide more precise timing." "Like 10:23? Arnok grumbled, having spent the entire morning idly playing with leaves. "I cannot. This boy is unique. I cannot discern exact times. I can only predict through other signs. This is my utmost limit. Arriving early is always prudent. What if he does indeed pass by the tree at 5? "Old woman, he is a student. What would he be doing sneaking out of school at such an hour?" "Oh, really? And who was it that ran to the same spot at 4 in the morning during their youth?" All right, you win. Let us not dwell on it." The mist within the crystal ball continued to swirl languidly, forming images of the chestnut tree and a bench, even revealing a glimpse of the eaves of the broom shop behind the tree. Yet, The mist could never solidify into a human form. Each time it neared completion, it would dissipate immediately. Molin, in Hogsmeade, inquired of several wizards, but found no one had heard of Sir Cadogan as the hero who saved the village, though they were familiar with the mad Knight of Hogwarts, which left him quite disheartened. He would have to wait until next week to seek out a knock again. With a resigned heart, Molin hurried back to the farm, locating the abandoned shack, swiftly opening a door twice before racing through the mine cart toward the school. This time he had learned his lesson, firmly gripping the cart so as not to be thrown off when it came to an abrupt stop. This truly is a perilous passage, he thought as he descended from the cart. However, darkness enveloped him, suggesting that the chimney was blocked. Just as he prepared to knock on the chimney to summon a house elf, it parted, allowing the warm light of the kitchen to flood in. "Sir!" Rulu greeted him warmly from beside the fireplace. "Thank you, Rulu," Molin sighed in relief as he stepped out of the fireplace, which immediately reignited with a roaring blaze behind him. "No need for thanks, sir. Lunch is about to commence. Would you like to dine below?" Rulu gestured toward the 4 long tables in the kitchen, laden with a sumptuous feast of roasted meats and fragrant vegetables. Molin gazed in astonishment at the tables, realizing that before long, this bounty would be transported to the grand hall above. "No, I must return. Thank you for your assistance, Rulu." He hastily made his way toward the kitchen door. "You are too courteous, sir. There is no need to thank a house elf. Oh, by the way, we have not met before," Rulu called after him. "What shall we do if such a delightful little caretaker were ever freed?" Molin waved back at Rulu, feeling a swell of emotion. He supported the notion of house elves receiving wages, but for now, he could not change such matters and hurriedly departed the kitchen, retracing his steps along the stone corridor. As it was mealtime, many Hufflepuff students emerged from their common room, making their way toward the hall. Molin blended in with the Hufflepuffs, reaching an unoccupied lavatory where he removed the disguise hat and tucked it into his pocket, planning to return it to James later. He then hurried to the hall, finding Hugo, only to be surprised to see Lily as well. "Hey, did you really go to the library this morning? Where did you disappear to?" Hugo had originally accompanied Molin to James's club to assist in distributing flyers, but when he sought out Molin again, he had vanished. "We can discuss that later. Lily, are you all right?" Molin asked with concern as he took a seat beside her. Their table was already brimming with a variety of lavish lunches, clearly brought forth by the house elves. Lily appeared to be in poor spirits, reminiscent of how Hugo had looked upon his return. "I do not know," Lily replied, shaking her head. She had returned not long ago, having encountered Molin in the corridor, unable to recall where she had been the previous day. After Hugo explained this to Molin, he turned to Lily with a conspiratorial tone. "Lily, you must see that what we spoke of is indeed true, right? You must now believe that there is some truth to Molin hearing a prophecy." Lily lifted her gaze to Hugo, snorting dismissively. "Perhaps I simply bumped my head somewhere and have temporary amnesia. It has nothing to do with you. And as for what you said about Professor Trelawney making a prophecy regarding Molin, I advise against such fanciful thoughts. You are not special." Lily appeared disinterested in her meal, and after uttering this, she stood and exited the dining hall, presumably heading back to her dormitory. Hugo watched her retreating figure, muttering, "She is so stubborn. She still does not believe that Professor Trelawney would make a prophecy for you, despite it all happening to her, right?" Molin shook his head. "Professor Trelawney did not make a prophecy for me. She did not mention me in that prophecy. Rather, she likely delivered it in front of you bewildered, memory-lost individuals." Chapter 76. The Prophet. Darkness awakens, time distorts. Those stripped of memory peer into the mist for the truth, piercing through death's disguise as the departed journey onward. This phrase continued to haunt Molin, who felt more like an observer than a participant in these events. But when you return to the past, in a way, it is akin to witnessing the future, is it not? Do you remember the 3 silver sickles I won yesterday? That was thanks to your formidable prophetic abilities. Quickly tell me, what will happen next? Will a giant troll burst into the hall, or something? I need to place my bets. I could make a fortune, Hugo exclaimed, shaking the contents of his pocket with glee. Molin chuckled. "Do not be foolish. I am no prophet. That may not be the case." Hugo took a bite of the roasted cheese and bacon, which not only reminded Molin of the somewhat childish old wizard he had encountered earlier, who had deliberately misheard Sir Cadogan as roasted bacon cheese, but also prompted a whimsical thought. Perhaps one of your ancestors was a natural-born seer. You just don't know it yet. You ought to delve into your family tree, perhaps tracing back 18 generations of distant relatives. Who knows? You might be the distant cousin of Cassandra's youngest son, S. great-uncle, S. second sister, S. fourth, and S. fifth great-grandson. Hugo remarked casually. "Who is Cassandra?" Moore inquired. "Cassandra Trelawney, of course. She is a genuine seer. My father mentioned that our Professor Trelawney at school is a descendant of Cassandra. though she inherited only a fraction of her prophetic talent. The predictions she makes are often unreliable. Only under specific circumstances can she deliver a true prophecy. The prophecies concerning Voldemort and Harry Potter were made by her, Hugo explained. I don't know Cassandra, nor have I ever heard my grandfather mention any prophetic relatives. Morin replied firmly. Why not ask your grandfather? Your prophetic abilities might surpass Professor Trelawney's. You might just need to learn how to harness them, perhaps by reciting a certain incantation and bathing in unicorn urine on a full moon night to enlighten your mind, Hugo said, swirling his hand above Morin's head with a dreamy expression. If you master the art of prophecy, I will strike it rich. Morin burst into laughter. Let us not get carried away. Your notion of enlightenment sounds rather grotesque. Morin did not consider himself a seer, for whenever he returned to the past, it was a genuine experience. Though he lacked a deep understanding of prophecy, being from a wizarding family, he at least had a rudimentary impression of it, which typically involved tea leaves, crystal balls, palm readings, and star-gazing to predict fortunes. None of these methods truly entailed experiencing events and then returning to the past. Besides, it wasn't prophecy. He was oblivious to the affairs of others outside his immediate surroundings. Yet, Morin suddenly furrowed his brow. Was he truly unaware of what others were doing? If he possessed the ability to return to the past, as Hugo suggested, he could venture anywhere, witness whatever he desired, and then revert back. From a certain perspective, it could indeed be deemed a form of prophecy. But was that even possible? Could one truly return to the past at will? Morin found that notion rather absurd. I should investigate this matter further. This afternoon, I'll gather information on those missing individuals, their heights, weights, likes and dislikes, and perhaps identify commonalities among us. Hugo turned to seize a piece of smoked meat with his fork, then suddenly exclaimed, Oh dear, I completely forgot something. What is it? Morin inquired, sitting down and hopping from his shoulder to the dining table to begin eating. Hugo grinned mischievously. Hasn't Lily lost her memory as well? That means she should also bear a mark on her back. Shouldn't you take a look? Perhaps Lily will discover she has a Death Eater mark. Now that would be amusing. Morin paused, realizing that Lily was a girl, and such an action seemed inappropriate. He shrugged. Don't be silly. She wouldn't agree to that. After their meal, upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, they found Lily absent, likely having gone straight to sleep like last time with Hugo. Excitedly, Hugo dashed off to investigate the records of those individuals, while Morin contemplated whether to visit the library when an owl swooped in through the window. He recognized it as Beretta, his family's pet owl, who carried a small package. Thank you for your hard work, Beretta. Morin patted Beretta's head and retrieved a letter from the package, written in his grandfather Alton's handwriting. Dear Morin, how is school treating you? Ever since you informed me of your sorting into Gryffindor, I have not received a letter from you in a month. I hope all is well. Inside is an apricot tart, a gift from your Aunt Maggie. Do give it a try. You should now be capable of mastering magic. Do refrain from angrily flipping your classmates' eyes or blowing up the dormitory beds. I know you have a restless spirit, so try to cause less trouble. Yesterday was quite terrible. While helping the department to unravel a cursed muggle soda bottle, it accidentally went awry, flooding the house with the bottle's contents. Your bedroom books and toys are all soaked. That wretched water cannot be dried with magic. It must be swept out. What a nuisance. How was your Muggle Studies class this year? If anything is unclear, feel free to ask me, for I am a retired senior official from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Write to me about your recent academic endeavors. Love, your soaked-to-the-bone grandfather. Flooded by a Muggle soda bottle? Morin chuckled in disbelief. His grandfather often assisted the ministry with cursed Muggle items, yet some spells could be quite perplexing. One must never underestimate seemingly innocuous enchanted objects. He unwrapped the package, took a bite of the tart, and crumbled some for Beretta, then recalled Hugo's words and realized he should indeed inquire about prophecy with his grandfather. Morin pulled out a fountain pen from his backpack, found a sheet of parchment, and began to write, Dear grandfather, I am sorry to hear about the flooding caused by the soda bottle. I hope the family photo album is unharmed. I thoroughly enjoyed the tart. Please extend my thanks to Aunt Maggie. I am adhering to the rules at school. I've never blown up a dormitory bed. Last time, it collapsed on its own, and it was not my fault. I'm getting along well with my classmates, though one roommate seldom speaks and seems rather peculiar. By the way, grandfather, do we have any relatives skilled in divination? Or anyone who is a seer? I am utterly befuddled. For some reason, the astrological charts I see always differ from others. Are you aware of this? My astronomy divination might fail. I hope someone can guide me. As for Muggle studies, it's going reasonably well. Morin decided against revealing how dismal his Muggle studies class was, realizing he had learned incorrect information from his grandfather. Observing Doy enjoying the tart, Morin continued to write. By the way, have you ever heard of animals that can remain invisible? Also, The Sorting Hat mentioned that heterochromia hides a magic. Do you know anything about this? The Gryffindor Quidditch team is recruiting substitute players, and I was selected. Yesterday was the first match, and I had the opportunity to play. Catching the Golden Snitch. I was on the field as a substitute seeker and was quite fortunate. I have now become somewhat of a celebrity at school. Love, your well-behaved grandson, Morin. Content with his final sentence. Morin rolled up the letter and tucked it into the small pouch attached to Beretta's leg, offering the owl a bit of water before sending it off. Chapter 77. Music and art. Morin had now become the most promising star of the Quidditch team at school, attracting attention wherever he went. Initially, he felt somewhat out of place, but soon he adjusted, aside from being intercepted by the melodious Madonna of the Charm Society after class. Nothing extraordinary occurred. Are you truly not considering joining our club? Do you not perceive that creating music through magic is an extraordinarily delightful experience? For us wizards, music transcends mere singing. It manifests within the myriad of flora and fauna around us. Just imagine, amplifying the sound of a mosquito drawing blood into a rhythmical accompaniment is nothing short of miraculous. Madonna, unwilling to relinquish Maureen, persistently urged her to stay. Do mosquitoes make sounds when they feed? Maureen inquired, astonished. Indeed, allow me to demonstrate, Madonna replied, retrieving a transparent bottle filled with candy from her bag. Though instead of sweets, it was brimming with swarms of mosquitoes. Hugo grimaced in distaste. No one is particularly fond of such creatures. Nevertheless, Madonna bravely plunged her hand into the bottle, and the mosquitoes immediately adhered to her skin. Both Maureen and Hugo shuddered in unison. Madonna tapped her wand against the glass bottle, eliciting an odd gurgling sound reminiscent of someone drinking. This is the accompaniment of mosquitoes feeding. Let me sing a song for you, and you shall understand, Madonna declared, clearing her throat before belting out the chart-topping Hit the Dark Lord's Funeral by the renowned singer, the Malevolent Bard. The lyrics conveyed the following. In dark days, there existed a dark lord whose name could not be uttered, bringing forth storms that obscured the dawn. The children who survived arose from the shadows, orchestrating a symphony of resistance. Love and courage, oppressed yet unyielding, were never absent. The Dark Lord, dismissive of these truths, found himself taken by surprise, for he had orchestrated his own funeral. As Madonna sang each line, she would strike the bottle, causing the gurgling sound within to rhythmically swell and recede, harmonizing with her melody. Yet, for reasons unknown, Maureen felt an unsettling pang of concern, for it seemed akin to singing with one's own blood, a grave act of self-harm. Madonna, your voice is exquisite, but I must confess my disinterest in music. I truly apologize, Maureen said, observing Madonna's arms becoming crimson from the mosquito bites. She felt a twinge of sympathy, pondering the audacity of the artists in the wizarding world, where one must possess a spirit of self-sacrifice to pursue music. Boring. Sweet suddenly remarked coldly from behind, casting an annoyed glance at Madonna before turning away. Maureen said, startled by Sweet's unexpected commentary. Typically, he refrained from voicing opinions about others' actions, preferring silence. This is not boring. It is art. Art transcends all. Madonna shouted angrily at Sweet's retreating figure. We should leave quickly. If we join this cacophonous club, we might end up as mere husks. Hugo urged in a hushed tone. Maureen and Hugo hastily quickened their pace, leaving Madonna behind as they followed Sweet towards the Muggle Studies classroom. However, along the way, Hugo suddenly spoke. Why do you think Sweet inexplicably said that to Madonna? Does he dislike the song? It curses Voldemort. So could it be? His eyes widened as he continued. Is he in support of Voldemort? That would explain it, considering you've mentioned seeing him in the 7th floor corridor numerous times, right? And the missing individuals are connected to dark wizards. It must be so. Relying solely on a song does not substantiate anything, Maureen thought, gazing at Sweet's distant figure. Last time, Sweet had also disappeared alongside Lily. Yet he returned before her and seemed to have forgotten what he intended to say to Maureen. In light of the numerous incidents of disappearance and amnesia at school, I firmly believe Sweet is the most suspicious, Hugo maintained. They entered the Muggle Studies class and found seats, while Sweet remained seated in an inconspicuous corner at the back. Professor Charles was already in the classroom, standing at the podium with a gentle demeanor, observing everyone. Once all were present, he began, Today, we shall explore the distinctions between Muggle art and wizarding art. Many of you are accustomed to the portraits that roam the castle, yet Muggle paintings remain static. I have brought a Muggle portrait for reference. With a wave of his wand, a picture frame levitated to rest in midair. The painting depicted a blonde woman with blue eyes, smiling serenely at the audience, her expression unchanging. Behind her stood a tree, with a sparrow perched upon it, also motionless, alongside a crowd of people on the street. All frozen in position, the figures in Muggle paintings appear rather dull, do they not? Hugo mused, intrigued by the immobile artwork. The classroom was filled with students who had failed the first test, and upon seeing the still portrait, each found it utterly fascinating. "Professor, why don't Muggle paintings move? Do they not tire from maintaining a single pose?" A girl inquired, raising her hand in confusion. "Indeed. Even stretching or yawning would be unbearable if I had to hold a single position forever," many students murmured, pointing at the static painting brought by Professor Charles. A boy in the front row even attempted to poke the woman in the painting to see if he could elicit any movement. Muggles inhabit a world distinct from ours. Their art focuses on lines, color palettes, and a series of complex principles involving the use of primary colors. They rely heavily on the contrast of colors to create depth, sometimes employing unique perspectives to render the artwork three-dimensional. However, our wizarding paintings are quite different. With another flourish of his wand, Professor Charles conjured a second painting identical to the first, save for one detail. The woman within was subtly shifting her body and winking at the audience, while the sparrow danced atop the tree and the crowd on the street bustled about. "Now, that is what a proper painting should do," Hugo exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. A sentiment echoed by the entire class, including Maureen, who had never witnessed a non-moving painting before. From the moment a wizard's painting is created, it is inherently animated. Even if you doodle a caterpillar in your textbook, it will squirm upon the page. But I do not suggest you draw now, Hugo. Your depiction of a snotworm is rather unappealing. Professor Charles approached Hugo's desk, lightly tapping it. Hugo was busy sketching a rather unattractive snotworm, all crooked and misshapen. Yet even so, its antennae were wriggling about. Hugo stuck out his tongue, quickly using his pen to erase the snotworm, leaving only its tail twitching faintly, looking rather pitiful. "Professor, why do our wizard paintings move? How can we make Muggle paintings move like wizards?" Sweet, sitting in the corner, raised his hand to ask. Chapter 78, The Talking Doodle. Sweet seldom engaged with his classmates, yet he consistently posed incisive questions during lessons, a habit to which everyone had grown accustomed. Professor Charles smiled slightly and remarked, "The reason why the portraits of wizards come to life is that each of you possesses the essence of a wizard. When you wield your brush, your own magic is transferred onto the canvas, causing the various elements within the painting to animate. However, the nature of the movement and its extent depend on your innate magical talent for painting. Different wizards will imbue their creations with varying degrees of vitality." Suddenly, Molin recalled Sir Cadogan and the Fat Lady. He raised his hand and inquired, "Professor, are you suggesting that the more vivacious and loquacious figures in the portraits are the creations of highly talented wizard artists?" Professor Charles nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. The greater the talent of the wizard painter, the more animated their works will be. Therefore, for us wizards, the measure of an artist's skill lies in the liveliness of the figures they create, be they humans, animals, or plants. Those portraits that engage actively with individuals are crafted by exceptionally gifted artists. In contrast, the creations of ordinary painters typically only interact with other portraits and do not initiate conversations with wizards." Molin fell into contemplation, recalling that the Fat Lady had mentioned Sir Cadogan was painted by an unknown artist. Yet, Sir Cadogan was, apart from the Fat Lady, the most animated portrait he had encountered. This indicated that the artist who created Sir Cadogan must possess considerable talent, contrary to the Fat Lady's assertion of him being a mere amateur. Professor Charles continued thus, "You may also attempt to draw a figure and see if it can communicate with you. If it does, it suggests that you have a talent for painting. Perhaps you are destined to become a great artist in the wizarding world." He perceptibly recognized the eagerness in their eyes and announced, "I shall grant you 10 minutes to experiment." With enthusiasm, the entire class immediately retrieved their pens and paper, while some opted to doodle directly in their textbooks. Hugo began to recreate a snail, which now meandered across the blank pages of his book. "It seems I do possess some artistic talent, ha," he exclaimed, as he poked the snail on the page. The crooked creature evaded his pen tip, wriggling away. Molin picked up his pen and drew a bee in the empty space of his book. His rendition was rather abstract, consisting of simple lines that barely resembled a bee, perhaps more akin to a fly. Nevertheless, the winged insect hovered gently amidst the text on that page. Molin was not surprised. During his childhood, he often doodled on the walls out of boredom, once creating a massive caterpillar that, despite its lack of resemblance, crawled across the walls and ceiling of his room. His grandfather, Alton, would tirelessly search for the animated depictions and erase them for him. "You can attempt to draw a person and see if it can speak." "I will draw a lily," said Hugo, as he began sketching ahead. Molin pondered for a moment and replied, "Then I shall draw my grandfather." I have sketched him before, but I have never heard the figure speak, likely due to my poor artistic skills. Perhaps I have improved since then. He drew his grandfather Alton. Although his artistic technique was abysmal, the likeness was far from accurate. At least there were discernible features, with 2 strands of hair hastily sketched atop the bald head. Once Molin completed his drawing, the figure of Alton scratched its head and ambled about the blank space. "What is your name?" Molin tentatively asked. The portrait of Alton simply blinked, one eye larger than the other, one of which Molin had forgotten to add an eyebrow. Then, Alton erupted into a fit of laughter. "Wow, it can actually laugh," Molin exclaimed, curiously poking the figure of Alton with his finger. Alton made a comical face and retorted, "You poke me too hard." "Whoa, my drawing can talk," Molin found astonishing. Although the figure bore no resemblance to his grandfather, the fact that it could communicate was quite significant. Hugo gazed enviously at Morin's depiction of Alton and remarked, "It seems you possess the magical talent for painting. Perhaps you will become an artist in the future." "I truly wish my drawings could speak too." He redirected his focus and sketched Lily, though his representation was hardly recognizable, resembling a nondescript figure that, without the 2 braids, could easily be mistaken for either gender. "If I draw Lily this way, she is bound to be upset. However, I doubt mine will talk." Hugo poked the figure of Lily. "Am I called Lily?" To Hugo's astonishment, the androgynous figure with braids on his paper spoke. Hugo's mouth fell open in surprise. "What? Does my drawing also speak? Have I hidden an artistic talent? Perhaps after graduation, we could pursue painting as a profession," Molin mused, observing his drawing of Alton with interest. "Now you speak along with me. I want to just echo you. First, tell me who I am." The figure of Alton seemed displeased. "How cool." Molin had not drawn in a long time and was amazed that his casual doodling could evoke speech like Sir Cadogan and the Fat Lady. "Indeed, I thought my drawings could only breathe fire." Hugo appeared particularly excited, as he often had difficulty controlling his wand during spellcasting. The figure of Lily was now laughing at Hugo, having settled in a blank spot on the page. Perhaps many in the class will create talking portraits. Hugo leaned forward to observe others' drawings and tapped a boy named Phoebe in front of him, asking, "Phoebe, does your figure speak?" Phoebe turned around and shook his head. "The figure I drew can't even walk. It can only turn its head and blink." "Good heavens, your drawing can actually move?" At that moment, the figure of Lily had stood up, walking around on the page. "And it can talk too, right, Lily?" Hugo asked proudly. "Yes. Will I be called Lily from now on? Can I change my name?" "I just saw the name Caroline in the book," the figure of Lily curiously inquired. "All right, then you shall be called Caroline," Hugo replied nonchalantly. Phoebe beside them was left astonished, and Molin noticed that Phoebe had drawn a caterpillar in his textbook. But the caterpillar timidly peeked out, struggling to move but failing. "All right, let us see how many of you possess the magical talent for painting," Professor Charles announced with a clear voice. In a thorough inspection of the classroom, it was revealed that only 3 students had managed to create figures that could speak: Molin, Hugo, and Sweet. Apart from these 3, the other students' creations either had a leg seemingly glued to the paper, rendering them immobile, or could move about yet could not lift their arms. In all circumstances, the figures on the paper remained mute. "Not bad, not bad. If you could make the eyes more symmetrical and add eyebrows, it would be even more perfect," Professor Charles remarked as he gazed at Morin's masterpiece. Morin felt a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. His artwork could hardly be deemed a true painting, resembling more of a haphazard doodle, devoid of intricate details. Despite possessing a magical talent for drawing, he lacked the requisite skills, and he and Hugo were rather evenly matched in this regard. To the astonishment of all, out of the 60 to 70 students in the class, only the 3 of them had this particular talent. Hugo was positively elated. This lesson was conducted alongside students from Slytherin, leading to a greater number of participants. Usually, he ranked at the bottom of the class in any magical subject. Yet on this occasion, he found himself equally adept in the art of drawing as Molin. He reached out once more to touch the Lily depicted in the book. But this time, she appeared somewhat fatigued, opening her mouth yet unable to utter a sound. "Oh, has the magic failed?" Hugo asked Professor Charles, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Indeed, the magic has waned," Professor Charles confirmed. "It can only speak briefly at the outset. Afterward, it falters and its movements slow, until it may merely blink occasionally or stretch a limb. To ensure that the figures within the paintings remain vibrant perpetually, they must be framed with special paper and borders, akin to those we see within the castle. These possess unique materials, allowing them to retain their vitality indefinitely." Professor Charles stepped back to the podium, gesturing towards an animated portrait of a wizard. The golden-haired woman depicted therein seemed disinterested in conversation and disdainful of the students. Ultimately, she even stepped out of her frame, peering into the adjacent Muggle portrait, where she beheld an identical but motionless Muggle version of herself. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily retreated back into her frame. "Professor, does she fear the immobile?" inquired a boy from the front row. Professor Charles nodded, elucidating. "The Muggle frame lacks magical protection. It is a forbidden realm for the inhabitants of wizard portraits. If a wizard's portrait remains on Muggle paper for too long, its magic will gradually diminish, ultimately being confined within a Muggle frame. Thus, the characters from wizard portraits instinctively flee from Muggle paper, returning to their own frames. This is why Muggles seldom encounter animated figures in their artwork. The characters from wizard portraits do not linger." A collective understanding dawned upon the students, ensuring that Muggle and wizard portraits do not intermingle or conflict, preventing Muggles from becoming alarmed by animated figures. "So, Muggle paintings are fundamentally incapable of movement, correct, Professor?" Sweet raised his hand to inquire once more. "In principle, yes," Professor Charles replied. "However, there exists a manifestation potion that, when applied to Muggle paper, can induce movement in Muggle paintings, albeit for a limited time. The potion's effects will soon dissipate, so I do not recommend attempting to animate Muggle artwork." With a flick of his wand, Professor Charles produced a black bottle from his pocket. The cork popped out and floated aside, revealing a few drops of green liquid that he guided onto the Muggle painting. Instantly, the green potion vanished into the Muggle artwork. Molin's latte. The woman within the Muggle painting blinked slowly. The sparrows resting on branches began to flap their wings, and pedestrians on the street commenced conversing and greeting one another. All present students perceived this animated scene as a true depiction of life. Not only did wizard paintings differ from Muggle ones, but the same principle applied to wizard and Muggle cameras. Photographs captured by wizards are imbued with special magic. However, Muggles have largely transitioned away from traditional film to digital recording. Some wizards are even engaged in research to enhance this technology, allowing us to capture more lifelike color photographs. Professor Charles proceeded to provide a brief overview of the history of Muggle art, particularly highlighting several renowned Muggle painters. The students in the class showed little interest in these individuals, and when Professor Charles mentioned an artist who, for certain reasons, severed his own ear, Molin involuntarily thought of the eccentric Madonnas of the art world. "Artists truly are peculiar beings," Molin murmured. "Similar to wizards, celebrated painters' works are fervently sought after. For us wizards, evaluating the quality of a painting is straightforward, based on its liveliness. However, Muggle paintings do not move, which leads them to categorize their art into various schools, such as abstract, impressionist, and realist. To appreciate a Muggle artist's work, one must engage in speculation and interpretation, analyzing the painting's essence, and considering the artist's emotions and intent during its creation, rendering the process quite complex. The manifestation potion that Professor Charles had previously applied was now wearing off, and the Muggle painting reverted to its original stillness. Our paintings, however, differ. The artist's emotions and expressive essence are alive upon the canvas. You can discern the sentiment of perseverance in adversity from a salmon leaping against the current in a waterfall, or the soul of the artist embedded in a stone, a blade of grass, or an unassuming butterfly. These convey a depth far more profound and vivid than Muggle art. Appreciating Muggle paintings relies heavily on imagination, while observing wizard art demands keen observation. Professor Charles's analysis of the distinctions between Muggle and wizard artistry was remarkably insightful. He then instructed the class to turn to the chapter on Muggle painting, which contained two images, one of an animated wizard painting and the other of a static Muggle painting. "I want you to carefully examine these two artworks at home and discern what each reveals about Muggle and wizard art. Write a brief 6-inch report to be submitted next week," Professor Charles assigned. Many students appeared disheartened, save for a few genuinely interested in Muggles. For the majority of those from wizarding backgrounds, studying Muggle subjects felt like a torment. Another tedious report. Why must we ponder what Muggle art is meant to express? Hugo began to gather his materials, having previously doodled numerous little figures in his book. Initially, they would converse with him, but now they sat silently in one place, no longer speaking. Fortunately, it's only 6 inches. The professor is not being too harsh with us. If I write a bit larger, I'll easily fill the 6 inches of parchment. The professor did mention that appreciating Muggle art requires imagination, didn't he? When we tackle Muggle assignments, don't we rely on guessing? Molin, who also had little interest in Muggle paintings, thought to himself that this was how they approached Muggle assignments, when unable to produce content. They simply let their imaginations run wild, guessing a few lines, writing them large, and striving for neatness to earn presentation points. I truly wish Professor Charles taught art. A gentleman like him should not be burdened with this dull subject, as it would detract from his impressive persona. Nevertheless, more amused, still, this lesson wasn't entirely devoid of value. Was it? Hugo exclaimed enthusiastically. I inadvertently discovered my magical talent for drawing. While my technique requires improvement, the ability to make figures within a painting speak is already remarkable. By the way, how is your investigation into the commonalities among the missing students progressing? Moore inquired. Chapter 8, Commonalities. They departed the classroom and made their way to the balcony on the second floor, settling into a spot. Hugo extracted a notebook from his bag and stated, as of now, we know of 5 individuals who have gone missing and experienced amnesia. Mosby from Hufflepuff, Delia from Ravenclaw, and our own Jamie, Lily, and myself. And Sweet, Morn added. But you can only return to the past 5 times. Hugo remarked. During the time when you and Lily went missing, Sweet also conveniently vanished, which is rather unusual. Moreover, upon his return that evening, he appeared as weary as you did. Morn remarked. He might be feigning it, for you have begun to sense his connection to this matter, compelling him to play the fool to mislead you. Hugo speculated. He has never truly trusted Sweet. Typically, Sweet conducts himself in a reclusive manner, making it difficult for others to comprehend him. Hugo continued, consider this. He just said that Madonna singing the Dark Lord's funeral is quite dull. If he had no ties to the Death Eaters, why would he deem the Dark Lord's funeral boring? I believe it is highly probable that he is the offspring of a Death Eater. This song was composed to celebrate Voldemort's downfall and has become a popular anthem among witches and wizards. Students of wizarding lineage are generally familiar with it, as its release is swept through the wizarding community, garnering immense popularity, with many humming along. Morin hesitated, saying, it's inappropriate to accuse Sweet without concrete evidence. It would be unwise to slander him without justification. Although he found Sweet peculiar, he had been in his presence when Lily went missing and had not observed anything amiss with him. Hugo opened his notebook and said, let us set aside Sweet for now and examine what similarities exist among the 5 of us who have lost our memories. Due to his involvement in Professor Trelawney's prophecy, Hugo had maintained a fervent interest in this matter, inquiring about other situations over the past few days. First and foremost, we are all first-year students, comprising both boys and girls, indicating that gender is not a factor. Initially, I suspected someone might be targeting pure-blood wizards. However, Mosby from Hufflepuff and Jamie from Gryffindor are both mixed blood, while Delia is Muggle-born. Both Lily and I are purebloods, so that possibility is eliminated. Wait, what is Sweet's ancestry? More likely than not, he is also a pureblood, otherwise he wouldn't be attending Muggle studies, Morin replied. Hugo noted Sweet's name, annotating it with pureblood, then furrowed his brow. Our mysterious dormitory resident has absolutely no additional information. Aside from his name and background, what else do you know about him? Is he proficient in Quidditch? He is reticent and prefers solitude? Just jot down a few things for now. By the way, his reticence diminishes our commonality, as it is quite difficult for me to refrain from conversing with others. Hugo pouted, recalling how Professor Kane had summoned him to explain a Quidditch match due to his frequent chatter in class, contrasting sharply with Sweet's taciturn demeanor. Morin took the notebook and examined Hugo's compilation of the commonalities among these amnesiac students. It was undeniable that Hugo had invested considerable effort into this investigation, even discovering each individual's strengths in magical courses. For instance, Mosby excelled in charms and potions, Delia was adept in transfiguration, and Jamie frequently earned points for Gryffindor in herbology. As for Lily, Hugo recorded her strengths in defense against the dark arts, potions, and Muggle studies. And what about you? What are your strengths? Why haven't you noted them? Morin inquired. Hugo responded sheepishly, I'm not quite sure. My spells often misfire, and I struggle with herbology and potions without my wand. I do remember the theories of defense against the dark arts better than anyone. Yet I still occasionally miscast defensive spells. Isn't there still astronomy? At the very least, you can recognize the positions of the planets. You should include that, Morin suggested, jotting down astronomy for him. Hugo shrugged, offering no objection. Sweet appears to be quite versatile, does he not? Although he may be slightly inferior to you in various aspects. I always notice his high scores on class assignments, further diminishing our commonalities, Hugo remarked. He is not like me. He did not misinterpret the celestial phenomena in astronomy, Morin said, continuing to scrutinize the notebook. Now, height and weight. How did you manage to ascertain their heights with such precision? Impressive, indeed, but height seems inconsequential. Everyone appears to be of similar stature. As for weight, how did you inquire about Lily's weight? I assumed girls were quite private about such matters. Morin exclaimed in astonishment. Hugo lowered his voice, whispering, what didn't he ask? I measured it. I put in a great deal of effort to secretly ascertain their weights. How did you manage that? Morin asked, intrigued. Magical weighing card. Hugo chuckled, pulling out a purple card from his bag. The card appeared quite ordinary, resembling a muggle playing card, adorned with an illustration of a dragon. This device is remarkable. As long as you hold it, it records your height and weight. Even if you transfigure into another person with Polyjuice Potion, it still captures your true measurements, Hugo explained. How extraordinary! But what is the purpose of such an invention? To invade others' privacy? Morin queried, puzzled. Hugo grinned oddly. This was initially designed for farms to weigh livestock. Wizards raise unique meat animals, and by using this card, they could determine when the creatures were sufficiently fattened for slaughter. Additionally, some magical creature specialists employed it to assess the health of wild dragons and unicorns, which are difficult to approach. By controlling the card with a wand and applying it to them, one could display their size and weight. Eventually, it was discovered that it could also reveal human measurements. Morin felt a strange discomfort listening to Hugo, as if wizards had become akin to those animals, subject to weighing and measuring, and if deemed suitable, sent to slaughter. Where did you acquire this? Morin asked. I obtained it from Uncle Charlie. He studies dragons in Romania and co-founded a company. They successfully bred the fierce dragons in captivity, allowing us to enjoy dishes like stir-fried dragon liver in certain restaurants. Procure dragon-hide gloves or utilize dragon blood for wand-making and potion classes. They provide many dragon-related items, Hugo explained. So each time, you simply use the magical weighing card to touch their bodies? Indeed, I usually pretend to inquire. Excuse me, do you know what this is? They take a look, and their height and weight are recorded. The card can retain 5 records. You just need to remember the sequence of contact. Of course, with Lily, it was even simpler. I had ample opportunities to approach her. Hugo beamed. Morin chuckled, impressed by Hugo's ingenuity. However, weight and height seemed inconclusive. As he continued to peruse Hugo's notes, he stumbled upon another set of data and gasped softly. What is it? Have you discerned some commonality? Not a commonality, but a pattern. Did you not notice how orderly this data is? Morin exclaimed in astonishment. The 81st chapter. Those born under a double moon, he declared. What pattern? Hugo asked, puzzled. Birthdays. Birthdays? Each person's birth date is different. You see, Mosby was born on February 12th, Jamie on June 14th, Delia on April 24th, Lily on October 20th, and on August 18th. Not a single one is the same, Hugo remarked. If we examine the order in which you all went missing, it becomes evident. Mosby in February, Delia in April, Jamie in June, you in August, and Lily in October. Can't you see? They're all even-numbered months. And the dates are even as well. Maureen circled everyone's birth dates and months. Hugo suddenly realized, wait a moment, if Sweet is the 6th individual, he is very likely born on an even-numbered day in December, isn't he? We must inquire about him. The probability is high. Maureen rearranged their names. But why? Why would someone do such a thing? Hugo pondered, perplexed. After a moment of reflection, Maureen responded, I recall reading in a book that one's birth is not a mere coincidence, but rather a necessity. Each person's birth can be accompanied by omens, as if, yes, the heavens. Maureen struggled to extract their astronomy textbook from her backpack. Their studies in astronomy went beyond merely observing star charts. They also examined the angles between planets and the significance of these alignments. Although her comprehension of celestial charts was quite muddled, the principles of planetary angles were a part of their assignments, and thus she was familiar with them. Flipping through the pages, Maureen found a chapter titled Celestial Bodies and Destiny. Reading aloud, every birth is accompanied by signs. Some births coincide with disasters, while others might herald good fortune for the world. Some individuals are destined to be born for significant events. For instance, the renowned Harry Potter, born at the end of July, is prophesied to defeat the Dark Lord, as foretold by Professor Trelawney. Hugo interjected, indeed, the text states that each individual is unique, with myriad events interconnected, each influencing the other, and these relationships manifest in the celestial realm. This is the essence of divination. Therefore, those of you born in even-numbered months and dates may possess certain peculiar traits. For example, on your birthday, perhaps Pluto was struck by a meteorite, creating a heart-shaped crater. Some dark magic might require individuals born on such dates. Maureen speculated. Hugo's eyes sparkled with excitement. If that's the case, we indeed have something special. Professor Trelawney's prophecy might genuinely relate to our birth dates. After all, she has already made a prophecy concerning boys born in July, hasn't she? Hugo held a deep respect for Professor Trelawney, recognizing the honor it would be to receive a prophecy from someone capable of predicting the downfall of the Dark Lord. But is Sweet truly born in December? Maureen pondered. Did you not just assert that he is? If Sweet is not born in December, It would imply that another individual born in December will soon go missing and lose their memory. We must identify this person beforehand to see if we can avert such an event, Maureen declared. In truth, even if they found that person, they could not prevent everything, as it was impossible to follow them around constantly, nor did they know when they would return to the past. Then let us go and ask Sweet, Hugo declared, rising, shouldering his backpack and puffing out his chest, exuding determination. However, his stomach grumbled loudly, sounding quite pitiful. Let's finish lunch first, and then we can ask Sweet, he amended. Maureen couldn't help but chuckle as she stowed away the astronomy textbook and headed with Hugo towards the Great Hall. By the way, when is your birthday? February 29th. He replied. You might want to check the astronomical chart for that date. It could be quite special. Perhaps the moon was hit by a meteorite, and that crater is named after you. Indeed, quite special, Maureen replied with an innocent smile. I only get to celebrate my birthday every 4 years. Oh, how unfortunate. Hugo sympathized, patting Maureen on the shoulder. I forgot we had 29 days in February that year. But you could celebrate your birthday every year on February 28th. I'll bring you a gift then, as a token of consolation. That sounds nice, an extra gift, Maureen chuckled, though in reality, his family celebrated his birthday on the 28th, and he didn't see anything wrong with it. After all, a birthday is merely a date. And when one celebrates, it is inconsequential. They arrived at the Great Hall for lunch, spotting Lily at the Gryffindor table, since she did not attend Muggle studies. She had arrived earlier than them. Lily, you absolutely won't believe what we just discovered, Hugo exclaimed, squeezing in beside her and eagerly pulling out his notebook to quickly explain the significance of their birth months. Are you still clinging to this so-called prophecy of the chosen ones? Lily appeared skeptical of Hugo's words. Lily, you must confront reality. Both of us are indeed chosen ones. Don't you understand? Moreover, Hugo lowered his voice conspiratorially. If I'm not mistaken, you must have a chilling mark on your back as well, right? If you check in the mirror, you might see a Death Eater or Grindelwald's mark. I'm not as dull as you. I have no such mark on my back. Lily replied, not lifting her gaze. Hugo persisted, Lily, don't be afraid of being a Death Eater or anything like that. It's really not a big deal. You could let Maureen touch your back, and that mark would disappear. If you don't believe me, just ask Maureen. He has that ability. All he has to do is touch it. Shut up, Hugo. Lily shot him a glare, then turned to Maureen, exclaiming, Are you and Hugo both this shameless? What did I do? Maureen exclaimed, bewildered, having just asked Toby to shift over to make room and not yet having picked up his utensils. When suddenly Lily lashed out. Stop feigning ignorance. Shameless, Lily retorted angrily, standing up and moving over to sit beside her roommate, Gemma. Maureen stared, mouth agape, at Hugo. What did I do? Why did Lily call me shameless? Hugo shrugged. I don't know. She always overreacts, doesn't she? I merely suggested that you could touch her back, and everything would be revealed. You really dared to say that to her? Maureen chuckled despite himself. Lily is a girl. Hugo, what were you thinking? Is it a place one can touch so casually? All right, I momentarily forgot about that. Hugo made a face. He and Lily were cousins, so they didn't mind much, but Maureen and Lily were another matter entirely. Chapter 82. The Records of All Wizards. After lunch, Maureen and Hugo hurried to the library. For according to usual custom, Sweet would not return to the common room for a nap, but would instead be found in the library reading. They soon spotted Sweet in an inconspicuous corner of the library. He truly was a top student. Perhaps I will find something here. Indeed, Rose. Hugo curled his lip slightly as he spotted his sister on the far side of the library, yet he chose not to approach her. Instead, he maneuvered around the shelves and made his way towards Sweet, who was engrossed in his studies, diligently working on his Muggle studies assignment. Sweet, may I inquire about a few matters? Morin settled into the chair opposite Sweet. Sweet glanced up briefly before returning to his work, remaining silent. Morin had grown accustomed to Sweet's demeanor. He had prepared a plausible excuse beforehand. Porker needs to register all team members' details, the paperwork for the team. He asked him to find out when your birthday is. Sweet's pen hesitated momentarily, his brow furrowing. Before he replied, September 19th. Morin exchanged glances with Hugo. They had both presumed Sweet was born in December, and they were both mistaken. Are you certain? Hugo pressed on. Is there a need to fabricate a lie? Sweet responded indifferently. Morin interjected, Apologies, your birthday has passed, we were unaware. Otherwise, we would have celebrated it. No need. Sweet maintained his customary air of aloofness. Hugo wished to say more, but Morin had already pulled him away, exiting the library. He might be lying, Hugo said impatiently in the corridor on the 5th floor. But perhaps he is telling the truth? Morin countered as they ascended the spiral staircase, pausing momentarily on the landing before the stairs shifted, leading them towards the 8th floor and the common room. If it isn't the mysterious individual from our dormitory, it suggests another student has gone missing. We should seek out the list of students born in December. But how can we ascertain who among them has a December birthday? Hugo pondered. Morin found himself at a loss for words. Upon returning to the common room, they discovered their owl, Beretta, waiting at the window. My grandfather replied, I must check it. Morin rushed to the window, retrieving the letter from Beretta's leg and unfolding it. Dear Morin, I am delighted that you have become a member of the Gryffindor team. It truly took me by surprise. Should you require a flying broomstick, feel free to write back, and I shall procure one for you. Regarding the animal you mentioned that can remain invisible, I dare say, apart from the Thestral, there are no creatures capable of such continuous invisibility. As for divination, I possess no better suggestions. Our family has no seers among us. It matters not, as long as you do not pursue a career at the Department of Magical Mysteries. It is of little consequence if your astrological studies are lacking. The department seeks only those wizards with an exceptional grasp of divination to manage the wizarding population statistics. This is confidential, so I cannot elaborate. However, they carelessly overlooked your name back then, and I had to ensure it was added. Thus, I believe you are fated to remain unconnected to the Department of Mysteries. The phenomenon of heterochromia is unfamiliar to me. Do not concern yourself. Perhaps the Sorting Hat was merely jesting with you. I managed to salvage that album. Rest assured, I will not bring home Muggle soda bottles again. Yours affectionately, your young grandfather, who today donned a pair of newly acquired pink fluffy Muggle slippers. Morin gazed at the letter, his thoughts lingering on his grandfather Alton's mention of the Department of Mysteries requiring wizards with an exceptional command of divination. Connecting it to the content in the astronomy book's chapter on celestial bodies and fate. It was as if a light had flickered in his mind, and suddenly he grasped a revelation. Have you devised a plan to investigate everyone's birthdays? Hugo inquired from his seat. Morin retrieved Hugo's notebook, scrutinizing the numbers, then spoke. Hugo, have you considered that with so many first-year students at Hogwarts, if someone truly wished to cast certain dark magic based on birth dates, how would they ascertain the specific birth dates of the students? Hugo pondered for a moment, then nodded, admitting, I find that perplexing as well. How would those who rendered us forgetful know when we were born? Morin replied, my grandfather mentioned that the staff at the Department of Mysteries must be proficient in divination magic. This leads me to ponder. Each wizard receives a letter from Hogwarts upon reaching the appropriate age. How does the school know we meet the admission criteria? It is plausible that some wizards from the Department of Mysteries utilize divination to predict each wizard's birth date and then relay this information to Hogwarts. This means only the school and the ministry are privy to the birth dates of each incoming first-year student. Indeed, I am aware that every wizard carries a trace until they reach adulthood. The ministry uses these traces to monitor our magical usage outside school. James received a warning letter last summer for using magic at home. Hugo's eyes widened suddenly. Are you suggesting that the ones targeting us are from the ministry or the school's faculty? Yet he quickly added with unease. Surely the teachers would not act against us. As for the ministry, they cannot simply infiltrate the school without being detected. Moreover, their purpose is to maintain order within the wizarding community, is it not? Morin replied sternly. Have you forgotten something? The week before our term commenced, the Department of Mysteries was breached, and there were reports of a time turner being stolen. Aurors were actively pursuing a fugitive at that time. Pretty, the wanted criminal you subdued. Hugo exclaimed rapidly. Morin had no time to clarify who had actually subdued Pri, continuing instead. Indeed, it is Pri. However, Pri was captured by the Aurors and imprisoned in Azkaban. They have interrogated him through various means. I suspect the ministry possesses wizards skilled in Veritasrum or Legilimency. But Pri has no knowledge of the Time Turner's whereabouts. He seems more like a scapegoat. His memory was altered before his capture. Our memories, too, seem as though they have been tampered with or deliberately forgotten. Hugo began to piece together the thoughts under Morin's guidance. If I am correct, the Time Turner must have been taken to Hogwarts by the wizard who infiltrated the Department of Mysteries. He may have also stolen a list of this year's new students, allowing him to discern which students' birth dates align with the requirements for dark magic, thereby pinpointing you all. Morin realized this could explain how the individual behind the scenes knew the students' birth dates. Chapter 83, Suspicion. So, are we now confronted by a dark wizard capable of breaching the Department of Mysteries while possessing a time turner? However, a grown wizard wandering around school would surely attract attention, would they not? Hugo exclaimed in astonishment. If it is indeed an adult dark wizard, that may hold true. But what if he assumes another identity? Morin suggested. Exactly. Unless he has disguised himself as a student using Polyjuice Potion, Hugo cautiously scanned their surroundings and whispered, our dormitory's mysterious individual. This would explain why he ventures into the Forbidden Forest each morning, weary of being an adult masquerading as a student, yearning to reclaim his true self. Sweet indeed possesses an eccentric nature, often appearing and vanishing unpredictably, with each of his absences seemingly linked to those who have gone missing. Hugo harbors suspicions that there may be nothing amiss with him. At this juncture, we cannot doubt Sweet solely based on this observation, Molin remarked. We can employ a method to ascertain whether he is disguised as an adult. What method? Hugo inquired eagerly. Your magical weight and height chart. Did you not mention it could reveal a person's true weight and height? The polyjuice potion cannot conceal that. If we have Sweet touch it, we will likely discern whether he has transformed into someone else, Molin suggested. Hugo's eyes brightened. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? If he is disguised as an adult, his height and weight will surely differ. So, as usual, leave it to me. I can feign ignorance and ask him if he recognizes it. When he takes it, I will simply retrieve it. Hugo spoke with confidence, having previously employed this ruse to clandestinely gauge the heights and weights of others with great ease. There's no need for such complexity. Just place it on Sweet's bed. When he returns tonight, he will undoubtedly notice it, and then you can claim it as your own. Molin proposed. Hugo contemplated this suggestion, nodding in agreement. Your idea is indeed superior. He then voiced his unease. If he truly is a dark wizard in disguise, I shall sleep uneasily from now on. The two of us may not be his match. We need not be his match, Molin replied succinctly. If he is indeed masquerading as an adult wizard, we can simply bide our time and cast a binding spell on him, restraining him for an hour until the polyjuice potion wears off. That seems rather underhanded, does it not? Hugo exclaimed in surprise. Come now, we are merely first-year novices. Do you expect us to bow as if in a wizard duel, turn around, take a few steps back, and then draw our wands for a duel? We are here to apprehend a criminal, not to engage in a formal challenge. Such pretense is unnecessary. Molin spoke without hesitation. For while he might consider principles in other matters, adhering to a sense of fairness in such a situation would be utterly foolish. And what if our binding spell is thwarted? Hugo queried. Then we unleash the exploding spell, or the fire-making spell. We may not be able to subdue him, but we can certainly draw the attention of our professors. If he is a dark wizard, nothing terrifies him more than being observed by others, in a state of unease. He is bound to slip up, especially within the confines of the school, Molin asserted. You truly possess a knack for strategy, Hugo chuckled. Molin fed the owl Beretta a morsel and penned a brief reply to his grandfather. After some consideration, he decided against purchasing a broomstick, reasoning that the school's broom would suffice, allowing for savings. The two hurried off to their afternoon defense against the dark arts class, where Lily, still miffed with them, chose not to sit with them. Thus, they spent the entire class discussing the mastermind behind Pre's actions, yet the clues they possessed remained too scant to construct a coherent narrative. As evening fell, Hugo and Molin returned to their dormitory early, placing the magical weight and height chart on Sweet's bed, awaiting his return at 11 o'clock, pretending to play wizard chess. The pieces animatedly conversed and strategized, creating a raucous atmosphere. Most of the pieces belonged to Molin, who carelessly moved them, causing his bishop to traverse sideways. The bishop, incensed, shouted at Molin, I can only move diagonally. Do you even know how to play wizard chess? Oh, be quiet. Of course, I know how to play, Molin retorted, repositioning the bishop, only for it to bellow again. You are putting me in jeopardy. Can you not see the queen there? Before the bishop could finish, Hugo's queen ruthlessly smashed Morin's bishop into two pieces, sending it flying off the board. How serene it is now, Molin muttered, his focus elsewhere, unfazed by the inevitable defeat that loomed on the chessboard. He is about to pick it up, Hugo silently communicated to Molin. Though he could have checkmated Morin's king with his queen, he opted to delay the inevitable. The queen, equally disgruntled, exclaimed, Why delay? You could have checkmated the king. Are you incapable of straightforwardness? I shall direct you where I please. I am engrossed in a profound discourse on chess strategy with Molin. What do you understand? Hugo gruffly seized the queen and carelessly placed her on the board, only for Morin's knight to swiftly dispatch her, sending her off the board. The pieces on the chessboard ceased their clamor, having witnessed the fates of their most vocal companions, the bishop and the queen, who had met their ends with such disregard. Terrified, the remaining pieces refrained from further chatter, fearing a similar fate. Hugo and Morin's game was a chaotic affair, with victory or defeat holding little significance. Sweet had picked up the weight chart. Hey Sweet, that chart is mine. I was just remarking that I had accidentally tossed it somewhere, only to find it on your bed. Could you return it to me? Hugo promptly stood and approached. Sweet frowned, silently handing the chart back to Hugo without a word. Flustered, Hugo hurried back, seizing the chart to examine it while Sweet turned to the restroom to change into his nightclothes. Molin leaned in closer. Incredible. He is 2 inches taller than I am and weighs even less. It's hard to believe, Hugo remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Isn't that better? At least you can sleep soundly tonight. And we have confirmed he is an ordinary person, have we not? Morin gathered the trembling chess pieces and climbed back onto his bed. Relieved as he too hoped Sweet was not a disguised adult wizard. However, this alone was insufficient to exonerate him from suspicion. Perhaps he was an accomplice of that individual? Hugo tossed the chart into his bedside drawer. Sweet emerged from the restroom, donned in his nightclothes, and climbed into bed, as was his custom, drawing the curtains to shield himself. Morin lay in his bed, contemplating how to identify the individual possessing all the new students' information. Chapter 84. The Strong Team and the Weak Team. The entire situation remained rather nebulous. Even with their discoveries regarding the patterns of the amnesiac students, without knowing the birth months of all students, they could not predict who would be next to encounter trouble. Hugo was fervently determined to unravel the mystery, seizing every opportunity in class to engage with his peers and inquire about their birthdays. After questioning over a dozen students, he found none that matched his criteria. Ravenclaw Gus was born in December, but on the 11th. What a pity, Hugo lamented. With at least 200 first-year students across the 4 houses, your inquiries are unlikely to yield results, Morin commented, shaking his head as he attended herbology. Shoveling a mound of dragon dung into a pot containing a dark red fire lily. This plant, when sensing danger, would emit a flammable sap upon exposure to air, necessitating their utmost caution in handling it with care to avoid alarming it. What should we do then? Shall we merely await the recurrence of such events? What if the last student falls into his clutches, allowing dark magic to take its course? Would it not be too late? Hugo reached out to touch a crimson spot on the central stem of the fire-breathing plant. A gentle caress of that red mark would temporarily quell its fiery outbursts. Their task was to fertilize and prune a plant. At present, we remain oblivious to the nature of this so-called dark magic, aside from the marks of Grindelwald and Voldemort, which reveal no peculiarities, and your mark, which I inexplicably wiped away. Morin, clad in fireproof dragonhide gloves, cautiously picked up the scissors. He and Hugo were assigned to tend to this fire-breathing plant. As the scissors approached, the plant visibly trembled, its leaf tips curling upwards, aimed directly at him. Hugo hurriedly continued to stroke the crimson mark to calm it down. But what are the others? For instance, Lily. Do you think her mark belongs to Grindelwald or Voldemort? Hugo turned to glance at Lily, who had been ignoring the two of them for the past few days. His curiosity piqued. Who knows? In any case, we haven't the opportunity to see her back. Morin trimmed the excess leaves from the fire-breathing plant, which quivered slightly, and sparks erupted from the remaining leaf tips. I hope it's a Death Eater. That would certainly be more entertaining. After all, her father is the man who vanquished Voldemort, and the daughter of the Savior bearing the mark of a Death Eater would be quite remarkable. Hugo chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude, but then his hand trembled, drifting away from the crimson mark, causing the plant to emit a sudden flare. He yelped and quickly retreated, and Morin, startled, felt the flames singe his dragonhide glove. Focus! Morin withdrew his hand, relieved that the quality of the dragonhide gloves ensured they were impervious to fire, sparing him from burns. Professor Longbottom mentioned that this fire-breathing plant is immature, and the flames are not particularly hot. Are you all right? Hugo's expression was one of genuine concern. Now it's your turn. After all, you're not afraid of fire. Morin handed the scissors to Hugo, whose wand often misfired, making him quite familiar with flames. Then take out your wand, just in case. If it breathes fire, you can freeze the flames. Although Hugo was accustomed to casting spells that involve fire, being burned was by no means an enjoyable experience. He then added, seriously, you must teach me the incantation to freeze flames. My wand's propensity for fire is becoming unmanageable. I've taught you more than 20 times, but you are ill-suited to wield that spell. It would only intensify the flames. Morin shook his head. This Saturday, there is a Quidditch match, Slytherin versus Ravenclaw. Hugo is to commentate on the event, as all members of the Gryffindor team have been summoned by Pock. Both Slytherin and Ravenclaw are formidable teams. You must have a general understanding of them before the encounter. Pock's expression was exceedingly serious. Pock, there are only 4 teams in the academy, 2 of which are strong. Hufflepuff has a versatile player, Nistad, and their team is not weak either. Your remarks suggest that only weak Gryffindors are the underdogs. James aimlessly pointed his wand at a bludger, sending it soaring up and down. We are not an underdog. We possess a secret weapon. Pock cast an appreciative glance at Morin. It is no longer a secret, Pock. Morin shrugged. Having inadvertently become a figure of notoriety within the school, recognized by nearly everyone, wherever he went. Yes, he will become the moving target for other teams. Trust me. When I first joined the team, that was precisely the case. James turned to Morin and said, being a celebrity is exhausting. For there is always someone seeking to defeat you to prove themselves. James's status ensured that he could not be inconspicuous. The commotion caused by his arrival at school was far greater than Morin's, especially considering he was the son of the legendary Harry Potter, drawing crowds for spectacle. However, after you deliver a good thrashing with a bludger, they will think twice before overstepping again. Albus nonchalantly waved his hand and said, when I joined the team last year, a 7th-year Ravenclaw student targeted me with a bludger in every match, but he ceased after our encounter. What happened? Morin inquired curiously. During one match, James and I teamed up to knock him off his broom with a bludger. He spent 2 weeks in a hospital. Albus recounted with a sense of satisfaction. James and Albus simultaneously extended their hands and high-fived, pride evident in their expressions. Morin felt a surge of admiration. The Potter brothers were indeed formidable. Morin would become the secret weapon. Puck disregarded James and Albus, confidently stating, you exhibited remarkable talent in your first match. Other teams will surely target you next time. Yet they remain unaware of your position, which is our advantage. You can appear anywhere at any moment. You need not start. Just wait to be substituted at halftime to catch them off guard. This was Puck's strategy, as the school teams had begun to utilize substitute players. Thus, Puck could strategically capitalize on substitution opportunities, and with Morin's proficiency in any position, the tactical possibilities were multiplying, rendering him an unpredictable asset for Gryffindor. Recently, Puck had been relentlessly seeking Morin for intensive training, seemingly to compensate for his previous underestimation of Morin. Sometimes, even when Morin merely excused himself to the restroom, Puck would leap from the adjacent stall, fervently discussing newly conceived strategies, which became quite tiresome for Morin. Outside, Hugo had begun commentating on the match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw. They had exited their locker room and stepped onto the platform outside, where Puck commenced his lengthy exposition on the strengths of both teams and which players to watch, rambling on extensively. In truth, Morin had already heard all of this, as Puck had previously documented the players' profiles on paper, distributing copies to everyone. He was merely reiterating what was already written. Morin's attention was not on the match. He was contemplating the events of the following day. Last week, that peculiar Enoch summoned him to meet at 10 in the morning, and Morin was still deliberating whether to comply. To go meant yet another infraction of school rules. Though for Morin, breaking rules did not carry a heavy sense of guilt. He had never been one to adhere strictly to regulations. The matter concerning Sir Cadogan needed to be clarified first. Morin pondered silently. Besides Sir Cadogan, it seemed Enoch was aware of some secrets regarding Morin's heterochromia, which provided yet another motive for their meeting. Chapter 85, Quidditch Tactics. Slytherin and Ravenclaw were indeed formidable teams, with Scorpius Malfoy serving as Slytherin's seeker, whose performance was exceptional as he scored 12 goals, earning Slytherin 120 points. Ravenclaw was equally impressive, closely trailing Slytherin in score, and even overtook them by 20 points at the last moment. However, Slytherin's seeker captured the Golden Snitch, earning an additional 150 points, leading to Slytherin's victory over Ravenclaw with a final score of 400 to 270. Did you see it? Although Slytherin emerged victorious in this match, their triumph was far from effortless. Ravenclaw suffered a defeat primarily due to misfortune. Had they captured the Golden Snitch, the victory would have undoubtedly belonged to them. Meanwhile, Puck was incessantly analyzing the match situation for his teammates. The score between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff stood at 370 to 210. According to the scoring rules, Slytherin currently holds a total of 40 points, placing them in the lead, while Gryffindor follows closely with 37 points. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff stand at 27 and 21 points respectively. The competition operates on a round-robin basis, with Gryffindor set to face Ravenclaw next week. Everyone must return and prepare diligently, ensuring they're well acquainted with their opponents and never slack off. Puck rallied the team, concluding with, tomorrow, I shall inquire about securing the training facility. If successful, attendance at practice will be mandatory for all. He then dashed off to seek Madame Hooch amidst the jubilant Slytherin students. Puck, I have prior commitments tomorrow. Morin exclaimed from behind. We both have things to do. James and Albus chimed in unison. Cancel your plans. Puck disregarded their protests and hurried toward the cheering Slytherins in search of Madame Hooch. What a training fanatic. Doesn't he realize that commandeering others' weekends is quite impolite? What if someone has an urgent matter to attend to? James grumbled. Oh please, what urgent matters could you two possibly have? Aren't you just planning to stock up on supplies at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes in Hogsmeade? If you continue to neglect your responsibilities, Mother will be displeased, Lily remarked. Pouting beside them, Albus cleared his throat and stated seriously, "Lily, you ought to understand that both of your uncles are engaged in this very profession. They are in galleons hand over fist. How much have you made for your so-called dedication to your studies? That isn't the point. If you fail your OWL exams, you'll be ridiculed for lacking credentials when you venture into the world." Lily countered, "Goodness, our foolish girl, have you been spending too much time with Rose lately?" James exclaimed, feigning shock as he sniffed in Lily's direction. "You seem to carry the scent of Rose's academic prowess." Morin couldn't help but chuckle beside them. Lily shot Morin a glare. "What are you laughing at?" Morin shrugged innocently. "Nothing, I merely found it amusing." Frustrated, Lily turned her back on them and retreated to a corner of the changing room, taking a seat. Before long, Puck returned, brimming with excitement, and shouted, "Madam, Hooch has agreed to lend us the Quidditch pitch." Thankfully, I arrived a minute early, as Ravenclaw's captain had just applied for the space too. However, it's first come, first served, as you all know. No one is permitted to be absent from practice tomorrow. Morin and the Potter brothers appeared rather dejected. "I should have cast a full body-bind curse on Puck. Just for a minute," James lamented as they walked back to the castle. Morin silently approved of James's sentiment. On Sunday, the weather was somewhat dreary, devoid of sunshine. Puck had risen early and gathered everyone at the Quidditch pitch. Each person looked half awake, with Puck alone appearing vibrant, brandishing his broomstick high as if it were the Quidditch trophy. "Let us perk up," Puck exclaimed animatedly. "The early bird catches the worm." "Puck, riding our brooms this early is hardly akin to being early birds. Your words are quite disheartening," James complained. "Silence. Pay attention," Puck commanded. "We shall commence executing the 5th tactical plan. Lily and Sweet, you may also find yourselves in the game. Feign weakness, catch them off guard, then strike with strength. We shall employ the strategic philosophies of Sun Tzu." "Excuse me? What strategy?" Morin asked, puzzled. "The Art of War, a renowned treatise on strategy from the East. Translated into the Muggle world, I possess a copy at home. The brilliance of human thought transcends barriers, whether Muggle or Wizard." Puck, hailing from a Muggle background, had absorbed much from his father, a Muggle officer with an extensive collection of military literature. Since arriving at Hogwarts, his favorite pastime had been to blend Muggle strategies with various Quidditch tactics. Everyone looked utterly bewildered, especially Morin, who was perplexed by the Muggle references. For the next hour, Puck elaborated on the tactics they were to attempt, explaining their origins. Morin found himself lost in a haze. Whenever Muggle knowledge was mentioned, his mind seemed to falter. He could hear Puck proclaiming, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated." Yet his thoughts drifted to the delicious roasted snakeskin taro he had enjoyed earlier. "All right, does everyone understand? Any questions?" An hour later, Puck asked, satisfied. Philia yawned nearby, while Diana and Owen struggled to keep their eyes open. Lily rubbed her face. Sweet stared at the ground, lost in thought. Morin's mind wandered aimlessly, and James and Albus leaned against the wall, their eyes half closed. Puck clapped his hands to rouse them. "Oh, has the storm tactic concluded? How are the chasers supposed to coordinate with the seekers?" James mumbled, still dazed. "The storm tactic is over. I just covered the winged twin tactic. Don't you understand the storm tactic? Let me explain it again. The seeker temporarily assists the chaser, using a pincer maneuver to evade the opponent's interference." Puck, appearing quite invested, continued with fervor, demonstrating a sense of responsibility. Everyone glared at James with resentment for his interruption, and James wished he could slap himself in the face for speaking out. Another hour passed. "All right, let's commence training," Puck declared confidently. Finally, everyone mounted their brooms, and the brisk wind of the Quidditch pitch invigorated them somewhat. However, no one had absorbed a single word of Puck's earlier instructions, leading to a chaotic practice that fell far short of Puck's expectations. Each player flailed about aimlessly, filled with trepidation at the sound of Puck's furious shouts. Eventually, Puck increased the number of rogue bludgers to 10, all wildly attempting to knock them down, leaving everyone on edge. When a rogue bludger sent Owen's nose gushing with blood, Diana fell from a height of 2 meters, and Philia suffered a bump on her head. The training turned exceedingly arduous. "Puck, at this rate, we one team need Ravenclaw to defeat us," James called out. "Honestly, you'll be the one to bring about our downfall." Morin had spent the entire morning yearning for Puck to conclude the training. He needed to meet Enoch and clarify matters regarding Sir Cadogan. Yet, Puck insisted on training until 11:30 before allowing them to break for lunch. "Oh no, I'm late." Morin hurried back to the dormitory, grabbing the polyjuice potion hat that James had lent him, skipping lunch in the Great Hall, and dashing straight to the kitchen in the basement. Chapter 86, The Appointment. Fortunately, the kitchen was still bustling with eager house elves. When Morin mentioned he hadn't had lunch, Lulu quickly prepared 2 drumsticks and a paper bag filled with roasted snake skin taro for him. Thank you, Lulu. Morin harbored a genuine fondness for Lulu, the perceptive house elf, who promptly provided him with a bag of roasted snakeskin taro upon his casual inquiry. No need for thanks, sir. I'm always at your service, Lulu declared, tugging at the mine cart's rope. Morin's lunch was consumed aboard the cart, an experience rather peculiar, considering not everyone possesses the appetite to dine while bouncing and swaying in a speeding minecart. By the time he departed from the dilapidated cottage on the farm and reached the towering camphor tree in Hogsmeade, it was well past noon. The area beneath the camphor tree was desolate, and a knock did not appear. Had he already left? A pang of disappointment struck Morin, who secretly chastised himself for having missed the appointment. A knock had asked him to come at 10 last week, but he had been delayed by Quidditch practice today, making him the one at fault. If a knock was not there, his visit to Hogsmeade would bear little significance. It seemed that not everyone in Hogsmeade was aware of Sir Cadogan's tale, and Morin even harbored doubts about whether Sir Cadogan had any descendants left. He settled onto a bench beneath the camphor tree, surveying his surroundings. The day was overcast, devoid of sunlight, and it appeared a downpour was imminent. Yet throngs of students still traversed the streets. He could only tighten his disguise hat slightly, striving to remain inconspicuous. After roughly 10 minutes of contemplation about whether he should return to school, a figure swaggered around the corner beside the Zizico potion shop. Morin's heart soared. It was a knock. Morin surmised that a knock must have grown impatient waiting to return home for lunch. He felt compelled to apologize and quickly rose to address him. Mr. Enoch, I'm terribly sorry. Enoch approached leisurely, leaning on his cane, and interrupted Morin with a relaxed demeanor as he took a seat. Young man, have you been waiting for 3 hours? Excellent, excellent. The fact that you haven't left after such a long wait indicates you are a patient young man. Huh? Morin was taken aback. What do you mean, huh? I deliberately arrived late. What of it? Enoch declared, placing his cane aside with a mischievous glint in his azure eyes. This was a test of your patience. If you can't wait 3 hours, then you lack the humility to seek knowledge. Morin was flabbergasted. Mr. Enoch, you came here on purpose at this time? Enoch chuckled softly, admitting candidly, indeed. Do you have an objection? He then murmured to himself. Now you know what it feels like to wait for someone. After all, I waited 5 hours last week. Making you wait 3 hours is quite generous. Morin did not catch the latter part of Enoch's muttering and curiously inquired, did you just say something about waiting 5 hours? Nothing of importance. After all, young people could benefit from waiting a little longer, Enoch replied, calmly tapping his fingers against the chair's armrest. Morin's expression was somewhat peculiar. He had intended to laugh, but restrained himself, pondering whether to confess that he had been delayed today by over 2 hours rather than waiting for 3. After deliberation, he decided to keep that detail to himself. You are correct, sir. I indeed waited, Morin stammered, suppressing a chuckle. It has been a while. Young people should learn to wait. Initially, he felt guilty towards Enoch for being late to an agreed-upon time, considering it rather rude. However, who could have anticipated that this eccentric old man had intentionally set him up? The result was that Morin had arrived over 10 minutes early, despite being tardy by more than 2 hours. Glad to hear you understand, Enoch remarked, unaware of just how long Morin had truly waited, and gestured for him to sit down. Morin resumed his place on the bench and asked, So, Mr. Enoch, can you now tell me where Sir Cadogan's residence is located? Patience, Enoch replied, gazing up at the ominous clouds before checking his pocket watch. It will rain in 9 minutes. We shall discuss it once you have mastered the magic I will teach you. Regarding Enoch's claim of rain in 9 minutes, Morin refrained from questioning his knowledge of such a forecast. After all, the Wizarding World had specialized astrological forecasts that could predict such events. They listened to the weather report on the radio every Tuesday and Thursday, which could be precise to the minute. Thus, Morin thought little of it. You intend to teach me magic? Morin asked, surprised. But why specifically teach me? Because I find you agreeable. Teaching you some magic will ensure you do not come to harm in the future, Enoch replied casually. Is it really that simple? How complex do you wish to make it? Enoch retorted. Morin pondered for a moment. After all, he had only met Enoch once, and he had not even fully grasped who Enoch was. It seemed unwise to rashly learn another's magic. Are you worried that I might teach you dark magic? Enoch raised an eyebrow. Morin did not deny it. To be honest, yes. And what do you consider dark magic? Enoch continued to inquire. Morin involuntarily recalled the tales of Professor Francis, who often threatened them with the bizarre 100 ways to die in the Wizarding World. Those strange and perilous magical items seemed to him to be dark magic. Our school offers a course on the defense against the dark arts. Those torturous spells and items that cause suffering, injury, or death are all considered dark magic, Morin explained. Enoch laughed. Your view of dark magic aligns with that of most. It is overly simplistic. When a form of magic inflicts irreversible harm in a bizarre manner, it is deemed dark magic, but that perspective is quite narrow. You must understand that magic itself is devoid of morality. Only the wizard wielding it possesses the capacity for good or evil. No magic is inherently dark. It primarily depends on how the wizard chooses to utilize it. Molin, puzzled, asked, what about the 3 unforgivable curses? They are so sinister. Were they not specifically invented to oppress and control others? What purpose could they possibly serve? Anak fixed his gaze on Molin, his cerulean eyes strikingly similar to Morin's own, resembling a clear pool of water. Molin could even see his reflection in Anak's eyes. Do you believe the 3 unforgivable curses were created merely to instigate fear? Are you aware of their origins? Anak inquired. Chapter 87, Death and Rebirth. Avada Kedavra, soul-sucking, excruciating pain. Each of these 3 unforgivable curses, when cast upon a person, is sufficient to warrant a lifetime in Azkaban, particularly the silent killer, Avada Kedavra, which instills terror in the hearts of all. I do not know, but they certainly should not exist, should they? Molin replied uncertainly. Anak nodded thoughtfully, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he continued, you first years should have learned about the origins of wands and history of magic. Can you tell me how wands came to be? Molin was about to answer when he suddenly furrowed his brow. Sir, I didn't tell you I was a first-year student. Arnok's fingers tapped rhythmically against the back of his chair as he feigned an air of mystery, declaring, you need not inform me. I can ascertain that you are but a first-year student. Why? Because your method of casting spells is still rather juvenile. Second-year students exhibit greater proficiency. Oh, so you were once a teacher at the school, were you not? How else would you discern the differences between first and second-year students? Nay, young rascal. Do not attempt to extract information from me. Simply answer my question. How did you acquire your wand? Arnok retorted, his tone devoid of warmth. Molin pouted, realizing that Arnok was a fortress of secrets, and he couldn't pry out the man's true identity. After a moment's reflection, he replied, I recall Professor Binns discussing the origin of wands in our first class. He spoke of a man named Ondair who encountered a black dragon. In a moment of desperation, he seized a branch, and a strand of unicorn hair fortuitously fell upon it. Inadvertently, he uttered the first spell in wizarding history, vanquishing the dragon. This is the origin of the wand. Molin remembered this vividly, for Professor Binns had rather comically mistaken them for fourth-year students at the start, leading to much confusion before they realized the mix-up. What was that spell? The book did not specify, nor did Professor Binns mention it. Molin pondered this matter. The first spell in wizarding history should surely be a monumental discovery worthy of being immortalized, yet history of magic failed to acknowledge this fact, which left him perplexed. Arnok spoke slowly. The first spell in wizarding history is Avada Kedavra. The air suddenly thickened, and Molin's eyes widened in astonishment. The first spell was, indeed, Avada Kedavra? His shock was palpable. This revelation was utterly astounding. The power of the killing curse was well known, capable of snuffing out a life in an instant, devoid of any possibility of survival. There were no wounds, no pain. Life ceased abruptly, as if a rushing waterfall had been cut off without warning. To date, it was said that only one person had survived the killing curse, and all wizards knew who that individual was. Arnok was unperturbed by Molin's reaction, instead remarking with a hint of irony, "Isn't it rather ironic? A curse capable of ending lives despised by many. Turns out to be the first spell in wizarding history. But why?" Molin, regaining his composure, found it hard to believe. Why is it not recorded in the text? Arnok chuckled. The infamous killing curse, regarded as a symbol of evil, yet it is the first spell in wizarding history, certainly not a matter of pride. For you naive students, it is perhaps best to remain ignorant of such truths. Molin forcibly suppressed his shock, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him, as if the implication suggested that the origins of wizardry were steeped in dark magic, rendering the essence of magic somewhat unfathomable. It is only natural that you find this hard to accept. Most do. Yet, it is the truth, Arnok remarked nonchalantly. Everything in this world exists in a delicate balance. The existence of the killing curse is not shameful. Though it signifies death, it also opens a new realm for us wizards. You may interpret it as wizards emerging from death. However, death is not the end. Humanity possesses an ancient magic capable of conquering death. Molin's lips moved as he understood this, having read numerous books about the boy who lived, alluding to this very concept. It is love, Molin voiced. Precisely. Decades ago, that boy survived the death brought by the killing curse through this magic. A mother gave her life to protect her child. She embraced death. Yet it did not signify an end. Rather, it continued in her child in another form. Thus, death, in certain respects, also represents rebirth. The killing curse is similar. It marks the beginning of death, yet also heralds a new dawn for wizardry. Can one truly argue that it ought not to exist? Arnok's words left Molin without any retort, as the world is indeed composed of myriad contradictions, and who can definitively discern between good and evil? Nothing is born of darkness. If your magic is powerful enough, employing petrification and shattering spells can extinguish a life. Would you then deem these spells as dark magic? Arnok inquired. Molin opened his mouth, uncertain how to respond, for his most adept spell was indeed the petrification charm, albeit limited to immobilizing a person. The truly powerful petrification spell could entirely transform someone into stone, and at that point, employing a shattering spell would suffice to obliterate a person. Thus, Arnok patted Molin on the shoulder, grinning. Even if I were to teach you dark magic, knowing your intent, dark magic can be wielded for righteous purposes. The crucial factor is your own choice. Arnok glanced at the sky, where ominous clouds began to rumble, lightning occasionally rending the heavens, and the air grew heavy, making it difficult to breathe. I once heard that there is a professor at Hogwarts named Snape, a wizard skilled in dark magic. Yet he seems to have chosen to be a good man, perhaps due to his love for a witch. I cannot recall the details well, but it speaks volumes. Love is a force to be revered, Arnok remarked nonchalantly. Thus, the kind of person you choose to become is dictated by your choices, not merely by what you learn. Molin pondered Arnok's words deeply, gradually grasping their essence. He realized that this eccentric old man possessed profound insights, elucidating the intricate themes of death and rebirth in a manner even an 11-year-old could comprehend. By the way, do you know what the 3 unforgivable curses were initially invented for? You would never guess. Arnok leaned in, feigning an air of mystery. I suspect you will enlighten me. Molin admitted, unable to fathom the answer. You ask, and I shall tell. Arnok grinned like a mischievous child, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Chapter 88. The Purpose of the Unforgivable Curses. Molin gazed upward at the sky, where the clouds churned ominously above Hogsmeade, and raindrops had begun to fall. Shall we seek shelter from the rain? Molin inquired. You ask me? Hurry, ask me. Do not change the subject. Arnok urged. I did ask. Shall we seek shelter from the rain? Molin noted that his shoulders were already dampened by the rain, which soon began to pour in earnest. I did not mean that. Arnok replied with irritation. Mr. Arnok, if we do not find shelter soon, we will be drenched. You are quite elderly, and getting soaked is not advisable, Molin began, only to be taken aback as his eyes widened in astonishment. The rain cascaded down like a burst dam from the leaves of the camphor tree. Yet as the droplets approached Arnok, they seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, veering away as if an invisible umbrella shielded him. Molin was drenched to the bone, while Arnok remained entirely dry. Wow, I adore this magic, Molin exclaimed enviously, envisioning the convenience of never needing to carry an umbrella again. Quickly ask me, are you trying to suffocate me? Arnok glared at Molin. Very well. Could you enlighten me on the purpose of those 3 unforgivable curses? Molin instinctively edged closer to Arnok, seeking a refuge from the relentless rain. Satisfied, Arnok extended his hand and waved it above Molin, causing the raindrops to divert and fall elsewhere. Molin then produced his wand and uttered water-repelling charm, restoring his clothes to a state of dryness. The killing curse was originally employed for the slaughter of livestock. Animals succumbing to this curse exhibit no signs of injury. Their pelts remain unblemished, and their bones intact, thus maximizing the utility of the livestock. As for the Cruciatus curse, it serves to tame unruly magical creatures. To command fierce beasts like dragons, one must resort to the Cruciatus curse to instill obedience in them, Arnok explained. That sounds truly cruel, Molin involuntarily remarked. That depends on your perspective. In the early days of magical practice, the repertoire of spells was rather limited, making the Cruciatus curse the most suitable for domesticating wild beasts, Arnok responded. And what of the soul curse? Molin continued to inquire. The soul curse is the most intriguing of all. Arnok appeared quite animated. Long ago, the wizarding world lacked the plethora of bizarre creatures we see today. Magical beings did not interbreed. However, some inventive wizards were keen on experimentation. But how could one encourage different magical species to procreate? This is where the soul curse proves invaluable. Arnok wore a peculiar smile. For instance, the Sphinx, a creature of eagle and horse, would never mate naturally. Yet, with the soul curse, you could compel a male eagle and a female horse to engage in, shall we say, delightful activities, ultimately resulting in the creation of the first Sphinx. Do you grasp what I mean? Huh? Molin was taken aback. Is that truly the purpose of the dreaded soul curse? Arnok nodded, bursting into laughter. When I first learned of this, I was equally astounded, sharing your reaction. But once you accept this reality, you will find it quite entertaining. Morin felt a chill run down his spine. He found it difficult to regard the soul curse with the same reverence as before. The more he pondered, the stranger it seemed. 3 abominable, unforgivable curses. One for slaughtering livestock, another for taming beasts, and the last for cross-species experimentation. Utterly bewildering. Ha! Isn't it fascinating? Thus, I assert that nothing is inherently dark. These 3 unforgivable curses are merely misused by those with ill intent. Their existence in itself is not wrong. Anak gazed at the torrential downpour, scooping a handful of rainwater, creating a bubble that he flicked away. Now, I promise to teach you some magic. Given the rain, let us begin with fire magic. Anak extended another hand, snapping his fingers, conjuring a flame that danced at his fingertip. Why learn fire magic in the rain? Morin asked, perplexed, believing that water magic was more appropriate for such weather, like Anak's impressive water-repelling spell. When dueling, how might your opponent respond to your fire magic? Anak queried. Perhaps with a water charm? And what if your flames were impervious to water? Anak pressed further. Morin's eyes lit up. A flame that could withstand water would catch an opponent completely off guard. However, he recalled something and added, I know of a flame that is water-resistant, useful for warmth in winter. Oh yes, I can conjure such a flame. Purple flame ascendance. A stream of purple fire erupted from Morin's wand, swirling gracefully in the air. He gathered it into his palms, feeling its comfortable warmth, dancing gently without burning him. Indeed, the purple flame is unique, yet it lacks aggression. You cannot expect it to ignite your adversary. This is not the magic we seek to master today. We will start with the fundamental fire spell, a basic flame, intense and aggressive, adaptable for various transformations. The flame at Anak's fingertips suddenly surged, breaking free and soaring into the air, where it blazed fiercely amidst the rain, emitting an intense heat that evaporated the surrounding raindrops. You can shape the flame in myriad ways, such as this. Anak casually gestured at the fiery mass, which exploded into a flaming bird, its wings unfurling and emitting a fierce cry as it soared through the rain. Or like this. With another flick of his finger, the flaming bird split into 2 smaller firehawks, darting in a dance of collision and explosive sounds. Furthermore, like this, Anak twisted his finger once more, and the 2 firebirds burst apart, transforming into countless fiery sparks that elongated into sharp, fiery daggers, which swiftly plunged into the ground. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The fiery daggers embedded themselves deeply into the drenched earth, instantly drying the mud-soaked ground, preventing any further rain from encroaching, while the daggers continued to smolder. Impressive, Morin exclaimed. Awestruck, do you discern anything? Anak beckoned, as all the flames soared back to his fingertips, coalescing once more. Chapter 89, Fire Magic. Morin marveled at the dazzling fire magic demonstrated by Anak, filled with admiration. Were he to attempt it, he would merely conjure a flame and hurl it at the target, lacking the finesse of such artistry. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively asked, is this magic a fusion of transfiguration and fire spells? Anak nodded approvingly. Indeed, you possess a discerning eye. The true mastery of magic lies in the ability to transform what you summon, merging the 2 arts. You may wonder, what utility does such flamboyant fire magic serve? But consider this. If someone obliterated your attacking flame with an explosion curse, could you not reshape the shattered sparks into different offensive maneuvers? Morin replied earnestly, Sir, I do not view it as flamboyant. Rather, I believe that sometimes such flair can bewilder an opponent. No? Haha, you are quite astute, Anak chuckled. In wizarding combat, adaptability is crucial. Some may employ freezing spells against your flames, while others might use barriers to obstruct them. To ensure your magic is not easily countered, you must learn to make it versatile. Now, begin by summoning flames amidst the rain. I shall give it a try. Morin eagerly shook his wand and declared, blazing flames. A torrent of searing fire erupted from the tip of his wand, hovering there, a wave of heat pulsating, restlessly flickering and crackling. He was quite pleased with his fire spell, even though Hugo, whose wand frequently misfired, could not cast it with equal prowess. Your mastery of the fire spell is commendable. Why not attempt a little play with the downpour? Anak remarked, tapping Morin lightly on the back with his cane, nudging him out of his sheltered spot. At least give me a moment to prepare mentally. Morin protested as he was expelled, instantly drenched by the cascading rain. Resembling a wretched dog pulled from the depths of a river, the once fervent flames at the tip of his wand fizzled with a soft pop. Extinguished by the relentless water, a wisp of black smoke rising from the wand's end, dissipating into the rain. To summon flames amidst the rain, I have never attempted that. A shiver coursed through Morin. It was November, and the chill in the air made being soaked a decidedly unpleasant experience. He wiped the rain from his face and called out again. Flames blazed forth. Yet, the moment the flame flickered to life, it was snuffed out before it could grow. This time without even a whisper of smoke. Try a different incantation, Inferno Unleashed. This fire is suited for combat and transformation. Focus your attention on the flame. Your fire is intertwined with your concentration. Envision it resisting the rain. Remember, the flame is ordinary fire, yet also a manifestation of your magic. It is intrinsically linked to you. Anak leisurely stretched, setting his cane aside. Inferno Unleashed? I have not learned that spell. Morin attempted it, but no fire emerged. He had only ever wielded flames. Blaze forth. The latter was suitable for cooking, but ill-suited for manipulation or combat. Inferno Unleashed possessed a more sentient quality, with heightened aggression. Unlike the fire spell, this incantation required a counterclockwise rotation of 91 degrees before a swift flourish. Anak instructed. With the technique grasped, Morin executed the motion, and a scarlet flame erupted from his wand, only to be extinguished once more by the rain. He endeavored to concentrate on his wand, but despite a dozen attempts, the flames could not withstand the deluge. The longest a flame lasted was a mere 2 seconds, his limit. Mr. Anak, do you truly believe this is a sound idea? Morin shivered slightly, questioning the wisdom of attempting such magic in the rain. All right, I forgot. You're still a little tyke, not robust enough. Anak rummaged through his pocket, finally producing a flask, which he tossed to Morin. Drink this, it will warm you up. But we aren't of age to consume alcohol, Morin protested. His hair plastered to his forehead as he pushed it aside, shaking his head to rid himself of the rainwater, hesitating. Are you really that rule-abiding? Yet you still managed to sneak out of school. Anak retorted gruffly. Morin feigned a blush. This is Dragon Fire Elixir. Brewed with the flames of a fire dragon I personally summoned. Many covet it, but few can obtain it. And here you are being choosy, Anak declared. Morin, taken aback by Anak's words, recalled how they typically brewed potions in class using ordinary flames. He had heard Professor Francis mention that potions brewed with the flames of certain magical creatures were more potent. Among these, the flames of phoenixes and fire dragons were undoubtedly the finest. Yet, how could an ordinary wizard acquire such rare phoenixes, let alone control a temperamental fire dragon? Those dragons, when enraged, could resist even the simplest of stunning spells. Morin imagined Anak using the Cruciatus Curse to subdue a fire dragon, forcing it to obediently sit beneath the cauldron while Anak tapped its head with his cane, prompting the dragon to exhale flames, and then tapping again to have it dutifully close its mouth, innocently blinking its eyes. While the image was peculiar, Morin reminded himself that such a possibility was not far-fetched. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his curiosity about Anak deepened. After all, not everyone had the capability to command a fire dragon for potion brewing. He uncorked the flask and took a sip. The Dragon Fire Elixir was not alcoholic. It was a peculiar potion, warm and enveloping, spreading down his throat and into his stomach. He felt his blood simmering, as if it were about to ignite, his skin radiating heat, and even his hair standing on end. Mr. Anak, why does this feel so unbearable? Morin exclaimed, astonished to discover an uncontrollable energy building within him, the rainwater evaporating off him, leaving him feeling scalding. His once drenched clothes now dry, almost as if they were on the verge of combustion. Anak was taken aback. You, how much did you drink? Not much, just a sip. Who told you to take a sip? I only instructed you to take a drop. Anak's expression shifted to one of concern, showing greater apprehension for his potion than for Morin's predicament. You should have said so earlier. Quick, help me. I feel like I'm about to burst into flames. Oh no, I already am. Morin exclaimed, the rainwater evaporating into steam around him, enveloping him in a cloud of mist. What should I do? He felt he could endure no longer. With a vigorous flick of his wand, flames erupted uncontrollably, a torrent of scorching fire spewing forth, vibrant red and frenzied, swirling in the air, culminating in the formation of a massive fire dragon that roared amidst the downpour, swiftly turning to collide with a nearby tree. Boom! The grand camphor tree, drenched by the rain, ignited fiercely under the assault of the fire dragon, transforming within moments into a blazing inferno, the leaves crackling and emitting sharp hissing sounds, the rain failing to extinguish its flames. Oh dear, this is dire. Morin stared, taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. Be careful. That is the century-old camphor tree of Hogsmeade, with a rich history. Anak sprang to his feet, this time not facing the flames empty-handed. He drew a brown wand from his pocket, pointing it at the camphor tree and making a swift gesture. The uncontrolled flames were drawn into his wand, gradually vanishing. leaving the tree charred and barren. The ferocious flames had a daunting presence, the heat emanating from them instilling a sense of dread in Molin, who could not fathom how he had conjured such terrifying fire. Does this count as a success? Molin asked uncertainly, his tumultuous energy having dissipated after the flames, albeit at the cost of the unfortunate camphor tree. Success? The camphor tree is reduced to ash. Arnok rushed to the now leafless tree, lightly poking its trunk with his wand, the bark readily peeling away. Burned to the core, I hope it can still be saved. Arnok crouched down and tapped the ground with his wand. After a brief moment, a half-dead tree root emerged from the earth, no larger than a thumb and still faintly emitting smoke, appearing scalding hot. Is my flame truly that formidable? Molin inquired, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Your unfortunate flame incinerated it from the inside out, leaving only this small remnant, Arnok replied, pulling out a slender purple glass vial from his pocket with great effort. The vial's neck stretched over 30 centimeters long. Molin couldn't help but ponder what other items might be hidden within Arnok's diminutive pocket. He resolved to learn the extension charm himself one day. Arnok poured a few drops of a purple potion from the elongated vial onto the charred root, which then split open, sprouting a few green shoots before beginning to grow roots that burrowed back into the soil. Slowly, new branches emerged from the ashes of the burned tree, and leaves gradually unfurled. In less than 10 seconds, a grand camphor tree had taken shape. Fortunately, it is quite resilient. It has pulled through, Arnok remarked as he tucked the vial back into his pocket and sheathed his wand, returning to his seat. Molin, intrigued, gazed at Arnok's pocket and asked, what potion is this? How can it bring a tree back to life? He recalled from herbology class that certain spells could revive withered plants, yet most were limited in effect, particularly for a tree as charred as the one Molin had scorched. It would typically be sentenced to death, beyond the reach of any potion or incantation. Yet Arnok had remarkably succeeded in restoring a segment of the root, a feat indeed. This is the rare herb restoration elixir, brewed from the flames of a phoenix reborn from its ashes. You must understand that phoenixes are even more difficult to control than fire dragons. I had to borrow it from Dumbledore. Never mind that. Continue without wasting my potion. Arnok lamented over his precious elixir. Molin, with an apologetic expression, felt his body temperature drop. The rain would no longer evaporate, and his clothes grew damp once more. With a gentle flick of his wand, flames flickered to life again, only to be extinguished by the rain with a soft pop. Could you spare me another drop? Molin asked, hope gleaming in his eyes. Arnok responded with a light tap of his cane against Molin. No means no. Hitting someone dampens the spirit, Molin muttered, though the tap was harmless, and he took no offense. Molin attempted over 50 times. Each time a flicker of flame emerged. It was swiftly snuffed out by the rain before it could evolve into a fireball. After roughly an hour, the small flame he conjured finally endured the rain. Though it was no larger than a fingernail, resembling a flickering candlelight trembling amid the storm, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his progress. At least he could now summon flames unafraid of water. Mr. Arnok, I have succeeded, Molin exclaimed, only to find Arnok snoring in his chair. Bored to the point of slumber, Molin roused Arnok, who yawned and, bleary-eyed, asked, did you succeed? A little bit, Molin replied, showcasing the tiny flame at the tip of his wand. He felt a tinge of embarrassment. Compared to Arnok's free-spirited firebird, his little flame appeared rather meager. Arnok stretched lazily, observing the small flame on Morin's wand, and nodded slightly. Not bad. I thought you wouldn't succeed until evening. You've exceeded expectations with more practice. Your fire magic will not falter in future duels. Molin flicked his wand again, causing the flames to rise slightly before dwindling once more. Mr. Arnok, why do you always speak of dueling? Shouldn't the purpose of learning magic in this era be for something other than combat? At school, they primarily studied practical charms and transfigurations, such as the folding charm and the levitation charm, transforming pens into spoons for emergencies. Aside from the dark arts defense class, which educated students on how to counter dark magic, little emphasis was placed on combat. Arnok replied nonchalantly, better safe than sorry. Who knows what currents lurk beneath the surface of peace? I teach you magic because I find you likable. Come here to learn every week. I have little else to do, and it serves to pass the time. But what if I have commitments on the weekends? You know I have assignments to complete at school, Molin countered. Arnok rummaged in his clothing pocket for a moment, producing 2 palm-sized sheets of parchment that appeared remarkably smooth. He handed one to Molin, saying, if you come, use this to notify me. Write on the parchment, and I will see it here. Arnok then took out a quill and drew a silly face on his parchment. Suddenly, Morin's parchment began to tremble, startling him, as a similar face appeared on his own. Quite impressive. I haven't used this in ages, and it still works, Arnok remarked, pleased as he stowed away the quill. What if the parchment fills up? Moore inquired, searching his pocket for his own quill. He too attempted to write his name, prompting Arnok's parchment to shake violently, indicating a message had arrived. And soon his parchment displayed the same words. Once you've finished writing, you can swipe your wand across it, and the writing will vanish automatically, Arnok explained. Morin tucked the parchment away and continued, then, Mr. Arnok, could you now tell me the whereabouts of Sir Cadogan's residence? Arnok stood, stretching his limbs and playfully winking with his bright blue eyes. I've already told you, it's the Shrieking Shack outside Hogsmeade. But you said it wasn't there last time. Morin replied, puzzled. Did I say that? I merely advised you not to trust strangers. Arnok yawned again and added, the last remaining descendant of Sir Cadogan passed away 50 or 60 years ago. It's merely an empty house now. If you wish to explore a haunted house, feel free to do so on your own. I'm leaving. And what about my eyes? Morin's query was interrupted by a loud pop, as Arnok vanished from sight. Who was it that said not to apparate in Hogsmeade? Morin couldn't help but murmur to himself. Chapter 91. The Shrieking Shack. Perched on a hill outside Hogsmeade, there stands a solitary house reputed to be the most haunted location in England, so much so that even the original inhabitants of Hogsmeade dare not venture near. After the rain ceased, Morin politely inquired of a small-eyed wizard clad in a snakeskin coat about the location of the Shrieking Shack. Follow the street away from Hogsmeade. There's a small slope, and when you climb it, you'll see the house. Just look from a distance. Do not approach, for terrible things reside within, the small-eyed wizard warned. What sort of terrible things? Morin asked. Spirits, vampires, werewolves, anything you can imagine lurks inside, the small-eyed wizard replied with utmost seriousness. Unsure whether to believe him, Morin thanked the wizard and proceeded along the village street, heading outward. Due to the recent downpour, there were no inquisitive students in the vicinity, and thus Morin encountered no one along his way. In the distance, an old, dilapidated house perched atop a mountain, with a hole in one corner of its eaves. Green vines completely enveloped the walls of the ramshackle structure, and all the doors and windows were securely nailed shut. The surrounding weeds thrived, towering to half a person's height. Morin glanced around, noting the absence of others, before crouching down and weaving through the tall grass, trudging through the muddy ground until he approached the dilapidated abode. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the wind rustling and the sound of water droplets cascading from the eaves, creating a stark clarity in the tranquil mountain air. Morin, possessing considerable courage, harbored no fear of vengeful spirits or werewolves. He believed that souls generally lacked aggression, and werewolves could only transform during a full moon. As for vampires, he had just procured a clove of garlic from the peculiar vegetable shop in Hogsmeade. He hoped it would prove effective. Morin located the front door of the dilapidated house and tapped it with his wand, exclaiming, Alohomora, yet the door appeared to be sealed by some enchantment, refusing to budge. Circling the house, he noticed a wooden plank that was on the verge of falling off, originally intended to seal a window, the glass of which had long since shattered. He pulled the plank off with great effort and crawled through the small window, landing on a creaky floor soaked by rainwater, the grime transformed into mud by the moisture, rendering the entire ground floor damp and uninviting. A flickering glow emanated from the tip of Morin's wand, slightly dispelling the shadows. The ceiling above dripped rhythmically, likely due to leaks, and the sound echoed hauntingly in the empty space. He had entered a bedroom, which contained a broken bed, its slats entirely missing, leaving only a wooden frame. Beside it stood a crooked wardrobe, which, having lost one of its legs to rodents, leaned precariously against the wall, one door ajar. Morin approached with caution, wary of stepping on the fragile floorboards that appeared ready to splinter at any moment. If this were indeed the residence of Sir Cadogan, perhaps his portrait might be hidden nearby. He moved toward the leaning wardrobe and gently opened the other door. Suddenly, with a cacophony of shrill cries, a swarm of tiny figures erupted from the wardrobe, flapping their wings and charging toward Morin. These diminutive creatures, no larger than a hand, were entirely covered in thick black fur, revealing rows of sharp teeth and clawed fingers. Alas, they were the mischievous pixies. Quick to react, Morin cast a spell, Petri Ficus Totalis, and the first two pixies fell to the floor with a thud. However, the remaining 10 or so continued their relentless advance. Incendio. Morin's wand unleashed a torrent of flames, the fire radiating intense heat, causing the pixies to shriek and scatter. Without the rain to douse it, his flames proved formidable. Satisfied, he guided the flames to drive the pixies away. They resembled tiny monkeys with wings, preferring to hide in dark, damp corners, evidently fearful of fire. Upon inspecting the wardrobe, Morin discovered a nest of young pixies, still without fur, plump and unable to fly, scurrying in a panic within the confines of the wardrobe. "You are fortunate," he mused. He had no intention of exterminating the pixies. While pests, he was not there for pest control. He examined the entirety of the room, finding no picture frames or similar artifacts, and exited the bedroom to the main hall. A musty odor assaulted his senses in the main hall, where the floor was covered with a carpet that must have been laid years ago, now riddled with moth holes rendering its patterns indistinguishable. Scattered about were several chairs and tables, missing limbs and askew. The walls, adorned with nearly decayed paper, bore peculiar claw marks that distinctly resembled those of a werewolf. Morin even spotted multiple bite marks on the back of a chair. After scrutinizing the ground floor for any anomalies, he stumbled upon a hidden passage beneath the carpet. This must be the secret passage James mentioned in relation to the Marauders map. Morin lifted the wooden board concealing the passage and peered inside, a wave of putrid odor overwhelming him, prompting him to quickly replace the board. This tunnel likely led beneath the Whomping Willow to Hogwarts, and he deemed it unnecessary to traverse this route back to school. He ascended the rickety staircase to the second floor, where the door appeared severely warped, as if battered by some force. The room inside was a chaotic mess, containing a four-poster bed akin to those in their school, now collapsed. Is this really Sir Cadogan's home? Morin pondered, perplexed. Descending the stairs with a sigh, he began to lose hope, contemplating that perhaps Sir Cadogan had not left behind a final portrait, rendering his journey futile. Unwilling to concede, Morin conducted another thorough search of the house, yet found no frames. Just as he resolved to leave the way he came, a faint creak echoed through the house, seemingly emanating from beneath the stairs. The sound was so unexpected that it sent a jolt of tension through Morin. Upon entering, the only noises had been the creaking of wood and the sound of dripping water. Then, faint footsteps echoed from below the stairs, creaking against the floorboards. Those were human footsteps. Who could it be? Morin raised his wand warily, directing it toward the shadowy recesses beneath the stairs. Thoughts of werewolves, vengeful spirits, and vampires flickered through his mind. He quickly dismissed the notion of werewolves, unperturbed by ghosts. That left only vampires. But weren't they considered animals? With one hand gripping the garlic, his wand was poised for defense. "It's me." A figure slowly emerged from the shadows beneath the stairs, illuminated by the faint glow of Morin's wand. Morin's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the person before him. "Professor Charles, what are you doing here?" Morin questioned, bewildered, gazing at the composed, smiling professor, momentarily at a loss for words. Encountering Professor Charles, his Muggle studies teacher, in such a setting was far more alarming than confronting a werewolf or ghost. "Professor, what brings you here?" Morin felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had violated school rules by sneaking out, and now he risked being caught red-handed by a faculty member. The consequences could be dire, especially considering his lackluster performance in Muggle studies. He was hardly a favored student, and a lengthy detention loomed ominously on the horizon. Yet he was perplexed. Why was Professor Charles here? Was he also searching for Sir Cadogan? Professor Charles continued to regard Morin with a smile. "Morin, first-year students should not sneak out of campus. Upon your return, I shall inform your dean of this incident, and you will face severe punishment." The professor, while admonishing Morin, maintained an unsettling grin which, illuminated by the glow of Morin's wand, appeared particularly sinister. A chilling breeze swept through the surroundings, causing Morin to involuntarily shiver. "Professor." Morin's mind raced as he sought a suitable excuse. Yet, for a moment, it felt as if his thoughts had stalled, leaving him devoid of any justification. Instead, his mind conjured the memory of encountering Professor Charles in the 7th floor corridor during last week's Quidditch match. At that time, Morin had been searching for clues, while Professor Charles had been conversing with a painting on the wall, a peculiar incident that had struck Morin as odd. Now, with the professor's sudden appearance in this location, could it be that he was indeed connected to the disappearance of Sir Cadogan? A pang of apprehension gripped Morin as he contemplated recent occurrences. If Professor Charles had discerned his investigations, what would become of him? "Indeed, you are quite astute. Intelligent individuals seldom survive." Professor Charles, still smiling, raised his wand and pointed it at Morin. Morin's heart raced. The professor was indeed about to strike. As a first-year student with limited magical knowledge, he found himself facing a seasoned wizard, an experienced professor, with little hope of success. Yet, summoned by an inexplicable courage, he decided to take the initiative. Petrificus Totalis. A blinding white light shot forth, striking Professor Charles in the chest. Caught off guard, the professor stumbled backward, crashing against the stairs and creating a hole in the wooden steps. "Wait," Is he actually down? Molin was momentarily taken aback, despite his proficiency with the petrification charm. It seemed improbable that he could genuinely incapacitate Professor Charles. Surely the professor would have been able to subdue him before the spell took effect. Slowly, Professor Charles rose from a splintered wood of the stairs, still smiling at Molin, now holding a textbook on Muggle studies. Molin, you must compose a 20-inch essay on the differences between Muggle computers and televisions, due tomorrow, or I shall have to eliminate you. What? Molin stared in astonishment at Professor Charles, bewildered by the peculiar statement at such a critical juncture. Shouldn't the professor have cast a binding spell on him instead? No, you are not Professor Charles. Molin suddenly realized that the real Professor Charles could not be so easily defeated, and the likelihood of him appearing in this place and recognizing Molin was exceedingly slim, let alone presenting him with an essay on Muggle studies, a subject he dreaded. You are a boggart. His grandfather had once told him that boggarts transformed into the most feared objects in a person's mind. What was the incantation again? Ah, right, ridiculous. Molin pointed his wand at the figure of Professor Charles, and with a flick, the professor dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Molin exhaled in relief, secretly wiping his brow. The sudden emergence of Professor Charles from the dark staircase had indeed startled him. Fortunately, he was familiar with the concept of a boggart. He had once hidden one in his attic, which Alton had personally dealt with. Given the gloom of this place, long abandoned and dubbed a haunted house, it was likely that the presence of a boggart had contributed to its eerie reputation. Molin pondered that if a particularly curious wizard were to venture here and encounter a boggart, it would transform into their most feared entity, perhaps a vampire, causing them to flee in terror, thus perpetuating even more sinister rumors. However, Molin furrowed his brow once more, feeling a headache at the thought of a boggart presenting an essay on Muggle studies. Yet, he found it surprising that it had taken the form of Professor Charles. How peculiar! Professor Charles was genuinely a kind individual, Molin mused. Yet, deep down, he was indeed troubled by the matter. Ever since seeing Professor Charles in the 7th floor corridor, something had felt amiss. While everyone else was engrossed in the Quidditch match, Morin's presence in the corridor had a purpose. Why had Professor Charles been there? His greatest fear was uncovering that the mastermind behind it all was a teacher, leaving him utterly powerless. I sincerely hope it is not him. Otherwise, I may not be so fortunate next time. Molin thought, recalling that the boggart had transformed into Professor Charles. Yet boggarts did not cast spells, while the real Professor Charles was a highly experienced wizard. With a mere flick of his wand, Morin's fate could be sealed. He steadied his breath, preparing to leave the dilapidated shack when suddenly, a low, faint hissing sound emanated from the staircase where the boggart had just appeared, casting an eerie aura in the darkness. Could there be another boggart? Molin hesitated, cautiously approaching the source of the sound. The light from his wand dispelled the shadows beneath the stairs, revealing a hidden door ajar. It seemed the boggart had emerged from there. The hissing noise was indeed coming from within this secret passage. What could this mean? Did this house harbor 2 hidden pathways? Molin glanced at the wooden door on the other side of the hall, covered by a carpet, that must lead to the school. He then looked back at the dark door beneath the stairs. Where did this lead? Should he venture down to investigate? After a moment's contemplation, he reasoned that since he had come this far, there was no reason to fear. If the boggart could reside there, why should he hesitate? With that thought, he crouched down and made his way toward the concealed door behind the staircase. However, just then, the rotting floorboards beneath him gave way, and with a crash, Molin fell through, landing heavily below. His disguise hat was knocked off, and his wand skittered away, extinguishing its light and plunging the area into darkness. As he grimaced in pain, the chilling hissing sound suddenly echoed right beside him. Chapter 93. The Storm Approaches. The hissing was alarmingly close, resonating in the darkness, reminiscent of some dreadful entity whispering in his ear, sending shivers down his spine. What in the world? Molin gasped, frantically searching for his wand. Without it, he felt utterly vulnerable. He was no Enoch, a wizard capable of casting spells barehanded. Lumos, he called out, hoping to reignite his wand's light, but to no avail. It had vanished into the abyss. In his desperation, he shouted, Incendio! Molin was momentarily taken aback, as a flickering flame unexpectedly ignited at the tip of his index finger, reminiscent of a candle's weak glow, casting a faint illumination around him. Can I now manipulate fire with my bare hands? He sat upright, discovering beneath him a pair of decayed, crushed wooden planks that emitted a foul, putrid odor, sharp and unpleasant. Yet he paid it no heed, instead focusing intently on the flame dancing at his fingertip, intrigued to the point of forgetting the strange sound of breathing nearby. Enoch had been correct. The power of casting spells without a wand was indeed inferior to that wielded with one. With a wand, He could conjure a fierce conflagration, but without it, the magic felt clumsy, producing only a pitiful little flame, easily extinguishable. When the sound of breathing arose again, Molin snapped back to reality, hastily scanning his surroundings. By the dim light of the flame, he located his wand among the shattered wood, extinguished the flame on his fingertip, and summoned a soft glow from the wand. The wand's light was far more radiant than the flicker of fire. Upon surveying his surroundings, he realized he seemed to be in the basement of the Screaming Shack, a place that appeared long untouched, damp and dark, with the remnants of a recent rain still seeping in, rendering the floor exceedingly wet. Scattered about were various pieces of dilapidated furniture, haphazardly strewn, some covered with tattered cloth thick with dust. To his astonishment, he even spotted a skeletal frame of a dog-headed serpent, strung together, leaving him uncertain whether it was genuine bone or merely an ornament. He listened intently and discerned that the sound of breathing was emanating from beneath a ragged chair shrouded in fabric nearby. He gazed warily at the cloth, only for the sound to abruptly cease. Transfiguring his surroundings, Molin cast a spell to remove the fabric, which stirred up a cloud of dust that stung his senses. To his surprise, he uncovered a picture frame, heavily coated in dust and grime. Could it be? Struggling, he extracted the large painting and with a flick of his wand, murmured a cleansing charm, sweeping away the dust from the canvas. Treacherous traitor, why cover my mouth? Do you think silencing me will allow you to carry out your vile deeds unchallenged? I tell you, a valiant knight shall never cease to burn with fervor. Sir Cadogan exclaimed from the painting, shaking his fist. Good heavens, you are truly here? Molin exclaimed joyfully, having searched the Screaming Shack for what felt like an eternity, only to find this fellow forgotten in the basement. Upon seeing Molin, Sir Cadogan lowered his fist. Ah, it is you, my loyal comrade. Have you come to rescue me? Molin diligently cleared the dust surrounding Sir Cadogan's frame, noticing that the background of this portrait mirrored that of the one at Hogwarts, albeit missing a horse. His temperamental steed was evidently roaming the walls of Hogwarts, having not accompanied him here. The reason Sir Cadogan had been breathing heavily was that he had been attempting to blow away the dust that had obscured him, rendering him unable to speak. That scoundrel, that despicable wretch, seized my sword while I was unawares, ravaging my land, Sir Cadogan exclaimed angrily, picking up a wooden sword from the ground. A hat woven from grass adorning his head in a rather ridiculous manner. His original sword and helmet had been destroyed in the earlier painting, and Molin recalled having seen fragments of that painting, including the hilt of the sword and half of the helmet, during his last encounter. Molin, filled with urgency, inquired, "Who was that man? You must have seen him, right?" This was the very reason he had sought out Sir Cadogan. If the knight had not witnessed the man, it would be incomprehensible for him to have been so carelessly undone. "Indeed, I saw him," Sir Cadogan declared, swinging the wooden sword with such vigor that his grass hat was inadvertently knocked off. He hastily picked it up and donned it once more, furiously continuing, "That scoundrel, using vile tactics, defiled a classic work of art with his bloodied hands. I have discerned his identity." Dark clouds began to coalesce once more, as wind and rain surged down from the heavens, washing over the entirety of Hogsmeade, lightning tearing through the clouds, as if the gloomy firmament had opened its eyes. Coldly surveying the earth below, it appeared this storm had only just begun. Anak stood on the balcony of the shack, gazing at the bustling crowd on the distant street, murmuring to himself. Some witches and wizards hurried past, umbrellas in hand, while those without resorted to extending their wands overhead to conjure a transparent canopy. Others simply transformed their wands into enormous bubbles to shield themselves from the elements. Wizards capable of apparition had long since returned home, while students unable to perform the spell or conjure a rain-shielding charm were peering anxiously from storefronts, pondering how to return to school. "Yes, it has only just begun," an elderly woman beside Anak remarked, a crystal ball floating in her left hand, its center swirling with mist, reminiscent of clouds, with lightning flickering within. "Did you see anything?" Anak turned to the woman, noticing that the playful glimmer in her clear blue eyes had been replaced with a profound depth, enigmatic and unfathomable. The woman shook her head. "I see nothing, absolutely nothing. I can glimpse the conclusion of the battle from 21 years ago, but the future of this matter eludes me." "Is it because of this boy?" "Indeed, because of this boy." She nodded, her green eyes resembling an unfathomable cosmos, hazy like the mist within a crystal ball. "How peculiar, is it not?" Anak replied with a knowing smile. "Some are destined to exist solely to vanquish the Dark Lord, referred to as the Chosen One. Their futures can be foreseen. Yet, others exist without understanding their purpose, and no one can predict their fate. Can you not assist him?" The woman queried. "That child born in late July, guided by Dumbledore, though his path is fraught with challenges, ultimately triumphed over Voldemort. But what of this child? Dumbledore is not present. Anak shook his head. I have already been aiding him. You are merely teaching him the basics of magic, the woman retorted, poised to say more. That is sufficient. Anak interjected with a yawn, interrupting her. You know we cannot intervene, just as we did not interfere with Dumbledore's affairs. We must remain observers, not participants, understand? Besides, does the school not have a divination teacher? Cassandra's great-granddaughter, perhaps? A hint of disdain crossed the woman's face. Her divination skills are hardly noteworthy. She foretold the survival of the boy who lived. Oh, silence, old man, the woman replied, annoyed. How dare you mention that? Anak chuckled like a mischievous child. I know you saw that outcome in your precious crystal ball before she did. Indeed, I foresaw the boy's survival long ago, but I prefer not to broadcast my visions. The woman huffed before expressing her concern. Yet, I cannot see anything regarding this child named Molin, which troubles me greatly. I find myself rather fond of him. Although he appears somewhat dim-witted, his intellect is quite sharp. Today, during his display of flame magic, things spiraled out of control. Anak, in a contemplative manner, remarked, that rogue flame was rather formidable. I had no choice but to extinguish those terrifying flames with my wand. While instructing Molin in the art of magic, Anak rarely resorted to his wand, only calling upon it for the first time when quelling the flames. His magic went awry? How did that happen? The elderly woman exclaimed in astonishment. He took but a sip of the potion I concocted with fire dragon essence. Ha ha, a sip. The old woman cried out, visibly irate. Is that something one can merely sip? What nonsense, old man. He didn't catch fire, did he? No, he is quite unique. I simply neglected to inform him. Anak winked, regaining his former playfulness. His bright, clear eyes belied his age, lending him an air of vitality. Then, Anak deftly shifted the topic. Have you discerned any signs of the Dark Awakening? Indeed, I informed you of this 2 months prior. The source of time is in disarray, and it is there as well. However, I cannot discern the mastermind behind the entire affair. I suspect it is due to this child's entanglement, which has obscured the truths I ought to perceive. The elderly woman spoke gravely. So, you wish to avoid meeting him, fearing that what you might see will be even less. Anak chuckled once more. The old woman shot him a glare. Indeed, you have interacted with him. Hence you shall sleep on the sofa tonight. Otherwise, you may inadvertently disrupt my perceptions. Anak's smile faltered, his beard bristling with indignation. How outrageous. Why not you sleep on the sofa instead? I shall be sleepless. The old woman disregarded Anak's outburst and continued. I've seen a number of amnesiac students. They have been subjected to a most peculiar and malevolent form of magic. After much contemplation, I surmise that it could be the doing of that individual. Who? Voldemort? Grindelwald? Neither. It is someone else entirely, a remarkably discreet individual who ought not to be in the fray. The old woman spun her crystal ball, within which hazy mist began to swirl and eventually coalesce into a castle perched precariously on a towering cliff, none other than Hogwarts. Chapter 94. The Painter of Ruin. Are you certain it is this person? Morin's heart surged with trepidation, for his worst fears had indeed come to pass. Yes, it is that individual, the hypocritical professor from the academy. Sir Cadogan exclaimed, brandishing his wooden sword in righteous fury. Professor Charles. But he is a teacher, is he not? Morin questioned uncertainly. A teacher would not deface the portraits within the school. Recalling the incident in the 7th floor corridor and his recent encounter with a boggart, Morin felt a sudden dryness in his throat. Could it truly be Professor Charles orchestrating this sinister scheme? If so, what could his motives be? I have witnessed the truth clearly, exclaimed the valiant knight. That day, I rode forth upon my steed to expand our territories. Morin interpreted this as Sir Cadogan's quest to locate a runaway dwarf horse. Upon my return, I found the portrait ensnared in a broom cupboard. Professor Charles raised his blade against me, and all I had fought to claim was reduced to ashes, forcing me to retreat to this sunless abyss. Sir Cadogan lamented. This place is rife with decaying memories, and the shameless earth nearly suffocates me, rendering me voiceless in my cries for help. But you can still breathe. Indeed, as long as I draw breath, I shall expel the filth of this world and unveil the truth. Sir Cadogan declared passionately, though his unsteady form caused the wooden sword he leaned upon to snap, resulting in a rather undignified tumble to the ground. Did you witness that man was indeed Professor Charles, or were there discrepancies? Perhaps you merely recognized his visage, but his demeanor did not align? Morin inquired. This detail held great significance, for Morin was aware that Polyjuice Potion could impersonate another perfectly, yet certain habits and qualities of individuals were inimitable. I cannot say for certain. I do not know him well, Sir Cadogan replied as he rose, retrieving his splintered wooden sword and applying a bit of his own saliva to the broken edge, astonishingly rejoining it. Morin wished to inquire whether the knight's saliva was an adhesive of sorts, but considering both the sword and Sir Cadogan were figments of a painting, he refrained from asking. Sir Cadogan swung the wooden sword once more, furrowing his brow. However, your words do evoke a sense of something amiss. He bore a certain familiar essence, akin to that of blood. Yes, blood. The essence of blood? What does that signify? Morin queried in astonishment. Did he have blood on his hands? Could he have committed murder? It is not the blood you envision. It is the blood of all those within the portraits. The exalted, noble essence flowing through our painted beings, Sir Cadogan proclaimed. Oh, Morin grasped the implication. You mean the pigment used for painting? Pray, do not employ such crude terminology to describe our blood. Sir Cadogan intoned earnestly. We shall not refer to it as mere pigment. We shall call it blood. My valiant comrade, if we cannot eradicate the treacherous fiends, I would rather ignite our blood to create smoke and meet our foes in fiery confrontation. But how could Professor Charles possess pigment? Morin pondered aloud. The essence of blood? Sir Cadogan's demeanor grew grave. Perhaps he has targeted the other denizens of the castle. I am not the first. This demon, whose hands are stained with noble blood. Morin found himself at a loss for understanding. He illuminated his wand and retrieved his disguise hat from the ground. My valiant comrade, lead me back to the battlefield, Sir Cadogan declared, waving his wooden sword. I must confront that duplicitous wretch directly, even in death. I shall do so with great fervor. That is unwise. Morin shook his head. No one will believe your claims, considering you. Morin hesitated, initially intending to label Sir Cadogan as mad, but revised his words. Many may not comprehend your perspective on warfare. Would they? They would not believe you, let alone support your accusations against the professor. Do you think the headmaster would trust your words? Sir Cadogan spent his days challenging students within the castle, uttering peculiar phrases. Morin surmised that even Sir Cadogan's descendants would likely shy away from his erratic proclamations, resulting in his exile to this realm. Sir Cadogan's arguments lacked persuasion. Morin would not foolishly dash into the headmaster's office brandishing a painting to accuse Professor Charles of conspiracy, particularly since he had no inkling of what the professor was truly up to. Shall we allow the treacherous fiends to roam freely? Sir Cadogan voiced his discontent. I am uncertain, but you cannot accuse him. It would be far simpler if you acted more rationally. At least not now. Let me think. Morin exerted considerable effort to lift Sir Cadogan, a task made arduous by the knight's considerable size, equivalent to at least half of his own stature. He dragged Sir Cadogan's portrait out of the basement, the staircase creaking precariously beneath him, necessitating utmost caution to avoid a misstep that could send him tumbling back down. Your frame is too large. I wonder if I might employ a shrinking spell to fit you in my pocket, though I have yet to learn such a charm, murmured Morin hesitantly, clutching his wand in the corridor of the shed. Fear not to cast your magic. I have unwavering faith in my comrades, Sir Cadogan proclaimed with noble resolve. Then I should best practice a bit first. Morin pulled over a broken leg of a chair, lightly tapping it with his wand while whispering, shrink, shrink swiftly. With a sudden bang, the chair leg ballooned, expanding to the size of table. Oh, why has it grown larger? Morin lamented. Alas, I recall the incantation but not the precise wand movements. How many degrees to rotate, whether to flick or not? As he pondered, the piece of wood he had enlarged shattered abruptly, turning into a heap of sawdust. Sir Cadogan gasped in alarm and nervously suggested, My dear comrade, while I do not doubt your abilities, might we reconsider other methods? No worries, I learn spells swiftly, but failures are a rite of passage. If only my textbook were here, it surely contains the necessary wand motions. Suddenly, Morin remembered the parchment. Of course, Mr. Enoch. Fortunately, I have my quill. He retrieved the folded parchment and quill from his pocket, inscribing, Mr. Enoch, could you please inform me of the wand movements required for the shrinking spell? He was uncertain whether Enoch would see it, merely hoping for a fortuitous discovery of his message. Luck was on his side. As 2 minutes later the parchment began to pulsate with energy, and upon grasping it, it ceased its movement. A line of text appeared. Rotate clockwise 271 degrees. Then give a flick. A moving encyclopedia. Splendid. Morin grasped his wand anew, and this time, after only 2 attempts, he successfully reduced the chair leg to the size of his quill. His ability to master spells more swiftly than others stemmed from his adept control of the wand. His movements strikingly precise. All set, Sir Cadogan. I have mastered the shrinking spell, Morin declared with confidence. Chapter 95, Doubt. Morin sprinted through the torrential rain. With the shrunken Sir Cadogan safely tucked in his pocket, hurrying toward the farm, and arriving at the dilapidated shack, where he took the mine cart back to school. On the cart, he casually extracted his wand to dry himself off. When we return, you shall remain quietly in my cabinet, neither speaking nor running amok. Molin instructed the palm-sized Sir Cadogan. Are you truly going to charge in a battle alone, leaving me to merely survive? I am not that kind of person. Sir Cadogan retorted gallantly. You possess but one life. Should you roam freely and encounter Professor Charles, it would spell your doom, Molin warned. Sir Cadogan recognized the truth in Morin's words and replied, Then might I reunite with my steed? I wish to prepare for battle, practice tactics, and ready myself for future confrontations. At last ventured out to scout the enemy, and cannot return from other portraits. To be honest, Molin continued as the minecart came to a halt, casting a slowing charm upon himself as he disembarked. I believe your steed prefers wandering. The grass in your portrait does not suit its palate, so do not fret for it. He tapped the wall, and Lulu eagerly approached, offering him a bowl of fruit jam and inquiring if he would like some. Molin felt it would be impolite to refuse such enthusiasm, so he accepted a large bowl of fruit jam along with several chicken leg cakes. Lulu's packaging was a cleverly folded magical food bag that could transform into a standard plate shape, preventing the meal from becoming a jumble. Designed for students who often snuck into the kitchen. Thank you, Lulu, Molin said, leaving the underground kitchen and sprinting toward the dormitory. It was dinner time, and he need not venture to the hall, as this would suffice for his meal. Upon returning to his dormitory, he placed the shrunken portrait of Sir Cadogan on his nightstand, sternly warning him to remain silent, or he would be locked in the cabinet, which made Sir Cadogan considerably more compliant. When Hugo returned, Molin recounted the events concerning Sir Cadogan. Is it truly Professor Charles? Hugo questioned, eyeing the palm-sized Sir Cadogan with skepticism. Can we trust the words of this diminutive figure? Diminutive? Sir Cadogan bristled, feeling insulted. Who do you refer to as diminutive? You red-eared imp. Have you not seen my valor on the battlefield? My gallant spirit would induce your shame. Is he perhaps a fool? Hugo scoffed. Draw your sword. You arrogant, ignorant little redhead. Sir Cadogan unsheathed his wooden sword, ready to duel Hugo, prompting Molin to simply turn the portrait around, forcing him to face the wall. Do you genuinely believe his words? Hugo inquired with a furrowed brow. Truth be told, our Muggle studies assignments have been abysmal. Yet Professor Charles has not made things difficult for us. He's a good man, is he not? Molin replied, I am uncertain, but since this presents a lead, we must investigate further. We can investigate, but we must ensure he remains unaware, Hugo cautioned. Otherwise, we shall never pass our Muggle studies assignments again. The following week was marked by incessant rain, and on Saturday, a match against Ravenclaw was scheduled. Bach insisted on training in the downpour, believing it likely to rain on that day as well. Besides Quidditch practice, Molin had to contend with his magical courses. He felt a slight relief that the continuous gray skies would likely result in the cancellation of their astronomy class, as it was impossible to observe stars at night, sparing him from yet another scolding from Professor Sinistra. However, Molin was mistaken, for Professor Sinistra had procured a new batch of brass telescopes. These are the newly invented cloud-piercing telescopes, boasting extraordinary penetrating power to see through clouds. Thus even inclement weather shall not hinder our study of the celestial realm. Professor Sinistra proclaimed, waving her wand to conjure a transparent magical canopy above the tower, shielding them from the chilling rain. These telescopes are promotional items provided free for our school's use, yet they are merely for demonstration and cannot last long. Thus, you should all purchase this brand of brass telescope. Molin sighed. Even if he acquired the most advanced telescopes with 1,000-fold magnification, they would not correct the peculiar star charts, and the positions would remain misaligned, offering him no surprises, while Professor Sinistra's critiques were ever present. In addition to the dreadful weather, he found himself lost in thought during Muggle studies. Each time he glimpsed Professor Charles's gentle smile, he felt an odd sensation, convinced that behind that warm facade lurked a cold, sinister visage. Professor has given us both an excellent mark on our assignments. My goodness, it's the first time I've received an excellent in Muggle studies, Hugo exclaimed, nearly brought to tears. Their usual ramblings on Muggle essays had barely managed to scrape by with passing grades. Professor Charles had never given them failing marks, nor had he awarded them excessively high scores. Perhaps it is due to our shared magical talent for drawing. Molin gazed at his paper. Last week's Muggle Studies assignment required him to compose an essay on the differences between Muggles and wizards. He and Hugo had concocted an elaborate fabrication, and to their astonishment, they received an excellent grade. This attested to Professor Charles's discerning eye. Hugo whispered, just think about it. How could such a person possibly conspire against us? Molin echoed his sentiment, hoping it wasn't true. He cast another glance at Professor Charles, a gentleman of impeccable poise and amiable demeanor, and found it hard to fathom how such a man could tarnish the works of Sir Cadogan. It seemed Professor Charles had noticed Morin's scrutiny and shifted his gaze towards him, prompting Morin to hastily lower his head. However, it was too late. Professor Charles had acknowledged him. "Morin, your assignment from the last class was commendable. Would you care to share with the class how you perceive the rhythm of life in this fruit painting?" How could he? It was all fabricated. He possessed no artistic flair. Morin hesitantly spoke. "Fruits are the ultimate manifestation of life, having been plucked from plants. Thus, I believe the artist aimed to express the theme of life. Or perhaps the artist was merely hungry and painted to satiate his appetite." Hugo stifled a laugh beside him, prompting Morin to nudge him to quiet down. Professor Charles nodded slightly, signaling Morin to take his seat. "Indeed, much of our appreciation for art relies on imagination, and Morin's insight aligns well with Muggle thought." Hugo chuckled softly. "Professor Charles just implied you possess Muggle thinking. Perhaps you're a qualified Muggle after all." Morin felt the urge to laugh, but restrained himself. After Professor Charles expounded on a plethora of Muggle philosophies that Morin struggled to comprehend, he concluded, "All right, that will be all for today. Morin, Hugo's suite. Please remain for a moment." Morin exchanged glances with Hugo, whose smile faltered. Chapter 96, Professor Charles's Task. Morin's greatest concern was how to face Professor Charles, especially after the professor had unexpectedly kept him behind. Hugo, feeling guilty as well, was aware that Morin had shared his suspicions with him. Once the classroom emptied, the three approached the podium. "Professor, may I inquire if there is something amiss?" Morin, despite his swirling thoughts, maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded Professor Charles. Hugo, visibly anxious, interjected, "Professor, we haven't done anything wrong. You won't put us in detention, will you?" "Detention? Oh no, you've misunderstood." Professor Charles, while packing away the Muggle mouse and remote he had brought to class, smiled and said, "You three possess a magical talent for painting. Would you be able to come by my office on Sunday? The castle houses many paintings in disrepair, and the headmaster has asked me to assist in their maintenance. I need extra hands, and you three came to mind." He added, "I assure you, I won't ask for your help without recompense. This can count towards your regular class participation and be factored into your final grades." Morin mustered the courage to ask, "Professor, do you also possess a magical talent for painting?" "Indeed," Professor Charles replied, patting his briefcase. "I have studied magical painting more than any other teacher here, which is why the headmaster entrusted this task to me. If you're free on Sunday, would you be able to come?" After a moment of silence, Morin replied, "Yes." Sweet nodded silently in agreement, while Hugo appeared somewhat reluctant. However, with Morin and Sweet's affirmative response, he had no grounds to refuse. "Excellent. Come find me here on Sunday at 9 in the morning. Now, off you go to your next class," Professor Charles urged. Once they left the classroom, Hugo exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? What if he truly is the person that the Mad Knight spoke of? Then we will have the opportunity to uncover the truth." Morin replied nonchalantly, "We might even gain leverage over him. If I forego this chance, I may never discover the truth behind my mark. Don't you wish to know what it signifies?" "Of course I do." Hugo gritted his teeth. "Very well, but I can't shake the feeling that this is an unwise choice. I hope Professor Charles doesn't go too hard on us." They hurried to their charms class, where Hugo spent the entire lesson discussing the matter with Morin. His wand misfired several times, and it was Morin who extinguished the flames. Grateful that Professor Flitwick was a kind-hearted soul who merely assigned Hugo the task of writing "I am not a fire-breathing dragon" 100 times. In the days that followed, Morin immersed himself in learning various spells. He recalled Enoch's words. Teaching him combat magic was a precautionary measure, and began to see the wisdom in them. Should he confront Professor Charles, acquiring additional magical knowledge could only serve him well. Fortunately, with Enoch's assistance, that parchment had become a treasure trove for Morin. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he would jot them down, and Enoch would promptly respond. Morin refrained from inquiring about Enoch's identity, knowing that he would remain tight-lipped. He simply informed Enoch that he would be unavailable to meet on Sunday. The weather was predominantly rainy, and Morin often seized the opportunity to practice his fire spell amidst the downpour. His flames had grown from mere flickers into a robust torch, capable of withstanding the relentless assault of rain. Saturday marked the Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw match, with both teams vying for practice time on the Quidditch pitch. Madam Hooch had them take turns using the field, and when Ravenclaw had it booked, Bach even led them to a clearing beside the Forbidden Forest for practice. This area, overseen by Hagrid, was a spacious expanse, and Hagrid was more than willing to lend it to them, even supervising for free to ensure they didn't fly over the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was particularly attentive to the Gryffindor students, and, after training, He generously shared his homemade sweet and spicy biscuits. These biscuits, infused with some unknown fiery pepper, left everyone weeping from the heat, and Molin was no exception. "How's my cooking?" Hagrid asked eagerly, his beard bristling with anticipation. "It's wonderful." Molin wiped the tears from his cheeks. "See, everyone is moved to tears." After taking a bite, each person reached for their eyes. "Indeed, a culinary delight," James sniffled, appearing as though he were sobbing. "I'll write to Dad, telling him your cooking has improved, and he'll be touched to tears." No one could bear to dismiss Hagrid's goodwill, and could only nod in heartfelt approval. The Potter brothers exchanged a peculiar glance. Knowing their first line in their letters home would undoubtedly be a warning to their families to dispose of the biscuits immediately, time was of the essence. "Excellent." Hagrid, elated after Quidditch practice, insisted everyone take a few biscuits home. As soon as Molin returned to the castle, he used his wand to clean the biscuits thoroughly. Yet James mischievously tricked an unsuspecting Hugo into trying one. "I'll get you for this, James," Hugo exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he called for a duel. On Saturday morning, Gryffindor faced Ravenclaw in a match, with a light drizzle falling from the overcast sky. Buck appeared quite pleased. "Do you see? Our rainy training this week was for this moment. Such weather will not hinder us. In this match, we must secure victory by employing the tempestuous strategy one have devised, utilizing the cover of the torrential rain, as you all are surely aware." Buck, donning an air of prescience, distributed waterproof goggles to each player in the locker room. However, just as they were about to grasp their flying broomsticks, the weather unexpectedly cleared, and the sun emerged. All the Gryffindor players cast resentful glances at Buck, who had insisted on this so-called tempestuous strategy throughout the week, leaving their clothes perpetually damp. Buck cleared his throat and remarked, "If we cannot employ the tempestuous strategy, we shall instead adopt the strategy of flying in unison. Do not be too disheartened. The effects of our training will not dissipate with the fair weather. Surely, we will encounter a rainy day soon, and I assure you that our tempestuous strategy will catch our opponents off guard." Buck then began to reassign the players for the match. Molin was not among the starting players, as Buck intended to give Sweet a chance to play, given Sweet's impressive flying skills. Yet, Sweet suddenly glanced at the sky and shook his head. "I'm not feeling well today. I can't play." "Not feeling well? Is it stage fright?" "No need to be nervous. Many experience discomfort on their first outing, but you must face it nonetheless. Come on." Buck was well acquainted with the apprehensions of novices. "No, I genuinely feel unwell," Sweet insisted, his pallor evident and his tone resolute. Buck furrowed his brow and replied, "Very well. Lily, you shall take the position of seeker. Molin, you are to refrain from wandering about, as I may need to adjust our strategy at halftime. And I do not wish to find myself in a situation like last time, unable to locate anyone." Chapter 97, The Wolf King's Mark. Outside, Hugo loudly announced the names of the two teams, as the Ravenclaw Eagle and Gryffindor Lion shadows roared above the Quidditch stands, the audience fervently cheering. Diana stepped onto the outer platform to watch the match, leaving only Molin and Sweet in the locker room. "Not feeling well?" Molin inquired, perplexed. Sweet merely stared at the floor, offering no response. Molin, feeling foolish, was about to step outside to catch the match when Sweet abruptly lifted his head and said, "You are also questioning Professor Charles, aren't you?" Molin knitted his brow, cautiously glancing at Diana outside, and calmly replied, "What do you suspect him of?" He hesitated to respond, as Sweet was also among those he questioned. "Those who have gone missing, myself included. I encountered him twice in the corridor on the 7th floor, and I sensed I had seen something I should not have, yet I cannot recall what it was." Molin was taken aback. This was the first time Sweet had confided such a matter to him, yet he maintained his composure. "Perhaps he was merely passing by. You need not conceal anything. I know you harbor suspicions about him. The knight in that painting in your dormitory, I have seen in the corridor on the 7th floor," Sweet stated, locking eyes with Molin with a calm demeanor. Molin could discern no emotional shift in Sweet's gaze. He remained silent for a moment before saying, "You remember Sir Cadogan, but cannot recall what you saw in the corridor on the 7th floor?" Sweet nodded silently, his tone oddly solemn. "Yes. Perhaps I witnessed something I should not have and was subjected to a forgetting charm. I cannot be certain. I have forgotten many things." "Then why share this with me?" Molin asked, carefully maintaining his composure. He needed to ensure he left room for maneuver in his words until matters became clearer. "Because you have been investigating this, and I sense you have discovered something," Sweet replied. "I have uncovered nothing," Molin countered, shaking his head. Sweet appeared somewhat disappointed. Molin suddenly recalled something and asked, "Do you bear any peculiar marks on your back? Since your amnesia, have you felt anything amiss?" Sweet fell silent, his complexion pale, seemingly deep in thought. He then retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Molin. "Yes, it is this mark. Molin, puzzled, accepted the paper Sweet offered. Upon examining it, he discovered that it bore neither Grindelwald's mark nor the Death Eater insignia, but rather a circle from which a wolf appeared poised to leap forth. The wolf's left eye bore a scar that sliced across its head, rendering it quite menacing. "What is this mark?" Molin inquired, having never encountered such a symbol. The wolf's mark exuded a savagery that made one uneasy. "I made an impression of it from a book in the library," Sweet explained. "It belongs to a dark wizard predating Grindelwald, known as the Wolf King Lycanther. Though his fame does not rival that of Grindelwald or Voldemort, he once stirred considerable turmoil in the wizarding world." The Wolf King Lycanther? Molin vaguely recalled the name. Indeed, all werewolves are familiar with him. A brutal werewolf and a skilled dark wizard. He is, to date, the only wizard capable of transforming into a wolf at any time. Without waiting for the full moon, Sweet stated gravely. Molin suddenly recalled, "I remember this individual. I have read about him in a book." During his reign, the number of werewolves in the wizarding community surged alarmingly. Many were bitten by him and forced to join his ranks. Wizards detest werewolves most vehemently. Once a normal person is bitten, they find it exceedingly difficult to be accepted by wizards again, and are thus compelled to join the ranks of the Wolf King Lycanther. During that period, the wizarding community was rife with fear, with everyone hesitating to venture outside, terrified of being targeted by the ever-watchful Wolf King. Indeed, this is the mark of the Wolf King Lycanther. Sweet pointed to the paper in Morin's hand. Morin's astonishment grew as he pondered how yet another dark wizard's mark had emerged. Hugo bore Grindelwald's mark, Jamie bore Voldemort's skull, and Sweet bore Lycanther's? What are the marks of the other missing individuals? Wait, you were not born in December. How could you bear a mark? Molin suddenly realized, recalling the clues he and Hugo had uncovered. The pattern indicated that the next individual to go missing should be born in December. What December births? What are you talking about? I have stated that I was born in September, Sweet insisted. Molin was now thoroughly confused. Could he have been mistaken? Were these disappearances not following a monthly pattern? What commonality existed among these individuals? Who would be next? May I see the mark on your back? Molin inquired. Sweet glanced at Diana outside and frowned. At this moment, Molin recognized that this was not an opportune time, responding, "Let us wait until after the match. Perhaps you are unaware, but Hugo bears a mark as well. It is Grindelwald's. Jamie has one too. His mark is Voldemort's skull." Sweet appeared slightly taken aback, and, after a moment, nodded. Very well. Molin noted that this was the most extensive conversation he had had with Sweet since the beginning of the semester. He further asked, "Did you feign illness merely to discuss this with me?" Sweet diverted his gaze, stating, "No, I truly feel unwell." Molin regarded Sweet with a curious gaze, sensing that the latter harbored an abundance of secrets, and that his disappearance and amnesia were not the only enigmatic aspects about him. "What do you do in the Forbidden Forest every morning?" Molin inquired. "That's none of your concern," Sweet replied, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. Molin had grown accustomed to Sweet's peculiarities. Outside, the cheers from the Quidditch pitch rang in waves. Hugo's commentary revealed that Gryffindor was momentarily leading Ravenclaw with a score of 90-30, suggesting that Molin might not even need to take the field. Gryffindor had opted not to field their most promising player, Molin Walker, instead sending in another substitute, Lily Potter. 3 members of the Potter family were on the field for Gryffindor. James and Albus executed their offensive plays with remarkable strength, while Lily occasionally assisted the Seekers in their pursuit. Gryffindor widened their lead once more. The match continued for over an hour, and it seemed that Puck had no intention of making substitutions. With a score of 340-180, Gryffindor appeared almost assured of victory, now merely awaiting Lily to seize the golden snitch to conclude the game. Molin watched the match intently, yet his mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with a jumble of thoughts. What did those various dark mark symbols signify? Was Professor Charles truly the mastermind behind it all? Suddenly, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd, as both Seekers spotted the elusive golden snitch and raced towards it. Cheers erupted from both Gryffindor's Lions and Ravenclaw's Eagles, the cacophony deafening. With a piercing whistle, Madame Hooch ended the match. Lily failed to capture the snitch, as Ravenclaw's Seeker collided with her, snatching it away. In a surprising turn of events, despite Ravenclaw's Seeker capturing the snitch and earning an additional 150 points, the final score stood at 340-330, marking Gryffindor's victory. Hugo announced the result with exuberance. Although every Gryffindor student celebrated the win, Lily appeared somewhat crestfallen. Molin suddenly recalled that Lily had also gone missing at one point. What then was the significance of the mark on her back? Chapter 98, The Testing of the Paintbrush. Molin approached Lily, offering comfort. "It's all right, Lily. The Ravenclaw Seeker was stronger than you. You performed admirably. I could have done better," Lily replied dejectedly. But at least we won the match, right? Morin countered. Lily sat on a bench in the changing room, tossing her broom aside, brooding in solitude. Morin had intended to inquire about the peculiar mark on her back. But considering her mood, he decided to postpone the question for another time. Hugo, brimming with excitement, rushed over to discuss the match, but Morin pulled him aside, whispering, "Let's head back to the dormitory." "What for?" Hugo asked, puzzled. "Sweet." Morin gestured towards Sweet, who was already making his way towards the castle. They trailed behind Sweet, returning to their dormitory. At that moment, the dormitory was empty. Toby and the others were outside celebrating, leaving just the three of them. "Do you have a mark on your back as well?" Sweet asked, sitting on his bed, looking at Hugo. Morin briefly explained the situation to Hugo, who was taken aback. "But isn't that person supposed to be born in December? How could it be him? Perhaps we misjudged. Those with marks may not have gone missing in chronological order," Morin mused. "If not, what commonality do we share?" Hugo queried, bewildered. They were at a loss. The only shared trait seemed to be that they were all first-year students. Sweet silently revealed the Wolf King mark on his back to Morin and Hugo. It was a vivid blue, far more ferocious than the image Sweet had drawn. "Give it a try. Perhaps you'll see something," Hugo suggested uncertainly. Morin received Sweet's consent and placed his finger upon the mark. A surge of memories flooded into Morin's mind, transporting him to the 7th-floor corridor, Sweet's perspective. Sweet passed by the portraits on the wall, making his way to a classroom. This time, Morin paid special attention to the paintings on the walls and was astonished to discover that the images in Sweet's memory differed from those seen by others, as if someone had intentionally scrambled their order. Sweet pushed open the classroom door, entering a shroud of mist where indistinct shadows loomed, resembling the forbidden forest. Though Morin could not be certain. Just as he sought to observe further, Sweet's memory abruptly ceased. "Did you see anything unusual?" Hugo asked eagerly. Sweet looked at Morin with intrigue, having noticed that Morin's eyes were glowing, an exceedingly abnormal sensation. "It's the same. It seems like the forbidden forest. But the fog is too dense for me to see clearly," Morin replied, shaking his head. Hugo appeared somewhat disappointed. "My mark has vanished," Sweet remarked, gazing incredulously at the dormitory mirror. Indeed, it was also erased by Morin last time. "His eyes can repel dark magic, making him the nemesis of dark wizards," Hugo jested. Morin disregarded Hugo's banter, troubled by the lack of leads from the dark marks, his mind swirling with questions. Who would choose to inscribe dark marks upon first-year students? Seeing that Morin could not provide an answer, Sweet departed the dormitory, presumably heading to the library. Hugo dashed downstairs to celebrate the victory with Gryffindor students, leaving Morin alone in the dormitory, his thoughts drifting to Arno's parchment. After a moment's hesitation, despite his confusion regarding Arno's true identity, Morin recalled that Arno was well-informed. Perhaps he possessed knowledge on the matter. He retrieved a quill and wrote on the parchment, "Dear Mr. Arno, some students at our school have inexplicably gone missing and returned with dark marks on their backs, including those of Grindelwald, Voldemort, and the Wolf King. Do you know what this signifies? Is it a form of dark magic?" After approximately 5 minutes, the parchment quivered, revealing a line of text. "I have not heard of such dark magic. What you describe may be a prank. Be cautious." Even Arno was unaware. Morin sighed softly. On Sunday, the three of them attended the Muggle Studies classroom, where Professor Charles awaited their arrival. "I'm glad you're here. Today's task is simple yet meticulous. You merely need to help identify which portraits in the castle show signs of paint deterioration or magical failure, and remove them. I will handle the restoration," Professor Charles explained, standing beside an easel stocked with brushes of various sizes. "But how do we determine if the magic has failed, Professor?" "I'm not particularly knowledgeable about painting," Morin inquired. This is the truth. Although his doodles possess the ability to speak and move, they are limited in scope. The portraits within the castle are vastly more sophisticated than the trifling scribbles of the three of them. It is quite simple, using this pen. Professor Charles, with a cheerful smile, handed 3 black quills to Morin and the others. Hugo reluctantly accepted one of the black quills. Having discarded all black quills after Professor Francis's warning about a cursed quill that could lead to death upon writing one's name, he harbored a strong aversion to black quills. This is a specialized testing pen. You merely need to lightly draw a few strokes on the castle's portraits and scribble a few words. If you can write anything, it indicates that the magic of that portrait has waned and requires restoration. If you cannot write, the portrait is perfectly normal, Professor Charles elucidated. What is the principle behind this? If we manage to write something on the portrait, can we erase it? Morin inquired, perplexed. The portraits are safeguarded by magic. Once that magic diminishes, a wizard with artistic talent can employ their own magic to restore the portrait. You 3 possess extraordinary artistic abilities. So the words you write will be considered as restorative magic. Rest assured, the words you write with this specialized testing pen will soon vanish, causing no damage to the castle's portraits. I shall handle the restoration. Your sole responsibility is to identify the portraits in need. Professor Charles explained while organizing his easel and paints. There are many portraits in the castle, some of which hang quite high. If you cannot reach them, you may use flying brooms. I have borrowed 3 from Madame Hooch, and you are permitted to fly within the castle for the time being. You all can fly, I presume. If not, you can seek out the caretaker, Filch, to borrow a ladder, though I advise against approaching him. He has a rather irritable temperament and is quite elderly. Now, do you have any questions? Molin and the others exchanged glances, their minds brimming with inquiries. Chapter 99. Appraising the portraits. Professor Charles had become the object of their suspicions, and it was rather peculiar that they were to work alongside him. It would be odd if there were no issues at all. However, they dared not display their multitude of questions. We understand, Professor, Molin replied. Let us inspect floor by floor. Any portraits exhibiting signs of magical depletion should be removed and brought to this classroom. 2 persons per group, to expedite the process. Hugo, stay with me. I've observed you being punished by Professor Flitwick for repeated writing of the phrase, I am not a dragon. It would be safer for the castle's portraits if you are with me, Professor Charles instructed. A what? Hugo gasped, his expression akin to that of someone who had just swallowed a slug. Ever since he began to harbor doubts about Professor Charles, fear had gripped him, and the thought of being alone with him was far from comforting. His face drained of color as he cast a desperate glance at Molin. Professor, I shall team up with you. I'm deeply interested in the history of the Castle-esque portraits. Perhaps you can enlighten me, Molin boldly suggested. As long as Hugo refrained from casting spells, he would be safe. He would ensure his wand was secured. Hugo fervently nodded, assuring, Indeed, Professor. I will return my wand to the dormitory immediately and will not cast any spells. I can swear on it, just like a muggle. His will to survive was evidently strong. Professor Charles chuckled. That arrangement is acceptable. Hugo and Sweet, you 2 shall be responsible for the basement up to the 2nd floor, while Molin and I will start from the 3rd floor. We will also attend to the West Tower and North Tower. Time is of the essence. Hugo seized a broomstick from the wall and whispered to Molin, I will surely present you with 2 gifts for your next birthday as compensation. Oh, and do remember not to write your name on the portraits with a black quill. Don't forget Professor Francis's death threat. Sweet, remaining silent, cast a glance at Molin and Professor Charles before taking up a broomstick and departing with Hugo, leaving Molin and Professor Charles alone in the classroom. Then let us commence, Professor Charles said gently as he mounted his broomstick. Molin followed closely behind, his heart racing with trepidation, yet he steeled himself. Together, they glided down the corridor, and Molin eventually broke the silence. Professor, I heard that it was you who consoled the fat lady after her heartbreak. It is quite strange. This is the first time I've heard of those within portraits engaging in romance, Molin remarked. Are you referring to the guardian of the Gryffindor common room? The figures in portraits possess their own thoughts. After all, they're created by wizards. However, there is a distinction between the beings in portraits and those in reality. Professor Charles continued as they ascended the stairs. The fat lady did not disclose the identity of her love interest, but after some discussion, she managed to come to terms with it. Upon reaching the staircase, they paused instead of proceeding further, gazing up at the portraits adorning the walls. The staircases in the castle often twisted unpredictably, and some portraits were placed beyond reach. Let's begin our task. You can test those portraits. I shall handle this side, Professor Charles announced as he took to the air on his broomstick. Molin had never flown within the castle before, as it was strictly forbidden. Should anyone attempt to breach this rule, Filch would swiftly appear, berating them and confiscating their broomsticks for several days. He mounted his broomstick and approached the nearest portrait, which depicted a ship battling tumultuous seas, waves crashing violently, and sailors frantically clinging to the rigging, desperately trying to steer the vessel. Molin took out the quill and made a few strokes on the painting, but no words materialized. Suddenly, a massive shark leaped from the depths, aiming to seize his quill, startling him. I thought today was a fair day. Molin vaguely heard one of the sailors on deck exclaim, Hold fast, we shall reach the shore safely. Such weather only emboldens us. We are here to conquer the sea. The captain, clad in a hat, took the helm with fervor. No sooner had he spoken than a towering wave crashed over the ship, capsizing it entirely. The crew plunged into the water, thrashing about, while several sharks emerged from the depths, viciously attacking the sailors, leading to their demise. May you have a pleasant voyage, Molin shrugged nonchalantly, as the raging waters swiftly obscured the remnants of the ship and its crew. Yet after a brief moment, The vessel that had been swallowed by the waves re-emerged from the edge of the frame, with the captain and sailors once again passionately pulling the sails, shouting their intent to conquer the sea. Some portraits in the castle were larger than Molin himself, while others were quite diminutive. He flew upward from a base, and upon reaching the midpoint, he spotted a portrait no larger than a fingernail hanging there. Had he not been so close, one might have overlooked its presence altogether. This miniature painting depicted an elderly woman engrossed in a book, with a crystal ball resting on the table. Molin painstakingly made a stroke with the quill on the tiny portrait, yet still no words appeared. "Professor Charles, has someone cast a shrinking spell on this portrait?" Molin turned to inquire. Professor Charles removed a painting from the wall opposite him and approached Molin, glancing at the miniature artwork. "No, this is the work of a female artist named Dora, renowned for her exquisite miniature paintings, created on such diminutive canvases." Molin, astonished, inquired, "But how does she manage to paint so small?" He had just struggled to determine if a painting required restoration, and he found it hard to fathom how an ordinary person could possibly create art on a canvas the size of a fingernail. Professor Charles delicately held the tiny painting, marveling, "This is precisely what sets her apart. Few wizards possess such mastery over color control. Her brushes are crafted from extraordinarily fine sable hair, making them quite challenging to wield. She typically paints in front of an audience to prove that she does not complete her work before reducing its size. Each painting she completes is cast with a preservation spell, rendering it impossible to alter its dimensions." Unfamiliar with the aforementioned Dora, Molin, whose own artistic skills were abysmal despite his magical talent for painting, could only express awe before resuming his examination of other artworks. He soon discovered two pieces that exhibited notable magical degradation, indicating they required restoration. He carefully removed these two paintings from the wall. At that moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within Molin, akin to being observed, with an intense feeling that someone was watching him from behind. He abruptly turned around, yet saw nothing amiss. Only Professor Charles, engrossed in examining a painting with a magnifying glass, facing away from him. Chapter 100, Being Watched. Was it Professor Charles who was observing him? Molin regarded the professor's back with uncertainty, but Charles appeared wholly absorbed in his task. If he were indeed scrutinizing Molin, he would not have been able to maintain such composure in such a brief span of time. Yet, if it were not Charles, then who could it be? The unsettling feeling persisted in Molin's mind. He turned back to the fruit painting before him, resuming his testing with a quill, though he had already determined that this particular piece did not require restoration. Nonetheless, he paid little heed, his gaze wandering in search of the source of the strange sensation. However, once he acknowledged the odd feeling, it became elusive, as if it were present everywhere, yet confined to no specific location, leading even Molin to question whether it truly originated from Professor Charles. Discreetly, he maneuvered his flying broom closer to a nearby painting depicting 13 wizards at a banquet. His eyes frequently darted towards Professor Charles, who had now shifted to another painting, pausing to inspect any scene that piqued his interest. Despite this, Molin could not dismiss Professor Charles's culpability, for the elusive sensation lingered, as if someone were watching him from every conceivable direction. "Hey, what are you doing? You ruined my last supper," exclaimed one of the male wizards in the painting. Molin realized that in his distraction, he had been carelessly sweeping his brush across the canvas, inadvertently covering a sandwich on the wizard's plate with white ink. "Fear not, your sandwich will restore itself. My ink vanishes swiftly," Molin hastily assured, pausing his brush and offering an apology. "Oh, right, the brush bears inscriptions, indicating you too require restoration. Apologies, but your dinner must be temporarily halted. Everyone, brace yourselves." Molin removed the painting from the wall, inadvertently tilting it, causing the entire piece to topple. The 13 dining wizards erupted in alarm, tumbling down as they collided at the edge of the frame, the table upended and dishes scattered across the canvas, obliterating their entire dinner. "You'll get your comeuppance. You little brat. You're even more detestable than that scoundrel Hoyle," the wizards protested. Ignoring their outcries, Molin transported the painting to the staircase, where 9 other pieces awaiting restoration were already piled. The 13 wizards, now furious, scrambled to right the toppled table, laying down a tablecloth and collecting the dishes strewn across the canvas, their faces etched with indignation. "In fact, I suggest you wait to clean up. We might have to overturn it again shortly," Molin kindly warned. Professor Charles and Molin were busy evaluating which paintings required restoration and moving portraits, provoking discontent among numerous depicted figures, who began to complain vociferously, accompanied by a cacophony of animals squawking in protest. In a mere 10 minutes, Maureen endured the onslaught of 4 large yellow finches launching poison quills, 3 fire-breathing dragons, 2 barking black dogs, and a phoenix incessantly self-immolating in protest. Thankfully, these were merely figments of the paintings. Otherwise, Maureen would not have remained so composed. Professor Charles was engaged in explaining their purpose to the protesting portraits, while Maureen remained indifferent, preoccupied with the relentless sensation of being watched. As they ascended from the 3rd to the 7th floor, Maureen was astonished to discover that the number of paintings requiring restoration increased dramatically. By the time they reached the 7th floor, nearly half of the paintings demanded attention. Professor Charles murmured to himself, "This is quite peculiar. Half of the paintings exhibit magical degradation. It seems my workload will only intensify." Maureen glanced at Professor Charles, his intrigue deepening. Yet, gradually, he recognized the source of the unsettling sensation. Upon reaching the 7th floor, the feeling of being watched became increasingly pronounced. As he assessed a painting depicting a tug-of-war between a conch shell and a sphinx, he suddenly turned his head to the right. On the right wall hung a painting approximately half a meter long, depicting a neighborhood reminiscent of a Muggle residential area, with each house painted in varying shades. The street bustled with pedestrians, and several wizards soared overhead on flying brooms. Maureen hastily approached this painting, realizing that the intense feeling of being watched emanated from it. He scrutinized the passers-by, inadvertently noticing a vague figure lurking behind the curtains of a house's attic window. As he moved closer to the painting to investigate, someone inside drew the curtain shut. Immediately, the sensation of being observed vanished. Am I being watched by someone in the painting? Maureen pondered, perplexed. How could he be under the scrutiny of someone within the artwork? And why had this figure followed him here? He picked up a black feather quill and made 2 marks on the painting. No inscriptions were left behind, confirming that this painting did not require restoration. Professor Charles, what is the purpose of this painting? Maureen inquired. Professor Charles lifted his gaze to the neighborhood scene, replying, that depicts a community where wizards and muggles coexist. Let me see. This style is the work of Payne Gade, a renowned artist celebrated for his themes of harmony between muggles and wizards. If you observe closely, you will notice that some figures in the street are animated, while others remain static. Maureen observed carefully and indeed discovered that amidst the bustling street, there were individuals clad in Muggle attire who maintained a forward-moving posture, yet stood stationary, failing to take a single step. In contrast, those garbed in wizarding robes were in motion, deftly navigating around the immobile Muggles to avoid collisions. Curiosity piqued, Maureen inquired, is it feasible to merge the artistic styles of Muggles and wizards on a single canvas? Did you not mention previously that the figures in a wizard's painting cannot traverse into a Muggle's canvas, for the magic would falter? Professor Charles elucidated. This is precisely the brilliance of Payinga. He has employed exceptionally advanced magic to transcend this limitation, and to this day, no one comprehends how he accomplished it. Essentially, aside from him, no other artist has managed to depict immobile Muggles alongside animated wizards while preserving their distinctly divergent styles. With a delicate touch, Professor Charles traced the picture frame, exclaiming, this canvas is specifically designed for wizarding art, rather ordinary in nature. If it were you or I, regardless of how we painted figures on this canvas, they would inevitably exhibit movement. Even a wizard lacking artistic talent would at least cause the painted figure to blink, move a finger, or breathe subtly. Yet Payinga possesses the extraordinary ability to render some figures utterly motionless, which is indeed miraculous. Regrettably, his technique remains undisclosed, becoming an enigma within the realm of wizarding painters. Maureen pondered for a moment before asking, Professor, is it possible that those immobile figures were not painted by Payinga, but rather that he enlisted a Muggle to create the artwork? If a Muggle paints, the figures remain still, while a wizard's painting brings them to life. If the painting were a collaborative effort between a Muggle and a wizard, it could elucidate this phenomenon. Professor Charles chuckled. That is not plausible. Muggles lack magic and cannot create on a magically imbued canvas, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, Payinga has painted before many witnesses without any assistance. He must have discovered some secret to his artistry, which sadly we cannot replicate. Nonetheless, this painting does possess some rather peculiar aspects. Professor Charles then produced a magnifying glass. Chapter 101. Payinga's artwork, what seems peculiar, Professor? Maureen asked. Professor Charles, appearing contemplative, replied, Nothing, perhaps I misperceived. He carefully removed the painting, gently dusting off the grime from the frame. Maureen noticed a strange symbol in the lower right corner of the painting, resembling a paintbrush with an eye half open and half closed beneath its tip. Professor, This painting does not require restoration. I have just examined it and found no inscriptions, Molin stated. That is of no consequence. I merely wish to study Payinga's artistic style. You should continue assessing that painting over there, Professor Charles replied, gesturing toward the residence depicted in the artwork. Professor, I also saw a curious figure peering through that window. Is that normal? Molin queried. That is certainly normal. How could you expect the figures within the painting not to inhabit the house? He laughed, producing his wand to levitate the painting, placing it in the corner of the 7th floor corridor where many other paintings awaited restoration. Upon completing this task, he turned to attend to other artworks. Molin regarded Professor Charles's retreating figure with skepticism, convinced that he was withholding the truth. Perhaps he had sensed something amiss in the painting, but chose not to disclose it to Molin. This only deepened Morin's suspicions as he found his gaze drawn back to the painting in the corridor, yet he no longer felt the sensation of being watched. Molin busied himself with questions throughout the morning. Contrary to Hugo's concerns, Professor Charles did not seem to pose any threat to him. In fact, no harm could befall him. They were, after all, within the castle, and since it was the weekend, students traversed the stairways. Molin and Professor Charles, riding their broomsticks, were undeniably conspicuous. Many students recognized Molin, and some greeted Professor Charles, inquiring about their activities, coupled with the protests of numerous paintings. It would have been ill-advised for Professor Charles to act against Molin in such a public setting. After approximately 3 hours, they finally filtered through the paintings needing restoration, totaling over 50. Meanwhile, Hugo and Sweet encountered trouble when the elderly Filch caught them, believing the 2 first-year students had vandalized the school's portraits with a paintbrush. He threatened to confine them, but they were ultimately rescued by Professor Charles, who happened upon them en route to the headmaster's office. That old codger. His temper is truly dreadful. Hugo fumed on their way to lunch. Suddenly recalling something, he pulled Molin aside, scrutinizing him closely. Molin, are you all right? Missing any body parts? Do you remember what happened in the last hour? Any chills down your spine? Have you traveled back in time? Professor Charles. He whispered. He hasn't cast a memory charm on you, has he? No. You're overthinking it, Molin replied absent-mindedly. Really, you're fine? Absolutely. I'm in good health. All is well. No need for concern. Morin's thoughts were elsewhere, still preoccupied with Payinga's painting. Why was there someone peering at him within that artwork? More importantly, what peculiarities did Professor Charles perceive that he chose to conceal? He subsequently relayed these thoughts to Hugo, who, upon hearing, asserted vehemently, Professor Charles must be hiding something. Isn't that merely reiterating what's been on our minds for days? Molin retorted. What began as mere suspicion has now escalated to certainty. Perhaps that Payinga painting is immensely valuable, and he intends to steal it for profit. Hugo speculated. Do you genuinely believe Professor Charles would alter your memories and mark you for the sake of pilfering the school's artwork? Molin chuckled incredulously. You might be forgetting one crucial detail. Wizarding paintings can speak. Selling such a piece is no easy feat. It would quickly reveal who stole it and where it originated. You cannot silence the voices within the paintings. Professor Charles would not engage in such ridiculousness. Then what you propose is his motive. Hugo and Molin found a seat in the hall, exhausted from their morning of flying and assessing paintings. Hugo immediately seized a chicken leg and began to gnaw at it. Sweet was absent, seemingly having wandered off to who knows where. As Molin settled down, Doy, his familiar, leaped from his pocket onto the dining table, indulging in food with utter disregard for those around. Typically, Doy remained nestled within Morin's pocket, following him wherever he went, invisible to others. And Molin had grown accustomed to this. It seems this entire affair revolves around the painting. Have you not noticed? Molin propped his chin on his hand, lacking appetite as his mind continued to mull over the matter. You two disappeared and lost your memories, while I observed your recollections. Those paintings in the 7th floor corridor were always different. The portrait of Sir Cadogan, often scorned, fell victim to Professor Charles's wrath, while Sir Cadogan remained oblivious to what he had witnessed. During the Quidditch match, I encountered Professor Charles on the 7th floor, where he eschewed the game to admire the paintings along the corridor. Molin meticulously recounted the events. The paintings within the castle had experienced a decline in their magical essence and required restoration, particularly the numerous artworks along the 7th floor corridor, which was rather peculiar. Today, I was even spied upon by a figure from one of the paintings. That very individual observed me until I finally caught sight of them. And Professor Charles appeared to be concealing something, as the painting, which certainly did not require repair, was nevertheless taken away. Hugo took a bite of Hungarian goulash and remarked, It seems the entirety of this affair points towards Professor Charles. Can you identify a single incident that does not relate to him? Molin gently stroked Doy's head as Doy savored a spoonful of soup, contentedly chirping twice. Suddenly, a thought struck Molin, and he exclaimed, "What if that figure in the painting was not merely spying on me, but was, in fact, on guard against Professor Charles?" Hugo set down his goulash, furrowing his brows. "What do you mean?" Morin's heart raced as he replied, "I mean, perhaps the figure from the painting of Payne Gade possessed knowledge of some secret and was attempting to find an opportunity to inform me, but Professor Charles sensed it beforehand. Much like Sir Cadogan, the only difference being that Sir Cadogan was oblivious to what he had seen and was thus destroyed in confusion, while the figure from Payne Gade truly witnessed something but lacked the opportunity to express it." Molin and Hugo exchanged glances, if this were indeed the case. The situation was dire, for Professor Charles had already taken away the painting that contained the truth. Chapter 102, The Peaceful Painting. "Perhaps if we hurry, we can still make it." Hugo anxiously glanced around, continuing in a hushed tone, "But that is the professor. He can remove the painting. How can we do the same?" Molin recognized Hugo's concerns were valid. Seeking out Professor Charles would be futile, as he had no reason to return the painting. And approaching Headmaster McGonagall would yield no different results. One was a first-year student, and the other a congenial professor. It was evident whom the headmaster would trust. "So, should we embark on a quest to find another portrait of Sir Cadogan?" Hugo inquired. Molin shook his head. "This painting differs from Sir Cadogan's portrait. He could traverse between his own likenesses, but Payne Gade's painting is not a portrait at all. If it is destroyed, it is truly lost. Then we could report Professor Charles," Hugo proposed. "If we were to report the painting's disappearance, I fear we would become the scapegoats," Molin lamented, knowing that once Professor Charles shifted the blame onto them, they would find themselves unable to defend against it. Hugo's expression darkened further as he bit into the beef, muttering, "I should never have agreed to assist with this matter." The two found themselves at a loss, as the only potential lead to the truth had been severed by Professor Charles, leaving them to navigate each step as it came. However, what Molin did not anticipate was that their worries were unfounded. 3 days later, the painting of Payne Gade was reinstated, contrary to Molin and Hugo's conjectures that Professor Charles had destroyed it. "Isn't that rather strange?" Hugo exclaimed. "By all accounts, Professor Charles should have obliterated it." The two stood by the railing of the 7th-floor corridor, gazing at the painting of Payne Gade hanging on the opposite wall, their minds steeped in uncertainty. "You speak as though you wished for its destruction," Molin observed from a distance, yet the sensation of being watched by the figure within the painting had vanished. "Not all, merely sensing something amiss. Perhaps Professor Charles has had a change of heart? That would be preferable. It would spare us the constant anxiety," Hugo suggested. Molin surveyed the surroundings again, noting that the paintings they had previously removed from the walls had all been reinstated, indicating that Professor Charles had magically repaired them on his own. Those within the paintings resumed their conversations, meals, and conquests of the sea. Or perhaps the figure hiding within the residence had been dealt with by Professor Charles. Molin speculated internally, yet this matter could no longer be verified. The painting of Payne Gade was situated at a distance from them, and, unless Molin mounted a broomstick, close proximity was impractical. For riding broomsticks within the castle was against school regulations, and he had no desire to incur the wrath of the irritable Filch. The following weekends passed quietly, with little to trouble Molin aside from the weekly Quidditch matches. He continued his studies with Enoch regarding the fireproofing charm, a challenging spell, as Enoch had conjured a blaze for Molin to extinguish with water. However, each time Morin's wand produced water, it evaporated before reaching the flames. Occasionally, when Enoch grew bored, he would casually blow a breath, sending the wandering flames lunging toward Molin, enveloping him in thick black smoke and turning him into a sooty figure. "This is utterly unethical." Molin fumed, dousing himself with water from his wand for a shower before employing the drying charm on his clothes. "See, with your level of magic, you can't even withstand a mere breath from me. TSK, young one, you must strive harder." Enoch chuckled incessantly, always enjoying a bit of mischief during Morin's spell practice. "Comparing yourself to me is futile. You should challenge Headmaster Dumbledore instead. By the way, who possesses the greater magical prowess between you two?" Molin inquired casually. "Guess." Enoch replied with a wink. "I conjecture it is you. Good lad, you have discernment. I appreciate your candor." Enoch appeared quite pleased, but then swiftly changed the subject. "Flattery won't work on me. One day when I'm in a good mood, I may enlighten you. Then I shall refrain from disingenuousness. I believe Headmaster Dumbledore is formidable. Perhaps before him, you are akin to how I am before you." Enoch picked up his staff and playfully struck Molin, glaring. I as insignificant as you suggest? Then prove it to me. Headmaster Dumbledore is renowned. Who knows your name? Regardless, I'm certainly superior to you," Enoch retorted, blowing another breath that once again enveloped Molin in smoke. Morin gritted his teeth in frustration. Anak had grown accustomed to Morin's attempts to pry into his life. Now speaking with great caution, each time Morin inquired about the magic behind Anak's heterochromia, Anak would divert the conversation with a breath. When Christmas arrives, I will teach you how to manipulate the flames you conjure, should any conflicts arise among your classmates. You will be able to render the fire magic more versatile, or even turn your opponent's magic to your advantage, Anak announced, stretching lazily. The headmaster insists that students must coexist harmoniously, fostering love and camaraderie, and must refrain from using magic for dueling, Morin declared earnestly. Have you accomplished that? Anak replied with a teasing smile. I tend to be well-behaved. Morin conveniently ignored his initial lesson in petrifying Carol during the first class, but aside from that, he had generally refrained from casting spells on other students, except for Hugo, whom he occasionally assisted with extinguishing fires. Anak remained skeptical. Enough of this chatter. Return to your practice of magic. Many magical techniques are not taught by the school instructors. One must glean them through personal insight. Here is a small vial of dragon's fire repellent for you. Do not consume it recklessly. A single drop is sufficient to enable you to endure an entire day in frigid conditions, clad only in shorts. It may assist you in your flame incantations. Do not, under any circumstances, repeat your previous mistake of gulping down a large mouthful. Otherwise, your magic will spiral out of control once more, rendering it ineffective. Anak, with a hint of exasperation, presented a fingertip-sized bottle to Morin. This is a remarkable item. Thank you, Mr. Anak, Morin exclaimed joyfully as he accepted it. A single drop could make winter feel like summer without the need for winter coats. Upon returning to school, the prefect Nelson brought forth a Christmas vacation departure form, which both Hugo and Morin signed, as they were to return home for the holiday. They were subsequently issued a notice prohibiting underage magic usage outside the school premises. Why can't we use magic outside? Am I likely to transform muggles into owls during Christmas? Hugo retorted rudely, tossing the notification into his bag. They are not concerned about you turning muggles into owls, Morin remarked as he began to pack his belongings, unable to suppress a chuckle. They know you lack such skill. Perhaps they are more worried about you setting your own bed ablaze. Spare me. My wand mishaps have significantly improved of late, believe me. Hugo brandished his wand, pointing it at the clothes on the bed. Living picture. Whoosh. A flicker of flame erupted, igniting his sweater. Clear water. Morin hastily seized his wand, conjuring a stream of water to extinguish the flames. You might want to refrain from using the folding charm for your laundry in the future, Morin advised earnestly. Hugo's face flushed slightly, but he responded with conviction. Actually, the flame was smaller than usual. He tossed the now tattered sweater into his suitcase, intending to take it home for his mother to mend. As Morin continued to pack, the Sir Cadogan figurine on his bedside table persistently shouted and raged. Morin tossed it into his bag to prevent it from being left behind and possibly destroyed. Chapter 103. The Blizzard on the Train. During the Christmas break, Hogwarts School was closed, and Morin, Hugo, and other students boarded a self-drawn carriage to the train station in Hogsmeade. It appeared as though no one was pulling the carriage. My father told me this is a nightmare. It's a pity we cannot see it, but we can certainly feel it. Upon reaching the station, Hugo patted the nightmare's back in awe. Morin felt as though he were merely patting the air. He glanced at Doy, which remained tucked in his pocket. He still had not discerned precisely what Doy was, seemingly as invisible as the nightmare, as Hugo and others regarded Doy as though gazing at nothing. Are you and Lily not taking the train home? Morin levitated his luggage from a carriage. Hugo shook his head. We're going to the joke shop in Hogsmeade to find my dad, and we'll return home together. Well, Merry Christmas, mate. I'll see if I can sneak some fun items from my dad's shop. He never lets me touch anything. If luck is on my side, I might pilfer something to give you as a Christmas gift. Hugo grinned and waved goodbye as he and Lily departed. After bidding farewell to Hugo and Lily, Morin boarded the train, easily finding an empty compartment. Unlike the start of term, not all students returned home for the Christmas holidays, resulting in a sparsely populated train. The rear compartments were largely vacant. The students, filled with excitement about returning home for Christmas, frolicked in the aisles, playing with magical toys typically prohibited at school. Some even set off firecrackers, which exploded against the walls of the corridor. With a long whistle, the train departed from Hogsmeade. Morin leaned against the window, watching the distant mountains dance past, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. It seemed that the peculiarities of Hogwarts no longer pertained to him now that he was away. He purchased some screaming sandwiches for lunch and dozed for 2 to 3 hours. By afternoon, snow began to fall, and the wind intensified, blanketing the mountains and fields in white. Morin could see the distant Muggle road, where many cars were trapped in the snow, some Muggles attempting to clear the way. However, This scene quickly vanished as the heavy snowfall obscured his view, leaving only a vast expanse of white. Taking advantage of the opportunity to practice magic on the train, he began rehearsing the flame charm and the clear water charm. Anak had previously taught him how to avoid being burned by the flames he conjured, and he had now perfected his control over fire. Not too shabby, is it, Doy? Morin's wand expelled a jet of flame, which coiled around his arm like a fiery bandage. These flames were summoned by him, and with proper control, he could be immune to their searing heat. Doy let out a loud burp on the table, and Morin took it as agreement. Perhaps I could wield both flames and water simultaneously. He pondered whether he could manipulate two different forms of magic at once when suddenly, an abrupt crash echoed from outside, resembling the sound of shattering glass, clear and startling within the compartment. Initially unconcerned, thinking a student had inadvertently set off fireworks that damaged the train's windows, a trivial matter easily remedied with a simple repairing charm, Morin gradually sensed the increasing noise outside, as if students were panicking and something was amiss. It's merely a broken window. What's the fuss? Morin stood, puzzled, preparing to investigate. As he swung open the train door, a gust of icy wind rushed in, sending a shiver through Morin, who had removed his coat. He found it strange, as the train, protected by magic, had always been warm, prompting him to shed his outer layer. Peering out into the corridor, he was astonished to find it inexplicably blanketed in an unending torrent of snow, as though the blizzard outside had invaded the train. The glass of the train's door was even frosted over. Students were shouting in alarm, many attempting various spells to dispel the snowstorm. Their voices filled with incantations for clearing and melting ice, but their efforts seemed futile against the relentless storm. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of glass shattering echoed from the front of the corridor, suggesting someone had broken a window of the train compartment. Students screamed, their cries intermingling with the howling of the blizzard. Morin's unease deepened, and he donned his coat, grasping his wand tightly as he braved the corridor storm, determined to discover the cause of the commotion. Yet, the fierce winds obstructed his path, blurring his vision, making it difficult to see beyond 3 meters. At that moment, the voice of the conductor resonated through every compartment. Students, please remain calm. This is merely a magical mishap caused by the storm. We will resolve it shortly. Please stay in your compartments, close the doors, and remain with your companions. But before the conductor could finish, his voice abruptly ceased, as though someone had silenced him. Morin could only retreat to his compartment, and just as he was about to close the door, a subtle explosion reverberated through the air, as if something had been extricated from the very atmosphere. A frown creased his brow. This was the sound of apparition. Was anyone performing apparition aboard the Hogwarts Express? A chilling wave swept over Morin, compelling him to close the door, but at that moment, a ghastly white hand suddenly reached in, jamming the door. This hand was entirely composed of frost and ice, adorned with glistening icicles. Startled, Morin looked up, only to freeze in place. Through the glass window of the compartment, a snowman with hollow eyes was fixated on him. The sight of those eyes sent a shiver down his spine. Morin was unsure if referring to this sudden apparition as a snowman was accurate, but the figure's face was shrouded in snow, its features faintly discernible, with the eye sockets resembling two ominous black voids, profoundly unsettling. Found you, it declared. Just when Morin was grappling with astonishment, the snowman suddenly broke into a peculiar grin, and within its hollow eye sockets, a pair of icy eyes abruptly emerged, glistening with a chilling light, fixated intently on Morin. With a crash, the door to Morin's compartment was yanked open, and he finally beheld the entirety of the figure before him. A tempest of snow swirled around it, as if it were deliberately using the storm to disguise its visage, yet its left hand wielded a brown wand, pointed directly at Morin. Frostbite. A black beam shot forth from the tip of the wand, catching Morin off guard. His reflexes were swift, and he dove aside, narrowly avoiding the dark projectile. Crashing into the opposite seat, Modi, startled, let out a yelp and dove into Morin's arms, burrowing into his pocket. What on earth? Morin struggled to comprehend the situation. The black beam struck the cake on the table, enveloping it in a layer of black frost, as if it had been frozen solid. Morin was utterly bewildered by the identity of this sudden assailant, and why he resorted to violence upon their very first encounter. However, he had no time to ponder. Raising his wand, he bellowed, Inferno. A torrent of flames erupted, engulfing the figure in a blazing inferno, instantly filling the compartment with heat that dissipated the frost. Yet, the strange being merely flicked its wand, conjuring a black shield that absorbed Morin's flames. Not only that, all the fire suspended in the air was frozen, shattering into fragments with a resounding crack. Futile, you are but a first-year student, the figure sneered, a deep, mocking laughter escaping its lips as it raised its wand once more. Molin could not fathom the reason behind such an ominous presence aboard the Hogwarts Express. He knew he could not remain passive. Shatter. The confines of the compartment were too restrictive and lacking the ability to apparate. He waved his wand, casting a shattering spell at the ceiling. Instantly, a hole was blasted into the iron roof, causing the overhead light to crash down. The figure was taken by surprise, and as the light struck him squarely, he let out a shriek and staggered back. Seizing the opportunity, Molin waved his wand again. Smoke screen. Dense smoke billowed forth from his wand, enveloping the entire compartment, obscuring his surroundings. As the figure was momentarily distracted, Molin slipped through a gap and into the corridor, quickly casting a few petrification spells behind him, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Why all the commotion? Molin turned to see a head poking out from the train's restroom. It was Carol Lestrange. He had just been using the facilities and, spotting the fleeing Molin, wore a sneer. What is the matter now? Is someone chasing you, Molin? A Dementor, perhaps? Gasping for breath, Molin had no time to engage with Carol, continuing to cast his smoke spells. The magic he had learned was rudimentary, lacking any offensive capabilities, as the school did not impart advanced combat spells to first years. His repertoire consisted mainly of simple charms like levitation, repairing, and transfiguration. Faced with this menacing assailant, who had attacked him without uttering a word, those spells were utterly useless. Molin, you're making a mess of the corridor. You shall face consequences. Carol waved dismissively at the smoke, regarding Molin with disdain. Just wait. I'll be sure to inform the head of your house. However, before he could finish, a voice emerged from the depths of the smoke. Where do you think you're going, brat? Come back with me. The snow-covered figure advanced through the haze, casting a cold glance at Carol standing in the restroom doorway. Who are you? Using such a deep voice to frighten people. Are you unwell? Carol, startled by the voice, turned in irritation, only to be confronted by the figure, his expression freezing in place. Carol shrieked in terror, the high-pitched sound a stark contrast to his earlier mockery of Molin. He stumbled back, collapsing against the restroom wall, and in a panic, slammed the door shut behind him. Foolish ignoramus, the figure dismissed Carol, continuing its advance toward Molin. Suddenly, the sound of ice cracking echoed beneath Morin's feet, as the swirling snow and wind encased the train's floor in walls and frost, the freezing process outpacing Morin's attempts to flee. A thick wall of ice formed before him, leaving him no time to halt his momentum, and he crashed headlong in the icy barrier, rubbing his head in pain. Molin realized that colliding with the ice wall conjured by the figure was far from fortuitous. He groaned, bewildered by the unfolding events. In this era, it was exceedingly rare for a wizard to attack students aboard the Hogwarts Express, as the train was typically safeguarded by Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, and the conductors were seasoned adult wizards. Yet, from the moment of the attack until now, Molin had seen no sign of any Aurors. In the distance, many students appeared to be in a state of panic, shouting, but in the adjacent compartments, he was entirely alone, with no one to aid him. You cannot escape. The assailant, intent on finding Molin, had now erected an ice wall to obstruct his path. Shatter! Molin shouted at the ice wall, but it merely cracked slightly, failing to break apart. His spell was insufficient to penetrate the magic wielded by an adult wizard, summoning a burst of flames. He found that the ice wall would not melt rapidly. Still struggling, little one? Don't make things worse for yourself. A red beam shot through the smoke behind him, dispelling the cloud he had created, and the figure, encased in swirling snow, aimed its wand once more, unleashing a dark light that nearly struck Morin's shoulder. Damn it! Molin pushed through the adjacent compartment, darting inside, swiftly locking the door, and then casting a sticking charm on the lock to temporarily resist any attempts to open it. At this moment, Molin fervently wished he had mastered the art of apparition. At least he could have instantly vanished from this accursed place. Yet, the sinister figure had already reached the doorway, sneering through the glass. So you've locked yourself in a cell, have you? Do you truly believe a mere door can deter me? How naive, little child. Once more, the entire compartment door succumbed to a chilling blanket of frost, the black ice firmly sealing it shut, followed by a thunderous crack. Boom! The door exploded into countless fragments, and the creature stepped inside, seizing Molin by the collar of his garment. Have the Aurors gone home for a holiday? Quick on his feet. Molin swiftly shed his outer coat and spun around to shout a spell at the foe. Disarm. The incantation struck the creature, causing its wand to nearly slip from its grasp, yet it quickly regained hold. Molin observed that the wand's handle was encased in a protective brown sleeve, one he had seen in a magical equipment shop before, reputed to thwart disarming spells and favored by wizards. Damn it, so close. Molin lamented internally. He rarely employed disarming spells and thus lacked proficiency. The cunning wizard was experienced and responsive, fortified by the wand's protective sleeve, leaving Molin no opportunity whatsoever. Well, you got some tricks up your sleeve, but this is where it ends, the creature mocked, swirling its wand once more. Instantly, the train's windows shattered, and the howling blizzard surged in like a tidal wave, engulfing Molin in an instant, followed by the ominous crackling of ice forming around him. Inferno! In that fleeting moment, as the storm enveloped him, Molin managed to conjure a flame spell, a skill honed through his recent magical studies with Anak, allowing him to envelop himself in fire. Keeping the ice at bay, Anak had taught him just last week how to control the ferocious flames without harming himself. They acted like a burning garment, aggressively repelling the outside world while safeguarding him from burns. The snowstorm outside failed to extinguish the flames. Instead, it was repelled, and Morin's fire swiftly melted the encroaching ice. Crack! Crack! However, the snow blanketing Molin began to crystallize into a menacing black ice, a substance he had no knowledge of how to counter. His flames proved ineffective against this dark ice. In the blink of an eye, Molin found himself ensnared by the black ice, his fire providing only a slim margin of resistance, trapping him in place, making even the slightest movement an arduous task. Is that all you've got? You think you can withstand me with such childish fire magic? The creature cackled. Chapter 105. The Dragon's Flame Cold Repellent Potion. What do you want with me? Molin shouted from within the black ice, uncertain whether the creature could hear him, but he needed to comprehend why he had become an unwitting target. You shall know soon enough. The creature offered no reply, its hand gripping the black ice surrounding Molin, dragging him out of the compartment, down the train's corridor towards the rear, where the last few carriages were devoid of students. The creature unceremoniously tossed Molin into the last carriage. I must clear away any traces. I cannot afford to leave evidence behind, it muttered to itself, casting a cursory glance at Molin to confirm he was ensnared by its magic before turning back towards the front of the train, seemingly intent on erasing the traces of its dark enchantments. What should I do now? Panic surged within Molin. This mysterious dark wizard had cloaked him in ice and was now intent on erasing any signs of its dark magic, clearly wary of something. Once this fiend finished cleaning up, who knew where Molin might end up, or what fate awaited him? He had no desire to be abducted without cause. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the Dragon's Flame Cold Repellent Potion Anak had given him. The first time he had taken a large swig, he had erupted into smoke, unleashing a terrifying inferno. If he could manage to consume it again, he could surely summon a formidable fire to shatter this wretched black ice. Doi, if you can understand me, please retrieve the small vial from my pocket, the one containing the Dragon's Flame Cold Repellent Potion, Molin implored urgently. He was unsure if Doi comprehended him, but he had no other option. He created a marginally movable space with his flames, but was unable to extend his hand. Doi! Doi! Doi darted from Morin's pocket, emerging with a piece of candy, wagging its tail and gazing at Molin. Not candy, the vial. Molin exclaimed hastily. Doi retreated, only to return with a chocolate bar. Not something to eat, something to drink. A glass vial, the potion. Molin was thoroughly exasperated. Doi dived back into Morin's pocket, and this time emerged triumphantly holding the small vial. Fortunate that Molin had kept it with him. It was precisely what he needed. Yes, bring it to my mouth. Molin exclaimed joyfully. Doi climbed up Morin's clothes to his chin, using its tiny paws to push the vial directly into Morin's mouth. The stopper. The stopper. Molin urged, hastily pressing his teeth against the vial to prevent swallowing it. Doi tilted its head, blinking, then switched the vial's position, trying to fit the bottom into Morin's mouth. Not turning the vial, just remove the brown stopper. Molin cried in frustration, as Doi seemed to lack complete understanding of his words. Doi blinked again, and this time, it appeared to grasp Morin's intent, using its sharp teeth to bite through the stopper before shoving the vial into Morin's mouth. Yet at that moment, a furious shout echoed from the far end of the train, accompanied by the sound of spells being cast. He vaguely heard someone shouting, "Hurry!" P.S. still in the carriage. Don't let him escape. Seal the train. Whoosh! Molin could hear the sound of apparition within the train. Evidently, the Aurors had arrived, and it was clear that chaos had erupted, drawing their attention. Meanwhile, the train began to slow down gradually, coming to a halt. Molin sighed in relief, thinking he might not need to drink the potion after all, just as he prepared to instruct Doi to stow the Dragon's Flame Cold Repellent Potion away. The figure cloaked in snow suddenly apparat beside him, seizing Molin and preparing to take him along in a similar manner. This time, Molin did not hesitate. He gulped down a mouthful of the Dragon's Flame Cold Repellent Potion. As the potion coursed through his veins, Molin felt his blood surge with renewed vigor. a fiery warmth igniting his very essence, causing his clothes to feel as though they might ignite. Inferno. This time, Molin conjured the flame spell without even reaching for his wand. He sensed a wave of heat eager to burst forth. The flames that had previously shielded him suddenly roared to life, swelling violently as they howled with fury. With a thunderous crack, they shattered the encasing black ice in an instant. What? The figure, enveloped in the howling wind and snow, was caught off guard, struck by the icy shards of his own making. A torrent of scorching heat surged forth, toppling him and sending him crashing into the corner of the carriage, shattering the glass. Do not presume me easily bullied. Morin's voice, as if filled with the very flames of hell, resounded magnificently, while the terrifying inferno surrounding him morphed into a ferocious fire dragon, swirling about him with wild abandon. It ignited everything within the carriage, consuming iron and glass alike in its ravenous embrace. Frost of the abyss. The figure crawled from the corner, raising his wand to unleash a powerful jet of dark energy towards Morin's flames, emanating an icy chill that sought to extinguish the blaze. Yet this time, the dark energy faltered, failing to subdue Morin's fire. Instead, the black ice he conjured was itself ignited. Boom! The fire dragon roared with unrestrained fury, the searing heat obliterating the last remaining glass of the carriage. Flames poured from the windows as if a cataclysmic explosion had erupted within, the tempestuous blizzard unable to quench the chaotic inferno. The falling snowflakes evaporated before they even touched the ground. Molin, taken aback, attempted to rein in the flames, but they seemed to evade his control, rampaging wildly. The figure, equally astonished, found the ferocity of the flames far beyond his expectations, never anticipating that Molin could wield such terrifying fire. What manner of flame is this? The figure, horrified, scrambled to his feet as the fire lunged toward him, seemingly intent on consuming him. He bellowed in defiance, flicking his wand to conjure a shield of red light. But once more, the shield was engulfed by Morin's flames, which surged forward. How could you summon such flames? The figure's disguise of wind and snow evaporated, revealing a black cloak beneath. At that moment, aurors rushed from a distance, their blue light enveloping the fire. Unforgivable. He has set the train ablaze. An auror wielded his wand vigorously, summoning torrents of water in an attempt to extinguish the flames. Yet the fire merely flicked it aside, obliterating the water shield. Curse you! You will pay for this. Seeing the aurors closing in, the figure dared not linger any longer. The flames forced him to retreat, and in his haste, he stumbled against the door, rising with an angry shout. He spun in place, and with a resounding crack, he vanished from the carriage in a puff of smoke. Before Molin could exhale in relief, the terrifying flames left him disoriented. The extraordinary fire enveloped him, and he found it impossible to protect himself from its searing heat. He was ensconced within the last carriage, the corridor leading to the other carriages already claimed by the rampant flames. Chapter 106. The Indomitable Flame. The inferno encircled Molin as he pondered an escape from the conflagration. To his astonishment, despite the flames wreaking havoc all around, they did not advance upon him. Rather, they parted, allowing him a clear space to stand. Hesitating, he took a step forward, and the flames retreated correspondingly. Elated, Molin dashed toward the next carriage, the out-of-control flames seeming to possess a consciousness, instinctively clearing a path for him. However, with a crack, the floor of the next carriage collapsed into dust, revealing a gaping chasm that barred his progress. He could advance no further. Fortunately, at that moment, the train was halted. Molin leaped from the adjacent window, tumbling into the snow, distancing himself from the burning carriage, taking refuge beneath a tree not far from the tracks. Around the final carriage engulfed in flames, 7 or 8 wizards shouted, launching water spells that cascaded down like a waterfall. Yet, without exception, the water was vaporized by the flames, utterly ineffective against Morin's fire. Molin, surprised, rose from the snow, observing the wizard's frantic attempts to extinguish the blaze, bewildered. Is my fire truly so difficult to extinguish? What are you aurors even for? I thought all wizarding exams were supposed to yield excellent results. He recalled how, during a previous incident, Anak had effortlessly quelled his flames with a wave of his wand. Yet these aurors appeared utterly powerless against the inferno. Separate the carriages. Do not let the fire spread to the third carriage. Evacuate all students from the train immediately. A tall wizard commanded as Morin's flames began to encroach upon the second to last carriage. He cast a powerful cutting spell, cleaving the third carriage in two from above, creating a barrier against the fire. Yet the flames remained uncontrollable, growing fiercer, even igniting the tracks. If this continued, The fire would likely spread along the tracks and ignite the remaining carriages. What dark magic is this? Damn it, cut the tracks. Has the conductor awakened? Tell him to move the train further away. The Aurors frantically waved their wands, shouting orders to formulate a firefighting plan. Dark magic? Morin's brow furrowed slightly. How could a simple fire spell be deemed dark magic? It was merely a common incantation. However, he soon realized he, too, could not control the flames. He understood how to ignite fire, but not how to extinguish it. Who knew how to deal with such flames? A knock. Morin hurried to a nearby thicket beside the tracks, laboriously retrieving parchment and a quill from his pocket. He glanced around, initially intending to discern his location to summon a knock via apparition for assistance. But in this desolate wilderness, he had no idea where he was. A knock would be unable to apparition to him, so he hastily wrote, "Mr. Alton, my flames have gone out of control and ignited the Hogwarts train." The Aurors seemed clueless about how to extinguish them. How did you manage the flames last time? After 2 minutes, the parchment trembled, and Anok's hasty handwriting appeared. How did it go out of control again? Did you carelessly drink the Dragon Fire tonic? Those flames are yours. You can control them. Use the transformation spell. The incantation is Flame Transfiguration. Draw a triangle with your wand and shake it twice. Morin was unsure whether he could accomplish this. The flames continued to blaze, thick smoke billowing, and the Aurors remained oblivious to his presence. Stealthily, he maneuvered through the snow, finding a stone hidden from the Aurors' view. He pointed his wand at the flames, following Anok's instructions, drew a triangle, and shook it twice. Flame Transfiguration. A faint glow erupted from Morin's wand, and he soon felt a tenuous connection extending from it to the rebellious flames. These uncontrollable flames, once akin to wild beasts, now seemed tethered as if by a rope around their necks, beginning to stabilize. It worked. Morin marveled at the sensation. An odd feeling akin to taming a raging fire dragon with his wand. An unprecedented experience. Perhaps I should transform it into a firebird. In Molin's mind, he envisioned the day when Anok had wielded his magic, and he too intended to conjure a phoenix, letting it soar and flutter about to test its agility. After all, the nefarious ones had already fled, and the train was irreparably lost to the flames. There was no saving it now. The Aurors were preoccupied and indifferent to him, and seizing this opportunity to hone his skills seemed rather exhilarating. Life must be navigated with a sense of joy amidst adversity, and Molin was ever the optimist. Under his command, the flames on the train writhed, suddenly surging upward with great ferocity, as if yearning to transform, yet failing in its attempt. Alas, numerous students had already disembarked from the train, and upon witnessing the flames' ominous escalation, they erupted into frantic cries. Think of something. The flames are about to spiral out of control. One Auror shouted in indignation. Molin realized that the blaze was proving difficult to manage, and inadvertently, he had only heightened the anxiety among the Aurors and his peers. He shrugged nonchalantly, muttering, "It's not out of control, not at all. No need to worry, I'm here." With a flick of his wand, he endeavored to rein in the unruly fire. Gradually, the flames transformed from the train into a slender line of fire, burrowing back into his wand. This process was slow and arduous, for controlling such a multitude of flames was no trivial task. Being merely a first-year student, his mastery of magic had its limitations. It took him nearly 5 minutes to gather the flames, a stark contrast to Anok's earlier prowess. Fortunately, the heavy snowfall at that moment obscured the Auror's sight, and as the flames were attracted, they remained oblivious to his efforts. The flames diminished, which prompted an inquiry. Who did this? What magic was employed to subdue the fire conjured by dark arts? "Phil, was it you?" a tall wizard exclaimed. "Not I, Daler. I used the water-making spell, but it was of no use." "Was it you, Bolins?" "I employed the weakening charm and the transfiguration charm, but to no avail. It was not I who quelled the flames." A gathering of 8 or so Aurors surrounded the charred remains of the train car, each querying the others. Daler, the leader, had posed the question to everyone present, yet none of his team had managed to vanquish the flames. Strange. How is it that none of us could contend with these flames, and yet they vanished so suddenly? Daler's expression was grave, as the captain of the Auror squad. He was accustomed to confronting dark magic, yet this particular flame spell left them utterly stumped, a matter of considerable concern. This is no mere dark magic. One sip of dragon fire repellent could send you spiraling out of control. Molin paid little heed to the Aurors, his thoughts consumed by their short-sightedness. Just as he was about to stow away his wand and approach the students who were dispersing, an Auror named Phil suddenly approached him, having recognized Molin. "Montaklin, what are you doing here?" "Phil, who had also been present during the encounter with Pori in Diagon Alley, was familiar with Molin's grandfather, Alton, and thus had a certain rapport with him. "Oh, Mr. Phil, what a coincidence. I was just passing by to join the commotion," Molin replied uncertainly. Boom! The train car, reduced to a mere frame, crumbled into a pile of ashes, thoroughly incinerated by the flames. Molin turned to glance at the heap of remnants, swallowed hard, and then innocently shrugged his shoulders towards Phil, earnestly stating, "Really?" Chapter 107, Department of Magical Trace Assessment. "Phil, what's the matter?" Daler hastily approached, only to furrow his brow upon seeing Molin. "Daler, this is Alton's grandson, Molin," Phil explained. Daler scrutinized Molin, muttering, "Surely, you didn't ignite this fire?" "Daler, he's merely a first-year child," Phil interjected, casting a glance at Daler. "How could a first-year child possibly wield dark magic? What are you thinking?" "Apologies, I may have overreacted." Daler kicked at the snow, visibly vexed, still seething over the failure to apprehend the arsonist. Molin pondered whether to confess to being the source of the flames, ultimately deciding against it. The matter was too peculiar to disclose. "Molin, were you at the last train car?" Phil inquired seriously. "Yes, someone was chasing me. So I ran to the last car. His magic was too powerful. I was no match, and then, it caught fire. Yes, just like that, and fortuitously you all arrived." Montaclin recounted. Just as he was contemplating how to elaborate, Phil interrupted, continuing for him. "He must have seen us coming, and thus employed dark magic to ignite the train, attempting to divert attention while making his escape, correct?" "Ah, yes, precisely." Montaclin nodded earnestly, the flames indeed having created a warmth in the midst of winter. After a pause, he added innocently, "But that wasn't dark magic, right? It should just be an ordinary, uncontrolled fire, shouldn't it?" "This is no ordinary fire." Daler's countenance grew grave. "This fire is more fearsome than fiend fire. We know how to combat fiend fire, but this flame is unlike anything I've ever encountered. It's exceedingly perilous." "Fiend fire? My flames. Are you saying they're more terrifying than fiend fire?" Molin was taken aback, for fiend fire was a notoriously malevolent form of fire magic capable of devouring everything in its path. Yet the blaze that had consumed the train car was merely his uncontrolled spell. How could it be deemed more dreadful than fiend fire? Montaclin was utterly perplexed. "Who was that person just now? Do you know him? Why was he after me?" "That's what I wish to ascertain. His magic is highly proficient. He has erased many traces, and we may need the experts from the Department of Magical Trace Assessment to evaluate the magical remnants." "You say he was pursuing you?" Daler asked. "Yes, he sought to capture me, yet I had never seen him before." Montaclin replied. "That is indeed curious," Daler remarked, observing Molin intently. Phil then recalled something and addressed the other approaching Aurors. "It is possible that this individual is affiliated with Pori. Do you remember Pori from a few months ago? He was apprehended thanks to Molin, who was even featured on the front page of the Daily Prophet. Since Molin is unable to retaliate at school, perhaps he has come seeking revenge. But how did he know I would be coming home?" Montaclin questioned, bewildered. A criminal would take such risks to hijack a Hogwarts train merely to exact revenge on a first-year student? That seemed implausible. Phil nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Did you see what he looked like?" "No, he was entirely covered in snowflakes, resembling a snowman. I couldn't make out his features." "Also, how did he get onto the train? What about the conductor?" Montaclin inquired. "A snowman. This fellow is quite the master of disguise." Phil spat in frustration. "The conductor was knocked unconscious. That scoundrel ambushed them. If it weren't for Stephen, who was on duty today, casting a spell to signal his location before losing consciousness, we would have arrived much too late." "Ah, I see." Molin recalled his grandfather mentioning that Aurors possessed a means of communication, allowing them to alert their comrades in times of danger during missions. It was fortunate that Stephen had guided the other Aurors to teleport directly, or else the entire train would. However, it suddenly dawned upon Morin that this was not quite right. The presence of these Aurors was futile, for had he not extinguished the flames himself? Yet he soon recognized that it was indeed his inadvertent actions that had ignited the fire in the first place. At the very least, the arrival of the Aurors had frightened off that miscreant, so their presence was not entirely in vain. Now that the train had been rendered inoperative with 2 compartments destroyed, I suppose we must devise a way to expedite the return of these students. Oh, curse be it! How does that woman possess such an acute sense of smell? Why does she always seem to know when something is amiss? How did she even discern that the incident occurred here? Dahl raised his gaze to see a reporter, her lips adorned with vivid crimson lipstick, sprinting towards them across the snowy landscape. He muttered a curse under his breath and turned to the other Aurors, instructing, You must stop her immediately. Do not allow her to spout her nonsense. Morin, follow Phil and do not entertain that Madwoman-S interview request. Morin too had spotted Judith's skit and recalled how, after his last encounter with her, he had unwittingly become a pawn in her campaign to tarnish the Ministry of Magic's reputation. His feelings towards her were far from amicable. That article had been nothing but a gross exaggeration, rife with fabrications. However, stopping this, which was a futile endeavor, for there were numerous students aboard, all eager to return home for the Christmas holiday, affording Judith ample opportunity to conduct her interviews at various students' residences. The Aurors commenced the process of clearing the scene, while personnel from a magical trace identification department arrived to scour each carriage for traces of dark magic. Morin found the methods employed by these wizards to be quite fascinating. One blonde-haired magical investigator was seen leading a meter-long slug, which crawled across the metal exterior of the carriage, seemingly in search of something, leaving behind a substantial trail of slime. Another wizard manipulated a colossal 2-meter-long octopus, which swam within a vast magical bubble, its tentacles reaching out to touch the carriage. Moreover, a wizard brandished a cage, swinging open its door to release a swarm of red flies that buzzed and infiltrated the carriage. What purpose do these slugs and octopuses serve? And those flies, how utterly revolting! Morin could not refrain from inquiring of Phil. They are specially trained to detect magical residues, Phil patiently elucidated. That mutated slug-S slime can reveal the colors of magic cast within the past 2 hours. Different spells leave distinct hues in the slime, enabling us to ascertain precisely what magic was employed here. The octopus-S tentacles can absorb residual magic, allowing us to recreate the spell that was cast. As for those pig-nosed flies, their sense of smell is remarkably acute. Even if you were to sneeze 10 miles away, they could locate you. Phil continued. Despite their unimpressive appearances, even a trivial repairing charm can be detected by them, thus revealing your presence. This is how we track dark wizards. Morin nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the assailant who had attacked him was clearly well-versed in counter-surveillance tactics, as demonstrated by his quick retreat to erase any magical traces he had left behind. Yet, the uncontrolled flames loomed in Morin's mind, and he uneasily remarked, "Is it possible for them to identify who ignited this fire? With a stroke of luck, they certainly might." Phil replied earnestly, "Once we obtain the results, we can apprehend the arsonist who wielded dark magic." Morin forced a dry laugh, certain that he held no fondness for those flies, octopuses, or slugs. While the magical trace identification department was at work, the other Aurors busied themselves in coordinating with various agencies. Until the identification processes were complete, no one was permitted to claim their belongings from the Hogwarts train. They erected several large tents on-site to provide shelter for the students from the biting wind and snow. Judith Skit protested vehemently, calling for the wizarding families to know the truth and demanding interviews, yet she was brusquely intercepted by the Aurors. She then railed against the Aurors for their alleged concealment of the truth and the Ministry's unscrupulousness, but the Aurors remained unfazed. What a foolish woman! As if her presence could somehow lead to a favorable portrayal of us. Phil spat disdainfully, recognizing that Judith frequently sullied their names in the Daily Prophet, where Aurors were often depicted as spineless, ineffectual creatures, utterly worthless. Half an hour later, Dahl approached with a grave expression, announcing, "The results of the magical trace identification have come in." Chapter 108, The Chaotic Scene. Morin had remained by Phil's side and immediately lifted his gaze to meet Dahl's. "Have you detected the scent of that dark wizard?" Phil inquired. Dahl shook his head. "No, that fellow is quite clever. He has eradicated all noticeable traces of magic. As for the last carriage, he wielded a malevolent dark spell, incinerating it completely. There's nothing left to trace." "Oh, splendid." Morin sighed in relief. Phil and Dahl both fixed their gaze upon Morin. "What I mean to say is," Morin hastily clarified, "this is terrible. He must be held accountable." He shook his fist, his expression earnest. "He will undoubtedly face consequences. Daring to hijack the Hogwarts train and employ dark magic to incinerate compartments is intolerable to the Ministry." Dahl exclaimed in frustration. The dark wizard had escaped before their eyes, conjuring flames that could not be extinguished, thereby severely undermining the Auror's dignity. And Dahl was still a loss regarding the nature of this dark magic. "The train cannot proceed any further. Phil, construct a temporary fireplace. I have arranged with the head of the Ministry's Flu Network office to temporarily connect the Flu Network. These students must be escorted directly to London Station to prevent any further mishaps. For those students unfamiliar with Flu powder, they shall use a portkey. Those who disdain portkeys must also utilize one. This is an emergency, and there is no room for objections. As for those Muggle-born students, See if you can procure some muggle rockets to await them at London Station, ensuring their safe return home along with their non-magical parents. We cannot afford any missteps with these muggles, or the situation will escalate further. Or rockets? Phil asked, perplexed. How should I know? Don't muggles travel long distances by rockets? Doll snapped impatiently before hurrying away. Phil grasped his hair in confusion and turned to Molin. Your grandfather, Alton, is the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Had they mentioned anything about rockets? Molin was equally baffled by these muggle contraptions. I am unsure. It must be some form of transportation, I suppose. In any case, you should inquire with those muggle-born classmates of yours. He then mentally noted the term rocket, resolving to include it in his studies for the forthcoming Muggle Studies exam. Should the topic of muggle transportation arise, what a splendid way to continue learning. How do you intend to get to London? I must ensure your safety. Phil inquired. I'm amenable to any method. How about you apparate me to London Station and then return? Molin suggested. Phil nodded. Very well. It will only take a few seconds. Now, go retrieve your belongings, and I shall construct a temporary fireplace. Meet me in 10 minutes. Phil dashed towards the large tent, and Molin observed as he produced a toy-like model of a fireplace from his pocket, barely the size of his palm. He tossed the toy fireplace onto the ground and waved his wand, causing it to enlarge instantly, flames roaring within the hearth. Molin painstakingly clambered aboard the carriage, locating his luggage, which, fortunately, remained unscathed, save for a layer of ice and the viscous residue of a slug, suggesting it had likely been subjected to inspection, which left him feeling somewhat nauseated. He extracted his wand and deftly removed the slime from his suitcase, subsequently casting a lightning charm before hastily descending from the train. Eager to find Phil, Phil was vociferously inquiring how a muggle-born student might procure a rocket, the student appearing somewhat bewildered. Never mind that for now. Grab your belongings quickly. First years who have never used flue powder are not permitted to attempt it. This is not the time for experimentation. Head over to that door key, Phil directed, managing the chaos. The use of flue powder could easily result in an errant arrival in someone else's home, a risk they could not afford to take with the students, thus allowing only experienced students to utilize it. The scene was a tumultuous throng of several hundred students, jostling about, creating a cacophony of commotion. Many still shaken by the events, with some unable to locate their luggage. A few first-year girls were wailing in distress, lamenting the loss of their beloved kittens or chocolate frog cards. What a dreadful day it was, Phil shouted hoarsely, realizing that the students were not easily swayed. Many were darting about in search of their belongings, while some had their luggage swept away by the blizzard, books and clothes strewn across the ground. Given the circumstances, Phil could not reprimand the students directly, leaving him thoroughly exasperated. Thank goodness you're a rather sensible child, Phil remarked, patting Molin on the shoulder, his gaze drifting to a sobbing little girl on the ground whose caterpillar had succumbed to the frost, her cries echoing in despair, impervious to any attempts at comfort. With a resigned sigh, Phil turned back to Molin. Molin shrugged. He was inherently bold and not one to be easily flustered, especially considering the dark wizard had been targeting him directly. Let us secure our luggage and be off, Phil said, grasping Morin's arm, and with a gentle tug, they were propelled through the air, emerging with a pop at the London station. The station was teeming with parents eagerly awaiting their children. The train had been delayed for several hours, and anxiety was palpable. Several aurors were explaining the situation to the parents, ensuring that the chaos did not escalate further, as rogue dark wizards had infiltrated the area, necessitating that parents remain away from the accident site. I shall take you to Alton. If that dark wizard was indeed after you, I must ensure you are safely back with him, Phil said, exhibiting a commendable sense of responsibility as he navigated through the crowd, quickly spotting Alton, who was scanning the throng. Alton's balding head shone brightly amidst the multitude, making him easily recognizable. Molin, are you all right? Alton inquired, seizing Morin's arm. Me fine, grandpa, Molin replied. Alton exhaled in relief, but quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Phil, what on earth transpired? I heard from Digger that there was an explosion on the train, resulting in numerous casualties. All the parents are in an uproar. Don't believe that scaremonger, Phil retorted. Alton, you should take Molin home at once. I need to return and manage the scene, and will explain everything when I have the chance. I'll see if I can safely apparate a few more students over. It's utter mayhem over there, and some students are resistant to apparition. Last year, I brought a little boy, and after he apparat, he vomited all over me. Thankfully, Molin did not. I have quite the fondness for this lad. With that, Phil spun on his heel and vanished into thin air. The fireplace at the station was packed with parents, and students occasionally emerged from the flames, while some aurors returned with students via apparition. As for those who returned through the door keys, they generally arrived in groups of 5, tumbling out in a heap, luggage scattered, and many students cursing and complaining. Alton patted Morin's head. "Thank goodness you're safe. Let us hurry home." He grasped Morin's hand, although he was not fond of apparition. This time, he directly led Morin away from the station. Chapter 109. A Christmas for Two. "Was that wizard truly pursuing you?" Alton asked once home, meticulously inspecting Morin's condition, discovering that aside from some singed clothing, he was largely unharmed. Morin recounted the events aboard the train to Alton without reservation. "It seems he was searching car by car. Upon spotting me, he used magic," Morin disclosed, feeling no need to conceal the truth from his grandfather. Alton's expression grew grave, his brow furrowing deeper. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Morin hesitated before asking, "Grandpa, if I were to say that I was the one who started the fire, would you believe me?" "I would believe that you ignited the fire. But your flames were transformed by the dark wizard's magic, rendering them untouchable even by the Aurors. That man is truly deranged. Don't let me catch him. How dare he trouble my grandson?" Alton exclaimed through gritted teeth, tugging at his beard in frustration. Morin was at a loss for how to explain. The bottle of dragonfire repellent was only half full. He contemplated revealing his encounter with Anak, but ultimately refrained. Alton had already begun writing a letter to contact the Ministry of Magic. Morin retreated to his bedroom, retrieved a piece of parchment, and noticed it was quivering, revealing a line of text in Anak's handwriting. Has the matter been resolved? Morin took out his quill and wrote, "Mr. Anak, why do my flames go out of control? Why were the Aurors unable to extinguish them? Did I cast dark magic?" A minute later, the parchment trembled again. "It is not dark magic. Rather, you possess a unique quality that renders your uncontrolled flames beyond the capacity of others to manage. Do your utmost to maintain control. Is this uniqueness due to my eyes?" Morin inquired. "You will understand in due time. Now, I must go elsewhere to celebrate Christmas." The magic of the parchment diminishes over long distances, rendering further communication impossible. We shall address any matters once the holiday has passed. Anak was ever reticent to divulge too much information. Morin tucked the parchment away, lying back on his bed and gazing at the ceiling. Reflecting on the recent bizarre occurrences, students continuously vanishing from school, and now someone was seeking to trouble him. It was an undeniably unsettling feeling. Could it be Professor Charles? Morin pondered, aware that the professors at school would certainly know which students had returned home, yet he dismissed the notion, recognizing that the individual's demeanor was far too dissimilar from that of Professor Charles. Or perhaps Professor Charles was deliberately masquerading. Morin approached the window, glancing outside as twilight descended, enveloping the earth in darkness. The following morning, heavy snow continued to fall outside, blanketing the Muggle neighborhood in a pristine white, with many Muggle children engaging in snowball fights. "Will Mom and Dad not be returning for Christmas?" Morin asked quietly, seated at the table, nibbling on turkey sandwiches. Alton patted Morin's shoulder. "They're quite busy." "I'm sorry, Morin. Busy for 4 years now, I senti it." Morin mused, the memories of his parents growing increasingly hazy. Were it not for the photographs in the album, he might not even recall what they looked like. Since their departure when he was 7, they had never returned, only occasionally sending letters that failed to pique Morin's interest. Alton set down the meat sauce and managed a smile. Such is the nature of studying ancient magic. There's little to be done about it. They remain oblivious to my selection for the Quidditch team at school, unaware of my academic progress, and utterly ignorant of the attack I endured on my way home. Do they not? Morin lowered his head, fixated on his knife and fork, lost in thought. Each Christmas, he yearned for his parents' return, yet disappointment accompanied him year after year. A heavy sense of discontent settled in his heart. How could one be so occupied with work for 4 years without a moment to rest? At times, he envied the Muggles in his neighborhood, who, despite their lack of magical understanding, could at least be together with their parents, hand in hand, sharing laughter and joy. Morin had long forgotten what that felt like. Alton quickly interjected, "I've written to them. They are genuinely concerned about you. I assure you, who would worry for their own child? But let's not dwell on that. We must plan how to decorate the house. Would you prefer a cannon firework or a Christmas tree that transforms into Santa Claus? I could procure a sleigh. What do you think of skiing indoors?" Morin replied absent-mindedly. He knew his grandfather would indulge him with any request, and his pocket money would never be scant, yet he found himself lacking interest. "Some things cannot be purchased with money. I've had enough," he declared, tossing his plate into the sink, where the brush automatically sprang to life to scrub the dishes. He washed his hands and turned to retreat to his bedroom. "Morin, wait. What do you desire? Tell Grandpa, and he shall procure it for you. We could even buy a few reindeer, those lively ones sold in Diagon Alley, or whatever fireworks you fancy. We can set them off at will." Alton called after him. But Molin had already entered his room. Alton sighed, his face creased with worry. He understood well what Molin truly desired. After all, Molin was merely an 11-year-old child. Yet, there was little he could do. He had strived to provide Molin with the finest life possible, but there were many voids he simply could not fill. Alton's gaze dimmed as he shook his head gently, a visage of sorrow. Christmas should be a day of family reunion, not steeped in such a melancholic atmosphere. Molin sat at the edge of his bed, gazing at the picture frame on his desk, which held a photograph of their family of 4. He was but 5 years old then. Perched upon his father's shoulders, the frame enchanted to move. His father would occasionally toss him into the air, provoking fits of laughter, while his mother watched fondly by. Alton, too, was all smiles, radiating contentment. Yet that life had long since vanished. After a moment of silence, Molin laid the picture frame down on the desk, covering it with a book, unwilling to gaze upon his parents. He then reclined on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Even the most optimistic of children harbor unspoken burdens, and Molin was no exception. After a while, he recalled his grandfather Alton's expression. He stood up once more, opened his bedroom door, and emerged with a smile replacing his earlier dejection. "Grandpa, I'm ready. Let's head to Diagon Alley. I want to buy a plethora of fireworks." Alton looked up, surprised to see Morin's mischievous spirit restored, and nodded eagerly. "Ah, splendid. We shall depart at once. Just a moment while I fetch my bag." Alton's wrinkles smoothed as Morin's reaction filled him with joy. This was the spirit that Christmas ought to embody, not one of gloom. He believed Molin had found clarity and hastily set aside his unfinished breakfast, donning a pair of unappealing muggle slippers as he ascended to retrieve his satchel. Molin watched his grandfather's lively and hurried steps, his gaze distant and contemplative. He was unsure of his own thoughts, merely accustomed to suppressing those feelings of despair. If his irresponsible parents had chosen not to spend Christmas with him for 4 long years, he would at least ensure his grandfather experienced a joyous holiday. Someone must find happiness during Christmas, and Molin felt that person should be his grandfather. Chapter 110, False Reports. This time, Alton took Molin to Diagon Alley, specifically instructing him to bring his wand. Although minors are prohibited from using magic in public, exceptions are made in emergencies, especially given the presence of an individual seeking to capture Molin. "Stay close to me. We cannot afford to lose sight of each other. Should you witness anyone casting spells upon you, retaliate immediately. Do not concern yourself with the restrictions on using magic outside of school. Your safety is paramount," Alton instructed, surveying the leaky cauldron for acquaintances who might shed light on the previous day's attack on the student train. With the approach of Christmas, the leaky cauldron had been festooned with colorful ribbons, and various stars floated about, parting gracefully as patrons drew near, ensuring no one was marred by their presence. The entire establishment exuded a festive atmosphere. Molin approached the bar, where a copy of the Daily Prophet lay. Unsurprisingly, the incident involving the destruction of the Hogwarts train had become a sensational headline, replete with photographs capturing the blazing inferno engulfing the last carriage, still ablaze as several aurors attempted futilely to extinguish the flames. The headline read, "Shock. Hogwarts train experiences violent explosion, resulting in significant student casualties. A dark day for the Christmas holiday. Significant casualties? For the sake of sensationalism, has this journalist no shame?" Molin muttered. The dark wizard from yesterday had merely sought to trouble him, leaving the other students unscathed. At worst, they suffered a slight chill to their faces, while Molin himself had narrowly escaped abduction. He continued reading. In a breaking news update from the Daily Prophet on the 22nd, Hogwarts students traveling home by train encountered an unidentified dark wizard who unleashed a conflagration upon the entire carriage, resulting in various degrees of injuries among the students. A dozen aurors were unable to subdue the dark wizard, failing even to catch a glimpse of him, and the aurors found themselves powerless against the flames conjured by the mysterious wizard, leading to renewed skepticism regarding their capabilities. The Ministry of Magic not only neglected its duties, but also attempted to conceal the truth, obscuring a series of scandals. Yet, the truth cannot remain hidden for long. As a first-year student named Carol Lestrange has personally recounted the events to us, our reporters have endeavored to reconstruct the circumstances as accurately as possible. It was a Yeti. The dark wizard controlled a dozen Yetis that attacked every carriage. Carol Lestrange proclaimed fervently, still shaken. At one point, the Yeti attempted to strangle me, and had I not cast the smoke charm to create confusion, I would have surely been captured. The interviewee, Carol, hailed from the noble Lestrange family of wizards. and his cleverness in employing the smoke charm to escape demonstrated both his wit and courage, despite being merely a first-year student. You cast the smoke charm? Morin found himself chuckling. He recalled encountering Carol just moments before. The lad had stumbled out of the restroom upon seeing the wizard, only to fall back inside in fright. And now he had the audacity to claim he had cast the smoke charm. The smoke charm had been taught in their defense against the dark arts class by Professor Francis, who instructed them on how to effectively defend against attacks from stinging flies by creating a smoke screen. Only Morin's smoke charm had been effective. Carol's had merely produced a wisp of smoke, akin to a candle being snuffed out. Truly, one should never lack in self-awareness. The prophet of prophecy lay beneath a photograph of Carlo, who appeared particularly impressive. Morin scoffed disdainfully and continued reading. Carlo's bravery is worthy of emulation by many students. Yet not all possess the quick reflexes he exhibits. A Ravenclaw girl named Maria remarked that the snow monster had slain her dear friend, Corgi. However, there has been no mention of this individual in any official statements. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic issued a declaration asserting that no students are missing, which clearly indicates their intent to conceal the fact that a student has indeed perished. Such actions have incited considerable anger among parents, and we are striving to locate Corgi's guardians to demand an explanation from Ministry. Below the news was a photograph of a first-year girl weeping sorrowfully. Morin was taken aback to recognize her as the same little girl who had thrown a tantrum the previous day over the death of a caterpillar. Refusing any attempts at consolation, did a student named Corgi truly lose their life? Alton, standing beside Morin, scrutinized the newspaper's contents and asked gravely, "If that is the case, the situation is dire. I hope the poor child's parents are not too heartbroken." Morin shrugged, replying, "To be honest, if that woman were in her right mind, she would realize that Corgi was merely a caterpillar." Alton nodded in sudden comprehension, then indignantly declared, "That madwoman's news is utterly nonsensical. Not a word of it can be trusted. I nearly forgot." Together, they ventured to Diagon Alley, where every shop was adorned with festive decorations, hosting grand sales. Even the winter ice cream shop was in on the promotion. They sold ice cream designed for winter consumption, possessing the texture of ice cream, but served warm, highly popular among patrons. Alton guided Morin to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, which offered a variety of Christmas gifts, including indoor snowflake charms, sparkling firecrackers, and an array of colorful Christmas trees, some of which bore apples or pineapples upon being touched, and were edible. "Hey, Mr. Alton, the usual half off." George Weasley spotted Alton in the crowd and approached him with a cheerful handshake. It was only natural for George to recognize Alton before Alton's retirement. He and Arthur were the ones handling the Weasley's goods that had found their way into the Muggle world, so George always treated Alton with respect. "Thank you, George." Alton replied with a warm smile. "Oh, I remember you, Maureen Walker. You helped me subdue a rogue in my shop last time, didn't you?" George winked at Maureen. "You cleverly utilized smoke bombs and water balloons. Very resourceful. Since you are Alton's grandson, I can offer you some free invisibility smoke bombs and newly improved bouncy water balloons." George handed Maureen a generous handful of smoke bombs and bouncy water balloons from a nearby counter. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley," Maureen said, delighted by the offerings. He noticed that 2 security personnel were stationed at the shop's entrance, while 3 staff members patrolled within, clearly a precaution against any repeat of the summer's events. George had evidently invested heavily in security. "Take your time browsing. I'll inform the cashier." George quickly excused himself to attend to other matters. The store was bustling with customers, snowflakes drifting through the air, conjured by magic, neither settling on individuals nor causing chills. Many students were in awe, as 2 reindeer pulled a sleigh that scampered around the walls, with an eager customer seated in the sleigh, visibly thrilled. George truly has a knack for inventions. "A sleigh that runs along the walls is quite ingenious," Alton mused. Maureen was scanning the surroundings when her gaze suddenly froze upon spotting a familiar figure in the crowd. Professor Charles. Maureen was taken aback to see Professor Charles in such a place, recalling the snowman that had attacked the Hogwarts Express in search of him the previous day. An unsettling feeling washing over him. Professor Charles lifted his head and approached Maureen with a smile. "Good day, Professor Charles." Maureen greeted him, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Hello, Maureen. The Hogwarts Express was attacked yesterday. Are you unharmed?" Professor Charles inquired gently. "I am fine, Professor," Maureen replied, then added, "This is my grandfather." "Grandfather, this is Professor Charles, my Muggle Studies teacher." Alton extended his hand to shake Professor Charles', smiling as he introduced himself. "Oh, Professor Charles, I'm Alton Walker, formerly an official in the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, with a keen interest in Muggle studies. By the way, How is Maureen faring in Muggle studies? I've imparted quite a bit of knowledge to him. Maureen felt a pang of embarrassment, wishing his grandfather had refrained from such statements, as Alton's notion of Muggle knowledge seemed entirely misguided to Maureen. Otherwise, he would not have been so bewildered in the Muggle studies class. Professor Charles smiled slightly, remaining courteous as he replied, "Hello, Mr. Walker. Maureen is doing quite well in Muggle studies. He possesses a talent for drawing." Professor Charles did not expose Maureen's shortcomings nor undermine Alton's reputation, exhibiting a gentlemanly demeanor throughout their interaction. Indeed, the child does possess artistic talent. Once, when he was little, he drew a spider on the wall, which scurried all over, even ending up drowning in the toilet. "Oh, I've never quite understood whether it was a spider or an ant." As he drew 8 legs, and it moved quite swiftly, Alton said, ruffling Maureen's hair with a smile. Maureen had only the talent for drawing, devoid of the requisite skill. The creature resembling an ant had met its watery demise due to the paint being dissolved by the water. Alton continued, "By the way, Professor Charles, are you here to purchase Christmas decorations?" Seeing Professor Charles in this location struck Maureen as somewhat peculiar. Professor Charles shook his head. "No, I am here to procure some magical paints and enchanted canvases. There are some issues with the artwork at school that I have yet to fully resolve. I must hurry back to school, as I will be spending Christmas there this year." "More art?" Maureen inquired nonchalantly. "Professor Charles, why not purchase them in Hogsmeade? Isn't there also a branch of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes there? Why come all the way to Diagon Alley?" Professor Charles chuckled. "Because I need to acquire some other items that are unavailable in Hogsmeade." "Well then, I must take my leave. Merry Christmas, Maureen and Mr. Walker." "Merry Christmas, Professor." Maureen replied, "Your professor seems quite impressive. I've seen some Muggles dressed similarly, and he could almost perfectly masquerade as one himself. He truly is a competent Muggle studies teacher," Alton remarked, observing Professor Charles's retreating figure. "Perhaps," Maureen mused, watching Professor Charles exit Weasley's Wizard Wheezes and apparate directly onto the street. He could not apparate straight back to school, which likely meant he was heading to Hogsmeade. "Grandfather, I'll go take a look over there." After a moment of contemplation, Maureen dashed over to the cashier, who was smiling, which donning a Christmas hat, appearing quite approachable. When Maureen arrived, the Christmas hatted witch cheerfully inquired, "Little one, what delightful items have you procured?" "Mr. Weasley just mentioned that your purchases are eligible for a 50% discount." "Good day. I am here to inquire about what that gentleman in the suit purchased. He is a professor in my school, and I wish to acquire the same items as he did, if that is permissible." Maureen responded, "Please hold on a moment." The Christmas hatted, which harbored no suspicions towards Maureen. She retrieved a ledger from the side, where a quill was automatically recording transactions. After removing the quill and checking, she stated, "He bought a magical paint for home signage, an automatic folding sketching brush, Weasley's original magical canvas, as well as invisible ink, a universal eraser, and dragon's ink." "That is all. What is dragon's ink?" Maureen inquired. The witch patiently explained. Dragon's ink is a newly introduced paint that has recently been discovered to restrict the movement of the subjects within a painting, preventing them from leaving the frame at will. This particular item has just been imported from Romania, and Professor Charles has reserved it with us long ago. It is exclusively available here. Would you like me to fetch it for you?" "No, thank you. I will seek these items myself," Maureen replied, making his way towards Alton, who was engrossed in examining 2 exquisitely carved wooden reindeer, which were capable of pulling a sleigh along the wall, preventing the subjects in a painting from leaving the frame. Maureen pondered as he walked, contemplating what Professor Charles intended to achieve. Why would he desire to confine the figures within their frames? An increasing number of questions swirled in his mind. Having encountered a bizarre attack yesterday, and now crossing paths with Professor Charles today, it was all too easy for Maureen to connect the 2 events, especially since the only individuals aware of his return home for Christmas were the teachers at school. "Maureen, shall we try out this reindeer sleigh as well? I also intend to purchase some indoor snow to take back. What do you think?" Alton suggested, rummaging through a heap of brown reindeer. One particularly lifelike reindeer even exhaled a puff of white vapor, its eyes blinking with a spark of intelligence. Unable to comprehend these matters, Maureen surveyed the festive atmosphere around him and temporarily set aside his musings. "All right, Grandpa." Together, Maureen assisted Alton in selecting decorations for Christmas, acquiring a plethora of marvelous Weasley products, and even packing a fruit-bearing Christmas tree to take home. Once all the items were securely stowed in Alton's satchel, they left Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes with satisfaction. On their way, Alton encountered a familiar face from the Ministry of Magic, a personnel officer from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement named Bloomer. Alton stopped him to inquire about the recent incident involving the Hogwarts Express, particularly whether the disguised dark wizard had been apprehended. Regrettably, There was no trace of the dark wizard. Nothing was captured. It is utterly terrifying. Bloomer exclaimed. This morning, the ministry received over 300 howler letters, drowning the entire department in the roars of irate parents. Some howlers that could not be opened exploded. Bloomer's expression was exceedingly vexed. I also received a claim letter from that scoundrel Montague, who asserts that his nephew was burned by dark magic on the train and is currently being treated at St. Mungo's, demanding a compensation of 1,000 galleons. However, upon investigation, I discovered that his nephew is merely 7 years old and has yet to attend school. The man is purely attempting to extort money. That shameless old rogue. Bloomer added, by the way, I must head to St. Mungo's to check on the injured students. No time to chat. With that, Bloomer disapparated away. Alton turned to Morin. I believe I should take you to St. Mungo's for a thorough examination, just in case he casts some dark magic on you without your knowledge. Do not worry, Grandpa. Morin replied with a smile. I am in excellent health. I actually scared him away. Indeed, you are the mightiest of all, Alton chuckled, patting Morin's shoulder with a hint of exasperation. The grandfather and grandson made their way to the leaky cauldron, embarking on their journey home. Chapter 112. The magic of Christmas, as was customary, Morin diligently assisted his grandfather in adorning their home for Christmas. They festooned the Christmas tree with colorful lights, allowing magical snowflakes to drift throughout the house, while tiny fairies flitted around the tree. They also personally experimented with a magical reindeer sleigh, racing around the house. This sleigh could glide across tables, sofas, and even the sink without toppling anything over, smoothly traversing any surface. Although their home was not a dedicated skiing venue, it still allowed for a delightful romp along walls and ceilings, expanding the perceived space dramatically. Alton even performed an anti-gravity charm, causing their dining table to hang from a ceiling on Christmas Day, with the two of them enjoying their meal upside down. Everything was inverted, creating an exceptionally amusing scene, while countless magical fireworks erupted throughout the room, lingering and enhancing the festive spirit. Morin received numerous gifts, for he had many relatives, each sending him delightful magical items. Aunt Poppy gifted him a color-changing sweater, offering 3 hues to choose from, depending on his mood. Hugo had indeed pilfered many magical trinkets from his father's shop, presenting Morin with a stash of peculiar wolf-shaped candies that leapt out menacingly upon unwrapping, thrilling and exhilarating. He also gifted Morin a magical folding box, akin to the one James and his friends possessed, capable of storing a multitude of items. Alton presented Morin with a flying broomstick, and upon opening the package, Morin was left astounded. The Swiftwind Hawk? He exclaimed, as it was reputed to be the fastest broomstick available, said to surpass even the Firebolt 15 in speed. You are my only grandson, and since you possess a talent for Quidditch, how could I possibly be stingy? Alton beamed. However, it is quite expensive, is it not? Morin recalled the price of the Swiftwind Hawk, which was a staggering 1,000 galleons, a sum that deterred many. Alton waved his hand dismissively. Money can always be earned back. After all, it would just gather dust in Gringotts. Better to spend it on joy. We are not impoverished. Filled with excitement, Morin embraced his grandfather and then carefully admired the broomstick. It truly was the most exquisite flying broom he had ever seen, with a flawless aerodynamic design, vibrant red in color, and a tail that resembled a flickering flame without a single imperfection. Morin could hardly contain his eagerness to ride the Swiftwind Hawk. However, their home was not spacious enough to accommodate its full potential. This area is surrounded by Muggle neighborhoods, making it difficult to find a suitable place to try out the broomstick. But I have an idea. Let us go to the attic. Alton beckoned Morin, who promptly seized the broomstick and followed his grandfather upstairs. The attic was cluttered with various items, remnants of Morin's childhood toys. But Alton had temporarily shrunk and removed them from the room. He then retrieved his wand and transformed all 6 walls into smooth mirrors, including the ceiling and floor. Standing in the center of the attic, Morin and Alton found themselves enveloped in a dazzling maze, with mirrors reflecting multiple images of themselves. This is mirror magic, Alton explained, a fascinating spell that can infinitely expand the perceived space. While it is an illusionary space, it is nonetheless impressive. You can think of it as an amplified version of the infinite space expansion charm. Alton gently tapped the mirror on the wall with his wand, causing ripples to spread across its surface. In an instant, the countless reflections of Molin and Alton vanished, and the surroundings transformed into a snow-covered hillock. Alton waved his wand again at the mirror on the ceiling, which morphed into a clear blue sky, while the floor below became a pristine lake. All right, you can try fly your broomstick towards the wall now, Alton announced. Molin mounted his broom and charged towards the left wall, experiencing no obstruction whatsoever. Instead, It felt as though he had plunged into water, emerging seamlessly at the right wall. "Wow, incredible!" Molin exclaimed, marveling at the sheer brilliance of the mirror magic. Alton, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, "This magic essentially connects the left and right walls, ensuring that you can fly without colliding with anything. Though we remain within this attic, a mere flick of the illusion can make you feel as though you are soaring over vast plains. Oh, and I brought the reindeer sleigh too. It'll be much more fun." With a flick of his wand, the reindeer sleigh burst through the door and came to a halt beside Alton. "Let us begin." Alton seated himself in the sleigh, which then began to glide through the mirror magic. Molin, riding his swift firehawk, took to the air, darting from one side of the attic to the other. Feeling no constriction of space, the firehawk transformed him into a blazing crimson blur, allowing him to pivot effortlessly in any direction at a mere thought. "Wow!" Molin shot towards the ceiling and emerged for the lake below, splashing water as he did so, creating an illusion so vivid it felt entirely real. The laughter and joy of Molin and his grandfather echoed throughout the tiny attic, filling the Muggle neighborhood outside, where the Muggles would remain blissfully unaware of the enchantments occurring within. During the Christmas holiday, Molin felt fulfilled, almost forgetting the attack on the train, as his family had not subscribed to the Daily Prophet, leaving him oblivious to the outside turmoil. Alton intentionally guided Molin away from these unpleasant events, ensuring that their Christmas was filled with joy. The only source of dissatisfaction for Molin was the inability to practice magic at home, as there were many spells he could not learn. As the holiday drew to a close, it was time for Molin to return to school. The Hogwarts Express had been repaired, and the wizarding community buzzed with gossip surrounding the incident involving the train, yet the perpetrator remained at large, leaving many parents disgruntled with the Ministry of Magic. To address the concerns of Muggle-born students returning to school, the Hogwarts Express would resume service, with the ministry assuring that each carriage would be accompanied by an aura for heightened security, promising that such an incident would not occur again. However, Alton insisted that Molin should not take the train back. Instead, he personally transported Molin via apparition to Hogsmeade Village, intending to escort him to the school gate. "Grandfather, there's really no need for such measures. Muggle-born students are all taking the train back," Molin protested as he climbed into the carriage pulled by the night steed. "It is necessary to err on the side of caution. Look, we are not alone in this. Many families are doing the same." Alton pointed towards the other carriages. Numerous wizarding families were wary of the Hogwarts Express, refusing to let their children travel by train until the Dark Wizard was apprehended. Consequently, many wizarding parents opted to personally escort their children back to school, resulting in a significant decrease in the number of students boarding the Hogwarts Express, which was now primarily occupied by Muggle-born children. The school had even permitted parents to drop their children off at the school gate. "Farewell, Molin. See you during the summer break. Depending on the circumstances, I may come to fetch you myself if that assailant remains at large." Alton waved as he returned to Hogsmeade Village, for they could not apparate in the vicinity. At the school entrance, Professor Flitwick greeted all returning students, and Molin signed the attendance list before stepping onto the campus. Chapter 113, Disappearance. "Did you say that the Yeti was looking for you?" But the Daily Prophet didn't report that. The first thing Hugo did upon returning to school was seek out Molin to inquire about this matter, as he had not returned home with Molin on the train during his last visit to Hogsmeade to see his father, sitting on his bed, enjoying a slice of cake. Molin replied, "Honestly, Hugo, do you believe what the Daily Prophet says? They even claimed that Carlo used a smoke charm to mislead everyone. I find it odd that that guy, who performed the smoke charm so poorly in our last defense against the Dark Arts class, would suddenly be able to cast it effectively." Hugo scoffed. Indeed, Hugo's smoke charm was superior to Carlo's, as Hugo's wand often misfired, making him quite adept at such spells. "That smoke charm was my doing. He was so startled that he fell into the toilet, perhaps even got stuck in the bowl. I'm not entirely sure," Molin chuckled, recalling the tense situation with a sense of amusement. Hugo burst into laughter, and then Molin showed him the Firehawk broomstick, which left Hugo wide-eyed with awe as he stroked the broom, exclaiming, "Your grandfather is amazing. My dad would never splurge on such an expensive broomstick. By the way, why would that wizard want to capture you? What exactly did you do?" Hugo asked, puzzled. "I wish I knew what I did to become that guy's target. Was it merely because I occasionally sneak out of school?" Molin pondered, having considered all possibilities at home. He had not done anything particularly unusual, except for investigating the incidents of missing and amnesiac students. Perhaps it was Professor Charles. As a teacher, he would know you were taking the Hogwarts Express home and might have sent his accomplices to abduct you, especially if you inadvertently uncovered some leverage against him. Hugo declared with conviction, "Maybe it was him, but I have no idea what I could have on him." The most dubious thing is that ridiculous painting of Sir Cadogan. But not many people take his words seriously. Molin replied, "Hey, I'm right here. I'm not deaf." Sir Cadogan interjected from the bedside table, waving his sword in irritation. But Molin and Hugo ignored him. "What do we do now? Professor Charles might be keeping a close watch on you." Waiting for the right moment to strike, Hugo said, concerned, "I'm not overly worried. After all, this is just speculation. By the way, did you do anything fun over the holiday?" Molin asked. "I had a blast with a reindeer sleigh. It was fantastic." Molin and Hugo exchanged stories about their holiday experiences. And soon Toby returned on the train and joined their discussion, expressing envy over how wizards celebrated Christmas, as Muggle Christmases paled in comparison. As night fell, just as they were preparing for bed, Sweet entered with his backpack. "Sweet, how was your holiday? You didn't go home, did you?" "The school's Christmas must have been quite enjoyable," Molin casually inquired as he spread out his blanket. Sweet placed his backpack on the bed and, after a moment of heavy silence, spoke. During the Christmas holiday, a student went missing. He had stayed at school for the festivities. Both Morin and Hugo set down their belongings, gazing at Sweet in astonishment. "Who is it?" Morin quickly inquired. After a brief pause, Sweet replied, "The individual we all know, our team captain, Pock." "What?" Both Morin and Hugo exclaimed in unison. "Pock is missing? But how could it be him? Isn't he a sixth-year student? I thought the missing person would be one of our first-year students." Morin and Hugo exchanged bewildered glances, profoundly shocked. As Morin recalled that all previous missing students had been from the first year. "I'm not sure about the specifics. I don't know when exactly he went missing. At the time, it was the holiday, and no one paid much attention." His roommate mentioned that Pock's bed was piled high with unopened Christmas gifts. But he was nowhere to be found. It turned out he had stayed at school, yet he hasn't been seen since the holiday began, Sweet said gravely. "Furthermore, Eva inquired, and he still hasn't appeared." Today, Professor Flibby noticed his absence during roll call. On the first day back, every student must be accounted for to ensure that those who left for the holiday have returned. But Professor Flibby was taken aback to find that all the students who had gone home were back, while one student who remained at school was missing. How could this happen? Morin felt increasingly perplexed. Hugo suddenly recalled something and nudged Morin, asking, did anything unusual happen on the day he went missing? Morin knew what Hugo was alluding to, his peculiar ability to travel back in time whenever someone disappeared, but he could categorically assert that he had not returned to the past. "No, since Lily's incident, I haven't experienced anything of the sort." Morin shook his head. "Perhaps it occurred while you were asleep, and you were unaware?" Hugo suggested. "Think about it carefully. That's impossible. One would still sense such a feeling, even in sleep. That's not the crux of the matter. What matters is that Pock has been missing for so many days. Doesn't that set it apart from the usual occurrences? Why is this?" Morin pondered aloud. Typically, when someone goes missing for just a few hours or a day and night, they return without raising alarm. But this time is evidently different. He has vanished for an entire holiday. Most importantly, why is it Pock who is missing and not some other first-year newcomer? What are you two discussing? I'm completely in the dark. Toby interjected curiously. "Oh, it's nothing. Every time someone goes missing, Morin has to subdue an auror." Hugo joked, realizing that discussing the matter wasn't appropriate, and he quickly changed the subject. The next morning during breakfast, Headmistress McGonagall called for a school-wide assembly to inquire about the disappearance of Pock, a sixth-year Gryffindor student, questioning if anyone had seen him. Clearly, the length of Pock's absence had raised concerns among the faculty. Students murmured amongst themselves, exchanging whispers, yet no one raised their hand. This Christmas, there have been some unfortunate incidents involving the Hogwarts Express. It is a grave matter. Rogue wizards have dared to attack the train. Therefore, I must insist that all students remain on school grounds. Access to Hogsmeade is hereby suspended for the weekend. I do not wish to see any further disappearances. Heads of houses, ensure roll call is conducted every night at 11 o'clock, and report any absences immediately, McGonagall declared sternly. Protests arose from older students regarding the prohibition on visiting Hogsmeade, but given the recent spate of incidents, McGonagall, being a person of great rigor, paid no heed to their discontent. "If we can't go to Hogsmeade, does that mean I can't sneak out to find an Ock either?" Morin mused, stroking his chin. He typically wore a disguise when visiting Hogsmeade, and the presence of other students made it inconspicuous. However, if all students were barred from going, he would stand out starkly as the only one there. As the holiday came to an end, students remained in a state of disarray, with most engaged in discussions about the recent attack on the Hogwarts Express and Pock's disappearance. The severity of these incidents had cast a shadow of unease over the school. Amidst all this, Morin found himself increasingly suspicious of Professor Charles. Each time he observed Charles' gentle smile, it felt unsettlingly unnatural. However, one student had risen to prominence, Carlo Lestrange, celebrated in the Daily Prophet for his valor in using the smokescreen charm to defend himself against the Yeti on the Hogwarts Express. His heroic deeds had become the talk of the campus. Chapter 114, The Smokescreen Charm. Indeed, at that moment, the Yeti lunged at me ferociously, its body cloaked in snowflakes, claws akin to a werewolf's talons, and its mouth revealed two sharp fangs, extending even to its jaw. Its movements were swift, and upon spotting me, it seemed driven to kill. That scene was utterly terrifying, yet I sidestepped just in time, stepped on the doorknob, raised my wand high, and in a stroke of brilliance, unleashed the smokescreen charm, which diverted its attention. Seizing the opportunity, I then cast a shattering curse, obliterating it into fragments. Before defense against the dark arts class, Carlo was boasting exuberantly to his classmates about his encounter on the Hogwarts Express, embellishing every detail and movement, making it feel vividly real to his audience. Many students were captivated by Carlo's tales. Most were only vaguely aware of the Hogwarts Express incident, having merely experienced a brief chill, and thus the report from the Daily Prophet held considerable sway. With the Daily Prophet's endorsement and Carlo's recent displays of bravado, many believed wholeheartedly in his claims, considering him a genius capable of repelling a Yeti. How dare he be so shameless? As Hugo and Molin entered the classroom, they overheard Carlo mimicking the movements of dodging an attack with his wand. Hugo shot a disgruntled glance at Molin, exclaiming, "P.S. stealing your glory and boasting about it. How can you stand for this?" Molin shrugged indifferently. Let him say what he wants. There is no point in arguing over such matters. Molin was far more preoccupied with how to locate the missing Pock. Carlo, you're incredible. If I encountered a Yeti, I would surely faint. Your bravery in battling, it is commendable. Tybessa from Slytherin gazed at Carlo with admiration. There is nothing to fear, Carlo replied smugly. I'm not boasting. Had I reacted as slowly as others might, perhaps you wouldn't be seeing me here today. It's a unique trait of the Lestrange family. We are exceptionally adept at dealing with dark magic. Upon hearing Carlo's claim regarding the Lestrange family's prowess against dark magic, Hugo could no longer contain himself. Recalling that the notorious Death Eater Bellatrix Lestrange had once belonged to that very family, with many students' relatives having perished at the hands of that vicious woman. If one were to discuss dark magic, the Lestrange family is not renowned for combating it, but rather for their adeptness in wielding it. Carlo, how audacious of you to invert the truth. I have heard that the smoke charm was employed by Molin. Were you the one who fell into the toilet out of fright? Did you explode the Yeti, or were you merely so terrified that you soiled yourself? Hugo remarked coldly with a hint of sarcasm. Carlo's face darkened at Hugo's words, and with disdain, he retorted, What business is it of yours? Were you even present to witness the Yeti? While I was battling it, you were probably cowering beneath your chair, trembling. Carlo shot a glance at Molin. He had said this because only the two of them had been present, with no one else around, and given that the Daily Prophet had reported his words. Molin could hardly claim to others that he had cast the smoke charm, for no one would believe him, hence Carlo's confidence. Strangely enough, I was not on the train, but I believe certain individuals ought to refrain from shameless self-promotion. Let me enlighten you. At that moment, the Yeti was heading towards Molin, who cast the smoke charm. While Carlo was merely terrified and lost control of himself, Hugo exclaimed loudly, Hugo, stop spouting nonsense. Surely the Daily Prophet would not err? Tybessa interjected. You actually trust Judas Skeeter's reports from the Daily Prophet? How amusing. If you believe Carlo, why not let him demonstrate the smoke charm? Let us all witness the nature of the charm he purportedly used against the Yeti and broaden our horizons. Hugo regarded Carlo with a knowing smile. Carlo, show him, lest he continue to slander. Tybessa urged. Carlo's gaze flickered uncertainly. He clearly lacked the courage to demonstrate his lackluster smoke charm. But he had his excuses ready. The smoke charm is child's play. Who cannot perform it? I simply do not wish to fill the classroom with smoke. We have lessons to attend. Weasley, do you think everyone is like you, whose wand merely spews fire everywhere? Just as Hugo was about to unleash another barb, Professor Francis entered the room, prompting an immediate hush among the students. Professor Francis emanated a formidable aura of death, and attending his lessons instilled a sense of constant peril. No one dared misbehave in his class. He called the roll, then stated in a monotonous yet attention-commanding tone, Today, we shall review the content from before the break. I have heard that one among us possesses a commendable grasp of the smoke charm, having used it for self-defense on the Hogwarts Express, as reported by the Daily Prophet. Correct? Indeed, Professor, it was Carlo. Tybessa eagerly replied on Carlo's behalf. Carlo puffed out his chest proudly at the attention, with all his classmates enviously regarding him. For even Professor Francis was aware of Carlo's exploits. Well then, Carlo, Why not come up and demonstrate the smoke charm for everyone? Professor Francis said indifferently. Carlo esse triumphant de minor instantly frose. Professor, that may not be necessary. We are in class, and if the room fills with smoke, it would be quite the disruption. Carlo hastily protested. I am confident I can manage the smoke you create. Carlo, you may proceed with the demonstration. It is essential to understand that defense against the dark arts is not merely theoretical, but heavily emphasizes practical application. Since you have utilized the smoke charm in response to an attack, you must showcase it for your peers, Professor Francis continued. All eyes were fixed on Carlo, eager to see how the boy who had made headlines was capable of confronting a Yeti, a feat beyond the reach of a first-year student. Carlo found himself trapped. His face flushed crimson, desperately seeking a reason to refuse. Although Professor Francis belonged to Slytherin, he was not easily deceived, nor would he show favoritism to any student. He slowly approached the podium, raised his wand, and uttered, "Smoke thick as fog." A faint wisp of smoke emerged from Carlo's wand, dissipating almost instantly. Everyone stared blankly at the pitiful little smoke. Could such a feeble display truly confuse and repel a Yeti? Carlo, this is hardly the caliber of performance one would expect from a newspaper account, Professor Francis remarked with an impassive expression. Carlo's face turned a deep shade of purple, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. Hugo was already stifling laughter, and Professor Francis cast a glance towards him, saying, Weasley, would you like to demonstrate your smoke charm for everyone? Hugo quickly waved his hands. No, Professor. I heard that it was not Carlo who used the smoke charm on the train, but rather Molin. Perhaps you could have him demonstrate for us. Oh, is that so? Carlo, I was under the impression that the reports indicated you. Professor Francis fixed his gaze upon Carlo. Carlo stammered, seething with frustration. Then Molin, please demonstrate the smoke charm. Professor Francis instructed. Molin nonchalantly stood up, retrieved his wand, and with a gentle flick declared, "Smoke thick as fog." In an instant, a billowing cloud of smoke engulfed the entire classroom. Many students were astonished by the sheer power of Molin's smoke charm. As during the previous practice session, led by Professor Francis, Molin had not produced such an impressive result. Just as every student was about to reach for their textbooks to disperse the smoke, it all converged towards the podium, swirling into Professor Francis's wand. Excellent. Professor Francis remarked impassively as he produced a bottle, which contained some collected smoke, and after stirring its contents, nodded and stated, "This eliminates one suspect from the Hogwarts Express incident." Professor, what does this mean? Molin inquired. Professor Francis sealed the bottle once more, explaining, "It is quite simple. I participated in the investigation regarding the dark magic incident on the Hogwarts Express. I collected traces of the smoke charm from the train and used a special method to gather the residual traces. This bottle contains the remnants of your smoke charm, allowing me to preliminarily ascertain that it was not cast by the dark wizard who attacked the train." A wave of understanding washed over the class, and they soon felt relieved. As the defense against the dark arts instructor, it would have been remiss of Professor Francis not to investigate such a significant occurrence on the Hogwarts Express. Was it only Molin who faced that dark wizard? Who else had contact with him? Professor Francis inquired, as this was crucial for gathering evidence. The students exchanged glances, looking at Molin, then at Carlo, their gazes filled with unspoken implications. Carlo sat in his seat, his face beet red, gritting his teeth, glaring fiercely at anyone who dared to look his way. Is there no one? Then Molin, please stay after class. I need to ask you a few questions. Oh, and 10 points to Gryffindor for that smoke charm. Professor Francis declared, treating all students equally. He would award points for any student who performed adequately, though he seldom offered praise. To speak candidly, he is rather antiquated in demeanor, never having been seen to commend any student. The impression he leaves is far from favorable. Upon encountering him, one cannot help but conjure thoughts of dark arts and the specter of death, invigorating yet unsettling. Did you observe Carlo's countenance? I wager he is on the brink of insanity. Ha ha. Hugo chuckled. How shameless, truly, Carlo, muttered a student from Gryffindor. The others soon grasped that this whole affair was merely Carlo's fabrication, claiming Morin's merits as his own. Such audacity elicited considerable disdain among many. Hugo, when was Pock born? Morin inquired, his curiosity regarding Pock piqued. I am unaware. I shall inquire with James and the others upon our return this evening, Hugo replied. They then embarked upon an unforgettable lesson on the threats of death, as Professor Francis elaborated on the varieties of flames, delving into a potent form of dark magic, one whose flames cannot be extinguished by the water-making spell. Professor Francis emphasized that the ashes collected from the scene indicated a new form of dark magic, the nature of which remains unknown, possessing an intensity surpassing that of fiend fire. Good heavens! Could that dark wizard wield such formidable dark magic? You are fortunate to have escaped his clutches, Hugo marveled. In Hugo's mind, any dark magic articulated by Professor Francis was undoubtedly formidable. Indeed, a stroke of luck, Molin replied, somewhat resigned. He had yet to disclose to Hugo that the flames which engulfed the entire carriage were conjured by him. He deemed it prudent to withhold this information for the time being. But truly, that individual is remarkable, is he not? The flame magic he wielded was beyond the comprehension of both Professor Francis and the Ministry of Magic. Could this be a unique dark magic of his own invention? He must be a genius, Hugo asserted confidently, hastily adding, I do not mean to imply he is a good person. Do not misconstrue my words. I merely mean to say that his proficiency in dark magic is quite astute. I am exceedingly curious to know who this person is. His flames far surpass my own, as I have only managed to cause my wand to misfire. A genius, you say? Molin mused, resting his chin on his left hand while idly tapping the table with the fingertips of his right. He was uncertain of his own genius. In truth, conjuring such flames had never been his intention. He had always believed he was merely employing a standard fire spell. Had Hugo known that the individual capable of conjuring such destructive flames was seated beside him, he would undoubtedly be rendered speechless in astonishment. After class, Molin lingered behind. Approaching the podium, Professor, is there still no news regarding the assailant of the Hogwarts Express? Molin inquired. Indeed, I have gleaned from an auror that the individual was specifically targeting you. What could be the reason? Professor Francis replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Neither sorrowful nor joyful. Molin shook his head. I've already conveyed everything I know to the aurors. The specifics elude me. However, I recall the ice magic he employed. Why did it leave no trace? The entire carriage was enveloped in snow and ice. Surely such magic should leave some evidence? During the holiday, Molin had been questioned several times by Auror Phil, but the inquiries had yielded no substantial revelations. After omitting the fact that he had set the fire, there was little more to say, especially as he was not entirely certain what the assailant looked like. This is the crux of the matter. How did he manage to ensure that his magic left no traces at the scene? Professor Francis waved his wand, clearing the items from the podium, then stated, You are the sole witness to that dark wizard. None of us have seen him, and thus cannot reconstruct the events of that day. To ascertain what truly transpired, we must rely on your account. Perhaps you have heard of a certain spell, a very effective one, that can allow me to visually perceive what occurred at that time. Molin quickly comprehended Professor Francis's intentions and furrowed his brow, replying, Professor, the memory charm is only permitted for use on suspects, is it not? During the holidays, Phil had proposed this very suggestion to Alton, who had promptly rejected it, deeming it a method reserved for interrogating criminals, asserting that his grandson was not a criminal. You are correct. I have also heard from Phil that your grandfather forbids anyone from using the memory charm on you. Therefore, I shall not impose this magic upon you. I merely wish to offer a suggestion. You are still a naive child. In a state of panic, you may not accurately discern the events that unfolded. However, if I could delve into your memories, I might uncover details you overlooked, perhaps even identify that dark wizard and understand his intentions towards you. Professor Francis's expression remained impassive as he merely stated a fact. Should he explore Morin's memories to experience that moment? His expertise in confronting dark magic would undoubtedly reveal more discrepancies than Morin could perceive. Nevertheless, Molin remained resolute in his refusal. Professor, I do not consent to this, as it encroaches upon my privacy. I am not a criminal, and I hope you can understand. Molin harbored many secrets he preferred to keep concealed. More than any infractions like sneaking out of school, he most wished to keep his uncontrollable flames a secret. Professor Francis nodded slightly. I comprehend. Privacy is of paramount importance to everyone. However, I do implore you to reconsider, as this is a matter of great significance. The ability to assault a train safeguarded by countless protective spells and to apparate onto it is simply unfathomable. Professor, are you suggesting that the Hogwarts Express cannot be apparated onto? Molin exclaimed, recalling that both the individual cloaked in ice and the auror had boarded the train via apparition. Indeed, to prevent any non-student from stowing away, the protective enchantments upon the Hogwarts Express are exceedingly comprehensive, second only to those of the castle itself. This is precisely why this matter is taken so seriously. No one should be able to apparate into the Hogwarts Express, just as no one can apparate into the school. Yet, someone has breached this protective magic, Professor Francis emphasized with a weighted tone. What must be done to dismantle this magic? Does it have to be done aboard the Hogwarts Express? Moore inquired. A transport such as a train, which conveys students, is beyond the capabilities of ordinary dark wizards to breach from the outside. This is the pivotal aspect, Professor Francis remarked, giving Morin a knowing look and a slight nod. So, that individual must have infiltrated the train before it departed? Morin continued. But how would one dismantle the train's protective spells? I cannot divulge that information to you. Could a student accomplish it? Generally, it would be impossible. Then it must be an adult wizard. Am I correct? At the time of the attack, the train attendants were all rendered unconscious. Professor, why did you not employ the memory charm on them? Perhaps one of them was complicit, Morin suggested. At the time of the incident, no adult wizards intervened to halt the assault. All the attendants and the aurors on duty had been incapacitated. However, it could not be ruled out that these adult wizards might have been in league with the assailant. They're all suspects, according to protocol. Each one has been scrutinized by the ministry's aurors, and all were found innocent. You need not worry about that. We have ensured it, Professor Francis asserted, his gaze piercing into Morin's. I personally conducted the examination. Trust me, I am confident in this matter. Morin was not intimidated by Professor Francis's gaze. He continued, if the train conductor and the on-duty auror are innocent, it is most probable that the individual boarded the train disguised among the students, perhaps utilizing an invisibility cloak or something similar. However, I fail to comprehend why he would create a blizzard so conspicuously. Such commotion would only draw more attention. Would it not? If he possessed an invisibility cloak, he could easily search each carriage for individuals before launching an attack, rather than attacking first and searching afterward, which is rather unwise. Hence, he must not have boarded from Hogsmeade. Correct, Professor? Professor Francis' expression shifted slightly, his surprise evident as he regarded Morin. Your powers of observation are quite astute. Indeed, one cannot enter the Hogwarts train while cloaked. Any method you can conceive to infiltrate would have a corresponding countermeasure on the Hogwarts Express. It is a train designed to transport students, and the protective enchantments surpass your imagination. Any adult wizard attempting to board would be automatically registered by the magic. Morin nodded thoughtfully, his gaze flickering with a hint of something unusual. So, all possibilities have been eliminated, leaving only the likelihood that someone aboard the Hogwarts train acted as an insider, undermining the protective magic. That man then directly operated onto the train and unleashed a blizzard attack. If this insider is neither the conductor nor the on-duty auror, then it must be, indeed, a student. Professor Francis replied indifferently. Do you suspect me? Morin found the notion amusing. Am I a mere first-year student? Truly under your scrutiny, Professor? Not just you, but all the students aboard the train. Seventh-year students, being of age, have undergone the necessary legitimacy checks. However, the Wizarding World has regulations protecting underage wizards. Any attempt to perform legitimacy on you must be with your consent. Professor Francis did not withhold any information, his gaze revealing a peculiar glimmer reminiscent of the eerie light he exhibited when discussing death in class. It was you who informed the aurors that the wizard was seeking you, so I must ascertain why he sought you, Morin. Do you harbor any unspeakable secrets? I possess many unspeakable secrets, Professor. Morin's demeanor was remarkably composed, recognizing that the more one denies certain matters, the more suspicion arises. Thus, he continued, however, that is my secret. Given the regulations in place to protect minors in the wizarding community, I would prefer to keep my secrets to myself. Yet, I assure you, I am as bewildered as anyone else regarding the incident. I could not discern the man's appearance, as he was obscured by the blizzard he conjured, and the magic he employed was primarily composed of black ice. Black ice? Professor Francis furrowed his brow. But I detected no traces of black ice magic on the train, only some trivial pranks among students and the lingering remnants of smoke spells. Morin, how many spells did you cast? Smoke spell, shattering spell, petrification spell, and I may have cast a sticking charm on a door, Morin replied. And what a fire spell? Professor, do you genuinely believe I could conjure a fire spell? Morin mustered the courage to meet Professor Francis's gaze. A fire so formidable that even 8 aurors could not extinguish it? He indeed had done so, but he could not divulge this truth. Professor Francis's eyes glinted coldly, like a dagger piercing Morin's own. Unfazed, Morin held his ground. I am dissatisfied with your response, Morin. Professor Francis withdrew his piercing gaze. That is regrettable, Professor. I must attend my next class lest I be late. I shall contemplate your suggestions, Morin stated, turning to exit the defense against the dark arts classroom. Professor Francis did not impede him, merely watching Morin's retreating figure with a knowing expression. Has Professor Francis lost his mind? Does he truly suspect you? Hugo exclaimed during lunch. He suspects not only me, but anyone who traveled on that train, Morin replied, spearing a roasted potato with his fork and taking a bite. But the focus remains on you. Just because you cast an unusual smoke spell, he assumes that the flames, which even the aurors could not extinguish, originated from you? Hugo defended Morin. How could a first-year student possibly wield such dreadful dark magic? Morin silently continued to eat, discomfort churning within him at the mention of dark magic. He was unsure why he was capable of conjuring such flames. During the first incident of loss of control, he had thought it mere coincidence. Anak had not made a fuss about it. After finishing his meal, Morin excused himself to the library, avoiding returning to the common room with Hugo. He found a secluded spot and pulled out a piece of parchment, writing, "Mr. Anak, why are my flames unquenchable even by aurors? Is it my issue? Or could it be a flaw in your Dragon Fire Chilling Potion?" Given that both instances of uncontrollable flames occurred while under the influence of the Dragon Fire Chilling Potion, Morin could not help but suspect that this potion was not an ordinary concoction. However, this time he waited a long while without receiving a response from Anak. Morin scrutinized the bottle of Dragon Fire Chilling Potion for an extended period. The potion inside was a delightful golden hue. Having consumed a considerable amount last time, he now found less than half remaining. When Anak had given it to him, he had expressed no doubts, but now he felt great skepticism about this potion. He deemed it necessary to personally verify what this potion truly was, whether it was indeed the Dragon Fire Chilling Potion or something more peculiar. He dashed to the library and inquired with Madame Pants about which book to consult regarding the Dragon Fire Chilling Potion. Dragon Fire Chilling Potion? Can anyone brew a chilling potion using dragon fire? I have only heard of the Winterdung Chilling Potion, a specialized brand available at the Zizek Potion Shop in Hogsmeade. I recommend you check the potion textbooks on the shelf. There's a book titled Essential Potions for Home Use that may contain relevant information, Madame Pants stated, organizing the books without raising her head. Chapter 117, Dragon Fire Chilling Potion. Morin located the book and flipped to the section on chilling potions, which detailed simple ingredients and brewing methods. The process was somewhat intricate, as this chilling potion required adjustments to the flame's temperature at different intervals, causing many to fail due to an inability to control the heat. Morin skipped the elaborate steps and went straight to the successful result outlined at the end. Then, simmer over a flame exceeding 500 degrees for half an hour, stirring clockwise twice. Once the color reaches a vibrant red, it is deemed successful. Vibrant red? Morin gazed at the bottle in his hand. The potion inside was golden, not vibrant red. The colored illustration in the book also depicted a vibrant red hue. He turned to the next page, discovering a series of annotations. The color and effects of the potion vary, depending on the type of flame used for brewing. Typically, wizards use flames produced by their wands, but such chilling potions have a brief efficacy, with a single drop lasting only about half an hour. Some have utilized well-trained fire wisps to brew. These creatures can adjust their flame temperature according to the wizard's commands, allowing a single drop to last an hour. A standard chilling potion lasts only an hour with a single drop. Morin distinctly remembered Anak stating that a drop of the Dragon Fire Chilling Potion could last an entire day. He flipped to the page detailing how to identify potions, where it described the identification of the Frostbane Potion. It stated that one could utilize the red spots of the fire flower for testing. Should the color of the spots change, it would indicate the presence of the Frostbane Potion. The deeper the color became, the more potent the effects of the potion. Additionally, the Frostbane Potion could promote the vigorous growth of fire flowers, acting as a growth stimulant. Coincidentally, during the preceding weeks before their holiday, they had been nurturing fire flowers. Morin planned to verify in herbology class whether the potion Anak had given him was indeed the Frostbane Potion. He was aware that certain potions could cause magical outbursts, and he needed to ascertain whether the so-called dark magic flames originated from within himself or from this vial. Alternatively, could it be that Anak's potion was intended to awaken some latent dark magic within him? Perhaps the Sorting Hat had hinted at the beginning of the school year that his heterochromatic eyes concealed a special kind of magic. Could it be that this so-called dark magic was the immortal flames everyone spoke of? Despite his reluctance to acknowledge this possibility, Morin believed it was best to clarify the situation. Originally, they were to attend herbology class before potions, but they received a notification that the two classes had been switched. Thus, they had to hasten to potions first. Professor Longbottom explained that an incident had occurred with the fire flowers during the Christmas holiday, necessitating the urgent preparation of a rooting potion to save them. Therefore, the schedule was altered, and their task for this class was to brew the rooting potion. Professor Theodore wrote the steps for potion making on the blackboard and remarked, "Once brewed successfully, it will come in handy for your next herbology class. Today's potions class will be graded together with herbology, depending on how well you manage to save the fire flowers you are responsible for. All grades will be assessed by Professor Longbottom, so if your potion fails today, you will receive no credit in herbology either. Best of luck to you all." Upon hearing that the grades for potions and herbology were linked, no one dared to be careless. A failure in potion brewing would affect both subjects, prompting each student to diligently follow the steps to concoct the rooting potion. Morin observed Professor Theodore pacing around the classroom, guiding the students. He yearned to have the Frostbane potion assessed by the professor, as perhaps he could discern its true nature. Ultimately, however, he hesitated. If Professor Theodore were to identify it as a dangerous and prohibited potion, explaining the situation would become even more complicated. Morin's potion brewing was progressing well. He meticulously followed each step, and soon the red concoction in his cauldron transformed into a clear liquid. He even took the time to assist Hugo by correcting his steps, thus salvaging Hugo's potion. Fantastic! Thanks to you. Did you see Carlo? He's still watching us. Hugo laughed heartily. What a pity that he has already lost face. He can't do anything to us now. Morin was indifferent to the events of that morning's defense against the dark arts class. Carlo's self-inflicted humiliation was of no concern to him. His sole focus was to conclude potions class swiftly and verify whether the potion Enoch had given him was indeed the Frostbane potion. However, just as he was preparing to transfer the finished potion into a glass vial, 2 black stones suddenly plopped into both Morin's and Hugo's cauldrons, instantly turning the previously clear potion into an unsightly black liquid. Morin looked up, seeing Carlo provocatively watching him from the front. He tossed the stones in his hand aside. Carlo, do you have no shame? Hugo shouted angrily. Oh, who saw me do it? Carlo retorted smugly, waving his already prepared potion. Hugo attempted to seek out Professor Theodore for justice, but the professor was absent, having left early since he was not required to grade today as potion making. Meanwhile, the end of class bell rang. It seemed that some students' grades for both potions and herbology would be nullified. Carlo laughed and exited the classroom with his companions, while Morin coldly watched Carlo's retreating figure, restraining Hugo, who was eager to confront Carlo. Why won't you let me teach that shameless scoundrel a lesson? He has ruined our grades in both potions and herbology. Hugo fumed. Not necessarily, Morin replied, pouring the failed potion into a vial and tidying up his belongings. He felt the vial of Frostbane potion in his pocket. The text had stated that it could enhance the growth of fire flowers. If Enoch's potion truly was the Frostbane potion, it could serve as a substitute for the rooting potion. What do you mean, not necessarily? What do we do now? Perhaps we could ask Lily for a bit. But everyone has not brewed much, so she might not have enough. Hugo gritted his teeth. Regardless, let's head to herbology class, Morin urged. Upon reaching the herbology greenhouse, they found Carlo gloating over them. Hugo was furious, but Morin paid no heed to Carlo's petty antics. Neville instructed everyone to remove their coats, as the greenhouse was not cold, and explained a unicorn punctured a hole in the greenhouse this morning, causing a sudden drop in temperature. The fire flowers are sensitive to the cold. Although I noticed in time, they are nearly withered. I originally intended to procure a Frostbane potion to revive them, but then I decided to have Professor Theodore teach you how to brew the rooting potion. A standard Frostbane potion cannot compare to the rooting potion. Professor Theodore should have explained the situation to you. Yes? Yes, Professor Longbottom. Carlo eagerly produced his potion. We've all prepared our potions. Professor Theodore said that the grades for potions and herbology would be combined. If someone else's potion is ineffective, does that mean they receive no credit? He then provocatively glanced at Hugo and Morin. Indeed, I will assess them. The fire flowers are beginning to wilt. I hope your potions prove effective. I will grade based on how well each group revives their fire flowers, providing you with an opportunity to observe how to treat withering fire flowers. Now, go find the fire flower you are responsible for and begin using your potions to revive them, Neville instructed. Before the holiday, the fire flowers had been adorned with vibrant red leaves, resembling flames ready to ignite. Now, however, every fire flower in the greenhouse had turned yellow, their leaves on the verge of falling off. Hugo and Morin located the fire flower they were assigned to care for, its leaves drooping listlessly, the branches sagging as if they might break, appearing half dead. What do we do now? The fire flower can't even spray flames. It has been frozen like this, Hugo remarked, surveying the other groups. Every other fire flower looked equally pitiful. Yet at least they all possessed the rooting potion, and the steps to brew it were not complex. Nearly everyone had succeeded. In stark contrast, Morin and Hugo only held that vial of black, ink-like rooting potion, which had been maliciously sabotaged by Carlo. Some people are truly pathetic. They can't even brew a rooting potion. It's quite amusing. Carlo spoke mockingly from not far away, deliberately raising his voice for Morin and Hugo to hear. Hugo clenched his fists in frustration. Carlo, seizing the moment as Neville approached, exclaimed loudly, "Professor, should we simply pour the rooting solution directly onto the roots of the fire lizard plant?" Indeed, Neville nodded affirmatively. Carlo shook his bottle of rooting solution. Unlike Morin's clear and transparent potion, his was slightly murky, yet still superior to those of others. Professor, could you take a look at my rooting solution? Carlo glanced pointedly at Hugo and Morin before uncorking the bottle and pouring the solution at the roots of the fire lizard plant. The once curved branches of the plant began to straighten, and the yellow leaves gradually revealed streaks of red. This particular fire lizard plant possessed over 20 leaves, with 2 of Carlo's leaves completely turning red and even emitting sparks, having returned to a state indistinguishable from before being frostbitten. Excellent. Carlo's rooting solution is already showing preliminary results, Neville remarked, noting down a score in his notebook with a penmanship that suggested it was quite favorable. Thank you, Professor Longbottom, Carlo said, casting a smug glance at Hugo and Morin. Hugo turned around, irritation evident in his voice. How infuriating. If Carlo accidentally falls victim to a curse and ends up in the hospital tonight, don't be surprised. This deceitful scoundrel deserves to languish there for weeks. Morin, holding the now-defunct dark rooting solution, said to Hugo, could you please fetch me a pair of dragon-hide gloves from the cabinet? I forgot mina. It doesn't matter that you forgot. After all, this half-dead fire lizard plant won't be spewing fire at us again, Hugo retorted angrily. Oh, hurry. I want to inspect this rooting solution and see if I can salvage something. It might work, Morin urged. Fine, Hugo conceded, glaring at Carlo one last time before heading towards the greenhouse cabinet. Morin discreetly took out the dragon fire cooling solution, uncorked the bottle, and with a flick of his wand, levitated a drop of the golden liquid into the air. He carefully directed the droplet to land on the red spots of the fire lizard plant. Carlo was busy mocking Hugo, and the attention of the others was focused on their own plants, leaving no one aware of Morin's actions. It all depends on whether this is indeed the dragon fire cooling solution, Morin thought to himself, eager to determine if Arnok had truly provided him with a genuine potion. The droplet of dragon fire cooling solution vanished into the red spots. Suddenly, all the leaves of the fire lizard plant began to tremble, the previously lethargic red spots transforming into a vivid transparency, akin to a heated branding iron on the verge of oozing blood. Then the entire curving plant stood upright, its formerly sickly leaves now ablaze like flames, with sparks occasionally erupting from their tips, radiating vigor. Is our rooting solution truly successful? Hugo exclaimed, returning with the dragon-hide gloves just in time to witness the fire lizard's revival, his voice rising in astonishment. Carlo, too, was drawn in by Hugo's exclamation. Indeed, everyone turned to observe Morin's fire lizard plant, which had completely revived, appearing as if it were a burning flame, exuberant and vibrant, with sparks flying. This is impossible. Carlo's expression of pride faltered. Although his own fire lizard had shown some recovery, it paled in comparison to Morin's. Neville approached, surprised, and nodded. It seems that the results of Morin and Hugo's group are the most pronounced. I must admit, this is the first time I have witnessed the rooting solution yield such remarkable effects. Typically, it does not manifest so overtly. Impossible. Your rooting solution was indeed. Carlo began eagerly, but quickly fell silent, nearly revealing too much. Indeed, what about it? Did you sabotage it with your underhanded tactics? Hugo smiled with a sense of vindication, now relishing the opportunity to mock Carlo. Carlo's face twisted with discontent. However, at that moment, the fire lizard plant before Morin suddenly erupted into flames. All its leaves igniting for real this time, the flames flickering until they were reduced to ash. Hugo's smile faltered. What is happening? Has it gone too far? Huh. Is this the effect of your concocted rooting solution, causing the fire lizard to self-immolate? How utterly ridiculous. Carlo laughed triumphantly. Professor, their group has ruined the fire lizard plant. Shouldn't they be punished? I suggest confinement to ensure they focus on their class tasks, along with deducting points from Gryffindor. Yet Neville hastily approached Morin, brushing aside the pile of ash atop the fire lizard's pot with his hand, using his wand to retrieve a bright red fruit from within. Remarkable, he exclaimed. Morin, your rooting solution has proven so effective that it has accelerated the fire lizard's maturation. He displayed the vibrant fruit to everyone, continuing, Morin did not ruin the fire lizard. As I mentioned at the outset, the fire lizard ignites upon maturity, yielding this fruit. Morin's rooting solution has prompted this plant to reach maturity ahead of schedule. Truly astonishing. I have never heard of the rooting solution achieving such a feat. Carlo's anticipated mocking words were abruptly lodged in his throat, nearly choking him. Professor, are you certain? Carlo asked incredulously. I am indeed certain, Carlo, Neville replied. Morin and Hugo receive full marks for this lesson, in both potions and herbology. What? Carlo's mouth fell agape, unable to comprehend that both Morin and Hugo had attained perfect scores. His own rooting solution had merely revived 2 leaves. while Morin's potion had directly caused the fire lizard to bear fruit. The disparity was far more significant than mere points. Carlo's expression soured, as if he had consumed dragon dung. Chapter 119. Those born in December. All the classmates gazed enviously at Morin and Hugo, though their fire lizard plants had shown some slight recovery. Their leaves were merely a mix of red and yellow, and they could not compare to Morin's plant that had borne fruit. Morin was equally astonished. Having confirmed that the potion had indeed revived the fire lizard, he had not anticipated that Arnock's concoction was even more potent than expected, directly leading to the plant's fruitful yield. Professor, he must have cheated. His potion could not possibly achieve this level of efficacy. You should ask him to present his potion for examination. You would surely discern whether it is effective. Carlo could hardly contain his eagerness as he recalled with utmost clarity how he had tossed 2 shards of black bullhorn stone into the cauldron of Morin and Hugo, thereby obliterating their concoction of the magical herb root potion. His unwavering confidence stemmed from the knowledge that black bullhorn stone was an essential ingredient in the potion's preparation. The text had explicitly stated that if the stone was not retrieved within the first 5 minutes of brewing, the potion would be rendered ineffective. Particularly, Carlo had taken advantage of a moment of inattention from Morin and Hugo to throw the stones into their cauldron, effectively annihilating their potion. Thus he was entirely convinced that Morin had resorted to deceit. Hugo, standing nearby, retorted with fury, "Carlo, do you presume that everyone shares your shamelessness? Resorting to underhanded tactics to frame others. Why are you so certain that our potion is counterfeit? You ought to present some evidence." Hugo was well aware that Carlo would not dare to speak the truth unless he openly confessed to having destroyed Morin and Hugo's potion, should Carlo make such a claim. The repercussions will be dire. Carlo, refrain from casting baseless accusations without evidence. Neville interjected, raising his voice, then turned to Morin with a hint of anticipation, saying, "Morin, I do not doubt you. Rather, I wish to comprehend the method by which you brewed your potion. Perhaps I too might learn the art, potentially revitalizing these herbs and possibly enabling the mass cultivation of fire-breathing plants." Morin had already emptied the vial of potion that Carlo had ruined, and he regretfully raised the empty bottle, stating, "I apologize, Professor Longbottom. I have exhausted every drop of the magical herb root potion. To be honest, the potency of my potion was greatly enhanced thanks to Carlo." Morin cast a casual glance at Carlo. "You." Carlo was so incensed that he nearly ground his teeth to dust, uncertain whether Morin's words bore any truth. If they did, he would surely rue his actions. "That is indeed unfortunate. Perhaps I shall consult Professor Theodore regarding the correct formulation of the magical herb root potion," Neville continued. "Now, let's have a look at your fire-breathing plants. I am prepared to grade each of you. I do not expect you to match the excellence of Morin and Hugo, but at the very least, do not disappoint." Neville began to take notes as he graded everyone. Carlo was fortunate to escape unscathed. Hugo approached excitedly, proclaiming, "I had initially planned to cast a few curses on him after class, perhaps send him to the hospital for a couple of days, to see if he dared to scheme again. However, it appears that is no longer necessary. His current state is even more satisfying than a hospital stay. But tell me, how did you manage it?" "I merely added a few additional ingredients in an attempt to salvage it, and to my surprise, it worked," Morin replied, withholding the truth about the dragon's breath potion. "You truly are a genius," Hugo exclaimed, clapping Morin on the shoulder, oblivious to any doubts. Later that evening, as they returned to the common room, Hugo rushed in, breathless, and found Morin, who was diligently working on his assignments in the corner. "James informed me that Bach's birthday is December 8th, he said. Morin set aside his pen, astonished. December 8th? So he is the 6th person? They had long assumed that the missing 6th individual was Sweet, but given that those who had vanished were born in even-numbered months, only Bach fit the criteria. Sweet, born in September, had also gone missing, accompanied by peculiar markings. What could be the reason behind this? I too find this matter perplexing. All our birthdays fall in even months. How could Sweet be among them?" Hugo inquired, his expression one of confusion. Most baffling of all was that Bach was the only one among the missing individuals who was not a first-year student. Morin found himself utterly bewildered. He had a multitude of unresolved questions. When Bach had disappeared, he hadn't returned as usual, but had instead been attacked by an unknown dark wizard, and he himself possessed certain uncontrollable, fearsome fire magic. Morin was uncertain how these events related to Professor Charles. It must be Professor Charles. Perhaps he followed you to Diagon Alley that day, seeking an opportunity to strike, but he retreated because your grandfather was present, Hugo speculated. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Morin conceded. I am increasingly convinced that Professor Charles is up to something sinister. He purchased a myriad of art supplies that day, especially black dragon bile. seemingly to ensnare someone within a painting, preventing them from roaming free. Wes had mentioned that black dragon bile could confine individuals within their frames. If someone within the painting was aware of Professor Charles's scheme, it is highly probable that his acquisition of black dragon bile was intended to deal with that very individual who might escape and reveal his secrets. Regrettably, all of this remained mere conjecture, as Molin had not uncovered any concrete evidence against Professor Charles. Furthermore, Bach had not returned after his usual day of absence, rendering the situation increasingly enigmatic. In the ensuing days, the Gryffindor Quidditch team was shrouded in gloom, for on Saturday, they were to face Slytherin. However, the mysterious disappearance of their captain left the Gryffindor players feeling lost. Philia temporarily assumed the captaincy, yet without Bach's guidance. She found herself at a loss for how to train the team. Although Bach had a penchant for droning on about tedious tactics, his training methods were effective. His sudden absence felt like losing a limb. "Our Saturday match will surely result in our utter defeat at the hands of Slytherin," lamented Owen, another chaser, who was nursing a swollen eye after being struck by a bludger. "Do not be disheartened," Bruno, the keeper, encouraged. "In the past, without Bach, we might have been thoroughly trounced by Slytherin, but now that Molin has the Gale Eagle, we at least have a fighting chance." It would have been better if he had remained silent, for his words only deepened the dejection among the team. Molin had become their sole hope. Yet he too was not in peak form. Even with the finest broomstick, he struggled to perform at his best, his mind a tumult of confusion, and on several occasions, he narrowly avoided being struck by the quaffle. Their training was abruptly interrupted when Professor Kane, the head of Gryffindor, called them down from the pitch. "What is it, Professor Kane?" "We're trying to devise a strategy to avoid being utterly crushed by Slytherin. Are you here to offer us advice?" James shouted from above, waving his broom. "Be quiet, James. Bach's parents have arrived. You, who know him well, should follow me," Professor Kane instructed. Chapter 120, Bach's Parents. All the Gryffindor players were summoned to the staff lounge on the castle's ground floor, where they encountered Bach's parents. Both of Bach's parents were muggles. They were not wizards. And unlike wizards who could express their discontent by sending a howler, Bach's parents were at a loss for words. Bach's mother sat quietly in a corner, softly weeping, accompanied by a tall man clad in a suit, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding professors draped in wizarding robes. Among them, only Professor Charles, an expert in Muggle studies, was engaged in conversation with Bach's father, making him the most suitable person to communicate with Bach's parents in this setting. Yet, whenever Molin caught sight of Professor Charles, he found himself inexplicably reminded of a jumble of chaotic thoughts. "Mr. William, Bach has excelled at school. He is the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and these are his teammates." Upon noticing Molin and the others, Professor Charles introduced them to Mr. William. "Greetings. I have heard much about you from Bach. I am somewhat familiar with the rules of Quidditch, as my son Bach has taught me," Mr. William acknowledged with a nod. Molin and the others also extended their greetings to Bach's parents. "Mr. William, Bach often speaks of you. He mentions that you have imparted many military theories to him, which he has applied to his Quidditch strategies." James remarked, "We have greatly benefited from his insights. Many matches have been won thanks to him." James spoke with great poise, as they were all well aware of Bach's father's standing as a Muggle military commander, versed in numerous Muggle strategies. Just last time, Bach had utilized the ancient strategies of Sun Tzu to devise Quidditch tactics, though the others were not entirely familiar with Muggle methods. They showed the appropriate respect to Bach's father. "He is quite astute. Had he not received that acceptance letter 6 years ago, he may have attended a military academy, Mr. William sighed, seemingly regretting his decision to allow his son to attend this school. He then inquired, "Do you truly not know where my son has gone? I heard he had his final training session with you all before the holidays." The players exchanged glances, indeed having had a training session before the break, but beyond that, they were preoccupied with their own preparations to return home. Professor Kane had already inquired about this matter a couple of days prior. "I'm sorry, Mr. William, but we genuinely do not know," James replied, shaking his head. Mr. William appeared disheartened as his wife let out another soft sob. He looked at James and then at the others, producing several photographs from his pocket. "I recognize you. You are the batsman, James. Bach mentioned that you and Albus performed exceptionally well. You two brothers are the finest batsmen among the 4 teams. And you, the most promising first-year prodigy, Molin. Is it not? Bach sent me a photograph of you all 2 months ago. I am familiar with each of you." Mr. William named each of them, leaving Molin and the others astonished. After all, there exists a significant generational gap between Muggles and Wizards, yet Mr. William was not only knowledgeable about the rules of Quidditch, but also recognized the players from Gryffindor. Truly remarkable. Bach spoke most about his team. "It's a pity. I wonder where he has disappeared to." Mr. Williams said, caressing the photographs in his hand. They were moving, vibrant images, with each person soaring on their broomsticks across the pitch, occasionally flying into the frame, full of vigor. It was evident that Bach had shared wizarding photographs with his parents. The other professors stood by, unable to interject with Bach's muggle parents. Even Professor McGonagall found herself at a loss for words, merely observing as Mr. William perused each photograph. Sighing continuously, Mr. William's hand halted on a photograph of his son Bach, in which Bach was not riding a broomstick, but rather donned his school's wizarding robes. Arms crossed, with bandages wrapped around his hands, holding a brown wand, smiling at the camera. Suddenly, Molin froze, fixating intently on that photograph. "Sir, may I borrow this photograph of Bach?" Molin inquired. Everyone turned their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend why Molin would make such a request. "Oh, certainly, Mr. William handed the photograph to Molin. Morin's gaze fell upon the brown wand in Bach's hand. He gently tapped the photograph, and Bach's hand shifted slightly, revealing the other end of the wand, which was protected by a brown magical sheath. This sheath served to prevent disarming spells to a certain extent, making it quite popular among wizards. Molin recognized the wand on the Hogwarts Express on the day he was attacked. The figure cloaked in snow and wind had wielded that very brown wand. How could this be? A tempest surged within Morin's mind. Despite the urgency of the situation aboard the train, he would never mistake that brown wand. He had intended to use a disarming spell against the assailant, but had failed. That wand bore the same magical sheath. Could it be that the person who attacked him on the train was Bach? Morin's thoughts swirled. But how could Bach have assaulted him? Bach would never target a teammate, especially not one as gifted as Molin. But then, how could the brown wand be explained? "Molin, what is it? Have you noticed some clue?" Professor Francis quietly approached Molin, speaking in his enigmatic tone. Everyone's attention turned toward Molin. "Nothing, Professor. I didn't notice anything. I just observed that Bach seemed to have injured his hand, wrapped in bandages," Molin replied, returning the photograph to Mr. William. How could he confess that he was attacked by that brown wand? Would his parents be able to accept the truth? Should Molin disclose to Bach's parents that Bach had likely attacked him before he went missing? Yes, he mentioned that while taking this photograph. Some potion from his cauldron splattered onto his hand, requiring several days to heal, Mr. William remarked as he took back the photo. Molin silently stepped aside, recognizing the brown wand that had assaulted him. Yet he continuously reassured himself that any wizard could have taken Bach's wand to seek him out. It was not necessarily Bach. However, deep down, he began to acknowledge that the figure he had seen, once his uncontrollable flames melted the snow disguise, bore a striking resemblance to the tall and imposing Bach. Mr. Williams stood, a shadow of grief crossing his eyes. "Thank you for your concern. If you have any news about my son, please do not hesitate to inform me." Mr. William tucked the photographs away, patting Morin's shoulder, his gaze dimming as he continued. "After all, he's my only son." Mr. and Mrs. William expressed their gratitude to everyone before departing, accompanied by Professor McGonagall. Molin watched as Bach's parents, two muggles entering a wizarding school, appeared quite out of place. Their son was missing, and even the wizards could not locate him, let alone the two non-magical parents who, even if they wished to seek answers from the school regarding their son, lacked the means to do so. Molin continued to watch the couple leave the school, a sudden wave of discomfort washing over him. Everyone has parents who worry about them. What of his own? He bore flames that could erupt uncontrollably at any moment, regarded by others as dark magic. He was even attacked on the train, yet his parents had not penned a single letter, nor had they returned home for years, not even for Christmas. Did they even remember they had a son? Chapter 121, Professor Francis's Intuition. After bidding farewell to Bach's parents, Molin felt a profound sense of melancholy. Perhaps it was due to Bach having the concern of his parents while Molin did not. Or perhaps it was the unsettling possibility that the wizard seeking him was likely Bach himself, something he found impossible to accept. In any case, he remained uncommunicative. Bach had shockingly informed his father that he and Albus were the most formidable chasers in the entire school, leaving them all astounded. James muttered under his breath, considering that Bach usually reprimanded him the most. Alas, without Bach, Saturday's match would likely be a disaster, sighed Philia. Hey, Philia, don't speak so gloomily. We have 3 excellent substitute players. We want to be easily defeated. James rallied the group. Slytherin only has 7 competent players, while we boast 9. That is because only 7 can play at a time, James, Bruno interjected. Have a bit of faith in yourself. James shot a glare at Bruno. Come on, let us train for another hour and try out that whirlwind double flying tactic Bach mentioned. It's whirlwind and double flying, Bruno corrected. Be quiet. I know that, James retorted. As they prepared to head back to the Quidditch pitch for further training, Professor Francis called out to Molin. Could you stay a moment, Molin? Professor, Molin is pivotal to our training. We are already down one player. We can't afford to lose another, especially since we are to compete against your house. James spoke candidly. Professor Francis, the head of Slytherin House, remained impassive as he addressed Molin, which displeased James, who felt compelled to voice his dissatisfaction. I understand, Professor Francis replied expressionlessly. Just 5 minutes, it won't take long. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Molin signaled for James and the others to proceed without him. Once they had departed, Molin lifted his gaze to meet Professor Francis's eyes, not shying away. I sense you know something, Molin, Professor Francis asserted, his intuition keen. Calmly, Molin responded, what makes you think that, Professor? Intuition. Regrettably, your intuition may be mistaken. I know nothing, Professor, Molin replied with composure. He would not divulge what he had witnessed regarding Bach's wand, for there must be some hidden truth behind it. Perhaps Bach was under someone's control, or someone was deliberately distorting the truth concerning Bach's wand. Regardless, he would seek to uncover the reality himself. I have a knack for sensing certain truths. Trust me, Professor Francis said coldly, scrutinizing Molin. I believe you wouldn't want Gryffindor to remain short a seeker indefinitely, so I suggest, as I did last time, that you know what I mean. I understand, Professor, but my answer remains unchanged. I do not consent to your attempt at legitimacy, Molin stated firmly. Bach's disappearance might be connected to the Hogwarts Express. This is merely a conjecture. You were present on the train, and your memories hold significance for me, Professor Francis emphasized. With my experience, I can discern things that might escape your notice. Molin shook his head, casting a glance at Professor Charles, who was seated on the sofa in the staff lounge, observing their conversation. Feeling quite uncomfortable, he politely replied, I'm sorry, Professor, but that day transpired as it did, and I doubt I can offer you much assistance. I must go for Quidditch practice. You ought not to be so obstinate. Although you are minor, you should understand the importance of aiding others in solving mysteries. Professor Francis's voice carried a hint of anger. To be honest, Professor, Molin replied fearlessly, meeting Francis's gaze. If your intuition is indeed so accurate, who do you think will win on Saturday? Gryffindor or Slytherin? Professor Francis regarded Molin with a chilling stare. You ought not to be so impolite, Molin, and you should not continually press me, Professor. I have done nothing wrong. The true wrongdoers remain at large. If your intuition is truly as sharp as you claim, capturing them should be a simple matter for you. Molin felt increasingly agitated. Bach's parents had come to Hogwarts, only for him to discover that the one who attacked him might be Bach himself. This turmoil plagued his thoughts, and he inadvertently glanced at Professor Charles before turning to exit the staff lounge. On Saturday morning, the Gryffindor players were in dismal spirits. While they usually found Bach's incessant chatter irksome, his absence left them feeling adrift, as he had always been the one to lead during matches. Molin, during breakfast, had no appetite, consuming nothing at all. Lily appeared somewhat anxious, while Sweet had long since vanished, presumably waiting in the changing room. Would you like a glass of dewberry juice? It's the morning special. It can invigorate you, and might do you some good, Hugo suggested. Always one to relish his meals. He was now officially the Quidditch commentator, and he believed in the importance of a hearty breakfast before each match. Molin shook his head. Hey, you got a chocolate frog here, Hugo exclaimed, extracting one from the center of Morin's plate and offering it to him. I didn't know breakfast included chocolate frogs. Morin accepted the chocolate frog, just as Philia approached. We should get going. Oh, you have a chocolate frog. Share some with me. Eating this before the match will give us energy. Take it all. Morin handed the chocolate frog to Philia. Philia broke off half and passed it to Diana. You should eat some too. Don't be nervous for this match. Just do your best. Diana had performed admirably in recent matches and would not be as anxious as she had been during her first. Today, she would take Bach's position, while Molin would serve as the seeker. As they departed the hall en route to the Quidditch pitch, they were met by Carlo, brandishing a Slytherin flag. Looks like Gryffindor's lion has lost one of its own. It seems you'll be turning into little kittens this time. Carlo laughed unabashedly. Shut up. How dare you show your face here, Carlo? Hugo retorted angrily. I have no time to converse with you, Weasley. I'm off to the Quidditch pitch to see how the big snake devours the little kittens, haha. Carlo waved his Slytherin flag triumphantly. It's a pity your Bach has gone missing, though I reckon it makes no difference, wouldn't you agree? Let's hope you don't lose anyone else, or the match will be dull. The Gryffindor players glared furiously at Carlo, yet he had already turned away, joining other Slytherin students as they made their way to the pitch. Hugo raised his fist towards Carlo's detestable back, declaring, I've changed my mind. We must find a way to ensure he spends 2 days in the hospital. You all need to step up. I truly despise Carlo's smugness and don't want to see him gloating in front of me again. Let us go. There is no need to waste breath on such people. If he thinks he can rattle us with words like that, he has sorely mistaken. Molin, accompanied by others, departed from the castle. Chapter 122, Adding Insult to Injury. This Saturday, the weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly, causing numerous students to occupy the prime viewing spots early, eagerly discussing the upcoming match. The entire school was aware of the unfortunate disappearance of Gryffindor's captain, Puck, during the Christmas break, casting a shadow over Gryffindor's prospects for the match. Slytherin was a formidable team, and despite Gryffindor boasting a so-called prodigious new talent, the odds were decidedly in favor of Slytherin. In the Gryffindor common room, spirits appeared rather low. Molin, the objective for this match is quite simple. You must seize the golden snitch as swiftly as possible. We cannot afford any delays. Without Puck, we stand no chance against Slytherin. We must conclude the game with haste, Ophelia stated. This had been the consensus of their strategy the previous day. With Puck absent to lead, their formation lacked cohesion, prompting the decision to adopt a defensive tactic, allowing Molin to play as the seeker and capture the snitch quickly, thereby denying Slytherin the opportunity to widen their lead. By the way, where is James? I haven't seen him, Ophelia inquired. Just then, James entered abruptly, his expression grave as he said, "It's dire. Puck's parents have not left the school. They're here to watch the match today. Professor Kane just informed me that we need to perform admirably." Puck's parents are here? Ophelia approached the changing room door, casting a glance towards the distant stands, where indeed she spotted Mr. and Mrs. William seated beside Professor Kane. Mrs. William's complexion was notably pale, while Mr. William gazed at the jubilant students, lost in thought. "This is distressing. If Slytherin overwhelms us, we will certainly let Puck down," Albus lamented, swinging his bat in frustration. Ophelia clapped her hands, urging everyone to focus their attention on her. "Everyone lift your spirits. Although Puck's father is a muggle, he possesses a keen understanding of Quidditch. We must not leave a poor impression," Ophelia admonished. Madame Hooch had already sounded the short whistle outside, and Molin grasped his firebolt, clearing his mind of unpleasant thoughts. He leapt into the air, the firebolt transforming him into a blur as he soared into the Quidditch pitch. Wonderful. The first Quidditch match after the holidays, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. And both teams are now on the field. We are all aware of the unfortunate incident befalling Gryffindor's captain, which places the team in a precarious position. This match will truly test the players' adaptability under pressure, and everyone is eager to see if they can withstand the strain in their captain's absence and triumph over Slytherin. Hugo announced. Before he could finish, a chorus of boos erupted from the Slytherin side, with many mocking shouts, the loudest emanating from Carlo. Hugo disregarded the ruckus, having learned to call the match fairly, and continued. However, Slytherin is by no means a weak opponent. Each of their players possesses formidable skill. Thus, this match poses a significant challenge for Gryffindor. Had Puck been present, the teams would have been evenly matched, but with his absence, the outcome remains uncertain. We can only hope that Gryffindor's substitute, Molin, can compensate for Puck's absence with his new broom, the firebolt. Let's await the spectacle. Molin deliberately slowed his pace to align with the others as they flew towards the center of the pitch, preparing for Madame Hooch's signal to commence. But at that moment, Diana suddenly cried out in pain, plummeting from her broom. "Diana, what is wrong?" Molin reacted swiftly, executing a rapid dive to catch her hand. It was no easy feat, considering Diana was a fourth-year student, larger than Molin. He maneuvered his broom to bring her onto his, safely landing on the grass. Not only Diana, but Ophelia also clutched her abdomen and slipped from her broom. James and Albus worked together to catch Ophelia, spinning her down to the ground. What was happening? The crowd erupted in confusion, staring at the two Gryffindor players who had suddenly fallen from their brooms before the match had even begun. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Ophelia and Diana appeared pale, curled up with their hands on their stomachs, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their expressions pained. "I don't know, my stomach hurts," Diana stammered, her lips trembling. "Me too." Ophelia gritted her teeth in response. "What could be the cause? Surely you haven't eaten something bad? What did you have for breakfast?" James asked anxiously. "I didn't eat anything except half a chocolate frog that Ophelia gave me," Diana replied softly. "I had a chocolate frog too. I took it from Molin," Ophelia groaned. "Molin, where did your chocolate frogs come from? Were they expired?" James turned to question him. Molin shook his head. "I don't know. Hugo found it in the middle of my plate. Ophelia asked for a chocolate frog, so I gave it to her." A sudden realization struck Molin. Was there something wrong with the chocolate frog? "Quick, summon Madame Pomfrey to check on them. We have two players in distress." Albus shouted towards Madame Hooch. Madame Pomfrey hurried over, and the others anxiously carried Ophelia and Diana into the changing room. She began examining them as the spectators outside speculated about the unfolding situation. What on earth happened? How could the chocolate frogs be tainted? James asked sternly. Molin struggled to find a suitable explanation. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remarked, perhaps there was someone who intended for me to consume that chocolate frog. What do you mean? Albus inquired. Do you not understand? In the corner, Sweet spoke up. Someone is trying to frame Molin to prevent him from playing. But Molin didn't eat the chocolate frog. He allowed Philia and Diana to have it. Precisely, Molin replied coldly. Only someone employing such despicable means to keep Molin off the field could be responsible. Albus furrowed his brow. Did you offend any Slytherins? Molin's mind conjured an image of Carlo's loathsome face. He had not anticipated that this individual would dare to sabotage him. No wonder Carlo had earlier mentioned hoping that they would not lose any more players. This was the intent behind his words. Yet, Molin was puzzled. During breakfast, seating was not assigned. So how did Carlo know where he would sit? How did he manage to place the chocolate frog on the plate in front of him? Madame Pomfrey had completed her examination and produced a vial of purple potion for Philia and Diana to drink. Preliminary diagnosis indicates food poisoning. I have administered an antidote. They should be fine, Madame Pomfrey stated. Just as the others began to breathe a sigh of relief, she continued, however, they cannot continue in the match, as they will feel weak for the next hour. Cannot participate in the match? Are you serious? James exclaimed angrily. We've already lost one beater. Must we sacrifice 2 more key players? Losing 3 primary players at once, especially powerful seekers like Bach and Philia, would only exacerbate Gryffindor's plight. With their commanding presence compromised, this match is bound to be disastrous. This is not my concern, Potter. My sole duty is to provide medical care. Madame Pomfrey tidied her medical kit and wished them good luck before departing from Gryffindor's locker room. Chapter 123. 3 substitutes take the field. Good luck. James struck the wall with a fierce punch. Losing 1 is unfortunate, but 3? James, try not to lose your temper. We still have 2 players, Bruno remarked, glancing at Sweet and Lily. Sweet gritted his teeth, seemingly troubled, and stated, I cannot participate in the match. You can't participate? James's voice trembled with indignation. You must play. Molin fixed his gaze on Sweet, asserting unequivocally, I don't care about your peculiar excuses. Your absence from this match equates to our forfeiture. Bach's parents are in the stands waiting. Do you intend to disappoint him? Sweet lowered his head in silence, ultimately refraining from further protest. Grab your brooms. James's frustration surged. With Bach missing and Philia and Diana incapacitated, he was the only one left who could assume the role of captain for Gryffindor. Slytherin, is it? Resorting to underhanded tactics? Very well, they will see the consequences, James spat vehemently. Sweet retrieved a pair of muggle sunglasses from his pocket and donned them. Molin frowned slightly, yet Sweet merely remarked, I have some issues with my eyes. In particularly bright sunlight, my vision falters, which is my reason for not wanting to play. Molin had never heard of such a peculiar affliction before. No wonder Sweet had declined to play last time when Bach wanted him on the field. During their flying lessons, Sweet's presence was notably absent as well. Regardless, we must remain spirited. Albus, shedding his usual nonchalance, donned a more serious demeanor. Can Gryffindor continue the match? Madame Hooch entered the room. Indeed, Madame Hooch, Molin replied. That is good to hear. I've been informed of the situation, but a match cannot be postponed for such reasons. Now let us get out there. Madame Hooch mounted her broom and departed the locker room. Everyone understood the significance of this match. Give it your all. James's eyes shone with fervor, seemingly inspired by James's zeal. Each team member ignited with a fierce determination as they charged out of the locker room, eliciting cheers from the crowd once more. The Gryffindor lion roared triumphantly in the air. News had just come in that 2 Gryffindor seekers were unable to play due to certain physical ailments, a most peculiar situation, striking a devastating blow to Gryffindor. This match marked the first time Gryffindor fielded 3 first-year substitutes, and against the seasoned Slytherin team, how would they perform? Regardless, let us cheer for them loudly. Hugo's voice reignited the audience's fervor as both teams took their positions on the Quidditch pitch. The team captains shook hands. Madame Hooch declared. James and Slytherin's captain, Geoffrey, clasped hands. Geoffrey, a 7th-year student, towered over James as he occupied the seeker position, but James felt no fear. Without Bach and Philia, you cannot defeat us, Geoffrey proclaimed, a confident grin gracing his face. So you resorted to dirty tactics to put our seeker in the hospital. Did you? James retorted coldly. We need not do such things. The moment Bach was absent, your defeat was sealed, Geoffrey asserted arrogantly. Beside Geoffrey stood Scorpius, whose expression was markedly different from the other Slytherin players. He looked apologetic as he addressed Albus. I sincerely apologize. I had requested Madame Hooch to postpone this match, but she refused. We do not wish to take advantage of your misfortune. Is that so? Albus swung his bat, rotating his neck as he spoke with a firm tone. I fear you may be the only one on your team who thinks that, but it is unnecessary. Do not extend sympathy to the opponent, Scorpius. I will show no mercy. Some of your Slytherin miscreants dare to employ underhanded methods. We will ensure they learn a lesson, James declared fiercely, gripping his bat. His eyes ablaze with intensity. What does that mean? I don't understand. Scorpius had been striving to improve Slytherin's reputation among the other houses. He would never stoop to such treachery against Molin and was clueless as to why 2 Gryffindor players had suddenly ended up hospitalized. However, just because he could not act thus did not mean the rest of Slytherin would refrain. You will understand, James replied icily, for this match is not just for ourselves. He cast his gaze towards Professor Kane and the Williams couple, leaving his statement uncompleted. Yet every Gryffindor understood what James intended to convey, their eyes igniting with resolute battle spirit. I hope this match is fair and just, Madame Hooch proclaimed as she released the golden snitch, though her words suggested fairness. Gryffindor-S players were acutely aware that the match had been skewed from the outset. The match begins. Madame Hooch blew her whistle. Swish, swish, swish. A cacophony of sounds surged through the air as Sweet executed a swift turn, seizing the quaffle and tossing it to Lily, who alongside Owen, surged toward the opposing goal. However, Scorpius and Jeffrey united to block their advance, while simultaneously, a bludger hurtled towards Lily from the left. Lily pivoted, releasing the ball just as Scorpius steadied his broom, racing towards the quaffle. However, a red blur surpassed him. Molin had already leapt forward, capturing the quaffle and soaring past Scorpius, widening the gap. Jeffrey appeared to anticipate this. Aware that Molin would not merely seek the golden snitch, he knew he would also act as a fourth chaser. Thus, as Molin surged ahead, Jeffrey was already in motion. Jeffrey-S broom, a Firebolt 15 model, rivaled the Swiftwind Eagle, and with an altitude advantage, he descended rapidly, colliding with Molin from the upper left. Yet Molin did not flinch. He regarded Jeffrey with a cold gaze, a peculiar glimmer in his eyes as the flight trajectories of all players materialized in his mind, allowing him to foresee the impending events. Bang! A bludger barreled in from below, striking Jeffrey on the shoulder, caught off guard by the bludger's sudden appearance. He leaned aside, while Molin launched the quaffle. Gryffindor scores. The arena erupted with the fervent cheers of Gryffindor students. This auspicious start was paramount for a team missing 3 of its key players. In a mere 20 seconds, Gryffindor had already scored a goal, propelled by the swift offensive maneuvers of Seeker Morin. The synergy within Gryffindor was astonishing, particularly highlighted by James's assist, which, at a critical juncture, shattered Jeffrey's defenses and successfully created an opportunity for Morin. Jeffrey glared at James, seething, for it was James who had delivered that elusive quaffle. But do not be astonished. The match had only just begun. With a flick of his bat, James's expression lacked his usual playful demeanor, replaced instead by an inscrutable intensity, as if invisible flames flickered in his eyes. Chapter 124. The Talented Batter. Many students had low expectations for Gryffindor, given the absence of 3 pivotal team members. After all, Gryffindor had fielded 3 first-year students who, compared to their opponents from Slytherin, appeared far too inexperienced and juvenile to turn the tide. However, they were gravely mistaken. From the very outset of the match, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. No one anticipated that each Gryffindor player would display such ferocity, and even the 3 first years maintained a firm grip on the initiative. Target that first-year girl, Jeffrey shouted to his fellow chasers. Lily, being the smallest on the pitch and the only girl among the 3 first-year substitutes, seemed the most vulnerable, which prompted Jeffrey to focus his efforts on neutralizing her first, believing it would make subsequent plays easier, given Lily's petite stature. A collision with 7th-year Jeffrey would likely send her hurtling from her broom, resulting in her absence from the game. Jeffrey, that's unacceptable. Scorpius frowned, recognizing that such deliberate fouling constituted a breach of the rules. It was evident that Jeffrey intended to exploit a foul to incapacitate Gryffindor's weakest player. Such underhanded tactics were beneath Scorpius's principles. Yet, Jeffrey paid no heed and charged toward Lily, his speed and experience far surpassing hers. As Lily received the bludger tossed by Owen, she noticed 2 Slytherin chasers converging upon her from either side, attempting to encircle her. But Lily was no pushover. Her diminutive size afforded her remarkable agility. With a swift maneuver, she evaded one of the Slytherin players. However, Jeffrey surged from behind, crashing into her with intent. Morin now. Quick! Lily had already passed the ball back to Morin, drawing the attention of the 2 Slytherin chasers, creating a gap in their defense for Morin to exploit. Yet Morin, having discerned Jeffrey's intent, refrained from attacking. Instead, he dashed behind Lily and hurled the bludger at Jeffrey's head. The ball soared through the air, whistling ominously as it approached. Startled, Jeffrey momentarily froze, expecting another frenzied bludger to come his way. Seizing the opportunity, Lily narrowly escaped Jeffrey's initial charge. By the time Jeffrey realized the incoming projectile was a bludger rather than a quaffle, his expression darkened with dismay. "You shouldn't have done that. You've squandered a scoring opportunity," Lily called out as she slipped past the danger, zipping by Molin. "Don't be foolish. Losing a player is far worse than missing a scoring chance." Molin shouted back to James, "James, keep an eye on Lily. They intend to foul her." "Dare to target Lily?" James's voice was low, simmering with an unspoken fury as he exchanged a glance with Albus. "Albus, this is intolerable." Albus, equally incensed, responded affirmatively, and the two surged forth from opposite directions, intercepting a bludger and sending it soaring toward James. The ensuing performance from James and Albus sent the crowd into a frenzy as they executed an unorthodox strategy. Typically, bludgers were erratic, wreaking havoc among players, with each batter's task being to clear the bludger from their teammates' vicinity. However, James and Albus turned this notion on its head. James struck the bludger to Albus, who then returned it toward James. The bludger remained firmly under their control, darting back and forth between them, effectively neutralizing Slytherin's attempts to intercept. Whenever a Slytherin player attempted to advance, they were forced to dodge the well-managed bludger. "We usually just don't take it seriously," James remarked, sending the bludger hurtling toward Jeffrey's head. Jeffrey clumsily rolled out of the way, narrowly avoiding the impact. "You've compelled us to play earnestly," Albus charged forward, sending the bludger back into play. This time, Jeffrey could not evade. The bludger struck his broom with tremendous force, shattering it and sending him spiraling toward the ground. His face contorted in shock and rage as he struggled to maintain control. Last time Albus joined the team, someone targeted him and ended up in the hospital for 2 weeks, James said, showing no mercy despite Jeffrey's predicament. He charged forward once more, raising his bat. "How long do you plan to stay?" James hurled the bludger toward Albus. "Did you think you could attack our sister with such despicable tactics without our consent?" Albus retaliated, swinging the approaching bludger toward Jeffrey's head. As the bludger whizzed through the air, Jeffrey let out a pained scream, struck in the nose, and was sent tumbling from his broom, rolling twice before crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his face. "Did you truly believe that with Bach and Felia's absent, you could overstep your bounds?" James and Albus exchanged triumphant high fives in midair. Meanwhile, under the protection of her brothers, Lily seized the moment and successfully sent the ball through the goalpost. Once more, the Gryffindor students erupted in jubilant cheers. Hugo's enthusiastic commentary echoed throughout the pitch. What an unexpected turn of events. Jeffrey from Slytherin had clearly intended to employ some underhanded tactics against the youngest Gryffindor, Lily. However, Molin had come to her aid just in time, provoking the ire of her two brothers, James and Albus. These normally carefree prodigies had seemingly entered a state of fierce determination in the absence of Bach and Felia's. Shielded by her brothers, Lily thwarted Jeffrey's deceitful maneuvers, which instead backfired against him as the referee blew the whistle for timeout. Jeffrey appeared in dire straits, curled up on the ground, his Firebolt 15 in shambles. And Albus's bludger had proven fearsome indeed. The Slytherin students no longer bore their initial air of assured victory, for they realized that Gryffindor had dramatically transformed today. With the cohesive efforts of James and Albus, alongside Molin stepping in as a formidable fourth chaser, exuding an indomitable fighting spirit that demanded respect. Jeffrey's nose had finally stopped bleeding. Earlier, when his broom was knocked out of his grasp, he instinctively fell towards the ground, so when Albus struck him with a bludger, he only descended from a height of 1 meter. "I remembered you both." Jeffrey glared fiercely at James and Albus, now armed with a spare broom. "It's about time you remembered. I expected you to be a tad more intelligent," James retorted indifferently. Throughout the match, the two expertly manipulated the bludgers with their bats, avoiding any physical contact with Jeffrey, who had merely been struck by the rogue bludger. Thus, Mrs. Hooch did not penalize them. The intensity of the match had escalated significantly, igniting the Gryffindor team's fierce spirit. In a mere 10 minutes, Gryffindor led with a score of 60-10. It was hard to fathom what the Gryffindor players had endured. Initially, it was assumed that with 3 first-year players, their strength would be severely diminished. However, underestimating these 3 substitutes could cost Slytherin dearly. The Slytherin players found it impossible to approach these first years, thanks to the 2 exceptional batters from Gryffindor. Indeed, it was James and Albus who seemed less intent on merely knocking the bludgers away and more focused on controlling them. Yes, you heard it right. James and Albus were actually commanding the unruly bludgers. The two champions of the school had once again become the center of attention on the field. While all eyes were on Molin during his rise, it seemed everyone had forgotten that the Potter brothers from Gryffindor were equally extraordinary. You four unleash your offense. Albus and I will handle those misfits. Anyone who dares to challenge us will learn a lesson, James commanded, this time without box guidance. All players seemed to share a common objective, as if they had memorized box strategies. The stormy offensive tactic led by James and Albus was surprisingly seamless. Slytherin was completely bewildered. Under normal circumstances, they would never allow Gryffindor to pull ahead by such a margin, especially with Bach and Filia absent. Yet, perhaps it was precisely because Bach was not present that every Gryffindor player yearned to win this match in front of Bach's parents, striving to uphold his honor. Each individual had tapped into their potential. With James and Albus paving the way, Slytherin's formation was utterly disrupted. They could not breach the combined defense of the two Potters. And Gryffindor swiftly escalated their score to 150-20, leading by more than 100 points. However, the strain of controlling the bludgers was taking its toll on James and Albus. The inherently restless bludgers possessed their own will, and to master them meant expending greater stamina. Gradually, their energy began to wane, and their speed slowed. Morin, go seek the golden snitch to end this match, James shouted. He understood that their burst of energy was limited, and if they exhausted themselves without concluding the game, Slytherin would mount a counteroffensive, potentially reversing the situation. Morin no longer focused on aiding Gryffindor's offense. He was scouring the field for any sign of the golden snitch. The Windrider's speed transformed him into a mere shadow. But even so, he occasionally dashed in to assist his teammates in thwarting Slytherin's attacks. When James failed to catch a bludger, Gryffindor's formation finally showed a gap. Scorpius seized the opportunity, darting forward to intercept the quaffle, turning to charge towards the goal. Yet, Sweet dashed in from the side, blocking Scorpius's path. Scorpius had no choice but to veer downwards to evade Sweet, but Sweet's flying skills were astonishingly adept. He seemed to have anticipated Scorpius's route, moving faster than Scorpius himself and intercepting him once more. I won't let you pass, Sweet declared, his tone cold and unyielding. You know what he said? As Scorpius found every attempt thwarted by Sweet's steadfast defense. It was at this moment that the spectators began to notice Sweet. Scorpius, recognized for his flying prowess, had been blocked by Sweet, who had never previously showcased his skills in a match, leaving the crowd in awe. Many turned their attention to Sweet. Did Gryffindor conceal yet another talent? Goodness. Sweet had thwarted Scorpius's 5 attempts, and being a first-year player making his debut, everyone had focused on others, unaware of Sweet's remarkable flying abilities. Could this player, sporting Muggle sunglasses, be an overlooked dark horse? Even Hugo could not help but express his astonishment. While he was aware of Sweet's flying capabilities, as they were why he was a substitute for Gryffindor, Sweet rarely exhibited his skills in front of others outside of practice, leaving the entire school largely unfamiliar with him. Little did they know, as James and Albus began a tire, Sweet was stepping up. All Gryffindor students erupted in cheers once more, rallying for their team. Scorpius recognized Sweet as a genuine threat. He had not anticipated Gryffindor possessing such a player. Sweet seemed intimately familiar with Scorpius's flying patterns, consistently blocking his path at the right moments, leaving Scorpius unable to shake him off. Jeffrey. Scorpius reluctantly passed the quaffle back to Jeffrey, who caught it, and, while James and Albus dealt with the bludgers, dashed towards the goal. However, Sweet once again appeared before Jeffrey like a wraith. I won't let you pass, Sweet reiterated, his tone still firm. Jeffrey found himself in a predicament akin to Scorpius's. Despite multiple attempts to charge through, he could not find an opportunity. Sweet's flying technique astonished them. Get out of my way, Jeffrey shouted in frustration, this time opting not to evade Sweet, but to charge directly at him, attempting to knock Sweet off his broom. Yet, once more, Jeffrey miscalculated. Sweet's agility surpassed his expectations. He failed to collide with Sweet's broom. Sweet found an ingenious angle to evade Jeffrey's assault, and with a swift kick, he sent the quaffle tumbling from Jeffrey's hands. In a flash, Sweet caught the quaffle with an ethereal grace and initiated a counterattack. His seamless blend of evasion and interception elicited cheers from the entire audience. Was this truly a feat achievable by a first-year player? Sweet's flying skills were reminiscent of a seasoned veteran, effortlessly outmaneuvering Slytherin's Jeffrey and snatching the quaffle with a fluidity that was nothing short of perfection. Hugo exclaimed loudly. Sweet has surged forward with the ball. Just then, Morin soared above him, coolly instructing shoot. The quaffle was hurled from the hands of Sweet towards Molin, who remained acutely aware of the shifting dynamics on the field. As Sweet intercepted the quaffle, Molin had already soared into the air, perfectly positioned to intercept the trajectory of the flying ball. With a swift motion, he struck the quaffle with the tail of his Nimbus 2000, redirecting it through the air as it whirled and howled past the goalposts. The ball found its mark. The crowd erupted in a fervent cheer, and Molin exchanged a knowing glance with Sweet before their paths diverged, while others remained oblivious. Molin and Sweet understood all too well that their synergy during training sessions had been nothing short of exemplary. It was merely that the opportunity to showcase this in a match had eluded them until now. Be cautious. They'll shift their focus to you, Molin advised as he zipped past Sweet. Mind your own business, Sweet retorted, as was his custom. Molin, accustomed to this banter, resumed his search for the golden snitch. His apprehension soon materialized into reality, as Jeffrey relentlessly pursued Sweet, seemingly indifferent to the quaffle, intent on colliding with Sweet to knock him off course. James and Albus rushed to assist Sweet, but at that moment, Molin spotted a glimmer of gold beneath the Slytherin goal, a flash that unmistakably signified the golden snitch. Chapter 126, The Final Collision. Without hesitation, Molin pivoted and charged towards the direction of the golden snitch. His sudden change in trajectory, capturing the attention of all. Soon, everyone recognized the flickering presence of the snitch near the Slytherin goal, eliciting gasps from the crowd. This commotion caught the attention of the Slytherin Seeker, but he was a fraction too late and considerably slower than Molin. The Gryffindor Seeker has spotted the golden snitch, someone exclaimed. Indeed, Moreland's speed was formidable as he raced towards the snitch, leaving the Slytherin Seeker far behind. However, trouble loomed. All Slytherin players converged upon him, and the goalkeeper aimed to ram into Molin, attempting to disrupt the Gryffindor Seeker with foul play. Hugo shouted, "He's right." Molin now finds himself facing the Slytherin goalkeeper and two beaters. The Slytherin beaters, previously subdued by James and Albus, seemed to have finally grasped their role and swung their bats, intending to impede Moreland's progress. One of the Slytherin beaters swung his bat menacingly towards Moreland's head. The entire stadium collectively gasped. Should that strike land, Moreland was certain to plummet from his broom, at least 20 meters above the ground. "This is outrageous," Hugo seethed. "Such an underhanded move. Bats are meant for striking bludgers, and while one may use them to control bludgers against an opponent, directly targeting a person with a bat is utterly disgraceful." Hugo felt he could no longer provide an impartial commentary, his indignation boiling over. Yet, Moreland once again demonstrated why he was heralded as Gryffindor's most promising star. He leaned low on his broom, executed a half-twist, and delivered a kick to the incoming bat. The Slytherin beater, caught off guard, inadvertently struck himself in the forehead with his own bat, resulting in a resounding thwack. The beater cried out in agony, blood spraying forth as Moreland deftly evaded him. But ahead lay the Slytherin goalkeeper and another beater, who aggressively blocked Moreland's path. With bats and fists aimed at him, Moreland had no choice but to maneuver around them. In doing so, the Slytherin Seeker soared past, dashing toward the golden snitch. Remaining composed, Moreland adjusted his broom's angle, deftly avoiding the goalkeeper's punch and the beater's bat, weaving between the two. The distracted Slytherin players failed to anticipate the chaos, leading to their own mishap as the goalkeeper was struck in the mouth by his teammate's bat, eliciting a wail as blood and teeth scattered into the air. Moreland surged past the self-sabotage Slytherins, closing in on the Slytherin Seeker, quickly matching his speed, aided significantly by his Nimbus 2000. Yet, Scorpius had already surged ahead of Moreland. Unlike other players, he refrained from employing foul tactics to impede Moreland, and instead focused on seizing the golden snitch to conclude the match. In a split second, an unforeseen guest emerged. Sweet, relentlessly pursued by Slytherin's Jeffrey, collided with Scorpius. Scorpius, taken aback, had not anticipated Sweet's intention to employ such foul play. The entire arena watched with bated breath as the collision unfolded in a flash. Just as Scorpius was about to be struck by Sweet, the latter surprised everyone by swerving upward, narrowly avoiding the collision. However, trailing closely behind was the frenzied Slytherin chaser, Jeffrey, who aimed to exact vengeance on Sweet. As Sweet ascended, Jeffrey failed to keep pace and collided directly with Scorpius, sending them both tumbling to the ground, Scorpius howling in frustration as he lamented his missed opportunity. Mere centimeters from the golden snitch. Yet, Sweet's intervention to thwart Scorpius came at a cost. In executing that perilous maneuver, he crashed into the Slytherin goalpost, causing his broom to jolt violently, and sending him plummeting from a height of over 20 meters. "Oh no!" Hugo exclaimed. Sweet's remarkable flying skills enabled him to cause the Slytherin players to collide, but now he faces a dire situation. If he falls from such a height, the consequences could be catastrophic. Sweet had taken a dangerous yet untainted risk to prevent Slytherin from capturing the golden snitch, but now he would have to pay the price. As Hugo and the others anxiously watched, the players from Slytherin and Gryffindor engaged in fierce confrontation in mere seconds, with Slytherin attempting to thwart Molin through underhanded tactics, all of which Molin and Sweet skillfully countered. But now, Sweet was descending towards the ground, devoid of his broom and without any means of self-rescue. The crowd held their breath for Sweet. Meanwhile, Molin darted through the collision of Geoffrey and Scorpius, hurtling towards Sweet with astonishing speed, arriving at his side in an instant. Sweet's sunglasses flew off into the air, and Molin paused, catching a glimpse of Sweet's eyes shimmering with an unusual red glow in the sunlight. Though it vanished as Sweet promptly closed his eyes, Molin did not hesitate for a moment. He seized Sweet's hand, the tremendous force of their motion causing both to involuntarily tumble toward the ground. Yet, Molin valiantly wrestled with his broom, managing to right it just before they plummeted, soaring along the earth at a rapid pace. Releasing his grip, Sweet descended from half a meter onto the ground, while Molin landed steadily beside him. "What are you doing? Your task is to capture the golden snitch, not to meddle in my affairs," Sweet remarked coldly, his eyes still tightly shut. Molin surveyed the surroundings, locating the sunglasses that Sweet had dropped, and promptly pressed them into Sweet's hand before smiling. Rescuing others and capturing the golden snitch are not mutually exclusive. He extended his left hand, and the golden snitch shimmered in his grasp, radiating a triumphant glow. A long whistle pierced the air as Madame Hooch signaled the end of the match. "Gryffindor wins," she proclaimed, announcing the final result. 32,020. Slytherin has suffered the most crushing defeat in history. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, Gryffindor students roaring with jubilation. This match held immense significance for Gryffindor, as many believed that the absence of 3 key players would lead to their downfall against Slytherin. To their astonishment, every Gryffindor player discovered a fierce determination within themselves. Whether it was James and Albus dazzling the crowd with their mastery of the bludgers, or Sweet's remarkable performance overpowering Scorpius and Geoffrey, or Molin, who scored the most goals and captured the golden snitch, they all delivered a riveting spectacle. "Gryffindor! Gryffindor! Gryffindor!" The Gryffindor students cheered, while enchanted lions roared from the stands, escalating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. 3-2-0-2-0, a staggering margin that surely took every Slytherin student by surprise. In the absence of Puck and Philia, Gryffindor had performed a miracle. Numerous Gryffindor students rushed onto the Quidditch pitch, hailing Molin and his teammates as heroes, the golden snitch in Morin's hand gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Truth be told, this tactic cannot be employed for at least a month. James had already discarded his bat, his hands trembling slightly, though the joy on his face was unmistakable. This method of controlling the bludgers has been banned by Puck, as it would affect the next match. But it was worth it. Albus could scarcely lift his arm. Yet he cared not. We've won. They had exerted tremendous effort to keep the bludgers in line, their arms now weary from the strain. In the final minutes of the match, neither James nor Albus touched the bludgers again, their strength utterly depleted, which was why they allowed Geoffrey to pursue Sweet unimpeded. James and Albus were undoubtedly the linchpins of this match. Without their physically demanding strategy, it would have been difficult for Gryffindor to score a significant number of goals. Gryffindor's possession of the Quaffle and bludgers far surpassed Slytherin's, while Lily and Sweet, the Seekers, were unhindered by their opponents under the protection of the duo. Madame Pomfrey approached with a medical kit, examining James and Albus's arms. "This is quite serious. Both of you have sustained severe muscle damage. You will likely need to be in slings for 2 weeks. You shouldn't have swung your bats so forcefully." Displeased, Madame Pomfrey brandished her wand, tightly wrapping their arms in bandages. "Fantastic." James seemed delighted. "We finally have an excuse to avoid homework. This is no matter for jest, Potter," Madame Pomfrey scolded. "If your arms are not treated promptly, you may never play Quidditch again. Not all injuries can be healed by magic." James merely shrugged, unconcerned. Amid the throng, Mr. and Mrs. William approached, accompanied by Professor Kane. Mr. William's expression was a complex mix of emotions, laced with a hint of pride. "Congratulations. Thank you for providing me with such an extraordinary match. Puck was right. You are all geniuses. We just didn't want to embarrass Puck, Mr. William," Molin replied. "When he returns, he will surely be pleased. I wonder when that will be." "Sir, Puck will definitely return." Morin's tone was unexpectedly calm. "Mr. William gazed at the unique hues in Morin's eyes, momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly. "Thank you." James, spotting Professor Kane, eagerly interjected. "Hey, Professor Kane. Does that mean I can skip the paper on transforming canines into tableware next week?" "Madame Pomfrey just said I can't move my arms for 2 months." 2 weeks, Potter." Madame Pomfrey emphasized. "It could be 2 months. Madame Pomfrey, feel free to exaggerate. Rest assured, my mental fortitude is quite strong, and I can handle it. James grinned. Honestly, James, if you had paid attention in my class, you would know the assignment was about transforming canines into furniture, not tableware, Professor Kane chuckled. But never mind. I permit you a month free of assignments. I will issue leave notes to the other professors. Albus, you too. Fantastic. James and Albus shakily high-fived, their bandaged hands colliding. Sweet, now back in the crowd with his sunglasses on, did not partake in Gryffindor's revelry. Instead, he held his broom, preparing to depart. Yet Molin stopped him. Wait. You were crucial to this match. Without your interference with Scorpius, Slytherin would have won. Even if Slytherin had captured the Golden Snitch, they still wouldn't have triumphed. The scores would have been the same, so it hardly matters, Sweet replied impassively. Molin insisted, this victory belongs to everyone. We are already down 3 players. It would be unwise to lose another. Sweet fell silent for a moment, then asked, did you see what just happened? Molin recalled the red glimmer in Sweet's eyes when his sunglasses had fallen, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. I saw nothing. Sweet furrowed his brow, his expression softening slightly as he said, thank you. Molin was taken aback. Hearing such words from Sweet was as rare as snow in June. This typically aloof and taciturn boy hardly ever expressed gratitude. Molin was uncertain whether Sweet was thanking him for refraining from inquiring about the red glow, or for catching him from a height of over 20 meters. Regardless, he dismissed the thought, simply replying, we are a team. Hugo struggled through the crowd, exclaiming with enthusiasm, that was incredible. You created a miracle. Slytherin has never faced such a devastating defeat. I bet Jeffrey lost his mind after a first year snatched the ball from him, which is why he irrationally charged at Sweet. Sweet, that move you pulled was magnificent. Jeffrey crashed into Scorpius, sabotaging his own teammate. Hilarious. You should have seen Jeffrey's expression. But James suddenly kicked Hugo from behind. James, why did you kick me? Hugo complained. James interrogated. Confess honestly, why did you give Molin the tainted chocolate frog this morning? Who placed that chocolate frog on Morin's desk? What chocolate frog? Hugo asked, bewildered. Chapter 128, Punishment. Hugo was oblivious to the events that had transpired among the Gryffindor players. When Molin recounted the entire saga, Hugo was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the chocolate frog prevented Felia's and Diana from playing? He said uneasily, but I have no idea where that chocolate frog came from. It was simply sitting next to Morin's plate, easily visible. If you suspect a Slytherin, it could very likely be Carlo. Carlo couldn't possibly know your location by chance. Sweet interjected. Molin pondered for a moment before responding. He might have a way of knowing, especially if he visited the kitchen. During mealtimes, seating is not fixed. But the house elves certainly know where every student is seated. It is their duty. If someone merely inquired with a house elf, it would be effortless to ascertain where Molin sat during breakfast. James's eyes lit up, and he scoffed, very well. He has brought this upon himself by resorting to such despicable tactics. This matter is of utmost importance. If we do not uncover the identity of the instigator, we will forever dine in trepidation. James promptly relayed the entire incident to Professor Kane, who displayed a flicker of anger. The act of using food to sabotage Gryffindor players, rendering his students unable to participate in the match, was the most contemptible of deeds. Are you certain of this? Professor Kane asked gravely. Professor, whether we are certain or not is irrelevant. You merely need to summon a house elf to inquire, Molin suggested. Rulu, Professor Kane called out loudly on the field. With a crack, Rulu appeared beside him, ever ready to serve. He bowed and inquired, Sir, how may I assist you? Who was responsible for Gryffindor's breakfast this morning? Did anyone instruct you to place a chocolate frog at Morin's table? Professor Kane queried. Rulu appeared perplexed. Sir, I do not know. I will ask the others. Please wait a moment. With another crack, Rulu vanished and returned shortly with another house elf. Sir, I was responsible for today's Gryffindor breakfast. My name is Lolo. The timid house elf said softly. Did you place any chocolate frog at Morin's table? Professor Kane pressed. Lolo's eyes flickered nervously as he murmured, yes. All the Gryffindor players glared at Lolo in anger, for this chocolate frog had caused Felia's and Diana to be unable to play, and Lolo trembled in fear. Who instructed you to do this? Professor Kane continued. No one, sir. I merely wish to deliver the chocolate frog to Mr. Walker. That is all, Lolo replied, his voice quivering. Don't be foolish, Lolo. If you do not reveal that person's identity, we shall go to see the headmaster, and she will handle this matter appropriately. Professor Kane warned, fixing Lolo with a stern gaze. Sir, I truly know nothing. I really don't know anything, Lolo exclaimed, panic-stricken at the mention of consequences, gazing imploringly at Professor Kane. Professor, house elves are bound to obey commands. They will also keep secrets as required. I believe he will not casually disclose the identity of the person who instructed him. Morin interjected, fully aware that this matter had nothing to do with the house elf. Any student could enlist a house elf services and then request confidentiality, as Morin himself had once sneaked out of the school. Indeed, they always consider students and teachers as semi-masters. But they are not true masters and will not disclose every truth. Only the members of the board or the headmaster are their true masters. And their commands must not be defied. Professor Kane waved at Lolo, commanding, "Come, let us see the headmaster. You all wait in the first floor hall. I shall unearth this disgraceful individual who dares employ such foolish tactics to ensnare my students. Do they truly believe that house elves will keep their secrets unconditionally?" The group followed Professor Kane into the castle, a throng of individuals moving in unison. Along the way, Morin spotted Carlo, who appeared pale and shaken, glancing at Lolo beside Professor Kane with evident dread before fleeing in a panic. They did not have to wait long in the castle hall, for soon Professor Kane descended the stairs with Headmistress McGonagall. Lolo looked utterly terrified. "Carlo, bring him forth." Despite her advanced age, McGonagall still exuded an aura of unwavering authority that inspired respect. None dared provoke her ire. Carlo was swiftly summoned by the head of the Slytherin Student Council, his visage betraying his fear as he could not meet McGonagall's gaze. "Lolo, clarify the situation before everyone," McGonagall commanded decisively. Lolo cast a timid glance at Carlo, who glared back fiercely, causing Lolo to shrink further. He then whispered, "This morning, he gave me a chocolate frog along with a pudding cake and a cup of chocolate coffee, instructing me to deliver them to Morin Walker's table. When I asked why, he told me not to question it and insisted that I must not tell anyone." Morin was astounded. It turned out that it was not only the chocolate frog that was compromised, but also all the other items. He was fortunate to have had no appetite that morning and had consumed nothing. "He lies," Carlo protested. "I did not do that. This wretched house elf is framing me." "Lies?" McGonagall's authoritative gaze bore down on Carlo, draining the color from his face. "The house elves of Hogwarts would not deceive me. I am well aware of this fact. Carlo Lestrange. Compared to your filthy methods, house elves conduct themselves far more honorably. At least they do not actively seek to harm others." "Headmistress, I did not. I truly did not. I was not in the kitchen at that time. Someone can vouch for me." Carlo's face was ashen as he made feeble attempts to defend himself. "I did not summon you here to debate, Carlo," McGonagall asserted firmly. "If any house elf from Hogwarts asserts that you were responsible, then you are undoubtedly guilty. There is no room for argument." McGonagall held absolute authority over the house elves, who would never lie to her. Their words served as the best testimony in her eyes. "Do not fabricate non-existent witnesses. Dragging them into your deceit is unwise, Carlo. I had thought you would possess more sense than to resort to poisoning food," McGonagall declared, her voice tinged with fury. "You are to be placed on probation, Carlo Lestrange, should there be even the slightest infraction of school rules this term. You will be expelled immediately. You are to remain in confinement for an entire semester, prohibited from participating in any activities. Should the school require assistance, your presence is mandatory, and no excuses will be entertained. I will ensure that Filch keeps a close watch on you. This punishment is exceedingly severe. There are numerous ways to violate school rules, such as engaging in fights with classmates or casting malevolent spells upon them, or using magic in corridors where it is strictly forbidden. Filch, from the very beginning of the term, has provided all students with an extensive list detailing 562 regulations governing student conduct, and he delights in catching students in violation of these rules." Carlo's teeth were nearly ground to dust, yet he found himself powerless. The headmaster had called his name in front of so many witnesses, and he could scarcely lift his head in school again. Now, at the very start of the term, he was to be confined for a semester, leaving him with little hope of redeeming himself. The Gryffindor students looked at Carlo with disdain, and it was not just them. Given the gravity of the situation, students from other houses gathered around, internally condemning this foolish and despicable individual. Chapter 129. The Markings in the Notebook. Headmistress McGonagall surveyed the gathered students and continued, "At this juncture, we have students who have gone missing during the holidays. We are still uncertain whether they left the school clandestinely or if something more sinister has occurred. It would be wise for everyone to maintain decorum. Any similar incidents will be met with severe consequences." The disappearance of Bach and the attack on the Hogwarts Express had already weighed heavily on McGonagall, and now Carlo had carelessly placed himself in the line of fire. Any punishment would be justifiable. "And Lolo." McGonagall turned her gaze to Lolo. "You should not have allowed this to occur. This is your oversight." "Master, please, Lolo does not want the clothing," Lolo sobbed upon the ground. "I shall not provide you with clothing, Lolo," McGonagall stated firmly. Despite her stern demeanor, she was discerning. House elves only comprehend obedience, and whatever task is assigned by a student, they will dutifully undertake. McGonagall continued, while the responsibility does not lie with you, you are henceforth prohibited from handling food duties. You shall go without food for a day as punishment. Inform all house elves that in the future, no food of any student or teacher is to be substituted. I do not wish to witness a repetition of today's events. And most importantly, students are forbidden from entering the kitchen. Thank you, master, Lolo said as she vanished from sight. Forbidden from entering the kitchen? This last decree elicited groans from many students. For numerous students would often sneak into the kitchen for a snack when hunger struck, James being a frequent visitor. As McGonagall uttered this regulation, many students cast fiery glances at Carlo, wishing they could consume him whole. It was this oblivious individual who had brought about their predicament. This scoundrel. I shall find a way to give him a beating. James fumed. Count me in. This dolt has brought this upon himself. And now we are all suffering because the headmistress has sealed off the sacred kitchen. Albus spat. Morin shared their sentiments. He had originally intended to sneak out of the school through the kitchen passage, yet now this route had been effectively blocked. Go without food for a day? This punishment is excessively harsh. The house elves are not at fault. They do not comprehend rebellion. Rose remarked discontentedly from the side. Come on, Rose. Hugo shot a glance at his sister. Let the House Elf Assistance Committee have a day of respite. Lolo, after all, is merely an accomplice. This is already the lightest punishment. While Gryffindor triumphed over Slytherin under adverse circumstances, both James and Albus would be unable to participate in matches for several weeks. Fortunately, the matches were on a rotation system, and there would be no Gryffindor games for the next 3 weeks. However, Morin had many pressing matters to consider. He had initially planned to consult a knock for clarity, but a knock as parchment had gone unanswered, remaining unreachable. The half-bottle of Dragon Fire Chill potion, though undoubtedly genuine, was not something Morin intended to use recklessly. In the days that followed, Carlo's once arrogant demeanor vanished from the campus. He now treaded cautiously, terrified of making any further mistakes. Whenever he encountered Morin, he would take a detour, unwilling to invite further humiliation. Bach's whereabouts remained a mystery, and his parents had begun preparations to leave the school, for they were muggles. And lingering too long in a gathering of wizards was unwise. I will have Professor Francis transport you directly home. I hope you do not mind apparition. But it is the quickest method, McGonagall stated. As for Bach, we shall do our utmost to uncover the truth. The Ministry of Magic is already taking charge of the matter, and we expect results shortly. McGonagall personally escorted Mr. William's parents to the castle entrance, where the members of the Gryffindor team awaited. Thank you. We appreciate your assistance, Mr. Williams said, glancing at the Gryffindor team before handing a notebook to Morin. This was found in Bach's dormitory. He has been utterly captivated by Quidditch tactics over the years, having researched numerous effective strategies. You are the team's most promising star. I hope you will safeguard it until his return. Morin accepted the notebook, replying, Thank you, Mr. William. We believe Bach will return safely. Indeed, you must all give your best in the upcoming matches. James and Albus, you two must refrain from employing such reckless tactics again. Mr. William cautioned. James and Albus, still bandaged and resembling mummies, carelessly responded, We will be fine. The William couple, under Professor Francis's guidance, departed along the path towards the gate. What is the situation at school, James? Morin inquired at the castle entrance, clutching Bach's notebook. James shook his head. There are no leads. The school cannot ascertain whether Bach went missing within its confines or slipped away outside. However, the Department of Mysteries is pursuing Bach. That enigmatic department of the Ministry does have its merits. Since Bach is still a minor, should he have cast magic outside the school, the Department of Mysteries would certainly track him down. By the way, can Bach apparate? Morin asked. He can, having been taught in 6th year during specialized lessons in Hogsmeade. But he is still a minor and has yet to take the apparition exam. Not to mention, I can do it too, James said with a mischievous grin. I was learning in Hogsmeade last weekend. It's not difficult, you could learn as well. Morin's heart sank further. The individual on the train had also left by apparition. For the Department of Mysteries to locate Bach through his minor status and magic cast outside of school would likely be a challenging endeavor. If the individual responsible for the attack on the Hogwarts Express were indeed Bach, then his use of magic on the train would not have been illicit, and he could have apparat directly to Hogsmeade without issue. Is learning apparition truly not difficult? Morin pondered, genuinely intrigued by the prospect of mastering it. Perhaps he ought to consider it, ensuring he would not find himself in a position of vulnerability should danger arise once more. It's not hard. A modicum of magical talent is all that is required, as long as you're not as dim-witted as Albus, James remarked. I've heard you excel in your magical studies, so you should grasp this quickly. Oh, do be quiet. James, Albus remarked with a hint of disdain. It's merely a sparse patch of hair. Everyone experiences such a thing on their first attempt. Some are even worse off. Perhaps they have lost their entire head. But your lack of mastery speaks volumes, James retorted. Morin returned to the common room and opened Bach's notebook, which was densely filled with various sketches of Quidditch tactics, replete with annotations on how to evade opponents' attacks and how to counterstrike. These strategies were familiar to Morin, as they had been discussed in their regular training sessions. As he prepared to close the notebook, a peculiar mark caught his eye on the last page. It resembled a quill with an eye sketched at its tip, half open and half closed. Chapter 130, The True Commonality. Morin gazed at the mark, finding it somewhat familiar. It quickly dawned on him that he had seen it before, during his last visit with Professor Charles to examine the portrait magic within the castle for any deterioration. He had encountered this mark in a painting. The painting of Pain Gad, Morin recalled vividly. For Pain Gad's artwork, depicting the coexistence of muggles and wizards, had left a lasting impression on him, not only because it featured both static muggles and animated wizards, but also due to a peculiar figure peering at him from behind the curtains in that very painting. Not to mention, at that time, Professor Charles had taken the painting down, though it was later rehung. Nonetheless, Morin had seen this mark on that artwork. Why would Bach's notebook contain this mark? Morin pondered. Was Bach perhaps an admirer of Pain Gad? He flipped through the other pages of the notebook, but aside from the final page with this mark, there were no other inscriptions. Morin scrutinized the Pain Gad mark for quite some time, yet could discern nothing unusual. He decided to set Bach's notebook aside for the moment. For 2 consecutive weeks, Morin found himself preoccupied with the Pain Gad mark. He even inquired with one of Bach's friends, Sorrow, but the answer was that Bach had shown no signs of interest in art, nor did he seem to study artists like Pain Gad. This only added to Morin's confusion. If Bach had no interest in art, how could he have sketched a Pain Gad mark in his notebook? Perhaps he had simply doodled absent-mindedly. Maybe he had seen it in a book and replicated it without much thought. Bach might not be an artist at all. During their charms class, Hugo was engaged in discussion with Morin about this very issue. He waved his wand, and a rose, sparkling with embers, erupted from its tip. Hugo's flowers always seemed to emit flames. In truth, the fiery blooms possessed a certain charm, though within mere seconds, the rose he conjured withered under the heat. Professor Flitwick was instructing them on the use of the flower charm, which was characterized by the fact that each individual's preferred flower would result in different blooms when conjured. The lesson on transforming flowers into others would be covered in the next class. You are correct, but I still find it rather peculiar, Morin replied, his desk already overwhelmed with a vibrant bouquet of purple daisies, each one flourishing. He had also conjured 2 roses and a bunch of pansies, having long mastered the art of using the flower charm to produce various blossoms. Not everyone can draw talking figures like us, so don't fret, Hugo said, turning to Lily with a smug expression. Just think the people you draw cannot speak. Who says my figures cannot talk? Lily protested, having just conjured 2 of her beloved jasmine flowers. Do your figures also speak? Morin asked, astonished. Of course. Why do you ask? Is this some sort of privilege of yours? Lily replied, enviously eyeing Morin's desk. I would love to have a pansy too. Here, take them. Morin waved his wand and conjured 2 more bunches of pansies. Is this even possible? Hugo exclaimed, looking at Lily in disbelief. I've never seen you draw talking figures. Not seeing doesn't mean I can't do it. Watch, Lily declared, pulling out paper and a pencil from her bag, casually sketching a simple head. The eyebrows were merely 2 lines, the hair a few curls, and the nose adorned with freckles, without a body in sight. Speak, Hugo, Lily commanded, pointing at the figure on the paper. Am I named Hugo? The doodled head blinked curiously, its freckled nose twitching. You are not Hugo. The real Hugo is far more handsome. Hugo scoffed, a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice. I thought I finally had one thing over you. I never knew you had a talent for drawing, Hugo added, curiosity piquing his interest. I don't enjoy drawing, so why would I mention it? Lily waved her wand again, causing a jasmine flower to bloom at the tip. Morin and Hugo had discovered their ability to draw talking figures during Professor Charles's Muggle Studies class, though Lily's understanding of Muggles far surpassed theirs, which was why she had not attended the lesson. Suddenly, a light flickered in Morin's mind. He furrowed his brow, glanced at Hugo and Lily, and turned to observe Sweet, who was sitting alone at the back of the classroom with a drooping blood lily on his desk. Morin scanned the surroundings. Their charms class was shared with Ravenclaw students, and soon he spotted Delia, a Ravenclaw student, laughing and chatting with her classmates. He approached Delia. Such is the charm of the charms class. Professor Flitwick's lessons were quite relaxed, with laughter echoing throughout the room, and students could freely roam about, surrounded by an array of flowers, the mingling scents creating a unique atmosphere. Delia, may I pose a question to you? Morin inquired as he reached her side. Delia seemed surprised by his sudden approach, given that they had never spoken before, though she certainly recognized him. After all, Morin was the star Quidditch player of Gryffindor, known throughout the school. What is it? Delia asked. If you were to draw a person on paper, would that person be able to speak? Morin queried. How did you know? Delia replied, astonished. The figures I draw do indeed speak. When I was younger and not yet in school, I drew a doll that could chat with me, frightening my Muggle playmate. Why do you ask? Just a casual inquiry. You Haven T attended Muggle studies, have you? Morin continued. My parents don't understand magic. They're true Muggles. So I know all about them, Delia stated. Oh, I see. Morin nodded thoughtfully, then said, your ability to draw speaking figures is quite a unique talent. Professor Charles mentioned that few can achieve such a feat, really? Delia appeared intrigued by this revelation. Indeed, you might ask others. Those capable of such a thing are few and far between. By the way, your lilies are quite lovely, Morin remarked politely, before moving on to find Jamie, who was attempting the flower charm, but had only conjured a bud that had yet to bloom. He approached Jamie once more, posing the same question. Oh, indeed. The figures I draw can converse. I overheard them discussing matters pertaining to Professor Charles' class last time. You, Sweet, and Hugo can also illustrate talking beings. How marvelous is that? Jamie exclaimed with delight. He, being of mixed heritage, possessed a keen understanding of Muggles and had never attended Professor Charles' Muggle Studies class. Yet as a Gryffindor student, he surely gleaned insights from his housemates who had. Yes, that's right. Mine can speak as well. A flicker of excitement stirred within Morin. He felt he might have unearthed a common thread linking these missing individuals, as if he were brushing aside the veil of obscurity. Chapter 131. Those with Artistic Gifts. Delilah from Ravenclaw and Jamie from Gryffindor were among the missing and amnesiac individuals, alongside Hugo, Lily, and Sweet. The shared trait among them was their extraordinary artistic talent. Even those lacking technical skill could, with some learning, create figures akin to Sir Cadogan and the Fat Lady, who could speak. Morin had a persistent inkling that this phenomenon was somehow intertwined with art. Recalling the day when he was scrutinized by a figure within a painting, and considering Professor Charles' recent acquisition of means to confine such figures, he felt tantalizingly close to unraveling this mystery. Yet, this alone was insufficient. He needed to ascertain whether a few others also possessed exceptional artistic talents. Most importantly, Morin himself had artistic ability, yet he had never vanished. He shared his findings with Hugo, who was equally astonished, promptly inquiring, then why have you never gone missing? If Professor Charles is indeed targeting those with artistic gifts, why not seek you out? You possess artistic talent, do you not? I cannot say. However, you should first inquire with Hufflepuff's Mosby. I will consult my friend Salo from Poke. If they too share this trait, then at least we will have identified a breakthrough, Morin replied. The two parted ways. Asking this would not prove difficult, and soon they uncovered similar revelations. Mosby, a half-blood, was unaware of his own abilities until Hugo alerted him. While Poke had possessed this talent all along, as he frequently drew Quidditch strategies with flying figures that would speak, a fact well known among his roommates. Thus, it became evident that Professor Charles was particularly focused on those of us endowed with artistic gifts. No wonder he had deliberately conducted a lesson on Muggle and wizarding art that day. He sought another target, but regrettably, apart from the three of us, there were no others present in class. Hugo and Morin reconvened in the common room, the enigma that had troubled them for so long finally beginning to take shape. Both were eager to uncover more clues. He has already located me, yet has refrained from making a move, perhaps aware of my ability to traverse the past, Morin mused. Seated in a chair, gazing at the emblem of Pain Gade on Poke's notebook, perhaps the Time Turner resides with him. Each time he journeys back, he abducts an individual. Maybe there is something unique about me that renders me impervious to the Time Turner's influence, making it appear as though I have returned to the past. But why? Why does he return to the past each time he abducts someone? Hugo queried, perplexed. To ensure he remains undetected. Morin closed the notebook, explaining, for instance, when he targets you, he must first track your movements within the hour, where you will go, whom you will encounter, and when is the optimal moment to strike. Once he identifies the perfect timing, he can utilize the Time Turner to revisit the previous events and abduct you at the most advantageous moment, thereby ensuring his success. Hugo's eyes sparkled with understanding. Morin's hypothesis was remarkably plausible, elucidating why he and the others could never discern precisely when Hugo had vanished. Abducting someone within the vast halls of Hogwarts was no simple feat, as one could never predict when a student might appear around a corner. With the Time Turner, this concern could be mitigated. But where has he taken us? What has he done to us? merely to mark us with the insignia of a few dark wizards? Hugo lamented, adding, moreover, Lily insists there are no peculiar markings on her back. The emblem drawn by Payne Gade lingered in Poke's notebook, and the last time a figure from the castle's painting had spied on him. Coincidentally, that figure was also a character illustrated by Payne Gade. He sensed an undeniable connection. With no classes this afternoon, let us visit the library to research the life of Payne Gade, Molin declared, rising to retrieve his satchel, with Hugo following suit. The duo made their way from the 8th floor common room to the library, deliberately detouring to the 7th floor to glance into an empty classroom. As Molin traversed the corridor on the 7th floor, he noticed that the arrangement of the paintings had once again been altered. This time, he diligently recorded the order and content of the portraits, pondering that if chaos were to ensue once more, they might glean clues from the artwork. Upon entering the classroom, they discovered Peeves the poltergeist once again wandering about. Ah, you Weasley again? Peeves cackled mischievously, seizing a wastebasket to hurl at Hugo, but upon catching sight of Molin, he shrieked in alarm, double-eyed freak, and tossed the chalk and basket aside before fleeing through the wall. Why did Peeves flee upon seeing me? Molin pondered aloud. That rascal must be frightened of you. Hugo chuckled. He even coined a nickname for you, double-eyed freak. He truly has a knack for naming. It seems unlikely, Molin frowned. My only encounter with Peeves was that one time with James, Albus, and you. Given Peeves' vindictive nature, why would he fear a mere first-year student? Peeves had tormented countless students throughout his tenure at Hogwarts, with each new student typically becoming a target for his antics. Most students dared not retaliate against Peeves' mischief, for if they did, he would pursue them with vengeance for days on end. It was rumored that only the bloodline of Slytherin's Barrow could subdue him. Molin had inadvertently offended Peeves shortly after the school year began. Ordinarily, one might expect Peeves to emerge to wreak havoc whenever he ventured to the restroom. However, the first half of the year had passed without a single reprisal from Peeves. The last time Molin encountered him in that classroom, Peeves had similarly turned tail and fled. Who can say? Let's explore what is peculiar about this classroom. Ugh, Peeves truly is a brute, spewing such vile language. Hugo grimaced at the obscenities scrawled on the blackboard, which included phrases like Hoyle, your entire family is a cacophony of nonsense. And Barrow, your family is a clamor of nonsense. Anyone with a modicum of decorum would never utter such foul language. I know a Barrow, but this Hoyle, why does that name strike me as familiar? Have I heard it somewhere? Molin mused, uncertain. Perhaps he is someone who, like you, managed to give Peeves a taste of his own medicine. Many harbor disdain for Peeves, and those capable of besting him must be plentiful, Hugo speculated. In a moment of contemplation, Molin could not recall the identity of the individual in question. Unperturbed by Peeves' derogatory remarks, he, after ensuring that the classroom bore no anomalies, accompanied Hugo to the library. Searching for the illustrious deeds of Payne Gade proved to be a straightforward endeavor, as he was a renowned painter celebrated for his works depicting the harmonious coexistence of muggles and wizards. His paintings featured both animated and static figures, a rare artistic feat. With the assistance of Madame Pants, they swiftly unearthed a plethora of tomes concerning Payne Gade. Chapter 132, The Wizard's Comic Strip. Payne Gade, a distinguished artist of the 18th century, created masterpieces characterized by a distinctive personal style, renowned worldwide for his ability to portray muggles and wizards cohabiting within a single canvas. His extraordinary technique of rendering motionless figures has been lost to time, and to this day, no one knows how he achieved the depiction of muggle characters who remained entirely still, a remarkable phenomenon for a wizard. Hugo quietly perused a hefty volume titled The Art of Motion and Stillness, The Legendary Techniques of Payne Gade, and continued. It is truly remarkable that a wizard could create figures devoid of movement. Could he be a half-blood or something? Yet, I recall that even wizards of muggle descent are incapable of such a feat. Wizards' illustrations are invariably animated. Only muggles and dummies can depict inanimate figures. While Payne Gade's identity as a wizard is unquestionable, his ability to balance two distinct forms of artistry is indeed astonishing, garnering significant attention within the wizarding community. These revelations were previously shared with Molin by Professor Charles, hence he was not taken aback. What Molin sought now was the emblem associated with Payne Gade, the very one that appeared in the Boke notebook and the painting within the castle. However, Molin furrowed his brow, having perused all available materials on Payne Gade, yet finding no mention of the peculiar emblem from the Boke notebook. Have you discovered this emblem of Payne Gade? Molin inquired, presenting the illustration from the Boke notebook to Hugo. What emblem is this? Hugo scrutinized the symbol, his eyes appearing to struggle to fully awaken, as if he had just risen from slumber. I am uncertain. I noticed this emblem in the painting at the castle, and now it reappears in the Boke notebook. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, Morin replied. There are countless discrepancies. Perhaps this emblem is merely something Boke encountered and hastily sketched. Do not dwell on it, Hugo suggested, turning a page and reading. Pine Gade once crafted a comic strip anthology, narrating the tale of a valiant warrior who vanquished a dark wizard intent on ruling over both wizards and muggles. This story sounds familiar. Is it not akin to that of Harry Potter and Voldemort? Indeed, throughout history, what dark wizard has not aspired to dominate both the wizarding and muggle realms? Voldemort is not unique. Grindelwald was similarly defeated by Dumbledore for the same ambition. Even that werewolf king, Lycanthrope, whom Sweet mentioned, once sought to transform all wizards into werewolves and confine muggles as livestock for the werewolves. Morn exclaimed. The definition of dark wizards is typically confined to a few archetypes. The powerful, ambitious genius type, who seeks to dominate all and attain supreme power and status. Categorized as the cunning dark wizard. The remainder comprises those discontented with obscurity who dabble in dark magic for profit. Such dark wizards may lack the capability to rule the world, but can incite chaos for personal gain. Your perspective holds merit, but I find wizard comic strips far more captivating than muggle comics. The last time I glimpsed a muggle comic from my grandfather, the characters were utterly static, dull, and insipid, Hugo remarked, wrinkling his nose. I'll search for Pine Gade's comic anthology. Perhaps he has woven an extraordinary tale. Hugo swiftly located the illustration he sought on the final page of his book. The salient distinction between wizard comic strips and muggle comics lies in the former singular page, which encapsulates the entirety of the narrative. All actions of the characters unfold on this one sheet, resembling a muggle animated film. However, the most crucial aspect is that if a wizard finds the plot arrangement unsatisfactory, they have the opportunity to make slight modifications to the storyline. For instance, if the author has tragically killed off the most beloved character, a wizard may negotiate with the perpetrator within the illustration to spare that individual or urge the protagonist to hasten to the scene of the crime to save someone from impending doom. The figures within the comic are capable of comprehending the wizard's speech. Nevertheless, they are not real beings. Some characters are more amenable to dialogue, and if persuaded, may agree to spare the victim and act according to the wizard reader's requests, diverging from the original plot. Conversely, if a character proves obstinate, persuading them becomes a challenge. Thus, this necessitates a degree of communicative finesse. Ultimately, while this allows for a delightful diversion, after a span of roughly 10 minutes, the narrative will revert to its original course, with predetermined outcomes regarding who lives and who dies. Moreover, any wizard, upon their first reading of the comic strip, cannot interfere with the original narrative. Only during the second reading can they effect changes, ensuring that wizards first experience the creator's intended storyline. Despite certain limitations, at least wizard comic strips permit wizards to enrich the tale through their interventions, rectifying some grievances with the events they desire to witness. Let me first examine the original narrative of this comic strip to identify any elements that I find unsatisfactory. Perhaps I can modify the plot, Hugo said with keen interest, gesturing towards a dashing young man depicted on the cover. Hey, get to work. Tell me your story. Instantly, the young man in the illustration began to animate, and all the images on the page shifted, commencing his adventure. Throughout this reading experience, Hugo appeared particularly dissatisfied with the protagonist's decision to purchase a set of leather wizard chess pieces, persistently encouraging the character to opt for the firwood chess set instead, as those pieces are more compliant. Yet the protagonist disregarded his advice. He is surely destined for a dismal defeat, Hugo asserted with conviction. Do you frequently intervene in comic strip narratives? Morn inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, have you never done so? Hugo retorted. Oh, I have. While reading Harry Potter, the final battle against Voldemort, when Dumbledore perished, I was deeply saddened and even consulted Professor Snape within the illustration to dissuade him from killing Dumbledore, Morn recounted. After Harry Potter triumphed over Voldemort, the Wizarding World published a comic strip titled Harry Potter, The Final Battle Against Voldemort. Though it was merely a condensed tale, it captivated the entire wizarding community, and nearly every child from a wizarding family had read this comic strip. And what happened next? Hugo inquired. Professor Snape was unyielding. He appeared too grim to communicate effectively and disregarded my entreaties. I then sought out the more approachable Professor Flitwick, urging him not to feign unconsciousness from the spell, but to rise promptly and prevent Professor Snape from carrying out his deed. Under my intervention, Dumbledore did not perish. Morn explained. According to the storyline depicted in the comic, Professor Flitwick was rendered unconscious by Professor Snape, and in the illustration, Professor Flitwick lay on the ground, sound asleep, only to be roused by Morin's persistent tickling. By the way, I also sent George to rescue his brother Fred. The twins have survived as well, Morn added. James is even more astonishing, Albus remarked in awe. He actually persuaded the Voldemort from the comic to reform and adopt a vegetarian lifestyle. Can you believe it? Morin couldn't help but chuckle, until Madame Pants shot them a disapproving glare, waved her wand, and summoned a feather duster that floated over to tap their table, urging them to quiet down. After all, the characters in the illustrations were not quite like real people. It was hardly remarkable for Voldemort to be a vegetarian. Morin propped the book up to shield it from Madame Pants's view and whispered, I watched this at the age of 7 and earnestly told Voldemort that killing was wrong. The Voldemort in the comic claimed he was compelled to do so. After all, the plot was arranged that way. He was unlike the true Voldemort. He merely aspired to be a tranquil, handsome gentleman, running a pet snake shop to teach others the art of speaking Parseltongue. Hugo burst into laughter, prompting Madame Pants to strike both of their heads with the feather duster. Chapter 133, Picture Evo. Speaking of which, what was the title of the comic story created by Paingade? After Madame Pants departed, Morin quietly inquired again. It's called The Wizards Tomorrow. The protagonist is Hoyle, who is quite handsome and appears to be on the side of justice, defeating a dark wizard named Picture Evo who seeks to conquer the world. What did you say? Morin frowned. Picture Evo. I must say, that's quite an unusual name, isn't it? Hugo echoed. No, what is the protagonist's name? Morin pressed on. Hoyle. The name isn't particularly remarkable either. Let me see that book. Morin snatched Hugo's book and examined the comic The Wizards Tomorrow closely. The protagonist was a young man, radiating righteousness and sunshine, possessing an admirable courage when confronting evil. Hoyle, don't you remember? Earlier, in that classroom on the 7th floor. Didn't Peeves write this name on the wall? Morin exclaimed in surprise. Oh, now that you mention it, I recall Peeves did indeed write that name on the wall. Hugo replied, coming to a realization. But then again, Hoyle in Paingade's illustrations is a heroic figure who punishes evil, so it's only natural that Peeves, a character like him, would feel intimidated. But is it even possible? Morin scrutinized the character Hoyle in the comic and remarked, would Peeves truly be scared of a character from the illustrations? If he disliked the character, he would just toss some paint at it without a second thought. Would he really be afraid? Peeves had never been one to shy away from conflict, and few in the castle could contend with him. You two go outside to chat. Their voices had risen too high, and at last, Madame Pants expelled them from the library. Before being ushered out, Morin managed to borrow the book Motion and Stillness, the legendary art of Paingade, believing it essential for him to unravel this mystery. Are you really planning to ask Peeves who this Hoyle is? Hugo queried. Isn't that unnecessary? Hoyle is merely a character from the comic, isn't he? I find that name quite familiar. Before Peeves wrote the name Hoyle on the board, I must have heard it somewhere else. Perhaps in a book or from someone inadvertently telling me, Morin mused, furrowing his brow. When he had seen Peeves cursing Hoyle on the board earlier, he felt a sense of familiarity with the name, but he could not recall where he had encountered it. Hey buddy, you've read so many books. Can you remember every character's name? Hoyle is a notable figure from Paingade's work. Encountering him elsewhere wouldn't be surprising, Hugo remarked. No, Morin shook his head. This is more recent. I must have encountered the name Hoyle in the last few days, certainly after doing something that made me hear it. Upon returning to the common room, Morin sat in a corner and picked up the book again, flipping to the comic to continue reading The Wizards Tomorrow. Suddenly, his gaze froze, and he gasped. What is it? Hugo, warming himself by the fireplace, turned to inquire. This mark. The mark that appears in Paingade's illustrations. Morin pointed at the comic. The character Hoyle in the illustration saw a mark on the wall, a pen, beneath which was an eye. Hugo crossed over from the sofa by the fireplace, leaned in to see what Morin was pointing at, and then said, oh, that mark. That's the mark of Picture Evo, but it can also be considered Hoyle's mark. In the plot of The Wizards Tomorrow, Picture Evo established this emblem. Its eye is wide open, while Hoyle, in his attempt to combat Picture Evo, adopted a closed-eye mark as his badge, symbolizing his determination to ensure that Picture Evo would forever close his eyes. But yours is even more distinct. Morin pulled out the poke notebook and compared it to Picture Evo's mark. Indeed, they were different. In The Wizards Tomorrow, the mark associated with Hoyle had a closed eye, while Picture Evo's eye was open, and the mark in the poke notebook had an eye that was half open and half closed. How peculiar. Morin quickly skimmed through The Wizards Tomorrow again. I need to think. These two marks belong to two fictional wizards created by Paingade, while their presence in Paingade's illustrations was not particularly noteworthy. Their appearance in the poke notebook was somewhat strange. That being said, The Wizards Tomorrow was quite good, though the Dark Wizard was rather weak, far inferior to Voldemort. Sitting beside Morin, Hugo poked at the black wizard Picture Evo in the comic, saying, isn't that right? You useless dark wizard. My dignity is beyond reproach, Foolish child. There will come a day when you will crawl at my feet. The illustrated Pictionary coldly gazed at Hugo with a deep voice, clearly not someone to be trifled with. However, Hugo poked Pictionary's head again, eliciting a pained yelp from the dark wizard, who crouched down in anger and exclaimed, "Could you show some respect for villains? Villains have dignity too, you know. Does pretending to be afraid of me make you feel alive?" "I'm terrified," Hugo grinned, turning to Molin and whispering, "This fool. Can he really turn the tables?" Molin then addressed the illustrated Pictionary, pointing at the symbol in the poke notebook. "Do you know what this signifies? It signifies that I shall lead darkness into this world. You insignificant wizard, tremble." Pictionary feigned a fierce demeanor and declared, "When the eye of judgment reaches its domain, it shall be my Pictionary's realm." Puffed. Hugo burst into laughter again, unable to resist poking Pictionary's eye as the illustrated dark wizard protested angrily, covering the poked eye and shouting that he would cast the killing curse upon Hugo. "Oh, spare me. First, take care of your own eyes." Hugo scoffed. Molin inquired of the painted Hoyle, "Have you ever wandered away from the comic strip to explore the castle?" "Oh, you foolish boy. The versions of us within the comic exist solely to propel the narrative forward, bearing a significant responsibility. We cannot idly roam about like you aimless folk, wasting precious time." Pictionary, cornered by Hugo behind a tree, interjected. Hoyle, with a serene smile, replied, "We are all bound by magic, unable to leave the confines of the comic. The characters within the book cannot depart. It differs from a mere frame." "Then what is the conclusion? Did someone's eyes get poked out?" "I didn't pay close attention to the ending just now," Molin remarked, having only skimmed it without much care. "Indeed," Hugo laughed. Pictionary's open eyes were stabbed out by Hoyle using a knife and fork, serving as Hoyle's mark. "Well done, Hoyle." "Thank you." Hoyle, in the painting, bowed to Hugo. "Knife and fork?" Molin pondered deeply before suddenly smacking his forehead, closing the book and declaring, "Knife and fork, that's it. I recall having heard the name Hoyle elsewhere, aside from what Peeves scribbled on the blackboard." Chapter 134. Hoyle. "Where?" Hugo asked as he sat down. "In the painting," Molin exclaimed. "In the castle painting. You remember the last time we assisted Professor Charles in checking whether the magic of the castle painting had waned, don't you?" Molin quickly continued. "It was during that instance that I first heard the name Hoyle, spoken by someone from within the painting." Molin recalled feeling as if he were being watched, which drove him to seek out that sensation, inadvertently smudging a sandwich from the illustration of 13 wizards dining, ultimately removing the image, causing the cutlery to tumble chaotically. One of the wizards had furiously exclaimed, "You're even more insufferable than that scoundrel Hoyle." "Indeed. That was when I first heard the name Hoyle." Molin stood, asserting, "Wait, are you saying the wizards in the castle painting are aware of this Hoyle?" Hugo pondered, stating, "But given that they're also characters within a painting, it isn't strange for them to know Hoyle, is it?" Hoyle was originally a character in the comic, correct? The beings depicted in the book cannot leave it, and from what I gathered from that wizard's tone, he certainly seemed to detest Hoyle, suggesting he must have encountered him. This Hoyle should not be merely a character from the comic, but rather one from the castle painting. What if Hoyle, hypothetically speaking, was the one who was watching me from within the painting? Molin speculated. "What does that imply?" Hugo queried. "Hoyle is a character created by Payne-Gade. At that moment, I felt as though someone was watching me, and if that person exists within Payne-Gade's artwork, could it be that individual is indeed Hoyle?" Morin's mind raced as he felt he had grasped some pivotal elements. Hugo nodded thoughtfully. "Are you suggesting that Payne-Gade depicted his protagonist from the Wizards Tomorrow within that illustration of the coexistence of wizards and muggles? In other words, this Hoyle is the painted character who wishes to reveal the truth to you." "Precisely. The Hoyle conceived by Payne-Gade is a brave and righteous individual, a wizard opposing the dark wizard Pictionary. He may have inadvertently witnessed Professor Charles engaged in certain conspiracies and sought to disclose this information, yet was detected by the professor, who had to silence him, eliminate him." Molin recalled an encounter with Professor Charles just days before Christmas in Diagon Alley, stating Professor Charles was there to procure black dragon bile, which can restrict painted characters from leaving their frames. If I'm not mistaken, during our inspection of the painting's magic in the castle, Professor Charles discovered Hoyle and decided to remove Payne-Gade's painting. He intended to take action against Hoyle, just as he did with Sir Cadogan. Molin remembered that the painting had not required restoration, as the magic had not faded, yet Professor Charles still took it, claiming it was for research, though Molin had always believed it was more than mere study. I suspect that at that moment, Hoyle must have found a way to escape, compelling Professor Charles to utilize black dragon bile to trap Hoyle, who fled from other paintings within the castle, ensuring he would remain silent. This elucidates why Payne-Gade's painting was returned shortly thereafter by Professor Charles. Morin calmly analyzed. Professor Charles likely intended to lie in wait, perpetually stationed nearby, to capture Hoyle. It's possible Paingade's painting has already been tainted with black dragon bile. That painting is not a portrait. Hoyle cannot instantaneously escape to another location like Sir Cadogan. So he must still be within the castle, perhaps hiding within one of its paintings. Hugo's realization dawned upon him. So, you're suggesting Hoyle might still be alive, and Professor Charles is searching for him. Hugo nodded, then curiously added, but why do the characters in the painting despise Hoyle? Even Peeves is cursing him. Isn't he a good person? Being a good person does not preclude one from being unlikable. Hugo, have you forgotten Professor Snape? He was a good man. Could you say the students adored him? I've heard that during his tenure as a teacher, Professor Snape was notoriously unpopular, one of the least favored instructors. Morin contemplated for a moment, continuing, perhaps Hoyle did not get along with those raucous characters in the painting, and he might have reported Peeves' mischief to the professors, drawing their ire. However, Hoyle witnessed Professor Charles' conspiracy and intended to unveil the truth, yet he never found the opportunity. It's plausible he was aware of my investigation and sought to convey the truth to me. So, does that mean we simply need to find Hoyle, who is hiding within the castle, to obtain the evidence against Professor Charles? Hugo inquired. They had suspected Professor Charles for so long, yet lacked the crucial evidence, only possessing Sir Cadogan's unreliable testimony. Thus, it seemed Hoyle was likely to hold the most pivotal evidence. As for the mark in Bach's notebook, perhaps Bach had sent something initially and saw Paingade's painting as well. Let us go. Professor Charles placed the painting back, waiting for Hoyle to fall into his trap. We must find a way to secure the evidence Hoyle possesses before Professor Charles can reach him. Morin rose swiftly, leaving the common room and racing down the corridor to the 7th floor, where Paingade's painting hung on the wall opposite the staircase, accessible only by broomstick. They arrived at the railing of the 7th floor corridor, gazing at Paingade's painting from a distance. Morin held a telescope typically used for astronomy class. It had previously been of little use to him due to his inability to accurately view the star charts, but now it finally served a purpose. I see the painting, and I can discern the mark. Morin adjusted the telescope, refining the view. While a wizard's telescope could automatically adjust distance for greater detail, one had to manually assist. I too have observed it, yet the multitude of figures within this painting renders the task of locating Hoyle rather challenging. Hugo is also adjusting the telescope's focus. It is unclear. The individual in question should resemble Hoyle as depicted in the Wizards Tomorrow, correct? However, he may not dare to return and could be hiding within the confines of another painting nearby. Morin meticulously searched for Hoyle's presence amidst the crowded scene, but regrettably, his efforts yielded no results. He then redirected the telescope towards the artwork depicting 13 wizards dining, as it was from this very painting that someone had uttered Hoyle's name. The wizards were now engaged in jovial conversation, savoring their meal, with the table set in an orderly fashion, a stark contrast to the chaos that had erupted when Morin had inadvertently caused a disturbance. If only we could inquire with those 13 wizards. It might reveal where Hoyle most frequently ventures among the paintings, Morin remarked. That would require a flying broomstick, and we are prohibited from flying within the castle. As it contravenes school regulations, Hugo replied. Morin shrugged indifferently. He was not particularly concerned about breaching the rules, but he needed to wait for a moment of solitude. The castle was typically bustling with activity, and should he ascend on a broom, he would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, we must wait until nightfall. Good afternoon. What are you two doing with that telescope? Just then, Professor Charles's gentle voice resonated behind them, causing Morin and Hugo to gasp in surprise. Chapter 135, The Heartbreaker. The sound startled both Morin and Hugo. Hugo exclaimed, nearly dropping the telescope, but Morin nudged him with his elbow to maintain composure. Good afternoon, Professor Charles, Morin quickly said, lowering the telescope and striving to be polite. What are you two doing with that telescope? Professor Charles inquired, maintaining his courteous demeanor. We are. Hugo stammered, flustered by his apprehension of Professor Charles, his mind racing with anxious thoughts. We are admiring the castle's artworks, Professor. We have no classes this afternoon, Morin bravely asserted, maintaining a calm gaze with Professor Charles, striving to appear nonchalant. Oh, I see. Professor Charles nodded slightly, his gaze drifting to the painting on the opposite wall, his eyes wandering. The portraits within the castle truly warrant attention. Each possesses a certain history. Which painting has captured your interest? After pondering for a moment, Morin felt a spark of inspiration. The painting of Paingade, Professor. Ever since you mentioned its potential to bridge the lives of muggles and wizards, I have developed a keen interest in it. Morin focused intently on Professor Charles's eyes, searching for any flicker of reaction. If Professor Charles were indeed concocting a scheme, perhaps this probing inquiry would reveal a hint of his intentions. The painting of Payne Gade is indeed remarkable. What insights have you gleaned from it? Professor Charles's eyes flickered momentarily, a hint of surprise evident in his tone. There is an intriguing figure within the painting, Professor. It appears he yearns to return to his frame, yet he continuously glances around, hesitant to step back into his portrait. Morin feigned confusion, his gaze unwavering from Professor Charles's face. I believe this figure hails from the painting of Payne Gade. Professor Charles's smile gradually faded, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he inquired, "Are you certain?" "Yes, Professor. I can assure you he has been wandering around that painting," Morin replied. Though in truth, he had seen nothing. He merely wove a tale to test Professor Charles, only to find a genuine shift in the professor's demeanor. "Ask Hugo if you don't believe me." Morin nudged Hugo with his elbow. "Indeed, Professor, I too have seen it," Hugo quickly responded, grasping Morin's intent, albeit with a tinge of fear towards Professor Charles. "That fellow is rather sneaky. He seems restless." A grave expression settled on Professor Charles's face. "In which painting did you encounter this individual?" "It is uncertain. He has been darting between all the paintings, Professor." Morin gestured towards the artwork hanging further down the 7th floor corridor. "We only witnessed him running that way before he vanished." Professor Charles furrowed his brow, gazing at the classroom down the corridor, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Yet he soon regained his gentle tone, smiling as he said, "On such a fine day, I suggest you both venture outside to bask in the sunlight. There is no need for excessive worry. It is quite normal for figures in paintings to move about." Instead of heading towards the 7th floor classroom, Professor Charles descended towards the staircase. As he reached the landing between the 7th and 6th floors, the staircase began to shift. Professor Charles looked up and asked, "Morin, on that day aboard the train, did you truly not get a clear view of the assailant?" Morin paused momentarily, then replied, "Professor, I'm unsure. I merely sensed that the silhouette seemed somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall where I might have seen him." "I see." Professor Charles nodded with a smile, then continued to enjoy these paintings. "Should you have any questions, feel free to inquire." With that, Professor Charles descended the changing staircase, greeting the occasional passing students with warmth. Now, Morin and Hugo exchanged glances. "I thought he would investigate further," Hugo whispered, unable to contain his curiosity. Morin watched Professor Charles's retreating figure in silence for a moment before responding, "It would not be wise for him to do so." "Why not? If he intends to find Hoyle, upon hearing your fabricated tale, shouldn't he hasten to investigate? He might even capture Hoyle," Hugo queried. "If he goes now, wouldn't that mean we would have to follow him?" "He wouldn't allow us to accompany him," Morin explained, yet he shook the telescope in his hand and added, "Moreover, if he takes our words seriously, he realizes it is too late to go now. He has been pursuing Hoyle for quite some time, without success. Even he understands that opportunities are fleeting." Morin turned and walked with Hugo towards the 8th floor lounge, as remaining there served little purpose. "However, aren't you afraid that by lying to him, you might provoke his ire and turn it against us?" Hugo inquired. Morin shook his head. "He has already set his sights on us, has he not? You suffered from amnesia, and I was attacked. Since we are already marked, there is little to be concerned about." "You make a fair point." As they rounded the corner, they spotted the portrait of the fat lady in the distance. After a moment, Hugo spoke again, "But I still find it puzzling. If Professor Charles truly intended to attack you, why did he not seize the opportunity within the school? He could ambush you just as he did us. Would it not be easier? Why go to such lengths?" Morin pondered this matter as well. Yet he speculated that Professor Charles refrained from targeting him perhaps because he was aware that Morin remained unaffected by the time turner. Capturing Morin was not akin to ensnaring others. Thus, he covertly manipulated the fat lady to assault him. In any case, we must first locate Hoyle, for he undoubtedly harbors some secrets, unlike Sir Cadogan, who proved utterly unhelpful. Morin approached the portrait of the fat lady, observing her as she preened and adorned herself, and uttered the password, "You are beautiful." "Thank you, dear," she replied, lifting her skirts and executing a curtsy akin to a ballet dancer. Hugo suppressed a chuckle. Heaven knows what the fat lady was thinking to have altered the password to this, compelling every Gryffindor student to flatter her insincerely upon entering. It was evident that the fat lady and the notion of beauty were fundamentally mismatched, yet she proclaimed with pride that, long ago, a plump figure was considered beautiful. As the fat lady's portrait swung halfway open, Hugo continued, "However, we still do not know who Hoyle is, do we? I mean, we know he is the protagonist of the Wizard's Tomorrow, but we remain oblivious to his significance within the painting of Payne Gade." Bang! The door, which had opened partially, slammed shut with vigor. Hugo recoiled, nearly caught by the frame, and exclaimed in irritation, "What are you doing? We have uttered the password. Hoyle, How dare you mention that scoundrel? The fat lady screeched, toppling an array of cosmetics from her vanity to the floor, furiously trampling them underfoot, her fury palpable. Chapter 136. The Fat Lady's Former Lover. Scoundrel? Molin and Hugo exchanged astonished glances, incredulous that Hoyle was the very cause of the fat lady's previous heartbreak. During her last entanglement, she had unknowingly become involved with another character from the portraits, only to be jilted, leading her to vent her ire on all Gryffindor students by changing the password to reflect the heartlessness of men, which had elicited protests from all the male students. Ultimately, it was Professor Charles who intervened. Wait a moment, Professor Charles? Molin had never known the identity of the fat lady's former lover, but he recalled inquiring of Professor Charles about the object of her affections, to which the professor had claimed ignorance. Had Professor Charles already been fixated on Hoyle at that time? Molin hastily inquired, Fat lady, is that Hoyle? Silence. Do not utter his name in my presence. The fat lady's demeanor appeared increasingly unhinged. She shattered the chair within the painting and overturned the vase. Then plopped down on the ground, weeping. I once placed such faith in him, yet he abandoned me, declaring that we had no future together. That scoundrel. If he truly believed we had no future, why was he so kind to me? The fat lady's cries were loud, her corpulent form writhing as tears blurred her haphazard makeup. It was unexpected to learn that Hoyle was indeed a scoundrel. Hugo looked at the fat lady with sympathy. Molin quickly replied, Fat lady, please, do not cry. You may have misunderstood him. Misunderstand? How could I possibly misinterpret him? He ended things without a shred of compassion. Such a cad deserves to meet an early demise. The fat lady wiped her tears, smudging her makeup obscenely. Perhaps he had his reasons? Molin gently prodded. With great difficulty, the fat lady ceased her sobbing, yet her tear-streaked face remained fixed on Molin. What reasons could he possibly have? His reason must surely be that he has fallen for another woman. The characters within the painting conversed about love, leaving Molin with an odd sensation. It surely cannot be so. He knew he would once again have to speak insincerely. Which woman in the castle could possibly compare to you? After all, you hail from the esteemed lineage of Gryffindor. Your nobility is unparalleled, far beyond that of any other woman in the portraits. You certainly know how to flatter. The fat lady remarked, retrieving a floral handkerchief from the ground to dab at her face, effectively erasing the tear stains. You are correct. I am of noble birth, unworthy of his attention. Such a person should be punished. The fat lady sniffled, attempting to console herself. That is not what I meant. I simply suggested that perhaps Hoyle had a hidden dilemma. Did he ever confide in you about anything that might have placed him in jeopardy? Molin inquired. Jeopardy? What nonsense. He is merely a character in a painting. The fat lady retorted. Yet did you ever sense anything amiss while you were together? Did he say anything peculiar to you? Molin pressed further. The fat lady adjusted the fallen chair, then settled onto it, resting her elbows on the backrest as she propped her chin on her hands. Lost in thought. Now that you mention it, I do recall him saying something about a significant event occurring at Hogwarts, something about Dark Awakening or other cryptic nonsense. But he did not elaborate. Dark Awakening? He mentioned Dark Awakening to you? What else did he say? Molin exclaimed, astonished, for he still had no understanding of what Dark Awakening truly signified. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Never mind that. Hurry and go inside. The fat lady bent down to gather the scattered items, opening the common room door to usher them in, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. Molin and Hugo returned to their dormitory, where Modi, having escaped from Morin's pocket, leapt onto the nightstand and seized an unopened packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans to munch on. Dark Awakening. What else does Hoyle know? Molin mused as he pushed aside the bedding and reclined, lost in contemplation. Stop thinking about it, Hugo said, picking up a book that had fallen under the bed and tossing it onto the dresser. It's futile to dwell on it now. We can only hope that Hoyle isn't captured by Professor Charles too swiftly. Nearby, Sir Cadogan's portrait shouted in discontent. You little rascal, shift your derriere, or I shall draw my sword. Molin turned to see Modi sitting atop Sir Cadogan's frame, indulging in candy, her backside facing the irate knight, who was brandishing his sword in an attempt to poke Modi, utterly ignoring him. Ah, Sir Cadogan, Molin exclaimed, lifting Modi and placing her on his pillow as he grasped the portrait frame. Have you ever been to the painting of Payengade? Who is Payengade? Never heard of him. Sir Cadogan huffed angrily, attempting to blow away a white hair that had fallen atop his head. He's an artist known for his distinctive paintings. The wizards within them move, while the muggles remain still. By the way, do you know Hoyle? He might be one of the figures in that painting, Molin inquired. Hoyle, that insufferable pompous fool. Of course I know him, Sir Cadogan replied, incensed. That man always looks down upon us, as if he were superior. He is truly detestable. More detestable than you? Hugo interjected. Draw your sword. You red-haired fiend. You have insulted my dignity. Sir Cadogan bellowed, brandishing his sword. The Hoyle you detest now shares your fate. Professor Charles is pursuing him, as he must have something on Charles, Molin said, sitting up and helping Sir Cadogan clear the white hair from his frame. Sir Cadogan laid down his sword, astonished, and remarked, has he too fallen prey to that fiend? He must be hiding somewhere within the confines of the Castle-esque paintings, though I am at a loss as to his precise whereabouts. Molin is not one of the painted figures. Some of those within the frames are indifferent to the students, making it exceedingly difficult for him to glean any information. Sir Cadogan settled upon the grass, stroking his chin. So it is. Very well. As a knight, one must embody the spirit of knighthood. He rose, drawing his wooden sword, and pointed it skyward. Since we are all souls adrift, allow me to take the lead. To seek out the truth and locate him. Are you planning to wander aimlessly? Are you not concerned that Professor Charles will apprehend you? Hugo interjected, rolling his eyes. Sir Cadogan, undeterred, proclaimed, a knight must not falter. If I cannot bring the truth to light, then let me perish on the battlefield, wrapped in the hide of my steed. As long as my domain remains, what have I to fear? Despite his grandiloquent rhetoric, the truth was that, when danger arose, he could swiftly retreat back to his own frame. Sir Cadogan had successfully evaded peril this way once before. Professor Charles possesses dragon's bile, which could magically ensnare you within a painting, rendering escape impossible. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Hugo warned. Sir Cadogan's fearless demeanor faltered momentarily, but having spoken, he could not retract his words, and, preserving his pride, retorted, rest assured, I am not one to shy away from danger. Truth be told, to remain here as a coward for eternity is not the way of a knight. Molin pondered for a moment. Indeed, Sir Cadogan was the most suitable candidate for this investigation. Although he often exhibited eccentric behavior, he was far more familiar with the inhabitants of the paintings. With a little caution, he would likely encounter no trouble. Very well then, take care of yourself, and do not get into any mischief, Molin advised. After a brief pause, he recalled the painting of the 13 wizards at their feast, and added, perhaps you might inquire with those 13 wizards who are perpetually eating. Their portrait is not far from that painting. I wonder if they would be willing to share what they know. Fear not. I am quite popular among the portraits within the castle. I shall undoubtedly find him, Sir Cadogan declared earnestly. Hugo, however, remained skeptical. Chapter 137. Cadogan the Sentinel. Sir Cadogan departed his painting fully armed, and in an attempt to disguise himself. He had procured a stained blue cloth from somewhere to cover his face. He also removed his armor, donning a form-fitting black outfit that made him appear rather furtive. Honestly, you look even more conspicuous like that. It's obvious you harbor ill intentions. Hugo could not help but chuckle, for Sir Cadogan's appearance resembled that of a thief. Trust me, Redhead, I possess greater experience in this regard. I'm a trained knight, a celebrated hero who has emerged victorious from the blood-soaked battlefield. I know how to gather intelligence. Sir Cadogan insisted, absurdly donning a garish green straw hat, and he broke his wooden sword into 3 segments, stowing them in his pocket for quick reassembly should the need arise. Molin considered advising Sir Cadogan that wielding such a sword would be futile, for Professor Charles would never grant him the opportunity to draw it. However, the knight's earnest demeanor led him to refrain from interjecting. Well then, my dear warriors, this sacred moment heralds the dawn of a great revolution, beginning with my departure from this painting. Should I fail to return, let my epitaph read, the great pioneer who bravely sacrificed himself for the truth. Sir Cadogan intended to deliver an inspiring farewell speech, but Molin had already ushered him to the door of the common room, situated behind the portrait of the fat lady. You may use the fat lady's portrait to exit. I have taken note of your speech. Should you find yourself in peril, hasten back to your own frame, and do not allow Professor Charles to ensnare you. Rest assured, I shall cleave through the darkness with my sword and usher in the dawn. Await news of my triumphant return. Sir Cadogan approached the edge of his portrait frame, waving to Molin with a countenance both noble and resolute, tinged with a sense of melancholy and valor, before vanishing into his frame. Moments later, Molin and the others heard the fat lady's furious voice echoing outside. Cadogan, you scoundrel, how dare you enter through my back door? I have forbidden you to set foot in this place. You shall pay for this. A cacophony of shattering vases ensued, leading Molin to surmise that the fat lady had hurled a vase at Sir Cadogan, who was now frantically dodging while shouting, You have mistaken me for another. I am Sir Cadogan Lightfoot, not that dashing Sir Cadogan. I merely sought passage, owl. You struck my head. Molin and Hugo exchanged glances, preparing to return to their dormitory. When Sir Cadogan reappeared within his portrait, seated on the grass, panting heavily and repeatedly thumping his chest. What happened? You returned in just 5 minutes? Molin exclaimed. Hugo could not help but mock. Are you truly so feeble? Is being struck by the fat lady's vase a matter of life and death? Be quiet, redhead. Not far from that madwoman lurks a fearsome ancient hound. It seeks to devour me. I must flee. You must take me elsewhere. I cannot traverse that path. Sir Cadogan retorted, irate. You're quite the drama queen. Hugo complained. Enough. I must embark on my quest. Dry your tears of sorrow and keep me in your hearts. If you have time for tears, spend it dreaming of a brighter tomorrow, Sir Cadogan declared. We're not crying, Hugo replied impatiently. Yet Sir Cadogan had already leaped from his frame and into a painting of towering mountains, shouting as he dashed forward. I'm beginning to worry about him, Molin thought. Tucking Sir Cadogan's portrait into his pocket, realizing that sending him to gather intelligence might not have been the wisest decision. His boisterous antics would surely attract Professor Charles' attention sooner or later. A week passed, and there was still no news of Pock. Principal McGonagall had convened countless assemblies, inquiring about Pock's whereabouts, but to no avail. What troubled Molin most was the unpredictable Sir Cadogan, who frequently returned in a flurry, claiming to have been attacked by a fire dragon, pursued by a tusked axolotl, or nearly roasted by a fire-breathing, flat-headed worm. In any case, he concocted numerous bizarre excuses, periodically returning to his frame to report his supposed perilous encounters, even during class time. Molin had no choice but to cast a silencing charm on Sir Cadogan's portrait to prevent him from drawing undue attention. You're going to ruin me, Molin exclaimed in frustration. Do you have any idea what class I'm in? Muggle Studies. Professor Charles' class. Are you seeking your own demise? Sir Cadogan's face turned pale with fright as he hurriedly covered his mouth and sought refuge behind the tree of his picture frame. What are you hiding for? Class is over now, Molin said, poking the scraggly little tree depicted in the painting. The tree trembled slightly, and countless leaves cascaded down. That's better. Only then did Sir Cadogan swagger out from behind the tree. What has happened this time? Did a little goldfish bite you? Hugo inquired with a suppressed chuckle in the corridor. No, I found my trusty steed, Sir Cadogan exclaimed, tugging at the reins with great effort from behind a large rock. Molin then noticed that his horse, which had previously run away and narrowly escaped, was being dragged back by Sir Cadogan. Oh, where did you find it? Molin asked, astonished. This diminutive horse, which had an aversion to home, had been wandering around the North Tower. It could not return at will like Sir Cadogan, for there was no horse in the current frame. The 7th floor corridor. My brave companion. It missed me dearly and waited on the lush grass of the 7th floor for my return to restore its former glory. Before Sir Cadogan could finish, the little horse kicked him away. What a heartfelt longing. Molin couldn't help but laugh. Sir Cadogan rolled on the ground twice before clumsily getting back up. Molin, still puzzled, asked, but isn't your little pony in the North Tower? It was searching for grass last time. There's no painting acting as a bridge between there and the castle, so it shouldn't be in the 7th floor. Suddenly, Molin frowned. Hugo had mentioned that when he was amnesiac, he had been in the tower one moment and in the 7th floor corridor the next. At that time, they had suspected a shortcut existed between the tower and the castle, but they had not found any passage. Could it be that the wandering pony had inadvertently discovered it? Chapter 138. No Gains. Sir Cadogan, could you inquire how your beloved steed made its way back from the tower to the 7th floor corridor? Perhaps it found a shortcut between the two, Molin eagerly urged. Sir Cadogan gazed at the gray pony, which seemed eager to leave the frame, but found no images to facilitate its movement. It appeared agitated, restlessly pawing the ground. All right, my friend, it will surely be willing to tell me. Sir Cadogan confidently grasped the reins. The pony continued to dig at the ground with its hooves and shook the reins vigorously, causing them to smack Sir Cadogan's face. He covered his face, grimacing. It just enjoys teasing me. This is its way of showing affection. Sir Cadogan laughed awkwardly, then leaned closer to the pony and whispered, Hey, show me a little respect. Don't embarrass me in front of others. The pony complied, kicking Sir Cadogan away once more. Having just arrived at its new home, it needs some time to adjust. Its mood might not be the best right now. Sir Cadogan tied the pony's reins to the little tree to prevent it from running away again and lay breathlessly on the grass, feeling less inclined to approach his steed. Forget it, you never did give us a surprise anyway. Hugo had never held much hope for Sir Cadogan. Molin was also at a loss. Sir Cadogan's rebellious warhorse was hardly obedient. Even if it were driven into the painting of the North Tower, it probably wouldn't return. Moreover, Molin couldn't be certain if the horse had truly traversed a shortcut from the North Tower to the 7th floor corridor. Perhaps it had merely been brought over by Felci during cleaning. Sir Cadogan, have you visited the painting of Hoyle lately? Molin inquired. No, why would I go there? It's one of the last places I wish to visit, Sir Cadogan replied, shaking his head. So you went to gather intelligence without visiting the main places? Hugo remarked, poking the little pony, which dashed around the little tree, evading Hugo's fingers. Nobody wants to go to that insufferable Hoyle's place. I went once, and he had painted some hideous figures on the community wall. I remarked that the art lacked quality, and he got so enraged that he chased me out. His temper is worse than that of my little gray. Sir Cadogan grumbled. Those characters are from the renowned wizard painter, Pain Guide. How could you dare to say his art is ugly? Anyone would be furious, Hugo replied. Oh, come off it. Just because his creator is a genius painter doesn't mean he is one too. Are we not allowed to speak the truth these days? Sir Cadogan sat up, leaning against a rock, continuing in dissatisfaction. His work is atrocious. Have you ever seen someone whose mouth is just a slit with no lips? Have you ever seen anyone with fangs and claws? His art is even uglier than that of a ghoul. Then did you not ask the other figures in the painting if they had seen Hoyle? More impressed. Sir Cadogan crossed his legs. I did. I asked Raphael. And he berated Hoyle for an hour in my presence, claiming that ever since Hoyle barged into his home 2 months ago, all his goldfish had died. And he even caught a severe cold, coughing incessantly. I also asked the mute Gallardo, and he swore that Hoyle stole his cheese and cursed him with 11 different expletives. Can mute even curse? Morin asked. Hey, don't judge us by your standards. Sir Cadogan snorted. In the painting, his identity is that of a mute. But that doesn't mean he can't speak, understand? Morin shrugged, realizing that the rules in the painting were indeed different from the real world. Just how bad is Hoyle's reputation that he is even more detestable than you? Hugo exclaimed in disbelief. Draw your sword, you little red-haired one. Sir Cadogan quickly pulled out 3 broken sword sections from his pocket, glued them together with saliva, and angrily waved them at Hugo, ready to duel to defend his honor. Next time you go out scouting, make sure to ask those figures if they have seen Hoyle lately. His poor reputation is his problem, but he may hold the key to Professor Charles's secret. We need Hoyle. Have you forgotten who destroyed your original painting? Morin felt it necessary to emphasize this to Sir Cadogan, especially since he had mentioned nearly falling victim to Professor Charles's treachery last time. Sir Cadogan shot a fierce glare at Hugo, then reluctantly sheathed his sword, nodded after a moment, and asked Morin to keep an eye on his steed before jumping into a furniture, painting to continue his work. We should not count on him any longer. Hugo observed Sir Cadogan plunging into battle with a heavy heart. He was the only figure in the painting capable of assisting them, aside from him and the plump lady. Few in the artwork were willing to converse with them. Morin placed the shrunken painting into his backpack. The little pony whinnied its discontent, but he paid it no mind. During dinner, Hugo was set to attend the Wizard Chess Society's gathering and did not join Morin, who ventured to the hall alone and soon encountered Philia. Tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, we shall convene for Quidditch practice. In the absence of James and Albus, we must once again recalibrate our strategies. Please have a word with Lily and Sweet in the meantime. Filch has taken the trouble to inform Morin personally. Very well, Filch, I am aware. Morin nodded in acknowledgement. There has been no word from Pock, yet the Quidditch matches persist, with both James and Albus currently recuperating from their injuries. It appears they will not be able to participate in the upcoming match against Ravenclaw. The 2 brothers paid a hefty price to secure victory over Slytherin, and now they must face the repercussions in the forthcoming matches. By Thursday afternoon, everyone had gathered. Even James and Albus made an appearance. This is precisely why Pock has barred us from employing this tactic. It is unavoidable, so do your best, James declared. Throughout every training session, James and Albus observed from the sidelines, instructing Sweet and Lily on how to become proficient beaters and how to subtly alter the trajectory of the quaffle with minimal effort. Fortunately, Sweet has risen to prominence, emerging as a new star for Gryffindor. His flying skills are indeed exceptional, making his transition into the beater position rather seamless. Perhaps we shall triumph over Ravenclaw. Truth be told, I believe we possess considerable strength, Albus remarked candidly. However, the absence of the trio, James, Albus, and Pock, has left Owen and Diana ill-equipped to fill the beater roles, resulting in a notably fragile offensive formation. After much deliberation, the training focus must shift toward a more defensive strategy. By the end of Thursday's practice, fatigue weighed heavily upon everyone. Just as Morin was about to return to the castle, Sweet called out to him. I believe I have discovered some clues, Sweet stated calmly. What have you found? Morin inquired, astonished. The classroom in the corridor on the 7th floor seems awry. I suspect it is not as we typically perceive it, Sweet replied in a hushed tone. What do you mean? It appears that the classroom is capable of transformation, Sweet said, albeit with uncertainty. Transformation? Morin was even more perplexed. Are you suggesting the classroom is a room of requirement? If the 7th floor classroom had indeed morphed from the room of requirement, it would explain why Morin did not encounter anyone when he followed Jamie there last time. The room of requirement can indeed facilitate such occurrences. Yet, Morin had already concluded that the 7th floor classroom was not, in fact, the room of requirement, as he had initially suspected and even attempted to confirm, only to find that his thoughts did not manifest, which served as a clear indicator. But Sweet shook his head. No, I cannot articulate it. There's a peculiar aura about that classroom, something quite surreal, he remarked. How did you discern this? Morin asked. Intuition. Intuition? Morin regarded Sweet with curiosity as Sweet turned, placing his broom back in the broom cupboard before heading towards the stairs. Come with me to that classroom, Sweet directed, ascending the stairs with Morin trailing behind. They navigated through the bustling throng and arrived at the 7th floor corridor, which was devoid of students, rendering it starkly quiet in comparison to other areas. Morin's gaze fell upon the portraits lining the corridor, and sure enough, they had been rearranged once again. How strange, Morin pondered, unable to comprehend why someone would frequently alter the portraits in the 7th floor corridor. What could possibly be the motive behind such actions? Sweet had already approached the classroom, opening the door and stepping inside. This classroom has changed again, Sweet frowned. How can you tell if the classroom has changed? Morin surveyed the surroundings. The blackboard still bore the scribbles of Peeves, and everything appeared as it had during his previous visit days ago. There's a distinct scent, one I cannot quite identify, but I have visited this place 4 times over the past few days, and each time the aroma was different, despite the layout remaining consistent. Yet, my instincts suggest that something within this classroom has subtly shifted, Sweet remarked, moving toward the particular painting on the wall. You have a keen nose, Morin commented, but then recalled that Hugo had also mentioned sensing an odd aura during his last visit, though he could not articulate what it was. Did Sweet share the same experience as Hugo? Morin's gaze landed on the painting closest to the door, which depicted a group of women in bathrobes, and he recalled how Sir Cadogan had been unceremoniously expelled from the scene. However, this time, Morin's pupils dilated slightly. He was astonished to find the painting had been replaced by that of Pei Inged. How did this painting come to be here? Morin marveled, his astonishment palpable. This painting was etched in his memory, not only because it featured figures that moved, while others remained still, but also due to the fact that someone had previously spied on him from within it. Is this painting significant? Sweet appeared not to recognize it. Morin briefly recounted the circumstances surrounding the painting to Sweet, who seemed to contemplate the implications. Pei Inged, I have heard he is not an ordinary individual. Sweet mused thoughtfully. He is far from ordinary. The ability to depict both animated and stationary figures on a single canvas is no simple feat, Morin observed, scrutinizing the Pei Inged painting. The figures and wizards within were indistinguishable from those he had seen before. The wizards were in motion while the muggles stood idly. The setting comprised of an array of apartments and quaint houses, suggesting a harmonious coexistence between muggles and wizards in a shared community. The overarching theme of Pei Inged's artwork revolves around the peaceful coexistence of muggles and wizards, a sentiment vividly captured in this piece. Yet how had this painting found its way into this classroom? Morin found himself puzzled. If Professor Charles intended to bait Hoyle, he would have likely left the painting in its original location, rather than placing it here. Wait here for me. I shall ascend to fetch Sir Cadogan, who resides within the painting and may possess some insights, Morin declared. Lacking an appreciation for art, he intended to enlist Sir Cadogan's assistance to examine the painting. Gryffindor's common room was located on the 8th floor, and during afternoon Quidditch practice, Morin had left his bag and wand in his dormitory. Sir Cadogan's portrait frame was nestled within his bag. He departed the classroom and ascended the stairs to Gryffindor's common room, where he located his bag and wand, retrieving the portrait frame of Sir Cadogan. However, to his dismay, Sir Cadogan was absent, leaving only his disgruntled pony to express its displeasure. Sir Cadogan? Come back. I need you, Morin called out to the frame. He knew Sir Cadogan often roamed the castle, but a mere call to the frame would summon him back from wherever he might be. Yet, Sir Cadogan did not appear. Instead, a voice emanated from the frame. Save me, dear warrior. I am trapped and cannot return. Sir Cadogan's voice sounded alarmingly frantic. You're trapped? Where? Morin exclaimed, taken aback. I'm at a loss. I have been calling for you for an hour. You have not come to my rescue. I recall racing down the corridor on the 7th floor, engaging in conversation with Ricky, who was riding a flying broomstick to the moon, then watching Tom and Jerry bicker, and later visiting Topsy's home for a cup of tea before helping old Tim with some weeding. Can you please get to the point? All right. Afterwards, I intended to visit the Hoyles, but my closest acquaintance among the 13 wizards at the Last Supper, Gladstone, informed me that that fellow Charles had taken Hoyle's painting during the night while everyone was asleep. Gladstone happened to catch a glimpse of Hoyle's home being moved to the classroom on the 7th floor corridor while he was getting up for a midnight bathroom break. So I gallantly charged toward that direction, only to find myself lost in the Soto Blue Canyon. Sir Cadogan rambled on for quite a while, but eventually uttered something of significance. The entity capable of imprisoning the figures within the painting immediately reminded Maureen of Professor Charles' Black Dragon Bile, which he must have intended to use against Hoyle. It appears that Sir Cadogan inadvertently stumbled into a trap. Where's the Soto Blue Canyon? Maureen inquired. In the North Tower. Sir Cadogan replied hastily. The North Tower? That is right next to my original territory. Aren't you on the 7th floor? How did you end up in the North Tower? I wish I knew. I was surveying the 7th floor, walking along the canyon, and suddenly found myself in the North Tower, Sir Cadogan said innocently. Wait there and be cautious. Find a hidden spot. I will be there shortly. Sensing that something was amiss, Maureen quickly stuffed Sir Cadogan's frame into his pocket and dashed out of the dormitory. Chapter 140. 24 hours earlier. Maureen first descended to the 7th floor corridor, needing to clarify the situation with Sweet before seeking out Sir Cadogan. Upon returning to the original classroom, he found Sweet seated in a chair on the side. Sir Cadogan is trapped within a painting. Professor Charles has prevented him from leaving, and I must rescue him. Maureen declared. Trapped in a painting? How could that knight be ensnared in such a manner? Sweet expressed surprise. It's complicated to explain. I'll fill you in on the details later. He is currently located in the North Tower, Maureen replied as he exited the classroom, sprinting toward the North Tower. However, just then, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The scenery around him began to swirl, everything rapidly receding, while a tumultuous flow of images flickered before Maureen's eyes. What was happening? Maureen gasped, suddenly realizing what was transpiring. He was being sent back in time. Once again, he found himself in the past. Maureen had not anticipated returning to this moment, as it had been a considerable time since he had last experienced such an event, particularly after Lily and Sweet's memory loss last semester. An hour ago. Where was I? Maureen's mind raced as he recalled that he had been training with other team members on the Quidditch pitch. If he was indeed transported back an hour, he could prevent Sir Cadogan from venturing into the painting in the Soto Blue Canyon before he became ensnared. The dizzying visuals began to stabilize, and Maureen expected to find himself soaring on his broomstick across the Quidditch pitch, but upon regaining focus, he discovered himself seated in the Castle's hall, knife and fork in hand, partaking in a meal. He momentarily struggled to comprehend how he was in the first floor hall, dining instead of an hour prior. Tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon, Quidditch pitch. We need to adjust our tactics in the absence of James and Albus. Please inform Lily and Sweet, Phileas said, having approached to pat Maureen on the shoulder. Huh? Maureen was taken aback. Phileas had come to find him for training, which was not. Suddenly, it dawned on him when he was currently situated. 24 hours? Maureen was astonished. How had he returned 24 hours prior? What do you mean by 24 hours? You seem distracted. Are you all right? Phileas asked with concern, given the recent disappearance of Pock, alongside James and Albus's absence. If anything were to happen to Maureen, Gryffindor's team would be in dire straits. I'm fine, Phileas, Maureen quickly assured her. I will notify Lily and Sweet. See you tomorrow at the Quidditch pitch. All right, see you tomorrow. After confirming Maureen's well-being, Phileas left. Without hesitation, Maureen set down his utensils, picked up the doy from the table, slung his bag over his shoulder, and rushed out of the hall. This situation was exceedingly peculiar. He had not returned an hour ago, but rather directly to 24 hours prior. Had Phileas not come to inform him, he might not have even realized this. A wave of unease surged within him. What was happening? Why was this instance so extraordinary? Who had gone missing this time? As Maureen pondered, he recalled Sir Cadogan's words. Gladstone had seen Professor Charles move the painting of Payne Gade to the classroom on the 7th floor corridor last night, which implied that this was an event slated to occur tonight. Without delay, he raced up the stairs toward the 7th floor corridor, where most students in the castle were dining in the first floor hall, allowing Maureen to encounter no one on his way. Upon reaching the landing, he looked up at the wall across the staircase. Payne Gade's painting was not here. Not here, Maureen exclaimed in surprise. If he had returned 24 hours prior, then the painting should not have been moved yet. Arriving at the 7th floor, he dashed toward the peculiar classroom, opening the door to be greeted by the musty odor of abandoned desks and chairs. He glanced at the wall beside the classroom door, where the painting of Payne Gade was already hanging. Oddly, it should have been hung in the middle of the night. Why had it been relocated now? Exiting the classroom, Maureen looked from a distance at the 13 wizards in the painting of the Last Supper, then retrieved Sir Cadogan's frame from his bag. At this moment, Sir Cadogan was absent from the frame, with only the dwarf pony lying on the ground asleep. Sir Cadogan, are you all right? Come back, Maureen called out. What is the matter? Are you looking for me? I'm helping an old lady cross the road in Godric's Hollow. Sir Cadogan scampered into view from the edge of the frame, looking relaxed and content. It's a relief that you are not trapped in the Soto Blue Canyon. Maureen sighed in relief. Trapped in the Soto Blue Canyon? What are you talking about? How could the Soto Blue Canyon ensnare me? Sir Cadogan approached the dwarf pony, patting its head in confusion. Never mind that. By the way, the painting of Paingate has already been moved. Didn't you notice? Morin pointed at the wall opposite, directing the frame of Sir Cadogan towards it. Sir Cadogan squinted at the sight and remarked, "Oh, how peculiar. Has Hoyle's abode vanished as well? Could it be that Professor Charles, unable to restrain himself, has taken action against him? No, it has been relocated to that classroom. But let us not dwell on that. Come with me to examine that painting and see if we can uncover anything within it," Morin urged. "Very well, a trifling matter indeed. Hearing that Hoyle is not at home allows me the freedom to frolic within his painting without restraint." "Ah, here lies the Soto Blue Canyon," Sir Cadogan exclaimed, glancing around and discovering a grand depiction of a canyon behind him. With a jubilant leap, he bounded into the painting. "Is that the Soto Blue Canyon? Wait, do not enter that painting," Morin shouted. But it was too late. Sir Cadogan had already materialized on the bank of the canyon. With a tumultuous river flowing through its heart, the sound of rushing water echoing ominously if one ventured too close. "Why must I not enter here? It is nothing to worry about. I have visited the Soto Blue Canyon numerous times before. I am merely passing through," Sir Cadogan replied nonchalantly, leaping across to the opposite bank with remarkable agility, aiming directly for the edge of the frame. Bang! Sir Cadogan let out a cry as he collided with the frame's edge, plummeting from the air, and, in a moment of panic, he cried out, "Help! How can I not return? Please, lend me a hand." His desperate pleas echoed as he sought to return to his frame, but it was futile. In the blink of an eye, the canyon's raging waters swept him away. Morin stood in bewilderment, unable to fathom how Sir Cadogan could become ensnared at such a moment. Chapter 141. The passage within the painting. "Are you all right?" Morin called out towards the tumultuous waters of the Soto Blue Canyon. "I'm not." Sir Cadogan's voice emanated from his frame, amidst the cacophony of rushing water. "I cannot climb up. The current is far too fierce. I do not know where it leads." The chaotic sound of water splashing was accompanied by Sir Cadogan's frantic splashing, creating an eerie atmosphere as it echoed from the frame. The diminutive horse seemed to have heard Sir Cadogan's frantic cries as well, snorting in discontent. "I warned you that you would become trapped in the Soto Blue Canyon. Try to grasp onto any protruding rocks or branches. Perhaps once you are swept to calmer waters, you will be able to halt," Morin suggested, surveying the painting before him. If Sir Cadogan could not return to his frame instantaneously, it was likely that the periphery of this painting had been smeared with black gentian juice, capable of ensnaring those within. "I have no idea. I have never fallen into water before," Sir Cadogan replied in frustration. "Have you managed to climb ashore yet?" Morin asked, as Sir Cadogan's form was no longer visible within the painting. "Not yet. This infernal current will not cease." "Wait, how did I end up here?" Sir Cadogan's voice emerged, filled with suspicion. "Where have you been swept to?" "The North Tower. This is an ally of my former dominion. I can see the spiral staircase. Why is it that the downstream of this river leads to the upstream of another painting? These two paintings are connected. What bad luck. Why is there also a Soto Blue Canyon here? Ah, I'm about to fall again," Sir Cadogan shouted, his voice drowned out by the crashing waves. "These two paintings are connected? Are you saying that the paintings on either side of the North Tower and the 7th floor are linked?" Morin exclaimed in astonishment. He glanced at the diminutive horse tethered to a small tree in his grasp. Could it be that Sir Cadogan's finicky steed traversed from the North Tower to here by this very method? Before he could confirm this, he witnessed the scene of Sir Cadogan struggling in the river's rapids, re-emerging amidst the waves of the Soto Blue Canyon, despite having been swept downstream moments ago. How can the downstream of that Soto Blue Canyon appear as the upstream of this painting? Sir Cadogan shouted as he was once again swept from the upper reaches of the canyon to the lower ones. Then an odd spectacle unfolded. Sir Cadogan was repeatedly carried from the upper reaches downstream by the surging waters, which seemed to connect to the upstream of the North Tower painting, only to be swept back from there to the upstream of this painting. Round and round he went, back and forth, leaving Morin utterly helpless. "You cannot possibly drown, can you?" Morin asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. Even the mute within the painting could speak. Sailors who had conquered the seas and were devoured by sharks still managed to survive. He believed that the waters of the canyon would not claim Sir Cadogan. "I will not, but that is reassuring. For now, endure it. I cannot eliminate the black gentian juice. We must wait for it to wear off on its own. I shall head to the North Tower to assess the situation. And how long must I drift like this? That depends on the amount applied. If fortune favors you, perhaps 2 to 3 hours. And if luck is against me, you had best pray for good fortune. With that, Molin swiftly made his way towards the North Tower, hastening through the corridor for over 10 minutes until he arrived at a platform within the tower. This had once been the location of Sir Cadogan's portrait, yet now it bore another painting, unmistakably depicting the Soto Blue Canyon, identical to the one in the 7th floor corridor. "Oh, I see your feet. Why are they pointing skyward?" Molin inquired. "Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle." Sir Cadogan seemed to wish to respond, but he had swallowed a considerable mouthful of water. Bang! Sir Cadogan collided with a protruding rock, launching himself into the air, performing a 720-degree spin before plunging back into the water, sending up a vast splash that made Molin wince in sympathy. Which cursed painter is so deranged as to depict such a massive rock in the middle of the river? "I'm nearly concussed." Sir Cadogan cursed vehemently. The current was too strong for him to control his body, leaving him entirely at the mercy of the flow. Yet, he appeared to have sustained no injury from the rock, his resilient form reassuringly intact. Molin could only watch in sympathy as he felt utterly powerless to assist Sir Cadogan within the painting. However, he remained perplexed by the peculiarities of this place. Why were there two identical paintings of the Soto Blue Canyon? Was it merely to facilitate communication between the North Tower and the 7th floor corridor? As Molin ascended the staircase of the North Tower, he noticed that the arrangement of paintings had changed since his last visit. Upon rounding a corner and glancing up at the wall, he suddenly halted in astonishment. The painting of Paingade. Molin was intimately familiar with this work. Despite being surrounded by a multitude of dazzling artworks, he could effortlessly discern it among them. How did Paingade's painting come to be relocated from the 7th floor corridor to this place? Molin furrowed his brow, perplexed by the peculiar occurrence. Just moments ago, he had seen the painting in the classroom on the 7th floor of the castle, yet upon arriving at the North Tower, he was startled to find another artwork by Paingade. Had the paintings within the castle been duplicated? Curiosity gnawed at him as Sir Cadogan meandered between two identical depictions of the Grand Canyon. Did this mean that Paingade had also been replicated twice? The artwork hung nearly 4 meters above the ground, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary student to reach. Surrounding it were various other portraits, including one depicting a Quidditch match, where countless figures rode broomsticks through the air, alongside a majestic purple dragon and a vividly feathered phoenix, among other magical creatures. Another painting illustrated the Battle of Hogwarts, seemingly commemorating the fierce clash that had transpired 21 years prior. Sir Cadogan's voice echoed from the frame in Morin's hand, as he seemed to have been swept away to the Grand Canyon on the 7th floor. "Ah, little redhead, what brings you here?" And the little girl from the Potter family. "Oh, what a lively scene, our first-year students lining up." "Ah." Sir Cadogan suddenly halted mid-sentence, falling silent. "What happened? Have you been swept away again?" Morin inquired with curiosity. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, Sir Cadogan seemed to have been washed from the Grand Canyon back to this side, and then he whispered, "I saw little redhead, that Potter girl, and several others whose names I cannot recall, and Charles." "What, Professor Charles? Hugo and Lily are with Professor Charles?" Morin exclaimed in surprise, continuing to question. What was Hugo's expression? How could he possibly be with Professor Charles? "I don't know." That little redhead looked quite dazed, unlike his usual self, although he often appears somewhat daft. "Oh, right. Just over there, in the corridor on the 7th floor, I saw them turn a corner. They must be heading towards that classroom." Sir Cadogan spoke in hushed tones, filled with trepidation regarding Professor Charles, his voice mingling with the sound of splashing water, making it difficult for Molin to catch every word. The 7th floor corridor. Molin had developed a reflexive response to this location, and without hesitation, he turned back and ran. He recalled that Hugo was supposed to be participating in the Wizarding Chess Club activities at this time, having dinner there instead of wandering the 7th floor corridor with Professor Charles. Normally, he would return to an hour earlier, but this time he had returned to a day prior, and now Hugo and the others were with Professor Charles. Could it be? Molin quickened his pace, determined to uncover the truth. Chapter 142, Professor Charles. Molin hurried back to the door of the classroom on the 7th floor, fully prepared to confront Professor Charles. However, upon opening the door, he found the classroom utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. "Sir Cadogan, how many people just passed by?" Molin inquired, pulling out the frame to question the wandering Sir Cadogan, who was drifting between the Grand Canyon on the 7th floor and the North Tower. "I don't know, perhaps 6 or 7. I couldn't see clearly." "If you were in my position, you wouldn't have been able to see either," Sir Cadogan replied, his tone reflecting a sense of resignation, occasionally sputtering water in frustration. Molin searched the entire classroom, but found no anomalies. Everything was arranged just as it had been before, without a single deviation, and there were no signs of anyone's entry. The painting by Pei Nguda remained in its original position, confirming that indeed two identical paintings existed, one in this classroom and another in the North Tower, though he could not ascertain which was the original. Sir Cadogan, keep watch here for me. Notify me immediately of any developments. Morin instructed the drifting Sir Cadogan. With a mournful visage, Sir Cadogan expressed his deeper fear of being discovered by Professor Charles and potentially facing dire consequences. Do you truly wish to leave me drifting here indefinitely? I might catch a cold. No, you won't. I might be eaten by a shark. No, you won't. I might go mad. No, you won't. Morin rushed back to the Gryffindor common room, intent on finding Hugo and Lily to confirm their whereabouts. Lily isn't here. She was just with me doing potions homework. And then she suddenly left without a word. I found it odd, said Gemma, who was in the corner of the common room working on her assignment. Her desk sprawled with a book on transfiguration theory. She put down her quill upon hearing Morin's inquiry, her cheeks slightly flushed. Did you see Hugo, Sweet, or Jamie? Morin pressed urgently. Jamie? Oh yes, I did see Jamie leave the common room with Lily just now. As for Hugo and Sweet, I don't know, I didn't see them. Gemma replied. Morin's heart sank. Whether it was Hugo, Lily, or Jamie, they were all among the missing, having inexplicably returned to the present from 24 hours in the past. He pondered who the missing individuals might be. However, since his return to the past exceeded previous boundaries, he sensed that something extraordinary was about to transpire. Thank you for telling me this, Gemma. You're welcome, Morin. Oh, by the way, you performed exceptionally well the other day, Gemma said, her face reddening. Morin, preoccupied with finding his friends, did not catch her words clearly and opened the door to Gryffindor once more, then sprinted toward the library. Sweet was also among those who had previously borne marks, and he needed to ascertain whether Sweet had also gone missing. Typically, Sweet spent this time in the library studying, so a quick visit there would suffice to confirm. Morin dashed up the stairs toward the 5th-floor library, moving swiftly to save time. However, just as he leaped over a step that could vanish at any moment, he suddenly collided into someone. Good evening, Walker. It's dangerous to rush about so hastily. A gentle voice greeted him. Professor Charles. Morin was taken aback, recalling that Sir Cadogan had mentioned seeing Professor Charles heading toward the classroom on the 7th floor. And now he appeared here. His heart raced as he contemplated how to investigate Professor Charles, only to find him standing before him. A most peculiar turn of events. However, Morin quickly regained his composure. My apologies, Professor Charles. I must head to the library, to borrow some books for the essay on the function of Muggle refrigerators you assigned last time. Morin concealed his suspicion, adopting a casual tone. Reading is a commendable pursuit, but do be cautious while walking. Colliding with someone is not advisable. Professor Charles was clad in a brown suit that evening, his usual warm smile replaced by an air of agitation, though he endeavored to mask it, striving to appear unperturbed. Yet, Morin could discern the underlying tension, further solidifying his belief that Professor Charles was up to something amiss. Indeed, Professor, I apologize for bumping into you. I shall exercise greater caution. I will take my leave now. Farewell. This time, Morin did not hasten to depart, but rather descended the staircase at a leisurely pace. Professor Charles kept his gaze fixed upon Morin's retreating figure, and only when she vanished around the corner on the 5th floor did he stride up the stairs with purpose, continuing his ascent. However, Professor Charles had scarcely advanced when Morin re-emerged from the railing on the 5th floor, following him downstairs. Having just visited the 7th floor, her presence here might suggest she had returned to fetch something, which suited Morin's purpose perfectly. A multitude of questions swirled in Morin's mind, yet having found Professor Charles, she resolved to investigate this matter thoroughly. She stealthily ascended the landing of the 6th floor, gazing up to see Professor Charles's feet disappear around the staircase. Morin paused momentarily before bending down to follow. Hey, Morin. Along the way, she encountered two fellow Gryffindors who greeted her. She hastily responded in hushed tones, fearful of drawing Professor Charles's attention. She mused that she ought to carry James's disguise hat with her at all times to avoid being recognized. Then, she overheard Professor Charles seemingly engaged with two students. Yes, Bunny, next week, your second-year students must submit their Muggle party etiquette assignment. I suggest you consult the library for resources. Apologies, but I have pressing matters to attend to. I must cut this short. Professor Charles's tone had taken on an air of urgency. Morin continued her ascent. The two students did not descend. As they were returning to the common room from the 6th floor, a fortunate occurrence that spared her from further pleasantries. Utilizing the cover of the stairwell's banisters, she observed as Professor Charles proceeded down the corridor of the 7th floor. Pausing briefly to gaze at the painting of the Soto Blue Canyon, he did not linger to inspect it closely. The gentle demeanor that had graced Professor Charles's face had vanished. He moved with haste, frequently glancing around, perhaps to ascertain whether anyone was watching him. However, at this hour, few students ventured to the 7th floor, and he remained oblivious to Morin's presence trailing behind. As Morin followed closely, passing by the painting of the Soto Blue Canyon once more, Sir Cadogan spotted her and whispered urgently, "Dear warrior, come quickly and rescue me. That Charles fellow has passed by here twice now. He even glanced at me, and I was quite frightened. I have no time now. Float a while longer." Morin whispered back, tucking Sir Cadogan's frame into her pocket before drawing her wand, remaining ever vigilant. Professor Charles had turned the corner of the 7th floor corridor and was no longer visible. Morin followed suit, crouching behind an armor suit, peering through the gap to catch sight of Professor Charles. He halted before a classroom door, glancing around to ensure no one was passing by. Once satisfied, he retrieved a rolled-up canvas from his pocket, pristine and seemingly newly purchased. With a flick of his wand, he enlarged the canvas until it matched the width of the door. He spread it open, revealing a blank surface devoid of any depiction. What could Professor Charles intend to do with this canvas? Morin watched in confusion, striving to control her breathing. At that moment, perhaps out of sheer boredom, the armor in front of her creaked ominously, startling her, just as Professor Charles turned his head. Chapter 143. The Door in the Painting. The suits of armor lining the castle corridors often moved from time to time to assert their presence, a phenomenon that every student had grown accustomed to. However, at this juncture, any erratic movement was akin to a thunderclap for Morin. She had done her utmost to minimize her profile, and fortunate for her, being merely 11 years old afforded her a small stature, allowing her to hide effectively behind the armor. Thankfully, Professor Charles seemed to understand that this particular suit of armor frequently shifted, and he quickly redirected his gaze, which relieved Morin considerably. With a wave of his wand, Professor Charles affixed the pristine canvas to the doorframe. Then, Morin witnessed a remarkable spectacle. As the blank canvas adhered to the door, ink suddenly blossomed from its center. As if it possessed a consciousness of its own, the ink began to delineate intertwining lines that shifted in color, and in the blink of an eye, a door materialized upon the canvas. Strangely, the door that appeared mirrored the original classroom door precisely, even replicating the fallen plaster around its frame with uncanny accuracy. Had Morin not witnessed this phenomenon firsthand, she would never have believed that a canvas had been adhered here. The door depicted upon it could easily be mistaken for a genuine entrance. Morin felt a sense of familiarity wash over her, suddenly recalling a prior encounter with such an extraordinary canvas. Yes, Peeves. She remembered that not long after commencing her studies, James and Albus had resolved to confront Peeves and had entered a classroom where Peeves had hung a large enchanted canvas to thwart them. That had also been Morin's first venture into the past, had she not foreseen the events and prompted James and Albus to alter their prank plans. They might have suffered greatly at Peeves' hands. The canvas Professor Charles wielded was clearly another that could conjure the surrounding imagery, achieving the illusion of authenticity. What purpose does Professor Charles have for this canvas? Merely to fabricate a false door? Morin fixated on his actions, her eyes wide with anticipation. Fearful of missing any crucial moment, Professor Charles extended his wand once more, tapping the handle of the canvas door and murmuring, "Dolphin, immerse." The handle trembled slightly, and then an odd ripple spread across the canvas as Professor Charles grasped the handle and swung open the door. How could this be? Was the imagery on the magical canvas merely an illusion? Morin was astounded to see Professor Charles step through the door depicted on the canvas, glancing around to ensure no one had noticed him before gently closing the door behind him. Morin sprang to her feet and stealthily approached the classroom. She cautiously placed her hand against the door on the magical canvas. It felt anything but false. The cold touch of the door frame and its uneven patterns indicated it was undoubtedly a real door. Her fingers grazed the barely perceptible edge of the canvas, confirming that she was indeed touching a door conjured by magic rather than a genuine entrance. With deliberate care, Morin turned the handle, pulling it slightly ajar, and leaned in to peek inside, eager to discover how the magical canvas would transform the original classroom. A familiar musty scent wafted toward her. How could it be? Morin's eyes widened in astonishment. It was still the original classroom. Morin was utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, Professor Charles had clearly entered through the door on the magical canvas. So why had he vanished from the classroom before Morin's very eyes? This was not the first instance of someone disappearing in Morin's presence. Previously, when he had accompanied Jamie and Sweet, the two had also vanished directly from the classroom. Although that time, Morin had returned to the past, and the same incident did not recur, it still left him feeling unsettled, unyielding to superstition. Morin stepped into the classroom to scrutinize it closely. The surroundings remained unchanged. The chairs were coated in dust. The blackboard was filled with the foul language typical of Peeves. And the floor's wastebasket contained scraps of parchment, while a painting of Pei-Inga hung on the wall. Morin fell into contemplation, and, at that moment, his gaze landed upon the painting of Pei-Inga, where he beheld an even more astonishing sight. Professor Charles had inexplicably materialized within Pei-Inga's artwork. Morin could hardly believe his eyes. What was happening? Had Professor Charles painted his own portrait? Why was he now in Pei-Inga's painting? Was this Charles the man himself, or merely a painted figure? In the painting, Professor Charles donned a brown suit, identical to his appearance moments ago. He strolled along a street where wizards and muggles coexisted, glancing around, before sidestepping a muggle elder seated on a bench reading a newspaper, and passing a witch selling cherries from a flying broom. He then dashed toward the red house in a neighborhood, disappearing inside. This house was a villa, and Morin recalled distinctly having seen a figure peering at him from its attic during his last visit. The sensation was exceedingly strange. It was as if Professor Charles had become a part of the painting, wandering about like a wizard within its confines. If this was indeed the real Professor Charles, how had he accomplished such a feat? How had he vanished? And how had Jamie and Sweet disappeared back then? Suddenly, Morin recalled his encounter with the door that required 2 successive pulls when he traveled from the underground kitchen to Hogmeade Village. Many doors within the Wizarding World were enchanted with unique methods of entry. For instance, the entrance to the underground kitchen required a scratch on a pair, while the room of requirement necessitated introspection about one's desires to open. Thus, the mechanism for the door before him must be. He promptly exited the classroom, inhaling deeply as he gazed at the faux door. Drawing his wand, he gently tapped the doorknob and recited the incantation spoken by Professor Charles earlier. Dolphin Murta? A ripple emanated from the doorknob, and a distinct aura, unlike the previous one, wafted through the crack of the door. This time, Morin felt he had correctly deciphered the method to unlock it. With a gentle twist of the doorknob, he opened the door, and what greeted him was no longer the musty classroom, but a vast expanse of white mist. Chapter 144, The World Within the Painting. The white mist enveloped everything, and in the distance, he could discern some lush trees. The scene felt hauntingly familiar. Of course, it was a memory. Morin suddenly realized that when Hugo had vanished, upon encountering the mark on his back, he had seemingly glimpsed Hugo's lost memories. When Hugo opened that door, he had entered into a realm of white mist. Not only Hugo, but even Sweet and Jamie's memories were ensnared within this mist, which he had previously assumed led to the forbidden forest outside the castle. It appeared that they had all traversed this door to arrive here. Morin clenched his wand tightly, ever vigilant of his surroundings, fearing that something might leap out at him. Previously, when he had gazed into this mist, it had been through the memories of others. Now, as he ventured into it himself, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Amidst the mist, he faintly discerned towering trees, and after walking for about a minute, the fog began to lift, revealing an exit ahead. As he stepped out of the mist, he was taken aback to find himself on a bustling street. People hurried to and fro, some animated, others stationary, while wizards occasionally soared overhead on their flying brooms. He had entered Pei-Inga's painting. Morin glanced back and discovered he stood before the entrance of a park, lined with trees, from which he had just emerged. Moreover, he noticed an exceedingly peculiar phenomenon. He could clearly see the scene from the classroom on the 7th floor of Hogwarts through a square opening in the sky behind him. This sight was remarkably strange, as though the sky behind him had torn open, revealing the classroom's desks and blackboard within that square void, surrounded by a dense white mist obscuring everything else. Was this truly the place where the subjects of the painting lived? It dawned on him that the figures within the painting perceived the world beyond their canvas in this manner. Morin scrutinized the square aperture. Typically, they observed the contents of the painting from the outside, but now, having stepped into one, it felt exceedingly novel. Coming from a wizarding family, he was accustomed to animated portraits, yet he had never comprehended how those within the painting viewed those outside. Even as a wizard, this was Morin's first encounter with someone being able to enter a painting. He scanned his surroundings and realized that the painted world was not entirely complete. Only the depicted buildings were visible, while vast expanses of white mist concealed many areas not illustrated. However, Pei-Inga's painting was a detailed depiction of a community layout, with houses lining the streets in an orderly fashion. Upon entering, Morin found himself adjusting to the dimensions of the houses, walking among the crowd without feeling out of place. "Big brother, would you like to buy a bunch of color-changing carnations? They're stunning." A little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, approached Morin, her innocent eyes sparkling. She held a large bouquet of carnations that shifted from white to pink, then purple, and finally to a brilliant golden hue, resembling a handful of sunlight, truly breathtaking. "Oh no, thank you, I don't have any money," Morin replied, observing the girl closely. She appeared incredibly lifelike. Even the delicate curve of her eyelashes was clearly visible. Had he not known he had entered a painted world, he might have mistaken her for a real girl. "Then I'll give you this red carnation. Goodbye, big brother." The little girl beamed, handing Morin a vivid red carnation, which swayed gently in the breeze like a flickering flame, as if it were alive. Holding the red carnation, which had transformed into a golden hue in his grasp, Morin felt its realism. He couldn't help but ponder whether he had become one of the figures within the painting, or if the inhabitants of the painting were part of another authentic world altogether. Perhaps the figures within the painting perceive themselves in a manner akin to how we, the observers outside, regard them. Morin mused, contemplating how both wizards and muggles inhabit their respective realms, dismissing the painted inhabitants as mere figments of imagination. Yet, it is conceivable that those within the artwork also reside in their own reality, potentially viewing Morin and his companion's tangible world as a mere illusion. The distinction between truth and falsehood is inherently relative, contingent upon one's perspective. Reluctant to dismiss the little girl's kind gesture, he pocketed the bouquet of carnations, reminding himself that he had not come to the painting for leisure, but rather to seek out Professor Charles and Hugo. He quickly scanned the bustling street and spotted an elderly muggle seated at the curb, perusing a newspaper. Morin hurried toward the old man, pausing momentarily to examine this seemingly immobile muggle. The elderly figure appeared strikingly lifelike, from his grizzled hair to the deep creases etched into his skin. Not to mention his loose-fitting short sleeves, all unmistakable signs of genuine humanity. Morin even reached out to poke the old man's hand, discovering that the skin yielded under pressure before returning to its original form, and notably, it radiated warmth. The only dissimilarity was his utter stillness. He neither moved nor breathed. Yet his eyes remained open, peering through spectacles at the newspaper, which bore the dull headline, "The Industrial Reform's Impact on Capitalism," among other mundane muggle topics that held no interest for Morin. It felt as though he were ensnared by a body-binding curse. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, though in reality, even those under such a curse would still breathe. Whereas this muggle resembled a living statue. Nearby, a witch soared past on a broomstick, a large basket filled with cherries dangling beneath, enthusiastically hawking her wares. Morin circumvented her and dashed toward the red house, where Professor Charles had vanished moments ago. This quaint villa, the very spot where Charles had disappeared, was also where Morin had previously encountered the voyeuristic figure from the painting while assessing it in the castle's attic. Climbing the front steps did not seem prudent. Morin pondered, realizing that should he encounter Professor Charles, he might not even have the chance to flee. He needed to blend into the house and bide his time. At that moment, a man leisurely strolling by with a large slug in tow caught Morin's attention. "Excuse me, is this house the residence of the Hoyles?" he inquired. "Oh, you mean this house? Indeed, it belongs to the Hoyles. Where are you from? You don't seem to belong to our neighborhood." The slug-walking man replied with an air of casual curiosity, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of a stranger, perhaps accustomed to the frequent visits of fellow painted denizens. "I hail from elsewhere, merely passing through, seeking the Hoyles," Morin noted, relieved to find that the inhabitants of the painting appeared unable to discern his true nature, which eased his anxiety considerably. "Best not to provoke that Hoyle fellow. His temper isn't the best. He rarely engages with us, and seems quite out of place," the wizard warned. "Thank you for the caution. I shall be mindful," Morin replied. Once the slug-toting wizard had departed, he circled to the rear of the house, scrutinizing its structure. Unlike the vibrant gardens of neighboring homes, the Hoyle garden was overrun with weeds, seemingly neglected for quite some time. Professor Charles had indeed entered this very house. Chapter 145, The Red House. Morin cautiously opened the garden gate and stealthily followed the weed-choked path toward the back door, where the grass reached his knees, swaying gently in the breeze and rustling softly. He no longer regarded this place as a mere falsehood. Each step resonated with sound, demanding his utmost caution. The back door was locked. Morin tugged at it twice, finding it unyielding. He pointed his wand and whispered, "Alohomora." Click! To his surprise, the door creaked open, revealing the peculiar reality that his magic indeed worked within the painting. How strange. He gently pushed the door ajar, stepping into a dimly lit room, where the curtains were drawn tight and an odd scent lingered in the air, indescribable yet palpable. Passing through the back door, he entered the kitchen, where a coffee pot bubbled on the stove, steam rising as if someone had just brewed a fresh pot. Did the inhabitants of the painting lead such vivid lives? They could brew coffee? Morin mused, traversing the kitchen to the staircase, which was crafted from polished wood and painted a vibrant red, gleaming and spotless. Directly opposite the stairs lay a grand hall, elegantly adorned and imbued with ample light, in stark contrast to the dim kitchen. Soft white sofas were arranged beside the windows, bathed in sunlight, evoking a sense of languid comfort. Numerous easels dotted the room, each draped in a layer of cloth, obscuring the paintings beneath. In the center stood a round table, upon which lay a piece of parchment, and seated at the table was a figure. "Good afternoon, Walker," individual addressed him. Morin jumped slightly, raising his wand instinctively. "It's evening now, Professor," he replied nervously. Seated at the table was none other than the refined Professor Charles. With a slight smile, Professor Charles remarked, "You have entered the world of the painting. This scene is set at noon, hence it is indeed midday." He regarded Morin with keen interest before snapping his fingers. Suddenly, Morin heard a sound behind him, and he turned sharply, fearing an attack. Just as he was about to cast a spell, he saw the coffee pot from the kitchen gliding around him toward Professor Charles. "Would you care for some coffee?" Professor Charles asked, as two white porcelain cups appeared on the table, each adorned with a hand motif. "I do enjoy these cups. Drinking coffee from them is a pleasure. Would you like to give it a try?" Morin redirected his wand toward Professor Charles, asking, "Can the coffee in the painting be consumed as well?" "You still do not grasp it, Walker," Professor Charles said, watching as the coffee pot filled the cups. From some unseen source, the hand motif pinched 2 sugar cubes and a packet of cream, tossing them into the coffee, while a spoon stirred the mixture gently. He seemed quite pleased with his brew, taking a moment to blow on the cup before sipping and declaring, "In the world of the painting, that which resides within it is real to you. You must remember this." "I do not understand," Morin thought frantically, contemplating his next move. The appearance of Professor Charles here did not surprise him. He had suspected as much from the beginning. However, he could not fathom why Professor Charles would enter the painting, nor what scheme he might be concocting. "Ah, of course, you do not understand." Professor Charles set down his cup and fixed his gaze on Morin. "It is not just you who does not understand. Even I am at a loss." "What do you not understand?" Morin asked warily, scanning the surroundings. "What if you go, Lily? And Sweet? There's no need to rush. Why not begin by sharing a bit about yourself?" Professor Walker Charles's smile still exuded warmth akin to a spring breeze. Yet in Morin's eyes, that smile had taken on a different flavor. "I have nothing of significance to say. You are already aware of how poorly I fared in Muggle studies." Morin felt a sense of trepidation. If it came to a confrontation, he knew he would not stand a chance against Professor Charles. However, the professor did not make an immediate move against him, clearly having numerous inquiries of his own to pose to Morin, who needed to clarify the entire situation. "Indeed, my lackluster performance in Muggle studies is one matter. But what I am more curious about is why you alone seem unaffected." Professor Charles inquired. "Unaffected by what?" Morin frowned. "Time, Morin Walker, time. Everyone must obediently adhere to the laws of time, except for you, who remains untouched by its influence. On several occasions, you nearly thwarted my plans." "Unaffected by time?" "Yes. Indeed, I utilized the time turner to return to the past, yet you're the only one aware of what is to come. I cannot comprehend why this is so, Walker. How do you know who will go missing?" Professor Charles regarded Morin without haste, recognizing that in this scenario, Morin was not his equal. "So, it is indeed true that you pilfered the time turner from the Department of Mysteries?" Morin's suspicions were confirmed. He did not possess the ability to control time, but was instead immune to the effects of the time turner, which explained how he could foresee impending events. Regrettably, even Morin was unaware of why he remained unaffected by the time turner. "You are quite astute, Walker. The individuals of the Ministry of Magic are still oblivious to the whereabouts of the time turner. You alone are in possession of that knowledge." Professor Charles lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze fixed on the parchment before him. "You have continually appeared where you should not be. Were it not for this parchment, I might not have salvaged my plans in time." Morin's attention shifted to the parchment, and he was momentarily taken aback. It was a Marauder's map that James held. "You also stole the Marauder's map?" Morin exclaimed in astonishment. At one point, someone had infiltrated the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, and James lost many items, including the Marauder's map. Initially, they suspected a student, but Morin now realized that a professor had orchestrated it. The theft of other magical items was merely a ruse to conceal his true objective, the Marauder's map. "The Marauder's map? You refer to this parchment?" Professor Charles traced his finger across the parchment, stating, "It is indeed a remarkable item. You have a penchant for wandering about the castle without regard for rules, which is unbecoming of a good student." "I have never considered myself a good student," Morin replied. Finally, Morin understood why he could never accurately grasp the crux of the clues. Often, upon returning to the past, events that were supposed to transpire did not unfold as anticipated. It became clear that Professor Charles possessed this map and was fully aware of Morin's movements. But how did you manage to stealthily infiltrate our Gryffindor dormitory? The fat lady mentioned that no one else entered the Gryffindor common room. Had you blended in, she surely would have noticed, Morin questioned. You are correct. It is indeed challenging for a professor to stroll into a student common room without being detected. Professor Charles chuckled. The fat lady, created by Godric Gryffindor, is diligent in her duties. Gaining entry to the Gryffindor common room is no simple task, but I found a way. Trust me, I understand better than anyone what the figures in the portraits are thinking. Morin suddenly had a revelation. Hoyle. The fat lady had developed an affection for a handsome figure in a portrait who later abandoned her, leading her to take out her frustrations on the Gryffindor boys by altering the password to "Men have no heart." That scoundrel was Hoyle. To distract the fat lady, one merely needed to have Hoyle take her for a stroll. Given Professor Charles's capabilities, he undoubtedly had a means to access the unguarded door and seize James's Marauder's map. But I had thought Hoyle was. Morin felt a surge of surprise. It dawned on him that he had been mistaken all along, believing Hoyle intended to inform him of Professor Charles's schemes. Oh, it seems you have indeed conducted thorough research into this matter, knowing even the name Hoyle. Professor Charles acknowledged with a nod. Though your grasp of Muggle knowledge is abysmal, in terms of wizardry, you are the finest student I have encountered. Your magical prowess is impeccable. Morin felt no joy at receiving such high praise from Professor Charles. Hoyle is in league with you? Morin tightened his grip on his wand. Hoyle is depicted as a good character in The Wizards Tomorrow, yet in this context, he was an accomplice. His association with the fat lady was merely a means to assist Professor Charles in stealing the Marauder's map. Morin glanced around the room. This house was the residence of the portrait's Hoyle, while Professor Charles sat leisurely drinking coffee, which spoke volumes. That plump woman is so unattractive and lacks taste. Had it not been for this map, would I deign to associate with her? The naive fat lady. A languid voice floated down from the staircase, and Morin turned to see Hoyle, with his golden hair, leaning against the wall, arms crossed, appearing utterly relaxed. I should have suspected it was you aiding him in the theft of the Marauder's map, Morin said, eyeing Hoyle warily. I merely reclaimed what rightfully belongs to me. This is not theft, Walker, Professor Charles interjected. This does not belong to you. It belongs to James. Morin insisted. This is not the property of that Potter boy. Perhaps it is a map of Hogwarts crafted by some wizard, but have you considered why this particular parchment alone can produce the Marauder's map while others cannot? Do you understand the significance of this parchment, Walker? Professor Charles spoke softly. Morin recalled James mentioning that the Marauder's map is irreplaceable due to the difficulty of obtaining the parchment's material. However, that parchment cannot possibly be yours. I have heard that the Marauder's map was created by James's grandfather, and you are much younger than them, Morin stated. You are quite astute. Professor Charles gently caressed the edge of the Marauder's map, as if admiring a rare treasure. You have made me realize that I am not as young as I once was. Once more, Professor Charles erupted into laughter, his smile taking on an eerily sinister quality that sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 146, The Truth of Time. What does this mean? Morin disliked Professor Charles's smile. It was starkly different from the one he was accustomed to. While the usual smile of Professor Charles felt like a warm embrace, the one before him now carried a chilling undertone. This is inconsequential. Walker, why not first answer my question? Professor Charles twirled his teacup and inquired, why are you the only one unaffected by the time turner? Morin remained silent, fixated on Professor Charles, who wielded the time turner, thus possessing greater control over the situation. Although Morin was unaffected by the time turner, he found it challenging to contend with Professor Charles and needed to devise a strategy. However, Professor Charles was oblivious to Morin's thoughts and began to speak at length. The matter was exceedingly peculiar, and initially, I paid it little heed. Shortly after your term commenced, I fortuitously overheard the Potter brothers discussing their intent to confront Peeves, brandishing a map crafted from my parchment, which incited my ire. That was my possession, now reduced to a child's plaything. Professor Charles sneered, stating, I needed to reclaim what was rightfully mine, yet at that moment, I could not intervene directly. Thus, I hastily informed Peeves of your plans and instructed him to ensure he acquired that parchment at all costs. Only after I was certain Peeves had tormented you sufficiently did I utilize the time turner to return an hour prior, seeking out Moresby from Hufflepuff to take action. Professor Charles spoke with deliberate calmness, as if many of his questions remained unresolved. Morin refrained from interrupting him, for he too sought the truth, yet he maintained his vigilance, his wand ready, as he cautiously maneuvered to a safer position. Professor Charles continued, however, upon resolving the situation with Moresby and hastening to that classroom to reclaim my parchment, I discovered that you had actually subdued Peeves, which left me perplexed. According to the normal timeline, Peeves should have thoroughly tormented you first. Realization dawned upon Morin. It became clear why James and Albus had anticipated Peeves' arrival, as he had conjured illusions with his magic canvas to retaliate against them. They had wondered why Peeves seemed to know their intentions in advance. Regrettably for Professor Charles, a flaw in his plan lay with Morin. Despite Peeves being forewarned and prepared, Morin, unaffected by the temporal shifts, had adjusted his strategy accordingly. I cannot comprehend how this misstep occurred, thinking perhaps it was my inadvertent alteration of time that had disrupted certain events, resulting in a reversal of roles where those who were once subdued by Peeves had now subdued him instead. Such is the nature of time magic. Sometimes, even the slightest change can yield profound consequences for the future. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere coincidence. Professor Charles scrutinized Morin later when I targeted Jamie from Gryffindor. You coincidentally followed me to that classroom, which startled me. I found it curious. Did you know something? Alas, I dismissed you as just another foolish first-year student. However, while I confronted Lily Potter and Sweetcliff, you again appeared in the 7th floor corridor, and I finally recognized something was amiss. Professor Charles gazed at Morin with an increasingly fervent intensity. I realized something crucial. Indeed, you are immune to the effects of the Time Turner. How extraordinary! I have never encountered anyone unaffected by its influence. Even those who wield the Time Turner perceive a duplicate of themselves. Yet you, without employing the device, possess foreknowledge of impending events. Professor Charles regarded Morin with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. Walker, you have piqued my curiosity immensely. I had long contemplated taking action against you, because you are unlike anyone else. After much deliberation, I resolved to capture you during your Christmas holiday. I know how to circumvent the enchantments on the train. That posed no challenge for me. Regrettably, my decision during Christmas proved to be a miscalculation. He failed to seize Morin. Instead, Morin incinerated the Hogwarts Express, creating quite the uproar. The flames he conjured were beyond even Professor Charles's control. So it was not Bach who attacked me on the train during the Christmas holiday, but you? Morin inquired. Indeed, but not entirely. That is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in my unexpected discovery of another fact. I activated the Time Turner long after you departed the school on the train, yet this time, it seemed you were entirely unaware. Professor Charles's tone had shifted to one of excitement. He appeared less concerned with capturing Morin than with validating his hypothesis. Morin was taken aback. Professor Charles had indeed employed the Time Turner. He had not realized it during their train journey. Professor Charles erupted in laughter. I have discerned a vital truth. You are not swayed by time, but you are constrained by space. As long as you maintain a sufficient distance from the Time Turner, even if I return to the past, you will remain as oblivious as everyone else concerning subsequent events. Why must you wait until using the Time Turner before you confront me? Morin asked, scanning his surroundings warily. I recall that those who use the Time Turner create two identical selves. So where is the other version of you? Why do not both appear simultaneously? A single individual utilizing a Time Turner to travel into the past would result in the presence of two identical selves. Typically, these duplicates could act independently, cast spells, and perceive one another. Professor Charles had just returned to 24 hours prior, implying there should be two of him present. With a profound significance, Professor Charles remarked, I am unlike others. My use of the Time Turner transcends mere temporal reversion, Walker. For me, the Time Turner does not yield two versions of myself, which, in a sense, parallels your own experience. Morin's heart fluttered. Is this why? Do you possess a similar ability to mine? Certainly not. Do you not comprehend? Professor Charles's gaze bore into Morin with the predatory intensity of a wolf eyeing its prey. Walker, I lack the capabilities you possess, which is precisely why you intrigue me. For rather than siphoning away others' time, I am far more interested in how to seize yours. Seize my time? Morin furrowed his brow. Chapter 147, The Truth of Time. The sunlight lazily streamed through the window, the street outside bustling with vibrant figures exchanging greetings, painting a harmonious picture. Yet, within that small dwelling, the atmosphere felt remarkably oppressive. Do you understand the essence of prophecy, Walker? Do you grasp what constitutes a prophecy? Professor Charles did not immediately respond to Morin's inquiry. A sickly flush appeared on his face, contorting it grotesquely. The essence of prophecy? Morin was bewildered as to why Professor Charles would suddenly broach the subject of prophecy. The last time, Professor Trelawney had delivered an ambiguous prediction before him, yet he remained clueless about its significance. Professor Charles clicked his tongue. Prophecy is the magical foresight of future events. Possessing a time turner allows one to freely traverse the past. In a sense, it is to wield true prophetic power. For when you know what is to come, you can alter the course of the future. Professor Charles fixed his gaze upon Molin. Everyone else is subject to time's influence. Subject to change, yet you, uniquely, are exempt. You are akin to a being whose fate remains inscrutable. Prophecies and the magic of time fail to have any effect upon you. Upon perusing the list I pilfered from the Bureau of Mysteries, I discerned a curious fact. There exists no record of your birth prophecy. It appears to have been inscribed manually. Indeed, I have come to comprehend this revelation. No one can prophesy concerning you, for such magic is rendered futile in your presence. You harbor within you something that I have long yearned for. Upon hearing this, Molin was equally astonished. Recalling the words imparted to him by his grandfather, that the Bureau of Mysteries neglected to record his name at the time of his birth, a detail his grandfather had subsequently rectified. Thus, the reason for my hazy interpretations of the celestial charts becomes clear. Molin pondered deeply. The heavens predict the future based on planetary positions. If he cannot be prophesied, then the celestial charts must indeed appear chaotic to him, as he disrupts the efficacy of the planetary prophetic magic. Professor Charles's gaze intensified, smoldering with fervor. Consider this. If I were to acquire your abilities, I would wield dominion over all. I possess a time converter. Any impending event will be revealed to me, and others cannot prophesy my subsequent actions. No one can hinder me, which is why I have awaited your arrival, Walker, to seize your time. Professor Charles appeared remarkably agitated, knocking over a cup of coffee from the table, spilling it across the surface. Yet he remained oblivious, his eyes fixed intently upon Molin. Molin took a step back, forcing himself to regain composure, and replied, "You may find yourself disappointed. If I am unaffected by the time converter, and you are so close to me now, how do you intend to seize my time?" Though he remained unclear about the implications of Professor Charles's intention to steal time, he sensed that it could not be a pleasant experience. However, the professor had yet to make a move against him, indicating he was wary of something. Professor Charles wore a peculiar smile. "Have you forgotten what I just said? Walker, you have entered the world of the painting. Everything within it is real to you, and the space in the painting is authentic as well. The rules of the painting differ from those of the outside world. I know how to control the spatial magic within the painting, yet you do not. Therefore, I have already devised a method to deal with you." A wand appeared in Professor Charles's hand, pointing menacingly at Molin. "Now, I wish to uncover the secret that resides within you. Walker, do share what you know. I'm not inclined to blindly snatch your time, for last time, you bore that peculiar flame. What if any risks could lead to my own destruction? I must first clarify this. I have divulged what you wish to know, and now it is your turn to be forthright, which may spare you some suffering." Molin had already communicated his intentions through action. An inferno erupted. His wand emitted a crimson radiance, and roaring flames surged forth towards Professor Charles. Simultaneously, he reached into his pocket. The only means to confront Professor Charles was the dragon's fiery cold remedy bestowed upon him by Enoch. If his flames had previously rendered Professor Charles powerless, they could do so again. However, his hand grasped only emptiness. The dragon's remedy was inexplicably absent from his pocket. How could this be? Molin was taken aback, recalling that he had always kept the vial of potion close, never letting it out of his sight. Yet all he found was his sleeping companion, Doy. "Looking for this, Walker?" Professor Charles merely waved his wand, and the flames conjured by Molin vanished completely. In their place, a golden carnation appeared in his hand, its petals unfurling to reveal the vial of the dragon's remedy nestled within. That little girl. Morin's heart sank. He had placed the carnation in his pocket earlier. Who could have anticipated that this was Professor Charles's magic, stealthily seizing his dragon remedy? Indeed, every inhabitant of this painting is untrustworthy to you, Walker. That little girl was arranged by me. I attacked you twice at different moments on the train. I was well aware of how you wield that flame. Did you think I would allow you to wander about with that restless flame on my territory?" Professor Charles narrowed his eyes, the coldness in his gaze starkly contrasting with the gentle professor of yore. Subsequently, the vial of dragon remedy shattered, disintegrating into ash. "Must I take matters into my own hands? How regrettable. I had thought you would be more cooperative." Professor Charles's wand shot forth a beam of blue light toward Molin. Molin immediately crouched down, the spell narrowly grazing his hairline. In that instant, his wand emitted a beam of white light. "All petrify. Futile, Walker. Your magic is ineffective against me. You are merely a first-year novice." Professor Charles effortlessly countered Morin's petrification spell. "Frostbite. A gray radiance transformed into a tempest of snowflakes, enveloping Molin. Just as he prepared to evade once more, 2 hands of solid ice emerged from the floor, ensnaring his feet and rendering him immobile. Damn it! Molin was caught off guard. This time, he had not even managed to conjure flames before the blizzard loomed before him. Yet at that moment, a thunderous sound erupted. An explosion resounded from the front door of the house, shattering it to pieces. A figure strode through the entrance, a blue light shielding Morin's view and blocking the oncoming storm. Unforgivable. A solemn, deep voice echoed. How could it be? Molin stared in disbelief at the unexpected savior. Chapter 148. An Unexpected Rescuer. Professor Charles. Molin regarded the figure before him with uncertainty, glancing at the other Charles standing by the table. Astonishingly, there were now 2 identical Professor Charleses in the room. Molin, you should not have ventured into this place. The newly arrived Professor Charles strode purposefully to Morin's side, shielding him protectively, his expression unusually grave. Molin eyed him with caution. And who are you? I am the real one. Prove it. Now. Molin? The professor turned his head, querying, do you think this is a good moment to validate my identity? However, Molin took a step back, remaining vigilant. I do not trust those within this painting. He had to be cautious. In this painted realm, 2 Professor Charleses had emerged, one intent on stealing his time, while this one, despite appearing to protect him, could potentially be a ruse devised by the other to lower his guard and extract his secrets. Without the dragon remedy, Molin could not afford to trust anyone. Indeed, you should not trust me. No one within this painting is to be trusted. The professor before him nodded solemnly. You must leave this place quickly. Once I deal with this imposter, I will find a way to escort you out. Deal with me? Huh, Charles. What gives you the audacity to believe you can handle me alone? The Charles standing by the table interjected. Why not reveal your true self? Is it amusing to roam the castle in my guise? Hoyle, or should I address you as? Before Molin stood Professor Charles, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Pain-gade? Indeed, Molin's suspicions were confirmed upon arriving at the painting and hearing the peculiar words of the other party. Coupled with his sighting of Hoyle, he had begun to suspect the identity of this Charles. However, as Pain-gade was a figure from centuries past, he had refrained from drawing any firm conclusions. I should have anticipated this, Molin remarked, but he shouldn't be alive. Shouldn't he have perished long ago? TSK. Many believe I have died. Suddenly, standing by the table, Professor Charles began to distort and flicker, a radiant glow enveloping him, swiftly transforming into a middle-aged man with silver hair, his brow deeply furrowed and features sharply defined. This was indeed the disguised Professor Charles. How did you uncover my ruse? Charles, I believe my concealment was impeccable. Pain-gade's laughter was cold, the muscles of his face twisting with malice. This is your own folly. To spy on my students in my presence. Pain-gade, this is a school. Do you truly believe you can conduct your machinations without others noticing? The genuine Professor Charles calmly addressed Pain-gade. In that moment, Molin understood that he had misjudged Professor Charles. The Charles that Sir Cadogan had encountered was but a guise of Pain-gade. It made sense why Sir Cadogan had mentioned that the Charles he confronted bore the blood of a figure from the painting, the very pigment of the artwork. For the Charles masquerading was indeed the being depicted within the canvas. Yes, indeed, Pain-gade nodded approvingly, aside from myself. You possess the most profound understanding of painting within this institution. What is the meaning of this? Pain-gade has been dead for centuries, has he not? Montauk-Lin inquired. Pain-gade's gaze transcended Professor Charles's shoulder, fixing upon Molin with a hearty laugh. You are ever eager to remind me of my advancing years, Walker. But it matters not. I can siphon your time and continue to exist. He is not dead, Molin. He is sustained by a vile magic within the confines of the painting. Do you recall how I introduced his work to you? Professor Charles intoned somberly. The muggles he painted do not move. He yearned for harmony between muggles and wizards. Molin furrowed his brow. Those are not merely painted muggles, Molin. Professor Charles's voice brimmed with indignation. They are true muggles. What do you mean? He has imprisoned muggles within his painting using magic, just as we find ourselves now. And then he slaughtered them, using their very essence to attain immortality. Professor Charles's tone was laced with barely concealed fury. It is said that his art expresses the theme of muggle-wizard coexistence. This is merely a facade, a ruse to divert suspicion from himself regarding the missing muggles. Those immobile figures outside, are they real muggles? Montauk-Lin guspit. Pain-gade clapped lightly in praise. Excellent deduction. Charles, how did you uncover it? No one has ever discovered my secret. You are the first in centuries. Just now, you should not have allowed me to enter this painting, Pain-gade. The muggles outside have been ensnared by strange magic. Their bodies remain uncorrupted. Yet their lives have merged with this painting, utilized by you, coursing through your very being, Professor Charles asserted. Had you known of my scholarly pursuits in painting, you would understand that I could discern all of this. Professor Charles's words left Molin utterly astounded. The application of magic was indeed astonishing. Payne regarded Professor Charles with unexpected intrigue. Indeed, I underestimated you. Allowing you entry may have been a miscalculation. Payne continued to smirk, his laughter piercing, but perhaps it was not a mistake. I have languished within this painting for so long, biding my time. Do you believe you can thwart me? Charles, merely you? I may not succeed, but I have sealed every painting in the castle with dragon bile. Payne You have no opportunity to escape the canvas, Professor Charles declared. Payne remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this turn of events, nodding in approval. Using dragon bile against me, Charles. You are the most gifted painter I have ever encountered. Yet this is insufficient. I foresaw all of this, possessing a time turner and understanding how to navigate it. As Payne paced the room, Molin recalled the paintings he had seen in the North Tower. His heart sinking as he comprehended that Payne likely knew Professor Charles would employ dragon bile, thus relocating some of the paintings to the North Tower. Professor Charles may have overlooked those in the North Tower. I hold you in high regard, Charles. Why not pledge your loyalty to me? I shall show you what true artistry entails. Art birthed from the brush lacks genuine life. Only art born of life can flourish with vibrancy. Charles, we are both artists. Why do you fail to grasp this truth? Payne stated. Indeed, those at the pinnacle of artistry are often a touch mad, harboring peculiarities to varying degrees. Montag Lin Musit. I am an artist, yet I will not paint with the lives of muggles. Payne You repulse me, Professor Charles retorted with disdain. Molin was taken aback to witness such contempt upon Professor Charles's face. He had always been gentle and never resorted to reproach. How did you escape the painting? Professor Charles inquired once more. What? After pursuing me for so long, you remain perplexed about this matter? Payne taunted, glancing at both Professor Charles and Molin. The time turner, Molin interjected, recalling Payne's incessant references to stealing time. He began to piece together the truth. There was only one possibility. The 7 missing students must have been ensnared by some spell wrought by the time turner, oblivious to where they had vanished for an hour. He surmised that they were not suffering from amnesia, but rather had that hour of their lives stolen, granting this fiend a momentary escape from the painting. When Molin glimpsed the marks upon Hugo and the others, attempting to probe their memories, their recollections always ceased abruptly within a veil of mist. He had previously believed they were memory wiped, but in truth, they had been inexplicably deprived of an hour of their very existence. Chapter 149, The Cautious Artist. 7 missing students? What does that signify? Professor Charles expressed his confusion. There are 7 individuals unaccounted for? I had thought it was merely poke. Just one person? Charles, you are outdone by your own students. Walker is aware of the time turner, and yet you remain oblivious and have made it this far? Payne mocked. After a pause, Payne seemed to commend himself, stating, I am quite prudent, Walker. To avoid attracting attention, I swiftly select a suitable student, ensuring they do not remain missing for long, lest it arouse the professor's suspicion. I have executed this with such finesse that no one suspects my actions towards the students. I am meticulous enough to deceive every professor in the school, yet I could not outwit you. Walker, you truly astonish and delight me. Payne has managed to execute his sinister plot and remain undetected until now due to his extreme caution. In his former existence in the real world, he cultivated an illusion of being a benevolent wizard advocating for the coexistence of muggles and wizards. After his demise, the world remained oblivious to the cruel deeds he had inflicted upon muggles, instead extolling his virtues and disseminating his artwork, immortalizing him in literature. When he dealt with students at the school, he ensured that they would only vanish for a night or a day. Such brief absences would hardly raise eyebrows in a wizarding institution where rule-breaking was commonplace. After all, students learning magic are seldom docile. It is entirely normal for them to sneak out of school or find themselves under the influence of a stunning spell or a sleep charm, lying unconscious in a broom closet for a day. Professors would hardly suspect anything amiss if a first-year student went missing for a mere day. The wizarding world operates under a different set of norms than that of muggles. But you are still not cautious enough, Payne. Morn exclaimed in frustration. You allowed Bach to be missing for too long, drawing everyone's attention. Why did you keep him captive for so long? Bach is not like the other first-year students. He is a 6th-year student and, upon his return, retained some memories. I had no choice but to bring him back, Painguard replied. Morin recalled the markings in his notebook. Realizing why Bach had drawn an eye and a quill, it was a sign that he remembered certain things. Painguard's eyes gleamed with fervor, but Bach is secondary. My true target is you, Morin Walker. As long as you present yourself before me, it matters not if others learn that I still live. I have sustained myself within my paintings through the lives of muggles. Yet there comes a time when those lives are entirely consumed, and with their end, so too shall mine. For centuries, I have sought ways to ensnare muggles into my artwork, forcing them to perish in my stead. However, the act of leaving the canvas demands considerable life force, a short-term solution for me. You are killing muggles? Morin furrowed his brow, astonished at the audacity of preying upon those who lack magical understanding. You truly possess remarkable abilities. Such malevolent magic was unheard of in his experience. The souls of wizards are imbued with magic. Should any wizard become a ghost and expose my secrets, my paintings scattered across the world would be in jeopardy, Painguard sneered, his facial muscles twitching. I will not lay a hand on wizards, not even on a mute one. I must exercise caution, Walker. He reflected on his prolonged existence over the centuries, a flicker of loathing appearing in his gaze. Clearly, he had achieved immortality by robbing muggles of their lives. Yet it had also trapped him within the confines of his painting. This was not the immortality he desired. I yearn for a time turner, yet I have never had the opportunity to procure one, as I cannot venture into the Department of Mysteries myself. Moreover, for over 20 years, that Potter has destroyed every time turner in his quest to vanquish Voldemort. Painguard's voice dripped with anger as he continued, until I encountered that a wizard of limited intellect, yet remarkable artistic talent. He overheard from the Minister of Mysteries, Mischief, that the Ministry still possessed a surviving time turner, which he planned to steal for profit. I saw an opportunity, encouraging him and guiding him along the way. Indeed, without my assistance, how could he ever hope to infiltrate the Department of Mysteries? A mere dream. Morin could likely surmise the events that would follow. Pre must have brought Painguard's painting to the Department of Mysteries, with a centuries-old wizard instructing him on how to contend with the horrors of the Ministry. Given Painguard's capabilities, achieving this was not difficult. Once successful, Pre would be discarded by Painguard, who would escape with the time turner. I finally obtained the time turner of my dreams. Yet my self-invented immortality spell still requires 6 sacrifices. I must find wizards endowed with artistic talent. Where are wizards most plentiful? Indeed, Hogwarts. Here, I shall surely find suitable offerings for my rebirth magic. I destroyed the painting pre-possessed and arrived at Hogwarts. This was not difficult for me, as my masterpieces adorn its walls. In the blink of an eye, I could arrive here. Though working within the school was no easy task, I finally gathered 6 individuals born under a double moon. Painguard cackled maliciously, arms outstretched as if embracing victory. But Professor Charles had already seized the opportunity. Thunderstorm strike. Professor Charles had been waiting, knowing he could not contend with a wizard who had lived for centuries. He had to strike first. His wand unleashed a blue arc of electricity towards Painguard, the arc spiraling and emitting a sharp shriek as it conjured a tempest of thunder and wind, almost directly striking Painguard. Not only Professor Charles, but Morin also unleashed a fire spell at Painguard simultaneously, a line of flames whistling from above Professor Charles' shoulder. Racing towards Painguard, both men shared the same thought. To confront Painguard, one must catch him off guard. In such moments, principles held little weight. The mere existence of Painguard from centuries past was a violation of principle in itself. Yet the spells passed through Painguard's corporeal form as if he were impervious. How can this be? Both Charles and Morin gasped in astonishment. You two are far too hasty, not waiting to witness the 6 sacrifices for my rebirth. Painguard appeared utterly unfazed. Neither Charles nor Morin's spells had harmed him in the slightest. You shall appreciate my masterpiece. Indeed, these 6 sacrifices are all endowed with artistic talent, albeit their gifts have never been properly cultivated, a dreadful waste. Painguard snapped his fingers, and the 6 easels standing in the room quivered slightly, their coverings fluttering away to reveal the artwork upon them. Morin and Professor Charles were momentarily taken aback, finding it utterly incredible. Upon the canvases stood Hugo Lilly, and 4 others. You two are fortunate. I permit you to witness my rebirth with your own eyes, the great magic I have created, a powerful spell, Dark Awakening. Painguard's laughter reverberated throughout the house. A bolt of lightning struck down from the overcast sky outside, shrouding the world in darkness. Chapter 150. The Source of the Horcruxes. Dark Awakening. Morin was astonished, realizing that Professor Trelawney's previous mention of the prophecy regarding Dark Awakening referred to this. Yet what astonished Morin even more were the 6 paintings. Hugo, Lily, Jamie, Mosby, Delia, and Bach, trapped within the canvases, each devoid of sensation, yet standing at the center of the canvas, their backs leaning against a paintbrush, its tip resting beneath their feet, where a closed eye lay. They stood atop the eye. Pain guard, you have imprisoned 6 students within the painting? Professor Charles exclaimed in outrage. Paint within paint, Charles, this is my masterpiece, an alternate realm I have crafted for them. Should you pledge your allegiance to me, I shall teach you how to create art imbued with life. Art birthed from life is the greatest of all. Paingate appears to be in no rush to take action. His desire for Professor Charles's allegiance has lingered on. To sustain my magic, I must absorb the enchantments from other artworks, continuously shifting those paintings without attracting anyone's attention within the castle, except for you, who noticed my endeavors. You assisted in restoring those pieces, and I discern your profound passion for painting. Individuals like you are precisely what I require. Paingate harbors great admiration for Professor Charles. Yet the professor merely regards him with a chilling stare. This is not the art I pursue. Paingate, you repulse me, he declares, his angular visage betraying an unmistakable pride, an air of unyielding defiance. I shall thwart your intentions. Again, Professor Charles casts a spell, but it merely passes through Paingate's form. Paingate dismissively shakes his head. You cannot impede me. No one can. I am the greatest wizard in existence, the most enduring, with experience surpassing all, and I know how to halt everything. One day, my name will command reverence. I am afraid you are unworthy. Morin's mind raced with strategies to contend with Paingate, his current words aimed solely at diverting Paingate's attention, preventing him from prematurely invoking the so-called Dark Awakening. When Voldemort and Grindelwald stirred the wizarding world, they shared your tasteless ambitions. Regrettably, their fates were grim. And yours shall not differ, Morin asserted. Voldemort? Huh, that arrogant fool dares to be compared to me? Paingate scoffed. You have never grasped the truth, have you? Walker, do you know why Voldemort is so difficult to vanquish? Are you aware of where he acquired his Horcrux magic? Do you know who first proposed the soul-splitting spell? Paingate grinned maliciously, as lightning relentlessly rent the sky outside, thunder rolling ominously. The curtains within the room fluttered, and through the window, Morin observed passers-by on the street continuing their routine, seemingly oblivious to the events transpiring within the room. The theory of Horcruxes was my proposition, Walker, Paingate coldly stated. A brief silence enveloped the air. Your theory of Horcruxes? This revelation astonished Morin. Voldemort's self-preserving magic was indeed conceived by Paingate. How formidable could Paingate be to devise such a dreadful spell? I was born centuries before Voldemort. Much of the dark magic he learned originated from me. However, the method of achieving immortality through Horcruxes is flawed, leading to fragmentation and immense suffering. I have not utilized it. Instead, I have employed a far more effective means to traverse the world. I remain alive, while he perished by his own hand. Paingate spoke of Voldemort with a dismissive air. Indeed, it was not the renowned Harry Potter who defeated him, but rather Voldemort who annihilated his own soul. One cannot deny Voldemort's cunning and exceptional talent, but his hubris blinded him. He never learned from his mistakes, dismissing the very magic that led to his demise. Unlike him, I approach any magic that threatens me with caution, especially ancient and forbidden spells. Voldemort did not kill Harry Potter. He was ultimately vanquished by himself, having consistently underestimated an age-old magic inherent to humanity, a magic that Harry Potter wielded to shatter Voldemort. Yet, Morin did not anticipate that Paingate was even more terrifying, an ancient sorcerer who invented the malevolent spell of immortality that empowered Voldemort. Voldemort had fallen, yet Paingate still thrived. But here you are, lurking in this place, preying upon a few first-year students. That certainly embodies the essence of a Dark Lord, Paingate. Morin's gaze darted toward Hugo and the others. He was now within the painting, while they remained trapped within their own painted confines, an inherently sinister predicament. He needed to devise a strategy to confront the situation and rescue them. Essence, you overestimate me, Paingate sneered. I am a dark wizard, yet I have never underestimated any magic. To me, whether one is an adult wizard or a child, I treat all with equal measure, never belittling anyone. Unlike Voldemort, who was arrogant, I understand the virtue of humility and caution. I refrained from acting directly against you because I sensed certain peculiar secrets within you. I would not experiment recklessly. Yet, had it been him, he would have acted without hesitation, believing himself capable of handling any circumstance. Paingate seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of Voldemort. He had evaded detection for centuries, and no one would suspect that an immortal Dark Lord resided within an ordinary painting. He is too arrogant. Such a man may wield extraordinary magic and intellect, yet his contempt for everything is his Achilles heel, destined for failure. I have learned from observing the many dark wizards who sought to overturn the world and failed, all due to their hubris. Even Molin had to concede this point. Paingade's ability to survive for centuries was inextricably linked to his cautious and discreet nature, a quality Voldemort sorely lacked. I had expected that during Voldemort's reign, you would have the courage to emerge and prove who the mightiest Dark Lord truly is. Yet you did not. Molin remarked casually, "Surely, you would not dare challenge him. Would you?" Paingade's desire to confront Voldemort was of little interest to Molin, but he believed that after being confined in the painting for centuries, Paingade would be eager to converse, seizing the opportunity to articulate the myriad thoughts he had suppressed over the years, an ideal chance for Molin to buy time. As it turned out, Morin's intuition was correct. Paingade possessed the capacity to strike at any moment, yet he seemed eager to speak, delaying his attack. "That is because I have been in slumber. Walker, I must occasionally sleep to replenish my magic. Had Hoyle not informed me of the Time Turner being brought to Hogwarts over 20 years ago, I would have acted then, but I was in slumber." Paingade's magic appeared flawed, yet he remained unconcerned. "But it matters not, Walker, it is not too late. The Time Turner is in my possession. Throughout these centuries, I have prepared adequately. Once I complete the Dark Awakening spell, I shall return to the world and reveal to all what a true Dark Lord embodies." Professor Charles had already signaled to Molin, aware of his intention to delay. It was imperative to comprehend the magic Paingade had cast upon Hugo and the others. If they could not dismantle this enchantment, at the very least, they should retrieve the 6 paintings. Surely, someone would understand how to unravel Paingade's magic. Paingade wandered among the 6 paintings, caressing their frames and admiring his masterpieces. "You are an ancient being. Do you truly believe your antiquated thoughts can govern the contemporary world? You are tragically naive." Molin continued, "The transformations occurring outside are beyond your comprehension. I am well aware, Walker." Paingade scoffed. "I am unlike Voldemort. I can traverse any corner of the world. Wherever my paintings exist, I can eavesdrop on the conversations of those who gaze upon them. I assure you, Walker, I possess an innumerable collection of artworks that have been passed down through the ages. It is through these portraits that I gather intelligence. The knowledge I have acquired far surpasses your imagination. I am more familiar with the ways of Muggles than you are, Walker. Unlike your pitiable understanding of their world, I can seamlessly integrate with Muggles. You need not concern yourself with that." Molin, naturally, had no inclination to genuinely contemplate these matters for Paingade. As Paingade moved from Hugo's portrait to Lily's, Professor Charles had stealthily inched toward the stairway. "Oh, you can integrate with Muggles? I had assumed you despised them." Molin continued to prattle on. "Despise Muggles? I harbor no disdain for them," Paingade retorted. "Unlike the absurd fools who take pride in their so-called pure wizarding blood like Voldemort, I do not consider Muggles inferior to wizards. However, Muggles are far easier to manipulate and govern. I have always believed that wizards and Muggles should coexist openly. This belief does not conflict with my ambitions. They may live harmoniously, but they must submit to my will. A wizard who does not despise Muggles, who is cautious and wise enough to learn from experience, would be a formidable force upon his resurrection, bringing calamity to the wizarding world with the knowledge and strategies he has amassed over centuries." Molin had already conceived his next move and exchanged a knowing glance with Professor Charles, who seemed to comprehend his intent. "Now," Molin shouted, simultaneously waving his wand to unleash a burst of white light. Chapter 151, A Song of Ice and Fire. Dense smoke billowed forth. Morin's smoke charm swiftly enveloped the entire room, concealing everyone within, yet it dissipated almost as quickly as it had appeared. "Is this the extent of your abilities? Walker, this is rather unwise," Paingade remarked nonchalantly. The ground trembled. Another beam of light shot from Professor Charles's wand and struck the floor, causing the entire house to shake violently. Chairs and tables toppled, and the 6 easels teetered precariously. Molin, with a flick of his wand, cast a summoning charm, seizing the nearest canvas of Hugo, and burst into the adjacent room. He had no intention of confronting Paingade directly, if Paingade intended to use Hugo and the other 5 as dark sacrificial pawns. He merely needed to snatch away one painting to disrupt the spell. "Do you truly believe that taking a single painting can thwart me? You are mistaken. You cannot escape the confines of the canvas. I shall see just how far you can flee." Paingade's mocking voice echoed behind him as both he and Professor Charles grabbed a painting and dashed into separate rooms. "Hoyle, pick Chivier, go capture them. Fear not. The time has not yet come. They cannot escape. Paingad appeared utterly unperturbed. Morin, upon hearing the names Hoyle and Pictivier, felt a sense of oddity. These two were the protagonist and antagonist from the Tomorrow of Wizards, now conspiring together. Dismissing such thoughts, he burst through the door, expecting to find a simple bedroom. But he was mistaken. He plunged headlong into a swirling mist, just as he had upon his arrival. What is this? Have I exited the painting? Morin ran through the fog in confusion. When he emerged, he found himself at the edge of a rugged cliff, the ground littered with uneven stones, some charred. A deafening roar erupted from the pine forest beside the cliff, startling Morin as he noticed flames engulfing the trees, thick smoke billowing skyward. Just as he steadied himself, a colossal fire dragon burst forth from the burning woods, its purple scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding an aura of majesty. It spotted the intruder and soared toward Morin, wings unfurling with menace. Morin turned to face the mist ahead, where he discerned a vast square opening revealing a spiraling staircase and the windows of a tower. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. The North Tower. He vividly recalled that during his previous visit, a painting of Paingad hung there, surrounded by depictions of a purple fire dragon. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently traversed from Paingad's painting into the fiery imagery of the North Tower. Futile. My abode is interconnected through spatial magic. I have linked the paintings within the castle. No matter how you run, you shall remain within our dominion. You cannot escape these confines. The golden-haired Hoyle emerged from the mist behind Morin, a mocking expression etched upon his face. Is that so? Morin regarded this protagonist from the Tomorrow of Wizards, a character who had become a tool for Paingad and was detested by others in the castle, now tragically corrupted. All shall be petrified. Morin grasped the slumbering Hugo within the painting, turning to aim his wand at Hoyle. Hoyle leaped aside, evading Morin's petrification spell. Draken, seize him, Hoyle commanded. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed a piercing curse at the purple fire dragon, which writhed in agony, fearful of Draken. It roared through the air, unleashing a torrent of purple flames toward Morin. Morin nimbly dodged backwards, the flames singeing his clothing's hem, yet he conjured a colossal wave of water, surging forth to meet the oncoming blaze. Raging tides. Morin's wand flicked, and the water cascaded in towering waves toward the blazing pine forest, extinguishing the flames in an instant. As he propelled himself swiftly toward the scorched trees, enveloped in the protective bubble of water. This spell was one he had recently learned from Arnok, under Arnok's tutelage. He had mastered the art of manipulating water, enhancing its potential. Morin had only just begun to grasp this powerful incantation. Capture it. Draken, pierced to the core. Hoyle shouted. The purple fire dragon let out a tormented shriek, desperately flapping its wings, soaring over Morin's wave and hurtling toward him. Once more, the fierce flames cascaded from above, the searing heat vaporizing the water around Morin. Flamme manifestation. Morin had folded Hugo's canvas and stowed it in his pocket, facing the dragon's purple fire. His first instinct was to seize control. In that fleeting moment, his wand emitted an invisible pulse, connecting with the purple flames. Indeed, this is the sensation Arnok spoke of, the mastery of fire. In a moment of dire urgency, Morin exhibited remarkable composure, as though the imminent peril had awakened his latent potential. His wand successfully seized the flames belched forth by the purple dragon, and with a singular thought, those flames were compelled to twist and contort, morphing into a magnificent lion of fire, brandishing sharp claws that lunged toward the dragon. The dragon let out a furious roar, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of its own flames, which now manifested as a powerful Gryffindor lion, entirely forged from fire and matching the dragon in size. The fiery lion pounced upon the dragon, which, caught off guard, was sent tumbling over the precipice below. Now it's your turn, Morin exclaimed as he waved his wand once more. The flaming lion leapt back from the cliff, the air around them seemingly distorted by the heat, as it roared skyward, racing towards Hoyle. Hoyle's expression shifted slightly. He transformed into a swirling tempest of snow and wind, dispersing at the last moment. The fiery lion missed its mark, while the storm coalesced behind Morin as Hoyle re-emerged. Frostbite. A blizzard erupted from the surrounding air, causing the temperature to plummet. Snowflakes swirled into sharp, black icicles, creating a piercing sound as they hurtled towards Morin. Yet, Morin's response was swift. The purple flames, now in the form of a lion, descended before him, blocking the icy projectiles entirely. With a resounding crash, the fiery lion, under Morin's command, was obliterated by Hoyle's frost magic, erupting into a shower of sparks. Morin waved his wand again, attempting to master the art of controlling the flames that were on the verge of extinguishing, as demonstrated by a knock previously. In this critical moment, his concentration was unwavering. Though merely a first-year student, he recalled how difficult it had been to cast fire transformation spells under Anok's tutelage. Now, however, he felt the magic within him flowing systematically, the flames eager to be manipulated. Flame transformation, Molin declared, exerting control over the sparks, which elongated and morphed into a series of fiery daggers that collided with Hoyle's icicles. The air crackled with a violent clash of fire and ice, two opposing magics intertwining and producing a dazzling array of colors. Nevertheless, Hoyle's dark ice magic ultimately prevailed, swiftly enveloping and extinguishing all the flames. As the relentless blizzard surged towards Molin, the entire cliff trembled as the snowstorm barreled forth from the charred trees, akin to an overwhelming avalanche, sending Molin hurtling into the abyss. Chapter 152. The Song of Ice, Fire, and Wood. Molin felt a searing pain coursing through him. The sheer force of the blizzard was formidable, with massive snowflakes striking him with alarming intensity. If he could, he would have reached for parchment to inquire with Anok about mastering the transformation spell for ice and snow, having only learned to manipulate fire. As he plummeted into the chasm, he recognized the thick fog below as a conduit to another painting, understanding that he would likely land in a different realm. Emerging from the mist, he found himself falling through a cerulean sky, descending rapidly through clouds into a lush green meadow below. This is it, I can't fly. Panic surged through Molin as he continued to plummet, uncertain of the consequences of crashing to the ground, but well aware that it would not be pleasant. If this realm was real, peril was imminent. Blazing inferno, Molin thrust his wand down towards the meadow, unleashing a torrent of flames that twisted and formed a colossal hand, attempting to catch him. Yet, the fiery hand merely enveloped him, unable to halt his descent. A thought struck him, and he waved his wand. Gushing spring, the flames dissipated, and a torrent of water surged from his wand, encasing his feet in a large bubble that submerged up to his knees. Frozen solid. Crack, crack. The bubble of water instantly froze, firmly immobilizing his feet. Wingardium Leviosa. With a swish, the massive ice block formed from the bubble was levitated midair. Molin abruptly halted in his descent, nearly losing his grip due to the force, but his legs, frozen at the knees, steadied him just in time. Thank goodness for my good fortune. I must learn to apparate next time. Carefully, Molin maneuvered the ice block beneath him as he descended towards the meadow, only releasing it upon safely landing. In front of him lay a vast square opening amidst the fog, though he was uncertain which painting he had now entered. As he pondered which direction to run, a familiar roar echoed nearby. The purple dragon had also fallen into this realm. He turned to see the dragon unleashing flames upon a resplendent phoenix, adorned in vibrant golden-red plumage, fiercely clawing at the dragon. Clearly, the dragon had trespassed into the phoenix's territory, and the phoenix was intent on driving it away. Yes, get a good thrashing, Molin thought, filled with a sense of vindication. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than both the purple dragon and the phoenix halted, their gazes narrowing upon the unexpected intruder. With 6 eyes, 2 human, 2 avian, and 2 draconic, fixed upon him, the air seemed to freeze in that instant. Continue your battle. Pay no heed to me. I'm merely a passerby. Molin offered an innocuous smile, before promptly turning to flee towards the mist. The phoenix and dragon quickly regained their senses, and the phoenix emitted a sharp cry as it flapped its wings and charged at Molin, while the dragon roared and lunged forward, flames erupting from both of them, igniting the grassland. Focus your fury on that dragon. It deserves it. I'm just passing through. Raging tide, Molin shouted, casting forth a massive wave that surged and crashed in the middle of the meadow. He then invoked Frozen Solid. The wave instantly transformed into an ice wall, obstructing the fiery onslaught. However, the phoenix and dragon, relentless in their pursuit, barreled into the ice wall, shattering it into fragments as they continued their charge towards him. Fortunately, Molin had fallen not far from the edge of the painting, and as he neared the mist once more, a familiar blizzard erupted, coalescing into Hoyle's visage. Frostbite. Countless snowflakes morphed into colossal frost-laden hands that reached for Molin. He rolled on the grass to evade one of the icy giants and was forced to dart sideways. The ominous specter of misfortune loomed large. Ahead, Hoyle obstructed his path, while behind him, 2 adversaries, Phoenix and Fire Dragon, who had previously been embroiled in conflict, now joined forces in pursuit. It was indeed a dismal day. He recalled the last time Anok had imparted the incantation for the fire spell, mentioning the growth charm for Flora. Anok had uttered the phrase vast verdancy, but he had also indicated that to transform vegetation into instruments of combat. Another incantation could be utilized, Dance of the Ferns. With a flourish, Molin cast his wand towards the ground. Truth be told, he had never succeeded with this spell before. Anak had used it to manipulate the leaves of camphor trees into various shapes, while Morin's previous attempts had merely caused ordinary grass to twitch feebly before succumbing. Yet, in this moment of peril, emboldened by an unexpected surge of courage, he boldly proclaimed the incantation. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 blades of grass within a 5-meter radius of Molin surged forth in a frenzy of growth, their stems thickening to an impressive girth. Soaring to heights of over 10 meters, their trunks surpassing Morin's own stature. However, lacking experience in combat, he failed to control the direction of the grass's growth effectively, resulting in his own feet being thrust upwards, causing him to topple and become ensnared between 2 towering stalks, nearly suffocating. A miscalculation, indeed. Struggling, Molin extricated his feet from the grasp of the giant grass, which danced wildly around him as though he had stumbled into a verdant thicket. He hastily regained his footing and waved his wand, attempting to command the rampant flora. Come fort. Anak taught me that every blade of grass can become a soldier. The frenzied grass clashed violently with Hoyle's frost giant hand, the enormous leaves, each as large as a car, shedding in a flurry, spiraling through the air to slice at the icy appendage. With a resounding crash, the mighty leaves, spinning in alarming velocity, wielded formidable destructive power. Coupled with the inherent strength of the grass, they clashed with the frost giant hand with remarkable ferocity, even managing to cleave a gash into its palm. Yet, from behind Hoyle, a tempest of snow and wind descended, enveloping the leaves in a freezing embrace. With another flick of his wand, Hoyle shattered the leaves into a cascade of shards that rained down upon them. Obstacles abounded. Molin could only conjure a protective barrier above him to shield against the falling debris. Meanwhile, the Fire Phoenix and Fire Dragon had caught up, unleashing torrents of searing flames that surged towards the grass, igniting Morin's summoned plants in an instant. Chapter 153, The Song of Ice, Fire, and the Sphere. At that moment, as Molin was preoccupied with deflecting the fragments raining down from above, he had yet to cast a fire-repelling charm on the grass, and the entire field was swiftly engulfed in flames, smoke billowing ominously as the fire spread rapidly. Startled, Molin summoned a torrent of water to drench himself, then darted away from the conflagration, still in motion as he flicked his wand behind him. Flames to form. The flames leaping from the grass transformed into serpentine tendrils, lunging towards the Fire Dragon and Fire Phoenix. But these fiery appendages were disregarded by the duo, who had come prepared, effortlessly weaving through the inferno. Molin, however, had already plunged into the thick fog, racing towards another painting. Please don't let me fall again, but his words were scarcely uttered before he found himself plummeting once more, cursing his ill fate. Why could the characters in the paintings traverse freely, while he perpetually descended? Suddenly, a deafening roar of cheers erupted from all directions, a cacophony of shouts and applause, accompanied by the relentless howls of magical creatures. Unbeknownst to him, Molin had inadvertently tumbled into a scene from a Quidditch match. He soon recognized the surroundings. He had landed in the very spot where he had sought Sir Cadogan, the North Tower where Cadogan's horse grazed, and the venue for the 99th Quidditch World Cup final, situated within the ancient Roman Colosseum. The towering stands were packed with exuberant wizards, adorned in vibrant team colors. The piercing sound of whistles echoed as they chanted slogans for the Canard Tigers, while the opposing stands roared in support of the Black Wolves. The energy surged as the crowd's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch. As Molin descended, he inadvertently collided with a player from the Canard Tigers, sending him spiraling through the air. With quick reflexes, Molin grasped a broomstick, flipping onto it with agility. "I apologize. I didn't mean to. I'm in a hurry," he called out apologetically to the unfortunate player. Confident that he would not be harmed, he swiftly adjusted the broomstick, propelling himself towards the fog beyond the stadium, eager to escape. Just then, the throngs of Wizard fans erupted into yet another frenzy, as several players charged towards Molin, seemingly vying for something. Lowering his head, he ducked beneath the bat of a Black Wolves beater and suddenly comprehended the source of the commotion. Everyone had spotted the golden snitch. The players were jostling and shoving to prevent the opposing seekers from seizing it. Molin had no intention of capturing the snitch. He maneuvered around the chaos, continuing his flight into the mist. However, a flash of gold darted before his eyes, and instinctively, he flipped, extending his left hand to grasp the shimmering figure. The once uproarious stadium fell into an abrupt silence, as players and spectators alike froze, their gazes fixated upon Molin. The eerie stillness enveloped him, amplifying his discomfort. Feeling the weight of so many eyes upon him, Molin opened his hand to reveal the crumpled golden snitch he had inadvertently captured. "Surprise?" he offered shyly, his demeanor innocent as he waved the snitch, feeling rather awkward about the unexpected turn of events. The crowd was left in stunned silence. After a prolonged pause, someone in the audience erupted in discontent. "The victors of this match are the Black Wolves. If it weren't for this outsider, it wouldn't count. Our seeker would have caught the snitch. Don't be ridiculous. The Canard Tigers are the true victors. Can't you see he rides our new generation of brooms? The Broomstick King? He isn't an official player. This match doesn't count. Where's the foul? Can't you handle defeat? Why can't we handle it? This is the 99th Quidditch World Cup. And we've won 94, 526 times. How many times have you won? Only 94, 432. Enough of this nonsense. The victory belongs to the Canard Tigers. Dream on. The victory belongs to the Black Wolves." Suddenly, the players from both teams erupted in a fierce brawl, clashing violently in midair. The spectators in the stand vociferously proclaimed that this match should belong to their victorious team, and chaos ensued. Fans from both sides, filled with rage, brandished their wands, unleashing a barrage of stunning and explosive spells that reverberated throughout the stands. The ancient Roman Colosseum trembled with a deafening roar as a breach was blasted open, eliciting piercing screams from the crowd, while some unfortunate souls plummeted from the lofty terraces, plunging into the debris below. "Surely, this situation could not possibly concern me," thought Molin. As he witnessed the destruction of the Colosseum, he hastily discarded the golden snitch, disregarding the tumultuous match, and dashed towards the thick fog, feeling an odd sense of curiosity. In the 99th Quidditch World Cup, the Bengal Tigers and the Black Wolves had already played an astonishing 180,000 matches. Was their daily existence merely a cycle of watching and playing? The lives of those depicted in the paintings seemed remarkably idyllic. He seized a broomstick belonging to the Ghanaian Bengal Tigers. With this in his possession, escaping to another painting should be considerably easier. Glancing back, Molin noticed that Hoyle had charged into the painting, accompanied by a fire dragon and a phoenix. "Silence. Utter silence. You fools. Cease your infighting and capture that boy at once," Hoyle bellowed, casting a silencing charm from the tip of his wand. But the sheer number of Quidditch fans, over 100,000, engaged in the fray paid him no heed. His incantation proved ineffective amidst the cacophony. "Seize him, you two." Hoyle directed another piercing spell towards the fire dragon and phoenix. They screeched in anguish, but could only flap their wings and charge towards Molin, igniting flames in their wake as panicked fans cried out in disarray. "Despicable beasts. I warned you both against wandering here." High above the Colosseum, an elderly man dressed in a crimson wizard's robe raised his wand and unleashed a golden spell towards the fire dragon and phoenix. The golden incantation transformed into two ropes, binding the creatures tightly and obstructing their path. "You imbecile, Baruto. They are with me. Are you courting death?" Hoyle seethed, casting a spell at the old man, who, startled by Hoyle's fury, leaped down from the stands and vanished. Meanwhile, Hoyle had incapacitated a Black Wolves beater, seizing his broomstick and soared towards Molin. However, due to this delay, Molin had already plunged into the swirling mist. This time, Molin was suddenly enveloped by a cacophony of furious roars and the sounds of spell casting emanating from the fog ahead. Upon hearing such battle cries, he initially believed he had not yet departed from the ancient Roman Quidditch Stadium. Yet, as he traversed through the white mist, he discovered that the sky was now adorned with countless stars, ushering in the night, and the air felt oppressively heavy. Countless spells illuminated the night sky, intertwining in a chaotic dance. Molin soon caught sight of Hogwarts, standing resolutely against the darkened backdrop, trembling slightly. For a moment, he thought he had returned to his school. Having exited the painting, on the hillside opposite Hogwarts, innumerable wizards transformed into swirling clouds of black smoke, racing through the air towards the castle. Within Hogwarts, countless students and adult wizards took cover behind walls and corridors, relentlessly unleashing spells at the encroaching black smoke. Each time a black wisp was struck, a scream would echo as a figure plummeted to the ground. Suddenly, Molin comprehended the significance of this scene. It was the Battle of Hogwarts from over 20 years ago. He had entered a commemorative painting of the legendary conflict, having seen many artistic renditions of this monumental battle. One particular piece was the most representative of the school castle, which he had glimpsed earlier from the North Tower. A towering giant, over 10 meters tall, charged at the forefront, brandishing a fearsome spike club. The ground was littered with corpses and massive spiders, several meters wide, clawed their way toward students, claiming many lives in their deadly embrace. Centaurs galloped from the forbidden forest, releasing a volley of arrows towards the Death Eaters. Their archery was swift and precise. Morin ducked just in time to avoid an arrow that whizzed past his ear, embedding itself into a wisp of black smoke that had once been a Death Eater. A pained howl erupted from within the smoke as blood splattered, and a Death Eater fell, crushed beneath the feet of a giant. Surrounding the centaurs were numerous house elves armed with frying pans, forks, and carving knives, incessantly shrieking as they deftly apparat onto the necks of the Death Eaters, stabbing them with wild abandon. Fight! Fight! For my master, the protector of house elves. In the name of the brave Regulus, resist the Dark Lord. Fight! An elderly house elf, adorned with a locket, leaped onto a Death Eater's neck, biting down on his ear. A furious Death Eater raised his wand, aiming at the house elf, seemingly intent on silencing the loudest of them all. However, Morin reacted swiftly, brandishing his wand and shouting, Petri Ficus Totalis. A beam of white light struck the Death Eater, rendering him rigid as he collapsed. Morin soared past on his broomstick, kicking the Death Eater's wand into splinters. Yet, other Death Eaters had already spotted Morin, mistaking him for a participant in the Battle of Hogwarts. Green spells whizzed toward him, and Morin's heart raced. It was the killing curse. Although he knew that the figures within the painting were not truly in danger of death, as they might revive after the battle, he was not an inhabitant of this world. If struck by such a curse, he would likely fall into the hands of Hoyle. He was too engrossed in the scene and nearly forgot that this was merely a painting, not a genuine battlefield. However, the thought occurred to him that since he was already here, having the opportunity to witness how everyone battled Voldemort, especially when he had yet to be born over 20 years ago, was quite remarkable. Moreover, in this chaotic battleground, it would be challenging for Hoyle to locate him. Indeed, let me see the castle. Morin pivoted his broomstick and charged towards the castle, simultaneously casting a torrent of fire spells behind him to fend off the Death Eaters. The castle was the place he knew best and would offer him significant assistance. However, riding a broomstick in the sky made him an enormous target. Many Death Eaters turned their attention toward him, making him akin to a moving target. Spells rained down upon him relentlessly. Morin quickly descended, weaving between the giant's massive thighs, using their formidable bulk as cover against the Death Eater's curses. The worst was yet to come, as an overwhelming chill suddenly washed over him, as if he had plunged from a sweltering summer into a frigid winter. A sense of despair and helplessness spread from his core, instilling a feeling that joy would never again grace his life. As soon as Morin lifted his gaze, he beheld a wretched Dementor lunging toward him, its arms resembling festering scabs, freezing his very innards. He had entered the realm of the painting, where everything felt palpably real, and the Dementor was no exception. Trembling, he raised his wand, aware of how to confront the creature, yet having never cast the Patronus charm before. At that moment, a warm white light erupted from the castle's hall, akin to a beam of dawn piercing through the abyss, dispelling the surrounding darkness and chill. The light transformed into a galloping goat, its sharp horns impaling the Dementor, causing Morin to feel as though he had leaped from a frozen wasteland into steaming waters, his despair evaporating in an instant. Before him stood Aberforth Dumbledore, his countenance grave as he positioned himself on the staircase of the hall, a half-destroyed stone guardian lying at his feet. These guardian statues, once part of the Hogwarts castle sculptures, had valiantly defended the school during this battle. Morin had encountered Aberforth in the life of Dumbledore, never anticipating to see him here within the confines of the painting. Where did you come from? What are you doing here? Quickly, back to the castle. Aberforth bellowed at Morin. With a flick of his wand, the Patronus goat charged once more at the encroaching Dementor, while Aberforth himself vanished, only to reappear behind a Death Eater adorned with a ghastly skull mask, delivering a swift kick that sent the foe sprawling. The stunning spell striking true in the Death Eater's chest. Truly, age has not dulled your vigor, Morin muttered, vaulting over the fallen giant. As numerous students from the castle joined the fray. Though an outsider, his youthful appearance allowed him to blend into the chaos, and amid the turmoil, the wizards within the painting paid him little mind, preoccupied with the battle at hand. He maneuvered past the shattered entrance of Hogwarts, witnessing Hagrid, towering and formidable, seize a Death Eater and hurl him onto a nearby stone pillar, the sickening sound of bones snapping resonating in the air. That must be quite painful, Morin thought, as he glimpsed many fallen Death Eaters and students sprawled across the ground, buried beneath debris, the fresh crimson blood yet to congeal, rendering the scene utterly harrowing. Though he had perused numerous accounts of this battle and viewed countless artistic renditions thereof, experiencing it firsthand within the painting was an unprecedented ordeal. The grim tableau laid before him, depicting the fierce struggle, was laden with the bodies of incomplete students, entombed in rubble, mingling blood with earth. As life and the castle crumbled into one, a poignant and tragic amalgamation. The cost of victory in this battle was staggering. The fallen students hailed from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, many choosing to remain and fight, only to lose their lives. The blood-stained history was difficult to forget, and some transgressions were indeed hard to forgive. Yet, Molin had no time for lamentation, for he caught sight of Hoyer, accompanied by a fire dragon and a fire phoenix, joining the fray. The entrance of the fire dragon and phoenix instantly stirred a great commotion, as these magical creatures were no trifles. Hoyer, still brandishing his wand, shouted, "Cease at once! Find that intruder! I shall capture him!" Amplifying his voice with a sonorous charm, he filled the skies above Hogwarts with his thunderous command, compelling many wizards to instinctively cover their ears. "You are the intruder, Hoyer. Who granted you permission to enter our domain?" Professor McGonagall and others, engaged in fierce combat with Voldemort, abruptly halted, glaring at Hoyer. Not only McGonagall, but even a certain faceless figure cast a frigid gaze toward him. Hoyer, noticing McGonagall's evident trepidation, faltered momentarily. Unlike the others in the painting, everyone here was embroiled in battle, undaunted by Hoyer as presence. Especially considering that McGonagall was the current headmistress in the real world, Hoyer seemed reluctant to escalate matters with her. "I seek someone, McGonagall," Hoyer insisted, striving to temper his tone. "Then do not disrupt our battle," McGonagall retorted, along with Slughorn and Kingsley, as they encircled Voldemort once more. "What spell did we launch?" McGonagall inquired. "I plan to use the exploding charm to toss you away. Once Bellatrix is vanquished, I will unleash my fury." Voldemort conversed as if negotiating with his three assailants. "What spell should I use to defend myself?" Professor Slughorn prodded his temple with his wand, appearing somewhat pained. "Honestly, Horace, your memory is appalling. The true Horace would not be so forgetful," McGonagall admonished. "You should employ the stone transformation spell to ensnare Voldemort, while Kingsley and I bombard him with the fire-making spell. And then we shall summon water to let Harry take over. That is how the narrative unfolds. Have you forgotten?" Molin, concealed behind a pillar, was nearly taken aback by the conversation unfolding between Voldemort and McGonagall, as the previously solemn atmosphere of battle took an oddly comedic turn. Then it struck him. This battle existed within a painting. The outcomes were predetermined, and perhaps these figures were condemned to reenact the same conflict daily. Having dashed into the castle, Molin witnessed the ferocious, disheveled Bellatrix single-handedly challenging 3 upper-year girls, forcing them into retreat, while Mrs. Weasley charged toward Bellatrix, taking refuge behind a pile of rubble. Molin realized the castle might provide safety. Ordinarily, he might seek a secluded spot to hide, but now he was determined to find an exit, to escape the world of the painting and thwart Painged. If he could eliminate even one painting, he believed the so-called Dark Awakening would falter. All he needed was to extract Hugo and then consult the headmaster for clarity. Surely, they would devise a better plan. From his pocket, he retrieved a shrunken canvas bearing Hugo's image, the boy still ensnared in slumber. Gently prodding him, Hugo tilted his head, smacking his lips, still deep in sleep. Molin carefully aimed his wand at Hugo's face, whispering, "Freezing charm." He had minimized the spell's power, using it each morning to rouse Hugo. Molin, is it time to rise already?" "Just 5 more minutes," Hugo mumbled, groggy. "Stop dawdling. Look, your grandmother is dueling with Bellatrix." Molin urged in a hushed tone. "What? Who's dueling? Where? Where?" Hugo suddenly opened his eyes, glancing around in confusion. "Where am I? What is this ghastly mark for? Look over there." Molin had no time to explain and had already turned the canvas towards the battleground of Mrs. Weasley and Bellatrix. Bellatrix was mocking Mrs. Weasley, who appeared to be consumed by rage over her son's demise. A crimson beam shot forth from her wand, striking Bellatrix squarely in the chest. Bellatrix's expression instantly froze, and she slowly collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, McGonagall, Slughorn, and Kingsley were hurled away, and Voldemort paused momentarily, letting out a furious roar, ready to unleash his wrath. "How exhilarating! Am I dreaming? This is marvelous. I must give it a try." Hugo brandished his wand and charged forward, only to collide with the edge of the canvas. "Ouch! Who has confined me?" Hugo shouted. "I'll explain later. For now, we must leave this place swiftly," Molin replied, glancing back to see Hoyle bursting into the hall. Searching for his presence, Molin stealthily crept to the rear of the castle, ascended the stairs, and soared out through a shattered window on his broomstick. Molin flew from the first-floor window into the castle's library, where books lay strewn about chaotically, creating a scene of utter disarray. He quickly relayed the situation to Hugo. "Are you saying I am trapped within the painting of a painting? Is that even possible?" Hugo inquired, astonished. "Allow me to demonstrate," Molin replied, wrapping Hugo up and giving him a vigorous shake. Hugo was jostled within the canvas, his head striking the edge, eliciting a pained cry. All right, I believe you. Just don't be so rough," Hugo murmured, rubbing his head. "So what do we do now? Do we join the battle at Hogwarts or confront Paingade? We stand no chance against either. Our immediate priority is to devise a means to extricate you or seek out Professor Charles, who has seemingly vanished. He knows how to enter and should know how to exit as well," Molin asserted. He had separated from Professor Charles earlier, and if every room in Hoyle's house led to a different painting, Molin had no inkling of which canvas Professor Charles had ventured into within the castle. Isn't it fortunate that we misjudged Professor Charles? At least that's a silver lining for us. Isn't it? We won't have to fret during Muggle studies anymore, Hugo remarked, remaining optimistic. Goodness. Hugo, do you truly believe that after being captured by Paingade, we would still have a chance to excel in the Muggle studies exam? Molin stepped over a large pile of debris, landing atop a thick, black magical tome, leaping behind an overturned bookshelf, propping up a collapsed chair, and sitting down once again. What perplexes me is why Paingade does not pursue us personally. Given his abilities, capturing us should be a trivial matter. Come on, mate. Do you really wish for him to chase us himself? A figure of his stature should maintain an air of authority. Why would he personally chase down a first-year novice? What purpose would that serve in training his followers? Hugo replied. Molin shook his head. I suspect Paingade is currently unable to move freely. Otherwise, given the significance of this matter to him, it would be wise for him to act personally. His absence suggests he is constrained by certain limitations. If we could ascertain what those limitations are, we might have a chance to defeat him. Chapter 156, following the script. You make a valid point, Hugo commented while sitting atop the canvas mark. If only we could find the portrait of the headmaster, she could inform the outside world's headmaster. Molin shook his head. The McGonagall in this painting is preoccupied with dueling Voldemort. It is unlikely she would assist us, and she may not even believe what we say. After all, even if they represent the same person, the personalities of those in the painting and those outside may differ. Then who can we seek for assistance? Hugo asked. Molin's eyes brightened. Of course. Let's find Sir Cadogan. He is more familiar with the castle-esque paintings than we are and might know how to help us. Molin recalled that Sir Cadogan was still trapped in the Sotolano Gorge. That unfortunate fellow was likely drifting between the 7th floor corridor and the North Tower, occasionally tripping over rocks and performing various acrobatic feats in midair. Molin checked his pocket and was relieved to find Sir Cadogan's shrunken frame still there. He shook the frame and called, Sir Cadogan, can you return? Has the dragon's blood lost its effect? Not yet. Where have you gone? I'm feeling quite frightened. Gurgle, gurgle. Sir Cadogan's voice faded away again. What is wrong with him? Hugo asked curiously. Perhaps he is drinking water again, Molin shrugged, realizing that relying on this fellow was futile. While Molin contemplated their next move, a sudden flash of white light surged through the window. Reveal yourself. The spell shot in from outside, rippling through the library, enveloping it in a tremor. Found you. Freezing blast. Hoyle sneered. A powerful blizzard swept into Hogwarts Castle, surging toward Molin. He stuffed Hugo's canvas into his pocket, leapt onto his broomstick, and darted outside. This fellow is swift. Molin flew out of the library's front door into the debris-strewn castle. He dashed down the staircase, which had been ravaged by spells, with Hoyle hot on his heels. The snowstorm raged through the corridor like a whirlwind, reaching for Molin. As Molin descended, he suddenly noticed the castle had grown eerily quiet, as if the battle had concluded, leaving only the sound of snowstorms sweeping against the castle's stair rail behind him. The snowstorm pursued him as he veered into the great hall, where the atmosphere was suffocating. He saw many huddled together, their faces marked by fear and panic, while standing at the center were two figures, Voldemort, whose visage resembled a face cleaved by a butcher's knife, and a young Harry, marked with a lightning scar on his forehead, both tense and confronting each other. I do not wish for anyone to intervene, Harry declared loudly, his voice echoing like a clarion call in the profound silence. It must be this way. It must be me, Voldemort hissed, his voice reminiscent of a serpent's breath. At that moment, Molin burst into the great hall. Behind him the storm crashed like a landslide, shattering the already dilapidated columns and pouring in like an avalanche. Everyone had been focused on the confrontation between Voldemort and Harry, yet they simultaneously turned their heads. What is happening? Where did this avalanche come from? Many screamed, startled by the sudden tempest. Even Voldemort and Harry paused to look. Cease at once. This is a sacred duel. No one is permitted to interfere. Hoyle once again was present. Professor McGonagall admonished loudly, swiftly drawing her wand to dispel the flurry of snowflakes. But Hoyle retaliated by casting a spell directly at Molin. Stupefy, in a bid to evade the curse of unconsciousness. Molin deftly maneuvered his flying broom upwards, pivoting abruptly to raise his wand, and declared, "All petrified." However, his petrification spell veered slightly off course, and soon after, Morin's mouth fell agape as numerous gasps erupted around him. To everyone's astonishment, Lord Voldemort, positioned at the heart of the Great Hall, failed to evade the spell and was struck, his body turning rigid and collapsing with a thud, face down. The crowd was left in utter disbelief. Even Professor McGonagall turned to witness the unexpected downfall of Voldemort. "Professor McGonagall, has Voldemort fallen? Should we rejoice now?" Professor Slughorn inquired, uncertainty etching his features. "But it wasn't Harry who defeated him. It's not time for celebration yet, is it?" Kingsley appeared equally taken aback. "No, we cannot celebrate. Voldemort must be vanquished by Harry alone. Quick, Pomfrey, awaken Voldemort and allow Harry to finish him off. We must not alter the narrative." Principal McGonagall shouted. Chaos ensued within the castle as many rushed to Voldemort's side. Harry even knelt to shake him awake, exclaiming, "Wake up. It's not your turn to fall yet. You must adhere to the script." The petrification spell was lifted from Voldemort, who irritably sat up, rubbing his face and lamenting, "Oh, must you all treat me as if I've already been slain? Couldn't you just let me be? It's exhausting to be awakened only to be struck down again. Just cheer already. I'll go back to feigning death." "No, it must be Harry who delivers the final blow. You have lines yet to deliver. Where's your wand? Your old wand? Where has it gone?" Someone cried out. Here. The white Elder Wand was hastily returned to Voldemort's hand, who appeared thoroughly disgruntled as he was pulled upright, his snake-like eyes narrowed into slits of annoyance. Morin could scarcely contain his laughter. This scene was utterly bizarre. Although Voldemort appeared menacing, he was not the genuine article, rendered defenseless against Morin's unexpected petrification spell. According to the script of this tableau, it seemed Voldemort was destined to be vanquished repeatedly. Even the painted figure would surely grow weary of such a routine. The Great Hall was in disarray, yet Hoyle did not relent in his pursuit of Molin, who hastily darted out through a window once more. "Let me think. I recall that Sir Cadogan Sodlin Canyon is located at the landing of the spiral staircase, so I should head in that direction." He devised a plan. Since Sir Cadogan's Canyon was tainted with the venom of a black dragon, once trapped within that painting, escape would be impossible. Thus, Molin could lure Hoyle into that depiction and confine him there. Through the square aperture in the sky, Molin spotted the spiral staircase and, orienting himself, veered left into a thick mist. He then plunged into a dense forest, where he was met with the cacophonous barks of three-headed hellhounds, before soaring into an underwater realm. In this aquatic domain, the flight of his broom faced resistance, slowing considerably, as various merfolk wielding harpoons swam around him, urging him to depart. He had to hold his breath and hastily navigate away. Hoyle relentlessly pursued from behind, and just as Molin exited the underwater world, he cast a freezing spell backward. Faintly hearing Hoyle's furious shout, seemingly thwarted by the icy barrier, Molin soared over the desolate expanse of the Sahara Desert, nearly scorched by the searing heat, until he finally glimpsed the Sodlin Canyon through the square opening in the desert sky, adjacent to a painting of fruits. He navigated a convoluted path and halted within the fruit painting. The canvas was brimming with fruit, evidently created by a painter with too much time on their hands. As the vibrant produce sprawled across an entire meadow, while some fruits were of normal size, others, such as apples and watermelons, were as large as Molin himself, rendering him diminutive in comparison. Hoyle burst into the fruit painting behind him, and with a swift flick of his wand, the mist surrounding the canvas solidified, ensnaring Molin within. Chapter 157, Slicing Fruit. "You cannot escape now," Hoyle declared coldly, brushing back his golden locks as he raised his wand, sending 3 2-meter-tall apples hurtling towards Molin from various angles. "Unleash your fury," Molin bellowed, his wand emanating a golden light that extended a meter, resembling a sword in his grasp. This spell was one he had seen his grandfather, Alton, employ to slice watermelons. As the 3 colossal apples approached, Molin evaded one before striking down upon the green apple, the golden glow from his wand effortlessly cleaving it in two, causing it to tumble down. "Splendid. I've always wanted to try this spell," Molin exclaimed, swiftly dodging past, his wand slicing another apple in half. Suddenly, 2 1-meter-long bananas hurtled through the air. Molin spun around, cleaving the bananas in two, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Had he not been preoccupied with the fruit, he might have indulged in a taste. Hoyle, enraged, waved his wand, summoning a horde of fruit from the meadow to charge at Molin. Regardless of whether they were the 2-meter-wide striped watermelons or the fuzzy, basin-sized kiwis or even palm-sized purple grapes, Molin sliced through them all with ease. Keep it coming. I can play for a while longer. With his wand held like a long sword, Molin executed horizontal and vertical cuts, twisting and turning, showcasing an array of techniques. Each strike sent fruits tumbling to the ground, creating a symphony of splattering juice and delightful aromas, transforming the ground into a veritable fruit salad. Hugo, I bet you must be regretting being trapped in this painting. Molin mused, feeling as though he had become the ultimate fruit terminator. The satisfaction coursing through him as he sliced the fruits was indescribable. Such a delightful experience was rare. If the timing were right, he could have spent the entire day frolicking within this canvas. Are you slicing fruit? What fruit? Hugo inquired anxiously from Morin's pocket, unable to perceive the spectacle. All the fruits you could desire are here. Perhaps the juice is even drinkable. Molin chuckled casually. Hoyle, humiliated and furious, found that the dragons and phoenixes he had tamed with the piercing curse had not followed him, as they feared the underwater world, remaining outside the painting. Initially confident that a first-year student would be no match for him, Hoyle found it increasingly challenging to catch Molin, who skillfully evaded his spells thanks to his broom. I'll not allow you to slice with impunity. Hoyle sneered, and suddenly, all the fruit became enveloped in a veil of black light. Molin sensed something amiss, and just as he aimed his wand at a crimson pear the size of himself, it exploded, sending a shockwave of debris and fruit pulp scattering in all directions. Using fruit bombs? How despicable! Molin was taken aback, abruptly toppled by the immense wave produced by the explosion, nearly dislodging himself from his flying broomstick. He managed to steady himself in midair just in time as fierce flames erupted before him, roasting all the scattered meat to perfection. After the red pears were charred, they surprisingly emanated a delightful aroma reminiscent of buttery tarts, which was quite extraordinary. Perhaps I have discovered a novel way to enjoy red pears, Molin mused as he retreated, now too intimidated to slice the next fruit that approached him. Instead, he directed an explosive spell towards the ice wall behind him, but it failed to shatter the frozen mist. His explosive charm could not breach this icy barrier. Thankfully, as a brilliant Quidditch player, he adeptly evaded the onslaught of various unruly fruits. Observing the fruits that detonated upon impact and glancing at the frozen fog, he quickly devised a plan. Your fruit bombs are unimpressive, Hoyle, Molin shouted, ducking beneath a cascade of cherries. Arrogant, Hoyle waved his wand, and this time not only was a deluge of fruit hurled at him, but a raging blizzard also swept in from the ground, engulfing Molin. As a watermelon hurtled towards the edge of the frame, he nimbly dodged, causing the watermelon and apples to collide with the frozen mist. With a flourish of his wand, he shouted, thunderous explosion. Boom! Although his spell could not breach the ice wall conjured by Hoyle, it sufficed to obliterate the fruits. When the fruits burst, they released a tremendous explosion, and a violent shockwave surged forth, allowing Molin's explosion combined with Hoyle's fruit bombs to breach the frozen wall, creating a substantial opening. Thank you, Hoyle, Molin exclaimed as he veered in midair and vanished into the mist through the newly formed gap. Damn it, Hoyle seethed, realizing he had been outwitted by a first-year student. Infuriated, he dispelled his freezing charm and charged into the mist after Molin. However, not long after Hoyle disappeared behind the fruit painting, Molin re-emerged from the very fog he had just traversed, appearing leisurely within the fruit tableau. He had merely lingered in the fog, never passing through the painting, when a furious Hoyle, blinded by rage, crossed through the white mist and entered the adjacent Soto Blue Canyon. Molin retraced his steps. Hoyle, no hard feelings. Molin sighed with relief as he heard Hoyle's enraged shouts echoing from the nearby Soto Blue Canyon. Upon realizing he had been tricked by Molin, Hoyle attempted to return, but collided headlong into the mist, trapped within. Black Dragon Bile. How could there be a painting smeared with Black Dragon Bile here? Impossible. I distinctly cleaned all the paintings coated with Black Dragon Bile. Hoyle shrieked, frantically casting various fierce spells at the edge of the frame in a desperate attempt to shatter the barrier and pursue Molin. Yet, since the magic was applied externally, it was futile against those within the painting. Molin perched atop a watermelon the size of a house, clutching a grape the size of an apple that had not been enchanted by Hoyle. He took a bite, chewed thoughtfully, and found it quite delectable. It seemed that being part of the painting was not such a dreadful experience after all. Although he recognized that he might be chewing on paint, the texture and taste were indistinguishable from real grapes. After running for so long, he was indeed a bit hungry, and since these fruits were authentic for him, indulging in a bite or two was of little consequence. I wish I could eat some. I've never seen such large grapes, Hugo said enviously, gazing at Molin. Forget it. We need to deal with Hoyle first, but our primary concern must be how to confront Paingade, Molin replied. Hoyle was a secondary issue. Preventing Paingade was of utmost importance. Spitting out the grape skin, Molin surveyed the fruit salad scattered around. The fruits he had sliced or exploded were gradually converging, restoring their original forms. The items within the painting possessed a self-repairing ability and could not be easily destroyed by a few spells. There should be a portrait of Professor Dumbledore in the North Tower, right? If we can find him, perhaps he can handle Paingade, Hugo suggested. That is worth a try. If we locate Professor Trelawney, that would work too. She resides here, Molin replied, remounting his flying broomstick. He pondered that Professor Charles likely hadn't overlooked the paintings in the North Tower, but rather that Paingade had employed some form of concealment to deceive him. However, the painting in the Soto Blue Canyon that trapped Sir Cadogan and Hoyle was likely an oversight, still retaining some black dragon bile. He hoped to encounter a living person or find other portraits in the North Tower to relay the situation. Chapter 158, A Dead End. Molin circled the North Tower, passing through various paintings, but soon reached an impasse. There were too few portraits on this side of the tower. He quickly completed a circuit and ascended to the topmost point of the tower, halting at a painting filled with crystal orbs. Through a square opening in the sky, he spotted a trapdoor on the rooftop, but since it was now night, the trapdoor remained closed. That's it. This is the last painting. There are too few portraits in the North Tower, and all the inhabited ones have been removed, Molin said, somewhat disheartened, as he picked up a crystal orb from the table. The mist within the crystal orb swirled, initially forming the shape of a bird, but dissipated into clarity when Molin lifted it. He darted about, but could not find an exit from the North Tower. Uncertain of Professor Charles's whereabouts in the pursuit of Pikachu, he felt reassured by the thought that Professor Charles's magical prowess surpassed his own. Are we truly unable to escape? Hugo inquired. Molin shook his head. The only exit must lie within Paingade's painting. Does that mean we would be walking straight into a trap? Hugo asked anxiously. Paingade has anticipated that we cannot leave the painting. He has even employed some peculiar spatial magic, whereby certain paintings on the 7th floor mirror those in the North Tower, likely crafted to mislead. At this hour, no one would venture here, Molin explained as he returned to the painting of Paingade. Before him loomed a massive turtle, over 100 meters in length. Floating in the ocean, its back cradling a red house, resembling an isolated island amidst the vast sea, distinctly noticeable. Molin seated himself on the steps of the house, gazing at Paingade's painting, which appeared entirely normal from this vantage point. The muggles on the street were frozen in place, wizards strolled about, and the sky had cleared, no longer oppressive as it had seemed before. Now, viewing Paingade's painting took on a different significance. The thought that Paingade used the lives of muggles as his canvas, eternally trapping those unfortunate souls within the painting, stirred a discomfort in Molin's heart. How long could the black dragon bile sustain itself? And how was he supposed to confront Paingade? Molin found himself at a loss. Although his magic was stronger than that of other first-year students, it was far from sufficient to contend with Paingade, especially within the realm of the painting, where Paingade could exert far greater power than he could muster. Walker, why engage in futile efforts? You cannot escape this place. What purpose does your struggle serve? The voice of Paingade suddenly resonated in Morin's ears, startling him. Instantly, Morin sprang to his feet, stuffing Hugo into his pocket, seizing his broomstick, and clutching his wand in a state of alertness. Yet, the surroundings revealed no one. Only the vast ocean line disappearing into the white mist and the colossal sound of a turtle gliding through the water beneath him. Where could that fellow be? Morin glanced around, failing to spot Paingade. Having reached the threshold, there is no need for further concealment. Paingade's voice emanated from behind Morin. Before Morin could turn, the door of the house behind him was flung open with a resounding bang. A transparent hand ensnared his waist, yanking him backward, and he found himself pulled into the house. Bang! The door slammed shut after he entered the room. Morin, astonished, surveyed his surroundings. He had returned to Paingade's room. I told you, there is nowhere for you to run, Walker. Within the painting, my spatial magic knows no bounds. Your attempts to flee are in vain. With a flick of Paingade's wand, invisible hands firmly restrained Morin's limbs, even snatching away his wand. Damn it! Morin involuntarily cursed, struggling desperately to free himself from the unseen grasp, but Paingade's magic rendered him powerless. The grip around his wrists felt as unyielding as iron bands. You possess immense potential. Even Hoyle has been cast aside by you. It seems my choice of you is indeed correct. Pine-Gale approached it slowly, extracting the folded Hugo from Morin's pocket. Upon seeing the figure before him, Hugo gasped in shock. Morin, this fellow is Pine-Gade. Morin gritted his teeth and replied, Ah? Hugo stepped back a few paces, yet his canvas offered little room for movement. No need to be anxious, Weasley. Once the Dark Awakening spell takes effect, your life essence will flow into me, and I shall possess your memories. You and I shall become one. Pine-Gade's thin lips curved into a chilling smirk, reminiscent of a scorpion's venomous stinger. Who would ever consider themselves one with you? Are you out of your mind? Hugo retorted, gripping his wand tightly. Pine-Gale, unfazed by Hugo's insults, turned his cold, triumphant gaze back to Morin, stating, the Dark Awakening was originally intended to require 7 individuals. The 7th. I had planned to select this lad. Thud. 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 Slow footsteps echoed from the second-floor staircase, followed by the appearance of a figure descending, catching the attention of both Morin and Hugo. Sweet. The expressionless Sweet stepped aside, his gaze vacant and slightly dazed, silent as ever, though something about him seemed amiss compared to before. Sweet, are you all right? Morin called out. Sweet did not acknowledge him, seeming entirely oblivious to Morin's words. No need to shout. He cannot hear you. This lad has a unique identity. I originally intended to choose him as the offering for glory, but Walker, once I discovered you, your abilities are what I truly desire. Indeed, you are far more suitable. Pine-Gade approached and patted Sweet on the shoulder, causing Sweet to move aside and stand motionless. Damn that fellow. Morin glanced at the remaining canvases in the room. Lily was absent, evidently taken away by Professor Charles. Thoughts of escape swirled in his mind, yet he found himself without the Dragon Fire cold-repelling agent, bereft of his wand, and unable to break free from the restraints binding his hands and feet, plunged into a dire predicament. Are you planning to reveal to me any secrets you may harbor, Walker? Pine-Gade's voice softened as he approached, lifting Morin's chin with his wand. You cannot harm us. Morin steadied himself and continued, especially not Lily. She is the daughter of Harry Potter, and Harry will not spare you. Harry Potter? Pine-Gade chuckled. He was born to confront Voldemort, not to deal with me, Walker. I fear him not. I am far more formidable than Voldemort, and you would do well to remember that. Is that so? I fail to see it. Hugo interjected from his side. Indeed, you foolish first-year student. Pine-Gade raised his wand, aiming it at Morin. Since you refuse to divulge your secrets, I shall take matters into my own hands. Walker, you cannot keep secrets from me. Legilimens. A beam of white light shot forth from Pine-Gade's wand, piercing Morin's eyes, and he watched in astonishment as Pine-Gade transformed into a shadow that surged into his mind. Yet at that moment, Morin's eyes suddenly ignited with a peculiar glow. Chapter 159, Legilimens. Pine-Gade employed Legilimens on Morin, but as Pine-Gade invaded Morin's memories, Morin's eyes erupted with a strange radiance. He felt as though he could see through Pine-Gade, recognizing it as merely a trivial thought. Within his mind, he directly seized the invading Pine-Gade. How is this possible? How could you? Pine-Gade, suddenly recalling something, shouted in a mixture of astonishment and rage. Yet, Morin himself was unaware of what transpired. As if propelled by an uncontrollable force, he was thrust into Pine-Gade's consciousness, this time invading Pine-Gade's memories. A multitude of strange memory fragments flashed before Morin's eyes, and he found himself in a spacious, brightly lit area. Not here. This is the crystal ball used for recording the birth information of wizards. The shelves over there are for predicting magical events, Pine-Gade remarked to a wizard walking ahead. Morin recognized the man, Pre, the one who had caused chaos at the Weasley-esque Wizard Wheezes in Diagon Alley, and had even taken him hostage. Pre was traversing a row of towering shelves, each adorned with a crystal ball, beneath which lay labels bearing names. There were thousands of crystal balls, within which figures occasionally flickered, some joyous adults, some wailing infants, and others elderly or youthful, a diverse array of individuals. Pine-Gade's painting hovered behind Pre, guiding his path. Pre appeared perplexed as he reached for a nearby crystal ball, yet remained utterly immovable. It cannot be taken down, Hoyle. The crystal balls here cannot be removed. Pre remarked. Of course, they cannot be removed, Pre. Only the individuals foretold by the crystal balls may claim them. Pine-Gade replied with a patience that belied his true motives, adopting Hoyle's identity to gain Pre's trust. Pre's hand brushed over the crystal balls, and suddenly, one wobbled and fell from the shelf. He hastily cast a levitation charm, catching the crystal ball. Oh, how is it that this crystal ball can be retrieved? Could it be that this crystal ball foretells my destiny? As Pre twirled the crystal ball, it revealed nothing but a swirling mass of smoke, obscuring any discernible image. He glanced at the pedestal upon which the crystal orb rested. It belonged to an individual named Molin Walker. This crystal ball is not mine. How is it that I can simply lift it? Just then, Payne Gade glided over, his gaze falling upon Molin Walker. You can lift it? How peculiar, he remarked. Payne Gade scrutinized the smoke within the crystal ball. Unlike other orbs, this one was shrouded in mist, yet failed to take on the semblance of any person, resembling more a decorative piece. This crystal ball was entirely new, untouched by any prophecies. Was there no record of Molin Walker's birth within the Ministry of Magic? Payne Gade did not voice his thoughts, yet Molin sensed what was running through his mind. For the first time, his name had been acknowledged by Payne Gade. Memories flowed once more as Molin beheld Pre and his companions intruding into a peculiar chamber. The room was sunken, with circular stone steps descending gradually. At the center stood a raised stone platform, upon which rested a dilapidated stone door, unsupported by any walls, draped with a black curtain that fluttered gently. I hear voices from within. Is someone behind there? Pre exclaimed, approaching the stone door with surprise. No one is there, Pre. Do not approach, Payne Gade interjected, floating swiftly before him to rouse him from his curiosity, then turning his attention back to the stone archway. Molin could perceive Payne Gade's excitement, feeling the fervor pulsing within him. Yes, it is this door beyond the curtain. Indeed, I shall need it in the future. The legends of this door's existence are true, and it remains here. I have searched for so long, and yet. This thought echoed in Payne Gade's mind as he kept silent about his intentions. Upon encountering the stone door, he was already overwhelmed with emotion. We must depart to another location, Pre, or Urs may discover us at any moment. Payne Gade cast one last, lingering glance at the stone door, akin to bidding farewell to an old friend. Next time, I shall return for you. Await my arrival. You should not be concealed in this forsaken place. They fear your existence, a testament to their narrow-mindedness. Your true brilliance should illuminate the world, not be buried in darkness. Payne Gade signs die Welt. Before following Pre through another door, leaving the chamber behind, they entered a circular room, its walls adorned with numerous doors. Payne Gade urged Pre to open one of them, and they stepped into a cluttered chamber, where they discovered a wardrobe containing an hourglass that trickled sand at a leisurely pace. The hourglass was exquisite, roughly 10 centimeters in height, filled with golden sand. Strangely, the sand flowed upward, defying the natural order. This is it, Pre. Payne Gade's eyes sparkled with excitement. That is the time turner. This hourglass is a time turner? I thought time turners were pocket watches, Pre responded, astonished by the diminutive hourglass before him. I heard from others in the paintings that all the pocket watches were shattered, and only this hourglass remains. Payne Gade's breath quickened with anticipation. With the time turner, he could execute his resurrection plan and free himself from the confines of the painting. Thrilled yet composed, he instructed, Pre, take it. We must leave this place swiftly. It will bring you endless wealth. It will grant me endless life. Payne Gade silently shouted within. Memories surged once more, and this time Payne Gade found himself at Hogwarts. Molin was astonished to glimpse his own likeness within Payne Gade's recollections as he encountered Hugo right after class, running into the sneaky James and Albus, plotting to prank Peeves. Payne Gade observed them from within the painting, noticing the Marauder's map in James's hands, and immediately hastened to inform Peeves of their intentions. Peeves, if you don't wish for me to reveal your misdeeds to the portrait of the Bloody Baron, help me snatch that map from them. Payne Gade, disguised as Hooper, threatened. Do you dare threaten me? Peeves appeared quite irate. Do you believe I would tear your painting apart, Hooper? You wouldn't dare. If you were to destroy any painting within the castle, you would be expelled from school, Payne Gade retorted. Peeves, grumbling, hurled a piece of chalk into the classroom. You are a mere painting. What use do you have for a map? You cannot even utilize it. I can move upon it, Peeves. Payne Gade fiddled with the hourglass in his pocket, inwardly scoffing. Foolish ghost, how do you know I cannot utilize it? Do you know where the parchment used to create the map originated? Do you think any old parchment could yield a Marauder's map? That is no ordinary parchment. You narrow-minded fools, this parchment is of great significance. Chapter 160, A Unique Individual. Payne Gade watched as James and Albus turned the corner, hiding within a landscape painting at the top of the classroom. That is the culmination of my labor. You will never comprehend. It contains the lives of 4,000 muggles. Foolish students, I have encapsulated their lives within this parchment, and you use it to create a map. If this parchment did not harbor life, how could the map communicate with each student, allowing every one of them to come alive and display their locations at any moment? Payne Gade seethed with fury. He had existed within the painting for centuries, much of that time in slumber, unaware of how the parchment made from Muggle lives fell into the hands of these students. He witnessed Peeves prank James and the others, and then produced the hourglass. What a pity. This hourglass is broken, only able to revert time by an hour. But that suffices. I shall repair it. Payne Gade inverted the hourglass, causing time to rewind by an hour. He located Mosby, and seizing the opportunity while the surroundings were deserted, drew his wand and cast the soul-sucking curse upon him. It was no trivial feat. Casting magic from within the painting onto the world outside seemed to drain his energy, leaving him gasping for breath, feeling as if every last ounce of his strength had been siphoned away. Nevertheless, the curse succeeded. Mosby ventured to the 7th-floor classroom, opened the door, and stepped into the mist, arriving within Payne Gade's painting. Instantly, Payne Gade surged into Mosby's body, and soon Mosby's form began to morph within the painting, transforming into Professor Charles's likeness. Excellent, splendid. At last, I can escape this painting. Payne Gade opened a door and stepped out from the abandoned classroom on the 7th floor, his facial muscles twitching with excitement. He could only traverse the castle unhindered by masquerading as the professor. Within the painting, he merely needed a brush to disguise himself. He had observed Professor Charles for quite some time. Typically, at this hour, Charles would be in his room painting. Thus, he had no cause for concern about being spotted. However, Payne Gade did not leave the painting to stroll or embrace the sunlight of the real world. Rather, he sought to absorb the magic from other canvases while chaotically intertwining the paintings in the corridor to prevent the easily detectable loss of magic. Occupying Mosby's body, Payne Gade acted for an hour before returning to the painting, casting Voldemort's mark of the Death Eaters upon Mosby, which manifested as the ominous insignia upon his back. Enough! A thunderous roar erupted, and Molin felt a jolt within his mind, instantly expelling Payne Gade's memories and reclaiming his own body. The magic that bound his limbs dissipated, causing him to crash onto the ground, bewildered as he gazed at Payne Gade. At that moment, Payne Gade staggered backward in fear, clutching his head, his gaze flickering with rage and astonishment, his chest trembling slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre situation. Payne Gade aimed his wand at Molin, exclaiming, "You can actually read my memories? How on earth did you accomplish that?" It should have been me delving into your memories, but instead, clearly taken aback by Morin's abilities, Payne Gade stared in disbelief, his features contorting as if stretched by an unseen force. A cautious wizard by nature, he had acted with utmost care for his own purposes, refraining from attacking Molin directly upon his arrival, instead seeking to uncover the secrets that cloaked him. Yet, in his meticulousness, he had overlooked a crucial detail. While attempting to extract Morin's thoughts, Molin had bizarrely glimpsed some of his own memories. "Why did you leave a mark on Hugo and the others? What have you done to them?" Molin inquired as he rose from the ground, wincing from the pain in his knees, but disregarding it for the moment. He had not perceived the reason behind Payne Gade's marking of Hugo and the others, as the memories he accessed abruptly ceased at that point, leaving him ignorant of any further magic Payne Gade had cast upon Jamie and the rest. Payne Gade remained silent, furrowing his brow in contemplation, his coarse eyebrows knitting together like tangled rope. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, "Heterochromia, unfettered by fate, impervious to mind reading. An uncontrollable flame. I should have anticipated this. How could I have forgotten? That magic, yes, the secret contained within you. It is this. What have you discerned? The magic of heterochromia?" Molin questioned, for he himself remained oblivious to the true significance of this magic. The Sorting Hat had informed him at the beginning of term that heterochromia possessed a magic he needed to uncover, and he had initially believed it related to his immunity to the passage of time. However, from Payne Gade's words, it appeared to be far more complex. Payne Gade's gaze towards Molin had morphed into one of fervor. Indeed, who would have thought that in this awakening, I would encounter someone as extraordinary as you? Fortune truly smiles upon me. Huh, Walker, I must reevaluate you. Let me ponder how I shall manipulate your existence. You're exceedingly unique, remarkably rare. I had presumed there would never be another like you, yet I was mistaken. I have seen one before, a wizard most exceptional, though he could not master his own abilities. Walker, you are akin to him, merely unrefined. But that matters not. You now belong to me, and I shall control the power within you. Payne Gade erupted into laughter, elated by the revelation of Morin's secret, momentarily oblivious to the transformations occurring within the room. Petri Ficus Totalis, a beam of white light, surged from behind Payne Gade, momentarily causing him to shudder, yet he remained unfazed by the petrifying curse. "Clive," Payne Gade turned with mocking amusement to Sweat, "I nearly forgot about you. Are you so eager to assert your presence? Do you truly believe your spells hold any efficacy against me?" Due to Morin's counter-invasion of his memories, certain magics have faltered, and Sweat, now awakened, drew his wand and directed a petrifying spell at Painguard. However, Painguard paid no heed to Sweat's incantation. Clive, you have persistently concealed your identity. Afraid of being discovered. How utterly cowardly. I must say, your grandfather and father were not so timid, Painguard taunted. Silence. Sweat's eyes blazed with fury, stupefied. A red stunning spell burst forth from Sweat's wand, yet Painguard remained unmoved, allowing the spell to strike him without resistance. Is this all you can muster? Painguard remarked, the Clive family possesses more than this meager prowess. Why suppress yourselves, Clive? Why do you dare not reveal your identity to Walker? Is there some hidden identity Sweat harbors? Hugo interjected in astonishment, and then added, even if your forebears were Death Eaters, it is nothing to be ashamed of. Death Eaters? Huh. Painguard regarded Hugo with a pitying gaze, as if looking upon an ignorant child. For years, Voldemort wreaked havoc, yet you deem him the most fearsome Dark Lord? Such foolishness. The Clive family holds no regard for serving as Death Eaters. Weasley, though Voldemort possesses some skill, he is not without his weaknesses. He lacks the power to dominate all wizards. Seizing the opportunity while Painguard conversed with Sweat, Morin leapt forward and retrieved his wand from beneath the table. What use is your wand? Walker, even standing, you cannot defeat me. Painguard observed Morin's movement with keen clarity. Chapter 161, The Dark Awakening. Painguard chuckled. I have always admired the capabilities of the Clive family, yet Walker's abilities captivate me even more. Why do you not pledge your loyalty to me? Clive, I can restore your family to its former glory. No need, Sweat replied coldly, as his wand emitted another red beam. Yet, his spells proved futile against Painguard, whose strength surpassed their wildest imaginings. Painguard produced a pocket watch, glancing at the time. It is nearly midnight. The hour is nigh. You should have had your fill of play. Indeed, I merely allowed you to flounder about to extinguish your hopes, for the time for my resurrection has finally arrived. Charles, you ought to return my offering. With a wave of his wand, the door beside the kitchen burst open, and Professor Charles was ensnared by an invisible force and brought forth the painting of Lily he had stolen, returning to Painguard's grasp. Painguard, you would stoop so low as to harm students. Professor Charles seethed, struggling in vain against Painguard's overpowering grip. I have already stated, students and adult wizards hold no distinction for me. Your words are unnecessary. Painguard retorted with a triumphant smirk, casting his wand to bind Sweat and Professor Charles together, silencing the latter's protests. Painguard turned his gaze towards Morin, akin to a greedy serpent eyeing its prey. You're the focal point, Walker. I now comprehend your secret. Until you master the magic within yourself, I have nothing to fear. You are the seventh offering of the Dark Awakening. Midnight has arrived, and I shall traverse from death into rebirth. With a flourish of his wand, Pei Yingade commanded all the furniture within the house to shift suddenly, before Morin could react. A mark resembling an eye illuminated beneath his feet, and a paintbrush materialized behind him. Morin observed that the eye beneath him was no longer tightly shut. It was half open, a peculiar state of half-closedness. Simultaneously, 6 paintings began to ascend slowly into the air, encircling Morin. He attempted to dart to the side, but an invisible barrier thwarted his escape, confining him to the vicinity of that eye. Splinter. Morin raised his wand and cast a splitting spell at the half-open eye beneath him, yet the mark remained unyielding, impervious to his incantation. Given his current abilities, it was a formidable challenge to disrupt Pei Yingade's enigmatic magic. Hugo and Lily, along with the others, were ensnared within the paintings at that moment. Hugo had succumbed once again to a state of slumber, each of them with their eyes closed, facing Morin within the canvases that spun around him. Hugo, wake up! Morin implored, desperate to rouse him, but his voice fell on deaf ears. Hugo could not hear him, nor could the others. No need to shout, Pei Yingade interjected. In this tower, no one can hear a thing. That old hag, Trelawney, is absent tonight. I've magically sealed this tower. It is night, and none shall know what transpires here. You shall obediently become my magical sacrifice. The tip of Pei Yingade's wand glimmered with a faint red light as he intoned a low, bitter incantation, one that Morin could not comprehend. However, he sensed that as Pei Yingade's incantation grew increasingly urgent, the atmosphere around them became more oppressive. The eye on the ground emanated beams of light, countless rays weaving and flickering across Morin's body, manifesting shadows of all kinds, vengeful spirits and skeletons amongst them. He even recognized the old man who had been sitting outside, reading a newspaper moments ago. These apparitions appeared to be the souls of those slain by Pei Yingade. Emerging in a grotesque state, writhing in torment, their faces twisted in anguish, emitting a cacophony of piercing screams, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard. Morin instinctively covered his ears, yet the shrill sounds reverberated directly within his mind, causing him great distress, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. He gradually felt as though his body was no longer his own. Even moving his feet became a Herculean task, and his breathing slowed to a crawl. Bang! Suddenly, the entire house shattered into fragments, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the people on the street vanished without a trace, leaving only muggles frozen in place. Everything Morin beheld within the painting, the grass, the houses, the street lamps, had been violently displaced, as if ravaged by a tempest, all debris swirling rapidly around him. These countless shards exuded a vibrant vitality, rushing towards the eye mark beneath Morin's feet. He recognized them as the essence of Muggle lives sealed within the painting, the very lifeblood upon which Pei Yingade relied to survive. At that moment, these lives transformed into beams of light, merging into the eye beneath Morin, enveloping him entirely. Struggling proved futile. He could only watch helplessly as the inevitable unfolded before him. He yearned to scream, yet the painting was situated in the most remote north tower of Hogwarts, and with midnight upon them. Pei Yingade dared to act here because he knew Professor Trelawney was absent. This tower was an absolute safe haven at night. Pei Yingade conjured an exquisite hourglass, and then abruptly ceased his chanting. Morin assumed something had interrupted him, but Pei Yingade had merely completed his spell. As his voice faded, the surrounding tempestuous winds abruptly stilled, as if time itself had come to a halt, enveloping all in a profound silence. Swish, swish, swish. The figures of Hugo and the others, who had been swirling around Morin, suddenly opened their eyes, their gazes icy as they fixed their stare upon him. The 6 pairs of eyes pierced him like 12 sharp knives, sending a chill through his entire being. Not only had Hugo and the others opened their eyes, but astonishingly, the eye mark beneath them, which had been half open, was now fully aglow, radiating a chilling luminescence. Morin directed his gaze to the eye beneath his feet. It too had opened completely, mirroring Pei Yingade's eye, its gaze glinting with a cold light, so vividly lifelike that Morin discerned his own reflection within those depths. Just as he fixated on that eye, it blinked suddenly, its eyelashes quivering slightly, startling Morin. He was indeed standing upon a living eye. Walker, bid farewell to this world. I shall live on in your stead. Regrettably, you shall not witness the dawn of this new era, Pei Yingade declared, his voice sharp and triumphant, his laughter echoing as he regarded Morin. The enormous, sentient eye beneath Morin emanated a dark aura, swirling into a vortex, its depths becoming an abyss so profound that Morin felt himself teetering on the precipice of that unfathomable chasm. What filled Morin with dread was the realization that he was gradually sinking into that pitch-black gaze. Chapter 162, Blindness. The vast, black eye loomed like an abyss. Morin was oblivious to where he might descend. The dragon flame cold repellent that could aid him had been obliterated by Pei Yingade, and he was equally unaware of the nature of the magic within him, let alone how to wield it. The black eye had already consumed half of his knee. As Pei Yingade retrieved the ornate hourglass, golden sand cascading endlessly from the base to the top, he raised his wand once more, pointing it at Morin. Walker, your life shall flow into me. Bid farewell to this world. Pei Yingade's wand traced the air, and Morin felt a pause in everything around him, only to suddenly realize that he had unwittingly become trapped within a painting akin to Hugo and the others, appearing upon a sprawling canvas enveloped in a thick, white mist. Pei Yingade stood before this canvas, his gaze gleaming with malicious delight as he admired what he deemed a magnificent masterpiece. Suddenly, his time-turner shattered, golden sand bursting forth. Swirling around Pei Yingade like a tempest of golden dust, the particles merging into Morin's painting and spiraling around him within that space. The dimensions of the painted world elongated infinitely, and Morin could no longer sense the influence of the time-turner. Something intrinsic within him was being drawn forth, flowing from the painting to Pei Yingade, his mind growing increasingly hazy, while Pei Yingade began to radiate vitality, his once gray hair darkening to black, the deep creases on his face smoothing out, even his skin shimmering with renewed vitality. Life was swiftly transferring from Morin to Pei Yingade. Phantom flow transition. At that moment, a sudden beam of white light burst forth from the stillness of the surroundings, obliterating everything in the air and creating a cascade of luminous white energy that forcefully collided with the golden dust emanating from the time converter, disrupting its swirling motion. The golden particles were immediately repelled, severing the connection between Morin and Paingda. Taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, Paingda let out a furious roar. As certain elements of his being surged back towards Morin, his hair swiftly reverting to a snowy white, wrinkles reappearing, and his skin aging rapidly. Two figures transformed into beams of white light and descended beside Morin. Who? Paingda coldly surveyed the two figures that had suddenly appeared beside Morin. Morin exclaimed in delight. Anak, and my goodness, is that really you, Dumbledore? He gazed in disbelief at the sprightly Anak and the elderly figure beside him, adorned with a crescent-shaped pair of spectacles, revealing none other than Hogwarts' most illustrious headmaster, Dumbledore. Dumbledore, Agilaba, it is you too. Paingda, although surprised by their sudden appearance, showed no signs of trepidation. He glared at the two venerable beings before him, brandishing his wand to gather the golden sands of the time converter into the palm of his hand. Agilaba? Morin looked at Anak in bewilderment. I thought you were Anak? Oh, do you call me Anak? Is that what the old coot outside told you? Anak winked mischievously at Morin, his playful blue eyes sparkling. What do you mean? Is your real name not Anak? Morin instinctively inquired. Of course I am Anak. Anak shrugged nonchalantly. If that is what I say, then I am Anak. It hardly matters. Is it this little dark wizard? What is his name, Dumbledore? Paingda. Was it you who just informed me? Dumbledore also winked kindly at Morin, his demeanor warm and approachable. I don't understand. You too. We are beings from this realm, not from the outside, Anak elucidated. Oh, characters from the painting. Morin nodded in sudden realization, understanding that both Dumbledore and Anak were figures from within the artwork, and that Anak was not the genuine Anak, while Dumbledore was merely a character from a portrait. Though the reasons for their appearance remained a mystery, he felt a sense of relief. Anak was a powerful wizard, and Dumbledore needed no introduction. Together, they should have no trouble dealing with Paingda. However, he was mistaken. Paingda exhibited no sign of panic in the face of Dumbledore and Anak's presence. I have sealed this tower. How did you two manage to enter? Paingda inquired icily. Sealing the tower is futile. Paingda, you are not the only one aware of how to harness the spatial magic of the painting. We left a back door and came through a resounding canyon. Oh, by the way, I just saw your lackey throwing a tantrum in my canyon. Anak replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Morin gasped in astonishment. Mr. Anak, did you place the Soto Blue Canyon there? Indeed, that painting was my creation. Dividing it into two was no easy feat. I employed a rather clever spell. You silly boy, why are you still trapped in the canvas? Anak playfully kicked at Morin, who felt the confines of the canvas shatter as the magic was released, allowing him to extricate himself, though he remained ensnared within that peculiar eye, his knees sinking into its depths. Do you know how to deal with this silly big eye? Anak, or Agilaba, or whatever foolish name you choose. Dumbledore observed with keen interest the enormous eye beneath Morin's feet. Isn't it rather obvious? He painted it so clearly. The answer is to poke it blind with a brush. Anak waved his wand, causing a colossal paintbrush, towering above Morin, to materialize before him, its tip shimmering with a sharp glow as it lunged towards the eye beneath him. You dare! Paingda roared, sweeping his wand to conjure a tempest of snow and wind from the fragments of houses and streetlights, intending to thwart Anak. Dumbledore, quick on his feet, unleashed a torrent of flames from the tip of his wand, encircling them, effectively keeping the storm at bay. The flames and the raging snowstorm clashed violently, emitting a hissing sound as they collided. Meanwhile, Anak's gigantic paintbrush had already aimed at the eye, ensnaring Morin, and he seemed to hear a reluctant roar of defiance as the eye erupted in a spray of blood, subsequently closing involuntarily with a thunderous sound, dissipating into mist. With the pressure released beneath him, Morin leapt upwards, landing on solid ground. Look at that, idling away and creating a big eye, even drawing out its weakness. What a foolish endeavor. Anak chuckled gleefully. Paingda was seething with fury, yet he quickly regained his composure. Just the two of you? Dumbledore, I admit, if you were alive, perhaps I would be wary of you. But two beings from a painting? Paingda scoffed, shifting his gaze from Dumbledore to Anak. And you, Agilaba, have you come to join the fray? Rather than painting obediently, you wish to obstruct me? One must at least try, wouldn't you agree, Paingda? Dumbledore responded with a smile. Indeed, I haven't fought in quite some time. The last time I was idly bored, I entered a painting and gave Voldemort a good thrashing. But that brought me no satisfaction. He was far too weak. Anak shook his wand, sparks flying from its tip. Perhaps you have forgotten my true identity, Paingda said, drawing his wand in a sweeping motion, conjuring a wave of heat that seemed to ignite the very air. I'm a living being, not a mere character from a painting, he declared, seething with anger. Chapter 163, The Battle. Just a half-dead individual. It makes no difference to me. Anak turned to Molin and urged, "Silly boy, quickly leave this place. I just opened a passage for us to enter. You go on ahead, and I shall follow shortly. Mr. Anak, could you provide me with a sip of dragon fire elixir? I might be of assistance," Molin implored. Recalling how Pei Ingda had been unable to contend with his flames before, this was his chance. "What dragon fire? I have none. Take care of yourself. You are not like us." Anak waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging the significant differences between beings of the painting and those of the outside world. Before Molin could protest, Dumbledore and Anak had already disapparated away, their spells shooting forth, the two elderly figures, despite their age, displaying remarkable agility as they encircled Pei Ingda from both sides. The wind whipped around Dumbledore, swirling his robes into a tempest, its immense force creating a whirlwind that howled as it swept up debris, engulfing Pei Ingda in its wake. A tempestuous blizzard swirled behind Pei Ingda, colliding violently with Dumbledore's whirlwind. The two forces clashed with ferocious intensity, and with a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a fiery phoenix from the tempest, which screeched and unleashed a torrent of flames that rolled through the wind, melting away Pei Ingda's icy domain. Meanwhile, Anak's flames transformed into a colossal fire dragon, which exhaled a fierce blaze that encircled the area, seemingly sentient, evading the flurry of snowflakes and forming a gigantic flaming hand above Pei Ingda that descended with tremendous force. In a swift motion, Pei Ingda vanished from sight, while Dumbledore's fiery whirlwind and Anak's massive hand collided in midair, producing a thunderous explosion that sent Molin, Sweet, and Professor Charles tumbling through the air. "You two figures from the paintings possess such formidable magic?" Pei Ingda furrowed his brow, reappearing in the air, standing atop the swirling snow, visibly astonished by the magical prowess displayed by Dumbledore and Anak. "We are not the timid creatures you imagine, easily cowed by a mere reprimand, little dark wizard," Anak retorted, standing firmly upon the back of the fire dragon, which soared into the sky to confront Pei Ingda. "The pursuit of knowledge is boundless. Even figures from paintings cannot cease their learning." Dumbledore beamed with a smile as he stood upon the soaring phoenix, appearing behind Pei Ingda. "Given your mastery of such potent magic, your portraits must surely hang in esteemed locations." "Let me ponder, Dumbledore. You emerged from the headmaster's office, did you not?" Pei Ingda remarked coldly. His blizzard morphed into sharp ice spikes, slicing through the air and instantly extinguishing Dumbledore's whirlwind, shattering the phoenix beneath him. However, Dumbledore had already vanished with a disillusionment charm, landing on the ground. "Impressive observation, Pei Ingda. I have indeed acquired some magical skills," Dumbledore replied, his long beard billowing in the wind, his frail, aged frame seemingly housing a formidable power. "I had just donned my night robe when Agrippa insisted on pulling me out." With a swift motion of his wand, Dumbledore summoned a giant from the earth, which roared mightily, leaping and creating a massive crater as it charged towards Pei Ingda like a cannonball. The giant's speed was astonishing. Pei Ingda's ice spikes were swallowed whole by the giant's earthen form, and the giant's enormous fist smashed the snow beneath Pei Ingda, who transformed into a wisp of black smoke, descending to the ground. "A little magic, you say? Dumbledore, do not be modest. Are you not the reigning dueling champion in the portraits of Hogwarts for 23 consecutive years?" Anak interjected. "Who in the school's portraits could rival your prowess?" Anak's wand twirled in the air, and as Pei Ingda landed, living vines erupted from the ground, slithering towards him like tendrils. Yet Pei Ingda countered with his wand, unleashing a wave of frigid air that froze the vines solid, causing them to explode. "One should never boast of being the best, Agrippa. There are many formidable individuals." Dumbledore humbly responded, "The title of champion does not intimidate this elusive fellow. I have not encountered him in the castle over the years. So he must be quite the adversary." The giant Dumbledore had conjured was obliterated by Pei Ingda's magic, sending dirt flying, which did not dissipate, but transformed into a multitude of sharp blades that whirled towards Pei Ingda. He cackled ominously. "It is said that Dumbledore is a wise and humble man. Even in death, his portrait retains this trait. However, you are correct, Dumbledore. Your portrait-esque trifling victories mean little to me." Pei Ingda's blizzard enveloped the oncoming blades, freezing them solid, rendering them like errant birds that lost control and began to plummet helplessly. He deftly evaded Anak's stunning spell, remarking, "And what of you, Agrippa? I do not recall your portrait in the castle." Anak shrugged, "But I have my portrait in the Grand Canyon. I excavated a cave beneath it, allowing me to visit the young ones at will. Observing these naive children makes me feel at least a decade younger." 10 years younger is scarcely sufficient, Agrippa. Dumbledore replied courteously. At times, I deem your maturity to be that of a mere 10 years. Anak laughed heartily. Indeed, I am but 10 years old. Marvelous. I feel as though the wrinkles on my face have vanished. Anak and Dumbledore bantered like two mischievous children, yet their spells were executed with utmost precision, unleashing a tempest of magic towards Pei Inga once more. Wind and flames intertwined in the air, clashing against Pei Inga's snow. As the three figures flickered and transformed in the fray, their transfiguration and disillusionment charms pushed to their limits, the brilliance clashing violently, making the air searingly hot. Pei Inga was incensed. Ordinarily, he would not regard these two figures from the paintings with any seriousness, but the earlier disruption of his dark magic had rendered him unstable, and for the first time, he found himself being pressed down by the two. Meanwhile, Molin had gathered with Sweet and Professor Charles, the latter shielding the two, while Hugo and the other 6 paintings were pulled close by Molin, all reduced in size and tucked into his pocket. Can Dumbledore not overcome this foe? Sweet asked incredulously. This Dumbledore is merely a figure from the painting, not the real Dumbledore. The fact that he and this gentleman named Agrippa can withstand Pei Inga is already quite impressive. Professor Charles replied, intently observing the battle in the sky. Blades of wind erupted from the center of the clash, and he quickly conjured a shield charm to deflect the dispersing magic, retreating step by step. Neither Pei Inga, Dumbledore, nor Anak could be comprehended. Their spells dazzled the onlookers, leaving them incapable of intervening in such an extraordinary confrontation. Professor Charles turned to ask, are you two unharmed? I am fine, Professor. Should we assist them? Molin inquired. We must hasten our departure. Professor Charles shook his head. But they are figures from paintings. Even if they cannot defeat Pei Inga, he cannot kill them. No one can slay a portrait. Only by destroying the painting from the outside can one end their existence. Professor Charles glanced at the distant mist framing the edge, where a golden aperture loomed, resembling a whirlpool, its destination unknown. This was the passage through which Anak and Dumbledore had entered. Without hesitation, Professor Charles seized Molin and Sweet, using apparition to transport them to the edge of the golden opening. With a single step, they crossed through, as if passing through a curtain of water, and upon reappearing, they found themselves on the precipice of a vast canyon. Yet before they could steady themselves, a sinister wizard materialized before them, missing an ear, his gaze as venomous as a serpent, scrutinizing Professor Charles and the others, gripping a heavy wooden wand that exuded a chilling aura. You shall not pass, he declared, revealing himself as Picket Ivor, an alternative Dark Lord. Not only he, but Hoyle also materialized from a distance, having been lured into the painting by Morin just moments ago. And now he fortuitously encountered them. Chapter 164. The Battle in the Canyon. Be cautious. These two are formidable opponents. Professor Charles raised his wand to his chest, having been pursued for quite some time by Piquet Ivor without managing to subdue him. Now, facing another Hoyle, he also had to protect Morin and Sweet who were behind him, and the situation was far from favorable. What use is it to trap me in this painting? Now that we are all ensnared, aren't you just going to surrender and step in here? Hoyle sneered at Morin. Not necessarily. Unfazed, Morin gripped his wand tightly. Having clashed with Hoyle before, he knew well that he was a tough adversary. However, with no avenue for retreat, he could not forsake his resistance. Thunderous gale. Professor Charles shouted fiercely, his wand emitting a surge of blue lightning that raced through the air, instantly striking toward Hoyle and Piquet Ivor. Frigid silence. Both Hoyle and Piquet Ivor shouted in unison, dark energy erupting from their wands, colliding violently with Professor Charles's spell, resulting in a tremendous explosion that reverberated across the cliff, sending shards of rock flying. Ironclad protection. Morin and Sweet immediately waved their wands, conjuring an invisible shield before them that blocked all the debris as they dashed toward the back of the cliff. Professor Charles engaged in a fierce duel with Piquet Ivor, their heated spells whistling through the air and colliding incessantly. Hoyle charged toward Morin and Sweet, transforming Snow into two snowmen, whose eyes glowed with a sinister light as they raised their hardened, frost-fisted hands to strike. Dance of the Bracken. Morin flicked his wand toward the small grass growing in the crevice of the cliff, causing it to expand rapidly, stretching across the gap and growing to 5 meters long. Swinging its branches at the snowmen, one snowman was swept away, but the other nimbly leapt onto the massive branch and continued its advance. Thunderous explosion. Sweet swiftly cast an explosive spell, a red light shooting forth and accurately striking the snowman's chest, creating a hole. Yet, this did not halt the snowman's assault. Its fist still came crashing down. Morin and Sweet dove apart to evade the snowman's attack, but Hoyle's stunning spell was already hurtling toward them. Molin hastily raised his foot, the spell detonating just an inch from him, sending stones flying and leaving a gash on his leg. Shatter! Molin raised his wand and struck the snowman's head, which immediately exploded, scattering snowflakes as the snowman toppled backward. However, before it hit the ground, its form transformed into a billowing black smoke, conjuring two ferocious black tigers that lunged at Molin and his companions. Boom! The tiger's claws struck the branch before Molin, snapping it cleanly and revealing their sharp teeth as they charged forward. Hoyle's transfiguration was significantly superior to that of Molin and Sweet, who were merely first-year students. Faced with an adult wizard like Hoyle, they found themselves severely challenged. The only reason Molin had managed to hold his ground against Hoyle earlier was due to his flying broomstick, which allowed him to evade spells with agility, ensuring his safety. However, his broom had been reduced to splinters in the painting of Pei Yingade, making it exceedingly difficult to dodge Hoyle's magic. The black tiger lunged toward Morin's neck. Yet, a brilliant blue light shot in from the distance, resembling a rope that ensnared the necks of the two black tigers, pulling them apart and sending them flying. Where they burst into shards. Run! Professor Charles shouted, but this momentary distraction allowed Piquet Yiwer's dark energy to strike him, sending him hurtling away. Professor Charles's complexion turned pale as he flew through the air, vanishing from sight before he could land, reappearing between Molin and Sweet, stumbling a couple of steps, nearly losing his balance. Are you both all right? Professor Charles's shirt was scorched, and he panted heavily. Fortunately, the spell had not incapacitated him, but he appeared to be quite injured. Molin and Sweet scrambled to their feet, anxiously regarding Professor Charles. We are fine, Professor. Are you all right? These two are quite powerful. You must hurry to the woods. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Professor Charles raised his wand again, lightning surging forth from its tip as Hoyle and Piquet Yiwer unleashed dark energy from their wands, resulting in a fierce clash of spells. Boom! The three spells collided in midair, erupting violently and shattering the rocks of the entire cliff, causing Molin and Sweet to lose their footing and be swept toward the edge. Not good. Professor Charles shouted, poised to rescue Molin and Sweet, but Piquet Yiwer offered him no opportunity. Walls of ice formed around him, encasing him within an icy prison. Take care of yourself. Countless ice blades shot forth from Piquet Yiwer's icy walls, slicing toward Professor Charles. He attempted to apparate, but discovered he was unable to escape this icy enclosure. Piquet Yiwer's magic was exceedingly peculiar, sealing off the area. He could only turn to defend against the oncoming ice blades. As Molin plummeted through the air, he found himself above the waterfall's torrent. He swung his wand and shouted, "Layered waves!" The water of the waterfall coalesced into a surge of waves that crashed beneath Molin and Sweet, resembling a long length of silk, allowing them to slide rapidly downstream. Molin manipulated the waves, curling them upward to form a graceful arc, thereby slowing their descent. Frozen to the core, Sweet, gripping his wand beside him, pointed at the waves beneath them, which instantly froze, forming a staircase that supported both of them. However, Hoyle had already transformed into a plume of black smoke and pursued them, a dark light striking the frozen waves beneath their feet, causing the ice to shatter. And Molin and Sweet fell again. Fortunately, they were not far from the base of the cliff, and the surging water swiftly propelled them downstream. Molin cast another freezing spell, turning the layer of water beneath him into ice, which buoyed him and Sweet to the surface like a small boat, rapidly swept along the turbulent current. The two struggled to extricate themselves from the ice, but Hoyle's spells continued to rain down around them, exploding in the flowing water. They could only cast the ironclad spell to shield themselves from the splashing water. Thankfully, the torrent was powerful, allowing their drifting speed to reach unprecedented heights, making it exceedingly difficult for Hoyle's spells to find their mark. At that moment, the ice beneath their feet suddenly collided with something, spinning violently, followed by a cry of pain from beneath the water. "Ouch, that hurts!" Which scoundrel conjured up another piece of ice. As Sir Cadogan's head emerged from the depths of the water, it was astonishing that he remained afloat in the river even now. Chapter 165, The Swordsman Cadogan. Haven't you managed to climb ashore yet? Molin quickly conjured a rope with his wand, which swiftly coiled around Sir Cadogan's arm, pulling him to safety. The current is too fierce, but how marvelous. I can finally catch my breath. Sir Cadogan lay on the ice, drenched. But before he could finish his sentence, a spell struck their ice platform, shattering it to pieces. With a startled cry, Sir Cadogan plunged back into the river. Molin was also swept away, but he swiftly cast a freezing charm, attempting to solidify the raging waters. However, a mere thin layer of ice formed before it was obliterated. Undeterred, Molin quickly cast a rebounding spell, which acted upon the surface of the water, propelling him towards the riverbank, inadvertently sending both Cadogan and Sweet tumbling to the shore not far from him. Molin scrambled up from the damp riverbank, while Sir Cadogan spat out ice shards. Looking at Molin in perplexity. "Oh, what are you doing here? There's no time for explanations. We still have enemies to confront." As Molin finished speaking, Hoyle materialized before him. "You two are remarkably fortunate to still be alive." Hoyle taunted Molin. "Hoyle, it's you again, that insufferable nuisance." Sir Cadogan recognized Hoyle, wiping the water from his hair. Irritation etched on his face. "Get lost, Cadogan. I have no time to waste on you." Hoyle glanced dismissively at Sir Cadogan. "Cadogan, this scoundrel seeks to capture me. He is complicit in the destruction of your portrait." As Molin spoke, his wand unleashed a petrifying curse towards Hoyle, who deftly deflected it with a flick of his wand. Sweet joined Molin in confronting Hoyle. "You two first-year students are woefully inadequate. Such magic is hardly impressive." Hoyle sneered, his spells fast and fierce, leaving Molin and Sweet struggling to keep pace. An explosion curse collided with Molin's stunning spell, erupting before them, causing both boys to stumble, with Sweet's wand even slipping from his grasp. Despicable. Shameless. Hoyle, how dare an adult attack a mere 11-year-old child? Sir Cadogan exclaimed in fury, picking up a stone to hurl at Hoyle. "Do you wish to die?" Hoyle shattered the stone with a flick, stopping to glare at Sir Cadogan. "It's not about seeking death, Hoyle." Sir Cadogan's expression turned grave. "This is about standing up for what is right. It is my knightly spirit. Then I shall deal with you first. Avada Kedavra." Hoyle's wand emitted a green light, aimed straight at Sir Cadogan. Yet, Sir Cadogan rolled on the ground, snatching Sweet's wand as it flew past, and a red light surged from his wand towards Hoyle, who dodged to the side. "Avada Kedavra cannot kill me, Hoyle. I had hoped you would be more clever." Sir Cadogan, brimming with rage, swiftly waved Sweet's wand in the air. The glory of the Cadogan family. The tip of his wand radiated a silver light, conjuring a gleaming silver sword that appeared in his hand, its hilt adorned with a golden gem. Molin was taken aback. He had forgotten that Sir Cadogan was also a wizard capable of summoning a sword. "Why don't you join me in a decisive battle?" Sir Cadogan tossed the wand to Sweet and grasped his sword with both hands. "A sword? Huh, Cadogan, do you truly think you can confront me with that? Do you fancy yourself a muggle?" Hoyle mocked. "I am a knight and a swordsman, Hoyle." Sir Cadogan solemnly swung his sword. "A sword possesses magic. Did you think the Gryffindor sword was merely for chopping wood? A sword is wielded to uphold justice. I detest those who bully the weak." With a swift motion, Sir Cadogan propelled himself forward, his speed astonishing Molin for the first time. The sword in his hand shimmered with a faint glow. "If you seek punishment, I shall oblige." Hoyle sneered, his wand glowing green. Avada Kedavra. The green light surged forth, hurtling towards Sir Cadogan's face, yet this time, he did not evade. Instead, he cleaved the curse in two with his sword. "How is this possible?" Hoyle gasped in disbelief, as Sir Cadogan's sword indeed severed the killing curse. Both Molin and Sweet were equally astonished, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Sir Cadogan, often perceived as a boastful buffoon, now revealed his true prowess within a painting. "What is impossible? The killing curse only incapacitates me for hours if it strikes my body, but that does not mean it cannot be cleaved in two. This is a painting, Hoyle. Have you forgotten?" Sir Cadogan pressed forward, his sword slicing through the air towards Hoyle. Hoyle, with a furious shout, transformed into a wisp of black smoke, evading the blade and appearing behind Sir Cadogan. Frostbite. A dark energy surged through the air, emanating a chilling aura. However, Sir Cadogan had already turned, his sword once again slicing through the icy spell with remarkable speed, matching the velocity of the incantation. Hoyle unleashed spells from various angles, but Sir Cadogan's sword consistently intercepted them, as though he could predict their trajectory. He moved with such fluidity that he seemed like a phantom, and every time Hoyle revealed himself, Sir Cadogan was already poised, sword raised high, ready to strike. "Curse it!" Hoyle roared, a tempest of snow enveloping him, lifting him high above the ground. "I underestimated you, ancient and abandoned swordsman. I nearly forgot." Hoyle looked down at Sir Cadogan from his elevated position. "But I am a wizard, not a brute wielding a melee weapon. This time, let us see how you can approach." Sir Cadogan lifted his gaze, a newfound seriousness replacing his previously whimsical demeanor, radiating a sharp intensity. "Since you understand the ways of the swordsman, you must also realize that swords possess magic." With a fierce thrust, Sir Cadogan plunged his sword into the ground, and it vibrated, emitting a golden light. A ripple spread from the sword's tip, sinking into the earth, causing stones to erupt violently, soaring into the air. Each stone glimmered with a faint golden hue, and Sir Cadogan stood atop one, leaping from stone to stone, each step sending ripples that elevated him higher, until he was face to face with Hoyle, his sword gleaming with purpose as he descended upon Hoyle. Chapter 166. The Swordsman and the Wizard. Hoyle was evidently taken aback by Sir Cadogan's unexpected prowess. He was astonished by the knight's agile maneuvers and quickly raised his wand, summoning a shield forged from frost. Bang! Hoyle was filled with fury and shock as he felt an overwhelming force emanating from the shield. The tremendous impact catching him off guard and sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, Sir Cadogan offered no respite. With every step he took, the enchanted stones hovered just beneath his feet, and he lunged towards Hoyle with renewed vigor, prompting Hoyle to vanish in a swirl of black smoke. "Is this magic?" Sweet remarked, his voice tinged with incredulity. "I'd always assumed he was merely a mad knight. I once believed the same," Molin replied, swallowing hard. Typically, this fellow would tremble at the sight of a husky in a castle painting, and when sent to gather intelligence, he would invariably be either scorned or pursued by another character from the artwork, having just endured a lengthy and dismal drift in this vast canyon. Yet, who could have anticipated that when Hoyle turned his wrath upon Morn and Sweet, Sir Cadogan would suddenly transform into an indomitable force, conjuring a sword of his own from Sweet's wand and driving Hoyle back relentlessly? "Have you ever heard of a magical swordsman?" Sweet inquired. The two initially intended to assist Sir Cadogan against Hoyle, but seeing that the knight had gained the upper hand, they wisely chose to observe rather than risk inadvertently harming him. "No, but Godric Gryffindor possessed a sword, did he not? Could it be that Mr. Gryffindor was also a swordsman?" Morn speculated. "Hard to say, but this fellow certainly keeps his talents well hidden. His typical madness appears to be a facade. Quite unbelievable." Sweet and Morn exchanged incredulous glances. They were aware that this was a painting governed by rules vastly different from reality. However, Sir Cadogan was a historical figure, and it was inconceivable that he possessed abilities unbefitting him, capable of wielding a sword to cast spells. This broadened Morin's horizons immensely. Perhaps magic has lost much in its evolution. Morin pondered. Contemporary magic is predominantly wizard-centric, with sorcerers relying on wands to cast spells from a distance, engaging in transfiguration duels. Few remain who charge into battle wielding swords like Sir Cadogan. As Morin contemplated, a piercing scream echoed through the air, followed by a spray of blood, as a severed left hand plummeted from above, landing in front of Morin and Sweet. Bang! Another figure fell from the sky, the sound of bones cracking resounding ominously. "This." Morin was taken aback, exchanging stunned glances with Sweet. The very Hoyle who had relentlessly pursued them was now disarmed by Sir Cadogan, having lost a hand. Sir Cadogan landed before Morin and Sweet, his sword gleaming with an unyielding coldness. "Fear not, with me present, that scoundrel cannot harm you," he proclaimed with regal confidence. Hoyle had risen, his complexion pale, waving his wand, his arm reformed from the severed stump. Such a degree of injury, in the real world, would be insurmountable to heal with magic, but this was a painting, and the rules were different. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by yet another figure crashing down beside Hoyle, creating a deep crater in the ground. It was Pickett. Whoosh! Professor Charles had apparat beside Morin and Sweet, sporting a deep gash across his face. Upon seeing that Morin and Sweet were unharmed, he exhaled in relief. Defeating this fiend is no simple task. "Are you both all right?" Professor Charles panted heavily. "Oh, you scoundrel." The once formidable Sir Cadogan turned pale at the sight of Professor Charles, leaping back in alarm to hide behind Morin, as though afflicted with a phobia akin to that of Hugo. But then, with a hint of suspicion, he exclaimed, "Wait, you are within the painting? Then what have I to fear?" Sir Cadogan boldly drew his sword, pointing it at Professor Charles. "The villain who dared to claim my territory shall pay in blood today." "Wait, Sir Cadogan, Professor Charles is not a villain. We have misunderstood him. The one who vandalized your painting is Paingate." Morin hastily intervened, preventing Sir Cadogan from attacking. Should the knight truly unleash his swordplay within the painting, it would not bode well, particularly since Professor Charles was injured and would be no match for him. "He has destroyed my territory, and you say he is not a villain?" Sir Cadogan retorted, irate. "Your territory?" Professor Charles looked at Sir Cadogan in confusion. "Someone impersonated you to destroy your artwork. You should first slay these two with your glorious sword. The occupation of your territory is inextricably linked to them," Morin urged. Sir Cadogan huffed. "I shall take your word for it, my comrade." He once again aimed his sword at the beleaguered Pickett and Hoyle, declaring, You wretched little men shall not harm the students of Hogwarts while under the blade of Sir Cadogan. Hoyle and Pickett retreated a step, clearly shaken but just thin. A figure erupted from the cliff, drawing their attention. Run, you fools! Payne-Gade is deceiving you. Enoch shouted. Morin squinted, recognizing Enoch and Dumbledore charging from the golden rift in the cliff, closely followed by Payne-Gade. You two have brought me nothing but trouble. This must come to an end, Payne-Gade hissed, his wand spewing forth a translucent liquid that spiraled through the air, swiftly encasing Dumbledore and Enoch in a vast bubble of water, rendering their spells futile against it. What a despicable trick, employing such foul substances. Enoch fumed, pinching his nose. Professor Charles's expression shifted. This is dire. It's black dragon bile. Black dragon bile could ensnare individuals within the painting, a nemesis to those trapped in this realm. Dumbledore and Enoch were helpless against it. These two old fellows have their strengths. Yet it's fortuitous for you, Charles, that I remembered black dragon bile could deal with them. Payne-Gade remarked coldly. Payne-Gade was indeed frustrated. The previous encounter with Enoch and Dumbledore had disrupted his already dwindling life force. Normally, he would dismiss other inhabitants of the painting, but faced with two formidable figures, he found himself unable to vanquish them directly. Had he not recalled the black dragon bile, he might have been entangled with them for much longer. Sir Cadogan, upon witnessing the ominous bubble, was visibly alarmed, covering his nose in dismay. Not only he, but also Hoyle and Pickett were similarly horrified, instinctively shielding their nostrils. Is it really that foul? How come we cannot smell it? Morin queried, bewildered. We are not truly inhabitants of the painting. We cannot perceive such odors. This substance, when applied to the frame, does not emit any scent. But if it contaminates the figures within, they will surely notice, replied Payne-Gade. He, too, was not a genuine inhabitant of the artwork. Thus, he remained unaffected by this restraint. This is troubling, Professor Charles remarked anxiously. Without Enoch and Dumbledore, they stood no chance against Payne-Gade. Are you two incapable of confronting them? Payne-Gade cast a cold glance at Hoyle and Pickett, who both bowed their heads in trepidation. Incompetence. His gaze then fell upon Sir Cadogan, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You still linger in the castle? I thought I had obliterated you. Sir Cadogan, pinching his nose, retorted in a muffled voice. What? You have invaded my territory? Who are you? You shameless scoundrel. Never mind. I lack the time to engage with you. Be gone. With a flick of his wand, Payne-Gade sent the translucent bubble hurtling towards Sir Cadogan. The knight raised his sword, intending to cleave the repugnant entity. Yet this time his sharp blade struck as if against a cotton ball. The bubble remained unyielding, enveloping him entirely. Shattered, Professor Charles's wand unleashed a bolt of lightning, aiming to obliterate the bubble, but Payne-Gade swiftly countered, blocking the professor's spell. You two, depart at once, and exercise caution, Professor Charles urged Morin and Sweet anxiously. Depart? Where do you expect us to go? Payne-Gade regarded Morin and Sweet with disdain. Dealing with a professor and two first-year students was child's play for him. Where did you procure the dragon's bile? Morin pondered, perplexed by how Payne-Gade could conjure such a rare potion, as some precious elixirs could not simply be fabricated through magic. They had to be purchased, otherwise apothecaries would have long since gone bankrupt. Despite Payne-Gade's prowess, he could not conjure dragon's bile from thin air. Enoch exclaimed, Fool! What did you say we could use to combat this fiend? The Dragon Fire Chill Remedy, Mr. Enoch, Morin responded. Then go procure a vial. Enoch insisted. We're on Earth. Good heavens. This is the realm of the painting, not the outside world. Do you believe we can simply buy whatever we need? This scoundrel can conjure dragon's bile. You can manifest your desired potion as well. Use the transfiguration charm. Envision what you wish to create. Enoch shouted. You are too reckless, Agilaba. Payne-Gade coldly waved his wand, blocking Enoch's voice. Morin paused, realizing he could indeed create a potion. Did this mean he could bypass the steps of brewing in the painting? I understand, he declared, pointing a stone on the ground and taking a deep breath. However, before he could utter the transfiguration charm, the air around him thickened, as if an invisible hand were reaching for him. Damn it, Morin cursed inwardly. Just as Professor Charles's wand emitted a blue light, Payne-Gade ensnared it, binding it in mid-air, rendering it immobile. At that moment, Sweet performed an unexpected maneuver, slicing his finger with his wand, crimson droplets spilling forth. He smeared the blood on his wand, which then radiated a deep scarlet glow. With a swift motion, Sweet unleashed a red spell that transformed into a protective shield before him, dissipating the oppressive atmosphere in an instant. Payne-Gade's gaze shifted to Sweet. Clive, have you finally decided to embrace the gifts of your family's magic? I always assumed you held such magic in disdain. His tone dripped with mockery, yet Sweet's expression remained composed, albeit his pallor intensified. Hurry! I cannot hold him off for long, Sweet urged, his face devoid of color. Morin discerned the crimson radiance in Sweet's eyes, reminiscent of the day during the Quidditch match when Sweet had lost his sunglasses. Though puzzled, he hesitated not. With a flick of his wand, pointing at the stone on the ground, he envisioned the characteristics of the Dragon Fire Chill remedy and softly intoned transfiguration. The stone levitated, rapidly elongating into a slender vial filled with the delightful golden Dragon Fire Chill remedy. Here, performing transfiguration was remarkably effortless for Morin. Without hesitation, he seized the glass vial and gulped down its contents, consuming thrice the usual dosage. A wave of heat surged from within him, his blood boiling as if flames were igniting his very being, as if a ferocious beast were poised to roar forth from his chest. Morin felt the overwhelming surge of power coalesce throughout his body, his wand's tip igniting with sparks. Inferno! With a flourish of his wand, a tempestuous blaze erupted, twisting and morphing into a colossal fireball that charged towards Painguard. In response, Painguard's wand exhaled a chilling breath, colliding violently with Morin's flames. To Morin's astonishment, Painguard's frost could indeed withstand his fire. His once indomitable flames failed to ignite Painguard's magic. Surprised? Walker, this is a painting, and within it, I possess myriad means to counter your flames, Painguard scoffed. Is that so? Morin mused, acutely aware that had this been the case, Painguard would have had no need to wrest the Dragon Fire Chill remedy from him initially. There were certainly underlying concerns on Painguard's part. The flames before Morin blazed ever hotter as dormant powers within him began to awaken, eager to find an outlet for release. The temperature of his fiery magic escalating to daunting levels, clashing violently with Painguard's freezing spells. Painguard's earlier disdain transformed into a grave countenance as he abruptly redirected his wand, diverting Morin's flames into the turbulent river. With a crash, Morin's flames ignited the very waters of the river, instantly transforming the canyon into a blazing inferno. The flames roared ferociously, lapping at the stones and trees along the banks. Yet, with another flourish of his wand, Morin regained control of the flames, which surged upward from the river, enveloping Painguard from all sides. This time, Painguard's expression shifted drastically. Not only him, but Hoyle and Pickett appeared equally daunted by the overwhelming fire, hastily transforming into a cloud of black smoke and vanishing into a golden rift above the canyon, fleeing the scene. Indeed, this surge of magic is the very essence of my desires. Painguard's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and mirth. Before he burst into laughter, why not unleash it further? Walker, exert yourself, and let me witness the full extent of your power. You shall see. Morin felt every inch of his being enveloped by the magical force, and he began to comprehend what Enoch had once articulated, the true wizardry akin to Dumbledore's mastery, where magic permeated every fiber of one's existence. At that moment, Morin sensed he could transmute this power into genuine magic. His eyes ignited with flames, and he found himself levitating unconsciously. Chapter 168, Abundance in All Things. The entire sky was aglow with Morin's flames, instilling terror in all who beheld it. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a searing line of fire that surged toward Enoch and Dumbledore, igniting the black dragon bile that enveloped them and transforming it into fuel for the flames. Subsequently, Morin retracted the fire, and both Dumbledore and Enoch were freed from their perilous bindings. This foolish boy dares wield such formidable flames? Enoch remarked, swallowing hard. What? Did the one outside not inform you? Dumbledore inquired. He did, but is it not exceedingly challenging to evoke this foolish boy's power? Enoch and Dumbledore exchanged glances and hastily retreated, unable to withstand the scorching heat wave. With a swish, the blaze morphed into a colossal lion, lunging towards Painguard. He deftly maneuvered his wand through the air, weaving a gray light that intertwined to form an immense net, instantly ensnaring the gigantic lion. The lion roared furiously, slashing at the gray net with its claws, igniting it in flames. Yet, Painguard's wand spun relentlessly, and as the lion struggled to escape, layers of ice and snow cascaded over the net, freezing the fiery beast in an instant. Boom! The massive ice exploded, reduced to ashes by Painguard, along with the fiery lion, which vanished without a trace. With another flick of his wand, a tempest of snow and wind erupted from beneath Morin, swirling violently and enveloping him. As Morin's flames ignited the snow, countless flurries countered his efforts. Do you think I am truly afraid of these flames? Have you never engaged in combat before? Painguard scoffed as the swirling snow accelerated, forming a powerful current that pushed Morin's flames back. For Morin's fire to ignite the snow, contact was necessary. Yet Paying Ged's seasoned experience prevailed. He employed a deft air magic to thwart Morin's flames from spreading. Indeed, Morin lacked experience. He recalled Anok's words about learning combat magic as a precaution, realizing that Anok had foreseen this far earlier than he had. The flames summoned by Morin flickered in the wind, possessing tremendous destructive potential, yet failing to breach Paying Ged's icy barrier. Each attempt to extend their reach was thwarted by the relentless gust. Furthermore, the tempestuous whirlwind drew closer, threatening to shred him into oblivion. However, Morin quickly regained his composure, observing the swirling currents with newfound resolve. In a moment of inspiration, he cast his wand, conjuring enormous logs from the tip of his wand. These logs, caught in the swirling winds, spiraled rapidly within the tempest. Inferno unleashed. With another flourish of his wand, the logs erupted in flames, their fire accelerating within the tempest as they burned with fervor, swiftly transforming the whirlwind into a fiery cyclone. "This whirlwind is now mine," Morin declared, as the searing heat rendered the cyclone unstable, crashing violently against the outer layer of ice and snow, which ignited instantly. Boom! The entire mass of ice exploded, morphing into Morin's flames. "What?" Paying Ged reeled back, darkly regarding Morin, astonished that he had extricated himself in such a manner. "This whirlwind shall return to you." Morin flung his wand, sending the fiery cyclone hurtling toward Paying Ged. Taken aback by Morin's rapid breach of his magic, Paying Ged waved his wand, cleaving the cyclone apart with a sharp green beam. Yet those flames lingered in the air, showing no sign of dissipating. Although Paying Ged could not contend with the flames, they posed no threat to him. As a wizard of several centuries, he was not so easily vanquished. The chilling winds and snow once again intertwined, clashing violently with Morin's flames, each extreme of magic producing a cacophony of thunderous roars, illuminating the entire valley as a terrifying surge of air rushed forth, creating an atmosphere of palpable agitation. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Paying Ged's ice dissolved into the air, forcing him to retreat once more, as Morin's flames roared ferociously, encircling Paying Ged. Yet he swiftly conjured a brown door in the air with his wand, swinging it open to reveal an endless expanse of ocean. Morin's flames were drawn into that door, igniting the vast sea. Bang! Paying Ged slammed the door shut, and Morin's flames vanished entirely. The spatial magic that Paying Ged wielded in his painting was formidable. While he could not directly confront the flames, he could redirect them elsewhere. Furthermore, Paying Ged understood a crucial truth. That potion of yours cannot sustain itself for long. Walker, do you think I am unaware? Paying Ged laughed, waving his wand forward to once again fend off Morin's renewed onslaught of flames. Swiftly retreating, you cannot wield this power freely. You rely solely on the potion to ignite it. I noticed that on the train. Once its effects wane, what waves can you possibly conjure? Paying Ged's words rang true. As the flames surged forth, Morin felt the energy within him gradually depleting. The efficacy of the dragon's fire-cooling potion was beginning to wane, and despite having consumed thrice his usual dosage, it would not last much longer. Once it expired, Morin would be utterly powerless against Paying Ged. Yet, Morin remained unperturbed. "Are you waiting for my magic to falter?" Morin asked, feigning astonishment. "Indeed, you cannot prevail against me, yet I can endure, Walker. Once your potion's effects wane, you shall find yourself at my mercy," Paying Ged declared with reckless glee. "Then you may find yourself sorely disappointed. I have always thought you quite astute, but it seems that is not the case, Paying Ged." Morin calmly waved his wand once more. "As you mentioned, we are within a painting." In a flash, Morin gathered the flames surrounding him, transforming them into countless slender vials, likely over 100, each filled with the golden elixir of Dragon's fire-cooling potion. "These potions should suffice to confront you, wouldn't you agree?" Morin calmly waved the bottle in front of Paying Ged, taking a leisurely sip before smacking his lips and nodding slightly. "The taste is rather unpalatable. Perhaps I could conjure a flavor of my liking, like fresh orange. What about you, Paying Ged? Pumpkin or cheese? I can produce them in bulk." Paying Ged's haughty expression instantly froze, nearly choking on his indignation as his face contorted into an ugly grimace. "You!" The veins on his forehead bulged with fury, momentarily forgetting the arduous flames he was contending with against Morin. Chapter 169. The Cunning Rabbit Has 3 Burrows. Ha ha ha. Paying Ged truly shot himself in the foot. It's utterly hilarious. Anok, perched on a distant precipice, conjured a plush sofa to sit upon, unable to stifle his laughter. This lad possesses considerable skill. Dumbledore, observing from afar with a twinkle in his eye, remarked, "Shall we lend him a hand?" "Not a chance. His flames would incinerate me. And I have no desire to perish for several hours," Anak replied, nonchalantly, crossing his legs. "You are quite right," Dumbledore concurred, evidently approving of Anak's decision, as he conjured a chair for himself to spectate. While the two leisurely elders observed from a distance, Payne-Gade was seething with rage. His complexion was a forbidding shade of pale, as he originally intended to deal with Molin once the effects of his potion had waned. However, it had become evident that within the confines of the painting, Molin would never experience a decline in potency. Once Morin's flames flickered out, he could simply take another swig of the inexhaustible dragon flame repellent and rise anew, ad infinitum. The flames here were dreadfully formidable, and Payne-Gade had yet to regain his vitality. As Morin's fire magic grew increasingly potent, Payne-Gade realized that prolonging this confrontation was exceedingly detrimental to his own well-being. Very well. Walker, remember this. One day, I shall return to reclaim the power within you. You belong to me. If he could escape the painting and confront these flames, he might have a fighting chance. Yet, as it stood, he remained trapped within the artwork, unable to exert his former prowess. Should he fail to contend with these flames, prolonging the encounter would be futile. He transformed into a shadowy wisp and vanished from sight, reappearing at the edge of the cliff, casting a fierce glance at all present before plunging into the opening, departing the Sodoran Grand Canyon. I shall not allow you to leave so easily. As the power surged within him, Molin felt an array of spells becoming tantalizingly within reach. This time, engulfed in flames, he surged toward the opening, pursuing Payne-Gade. "Hey, are you leaving so soon? Won't you sit a while longer?" Anak called out as he stood up. "Quick, follow him." Agilaba! Dumbledore vanished with a disapparition spell in hot pursuit. Payne-Gade had returned to his painting, standing in an expansive, barren area, coldly regarding the approaching Molin, who was flanked by Hoyle and Pickshoe. "Not fighting anymore? Payne-Gade, where has your previous arrogance gone?" Molin brought his furious flames to this realm as well. The fragments that had recently been shattered within the painting began to gradually restore themselves. Whether streets, houses, or the muggles and wizards, they commenced to coalesce, slowly taking form. "Walker, you cannot confine me. Even with those flames, it's of no consequence. Once I am fully resurrected, I shall easily handle your flames," Payne-Gade coldly declared, staring at Molin, now enveloped in fire. Molin surveyed his surroundings, replying, "Perhaps I cannot confine you, but I am not here to do so." He raised his wand, a smile gracing his lips. "I am here to set fire, you see, much like burning the Hogwarts Express. The veracity of the elements within the painting escapes my comprehension. Yet I sense that my flames differ from those contained here. I believe you will understand." With a flourish, flames erupted from his feet, wildly spreading, igniting the newly formed streets and grass, as well as the flames lining the streets. "You dare!" Payne-Gade's complexion drained of color as he bellowed, his wand unleashing a torrent of frost toward the encroaching flames. Within the painting, anything consumed by fire could be restored after a time. Yet Morin's flames were evidently no ordinary fire, given that this artwork was birthed from the life magic of muggles, once incinerated. It equated to the destruction of the life Payne-Gade had pilfered from muggles. All would be lost. It appears my assumptions were correct. Let us intensify this inferno unleashed. Molin carelessly waved his wand, flames erupting chaotically in every direction as he relinquished control over them, reveling in their unbridled freedom. "Curse you!" Payne-Gade roared in a frenzy, desperate to salvage the homes within his painting. However, the speed at which Morin's flames spread exceeded his wildest imaginings, soon engulfing all the houses in a conflagration. Two shrieks of terror echoed from behind Payne-Gade. His followers, Hoyle and Pickshoe, screamed in horror, their bodies inexplicably enveloped in flames. Though they were conjured by dark magic and possessed more strength than others within the painting, their lives were inextricably linked to the artwork. Once it was ignited by Molin, they too were affected. "Save us, master! Help!" Hoyle and Pickshoe writhed in agony, the flames clinging to them like a tormenting parasite, burning their flesh. They attempted to extinguish the flames with magic, but their wands had already turned to ash. Payne-Gade's chest heaved violently as he found himself powerless against the unfolding chaos. Hoyle and Pickshoe had succumbed to the inferno. "Walter, I will seek you out again." Payne-Gade spat defiantly, as flames began to consume him as well, for his life was also intertwined with the painting. Yet he swiftly extinguished the fire upon himself, conjuring a door with his wand, and vanished through it. Molin rushed toward the door, but Anak and Dumbledore had already arrived. Do not pursue, foolish boy. It's futile. Anak warned, cautiously standing before the golden passage, hesitant to step any further into the inferno. Why not chase after him? Moore inquired. He can traverse from one painting to another, from Hogwarts to elsewhere. You cannot catch him, Anak sighed, spreading his hands. We never intended to kill Payne-Gade here in the first place, Dumbledore stated with a relaxed demeanor. All we needed was to drive him from the castle. The rest can be addressed later. Now, Morin was gradually grasping the rules of the painting. He understood that Anak and Dumbledore were correct. Payne-Gade wielded unparalleled mastery over the spatial magic of the artwork, making pursuit impossible. Very well then. Morin cast a glance at the world engulfed in flames. All of Payne-Gade's sinister plots brewing at Hogwarts were consumed by this inferno. He did not retract the flames, but instead allowed them to continue their relentless dance. As long as he chose to ignore the fire, it would remain perpetually unquenchable. This fellow is remarkably difficult to kill, Mr. Anak. Is there truly no other way? Morin inquired. Of course there is, but we must hurry. I do not appreciate your flames, Anak beckoned to Morin, adding with a note of warning, remember, do not let your flames touch me, or I shall retaliate. You cannot best him, Dumbledore kindly reminded. Silence, Dumbledore, Anak retorted as he stepped through the golden portal. Morin had numerous questions he wished to pose to Anak, and he too leaped through the shimmering threshold, returning to the Soto Blue Canyon. Chapter 170, Rending Asunder. Upon his return to the cliff of the canyon, Morin plopped down, breathless and fatigued. Quickly shut the door. There is a fire raging over there. Do not let it spread here. After Anak awaited Morin's return, he promptly waved his wand, dismantling the golden portal before approaching Morin and patting him on the shoulder. Well done, lad. Quite the audacity. It would have been prudent to inform me earlier that the painting could conjure any potion. It would have saved me from being chased by that fiend. The surge of power within Morin had subsided, returning to a state of tranquility. When he had entered the painting, Payne-Gade had magically deprived him of the Dragon Fire cooling potion, leading him to believe he was doomed, only to discover that acquiring the potion was remarkably simple. You could have inquired sooner. Anak shrugged, displaying no hint of remorse. Morin, with a resigned expression, turned to scrutinize Anak. Mr. Anak, who exactly are you? Why do both Headmaster Dumbledore and Payne-Gade refer to you as Agrippa? What is your true name? My name is Anak, but I'm also called Agrippa. There is no contradiction in that, is there? Anak leisurely settled down, gazing at the turbulent river below. After Morin had reclaimed all the flames, the river had returned to its normal state. How? Is there no contradiction? You realize people can have multiple middle names, correct? For instance, Dumbledore is known as Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Anak gestured towards Dumbledore nearby. Is Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore? Dumbledore approached with a warm smile. Of course. If you find it cumbersome, you may also call me Albus Foolish Big Dummy Lemon Sorbet, Dumbledore. I am indifferent to what I am called. Oh, I shall not address you in that manner, Headmaster Dumbledore, Morin replied with reverence. Despite Dumbledore being merely a figure within a painting, he held deep respect for the legendary headmaster. He then turned to Anak. So, Mr. Anak, what is your surname? Anak scratched his head, speaking mysteriously. If I were to reveal it, it would frighten you. Speak it. I would willingly accept the fright, Morin said with curiosity. Anak cleared his throat twice and declared, I am Anak Agrippa. A brief silence ensued. Is that all? What were you expecting? Godric Anak Agrippa Gryffindor? Anak asked with a chuckle. But that did not frighten me. Morin exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, so you possess such courage. Anak feigned surprise. Morin looked at Anak with exasperation. The Anak within the painting bore an uncanny resemblance to the one outside. By the way, are you not contemplating how to exit the painting? Or do you intend to remain here for eternity? Anak gestured towards the resounding canyon. Our world is indeed splendid. You might consider staying here. I could even gift you this canyon. Morin glanced at the canyon, which was gradually restoring itself, the waterfall cascading with a unique charm. However, he shook his head. Thank you for your kind offer, but I prefer the outside world. Professor Charles should lead me out. He is well versed in the ways of the painting. Morin peered down the cliff, but Professor Charles was nowhere to be seen. I am unaware, Morin. Professor Charles has already transported Sir Cadogan and Sweet via apparition. He said solemnly, when I entered, it was Payne-Gade who deliberately guided me, masquerading as Bach, leading me here. Masquerading as Bach? Morin gasped. So, the individual who opened the door with a magical canvas before me was not you? That person was not me, Professor Charles affirmed. I should have realized it. When I encountered you on the stairs, you referred to me as Walker, which struck me as odd. Morin recalled their earlier meeting, where Professor Charles had greeted him. Typically, he called him Morin, not Walker. At the time, Morin had not given it much thought. Does this mean we cannot escape? Sweet inquired. Splendid. This means we can fight side by side. Sir Cadogan appeared, quite pleased, moving closer to Molin and scrutinizing him. You seem much more authentic here. Your usual demeanor in the outside world appears rather unreal. That was indeed true. Molin could not help but flick the glory sword in Sir Cadogan's hand, which rang with a crisp sound, clearly not an ordinary sword. This sword looks impressive. How does it compare to Gryffindor's sword? Molin asked. For a swordsman, the best sword is the one that suits him, Sir Cadogan replied, clearing his throat with utmost seriousness. Molin had begun to respect Sir Cadogan. This seemingly mad knight was a concealed swordsman. He had never realized that swordsmen existed in the wizarding world. He knew many things were imbued with magic, but was unaware that swords could wield such power as well. By the way, Sir Cadogan, with your remarkable swordsmanship, why are you often chased around by other characters in the painting? Molin could not resist asking. If any of those painted figures sought to mock you, could you not simply draw your sword to deal with them? That is because I am a gallant knight, my friend. A knight's sword is only drawn in battle against evil. This is the knightly spirit, Sir Cadogan said with unrestrained joviality. The companions and little creatures in the castle are merely playing with me. I would never draw my sword against them. Molin regarded the eccentric knight with newfound admiration. By the way, when you have the time, you could teach me the magic of swordplay. Perhaps I too could become a swordsman. Molin expressed enviously, as Sir Cadogan's swordsmanship had left a profound impression on him, especially when he had effortlessly dispatched Hoyle midair. Do not be foolish, my friend. Your magic far surpasses mine. Sir Cadogan countered, genuinely envious of Morin's formidable flames. But truthfully, I too must learn some apparition. My magical repertoire is limited to swordsmanship. Thus I would avoid the fate of falling into a river next time and being swept away. Let's not dwell on that for now, Molin. We must quickly inform Professor McGonagall about Payne Gade still being alive. You still have the painting of Hugo, do you not? Professor Charles inquired. They are here, Molin exclaimed as he retrieved the portraits of Hugo and the other 5 from his pocket. However, the 6 remained in a state of unconsciousness, utterly oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded. How can we rescue them from the paintings? Molin inquired. I must conduct some research. Payneguard's magic is notoriously difficult to unravel. Professor Charles replied, scrutinizing the canvases with utmost care. Payneguard was indeed a formidable adversary, and caution was paramount when dealing with his enchantments. Yet, Anak snatched one of the paintings and boldly declared, "What is so difficult to break? Watch this." With a swift motion, he tore the canvas apart. With a resounding rip, Hugo tumbled out through the gap, landing on the ground. Huh? Was it really that simple? Molin and Professor Charles exchanged bewildered glances, contemplating the peculiar nature of the objects within the paintings. Chapter 171. The Journey Back. How convoluted can you make it? This is our world. Do you not understand that we must operate by our own rules? Anak waved his hand dismissively. He proceeded to tear the remaining individuals from their canvases, each of them rolling onto the ground in a disheveled heap, as though they had tumbled from a sack. Professor Charles hastily drew his wand to prevent them from rolling off the cliff. Will they not awaken? Molin asked anxiously. Anak tapped Hugo's head with his wand and lifted his eyelids for inspection, stating, "They are fine. They should regain consciousness in an hour or 2. Molin recalled Payneguard's mention of Time Turner and its spatial constraints, asking, what if Payneguard used the Time Turner elsewhere and returns? How would he be able to handle that? Fear not. I have just rendered the Time Turner inoperable with my magic. He won't be able to repair it easily. By the time he does, it will be too late to thwart the events of the evening. At the very least, his paintings will no longer plague the castle," Anak replied with nonchalance. Then how do we exit? Molin surveyed his surroundings, realizing that Payneguard had undoubtedly sealed their entry point, since Professor Charles had been lured in as well. They were in quite a predicament. You should consult Dumbledore, Anak suggested. Dumbledore raised his crescent-shaped spectacles and replied, I do indeed know a way. Follow me. He tapped the ground once more, causing the stones to rise and form a large brown door. Grasping the antique bronze handle, he opened it and stepped through. Professor Charles levitated the unconscious 6 into the air, and everyone followed Dumbledore's lead. As Molin passed through the door, it felt akin to traversing through a shimmering curtain of water. Upon entering, they found themselves in the very room where the wizard had been playing chess, having returned from the North Tower to the 7th floor corridor. Clearly, Dumbledore was also well versed in the magic of paintings, just as Payneguard was. By the way, what magic resides within me? Headmaster Dumbledore, do you have any insight? Molin had been plagued by this question for some time. Although he could conjure various dragonfire potions to stimulate the strange magic within him while in the painting, he could not remain there indefinitely. Outside, he lacked such potions. Molin longed to wield that magic with autonomy rather than relying solely on dragonfire potions. I'm afraid I cannot say for certain. While I understand much of the magic within my paintings, I would not be privy to all if no one informed me. Dumbledore remarked kindly, greeting the chess-playing wizard. Oglythus. Oh, Dumbledore, care for a game? The wizard responded eagerly. I'll take my turn. Before Dumbledore could speak, Sir Cadogan rushed forward in excitement. No, step aside. You don't even comprehend the rules, Oglythus scolded, waving his hand dismissively. Nonetheless, Sir Cadogan stubbornly seized the queen and called out a check, prompting Oglythus to kick him in irritation. I'm pressed for time, Oglythus, perhaps next time, Dumbledore said with a smile as he waved his hand, leading Molin and the others to the front door, which he opened to reveal a scenic painting. Whereas Mr. Enoch, surely you must know about the magic within me? Molin pressed on. Why not ask that old fellow outside? Enoch replied, hands clasped behind his back, strolling leisurely. What difference does it make? Aren't you him? Molin countered. By the way, where has he gone? Why isn't he returned? Molin questioned in confusion. Enoch yawned and shook his head. I cannot divulge that. He has instructed me not to share. They continued along the castle walls, navigating around the frames that adorned them, traversing the myriad of paintings, experiencing the world within them. It was an extraordinary sensation. Typically, they gazed upon the scenes within the paintings from the outside, but now they were witnessing the castle from within the artwork, as if they had adopted an entirely new perspective, an experience not often encountered. Dumbledore led them into a room where a suitcase rested in the corner. He opened it and waved his hand. We're almost there. Climb in. The suitcase appeared unremarkable from the outside, yet upon stepping inside, they discovered its bottom resembled a slide. They spiraled down the slide, ultimately emerging in a small cabin atop the sea, isolated and devoid of anything but the gently rippling waves. Stepping out onto the cabin's balcony, they beheld a staircase ascending towards the heavens, vanishing into the clouds. Wow, a stairway to heaven. Is it? A creation of Blackguard, Enoch mused, stretching contentedly as he gazed out over the boundless ocean. Onward, Dumbledore beckoned, signaling everyone to ascend the celestial staircase. They climbed higher and higher, until the clouds were within arm's reach, the little cabin below reduced to a mere dot. As Molin pondered how much longer they would need to ascend, the clouds around them suddenly dissipated, revealing a bright room filled with painting supplies and wondrous artworks. Resembling an exhibition hall. This is the room of requirement, the one I discovered last time, Dumbledore said with a smile toward the painting on the wall. Is this truly the room of requirement? How marvelous! Molin exclaimed, taking in the surroundings before turning back to glance at the painting they had just traversed. The stairway to heaven still hanging there. Unbeknownst to them, they had seamlessly exited the painting, while Dumbledore and Enoch remained on the staircase. Are you unable to come out? Molin asked, perhaps you could visit our world for a while. We prefer not to exit. Without magical protection, it could be perilous, Enoch replied with a yawn. And your world is far too chaotic. It is much more comfortable here. Molin found himself at a loss for words. He had initially thought the world within the painting peculiar, with its myriad strange rules that left him disoriented. Yet, the inhabitants of the painting had their own worldview, and he had grown accustomed to it. Dumbledore then inquired, Charles, I trust you would be willing to inform the headmaster of the events that transpired. Yes? Molin. Do you wish to accompany him? Molin, having been thoroughly exhausted from his escapades within the castle's paintings, shook his head. I believe it is best to wait until tomorrow. I can spare a few moments, as Painguard will not trouble me any longer. I shall go directly to the headmaster. Professor Charles affirmed. Very well. I shall await you in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore waved at Molin, vanishing from sight and returning to his painting. I too have taken my leave, you foolish lad. Do come in and visit when you have the chance. You are already familiar with the way. This room is truly splendid. Enoch surveyed the room of requirement before vanishing from sight. Marvelous. At last, I can reclaim my territory without subterfuge. Sir Cadogan had already dashed back into his frame, taking residence within Morin's pocket. Molin, accompanied by Professor Charles and suite, exited the gallery, discovering they stood at the end of the corridor on the 7th floor, mere steps away from the abandoned classroom. So the room of requirement is here, Molin mused, reflecting that this adventure was not entirely fruitless. He now possessed knowledge for his future quests. Chapter 172, A Futile Stimulant. Hugo and his companions lingered in the corridor as Molin hurried towards the classroom. The enchanted canvas that had covered the door to the 7th floor classroom had vanished, allowing him entry. Inside, he beheld the painting of Painga, which still burned with an unextinguished flame. It has now become my creation, Molin marveled, running his fingers over the painting. It was peculiar how that strange flame had transformed into pigment. Perhaps I might sign it as well. That would be inadvisable. Although your flame continues to blaze within this work, I must take it to the headmaster. It is likely to be destroyed, Professor Charles interjected, removing the painting. You six should escort them to the hospital wing while I retrieve another identical painting from the corridor on the 7th floor. The school's artworks require thorough examination. Payinga's creations no longer merit residence within the castle. Morin shrugged in mild disappointment, extracting Sir Cadogan from his pocket. Oh, and Professor Charles. Do hang Sir Cadogan back up, as he belongs there. No, I shall remain in this corridor, continuing my vigil. The next time I encounter Hoyle, I shall deliver judgment with my righteous glory. Sir Cadogan proclaimed, brandishing his sword with pride. Very well, Professor Charles acquiesced as they exited the classroom. He conjured his wand, restoring Sir Cadogan's painting to its original size and affixing it beside the one of the Soto Blue Canyon. However, Sir Cadogan expressed disdain for the Soto Blue Canyon, harboring significant shadows from his past. After some negotiation, Professor Charles finally hung him on the wall opposite the staircase, where Payinga's painting had once been displayed. My neighbors shall be delighted. They welcome me. Sir Cadogan greeted his fellow portraits with a smile. Yet, as it was still early morning, the inhabitants of the frames were asleep, and none responded to him. A nearby fire dragon, disturbed by the commotion, shot him a warning glare. I am utterly exhausted. I have no desire to attend classes tomorrow. Morin groaned, rubbing his eyes, feeling as though he were laden with lead. But we have training tomorrow afternoon, do we not? Sweet murmured sullenly. At that moment, Morin recalled that he had returned from 24 hours hence, realizing he had already participated in training once. Attending again would serve no purpose. He sighed in resignation, glancing at the unconscious Pock before adding, Pock has returned, but he remains unconscious. Perhaps we shall be spared from training tomorrow. After Professor Charles departed, they escorted Hugo and the others towards the hospital wing. The castle was eerily silent, devoid of life, as everyone else remained in slumber. Hogwarts retained its serene atmosphere, oblivious to the near resurrection of a centuries-old monster from its frame the previous night. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Sweet suddenly remarked, Do you not wish to inquire about something? About what? Morin yawned nonchalantly, his exhaustion evident from the copious potions he had consumed, leaving him utterly fatigued. Do you not wish to know? Sweet countered, a member of the mysterious Clive family, who ventured daily into the Forbidden Forest and had been deemed the second sacrifice by Payinga. Sweet undoubtedly harbored numerous secrets. Not particularly. Everyone has their secrets. I have a multitude of matters yet to clarify myself. Morin grinned, gesturing with his wand to ensure the heads of Hugo and the others carefully avoided the staircase's railing. Sweet's demeanor softened slightly, perhaps acknowledging Morin's capabilities or due to their shared extraordinary adventure, appearing less aloof than usual. They delivered Hugo and the others to Madame Pomfrey, who, still clad in her red, checkered nightgown, expressed perplexity at the arrival of 6 students at such an hour. She arranged beds for them and inquired about the night's events. Explaining would be too cumbersome. I shall wait for Professor Charles and the headmaster to elucidate. Morin yawned again, making his way towards the staircase, intent on returning to the 8th floor common room. Sweet glanced at the sparse stars outside before proceeding down to the 1st floor, presumably to the Forbidden Forest for some unknown purpose. Morin shrugged, unconcerned. His singular desire was for sleep. Morin had scarcely closed his eyes for a few hours when James burst into his dormitory, rousing him with news that Professor McGonagall wished to see him. Sleepily, he trudged to the headmaster's office on the 3rd floor. How do I gain entry? Morin pondered before the grotesque guardian beast, stifling another yawn. Oh, Morin, you've arrived. The password is strictness to oneself. Professor Dumbledore appeared in a painting beside the creature, smiling. She can be rather stern. I was quite casual with my past passwords. Anything from big cockroaches to little ants. Now, hurry along. Everyone awaits you in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore vanished from frame. Strictness to oneself. Morin drowsily uttered to the grotesque stone beast. The creature leapt aside, and the wall behind it split open. Though it was his first visit to the headmaster's office, Morin felt no novelty at the moving statues and spiraling staircases, having encountered far too many bizarre occurrences the previous night, with fire dragons and phoenixes chasing him throughout the castle. The animated sculptures of the headmaster's office were but a triviality. The office was impeccably tidy, every item meticulously arranged and spotless. Various folders were systematically sealed within glass-fronted cabinets, each adorned with differently colored labels, categorically organized, an embodiment of Professor McGonagall's meticulous nature. Seat, Wolka. Professor McGonagall occupied a high-backed chair at the rear of the office, her expression grave. With a flick of her wand, she summoned a chair for Morin. Alongside Morin were Professors Flitwick, Kane, Francis, Theodore, and Charles, who had been embroiled in the events. Dumbledore sat in a frame, observing Morin, yet a knock was conspicuously absent. However, numerous portraits of former headmasters were engaged in curious discussion. Professor Kane, the head of Gryffindor House, approached and placed a reassuring hand on Morin's shoulder. Concern etched upon his face. "Are you all right, Morin? Is it true what transpired last night?" Professor Kane had evidently been informed of the previous evening's events. "It should be," Morin mused, feeling the need to catch up on sleep. He had scarcely rested for 5 hours. Though perhaps I was merely dreaming. That would be preferable. He was utterly fatigued. "Walker, ideally, I would have allowed you more rest, but this matter must be clarified at once." Headmistress McGonagall gestured towards Professor Theodore. The professor produced a vial of purple potion, declaring, "This is a powerful stimulant, Morin. A single sip will keep you awake for 2 days and nights." Morin took a sip. "How do you feel now?" Professor Theodore inquired. "I'm not sure," Morin replied, shaking his head. The potion seemed to vanish into his system without a trace, leaving him as weary as before, devoid of even the slightest warmth in his throat. "Surely, one sip of the stimulant should suffice," McGonagall asserted confidently. "Now, I must pose a few questions to you, Walker. I hope you can respond adequately." "What questions?" Morin felt the so-called powerful stimulant was utterly ineffective. He was still overwhelmingly drowsy and could not suppress a yawn. "What secrets do you harbor? How is it that Pain Guard could not contend with your flames?" McGonagall asked sternly. Morin was at a loss for words, unable to articulate the enigmatic force within him. "I don't know. Perhaps Pain Guard is made of paper and fears fire." He rubbed his eyes and continued, "By the way, Professor Theodore, are you certain you Haven team mistaken the potion? Why am I still so tired?" His eyelids felt as though they could barely remain open. "Walker, this is not the time for jest." McGonagall raised her voice. "You cannot evade this question due to fatigue. We all know the stimulant is effective." "Is it really?" Morin's eyelids grew heavier. "Do you dare to sleep in the presence of the headmistress?" Professor Francis remarked coldly. "Well, I suppose I shouldn't tea." Morin's words trailed off as he succumbed to sleep, snoring before he could finish his sentence. "Morin? Morin?" Professor Kane gently shook him. Morin mumbled in a daze. Had he truly fallen asleep? The professors exchanged glances, astonished that Morin would fall asleep before them, especially before the headmistress, displaying utter audacity. Professor Theodore approached Morin, tapping his arm with his wand, and a beam of purple light entered Morin's body. "Strange," Theodore remarked, bewildered. The powerful stimulant had seemingly dissipated within him, leaving no trace. He must be utterly exhausted. After all, he faced a formidable opponent in Pain Guard last night. "Perhaps we should let him rest first?" Professor Flitwick suggested, always patient with students. McGonagall shook her head. "No, if this matter is genuine, then addressing Pain Guard is urgent. We cannot afford delays. Every moment wasted allows him to further his sinister plot. We must ascertain whether Morin has discerned Pain Guard's weaknesses." Yet Morin's snores remained steady, indifferent to their plight, leaving the professors at a loss. From the portrait nearby, Dumbledore interjected, "The powerful stimulant is ineffective for him. If it were me, I would offer him a sip of ice-cold lemonade." "Is that truly effective, Mr. Dumbledore?" McGonagall queried, raising her glasses. "Do you believe this muggle beverage could surpass the stimulant?" The other professors shared her skepticism, well aware that nothing could match Professor Theodore's potions in terms of revitalization. "Perhaps it might work. Why not give it a try?" Dumbledore chimed cheerfully. "I personally enjoy muggle beverages." Although McGonagall found Dumbledore's suggestion dubious, she called for Lulu, and the house elf promptly appeared in the office. McGonagall instructed him to fetch some ice-cold lemonade. Professor Kane administered a sip of the chilled beverage to Morin, who then sluggishly opened his eyes. "What did I miss?" He yawned, feeling somewhat more alert, at least less fatigued than before. "Oh, you're all here," he stretched languidly. All the professors gazed at Morin with incredulity, exasperated. They were eager to unravel the truth, yet Morin had the audacity to sleep before them, only to awaken with a dazed and innocent expression. They were powerless against him. "Walker," Professor Francis intoned his customary grim tone, "the response you just provided is not what we seek. The notion of Pain Guard, who has been dead for centuries, existing within a portrait is difficult to accept. We require more information to comprehend him, and this matter pertains to you. You must take it seriously. Why has Pain Guard targeted you specifically?" "What did I just say?" Morin rubbed his temples, attributing his overwhelming fatigue to having consumed too much Dragon Fire Potion the night before. It seemed the after-effects were quite apparent. Francis's expression darkened, yet Kane relayed the earlier inquiries to Morin. "Did I say those things?" Morin mused. "Well, let me think. Professor Francis, this is also something I wish to know. I'm as clueless as you are regarding why that fellow has set his sights on me. If you don't believe me, Professor Charles was present last night. You can ask him. He gestured towards the equally serious Professor Charles sitting nearby. Professor Charles shook his head. There are many things I've yet to understand. I only saw you consume a potion, after which Painguard exhibited wariness towards your flames. What was that potion? From the wall, Dumbledore unexpectedly chimed in to answer Morin. It was the Dragon Fire Potion, brewed with dragon flames. Consuming too much can cause one's internal flames to go out of control, which is precisely how Morin confronted Painguard. A chilling potion? Who could concoct a potion using dragon flames? I have never heard of such a thing, Professor Francis remarked. To my knowledge, no one can control dragon fire. Even Professor Theodore cannot. Indeed, that is true, Professor Theodore admitted, an expert in potions. Oh, Francis, do not take the portrait's words too seriously. Had you been present during that time and consumed such a chilling potion, you could have defeated Painguard. That potion is particularly effective against him, Dumbledore said kindly, even winking at Morin discreetly. Dumbledore seemed to be smoothing over matters, concealing certain truths about the powers within Morin. Morin quickly caught on and said, Precisely, Professor Francis. Had you been in the portrait last night and consumed the superlative flame potion, you would have been the protagonist. Professor Francis regarded Morin with a deathly stare, unconvinced by his words and prepared to threaten him with that gaze until he spoke the truth. Yet, Morin let out another significant yawn. Francis appeared discontented. Meanwhile, Professor Charles furrowed his brow, recalling some of Painguard's words. The situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. However, Charles remained silent, merely observing Morin pensively. Why does Painguard believe it is you? Why has he singled you out as the reborn one? Francis pressed relentlessly, his inquiries sharp and to the point. I don't know. Perhaps he finds me agreeable? Morin shrugged, sipping the ice-cold lemonade once more. Maureen, we are here to assist you. If Painguard's target is indeed you, then we must ensure your protection at all times. You ought to be truthful with us, stated Professor McGonagall. I am speaking the truth. Painguard has also chosen Hugo and the other 6, has he not? He merely selected those who can fulfill his resurrection magic. And I happen to be one of them. Maureen felt a chill from the iced lemon and continued. You should investigate what the Dark Awakening entails and explore ways to thwart him. Moreover, it is imperative to destroy his paintings while he remains unable to leave at will. Eliminating his artwork is of utmost importance. Painguard must now be hiding within a painting. As long as his works are destroyed, in some respects, he could be vanquished. Professor McGonagall straightened a book on the table and remarked, I have already written to the Ministry of Magic regarding your claims. But this matter is far from as straightforward as you might believe, Maureen. Your testimony alone is insufficient. You are merely a minor. Professor Charles is present as well. And so is Professor Dumbledore, she added. Mr. Dumbledore is a figure within a painting, and thus his testimony holds no weight. As for Professor Charles, I must say that the events you describe are too preposterous. Professor Charles possesses limited knowledge, and his observations alone lack persuasiveness, continued Professor McGonagall. Professor Charles interjected. We have yet to obtain the crucial evidence, Maureen. Consider this. If you were to approach the Ministry of Magic empty-handed and claim that Voldemort has returned, would they believe you? They would dismiss it as mere folly. Moreover, Painguard is not Voldemort. He has been dead for centuries, and when he was alive, he was a revered artist, not a dark wizard. Maureen recognized this truth, realizing that convincing everyone of the notion that a highly respected artist, who advocated for harmony between muggles and wizards, was in fact a malevolent sorcerer willing to harm students, was indeed a daunting task. Chapter 174, Serenity. But you are aware of what he has done to muggles, are you not? Those muggles who cannot move within the paintings are creations of real muggles. Is that not discernible? Maureen placed her cup down, awakening to a clearer mindset. I must enter the painting to discern this. It cannot be determined from the outside. Otherwise, Painguard would not have survived for so long. Furthermore, we cannot enter the painting at will. Maureen continued. Isn't the room of requirement capable of facilitating that? We just emerged from the room of requirement. Professor Charles shook his head. For wizards, the entities within the paintings are mere illusions. Even if you were to step inside and witness those authentic muggles, it would be inconsequential to us. They remain fictitious. The most critical point, he paused, is that not all wizards can distinguish whether the muggles within the paintings are genuine lives. Painguard has survived this long, and he knows this better than anyone. As for me, I am somewhat unique. It is not mere self-praise, for few can identify this. If other artists cannot discern it, my solitary testimony would only lead them to dismiss me as delusional. Maureen had to concede that Professor Charles spoke the truth. Painguard had persistently sought Professor Charles' allegiance last night, which was not without reason. As fellow artists, Pei Inga recognized certain unique traits within Professor Charles. If that were the case, attempting to publicly destroy all of Pei Inga's paintings within the wizarding community would be an arduous endeavor. The situation suddenly grew complicated. They had initially believed that understanding how Pei Inga persisted would allow for his easy elimination. Yet the fact that he resided within the paintings was difficult for everyone to accept, making it impossible to openly destroy all of Pei Inga's works. Professor Francis interrogated Maureen for an hour, as if cross-examining a suspect, and due to his fatigue, Maureen's responses became increasingly simplistic. I don't know. I'm speaking the truth. Pei Inga finds me agreeable. My physique is rather well-proportioned, suitable for resurrection. At this point, it mattered little how he responded. He was merely going through the motions. Even Professor McGonagall was dissatisfied with Maureen's answers, yet he truly did not know how to clarify. As he exited the headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore emerged from the portrait on the wall and followed Maureen. Mr. Dumbledore, why did you not inform Professor McGonagall? Maureen inquired. Agilaba requested that I assist you in concealing certain aspects within you that Pei Inga desires. The fewer who are aware, the better for you. Perhaps Agilaba will clarify matters for you, replied Dumbledore, adjusting his beard and smiling at Maureen. You should trust Agilaba. He is, how shall I say, infallible in his words. In any case, keep this secret well, and I wish you joy in your upcoming studies. I have said all I needed to say. Farewell. Dumbledore vanished back into the portrait. Maureen shrugged. He felt quite optimistic. Despite Pei Inga's relentless pursuit, he did not feel threatened. If Pei Inga were to lure him into a painting again, he already knew how to conjure a plethora of dragon fire chill remedies to deal with the fellow. As for reality, he resolved to bring along the entirety of Mr. Anok's dragon fire chill remedies next time. Maureen believed he could be both persuasive and insistent if necessary, for that old rascal Anok would surely not be stingy. He yawned. If the only aftereffect was a need for sleep, it was hardly a significant issue. Maureen slept for a full 2 days and nights before reawakening, full of vigor. Quickly, tell me what happened next, Hugo exclaimed eagerly. The first thing Hugo did upon Maureen's awakening was inquire about the events within the painting. At that time, the dark awakening magic had commenced, and all 6 of them had lost consciousness. Aside from the moment when Maureen had awakened Hugo, Lily and the others were oblivious to what transpired in the painting that night. As Maureen munched on a fire serpent egg yolk tart that Hugo had offered, he succinctly recounted the events. Essentially, I am unaffected by the time turner, and there is some peculiar magic at play. I am unsure of its nature. But Pei Inga was frightened away. After a brief summary, Maureen lifted Doy into his arms, brushing away the remnants of Doy's snack that had fallen onto the blanket. Absolutely splendid. Hugo marveled. You personally defeated that old monster? The credit primarily goes to that potion. Mr. Anok and Mr. Dumbledore were also of great assistance, Maureen explained. I wish I had been there. Hugo punched the air. Even Dumbledore could not defeat that Ged. What was his name again? He had forgotten the man's name. Dumbledore is merely a figure within a painting, not the real headmaster Dumbledore. Yet he is formidable nonetheless, Maureen pondered before adding. Let us keep this matter between us. I do not wish to be viewed as overly special. Rest assured, mate. Hugo brandished his wand, waving it in the air with exuberance. Now that you mention it, I feel compelled to begin studying magic earnestly. The next time he comes to capture me, I won't be so fortunate. You indeed should immerse yourself in the study of magic. As Morin spoke, he was suddenly startled by a persistent vibration emanating from his backpack. Upon rummaging through it, he discovered the parchment that Anok had given him was quivering uncontrollably. It had been quite some time since Anok had last contacted Morin, particularly since Christmas had come and gone. He hastily extracted the parchment, which bore a single line. See you at the usual place on Sunday morning. Morin harbored many questions he yearned to pose to Anok. Although they had met just the previous night, being a figure from a painting, Anok had divulged nothing to him. Yet, a new conundrum arose. Professor McGonagall had now prohibited students from entering the kitchen, signifying that the secret passageway out of the school had been sealed. He retrieved a pen from a nearby drawer and wrote, The passageway I used to leave the school has been blocked, and I cannot exit. Anok responded, Then use the room of requirements painting. I will come to fetch you at 9 o'clock on Sunday morning. Do not be late. Morin interpreted this message as coming from the Anok within the painting. Previously, Anok had mentioned he arrived via a concealed cave beneath the Soto Blue Canyon. Perhaps he could also use this passage to leave the school. Morin's studies resumed their course, and the entire school was abuzz with astonishment over the unexpected return of Gryffindor's captain, Puck. Curiosity swirled regarding his whereabouts over the past 2 months. Yet even Puck himself was at a loss, unable to recall the events of recent days. Not just Puck, but aside from Hugo, who had been partially awakened by Morin, Lily and the others remained oblivious. It was rumored that Professor McGonagall had written to inform their parents of the situation, but due to the students' ignorance, the parents were left skeptical. Sweet was aware of what had transpired, yet his indifferent nature prevented him from spreading the news. Other students could only speculate about Pock's prolonged absence, with various theories circulating. Some claimed he had become lost in the Forbidden Forest and stumbled upon the Centaur's secrets, while others suggested he had been abducted by them and forced to clean up manure as punishment, subsequently subjected to a memory charm before being returned. Morin felt a pang of sympathy for Pock, who had endured a rather grim ordeal. When he heard these tales, he couldn't help but chuckle, though his amusement quickly faded. Pock was aware that James and Albus could not participate in the upcoming competition, which left him stunned. He intensified training for the three of them, requiring them to temporarily fill in for Albus and James. Pock transformed into a training fanatic, seemingly using the rigorous regimen to distract himself, while the others began to lament their circumstances. However, amidst all this, one matter left Morin utterly perplexed. After the Muggle Studies class, Professor Charles retained Morin for a private conversation, revealing a piece of news. "Professor Charles, are you resigning?" Morin inquired with a furrowed brow. "Indeed," Charles replied, as he tidied his desk and waved his wand to erase the chalkboard. "But why?" Morin pressed. Charles paused, studying the distinct hues of Morin's eyes, and replied, "Someone must undertake this task. Morin, you should understand. You wish to confront the painting of Pain Ged?" Morin asked, incredulously. "No one is more suitable than I." The ministry has already replied to the headmaster, politely declining Professor McGonagall's proposal, deeming it implausible. This outcome was anticipated. Charles recalled over 2 decades ago when Voldemort first returned. The then Minister of Magic, Fudge, had also refused to believe. The ministry's officials were solely concerned with their own interests, and this matter was too extraordinary. "Oh, it is perhaps inappropriate to share this with you. You are still young, but in time, you will comprehend." Charles opened a chest, causing various textbooks on the lectern to magically fly into it, before shrinking the chest and stowing it in his pocket. "What do you intend to do?" Morin inquired again. "I will search the nation and the world for the painting of Pain Ged, to locate and destroy it. His paintings are easily recognizable. Yet due to the numerous surviving works, it is a formidable task," Charles stated. "But he possesses a time turner. Although it was damaged by a knock, it may soon be repaired. And you'll be affected by the time turner," Morin reminded him. He recalled that the time turner remained in Pain Ged's possession. Aside from being able to foresee events within its influence, others would be impacted. The last time Morin had defeated Pain Ged, he refrained from using the time turner to return to the past precisely because Morin was present. Had he done so, Morin would never have entered the painting, effectively ensuring Pain Ged's utter defeat. Speaking of the time turner, Charles mused with a curious gaze. That day, Pain Ged spoke at length before us. Although his words were somewhat unclear, "I know you are immune to the time turner's effects, correct?" Morin felt it unnecessary to conceal this from Professor Charles and nodded. "Yes. Which is why I can discern what Pain Ged is up to." After a brief pause, Morin added, "I am not affected by the time turner, but you will be. You may not be aware, but the time turner has certain limitations," Charles noted. "Limitations?" Morin echoed, intrigued. Professor McGonagall learned from the Department of Mysteries that the remaining time turner was also damaged. Even if repaired, it possesses significant flaws. After one use, it requires a week or longer before it can be utilized again. By that time, it may be too late. While I cannot predict when he will activate the time turner, this week serves as my advantage," Charles explained, leaning against the lectern and smiling. "Moreover, he is unlikely to repair the time turner easily." "I understand," Morin nodded, suddenly realizing that the duration of Hugo and the others' disappearance had been quite lengthy, and now he grasped the reason. Pain Ged could not yet leave the painting at will. He required individuals like Hugo who met certain criteria. However, finding several individuals within the wizarding world who were both artistically inclined and born under a full moon was no simple task. Should he remain unable to exit the painting, he would stand no chance against Professor Charles. "Morin, I am aware that you harbor some peculiar secrets, such as that formidable flame. I was present at the time. That flame is not something easily conjured through potions. The potion you consumed must have awakened certain magical abilities within you, but overindulgence has left you severely drained, to the extent that even the wakefulness potion could not keep you alert, and you fell asleep before us. I heard you later slept for 2 days." Professor Charles gestured for Morin to take a seat, settling into a chair himself. "That is indeed the case," Morin conceded, acknowledging Charles's keen observation. He then posed a question. "Professor, why did you not inform Professor McGonagall about my potion consumption that day?" Charles smiled. "I refrained from mentioning it in front of the headmaster due to the gentleman named Enoch Agilaba. He is well acquainted with you, knows Dumbledore, and managed to keep Payne get entangled for such a duration. It is worth noting that few from the painting master such formidable magic. I myself am unable to contend with Payne Ged, thus I suspect his identity is quite extraordinary. At the very least, the true Anak Agulaba surely imparted some magical knowledge to his portrait. After a pause, Professor Charles continued, "This elucidates the matter quite effectively. The real Mr. Agulaba ought to be aware of the secrets residing within you. If this secret is indeed the key to vanquishing Pei Yinjide, I believe it would be prudent to shroud it in mystery. It is not that I lack trust in the headmaster or other professors, but considering Pei Yinjide's ability to traverse any painting, he possesses numerous methods to eavesdrop on how to counter certain aspects of your secrets. The fewer individuals who are privy to your secret, the safer you shall be." Professor Charles's considerations were astute. It was unwise to disclose Morin's secret while Pei Yinjide still roamed outside. "Thank you, Professor," Morin expressed gratefully, as his reluctance to divulge these matters to the headmaster became clear. "No need for thanks. We all must remain vigilant. I have thoroughly examined Hogwarts Castle, and there are no portraits of Pei Yinjide within. I have cast a spell on Hogwarts's protective enchantments to identify any portrait of Pei Yinjide. Should his image manifest within the school, it will be temporarily intercepted, and Professor McGonagall will address it immediately. However, we must not let our guard down." Professor Charles patted Morin on the shoulder. "And when do you intend to depart?" he inquired. "At the end of this term. I must also take responsibility for your coursework. However, I will often leave the school when time permits. For instance, this afternoon, I am heading to the Wizarding Art Museum in Edinburgh, where a portrait of Pei Yinjide resides. I must find a way to investigate it," Professor Charles stated with genteel elegance. "And how do you plan to accomplish that?" Morin asked, curiosity piqued. "By unsavory means," Professor Charles replied with a resigned shake of his head. "I have never engaged in such activities. To be honest, it is not my style. I first need to survey the terrain." "You intend to steal?" Morin inquired, astonished. "More or less. I intend to substitute it. I have replicated Pei Yinjide's painting." Professor Charles retrieved a painting from his suit pocket, enlarging it for Morin's view. "This is another one of Pei Yinjide's works. Depicting football and Quidditch, of course, it is a forgery. I lack the ability to create motionless figures, so I made a few alterations. The football players are painted on Muggle paper, affixed to a wizard's canvas. Unless one scrutinizes it closely, it would be indiscernible. The painting illustrated a stadium filled with stationary Muggles playing football, while wizards soared above, engaging in Quidditch. Now, keep this to yourself. The risk is substantial. You should also learn some painting techniques, perhaps attend a class on it. Keep my secret, as pilfering from the Wizarding Art Museum is no trivial matter. Wish me luck." Professor Charles tucked the forgery away and smiled at Morin. Chapter 176, The Cottage. "What a pity. Although I harbor little interest in Muggle studies, Professor Charles is an exceptional instructor," Hugo lamented, now free from his fear of the professor since uncovering the truth. Morin concurred with Hugo's sentiments. Despite his muddled understanding of Muggle studies, still perplexed by the distinction between a television and a printer, Professor Charles was the least likely to burden his students. Otherwise, like Morin and Hugo, Muggle-ignorant students would find it nearly impossible to achieve passing grades. "Morin, Professor Kane requests your presence. He mentioned your grandfather is looking for you," Jamie announced as he entered the dormitory. "All right, Jamie, thank you." Morin had yet to disclose this matter to his grandfather, Alton, but undoubtedly, Headmistress McGonagall had responsibly informed every parent. After Morin's previous encounter with danger on the Hogwarts Express, and now learning of the bizarre creature within a painting, Alton's temperament would surely compel him to rush to the school. "Is it true, then? Morin, are you all right?" Alton wasted no time in pulling Morin close upon seeing him, bombarding him with questions, anxious that Morin might be harmed in some way. "Pretty much," Morin replied with a grin. "You rascal." Alton affectionately ruffled Morin's hair. "Always restless. It's good to hear you are unharmed. Please, you two continue your conversation. I must attend class. I have already briefed Mr. Walker on the situation." "Morin," Professor Kane stated as he departed the staff room, leaving Morin alone with Alton. "You must recount the details to me in full." Alton insisted with a serious demeanor. After a brief hesitation, Morin shared everything. His heterochromia, the magic within him, the time-turner, and the dragon-s breath-cold repellent. He refrained from mentioning the matter concerning Anak. Although Anak was a good person, Alton would certainly disapprove of Morin sneaking out to meet him, so Morin chose to keep that to himself for the time being. "Grandfather, do you believe me?" Morin inquired while seated. "Your tale is rather extraordinary. I have indeed never heard of magic involving heterochromia." Alton stroked his thinning hair, then resolutely declared, "Nevertheless, I shall ensure your safety." Professor Kane has informed me about Pei Yinjide. The Ministry of Magic is skeptical, but I shall investigate. I thought you might think I was speaking nonsense, Morin said with a stretch. Fear not. If anyone intends to harm you, they must first contend with me. Alton's expression was one of fury as he raised his fist. Whether Pei Yinjide is real or not, I shall confront him. No one dares to threaten my grandson and live to tell the tale. Morin understood that Alton was his most ardent protector regarding his safety. Alton would not allow any negligence, always remaining vigilant. Unfortunately, Alton remained unaware of the hidden magic Morin possessed. At present, the only one who could elucidate everything was Anak. Morin pondered. Rest assured, grandfather, Pei Yinjide will not take any action against me for now. He cannot enter the school, and I will be safe. Morin wished to alleviate Alton's worries. The previous incident at Hogwarts had already made Alton overly anxious, and he seemed even more on edge this time. Yet we must not be complacent. You must promise me to write a letter every week while at school, reporting any unusual occurrences immediately, Alton urged earnestly. I understand, Morin replied resignedly, already regretting telling his grandfather about these matters, as Alton would undoubtedly worry excessively. Alton continued to impart a myriad of advice, and Morin could only listen attentively. In the end, he accompanied Alton on a brief tour of the school before bidding him farewell. On Sunday morning, Morin returned to the end of the 7th-floor corridor, determined to seek out Anak and clarify matters, as well as procure some dragon-s breath cold repellent for protection. An item of utmost importance to him. I need to enter the painting, Morin repeatedly thought to himself. After a couple of minutes, an inconspicuous small door appeared on the wall of the corridor, resembling a dilapidated broom cupboard. Upon opening the door, Morin found himself back in the art gallery. Splendid. Now, Mr. Anak, where are you? Morin eagerly scanned the paintings before hastening to the one depicting the heavenly staircase. You foolish boy, you're a minute late. Anak was already waiting for him within that painting. It is only 8:40. Do we not agree on 9? Morin raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Having arrived early. Enough chatter. Hurry up and come in. I still need to return to playing Mahjong. Anak impatiently urged. Mahjong? What odd name, what is it? Morin could not resist inquiring. It is a delightful game that brings joy to the mind and spirit. A muggle pastime I learned from the East. You wouldn't comprehend it. So hurry up, Anak insisted. As Morin stepped into the painting, he was enveloped by a blanket of white mist, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself within the heavenly staircase, with steps stretching beneath him. Am I to go to your Grand Canyon? I recall you mentioning a cave there. And your painting lies in the corridor. Morin recalled the path dimly from his last visit. Why complicate matters? Just follow me. Anak grasped Morin's hand firmly. Before Morin could react, darkness engulfed his vision, and his body spun chaotically. By the time he regained clarity, he had materialized in another painting. I forgot. One can instantly return to their portrait within the painting, Morin mused, contemplating the convenience of returning home through the artwork. The setting was an elegant sitting room, with an immaculate floor and a pair of cushions, one blue and one green, adorning a soft, comfortable sofa. A small cat lay curled up on the sofa, mewing contentedly. Head to the restroom over there. Anak pointed to the bathroom beside the stairs. Oh, I don't urgently need to go, Mr. Anak, Morin politely replied. Whether you do or not, hurry up. I'm going to be late, Anak retorted gruffly. Reluctantly, Morin ambled towards the restroom. Upon opening the door, he was astonished to find himself standing on the wall, the sitting room before him identical to the one in the painting. However, a crystal ball floated on the table beside the sofa, rotating slowly, its inner mist shifting and swirling. Morin jumped down from the 1-meter-high wall and turned to see that he had exited the painting, just as he would when leaving the Gryffindor entrance. The painting, like the fat lady's, served as a door. Well, my task is complete. Farewell. Anak made a face at him from within the painting, then exited through the door of the sitting room, presumably to indulge in some mahjong. Oh, you've arrived, Morin. Would you care for a cup of hot cocoa? I made it myself. You will surely enjoy it. An amiable elderly woman entered, carrying 3 cups. She possessed a pair of gem-like green eyes, the youthful gleam in her gaze contrasting sharply with her aged visage. Like Anak, her eyes radiated vitality. Good day, do you know me? Morin exclaimed, taken aback, for he had never before encountered this woman. Of course, I am well acquainted with you. Our ties run deep. The hot cocoa in her hands leisurely floated towards Morin, who quickly caught it, the rich aroma wafting into his nostrils. Indeed, he relished this scent. Thank you, but I still do not know who you are. Morin hesitated. My memory fails me. I neglected to introduce myself. You know my husband, the ever-reverend Anak. I am Rhea, the elderly woman said with a warm smile. Good day, Mrs. Agilaba, Morin recalled Anok's surname and surmised that this was how he should address the lady before him. Oh no, call me Rhea. I prefer it that way. Ignore that old man. Mrs. Rhea waved her hand dismissively as the crystal ball floated into her pocket. Morin noted that the crystal ball displayed the very image of this room, showing Rhea serving hot cocoa, yet it did not reveal Morin's own likeness. Old woman, where's my hot cocoa? Anok boisterously descended the stairs, glancing at Morin. Huh? You're here early. Did I oversleep? Early? You and the painting still think I'm late. Morin shrugged, though he was not overly concerned. He had a multitude of questions eagerly waiting to be asked of Anok, and arriving earlier meant he could learn sooner. For instance, where had Anok been recently? Why had he not replied to him? How could Painga completely annihilate? Most importantly, what was the magic within him? What was that terrifying flame? This question had plagued him since the enigmatic hint from the sorting hat at the beginning of the term. Anok, Mr. Gulliba, hello. Morin greeted. When did you become so polite? Anok, clad in light blue pajamas and still wearing blue slippers, yawned casually. I have always been polite. Perhaps you just never noticed, Morin muttered. Is that so? I must admit, your politeness is quite unfamiliar to me. Just call me Anok. Anok said as he lifted the hot cocoa from the table and took a sip. He gestured to a brown leather chair that floated over and settled beside the table with a soft thud. Sit down. I believe you have many questions, do you not? Anok patted the chair, indicating for Morin to take a seat. Morin, feeling at ease, sat down and eagerly inquired, Mr. Anok, where have you been lately? I haven't received any parchment from you. On vacation, Anok replied succinctly. Vacation? Am I not allowed to take a vacation? Anok scoffed lightly. Morin found this hard to believe. All right, at your age, still enjoying toying with children, Mrs. Rhea shot Anok a disapproving glance before smiling at Morin. It was I who instructed the old man not to respond to you, Morin. But why? Morin asked, confused. Because I no longer wish to sleep in the guest room. Anok tapped the table, and a sandwich flew in from the kitchen, extending towards Morin. Care for one? No. Thank you. Morin shook his head, then continued. What does that have to do with your sleeping arrangements? It's all because of you. Anok took a bite of the sandwich, his words muffled. Morin looked at Anok with an expression of innocent bewilderment. Where should I begin? Mrs. Rhea sliced a piece of the sandwich for Morin. I wonder if Painga has mentioned it to you. You are quite special and cannot be scryed upon. Oh, he did say something about how I cannot be swayed by fate. That fate's magic cannot affect me. Morin suddenly recalled that the crystal ball had not shown his reflection, and he remembered that the crystal ball Painga had seen in the Department of Mysteries also lacked any record of him. He exclaimed in surprise. Is it because of the crystal ball's divination? Smart lad. Anok chuckled. The old woman is a diviner. A diviner. How fascinating. Morin regarded Mrs. Rhea with respect, for he had always held a sense of awe towards those who could foresee the future. Such individuals were the most mysterious in the wizarding world, as if nothing could escape their gaze. Not at all fascinating. Anok grumbled. The old woman wanted to investigate what the crystal ball referred to as the Dark Awakening, but the divination suddenly failed, and we could see no further information, as if our eyes had been covered. The old woman's own divination has ceased to work, yet she insists on blaming me. She has banished me from the bedroom for a while. Oh, be quiet. Madame Rhea disregarded the sulking Arnok beside her and spoke gently. We initially considered severing our ties with you for a time. Perhaps I could glimpse the machinations of Paingade within the crystal ball. Regrettably, we discovered that not only were you in contact with the old man, but you were also entangled in matters concerning Paingade, rendering my crystal ball shrouded in a veil, obscuring all clarity regarding Paingade's affairs. Is it truly that dire? I genuinely feel that my presence here is somewhat inappropriate, like an unwelcome guest. Oh dear, we certainly welcome you. Do not take offense, Madame Rhea hastily replied. It is just that you are rather unique. Any prophecies associated with you elude us, and no one can foresee your actions. However, this does not imply that you are unwelcome here. You are always welcome to visit. Indeed, every time you come to play, I shall have to hibernate in a guest room for a month. Arnok grimaced. Be quiet, old man. If he is well, it matters not where you sleep. Madame Rhea shot a glare at Arnok. Though feeling a twinge of guilt towards Arnok, Morin couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Arnok to playfully flick Morin's forehead. But why? What is it within me? Why does Paingade seek to target me? Mr. Arnok, you must know, don't you? Morin turned to Arnok, desperately seeking an answer that had plagued him for far too long. I do not know, but I have seen someone akin to you, unseeable and possessing an extraordinary magical force. He was the most powerful wizard I have encountered, and his eyes mirrored yours. Arnok gestured towards the painting behind Morin. Morin turned to see beside the painting a brown frame, featuring a handsome young man clad in wizard robes, his sunny smile and mismatched eyes strikingly similar to Morin's. sparking his curiosity. Who is he? Moore inquired. Evan, a remarkably talented wizard. Arnok gazed at the painting for a long moment before continuing. Our son. Oh, I was unaware that you had another son, Morin remarked, studying the young man's eyes. Pondering how exceptional Arnok must be as an elder wizard and how extraordinary his son must be. He must be an exceptional individual, correct? Yes. He was the most outstanding wizard I have ever known. Madame Rhea's voice brimmed with pride. He was remarkably intelligent, excelling in all forms of magic. Nothing proved too challenging for him, whether it was transfiguration or potions. He was a prodigious talent, perhaps akin to you, she added cheerfully. Thank you, Madame Rhea. Morin felt his cheeks flush slightly. I doubt I can compare to him. My studies in Muggle studies have been abysmal. Oh, Muggle studies was not compulsory previously. He did not study it, but his performance in astronomy, much like yours, was lamentably poor, Madame Rhea teased. He did not inherit my divinatory genes, which saddens me. I understand the divination magic, Moore nodded. If Evan too was beyond foresight, then he too must have been ensnared by the burdens of divination magic. Where's he working now? A person of such caliber must have a promising future. No? Madame Rhea's smile gradually faded as she glanced at Arnok, who seemed oblivious to her gaze, engrossed in his meal. After a moment, a deep sigh surfaced in her green eyes. He passed away many years ago. Passed away. Morin felt an unexpected heaviness in the atmosphere. The once cozy cottage now felt as though it had been disturbed by some unseen force, becoming oppressively stifling. He realized he had overstepped, for the loss of a son is a profound sorrow for any parent. I apologize for my indiscretion, Morin quickly said. It is quite all right. We have come to terms with it. Madame Rhea twirled her cup, the hot cocoa within swirling gently, exhaling a puff of steam that momentarily took the shape of Evan, who waved cheerfully. Morin observed the ethereal image above the cup, then caught a glimpse of nostalgia in Madame Rhea's eyes, feeling an inexplicable sorrow welling within him, as if he were sharing in their grief. Arnok spoke again. He, like you, could not be foretold, nor could anyone detect him through magic. Upon his birth, there was no record of him. In the wizarding world, he was akin to an invisible man. Arnok nonchalantly picked up a sandwich, sipping his cocoa as he continued. He possessed a peculiar magical force that we initially overlooked, believing it was normal for many wizards to have certain unique abilities. I thought nothing of it, assuming he could manage, but Morin listened intently to Arnok's calm voice, yet beneath it he sensed a different resonance, a father's concealed longing for his lost son. This tone was not the usual playful banter of the old trickster Arnok. He yearned to know how this young man had perished, but felt it inappropriate to pry, not wanting to reopen old wounds for the elderly couple. Yet, Arnok continued, he lost control of that magical power, succumbing to its grasp. How should I put this? He became uncontrollable. Many wizards and muggles, no one could halt him. He was too powerful, unleashing unimaginable disasters. By the time I arrived, it was already Morin felt a tumultuous wave of emotion rising within him, listening to Arnok's placid tone, yet his heart was anything but tranquil. Arnok rested his chin on his hand, staring blankly at the sandwich. He took his own life with the last vestiges of his lucidity, so as not to burden others. It was before my eyes. I could not stop him. Morin gasped, his mouth agape in shock. Arnok's body seemed to tremble slightly, his face remaining impassive. Yet his hand unconsciously tightened around the cup, the veins on his aged hand visibly protruding like a tangled mass of threads. Madame Rhea grasped Arnok's hand, gently stifling a sob and turning her gaze towards the window, where the brilliant sunlight seemed to dim. Within Morin, a tempest raged. He could scarcely fathom Arnok's anguish, witnessing his son take his life before him, powerless to intervene. The guilt and self-reproach must have felt as if the very sky had fallen upon a father. Morin turned once more to the portrait of Evan, who waved at him with a natural smile from within the frame. Torn by conflicting emotions, he looked back at Arnok, uncertain of what comforting words could suffice in the face of such heavy sorrow. I am sorry, I was unaware of this matter. Morin felt that any words in the presence of Arnok and Madame Rhea were woefully inadequate. Even his own breath felt strained. It is quite all right, dear. He made the most courageous choice. He was a very brave child. Madame Rhea's voice was delicate, ethereal, and tinged with melancholy, reminiscent of a phoenix whispering in sorrow. The cozy little room felt suffocating, as though a storm were on the verge of breaking. Morin's fingers traced the rim of his cup. He yearned for some distraction to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere, so he took a sip of hot cocoa. Yet his mind could not help but replay the scene of Evan ending his own life at the final moment. Arnok raised his gaze, his azure eyes, as clear as the sky, sparkling with an unusual brilliance as he regarded Morin. You have tasted the sweetness of that magical power, have you not? Consumed so much dragon fire elixir within the painting, I presume? Morin averted his gaze, unable to meet Enoch's eyes, feeling a flutter of unease. The power within him was far more perilous than he had ever realized. When the dragon fire elixir had awakened that power, he had indeed relished it, convinced that if he could fully wield such magical prowess, Pain Gade would be utterly insignificant. Sorry. I had no choice but to rely on that to confront Pain Gade. Morin struggled to articulate. How long have you slept? Enoch inquired. 2 days and 2 nights. Morin replied candidly. So you have begun to gradually awaken that magical power, have you? Enoch frowned. I do not know. Morin admitted. I apologize. I was previously unaware of the dangers of this power. I did not imply that you acted incorrectly, lad. Enoch playfully flicked Morin's forehead and, as was his wont, broke into a jovial smile. Have you forgotten what I told you that day? Morin recalled Enoch's explanation of the 3 unforgivable curses and suddenly understood. Magic is devoid of good or evil. Indeed, magic is neither good nor evil. I cannot discern the nature of the magic coursing through you and Evan. I've spent a lifetime studying without uncovering the truth, but I find you agreeable. Enoch blinked, his fingers tapping gently on the table. How did you find me? Morin queried with curiosity. Madame Rhea interjected. One morning last year, while I was performing a divination, I noticed an anomaly in the crystal ball, as though it had been disturbed. I foresaw the old man conversing beneath the great cedar. Yet I could not discern the visage of the individual. I immediately sensed something was amiss and urged the old man to wait by the great cedar in Hogsmeade. Yes, I waited from 5 until 10. 5 hours. Enoch shot Morin a disgruntled glance, as if to blame him for the entire affair. Morin wore an expression of innocence. Do not fuss, old man, Madame Rhea chided, lightly slapping Enoch's hand before turning to Morin with a warm gaze. I unexpectedly discovered the second individual who cannot be foretold. Recalling my own son, I felt it imperative to ascertain your identity. We do not wish for you to come harm. We were unable to prevent Evan's fate, but we desire to assist you. Do you believe I too might lose control one day like him? Morin felt a peculiar sensation within. Enoch and Madame Rhea exchanged glances. Do you believe you can master that power with your own abilities? Enoch pondered. Madame Rhea quickly added. Evan once thought the same. Not only he, but we all share that belief. He, like you, possessed an extraordinary affinity for magic, mastering every form with remarkable skill, perhaps with the exception of divination and astronomy. Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. You misunderstand. That is not my meaning, Morin clarified. I would be grateful if Mr. Enoch could guide me in magic. Morin was not an arrogant individual. He recognized that Enoch was no simple man, and he would not refuse assistance from someone of Enoch's caliber. If this strange power proved too dangerous, Morin indeed required a seasoned individual to guide him. I know you will not decline. You appear foolish, yet I perceive your wisdom. Enoch remarked after finishing the last sip of hot cocoa, unfazed by Morin's words. I do not appear foolish, do I? Morin muttered. Foolish or not, spare me the chatter. Enoch declared, rising as his staff floated into his grasp. Let's go. We shall find a suitable place where I will teach you how to wield magic and control that power. Oh, by the way, if I frequent this place often, will your divination be affected by my presence? Morin inquired of Madame Rhea. You need not worry. I can perceive matters unrelated to you. It is a vague assertion, but I know how to avoid complications. As for Pain Gade, I believe after some time, I should be able to see him again. He has left the school, and your connection will gradually fade. I will keep watch over him, Madame Rhea said, tidying the dining table before smiling. You two go ahead. I will prepare lunch. Enoch brushed off his attire. His nightclothes had transformed into casual, were suitable for venturing outside, saving him the time of changing. Let us think. A secluded place would be best. Let us head to Ivan Mountain. The scenery is splendid there. Enoch grabbed Morin, and they vanished from the cozy little room, reappearing atop a lofty mountain, where weeds grew wild and stones lay scattered, crowned by a magnificent pine tree. In the distance loomed towering peaks, and Hogsmeade appeared as a diminutive dot no larger than a palm. Morin had never been to such heights before. The view is splendid here. You can bring a girl to watch the sunrise and sunset in such elevated places. She will be delighted. Enoch casually tapped his staff, clearing away the weeds, while the stones assembled themselves into a flat surface. Mr. Enoch, if I cast spells so far from the school, will it be recorded? Morin recalled that students were prohibited from performing magic outside the school, except in Hogsmeade, as other locations were monitored by the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry has no record of your birth. You are not even on their radar. How will they find you? Did I not say you are an invisible man? Enoch replied. Morin felt a surge of excitement. I love this ability. Indeed, if you manage to survive, Enoch scoffed. Please have some faith. Am I not under your guidance? You are incredibly capable, are you not? Morin remained optimistic. Anak tapped his staff again, conjuring a comfortable armchair atop the mountain, leisurely sitting down and crossing his legs, stating, "You are quite the charmer. So, will you teach me how to control that power?" Morin asked, "The Dragon Fire Elixir? I will not provide you with the Dragon Fire Elixir again. That power is only suitable for occasional use, but you should be aware of the consequences of its reckless application. For the next few days, you will feel utterly fatigued." Lacking vigor. Anak seemed well acquainted with Morin's condition. Indeed, Morin had slept for 2 days, even dozing off in front of the headmaster. You must learn to harness that power gradually. The Dragon Fire Elixir is merely a means of stimulation, not the sole method. The essence lies within you. Anak's words left Morin slightly disheartened, yet he could accept them. Anak was correct. He could not rely on the Dragon Fire Elixir indefinitely. He ought to master his own abilities. "You should begin with the fundamentals, the art of apparition," Anak instructed. "Can I really learn it? But I'm only in 1st grade. Only in 1st grade? Have you not realized that you've already awakened that power at least 5 times with the Dragon's Breath potion? That force within you is stirring. Your magical abilities have grown stronger compared to when you first attempted to learn fire magic. You possess the prerequisites to master this spell. If you do not succeed before the sun sets, I shall leave you here to find your own way back to school." Anak shielded his eyes with his hand and gazed into the distance towards the village. It should take about 6 hours to walk back. Morin was taken aback, nodding earnestly. The prospect of walking back was no trifling matter. This ability is paramount. It will spare you from disadvantage in combat. Of course, it may pose some difficulty for you. I do not expect you to succeed on your first attempt. It is perfectly fine if you falter. After all, I will be there to assist you. Anak flashed an eager smile. "I will help you reassemble yourself." Chapter 180, The Stone Archway. "You will assemble it correctly, one to you?" Morin regarded Anak's expression with trepidation, recalling the incident in Hogsmeade, when Anak had humorously reversed the body parts of a wizard who had split during apparition. "Oh, rest assured, I am quite adept at reassembling bodies," Anak said, rubbing his hands together. "How can I possibly rest easy?" Morin knew that Anak was anticipating the opportunity to play a prank on him. Many students experienced splitting during their attempts at apparition, resulting in anything from a missing tuft of hair to the loss of an ear. Such occurrences were commonplace. Anak had always delighted in jesting with him, and it would be remiss not to take advantage of this moment to tease Morin. However, splitting during apparition at least indicated a measure of success. Some individuals could stand still for an entire day without moving an inch, and this was often linked to one's innate talent. "I hope it won't be too disastrous." Morin had never attempted apparition before, and he braced himself for Anak's jests. Yet, if he could master this ability, a little teasing would be a small price to pay. The crux of apparition lies in occupying that space, envisioning yourself displacing the air around you to allow your entry. "Focus intently," Anak explained. "When I first learned apparition, I succeeded after 2 hours of effort, but no one ever manages it on their first try. You might find yourself standing still with no reaction, or you may split. Now begin. Find a way to enter this circle." Anak chuckled as he drew a golden circle on the stone slab. "I know you will split. Fear not, for I shall reassemble any missing parts." Morin wore a look of resignation, fully aware that Anak was eagerly waiting to see him split, likely to toy with him as one would with a mere plaything. He hoped to minimize the number of times he would split. Unlike the unfortunate wizard he had encountered in Hogsmeade, Morin fixed his gaze on the circle. He was already familiar with the essential principles of apparition, having been intrigued by the spell since childhood, though he had never possessed the magical aptitude to master it. However, if Anak believed he was now capable, he could not afford to disappoint him. Occupy that space, occupy that space. Morin felt a sensation within him, as if something was flowing. He vaguely grasped that feeling, yes. It was indeed that sensation, filling that void with his being. Whoosh! A soft sound resonated in the air. Could he truly attempt it so soon? Splendid. "Let us see if you are missing an arm or a leg," Anak exclaimed joyfully, rising with the enthusiasm of a child, ready to initiate his reassembly plan. But when he beheld Morin, he was taken aback. "This is truly remarkable. I adore this magic." Morin looked in astonishment at his own form, perfectly intact within the golden circle Anak had drawn. How is this possible? Anak tugged at his beard, nearly pulling it out in disbelief. He never imagined Morin would succeed on his first attempt. No one succeeds on their first try. At the very least, one should lose a bit of hair. How can this be? Anak inspected the spot where Morin had stood before apparition, finding no trace of hair. Morin's attempt was nothing short of flawless. "I thought you would be thrilled." Morin grinned widely. "I'm quite pleased. It turns out apparition is rather simple." Oh, I am indeed delighted, overjoyed in fact. Never have I been this ecstatic, Anak said, pouting in utter disappointment, his expression far removed from that of joy, even making a face to emphasize his feelings. Mr. Anak, does apparition have a distance limitation? Molin inquired as he attempted to apparate back to his original position. Indeed, it is contingent upon your magical ability. You wouldn't expect to apparate to the moon, would you? The farther you try to apparate, the more perilous it becomes. It is advisable to apparate to places you have previously visited or can see. Do not recklessly attempt to appear in unfamiliar locations. Anak sat down and explained. Why? You wouldn't want to emerge only to find yourself standing atop a latrine, would you? Anak shot Molin a sidelong glance. Oh, never mind then. Most individuals choose locations they have previously visited or can see when attempting apparition. Caution is advised when aiming for unfamiliar places. This principle is particularly emphasized in apparition. I brought you here because the view is expansive, allowing you to experiment with what you can see, Anak elucidated. Molin approached the edge of the cliff at the mountain summit, surveying the landscape. He spotted a towering tree 30 meters high in the distance. With a determined step, he vanished from sight and reappeared atop the tree, the branches swaying slightly before steadying. This feels wonderful. I must try again. Molin darted through the woods, vanishing and reappearing at will. He noticed a massive red-eyed black hawk soaring above, its wings spanning 2 meters. With a thought, he found himself inexplicably perched upon the hawk's back. How exhilarating! Molin could not help but shout joyfully as he rode the red-eyed black hawk through the sky, an experience rare and thrilling. However, the hawk, realizing it bore an unexpected rider, became irate and began to thrash, causing Molin to plummet from the sky. He fell freely for several meters before vanishing mid-air and reappearing on the mountaintop. Impressive. Your mastery of magic is quite remarkable, Anak remarked. I love this sensation. Molin continued to flit around Anak, eager to explore his newfound ability. In the past, he had often begged Alton to assist him with apparition, but Alton had always been reluctant. Now that he had finally grasped it himself, he felt compelled to practice further. Enough of that. You're making me dizzy. Since you have mastered this spell, let us proceed to the study of other magics. Anak waved his hand dismissively. I need to teach you how to harness that magical power within you. Presently, it flows through you like fine threads. You must thicken those threads. This way, when you encounter Pain Gade in the future, you will possess the means to defend yourself. Regarding Pain Gade, by the way, Mr. Anak, that day Pain Gade attempted to use legilimency on me, but proved unsuccessful. Instead, I inadvertently glimpsed his memories. It seemed he was seeking a stone archway at the Ministry of Magic. Molin recalled this detail. A stone archway? What stone archway? Anak inquired. I'll draw it for you. Do you have paper and a pen? I didn't bring any, Molin replied, rummaging through his pockets before looking up. You're asking me for paper and a pen? Are you serious? All right, I forgot. How fleeting the moments can be. Molin extracted his wand and pointed it at 2 stones on the ground, transforming them into a sheet of paper and a pen. He then sketched a doorway constructed of stone, adorned with a piece of fabric. He realized that since consuming a substantial amount of Dragon's Fire Potion, his magical abilities had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Why does your drawing look so dreadful? This is the most earnest attempt I've ever made. Is it a tongue moving? That's a tattered piece of cloth hanging from the archway. Didn't you see it fluttering? I thought it was a tongue lolling about. Anak disdainfully stuck out his tongue in demonstration, causing Molin to chuckle. Morin's drawing was rather rudimentary. He had never systematically studied artistic techniques, yet he possessed a certain magical talent for illustration, and the drapery danced in accordance with his intent. Anak scrutinized Morin's depiction of the stone archway, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he asked, it was futile for him to attempt legilimency on you. What else did you perceive? I believe I heard someone whispering behind that curtain. What I mean is Pain Gade heard it too. He mentioned that this archway should not be confined to this shadowy place, and that one day it must be brought into the light. I suspect he is quite likely to seek it out, but what does this doorway signify? Mr. Anak, do you know? Molin inquired. Chapter 181. The Legend of the Archway. Anak stroked his short beard, contemplatively stating, the Department of Mysteries delves into magics that wizards have yet to fully comprehend. The magic behind this archway is uncontrollable. To enter it is to face death, with no possibility of return. Then why does Pain Gade wish to possess it? Molin asked. To execute those who defy him? Or is it a means of suicide? Neither possibility holds much weight. If he intended to execute someone, he could simply use the killing curse, and, as for suicide, it makes even less sense. Whoever enters this archway meets their demise. What purpose does that serve? There exists a magical legend, passed down from ages past. Let me think for a moment. Anak took Morin's paper, gently smoothing it with his fingers. The lines of the stone archway began to writhe, transforming into a more accurate representation. It truly looks like this, does it not? Molin glanced at the paper. His previously whimsical and abstract archway had been refined by a knock into an exact likeness of what he had seen in Gade's mind. Indeed, that's it. You are truly remarkable. Molin marveled at Anok's artistic skill. Remarkable? You ought to dedicate yourself to learning drawing techniques. Mastering art will serve you well in the future, Anok retorted, reminding him that he would be contending with the artistically adept Gade. What, then, is the magical legend you mentioned? Molin asked. It is said that this archway requires a key to unlock it. A key? Molin nodded slightly, finding it reasonable that a peculiar door would necessitate a key. And what occurs once it is opened? What might one encounter? Molin was eager to learn more. I do not know. You don't know? Molin gazed at Anok in astonishment. I have never opened it. How could I possibly know? Anok snorted. But Gade must surely know, right? When I glimpsed his memories, he seemed to possess some knowledge. Yet, Anok shook his head once more. He would likely not know either. This archway harbors mysterious magical powers, the specifics of which remain unknown. There exists a record in magical history of a few individuals who opened this archway, and then they closed it again. Molin awaited Anok to continue, but he fell silent, as though the tale reached its conclusion there. Opened it, then closed it? That's it? Molin was incredulous. Is it truly so abrupt? What do you expect to happen? Anok countered. Molin enlarged a small stone on the ground and sat upon it, stating, surely it should incite a great upheaval within the wizarding world, with countless lives lost, humanity on the brink of annihilation. Only for a great hero to emerge and quell the chaos, leading righteous wizards to vanquish the dark sorcerers who opened the door. Oh, and this great hero would ultimately close the door, restoring peace to the world. This was a standard narrative arc, one Molin had encountered in numerous storybooks during his childhood. Where do you conjure such absurd notions from? Anok couldn't help but chuckle. Molin pointed to the tattered drapery on the paper, which fluttered anew, inquiring, if it is not as such, then why does this archway seem so significant? It must leave some clues, perhaps records of what might transpire upon opening the door, no? Precisely because there are no records that it appears so extraordinary. The general impression of this archway is that anyone who falls into it does not return. The few who opened this archway left the Ministry of Magic with no choice but to handle it with utmost caution. For they were compelled to heed the warnings left by those individuals, Anok explained. Who were they? Such formidable figures that even the Ministry of Magic heeds their words? Molin was thoroughly intrigued. Anok replied, cryptically, the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Do you think their prowess is insufficient? Molin gasped. Are you saying that those who opened this archway were our school as founders? Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, the 4 most distinguished wizards of their time, founded Hogwarts. If they placed such importance on this archway, then the Ministry of Magic must indeed treat it with caution. Molin gathered his thoughts and continued. So, is Gade now seeking this key? By the way, what does this key look like? How should I know? No one knows where the key lies, nor has anyone witnessed how those 4 opened it or what they encountered. Yet, if they did not wish for anyone to open this archway, there must be a reason, Anok shrugged. Molin gazed at the simple and rudimentary doorway depicted on the paper. It scarcely resembled a door at all, lacking walls to support it, seemingly on the verge of collapse. He added, Gade has lived for centuries. He may possess knowledge beyond our own. Perhaps he already knows the whereabouts of the key. Not necessarily, Anok scoffed. Who says that living long grants one greater knowledge? If he wishes to open this archway, he must first emerge from the painting. There is no need for excessive concern. Moreover, this key, how shall I put it, is not an ordinary key. Not an ordinary key? Is it something special? Indeed, it is quite special. Those 4 safeguarded the key with powerful magic. Do you think it would be easy to find? Anok remarked. Molin suddenly understood. Ah, I see. However, Anok seemed to have thought of something and chose not to elaborate further. What's the matter? Molin inquired, eager to steer the conversation back. Regardless, let us first master the intermediate transfiguration spell. Try to transform this stone into a white cat. Anok shifted the topic. But what? Molin insisted, wanting to return to the previous subject. If you do not transfigure this stone into a white cat before the sun sets, I shall turn you into a black cat. Why do you always feel the need to threaten me? Molin muttered. Threats foster progress, Anok retorted, refraining from divulging the true significance of the stone door. And Molin did not press further. Though Gade might still be awaiting rebirth in some painting, Molin was unperturbed. Under Anok's guidance, his magical prowess had advanced remarkably. Morin's life gradually resumed a semblance of normalcy, though one might argue it was not entirely conventional. He often sneaked out of school to learn magic with Anak, even making excuses to miss Quidditch practice, for the pursuit of magic held far greater importance for him than the sport. He found himself increasingly adept at casting spells, mastering advanced transfiguration to an impressive degree, and many incantations came to him with ease, rendering him somewhat unprepared when faced with the simplicity of his first-year coursework. Today, we shall delve into the most challenging spell of this term, how to summon a gust of wind. In the Charms class, the diminutive Professor Flitwick stood at the podium, elucidating the nuances of wand movement. This will prove quite difficult for you first-year students. Managing to summon a breeze strong enough to stir a sheet of paper would be commendable. The incantation is Ventus, and anyone who can blow a piece of paper a meter away will be deemed exceptional. A breeze spell? Morin, seated at the back of the classroom, shrugged and returned to perusing a book he had borrowed from the library. Chapter 182, Magical Aptitude. Merely stirring a sheet of paper seems quite simple, Hugo remarked with interest, pointing at a piece of paper on his desk. Ventus. Yet the paper remained utterly still. After a dozen attempts, Hugo, frustrated, resorted to blowing on it himself, but his breath failed to meet the professor's standards. I misspoke. This is far too challenging. He conceded, disheartened. Indeed, it is rather difficult. Lily chimed in, causing the paper to flutter slightly as she attempted the spell, moving it a mere inch. Not just the two of them, but the entire classroom was engaged in practice, yet fewer than 5 students succeeded in stirring their papers, and none met Professor Flitwick's criteria, resulting in a chorus of complaints about the spell's complexity. Morin, what book are you reading? The professor wants us to practice Ventus. Hugo leaned over to glance at Morin's book. A guide to advanced transfiguration? Good heavens. Morin, Rose only began preparing for her OWLs in 3rd year. You don't intend to start from 1st year, do you? Hugo exclaimed, astonished. No, I'm merely browsing, Morin replied, continuing to study the Advanced Transfiguration Guide. Contemplating the transfiguration techniques Anak had taught him regarding transforming a stone into an animal at will. Professor Flitwick raised his voice. I do not say this lightly. This incantation is indeed the most challenging of the term. The final exam will feature some rather difficult spells, and I do not expect you to master it now, as it is exceedingly difficult for first-year students. No one has managed to perform it. You all must return and practice diligently. Are you not going to practice Ventus? Lily asked, noting the professor's hint that the final practical assessment would include this spell. Oh, I've already mastered Ventus, Morin casually remarked. Really? Is that true? But the professor said it is the most difficult spell of the term. Hugo interjected incredulously. I haven't seen you study. How could you have learned it? Show me. Very well. Morin nonchalantly retrieved his wand, pointing it at Hugo's desk without even raising his gaze. Ventus. Suddenly, a tremendous gust of wind surged from the back of the classroom, eliciting gasps from everyone as they were swept off balance. Papers flew wildly around the room, and Professor Flitwick, seated at the podium, was caught completely off guard, tumbling beneath his desk. As the tempest subsided, everyone turned to Morin, their expressions filled with astonishment. What just happened? Morin mused, sensing an abrupt stillness in the room as he glanced around at the disarray. Oh, who did this? Hugo scrambled to his feet, mouth agape. I will never doubt you again, mate. Lily, her hair in disarray, exclaimed, how did you manage to cast such a powerful Ventus spell? Me? I wasn't even paying attention. Morin replied apologetically. The surrounding classmates swallowed hard. Could it truly be that this was merely an absent-minded casting of Ventus? Professor Flitwick emerged from beneath the desk, having been oblivious to the chaos while assisting others with their spells. Excellent, excellent. I presume that gust was conjured by you, Morin. Professor Flitwick, ever good-natured, was not at all displeased. He had quickly deduced the source of the wind. Yes, Professor, I apologize. I lost control, Morin confessed, scratching the back of his head innocently. Goodness, I have never seen a first-year conjure such a formidable Ventus. This spell is executed flawlessly. Even a typical 6th-year student would struggle to achieve such proficiency. Everyone should take a page from Morin's book. Gryffindor earns 20 points for this remarkable Ventus. Professor Flitwick retrieved his shattered glasses from the floor, mending the lenses with a flick of his wand. With another wave, the chaotic classroom returned to order, and many students gazed at Morin with envy. For several consecutive weeks, Morin's performances in Charms and Transfiguration had been nothing short of spectacular, amassing at least 150 points for Gryffindor. Each time the professor remarked that a spell posed difficulty for first-year students, Morin would demonstrate through his actions that the incantation held little challenge. However, despite Morin's prodigious talent, Anak persistently found ways to tease him mercilessly. At times, when Morin would cast a lightning spell, Anak would redirect the electricity back at him, laughing heartily at the sight of Morin's hair standing on end. This is rather unfair, Morin exclaimed, desperately attempting to tame his singed, upright hair, which was still emitting smoke. I can redirect your lightning, just as others can. You ought to think of ways to defend against me. Besides, Anak continued to chuckle. Your explosive hairstyle is quite distinctive. Have you considered adopting a new look? Oh, thank you, but I prefer my original hairstyle. Wind and lightning. Seizing the opportunity while Anak was in fits of laughter, Morin unleashed a deep blue wind and lightning spell aimed at him. Yet Anak remained unperturbed. The lightning arced in midair, turning back to strike Morin himself. Startled, Morin jumped aside as the blue lightning shattered the stones on the ground. Not enough, not enough. Your magic remains unrefined, Anak scoffed, dismissing Morin's efforts. According to Anak, the perilous magical force within Morin has begun to awaken, indicating that casting advanced spells is no longer a formidable challenge for him. Regrettably, in the presence of Anak, Morin consistently finds himself at a disadvantage. While he excels as a genius in school, before Anak he is often met with disdain. Could you give me a little confidence? Morin lamented while seated on a stone, his expression one of despondency. You could pretend to be struck by my spell and offer me some encouragement. Foolish boy. Seeking confidence from me is quite misplaced, Anak replied, tapping his cane, which suddenly caused the stone Morin sat upon to writhe, extending 2 tentacles towards him. In a flash, Morin vanished into thin air, reappearing behind Anak, pointing at Anak's chair with a low exclamation, prickly seat. This was a playful spell that conjured a row of wooden spikes on the chair, yet Anak remained unperturbed, effortlessly dispelling Morin's magic, leaving the chair unscathed. Enough of this nonsense, Morin declared, summoning a chair to sit beside Anak. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows of the old and the young across the cliff. Let us call it a day. You should hurry back. It's getting late, Anak advised. Mr. Anak, have there been any updates regarding Paingade? Morin inquired, gazing at the sunset while stifling yawn. None. He has employed certain magics akin to the unbreakable vow, rendering even my wife unable to ascertain his whereabouts. You must return promptly, Anak replied, shaking his head. Why are you so eager for me to leave today? Morin questioned. I fear your late return may arouse suspicion at school. Quickly go, Anak insisted. Oh, very well then. I shall take my leave. Will you not accompany me? Morin asked. I wish to linger a while longer to relish this sunset. The twilight scene captivates me. If you have a girl you fancy, you may bring her to enjoy the view, Anak replied, his gaze fixed upon the burnt orange horizon, his expression relaxed, seemingly entranced by the fading light. I shall remember this, Mr. Anak. I will inform Mrs. Rhea that you are here watching the sunset, Morin thought, realizing time was of the essence as he waved goodbye to Anak and, with a flicker, vanished from the cliff, heading to Anak's cottage. Each time he departed from school, he would traverse through a painting, and naturally, he returned the same way. As soon as Morin departed, Anak's relaxed demeanor vanished instantly. He sprang from his chair, grimacing as he extracted a slender thorn from his backside with his wand. That little rascal. His spells are becoming increasingly troublesome. I even overlooked a thorn, and it pains me greatly, Anak grumbled, rubbing his rear in frustration. His earlier nonchalance had been mere pretense. The sentiment of cherishing the sunset was nothing but a ruse to avoid embarrassment before Morin, preventing him from becoming overly smug. Next time, I shall embed 2 thorns in his backside to teach him a lesson, so he may know the discomfort of being pricked, Anak muttered angrily. Chapter 183. Quick Review. While Anak continued to grumble, a soft sound emerged from behind him. Hiss! Mrs. Rhea appeared upon the cliff, observing Anak's childish antics with a smile. So, you two have moments of misfortune, she remarked cheerily. I quite like that boy. He has made rapid progress, managing to get the better of you. I was simply careless, Anak replied with a playful grimace, discarding the thorn to the ground and stamping on it with vigor. At your age, still squabbling with children, Mrs. Rhea chided, casting a reproachful glance at Anak, before continuing, by the way, regarding the stone archway Morin mentioned. We have ensured its safety at the Ministry of Magic, but now that Paingade has taken an interest in it, does he truly intend to pursue that endeavor? Anak resumed his seat, propping his cane against the stone as he gazed at the sunset. It seems likely. This archway has been shrouded in mystery for ages. Few know its true significance. Paingade must have caught wind of something. Mrs. Rhea expressed her concern. Should we attempt to thwart him? Anak, with the sunset reflecting in his eyes, furrowed his brow in contemplation for a long while before responding. Opening that archway requires a key. If Paingade wishes to unlock it, he must first locate the key. Do you know where the key might be? Mrs. Rhea inquired. Anak pondered. I cannot say for certain. The era is too distant. I did not pay it much heed at the time. Some clues remain, and I have begun my investigation. Should we inform Molin? This matter deeply concerns him. He is indeed pivotal, yet still a student. Given Paingade's knack for gathering intelligence, should he uncover anything, it could spell trouble. It is best not to inform him just yet, Anak concluded. True, he is merely a first-year student, lacking experience, Mrs. Rhea agreed. Anak recalled the so-called first-year Molin and glanced at the thorn on the ground. His rear still ached slightly. He then smirked. Anyone who still perceives him as a mere first-year child is quite foolish. For the past 2 months, Molin has been studying magic under Anak's tutelage, frequently contending with Anak's pranks while managing to retaliate occasionally, yet he never truly gained the upper hand. Or perhaps, even when he did, he remained blissfully unaware. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that while Molin was subjected to Anak's teasing, he also comprehended the weaknesses in his spellcasting. Anak would timely advise him on how to evade having his magic unraveled, teaching him to approach spells from varied angles to counter others' enchantments. Anak's guidance sharpened Morin's command over spells. Unbeknownst to him, he had already mastered 5th-year incantations. For him, spells that others struggled with for an entire term could be perfected in merely half an hour of practice. Just last month, Gryffindor triumphed over Ravenclaw with an overwhelming advantage, securing this year's Quidditch Cup. Though James and Albus did not participate, the synergy between Sweet and Molin became Gryffindor's lethal weapon. They filled in for James and Albus, shining brightly and capturing the spotlight. After graduation, you should consider playing Quidditch. Truly, even as a beater, none could stand against you. It was my first time witnessing someone score by using a bludger to strike the quaffle, Hugo gushed, unable to contain his admiration for Molin, even weeks after the event. In the match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, Molin served as a beater, tasked with intercepting the unruly bludgers. However, his bludgers were far more fearsome. Whenever Ravenclaw's chasers hurled the quaffle towards the goalposts, Molin would deftly use his bat to send the bludger flying, deflecting the quaffle away. On 2 occasions, he even intercepted the quaffle with a bludger at a remarkably awkward angle, scoring in an unprecedented manner. It was merely luck. Molin stifled a yawn. Though his condition had little to do with luck, he had come to realize that his vision had grown remarkably peculiar of late. He could foresee the trajectory of any flying object with uncanny precision. He even knew the direction in which a ball would soar when struck, as well as the paths taken by the players on the field. Such abilities could not merely be attributed to chance. They were a manifestation of innate talent. How enviable, Hugo remarked with a hint of jealousy, having just concluded their morning herbology class. The two found themselves with free time as the subsequent lessons in Muggle studies had been cancelled due to Professor Charles's absence. With nothing pressing to attend to, they meandered to the lake outside the castle to bask in the sun. The weather was splendid, with a clear blue sky and leisurely drifting clouds. The Edinburgh Wizarding Art Museum had recently fallen victim to a mysterious break-in, resulting in the theft of Paingade's invaluable artwork. The Aura Department of the Ministry of Magic was diligently investigating the incident, with the consensus being that Gade's piece, steeped in dark magic, ought to be destroyed. "You fools!" Hugo exclaimed, brandishing the Daily Prophet, which prominently featured the art heist on its front page. This is no trivial matter. Getting caught would land one in Azkaban for a spell. Molin mused as he perused the newspaper Hugo had been holding. Thankfully, the ministry had yet to uncover any leads. It was quite impressive, really, that it had taken a museum a month to realize the artwork had been swapped. Hugo was aware of what Professor Charles was up to, but he understood that such matters required utmost discretion. He must have the headmaster's assistance, Molin pondered. "Has Charles mentioned any progress to you recently?" Hugo inquired casually. Molin shook his head. "Last week, he mentioned that a painting had surfaced in Scotland and that he was searching for it. But now he has taken leave. He must have gone to Scotland. That's unfortunate. Didn't he say something about advancing the Muggle Studies exam date?" Hugo asked. "Yes. I believe he mentioned it would be moved to June 1st. "Oh, but it's only May. We still have time," Hugo replied. "By the way, what is today's date?" "I've forgotten. I usually only keep track of the days of the week," Molin admitted. Lately, he had been so preoccupied with when his classes were free that he focused solely on finding Anak to study magic, neglecting the actual dates. As for Muggle studies, Professor Charles had been frequently absent as of late due to matters concerning Paingade, sometimes delegating the class to Professor Theodore, who had a modest understanding of Muggles. However, for Molin and Hugo, both hopelessly Muggle-blind, it hardly mattered who was teaching. They remained indifferent. "June 1st seems far off," Hugo said, rummaging through his bag for a magical calendar card. He lazily tapped it with his finger and asked, "What is today?" "May 29th, Friday. Temperature, 26 degrees. Perfect for sunbathing. Handsome Mr. Weasley," the card chirped in a dulcet voice. This magical calendar card autonomously updated the date, and even announced the weather, functioning much like a personal attendant. Exceedingly convenient. Oh, it's only the 29th. Hugo yawned nonchalantly, gazing at the placid lake before him, utterly relaxed. Suddenly, the air grew still, and a gust of wind swept through, swirling 2 leaves across the grass while a solitary crow glided lazily overhead, cawing as it passed. What's the date? May 29th. Morin jolted upright, and Hugo, caught mid-yawn, abruptly stifled it. They exchanged wide-eyed glances, their expressions rife with dread. The exam is on June 1st. Today is May 29th. We're doomed. Morin and Hugo hastily snatched their bags and sprinted towards the castle. What chapters do we need to study? Morin panted. 17th chapter, I believe. How much have you reviewed? I've only gone through the 3rd chapter. Good heavens. You've reviewed so quickly. In their Muggle Studies class, Morin and Hugo felt as lethargic as 2 salted fish, utterly stuck. Although Professor Charles was an excellent teacher, they found it impossible to muster any interest in Muggles. The realization that the exam was merely 3 days away, and they had scarcely cracked open their textbooks, felt apocalyptic. I would rather face Pine Gate and battle 10 more times. Morin lamented during lunch as he flipped through the Muggle Studies textbook, memorizing 10 common Muggle professions, a topic that Charles had hinted would feature on the final exam. Why didn't anyone remind us the exam was so close? This is outrageous, Lily. You should have warned me, Hugo exclaimed, accidentally spilling juice on his textbook as he hastily wiped it off, continuing to memorize the differences between televisions and computers. I don't even have Muggle Studies, so why should I care? Lily replied nonchalantly. But you have to take the exam too. Come on, Hugo, I could ace that exam with my eyes closed. Lily was well-versed in Muggle knowledge, having learned the fundamentals in her first year. By the way, Hugo, you've got it wrong. Computers are for browsing the internet, not for downloading pictures. Is that so? Morin quickly took out his notes to correct them, realizing he and Hugo had been making the same mistakes in their class notes, as 2 Muggle-blind students would. Lily, feeling sympathetic towards Morin and Hugo, finally took their notes and said, "All right, I'll help you check for errors in your notes." With Lily's assistance, Morin and Hugo breathed a sigh of relief, for their classroom notes were a jumbled mess, riddled with mistakes, and neither had truly paid attention during class. Morin had already informed Enoch via parchment that he would not be attending magic lessons that weekend, opting instead to focus on reviewing Muggle studies. For 2 entire days, Morin and Hugo, sporting dark circles under their eyes, crammed knowledge into their heads, staying up until 2 in the morning on the eve of their Muggle Studies exam. Professor Charles has to pass us. We've been through thick and thin together. Hugo fretted as they completed the exam, anxiety gnawing at him. I'm not so sure. I despise Muggle transportation, Morin retorted, feeling thoroughly dejected. During the exam, transportation-related questions had indeed arisen, prompting memories of the last incident when Ordaller had mentioned sending Muggles home in a rocket during a train fire. Morin had gleefully written it down, only to find out afterward from Lily that rockets had been deemed utterly unacceptable. Daller must not have attended Muggle studies, Morin grumbled internally. He had managed to answer many of the questions correctly, but when confronted with the more challenging ones, he found himself floundering, unable to comprehend some of the terminology. Fearing that checking answers with Lily might only lead to more mistakes, Morin refrained from doing so. Meanwhile, Lily appeared completely at ease, confidently asserting that scoring full marks on such a straightforward exam should pose no problem. Morin and Hugo exchanged glances, their expressions filled with melancholy. Less than a week after the Muggle Studies exam concluded, every teacher began to stress the importance of upcoming assessments, assigning a mountain of homework as exams were slated to commence in mid-June. Students became increasingly preoccupied with their studies, causing the library to swell with activity. If one does not arrive early at the library to secure a seat, they may find themselves without a place to sit at all. Nevertheless, aside from the Muggle Studies course, other subjects posed little challenge for Morin. Even the often tedious history of magic held no difficulty for him. He had never been averse to anything pertaining to magic. As for that unfortunate day, a week before the examination, Morin sought out Arnoak, hoping that he and Madame Rhea might offer some assistance. "Mr. Arnoak, could you enlighten me on how I should study for astrology? I believe there is still hope for me," Morin said shyly. The astrological chart before him was utterly bewildering, far more perplexing than Muggle studies, at least with the latter. He could manage to struggle through and memorize some facts, but with the astrological chart, he found himself at a complete loss. The foolish boy finally encounters a challenge. Does he? Arnoak chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. Over the past few months of guiding Morin in his magical studies, he had witnessed the boy's extraordinary aptitude. He had never encountered a spell he could not master. Now, at last, there was a branch of magic that could confound him, and Arnoque appeared quite pleased. "Do not tease the child," Madame Rhea admonished, casting a reproachful glance at Arnoque. She retrieved an astrological chart from a nearby table and spread it out before them. "On which day is your examination?" "Next Thursday," Molin replied. With a deft touch, Madame Rhea caressed a crystal ball, and the mist within began to transform into a dark expanse of stars. She scrutinized the crystal ball and proceeded to fill in the astrological chart. "There you go. This is the astrological chart for next Thursday. Memorize it well. The exam will pertain to the celestial positions of that day, which is quite simple," Madame Rhea said, handing the chart to Molin with a smile. "Will there be no errors?" Molin inquired, cautiously. "I am not questioning your expertise. However, your predictions for the stars next Thursday, surely they will be influenced by me?" "Oh, this is not a prediction, but rather a calculation. Planets and stars move daily at a consistent speed along specific orbits. As long as you remember the cycles and orbits of the 9 major planets, calculating the celestial positions for next Thursday will be straightforward. Do you think Muggles launch rockets to explore the moon without precise calculations of its trajectory? They too understand the intricacies of timing for when a probe should enter lunar orbit. While they utilize computers, I can achieve the same with a crystal ball." With a flick of her wrist, a plate of almond biscuits floated from the kitchen and landed on the table. Upon hearing the mention of rockets, Molin felt a wave of confusion wash over him, recalling Muggle studies with a tinge of melancholy. "So, if I simply memorize the planetary cycles, I will be able to perform the calculations?" he asked, holding the astrological chart. "Certainly, but this method is laborious and yields little reward. With just the astrological chart, you might barely pass the exam. As for the questions requiring divination, you can simply write whatever comes to mind," Madame Rhea kindly advised, "since the answers will likely be incorrect anyway." "Incorrect?" Molin exclaimed in surprise. "But I know what happens when Mars, the moon, and Earth align at 63 degrees. It's all in the books. I even remember that time when 2 underwater volcanoes erupted on Earth. Believe me, regarding matters of divination, what you remember and what actually occurs will often diverge." Madame Rhea seemed quite accustomed to this notion. "The words you see in books represent one outcome, while the content you commit to memory represents another. Unless you write answers directly from the textbook, as you would for regular homework, you are bound to remember incorrectly. Go ahead, open your textbook now." Skeptical, Molin retrieved his astronomy textbook from his bag, having brought it specifically to seek guidance on astrology. Upon opening it, he was immediately taken aback. It stated, "When Mars, the moon, and Earth align at 63 degrees, a tornado will occur on a small island in the Central Pacific." How could this be? I even spent an entire night memorizing the divination questions to save my grade. Molin protested, feeling a sense of injustice. "Are you saying my efforts were in vain? You cannot predict others, nor can you be predicted yourself. It's quite fair," Arnoque interjected nonchalantly. "Then I suppose I won't encounter the same situation with the astrological chart?" Molin queried. "Other charts may lead to such outcomes, but this particular chart is unique. It is crafted from a rare material. I previously used this very chart to help Evan through his examination," Madame Rhea said with a smile. "Very well. I shall abandon all hope," Molin conceded, having initially believed he could salvage his situation, but now realizing the futility of his optimism. He was already too far gone. Beyond recovery. Chapter 185, The Exceptional Couch Potato. Molin took a bite of a chocolate almond biscuit and offered a piece to Doy, who relished it eagerly. Arnoque observed Doy with keen interest, saying, "I quite like your pet. It is a rare little creature and utterly charming. Yet, no one else at school seems to see it. Apart from me, only you two can." Molin patted Doy's head, surprised that both Arnoque and Madame Rhea could perceive Doy. "We are not the same," Arnoque replied, offering a breadcrumb to Doy, who had gradually warmed up to both him and Madame Rhea, swiftly taking it with its tiny paw and stuffing it into its mouth. "In what way are you different?" Molin inquired, intrigued. Arnoque and Madame Rhea exchanged glances, their eyes dancing with unspoken understanding. "You will comprehend in due time," Arnoque said, smiling as he lightly stroked Doy's head, eliciting a satisfied coo from the creature. Molin chose not to press further on that subject, and instead posed another question. "What kind of creature is it?" To this day, he remained puzzled about Doy's true nature. "I am not entirely certain. I believe it came to you of its own volition, did it not?" Arnoque asked. "That is indeed the case." Molin recalled the last time he sought out Sweat, when he had encountered Doy in the Forbidden Forest instead, and Doy had insisted on following him thereafter. "But how do you know?" Molin pressed further. "Because a little creature sought out Evan as well, and after Evan encountered trouble, it vanished. Regrettably, I have never been able to discern what it truly is or what abilities it possesses. I often scold that little rascal for only knowing how to eat and sleep. Arnold lamented. Did Evan's creature look like this one? Morin inquired. It appeared quite different. His was plump and fluffy like a fur ball, while yours resembles a squirrel, yet has the characteristics of a kitten. The only commonality lies in the eyes, which are identical to yours, and no one else can see them, Madame Rhea clarified. Gazing at Doi, Morin felt a sense of mystery surrounding the creature, as Arnold and Madame Rhea had described it. What on earth are you? He mused aloud, staring into Doi's eyes. Doi, Doi, Doi. The creature chirped happily, biting into the biscuit. Upon returning to the wish-granting room at school, Morin had just stepped out of the corridor when he encountered Professor Charles. Good afternoon, Professor Charles. Morin had not expected to see him here, as he hadn't laid eyes on the professor since the Muggle exam. Good weekend, Morin, Professor Charles said, gazing at a painting across the way. I presume you have been restless again? Professor, I have been quite composed, Morin asserted, his face betraying no embarrassment. With a gentle demeanor, Professor Charles replied, It matters not. I shall be leaving the school tomorrow and will no longer be a professor. Whatever you choose to do, I shall not interfere. Molin felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Professor Charles was an excellent educator who had never made things difficult for his students. We shall meet again in due time. After all, Paying G's objective is you. Professor Charles gazed at the painting on the wall opposite him, with a portrait of Sir Cadogan now hung, replacing that of Paying G. Yet, Sir Cadogan was notably absent from the frame, perhaps off visiting somewhere. Molin pondered the fact that there was still someone trapped within the painting outside, waiting to find him, and felt a sense of helplessness. However, he was not afraid. Before Paying G's rebirth, there were restrictions on his ability to leave the painting. As for being in the painting, Molin had the Dragon Flame cold resistance potion at his disposal, and he knew how to deal with Paying G. When I lack confidence, I believe he won't seek me out. Professor, I am no longer as easily bullied as before. At least now I have some confidence in confronting Hoyle. The last time Molin had failed to master disillusionment, but he was determined that this time he would not be so passive when facing Hoyle. Let's hope so. You are a child of great potential, Professor Charles smiled. By the way, Professor, how many of Paying G's paintings have you destroyed now? Montauk inquired. 6. Though luck has not favored me. I nearly got caught by the owner of one of the paintings last time, Professor Charles replied with a hint of exasperation. What do you estimate the total number of his works to be? Molin asked again. Not many remain. There were quite a few in the past. But after several centuries, many of the lives within his paintings have been exhausted and are no longer usable. He is now aware that I am searching for his works and has likely devised ways to conceal the ones that still possess life. It is likely to become increasingly troublesome. Professor Charles shook his head. However, I plan to dedicate a year to searching for his paintings, and I will destroy as many as I can. Headmistress McGonagall and I discussed this. It is a task that only I can undertake. Molin was at a loss for words. In truth, he wished to accompany Professor Charles, but he had classes to attend. Arno believed that mastering magic was more important than anything else at this moment, so he refrained from insisting. Well then, farewell, Molin. Professor Charles turned to leave, only to recall something and turn back to say, regarding the matter of the exam, Molin, do you truly believe that rockets are mere Muggle transportation? Molin scratched his head awkwardly. I was just writing casually, Professor, my apologies. I did not say you were wrong, Molin. Have a bit of faith in Muggles. Considering their current pace of development, perhaps in a few decades or centuries, rockets and spacecraft could indeed become a common mode of transportation. I have always held Muggles in high regard. Their creativity is astounding, Professor Charles chuckled. They possess the courage to explore unknown planets, which is also why Muggle studies has become a required course. We wizards cannot remain stagnant. We must progress alongside Muggles. To be honest, I respected this individual before uncovering Paying G's true nature. I agreed with his theme of harmonious coexistence between Muggles and wizards, so I did not write incorrectly. Molin felt a sudden surge of pride in his chest. I have decided to mark your answer as correct. Professor Charles nodded with a smile. Rewarding your brave performance last time, I have given you an excellent mark for this course. Though it may be a bit biased, it matters not. As we are leaving soon, so I shall not dwell on it too much. Keep this confidential. I should not have revealed your grades so early. Excellent? My goodness. Molin felt as if spring had arrived, with flowers blooming everywhere. After feeling so gloomy for so long, he was ecstatic to hear that he had received an excellent mark in Muggle studies, which he had feared the most. That is wonderful. Thank you, Professor. Montauk exclaimed joyfully. No need to thank me. I must thank you for driving away Paying G that day, Professor Charles replied. What about Hugo, Professor? Molin asked again. I I should not make things difficult for any student. Although Hugo's answers were worse than yours. I previously stated that if you assisted me in examining the portraits in the castle, I would grant you all 3 extra points. I awarded him a satisfactory mark. Had he answered 5 more questions correctly, an excellent mark would have been within reach. Professor Charles had already descended the stairs, heading directly to the 3rd floor via the moving staircase. Professor Charles truly was a remarkable person. Upon hearing this news, Hugo was overjoyed, having believed he might very well fail. Keep it down. We shouldn't know our grades this early, Molin cautioned, pulling Hugo aside. They were in the common room, preparing for the astronomy exam the following week, but Molin had already given up on studying. He was focused on preparing for the Transfiguration exam. Perhaps you can copy my answers tomorrow. Think about it. We have endured through Muggle studies, so what are we afraid of? Hugo said optimistically. Copying is out of the question. The invigilators are far too strict during exams. Molin gazed at the star chart that Madame Rhea had given him. He was destined to achieve at most a passing grade, but even that would be quite commendable. On Thursday evening, during the astronomy exam, Molin felt the piercing gaze of Professor Sinistra upon him, for he was notorious for his poor performance in astronomy, and the professor seemed to deliberately stroll by to observe him. Molin pretended to look through the telescope at the night sky, with a chaotic array of planets in his mind, but with Madame Rhea's assistance, he managed to fill out the star chart. There were still a few predictive questions remaining, for which he hastily scribbled down some words. One of the supplementary questions, which was a staple of the astronomy exams each year, read, based on the brightness of Venus and the zenith star, predict your score for this exam, excluding the supplementary question. Fail, pass, satisfactory, excellent. Correct answers will earn an additional 10 points. Then I'll go for excellent. Molin confidently wrote down. In chapter 186, the Transfiguration assessment, he knew he could not write pass for the supplementary prediction question, as Madame Rhea had informed him that whatever he wrote for predictive questions was invariably incorrect. Should he write pass and ultimately receive a failing grade, the consequences would be dire. Molin resolved to aim for an excellent outcome, even if it turned out to be a sticky situation. The following 2 weeks were more relaxed for him than for others, as he excelled in all subjects except astronomy and Muggle studies, which posed no difficulty for him, particularly in Transfiguration and Charms, both of which he found effortless. On Tuesday morning, the Transfiguration exam was set to take place. Transfiguration consisted of both theoretical and practical assessments, and after Molin and Hugo completed the theoretical portion, they awaited the practical exam in the Great Hall alongside their peers. The practical assessment for Transfiguration was conducted in the hall, where first-year students from all 4 houses sat at the usual dining tables. When their names were called, they would step forward to perform the Transfiguration spell. Much like during the sorting ceremony, everyone was quite nervous. Performing Transfiguration in front of so many peers was a daunting task. However, Professor Kane reminded them that they did not learn magic merely to transform for themselves, but to showcase their skills to everyone, thereby instilling a sense of accountability. Who knows what we will be tested on next? I hope it won't be too difficult. Hugo was currently attempting to transfigure an earwax remover, and Molin was helping him correct his technique. It's quite simple. Just envision transforming the earwax remover into a matchstick, utter the correct incantation, and ensure the wand is angled properly. Molin demonstrated with his wand, turning the earwax remover into a matchstick and back again. The incantations for basic transfiguration were the same, but the wand movements and thoughts differed depending on what one wished to transform. I wish I could be as adept as you, Hugo remarked enviously, as his earwax remover had only produced half a matchstick. Just then, an irksome voice wafted into their ears. Indeed, this examination is utterly pointless. My parents have already made arrangements with Durmstrang Institute, and I shan't ever return to a place like Hogwarts next semester. My father has secured me a position at a far superior school. Carlo sat there conversing haughtily with another Slytherin girl, Tabitha, while casting lofty glances at the expressions of those around him. He had recently faced severe penalties from Professor McGonagall for framing a Gryffindor Quidditch player and had maintained a low profile since the beginning of the semester, fearing expulsion for further infractions. But now that his family seemed to have decided on his transfer for the next term, he had regained his arrogant demeanor, feeling that he could disregard the rules without consequence. Durmstrang? I've heard their admissions are quite stringent, Tabitha exclaimed. Indeed, not every wizard can gain entry to Durmstrang. They only accept exceptional pure-blood wizards. The caliber of students they produce far surpasses that of Hogwarts, which indiscriminately admits all sorts. Carlo sneered dismissively at the Hufflepuff students, whom he had always looked down upon, and he held a deep disdain for Muggle-born students from other houses as well. His arrogance was insufferable. What audacity! Even before departing Hogwarts, he began to belittle it. Such individuals are truly repugnant. Hugo raised his head, looking at Carlo with disdain, his voice unrestrained. What? Do you take issue with my assertion that Hogwarts is inferior? Hugo, are you envious of my opportunity to attend Durmstrang? Carlo retorted, casting a mocking glance at Hugo. All right, I nearly forgot. Even though you hail from the Weasley family, Durmstrang would never accept you. Do you know why? Carlo burst into laughter. Because your lineage carries a rather unpleasant scent. I have no desire for such a school. Spare me your delusions. Individuals like you are nothing but a pile of dog excrement, regardless of the institution. Hugo responded indignantly. Are you courting death? Carlo squinted his eyes. To be unable to remain at Hogwarts and having to settle for Durmstrang. Does that make you proud, Carlo? Morin interjected without looking up. Can you not discern which of the two schools is superior? Carlo was momentarily taken aback, his facial muscles twitching slightly, as he replied. The magic taught at Durmstrang is far more profound than anything learned here. That is true magic. The spells you learn at Hogwarts barely qualify as tricks. You lot are nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well. Hugo was about to retort, but Professor Kane entered the hall. Silence, Professor Kane commanded. All fell silent, and Carlo prudently closed his mouth. The content of the Transfiguration practical final examination was straightforward. Transform these 5 stones into 5 distinct objects, namely, a glass sphere, a walnut, an eraser, a ring, and an insect. Any insect would suffice, merely requiring a semblance of its form. I do not expect you to make it crawl, as that would be an unreasonable demand for first-year students. And none of you are capable of such a feat. Professor Kane stood at the table, which held 5 utterly ordinary stones. As soon as he finished speaking, the students began to murmur, many appearing anxious. An insect too? That's far too difficult. We've never transformed a living creature, Hugo exclaimed from below. The majority of their first-year transfiguration lessons consisted of simple transformations, such as leaves into parchment or matches into earwax removers. Extremely basic spells. Yet even those proved too challenging for many, let alone transforming inanimate objects into living ones. Exactly. How could Professor Kane possibly assign this? Lily complained nearby. Morin, do you think you can manage it? Hugo inquired. I recall Rose mastering the transformation of stones into insects in her second year. She is a formidable scholar. You should be able to manage it as well, considering you once sent Professor Flitwick tumbling beneath the lectern. I should be able to, Morin pondered, uncertain whether to divulge the current extent of his transfiguration skills to Hugo. While he often performed brilliantly in class, he merely executed spells as per the professor's instructions. When asked to practice turning leaves into stones, he showcased how leaves could seamlessly transform into stones. Nothing more. Thus, no one was privy to the true caliber of his transfiguration abilities. Such folly. You believe you could succeed? Carlo scolded. Transform into a living creature? Who do you think you are? First-year students at Hogwarts aspire to turn stones into living beings? How laughable. Perhaps first-year students at Durmstrang could manage it. But you lot are merely daydreaming. You may not succeed either. Carlo, Hugo replied disdainfully. Just you wait and see, Carlo declared with self-satisfaction. Carlo appeared to be quite confident, while Hugo was seething with anger. Now, quiet down. For the sake of fairness, your names will be drawn randomly from my list. Let's see how fortunate you are. Professor Kane began calling names from the grade sheet. First up, Plum Smith. Plum was a small-eyed Hufflepuff boy who appeared exceedingly nervous. He drew his wand and pointed it at the stone, cleared his throat, and said, Transformo. The first stone rolled twice and transformed into a crooked glass sphere. Then he waved again, and half of the second stone morphed into a walnut, while the other half remained a stone. Indeed, just as I expected from a Hufflepuff, who would eat such a walnut. Carlo sneered from below. Many Hufflepuff students turned to glare at Carlo, but he remained unabashed, standing safely at the back, controlling his voice well enough not to be overheard by Professor Kane. Plum's face grew increasingly anxious as he waved his wand again, and the third stone turned pitch black. Professor Kane encouraged him, saying, Iron Oak, keep going. You should be capable of better. Embarrassed, Plum uttered another incantation, and the fourth stone transformed into an unattractive stone ring, so small that it couldn't even fit on his pinky finger. As for the insect transformation, he produced merely 2 feeble antennae. This is the standard at Hogwarts. What prospects could wizards graduating from here possibly have? They're all bound to become utter failures. Carlo's face was a mask of derision, and he had resolved to leave Hogwarts, speaking without restraint. Yet his words were too excessive. This time, not only Hufflepuff students, but even Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, and some Slytherin students glared at Carlo with fury. Chapter 187. Utterly arrogant. Carlo remained oblivious to the hostile glances, utterly unconcerned about any repercussions from the other students. Next, Jamie Leonard. Professor Kane noted the results swiftly with his quill. Plum attempted to peek at his results, but Professor Kane waved him off, sending him away and restoring the 5 stones. Everyone unanimously deemed the final assessment in Transfiguration exceedingly challenging. Many students' abilities in Transformation were akin to that of a novice, with only 3 out of the first 20 candidates successfully transforming the initial 4 objects. And their results were far from impeccable. As for turning stones into living creatures, not a single individual succeeded. This provided ample opportunity for Carlo to mock his peers. After each student's turn, he would deliver scathing remarks, belittling Hogwarts and asserting that the Durmstrang Institute, to which he aspired to transfer, would never admit such lackluster wizards. Carlo, Hogwarts is not inferior to Durmstrang. You need not speak so disparagingly, interjected a Slytherin student, unable to tolerate Carlo's taunts. Sylvie, I suggest you consider attending Durmstrang next semester. It is far superior to Hogwarts, and you should not squander your pure wizarding lineage, Carlo retorted, eyeing the Slytherin student who had spoken out. I maintain that Hogwarts is commendable. Thank you, Sylvie, a Slytherin, replied with a furrowed brow. That is only because you have yet to witness the merits of Durmstrang. Honestly, every Slytherin student should attend Durmstrang, where we would receive far better training, Carlo proclaimed to all his Slytherin classmates. You do not represent all of Slytherin, Carlo. Do not hold yourself in such high regard. If I were you, I would adopt a more humble demeanor, Sylvie warned in a low voice. I always thought, Sylvie, that you possess some intelligence. It seems I was mistaken, Carlo scoffed. I trust you are not quarreling? Professor Kane approached, the debate disrupting his assessment on stage. Carlo believes Durmstrang is superior to Hogwarts. Professor, he is disparaging us all, Hugo said with disgust. Professor Kane fixed Carlo with a stern gaze. Carlo, I am aware of your intention to transfer, but as long as you remain a student here, I retain the authority to impose detention. If you prefer not to spend your holidays confined in a dark room, I suggest you silence yourself. Professor Kane, the head of Gryffindor, had already lost patience with Carlo after the latter's previous machinations against a Gryffindor team member. Carlo noted a flicker of hesitation on Professor Kane's face, his expression shifting between stormy and calm. While Carlo felt emboldened to speak against his classmates, he was still mindful of the professor's authority. Yet, with the prospect of his impending departure from Hogwarts, he felt little fear. Professor, I merely spoke the truth. Hogwarts cannot penalize students for honesty, can it? And what truth do you wish to convey, Carlo? Professor Kane's usual amiability was replaced with a look of hostility. Oh, I see. Professor, no one here can transform a stone into an insect. It appears that Hogwarts first-year students are rather lacking in their magical prowess. Carlo shook his head. From your tone, I presume you believe you can achieve this? Professor Kane inquired. Perhaps, Carlo replied with a hint of disdain dancing at the corners of his mouth. Then by all means, demonstrate, Professor Kane challenged, holding the grade sheet. Carlo strode confidently to the podium, casting a triumphant glance over his peers, brandishing his wand as he announced. You would do well to keep your eyes wide open. Can he truly succeed? He can't even perform the smokescreen charm, Hugo murmured. Carlo's magical abilities were generally unimpressive. He had previously embarrassed himself in defense against the dark arts class. Yet now he audaciously volunteered to showcase his transformation skills. With a flick of his wand, he muttered an incantation barely audible to anyone, and the wand emitted a gray light that enveloped the first stone. The stone gently rotated and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a crystalline glass orb. This orb emanated a grayish glow, appearing remarkably exquisite, surpassing the quality of all previous transformations. How could this be possible? Hugo exclaimed in astonishment. Many classmates shared his surprise. Carlo's glass orb was impeccable, far exceeding their expectations. This is merely the beginning. Carlo chuckled derisively, conjuring a genuine ring, a real walnut, and a magical eraser. These items represented the finest achievements thus far among the students, even eliciting a hint of surprise from Professor Kane. Transform into an insect, is it? Carlo tapped the last stone with his wand. The stone began to roll and gradually morphed into a beetle, its intricate patterns vividly apparent. Remarkably, the beetle even wiggled its legs before crawling across the table. This spectacle left everyone astounded. He had indeed transformed a stone into an insect. However, among the onlookers, Molin suddenly remarked softly, noticing something amiss about Carlo, his brow furrowing slightly. Professor Kane, taken aback, picked up the beetle for closer inspection, involuntarily exclaiming. Aside from the traces of stone at the tips of its wings, the rest is unmistakably a genuine beetle. Strange, there is an unusual odor, unlike that of standard transfiguration. Turning a stone into an insect was a feat easily accomplished by Professor Kane. Yet for a first-year student, it was nearly impossible, especially for someone like Carlo, who typically exhibited a lackadaisical approach to his studies. Nevertheless, Carlo had performed this astonishing transformation under the watchful eyes of all, and it was evident to everyone. Professor, it is quite simple. Carlo surveyed the astonished gazes of his classmates, his pride swelling further. I did not learn this from you. Magic, of course, differs from your teachings. Professor Kane, this transfiguration was imparted to me by a Durmstrang professor. 2 weeks ago, when my father took me to meet him, he specifically guided me in my transformation skills, allowing me to grasp the essence of true transfiguration. Carlo emphasized the term true transfiguration with particular audacity, causing Professor Kane's expression to darken. Carlo's words were undoubtedly a slap in the face to the professor, mocking the ineffectiveness of Kane's instruction in comparison to that of Durmstrang. Is that so, Carlo? Do you take issue with my teaching? Professor Kane's face was taut with suppressed fury, his vexation evident as none of the other students had performed better than Carlo, fueling his arrogance even further. Yet, even he could not fathom how Carlo, typically mediocre in his magical studies, had achieved this remarkable feat. Of course not, Professor. But you must now recognize that my words hold truth, do they not? My decision to attend Durmstrang is indeed a wise choice. Carlo had secured his escape route and felt no need for further caution. 10 points from Slytherin. Carlo, you ought not to be so disrespectful, Professor Kane declared, incensed. Professor, I merely stated the truth. Otherwise, why is it that none of Hogwarts' first-year students could accomplish what I have? Look around, aside from me. Not a single soul has successfully transformed a stone into an insect. Surely, you cannot be angered simply for my honesty? Carlo was entirely indifferent to the loss of points. All the students were incensed by Carlo's remarks, yet their inability to match his transformation only intensified his arrogance. Is that truly your belief? That no one can achieve this? Molin slowly rose, his demeanor calm as he stated, "Do not be a frog at the bottom of a well, Carlo." Chapter 188. The Genius of Transfiguration. All eyes shifted from Carlo to Molin, suddenly recalling the presence of the latter. Molin had consistently excelled in their usual transfiguration classes, often held up as a paragon by Professor Kane. Carlo esse brazen arrogance, coupled with his demonstration of an extraordinary spell that no one else could replicate, had incensed the onlookers, causing them to overlook Morin's innate talent. When Professor Kane beheld Molin, a sigh of relief escaped him. He had been at a loss for words in response to Carlo's provocations. Punishing Carlo seemed futile, only reinforcing the notion that Hogwarts could not rival Durmstrang, a situation Kane wished to avoid. Carlo had made it clear that his transfiguration prowess stemmed from a professor at Durmstrang, escalating it into a matter of prestige between the two institutions. What Kane truly desired was to witness one of his students rise to the occasion and accomplish what Carlo had achieved. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. Despite Morin's usual brilliance in transfiguration, he had yet to teach the class how to transfigure living beings, leaving Kane uncertain of Morin's capabilities. "Molin, are you able?" Hugo inquired with evident worry. "Well, we must attempt it," Molin replied, unruffled. "What? Do you think that just because you can cast a few smoke charms, you can metamorphose a stone into an insect? You really believe you could do anything, don't you?" Carlo scoffed at Molin. "Oh, I would never presume to claim that I can do anything. There are many spells I have yet to master." Molin casually strolled to the podium, casting a glance at the beetle on the table, which was gradually losing its magical properties and reverting to stone. "But as for this particular spell, let us say I am fortunate enough to possess a modicum of skill." "Fortunate? Huh. You think luck can enable you to transform a stone into a bug? Do you rely on luck for your magic?" Carlos sneered. "Molin, you should be able to succeed with the first 4 transformations. As for the insect, perhaps you could manage a simple ladybug or a longhorn beetle, given their size, is somewhat comparable to this stone. Take your time, no need to rush. It is crucial to envision the form you wish to create before casting the spell. You needn't concern yourself with bringing the insect to life. I do not expect you to accomplish that, as it would be too demanding for a first year. However, perhaps you could manage to create some limbs," Professor Kane urged, eager to impart the nuances of transfiguration to Molin, as he could not punish Carlo merely on account of his words. He now placed all hope on Molin to redeem the situation. Molin listened politely to Professor Kane's guidance before replying, "Thank you for your advice, Professor. But I did not intend to transform the stone into an insect." Professor Kane was momentarily taken aback. "That's because you cannot do it." Carlo mocked. Molin drew his wand, a bright smile illuminating his face. "I simply prefer to create something more entertaining." He pointed his wand at a mop in the corner of the classroom, giving it a slight flick. The mop rolled a couple of times before suddenly spinning, producing a series of whooshing sounds. To everyone's astonishment, the mop transformed into a golden perch, approximately 1 meter in length. Molin then conjured a stream of water that enveloped the perch, which swam energetically within the bubble of water suspended in midair. Everyone was left dumbfounded. For many first-year students, turning a small stone into an insect was already a remarkable feat. Who could have anticipated that Molin would directly transform a mop into a fish that could swim around? This was several levels above the transformation of a stone into an insect, easily the caliber of a 5th year's work. Incredibly, Hugo could not contain himself, exclaiming that even the super academically gifted Rose would not have been able to accomplish such a feat. Just wait, there's even more fun to come. Molin twirled his wand, pointing it at the wastebasket. The wastebasket began to spin rapidly, and suddenly, a fluffy golden retriever leaped out, landing on the podium and barking enthusiastically at Molin. He then pointed at a book on the desk, which shot into the air, abruptly opened, and the two halves began to flap, gradually forming a red parrot that flitted around the hall, intermittently squawking. Professor Kane could hardly believe his eyes as he observed the perch and then the soaring red parrot. He had never anticipated that Morin's transfiguration skills had reached such an advanced level, involuntarily stealing glances at Molin. His transfiguration was far beyond what any first-year student could achieve. This is impossible. How could you possibly do this? Carlo's triumphant demeanor suddenly faltered, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. In comparison to Morin's transfiguration prowess, his own seemed utterly trivial and pitiful. Do you not believe it? Perhaps you should feel for yourself, Molin retorted, directing his wand towards several candles on the wall. The candles instantly transformed into beetles, which flapped their wings and flew towards Carlo. 5 beetles darted quickly and burrowed into Carlo's clothing, prompting him to shriek and jump about in an attempt to dislodge them. Thud! A black bracelet fell from Carlo's right wrist, clattering to the ground. Professor Kane furrowed his brow and waved his wand, grasping the black bracelet in his hand. Upon touching it, his expression shifted, and he questioned Carlo. Where did you acquire this? Return it to me. It's mine. Carlo frantically tried to extract the crawling beetles from his clothes, but they scuttled about with remarkable speed. Professor Kane's voice turned icy. Carlo, you used this to perform your transfiguration, did you not? I suspected something was amiss when you cast your spell. Do you know what this is? What business is it of yours? Carlo blurted, his words tumbling out carelessly. Of course it concerns me. This bracelet contains the blood of a unicorn, which can temporarily enhance a wizard's magical abilities. However, to create such a magical item, one must kill a unicorn. The Wizarding World strictly prohibits the hunting of such pure creatures, and this magical item is classified as a dark artifact. Where did you obtain it? Professor Kane pressed sternly. That's none of your concern. Why don't you investigate Molin? His magic is so bizarre. He might have utilized even more unicorn blood, Carlo seethed, finally managing to catch a few beetles, seething with rage. My magic does not rely on the blood of unicorns. Professor Kane can verify that, can't he? Molin replied calmly. Professor Kane glanced at Molin, then reached out to stroke the golden retriever perched on the desk, nodding in affirmation. This is merely advanced transfiguration, unlike yours. Carlo, you had better provide me with an explanation. He strode to the fireplace in the hall, grasped a handful of flue powder, and tossed it into the hearth, which erupted into emerald flames. He leaned into the flames and called out, Professor Francis, I need you to come here at once. A moment later, Professor Francis emerged from the fireplace, eyeing Professor Kane with a questioning expression. It would be more appropriate for you to handle your student. Professor Kane handed the black bracelet to Professor Francis, whose expression shifted momentarily before darkening profoundly. Carlo, bringing such an item imbued with dark magic into the school is a grave infringement of our regulations. You shall face severe consequences. Professor Francis's voice carried the familiar chill of death. Infringe upon regulations? To hell with your rules. I shall be attending Durmstrang next semester. The pathetic regulations of Hogwarts hold no sway over me. I have no fear of you professors, Carlo proclaimed loudly. Molin shook his head slightly. Carlo was too foolish, uttering words that should not be spoken. Even if he intended to study abroad, he was still a part of this community, and offending the professors here would lead to dire repercussions. I do not care where you plan to study next term, as long as you remain at Hogwarts. You must bear the consequences of your actions. Let me remind you, students who commit unforgivable offenses will have their wands snapped by the Ministry of Magic, rendering them incapable of practicing magic for life. Our school has seen such precedents. Do you truly believe transferring will spare you? Professor Francis's gaze was icy as it bore down on Carlo. Carlo was taken aback. The notion of having his wand snapped and being barred from magic for life was indeed a serious matter. This is unfair. Molin must have used unicorn blood as well. How else could he perform such advanced transfiguration? Carlo persisted, still attempting to justify himself, believing that Molin had similarly relied on magical artifacts to enhance his abilities. Are you referring to my magic? Molin waved his wand at the fish in the air, which swam gracefully before Professor Francis. My transfiguration was guided by Professor Kane at Hogwarts, not by anyone from Durmstrang. I do not require external assistance. Professor Kane's expression softened considerably. Molin's words were a balm to his pride after Carlo had so brazenly insulted him in front of others. Professor Francis, slightly astonished, reached out to touch the magic Molin had conjured. Is this transfiguration of yours? Using a mop? Professor Francis instantly recognized the nature of the fish. As the defense against the dark arts teacher, he was acutely aware of whether Molin had utilized any other magical artifacts. Even the usually stoic Professor Francis was taken aback by the unexpected nature of Molin's magic. Indeed, Professor Francis, Molin replied, pointing at a candle on the wall, which transformed into a goldfish that swam around the bass. Your grasp of transfiguration is commendable. This level of skill is typically reserved for fifth-year students. I must admit, I have never encountered a first-year student who could master magic to this extent. Molin, I must say, you are increasingly intriguing. I merely had the fortune of good luck. Molin shrugged. He had been diligently studying transfiguration with a knock for the past 2 months. It was not mere idle talk. However, he felt that mastering such transfiguration was insufficient. The magic taught at school was primarily practical, and Anak believed that these everyday skills were only suitable for leading a mundane life as a wizard. Molin aimed to acquire more than just the school's curriculum. He was well aware that there existed a figure within a painting, constantly seeking opportunities to confront him. The more he studied magic with Anak, the deeper he realized its complexities. Anak was like an encyclopedia, and Molin felt he had barely scratched the surface of knowledge before him. At times, he even questioned whether Anak held a different identity. Such a formidable wizard should not remain in obscurity. He is deceiving you. Carlo remained obstinate. Professor Francis decisively snapped his fingers, silencing Carlo with a wave of his hand, and spoke in his customary chilling tone. You may discuss this with the headmaster. If you find Hogwarts disagreeable, it would be prudent to keep such sentiments to yourself. Otherwise, you may find it exceedingly difficult to leave this place. With a flick of his wrist, Carlo was lifted and dragged out of the hall. Such a person would only disgrace Durmstrang. Did he truly believe we at Hogwarts could be trifled with? Hugo exclaimed loudly, clearly delighted. Indeed, to forget gratitude even before leaving the school is something I have never witnessed. Many students echoed, feeling a collective sense of relief, their gazes towards Molin filled with admiration. Carlo had disparaged Hogwarts students before even departing. Each student harbored a sense of indignation, as Molin had demonstrated through his adept use of standard advanced transfiguration that Carlo's reliance on dark magical artifacts was utterly shameful. Well done, Molin. Your practical results in transfiguration are undoubtedly flawless. Professor Kane finally smiled, his praise evident. Molin's performance had brought him immense joy, particularly the way he had countered Carlo's arrogance with such grace. Thank you, Professor Kane. Molin waved his wand, returning everything to its original form before sending them flying back to their respective places. He walked back to Hugo, who was jubilantly gesturing, as though he had just dealt a severe blow to Carlo. Mate, you truly are a master of concealment. Hugo laughed heartily. I merely could not tolerate Carlo's arrogance. Initially, Molin had not intended to shine so brightly. He had merely wished to transform a pebble into a dragonfly. However, Carlo's hubris had compelled him to act. He is doomed. He shall surely face dire consequences, Lily remarked. If Carlo's wand is snapped, barring him from practicing magic for life, that would be splendid, Hugo added. Molin shook his head. Not likely. That was merely Professor Francis attempting to intimidate him. Such actions do not warrant such severe penalties. However, he will undoubtedly be expelled, and the ministry will confiscate that bracelet to investigate its origins. I suspect Carlo's parents will face significant repercussions. Is that all? Honestly, Hugo, your grandfather is a ministry official, and your mother as well. Yet you have never heard of such matters? Molin replied, having lived with his grandfather Alton since childhood. He was quite familiar with the ministry's processes. I have no interest in their work, Hugo chuckled, but I do hope the ministry makes an exception for Carlo. It would be delightful if he were silenced for life. Next, Hugo Weasley. Professor Kane resumed the assessments. Hugo stuck out his tongue, reluctantly picking up his wand and stepping to the podium. Professor, This stone was just subjected to Carlo's dark magic. Do you believe it is reliable? Hugo inquired. Oh, Hugo, that is not an issue. I have prepared a whole pile of stones, Professor Kane replied with a smile, pulling out a dozen small stones from his pocket. Clearly in good spirits. Choose as you wish. Hugo chuckled nervously, taking his wand, his heart racing. With a tremor, the stone did not transform, but rather shot towards Professor Kane's forehead. Hugo, can you not hold your wand more steadily? Professor Kane swiftly caught the stone. Apologies. I did not mean to. Hugo's face paled as he hastily apologized. If you spoke less during class, your wand would be much steadier. Professor Kane glared at Hugo, noting that despite his constant chatter with Molin, he had not even matched half of Morin's skill. Molin stifled a laugh from below. Professor, everyone has their strengths. Have you not seen how splendid my commentary on Quidditch is? Hugo cast a transformation spell on the small stone once more, successfully conjuring a yellow glass sphere and an utterly useless hard rubber eraser. The ring and walnut appeared as mere stones, and transforming insects was out of the question. Lily, on the other hand, managed to produce a glass sphere, an eraser, and a ring, all of which were perfectly ordinary, while the walnut remained stone-like. And she too was unable to conjure any insects. Not bad. At least your ring is wearable. Professor Kane nodded slightly in approval. During the assessment, Sweet's transformation skills shone brightly, ranking only behind Molin and the assistive charm-wielding Carlo, as he successfully created a red glass sphere, an eraser, a ring, and a walnut. Surprisingly, he also managed to summon a moving ladybug, which flew 2 low circles. Excellent. Much better than the cheating Carlo, Professor Kane remarked joyfully, pleased to see that at least 2 students in his class had broken records. Many were taken aback, had it not been for Morin's outstanding transformation skills. Sweet might have garnered significant attention. Goodness, Sweet is also a top scholar. I must tell Rose when I return. She will be furious, Hugo quipped mischievously, imagining he might isolate himself in his little cottage all summer to prove himself. Beautiful transformations, Molin commented as Sweet descended. Not quite as impressive as yours, Sweet replied. Over the past 2 months, Sweet's demeanor had softened considerably. He occasionally joined discussions in the dormitory, perhaps due to Morin's companionship in confronting Pine-Gade within the artwork. No longer cold and aloof, Sweet still vanished from the dormitory each morning at dawn, his whereabouts unknown. Molin often wondered about Sweet's extraordinary background. Even Pine-Gade had taken notice of him, and his talents were remarkable, yet he remained unaware of the secrets Sweet concealed. Chapter 190, Summer Vacation. During the exam week, everyone busily prepared, while Molin felt comparatively unburdened after completing his studies on Heaven and Muggle studies, granting him a sense of liberation. Although he frequently engaged in light-hearted banter with Hugo during class, Morin's studies were never neglected, and he grasped the material without much revision. However, he felt compelled to assist Hugo, who often approached his studies without due diligence, as Molin wished to prevent him from failing. Thanks to Morin's support, Hugo caught up on many subjects, appearing to be in decent shape. By late June, they finally completed their last exam in History of Magic, marking the end of the semester. Fantastic! The key points you highlighted were all on the exam. I'm certain I won fail History of Magic, Hugo exclaimed, his spirits soaring as he lay on the grass outside the castle alongside Molin. By the way, what are your plans for the summer? I'm not sure yet. I haven't thought it through. Perhaps I'll join my grandfather in the Muggle world for some exploration. Practice is more important than theory, especially since I live in a Muggle community. Molin yearned to bolster his meager knowledge of Muggles during the summer. The generational gap between Muggles and Wizards was substantial, and he felt disinterested without first-hand experience. Although he lived among Muggles, he was often ostracized by local children due to his heterochromia and deemed a freak, making friendships elusive. Initially, Molin planned to study magic with Arnok over the summer, but Arnok informed him that he had matters to attend to and encouraged Molin to study independently. Molin could practice magic outside of school without fear of being caught by the Ministry of Magic, thus facilitating his learning. I'll probably spend some time in Romania, hoping to see the fire dragons. Uncle Charlie mentioned I might even have the chance to ride one and become a dragon rider. What an impressive feat. Hugo appeared elated. You won't be going anywhere, Hugo. Lily interjected, settling down comfortably. Your mother enrolled you in a summer camp because you performed poorly in Muggle studies. She intends for you to spend some time there. What essay summer camp? Hugo inquired, perplexed. Oh, it's a way for Muggle students to experience outdoor life during the summer, like learning to start a fire in the wild, foraging for edible plants, and setting up tents for camping. I went with James and the others once, Lily explained. That sounds dreadfully boring, Hugo frowned. How do you know? I haven't received any letters from my mother. Rose told me. Lily replied thoughtfully before adding with a smile. The fact that you did poorly in Muggle studies must have been conveyed by Rose to your mother. It was likely her suggestion. That annoying girl, Hugo gritted his teeth. No one can stop me from going to Romania to become a dragon rider. That ridiculous summer camp? Not a chance. Lily, what are your plans for the summer? Morn asked. Me? I'll probably travel with my family. My mother might take us to New York. I heard there's a magic academy there. Lily stretched lazily. Forget it. Hogwarts is the best magic academy. I have no interest in any others, Hugo declared. By the end of June, the results were announced. Morn achieved excellent marks in 7 out of 8 subjects, with only astronomy barely passing, a slight disappointment. With Morn's assistance, Hugo managed to secure good grades in all subjects except for history of magic, which he barely passed, certainly not too shabby. They packed their belongings and boarded the train for their return journey. The train should be quite safe now, Hugo grunted as he dragged his heavy suitcase. I heard each carriage is now staffed by a ministry employee. Morin pulled out his wand and cast a lightning charm on Hugo's suitcase, making it considerably easier for him to manage. Upon reaching their carriage, they encountered a wizard with a long nose and freckled face standing at the door, surveying the passengers. I thought you were going to Hogsmeade to return home with your father. Alton had originally planned to pick up Morin from Hogsmeade, but Morin opted to take the train home instead. Standing at the door, the wizard wore a ministry badge on his chest and held a magical detection stick, scanning Morin before gesturing for him to board. My dad, doesn't he particularly like me going there? Hugo observed as he peered through the glass at the first compartment, which was filled to capacity, pulling his lighter luggage toward the rear. That's because you always steal things from the shop, Lily chimed in. I just borrow them. How is that stealing? Hugo retorted. Morin couldn't help but chuckle. Being the son of the shopkeeper, Hugo's actions didn't seem overly unreasonable. After a considerable effort, they finally found an empty compartment as the train headed toward London. How was your semester? Alton asked cheerfully, helping Morin with his lightweight luggage. It was wonderful. I'm a good kid, you know, Morin replied optimistically. Yes, a good kid. Alton affectionately ruffled Morin's hair, glancing at the station's fireplace, where wizards and students awaiting their turn to return home were crowded together. The station's fireplace has always been unreliable, Alton remarked, pulling out his pocket watch to check the time. I'm in a hurry. I'll apparate you home. Sometimes, the fireplaces used by wizards became congested when too many attempted to use them simultaneously, especially at busy locations like the train station, necessitating a wait amid swirling flames that could leave one feeling quite dizzy. Grandfather, where are we going? Moore inquired. Oh, I just received a letter from Edmund, Alton began. He mentioned that a Muggle town seems to have fallen under a malevolent curse. A road there has encountered issues, and they have been unable to locate the source of the curse for an entire week. I shall go and investigate. I shall accompany you. Morin interjected with keen interest. Absolutely not. We do not even know what malevolent force may be at play there. I cannot risk your safety, Alton responded sternly. Grandfather, you are with me, are you not? I merely wish to broaden my horizons and promise not to cause any trouble. Besides, it would be dreadfully boring at home. What if I accidentally blew the place up? You're already in the first grade. How could you possibly lose control of your magic? Magic can go awry when one is bored, Morin retorted. Alton, unable to withstand Morin's earnestness and affection, reflected on how much Morin had grown and decided that he would likely be fine. Very well, but you must be obedient and not wander off. You hit the nail on the head, Grandfather, Morin replied, snapping his fingers nonchalantly. The term obedient suits me perfectly. Is that so? My skepticism is palpable. Alton remarked with a look of disbelief as he stuffed Morin's large suitcase into his briefcase, shrank it, and pocketed it. He then took hold of Morin's hand, and they vanished from the train station through apparition. Chapter 191. The Extended Street Grandfather. Were those objects in their hands? Mobile phones, used for making calls. Then why do they have to look down while walking? I do not know. I once heard that mobile phones are a sort of addiction for muggles. Why is that? Because they are quite addictive, and once one is ensnared, it is exceedingly difficult to break free. Without their phones, they feel incapable of surviving. As Alton and Morin emerged from an alley and walked along the main street, Alton, though not of the caliber of Professor Charles, who could flawlessly disguise himself as a muggle, still possessed a wealth of knowledge about muggles far surpassing Morin's understanding. He took the opportunity to enlighten Morin on various muggle intricacies as they walked. Morin listened with casual interest, albeit with limited comprehension. Upon reaching a corner, Alton produced a golden pocket watch, opened its cover, and turned the adjacent knob twice. The watch's face transformed into a mirror. Edmund, where are you? Alton inquired softly into the mirror. Edmund's face soon appeared, set against a backdrop of a massive red billboard, with muggles passing by intermittently. Alton, Brent and I are here. Come over, Edmund called out. Morin, take my hand. Alton guided Morin to a corner devoid of muggles. Grasping Alton's arm, Morin prepared for the next phase. Alton rotated the watch's hands twice. A flash of light enveloped them, and when Morin regained his bearings, he found himself beside Edmund. How convenient. Morin marveled at Alton's watch. It is a magical watch used by the Ministry's field personnel, facilitating communication. When we see each other in the watch, we turn the knob and use apparition to arrive at each other's side. Alton stowed the watch away. This device is more precise than apparition, for when one is unaware of the other's location, it is challenging to arrive directly at their side. With the watch, however, one can accomplish this feat. Its only limitation is distance, in addition to the user's proficiency in apparition. Edmund smiled at Morin. Morin, are you on holiday? Indeed. Greetings to you, Mr. Edmund and Mr. Brent, Morin replied, recognizing the two men. Hello, Morin. Brent, a tall, lanky wizard with prominent brow bones and an unassuming appearance, was nonetheless an accomplished individual, having secured a position at the Ministry. What is the situation, Edmund? Alton inquired. Edmund gestured toward a street under construction ahead, flanked by wooden barriers with a construction sign. While a dirt truck stood nearby, the sounds of drilling echoing from below, enveloped in clouds of dust. It is on this street that muggles have encountered troubles. What should be a mere 500 meters takes an hour to traverse. I have cordoned off this area, pretending that construction is underway, Edmund said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Is an extension charm? To magically elongate a road while keeping its appearance intact? Alton questioned. I have tested that theory. It is not an extension charm. Come and see for yourself, and Morin can join us, Edmund replied. Of course. What if I were to be abducted by muggles? Morin said enthusiastically, as he rarely accompanied Alton on such outings. How peculiar. Who would want to abduct you? Alton shook his head in resignation. They crossed the construction sign, prying open a gap in the metal sheeting to enter. The truck and drilling sounds vanished, along with the dust. Everything was merely an illusion conjured by Edmund's magic. Before them lay an unremarkable road, paved with concrete, with cracks in several places and nearly worn-down pedestrian lines. A bus stop adorned with garish car advertisements stood to the side, showcasing shiny red vehicles. Trace the source, Alton declared, drawing his wand and tapping the ground. A rhythmic, white ripple emanated from the tip of his wand, spreading along the road until it faded from sight. There are no traces of magic, Alton remarked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, there are no discernible signs of magic, yet a 500-meter walk takes an hour. I cannot fathom what the issue might be, Edmund said, despairing at the road that had perplexed them for an extended period. Alton continued down the road, where it curved ahead, revealing a traffic light that blinked erratically, appearing to be broken. This light was only about 100 meters away, yet the four of them had spent a good 10 minutes without reaching it. How odd, Morin observed as he lagged behind, taking in his surroundings. The road was lined with various shops and supermarkets, typical Muggle establishments. As they walked, nothing seemed amiss. Yet traversing this short distance took an eternity. After 20 minutes, they finally reached the traffic light, and, as they looked down the turning street, they saw it lined with poplar trees. At that hour, the sun was setting, casting dappled light through the lush greenery. Have you noticed anything strange, Alton? Brent leaned against the malfunctioning traffic light. Not noticing anything amiss is the greatest anomaly of all. How can a mere stretch take so long? Have the underground utilities been inspected? Alton queried. Not yet, Edmund replied. Allow me to take a look. Alton pointed his wand at the ground, giving it a gentle shake. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the center of the road, and it was as if an invisible giant hand peeled the concrete apart, rolling it back as though it were a cake. Once the road was lifted, it revealed a massive water supply pipe and a series of high-voltage cables. Alton stepped onto the water pipe and poked at the cables with his wand, which sparked with a series of blue arcs. Oh, it appears the Muggle cables have been gnawed by rats. Alton extricated a wire from the black cable and glanced back at the traffic lights. Shrugging slightly, consider it their good fortune. The Muggle department has likely saved a considerable sum. With a flick of his wand, he reconnected the severed cable, causing the perpetually yellow traffic light to instantaneously shift to green, initiating a countdown and resuming its function. The tip of Alton's wand emitted a white luminescence, enveloping the water supply and drainage pipes, sending ripples outward. Below, no traces of magic were evident. Shaking his head, Alton waved his wand gently, causing the cement road he had previously conjured to revert to its original state, rendering the thoroughfare unmarred and devoid of any signs of damage. Grandfather, what is that place? Morin inquired, pointing towards the end of the street. Is that not a Muggle opera house? It appears to have been abandoned for quite some time. Alton rose to survey the direction to which Morin referred. The street led to an antiquated structure, 3 stories tall, adorned with numerous bas-reliefs, some of which were damaged. Leaves were scattered at the entrance, and a thick layer of dust coated the tiled staircase, suggesting it had been long since anyone had used it. That opera house seems rather peculiar. Do you not sense it? Molin asked. What is peculiar about it? Alton replied, unable to discern anything amiss. Not only, but even Edmund and Brent gazed at Molin with equal confusion. Chapter 192, The Opera House of Hogwarts. Did you not hear it? Molin pointed towards the desolate opera house, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. There is someone singing inside. Singing? There is no one singing there, Edmund remarked, puzzled. Not at present, but after a while, a sound emerges. I have heard it 5 times already. It's quite ethereal. One must listen closely. Molin gestured for silence. Indeed, mere moments later, a delicate, almost otherworldly melody wafted through the tree-lined path. It was not precisely a song, but rather reminiscent of certain instruments playing a gentle tune. The sound was faint, overshadowed by the chirping of insects among the leaves. Had it not been for Morin's alertness, the others might have failed to notice it. Your hearing is remarkably keen, Alton marveled, having caught the sound himself. Let's investigate. Initially, they intended to walk directly towards the source, but considering the peculiar nature of the path, Alton seized Molin and operated them forward, with Edmund and Brent closely following. The opera house's iron gate was rusted, adorned with an antiquated lock encrusted with dust, suggesting it had been ages since anyone had visited. Piles of leaves cluttered the entrance, some crushed beneath footfalls, soaked by rain, yet dried in the sun, adhering to the tiles. One of the streetlights had a shattered bulb. An oppressive aura enveloped the entire opera house. Have you employed the magical detection charm on this opera house? Alton inquired. Edmund and Brent exchanged glances, nodding in unison. It's merely an abandoned Muggle opera house. There should be nothing unusual about it. We examined the premises the day before yesterday and detected no singing or traces of magical activity. Alton surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no Muggles were observing their actions. He then cast the magical detection charm once more, ripples emanating from the tip of his wand and enveloping the iron gate. The previously orderly ripples abruptly became chaotic, colliding with one another. It appears the issue lies here. Alton turned to Edmund and asked, Are you certain you conducted a thorough check? How could this be? Edmund and Brent exchanged bewildered glances. When we performed the charm 2 days ago, there was no reaction. The singing has ceased, Brent noted. This time, even with utmost silence, they detected no sound. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Just moments ago, they could hear the chirping of insects around the corner, yet now it seemed sound had been utterly muffled. We must venture inside to investigate. Let us secure the area first. Alton waved his wand, casting a binding charm that enveloped the entire structure. This spell would temporarily intercept anyone attempting to apparate out of the house, providing them ample time to arrive. Alton rapped on the iron gate. The rusted lock wriggled open like a worm, and the door creaked ominously as it swung ajar, releasing a waft of decay that made them grimace. Alton stepped into the opera house first, followed closely by Edmund and Brent. As Molin crossed the threshold, a sudden jolt coursed through his mind, as though something had collided with him, and a familiar sensation surged within his consciousness. Doy suddenly crawled from Morin's pocket to perch upon his shoulder, chirping twice. Did you feel that too? Molin asked, glancing at Doy on his shoulder. Doy, Doy, Doy. The creature flailed in excitement. What sensation? Alton turned and asked, as the others were unaware of Doy's presence and assumed Molin was addressing them. I don't know. It's just a very strange feeling. Do you not sense it? Molin responded uncertainly. Edmund waved his wand, dispersing the dust in front of him, commenting, I only find the stench here unbearable. I dislike dark places. I feel nothing at all. Are you perhaps a bit frightened? If so, you might wait outside for us, Alton suggested, patting Morin's shoulder reassuringly. No need. I was merely expressing a thought. Let us proceed. Molin shrugged, his courage unwavering. He had previously braved the dim basement of Sir Cadogan's ancestral home alone. There was little to fear here. They stepped into the opera house's grand hall, where a ticket counter lay ahead, thickly coated in dust. A panel from the ceiling had fallen to the ground, shattering into 2 pieces, while the walls were adorned with posters riddled with wormholes. Much of the pale blue paint had peeled away. Edmund and Brent conjured several orbs of white fire, allowing them to hover in the air and illuminate the dim ticket hall. Edmund, you did bring the gnome, did you not? Alton inquired. Oh, indeed. Edmund rummaged through his pocket momentarily, producing a delicate gray cage. He opened its door, and a portly white insect emerged, elongating to about 20 centimeters. Its tiny wings fluttering energetically. Gnome, seek out any traces of magic, Edmund instructed. The plump gnome flapped its diminutive wings and swiftly disappeared into the darkness ahead. Morin had always been intrigued by these magical creatures employed by the Ministry for detecting magical residues, pondering the gnome's considerable size and its small wings' efficacy. The gnome returned shortly, within 2 minutes, twisting and writhing in midair, performing a series of agile maneuvers. Its tiny wings flapped vigorously. The gnome indicates that the magical essence here is quite dispersed, present everywhere, yet there are no living beings. Edmund interpreted the gnome's body language. There is no one here. It seems the wizard causing mischief in the Muggle Opera House has already departed. We must uncover what spells have been cast in this place. Alton scanned the surroundings, noting, there are 3 paths. One leads to the performance hall, another likely to the areas where instruments are handled, and the last remains unknown. Let us each take a different route. As before, open your pocket watches and signal if anything arises. Alton and Edmund had engaged in such matters numerous times before. With a simple directive, Edmund and Brent each chose a different path to depart. The route taken by Alton and Morin led them towards the performance hall, flanked by dilapidated chairs adorned with yellow tape, while the corners displayed Muggle signs indicating the emergency exits, with exposed wires dangling precariously. The corridor was enveloped in an eerie silence, interrupted only by a gust of wind that whistled through, occasionally causing the partially torn wallpaper to rustle. Aside from that, the only sounds were the echoing footsteps of Morin and Alton, creating an atmosphere of profound solitude. Grandfather, do you often visit such places? Morin inquired. This is quite mild. Alton replied as he opened a crooked door, stepping over a shattered flower pot. I've encountered far worse. Last time, a dark wizard attempted to create a zombie and invaded a Muggle hospital's morgue in the dead of night, controlling the corpses to crawl out like zombies. The Muggles were terrified, and I had to grapple with the dead in the middle of the night. That doesn't sound too alarming, Morin remarked. Indeed, it's not so concerning in a group. But imagine if you were alone. What a thrilling experience it would be to round a corner and find a corpse with a pale, stiff visage lunging at you. Alton said, turning around, the glow of his wand illuminating his face in a ghastly pallor. Muggle corpses lack magic. There's no need for fear. Morin chuckled at his grandfather's demeanor, but suddenly his expression froze, and his smile faded as his gaze shifted past Alton's shoulder, drawing in a sharp breath. What is it? Have you been frightened? Alton asked, lowering his wand with a chuckle. No, I just saw someone hanging upside down behind that glass door, staring at us. Hair disheveled, with eyes Morin pointed toward the door at the end of the corridor, swallowing hard, glowing green. Chapter 193, The Opera Hall. What? Someone is here? Alton's demeanor shifted, and he turned to peer down the corridor, yet saw nothing. At the end of the passage lay the entrance to the performance hall, marked by a yellow glass door, one of its panes shattered. Someone was hanging there, watching us. Alton waved his wand, murmuring, reveal. An invisible ripple swiftly emanated towards the door, passing through the broken glass, dissolving into the shadows. However, after 2 minutes, nothing returned. There's no one. My spell only touched Edmund and Brent. Are you certain you didn't misinterpret what you saw? Even Gnome didn't detect any human scent. And Gnome's nose is infallible. Alton listened intently for a moment. The house was ensnared by a binding charm, making apparition quite complex. Yet there was no sign of anyone triggering the binding spell. It's impossible to have misseen. There was indeed a person hanging behind that glass door, disheveled, with a ghastly complexion and glowing green eyes. Morin frowned, convinced of his observation, though the figure had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Could it possibly be a ghost? Alton hastened to the glass door, opening it and advancing towards the performance hall, casting another spell, Spirit Reveal. Still, there was no response. Grandfather, I can recognize a ghost. There are too many at school. That was definitely a person. Morin surveyed the opera hall, which spanned 3 tiers in a circular arrangement, capable of accommodating around 2,000 spectators. The first floor seats descended in a stepped gradient, arranged in a trapezoidal fashion. The seats, upholstered in red fabric, were covered in cobwebs, and some lay toppled on the ground, ruined beyond recognition. The stage before them was cracked, as if eaten away by insects, strewn with dust, and only a few iron rods remained suspended above, alongside a few broken lights hanging unevenly. What happened? Alton, was that you who cast the reveal spell? Edmund leaned over the railing from the second-floor audience area. Yes, Morin claims to have seen a figure. Did you notice anything? Alton called out. No, we saw nothing, Alton. Edmund replied. Brent also leaned over from the 3rd floor, saying, I only saw a bunch of rats. Then continue your search for anything enchanted, but be cautious, Alton instructed. Turning to Morin. Perhaps I shouldn't have brought you to such a place. You're too young and might find this eerie atmosphere frightening, leading to hallucinations. Should I take you home? No. I still want to see what dark magic looks like, Morin insisted eagerly. Then stay close to me. Oh, right, Patronus. Alton's wand emitted a stream of silver light that danced in the air before transforming into a towering bear, standing taller than Morin, with one powerful paw resting on Morin's shoulder. Now you need not fear, Alton said kindly. A Patronus can provide a sense of security, dispelling darkness and dampness. Their purpose extends far beyond merely warding off dementors. Doi, the Patronus, curiously gazed at the bear on Morin's shoulder, playfully swatting at its nose, seemingly enchanted by the joyful aura emanating from the magnificent creature. I adore this bear. Perhaps I could summon one too, Morin mused, glancing up at the bear towering over him, reaching out to stroke its chin. The bear lowered its head, nudging Morin affectionately, revealing a goofy grin. With such a formidable beast standing behind him, Morin felt utterly secure. Such magic is not easily conjured. Many adult wizards struggle to summon one. Perhaps in the future. You may attempt it, Alton remarked, casting a flurry of glowing orbs that floated to the ceiling, illuminating the entire hall in a radiant glow, dispelling the shadows entirely. How may I assist you, grandfather? Morin inquired. Just remain here and observe, Alton replied. Give me a chance. Perhaps I could work at the Ministry of Magic one day. You know, accumulating experience in advance, Morin said enthusiastically, pulling out his wand. Alton glanced at Morin, skepticism etched on his face. I was unaware of your desire to work at the Ministry of Magic. It's merely a potential path. Better to be prepared, Morin said, though in truth, he held little interest in the ministry, having observed Alton's tedious task of writing lengthy reports, which appeared exceedingly dull to him. He disliked reporting his endeavors to anyone. If you wish to work at the ministry, I could make introductions. I know quite a few people, Alton said, seeming pleased with Morin's decision, as he was, after all, a retired official of the ministry and still maintained connections. Alton retrieved a feather duster from his pocket, handing it to Morin. Since you cannot use magic off school grounds, use this instead. It's made from the feathers of a fire squirrel, which we affectionately call a torch. It ignites if magic is detected. Oh, and keep your wand at the ready. If you encounter any danger, use your magic without hesitation. But don't stray too far from me. I'll have a Patronus follow you. Morin accepted the duster, which reminded him of Madame Pants, who roamed the school library all day, using a feather duster to clean the books. Morin swept the torch across the dust-laden, dilapidated chairs, soon regretting his actions. For this torch was not intended for dusting. As he brushed past, clouds of dust erupted, leaving him in a disheveled state. They inspected every row of the audience seats, sparing not even a crushed soda can on the floor. In this bright opera house, with a guardian spirit lumbering amiably behind him, even upon glimpsing a grotesquely inverted face, Morin felt it was of little consequence. Approaching the edge of the stage, he gazed at the vacant expanse before him, and then noticed a small room adjacent to the stage. He opened the door and stepped inside, finding a few broken hangers, some plastic arms of mannequins, and a pile of plastic bags amassed in the corner, evidence of a changing room. After thoroughly examining the space and finding nothing amiss, he exited, only to see his grandfather, Alton, just entering the restroom corridor on the opposite side, preparing to conduct his own inspection. As Morin casually scanned the stage, he was suddenly taken aback. "Grandpa," he exclaimed. "What is it? What has happened?" Alton rushed out of the restroom corridor, concern etched on his face. Morin pointed toward the stage. "Grandpa, did you see that thing when we came in?" To his astonishment, a brand new black lacquered piano had materialized on the stage, its gleaming surface starkly contrasting with the surrounding dilapidation. When did this piano appear here? Alton was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixated on the instrument. "I didn't see it before I entered that changing room, but it was here when I came out," Morin replied. Alton furrowed his brow. The presence of such a pristine piano in this decayed setting was decidedly eerie. "Wait here, I'll go take a closer look." Alton conjured a step with his wand and cautiously ascended it. He tapped the stage floor with his wand to ensure there was nothing unusual before proceeding. As Alton's foot met the creaking, worn floorboards, the sound echoed hauntingly through the empty opera house. But then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The black and white keys of the piano began to leap and play an urgent melody on their own. With a snap, the illumination spell Alton had cast vanished, plunging the surroundings into darkness, leaving only a beam of light illuminating the piano. Moreover, an icy chill enveloped Morin, and in the blink of an eye, Alton had vanished, along with the great white bear guardian spirit that had been behind him. Chapter 194. The Audience with Glimmering Eyes. Suddenly engulfed in darkness, Morin found himself alone, having been taken aback by the sudden disappearance of his grandfather after just a few steps onto the stage. "Grandpa," Morin called out, but received no reply. The piano continued its frenetic playing, the melody increasingly frantic, as if urging someone onward, infused with an unsettling urgency that set Morin's heart racing. Doi, doi, kriya doi. Perched anxiously on Morin's shoulder, its small claws gripping his ear tightly. Doi, stop pulling my ear, Morin said, gently prying Doi's claws away, only for the creature to cling desperately to his clothing, terrified of being lost. The piano's relentless music persisted, showing no signs of cessation. Silence. Morin drew his wand and cast a silencing charm in an attempt to halt the piano's sound, but the spell proved ineffective. The music continued to resonate in his mind, his heartbeat quickening in rhythm. A sudden gust of chilly wind swept through, and Morin was startled to discover 7 figures standing around the piano, 3 women and 4 men. Some had eyes glimmering with a faint black light, while others shone with a brown hue. Each person's gaze fixated on the piano, as if it were a priceless treasure. With a sudden shift, the melody of the piano transformed, prompting the 6 figures on stage to join in song, their voices intertwining in a harmonious blend, some high and clear, others deep and resonant, creating an ethereal chorus that reverberated throughout the opera house. These are not ghosts. They are real people. Morin stepped back, gripping his wand tightly, only to find that his foot had inadvertently landed on another's. Startled, he turned to see, illuminated by the faint stage light, that the once empty auditorium was now filled with countless individuals, all seated quietly in their chairs, their eyes shimmering with distinctive glows, intently watching the piano performance. Emotions played upon their faces, fascination, nostalgia, sorrow, some even shedding tears, evidently moved by the music. "You're blocking my view," a deep voice remarked. Morin turned to see a man with high cheekbones and gray glimmering eyes, a long nose, and meticulously groomed hair. He was the one whose foot Morin had stepped on. "Who are you?" Morin inhaled deeply, pointing his wand at the disheveled man. The man glanced at Morin, and seeing that he made no move to yield, he simply stood up and walked toward the wall. Without hesitation, he walked up the wall itself, standing as if on solid ground, continuing to watch the stage. Morin's attention shifted to the wall, and using the beam of light from the stage, he was further astonished, for he noticed many others standing on the walls and ceiling. As if due to a lack of seats, they had resorted to perching on the walls or hanging upside down from the ceiling to watch the performance. Can people really stand on walls and ceilings? Such a sight was utterly bizarre. "You're blocking my view," a woman in the second row continued. Morin, feeling utterly bewildered, hurriedly stepped into the aisle and waved his wand, Lumos. The wand emitted a bright light, guiding him carefully along the aisle toward the entrance he had just come through, ensuring he wouldn't step on anyone's toes again. As he moved, he observed the peculiar audience that had suddenly appeared, their eyes glistening with various hues, all aglow. The ages of the spectators varied widely, from the elderly to children, but the majority were young, dressed in strange attire unlike any he had seen on witches, wizards, or muggles. The piano's melody had transitioned from frenetic to light and airy, and Morin's previously agitated heart began to settle, as if he were entering a remarkably enchanting state. Feeling as though he might float away at any moment, he approached the glass door through which he had entered, the piano now shifting through several cheerful melodies. The harmony of the 7 on stage continuously evolving with the music. "The performance is not yet concluded. Are you planning to leave?" A man, suspended from the ceiling at the entrance of the performance hall, inquired, his eyes a striking shade of green and his complexion pallid. Morin was taken aback, for this man was none other than the disheveled figure who had been staring at him earlier in the corridor alongside Alton. "Were you spying on us just now?" Morin asked the man who hung before him. "I heard someone approaching and turned to see who it was," the man replied. "Then why did I suddenly lose sight of you?" Morin pressed. "I merely turned my head to continue watching the performance," the man answered calmly. "So are you ghosts?" Morin queried. "Ghosts? We are not ghosts," the man shook his head. "Then who are you? Are you conjured by magic?" Morin persisted. The man regarded Morin without answering the question directly, instead commenting, "Your eyes are quite remarkable. They possess 2 colors. I am aware my eyes are unique. I was asking, wait." Morin suddenly felt an odd sensation as he realized that the individuals before him did not merely shine with light, but their irises emitted a glow. "Do my eyes also emit light?" Morin inquired. "Do you not know?" The man seemed somewhat astonished. "Am I supposed to know?" Morin hastily summoned a mirror with his wand, and to his astonishment, he discovered that his own irises radiated 2 distinct glows, one blue and one green, particularly prominent in the reflection, as if his eyes had transformed into searchlights. "You are like us," the man assessed Morin, but after a moment, he shook his head. You are not like us. What does that mean? Morin asked, puzzled. The man, however, chose not to elaborate further, instead gazing at Dui, who was clutching Morin's clothing tightly, and exclaimed, "Oh, you have a rare little creature." "Huh, you can see Dui?" Morin replied, utterly taken aback, for thus far, aside from Morin and the Anak couple, no one had perceived Dui, not even the ghosts of the school. "It is quite marvelous. I envy you," the man remarked before shifting his attention back to the stage, resuming his enjoyment of the choral performance. "You haven't told me what kind of magic this is," Morin pressed. "It is a most beautiful song," the man stated. "You should savor it." The piano's melody slowed, and Morin felt the rhythm of his heartbeat decelerate as well. He even sensed that if the music were to cease entirely, his heart would follow suit. Yet, the tune soon transformed into a gentle, joyous cadence, and Morin's heartbeat returned to normal. Just as he contemplated whether to listen to the end of the song and seek clarification from the suspended man, a hand unexpectedly emerged from the darkness behind him, resting upon his shoulder. Chapter 195, The Invisible Ones. As the hand settled on Morin, he felt as though he was being pulled back from the obscurity, and his surroundings brightened once more. Alton's illumination spell still floated in the air. The once crowded seats now lay in disrepair, as if nothing had ever transpired. "Morin, are you all right?" Alton inquired, looking at him with concern. Morin realized he stood at the entrance of the opera house, facing the shattered glass door, and the man who had hung before him had vanished. He attempted to reach out with his wand towards the man with the glowing green eyes, but found nothing to grasp. Alton observed Morin's peculiar actions and worriedly asked, "Are you feeling unwell? Why did you suddenly walk over here?" Morin, regaining his focus, asked in confusion, "Grandfather, did you not see some people just now? Right here." He pointed at the ceiling, the walls, and the audience seats. A crowd of strange individuals? A crowd of strange individuals? What people? Alton glanced around, then looked back at Morin. "There is no one here. You, however, what were you doing back here while I went to check the stage? Were you frightened and want to go home?" "I'm not afraid." "Grandfather, did you truly not see anyone?" Morin shifted his gaze to the stage, astonished as he exclaimed, "What about the piano?" "I too wish to know." "I had just jumped up and had not approached when the piano suddenly vanished," Alton replied. "Vanished?" Morin furrowed his brow. Those people who appeared were all listening to the piano performance. How could they suddenly disappear? Alton glanced around, stating, "The magic here is rather peculiar, appearing and disappearing at will. I wonder who cast this curse upon us, playing tricks with us. Was it truly a curse?" Morin looked up at the ceiling once more, recalling the man who had been hanging there, watching him. But was everything merely an illusion conjured by magic? Why did the illusion feel so tangible? Especially since the man had conversed with him, which was quite strange. "Look, your torch is flickering. Did you happen to touch something when you came over here?" Alton asked. Morin glanced down to find the feather duster in his hand ablaze, the fiery squirrel's feathers burning brightly. "I do not know. I have held it the entire time. Perhaps I accidentally cast a spell?" Morin speculated uncertainly. During the strange occurrences, he had been too preoccupied observing the spectators and the sudden appearances on the ceiling and walls to remember that he still held the duster meant for detecting magical traces. "That is unlikely. The one holding it cannot be detected when casting magic. Surely, you must have inadvertently brushed against something as you walked over. Let's investigate." Alton took the duster from Morin's hand, waved it to extinguish the flames, and resumed searching along the path Morin had taken, inspecting every corner of the floor. However, this time, the duster did not ignite anew. "Trace the source." Alton then cast a tracking spell, the magical ripples spreading out, but after a considerable time, they did not collide chaotically as before. All the ripples faded systematically at the wall's end. "Is there no magic left in this place?" Alton remarked, scratching his bald head in mild surprise. The absence of chaos in the tracking spell indicated that the magic in the opera house had dissipated. Morin was thoroughly perplexed. Why had the magic here suddenly ceased? Was something amiss? Edmund and Brent descended from the staircase. "Alton, we checked upstairs. There is nothing unusual," Edmund stated. "Neither do I. This fellow's methods are truly impressive. By the way, why did the Muggles close this opera house? Was it due to mismanagement?" Alton inquired. "I'm not sure. I will look into it tomorrow." Edmund waved his hand through the air, pinching his nose. "The smell here is unbearable. I am allergic to such odors." Alton waved the duster a couple more times at the broken glass door before saying, "All right, it is getting late. We should head back and return tomorrow." Together, they exited the opera house, and Alton and Edmund cast a series of protective spells, including the Muggle-repelling charm and binding charm, to prevent any wizards from intruding. Before escorting Morin home, "What is it? You seem lost in thought. Are you feeling unwell?" Alton retrieved Morin's luggage from his satchel, magically enlarging it with a flick of his wand. The suitcase sprang open, and the garments within soared toward Morin's wardrobe, hanging themselves with impeccable order. No, Morin shrugged, a hint of fatigue in his demeanor. I think I'll take a nap. He walked back to his room, yet his mind lingered on the peculiar events he had just witnessed. The sudden appearance of those individuals at the opera was undeniably strange and inexplicable. Doi, this isn't a figment of my imagination, is it? Morin tilted his head toward Doi, who was rolling about on the pillow. Doi. Doi shook her head, then began to flail her arms and legs as if trying to convey something, though Morin could not decipher her gestures. I know you saw it too, he said, patting Doi's head gently. The following day, Alton returned to the opera house, and after some persuasion, Morin accompanied him. However, their search yielded no singing at the traffic lights outside. It seemed all had returned to tranquility. Moreover, even the lengthy walk of 500 meters, which had previously taken hours, had reverted to normalcy. Perhaps we frightened off that wizard who cast the curse yesterday. This is for the best, sparing us from a heap of trouble. Alton mused, content with the outcome, as their mission was to ensure that magic did not intrude upon the lives of muggles. Morin, unable to fully grasp the situation and with the opera house returning to normalcy, quickly set the matter aside. The summer vacation had only just begun, and Morin had no particular plans, save for practicing advanced magic. Alton usually remained at home, having retired and no longer needing to work. He would only venture out when Edmund and others encountered insurmountable issues. Morin refrained from disclosing to his grandfather that he could not be foretold by prophecy. Thus, he could practice magic outside school without attracting the ministry's attention. However, with Alton at home, Morin found his practice significantly constrained, often resorting to the pretext of seeking outdoor activities to find secluded spots to hone his skills. On the 5th day of vacation, Hugo sent a desperate plea for help. His mother had indeed enrolled him in a Muggle summer camp, thrusting him into a world of Muggle children to experience their way of life. Morin, come save me. 10 days with Muggles will drive me insane. Hugo's letter was saturated with profound despair, and Morin could not help but chuckle at the notion. Yet, he considered that perhaps he could join Hugo. After all, there was little amusement at home. He had heard that the camp was set in the mountains, which would also provide ample opportunity to practice magic in an open space. He shared this idea with Alton. You want to attend a Muggle summer camp? Alton exclaimed, astonished. I always thought you disliked Muggles. Grandpa, I merely do not understand Muggles. I do not harbor any disdain for them. I find no fault with Muggles, Morin assured him. This will aid in expanding my knowledge of Muggles. Very well, just 10 days. I'll fetch some Muggle currency and see how to enroll. Alton conceded, recognizing the necessity of learning from Muggles. They were, indeed, quite clever. Chapter 196, The Summer Camp. Hugo joyfully sent Morin a flyer for the Muggle summer camp, ecstatic at the prospect of companionship. On a scorching July day, Morin donned denim shorts, a white t-shirt, and a pair of brown Muggle sandals. Must I really wear these sandals? Morin complained. The Muggle children from the countryside dress like this. For the summer camp, we need an identity. We're to pretend to be farmers from a remote town, which is safer. I previously obtained a Muggle ID. It is legal for us to navigate the Muggle world. Alton beamed with pride. Last time, I had a Muggle help me get an ID, and they even gifted me a stainless steel basin. Getting an ID comes with a free basin? Grandpa, can't you just use magic to conjure an ID? Why rely on others? Morin thought there was something dubious about the ID Alton procured. To be a legitimate Muggle, we must employ Muggle methods. Alton insisted, compelling Morin to wear those outdated, cumbersome sandals that made him appear quite rustic. Alton, in turn, dressed in baggy shorts and a plaid shirt, topped off with a straw hat. Presenting himself as a farmer from an English countryside town, Alton imparted a myriad of instructions, cramming snacks in a Morin-esque backpack, sustenance that had been magically expanded to last him a considerable time. I hope this summer camp will pass without incident, Alton murmured, adding some fruit to the pack. Grandpa, worry not. What could possibly happen in a Muggle summer camp? I won't be abducted by Muggles, Morin vowed emphatically, assuring his safety. Oh, I'm not worried about you, Alton chuckled, patting Morin's head. I'm concerned about those Muggle children. You mustn't use magic indiscriminately. Of course, do keep your wand on hand for emergencies, but refrain from using magic unless absolutely necessary. Understood? Alton was not particularly anxious about Morin encountering trouble. For having completed a year at Hogwarts, he believed Morin had better control over his magic. To masquerade as Muggles from a rural farm, Alton had somehow acquired a horse-drawn carriage, and thus, an old wizard and a young wizard rattled their way into the city, reminiscent of the early 20th century, only to be halted by a Muggle traffic officer who issued them a ticket for riding an illegal vehicle. I thought muggles from the countryside took carriages into town. Alton grumbled. I should have known to take a taxi. Morin couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa Alton frequently dealt with muggle items under enchantment. He could magically repair broken muggle wires, yet his grasp of muggle life rules was somewhat tenuous. The officer scrutinized the quaintly dressed duo, handing Alton a ticket. Alton grumbled as he retrieved his wand from his pocket, pointing it at the overbearing officer. Obliviate. Paying fines was out of the question. He would never stoop to paying a ticket to a muggle. Such a notion was beneath him. At most, he would offer a wand as a token gesture. Realizing that their disguise was unnecessary, Alton discarded the carriage and operated Morin to the assembly point for the summer camp. Your name is Morin, correct? What a splendid child you are, exclaimed Julie, the cheerful lead teacher, who knelt down with a beaming smile upon their meeting. An experience as magical as magic itself awaits you this summer. Are you not excited? Morin looked up at Alton, mouth agape like magic. Yes, indeed. An experience akin to magic. Morin, surely you must be thrilled. Alton chuckled dryly. Oh, I'm absolutely thrilled. Morin feigned an expression of eager anticipation, nodding excitedly. The notion that someone proficient in magic would experience a muggle life akin to magic itself was exhilarating indeed. Alton discreetly whispered some advice to Morin about refraining from using magic, to which Morin responded nonchalantly. What's the matter? Are you reluctant to part with your grandfather? Fear not, for this is an opportunity to cultivate your independence and maturity. A young man must not perpetually rely on his family, but rather learn to stand alone for a time. The teacher firmly believed in Morin's inherent goodness, patiently articulating a multitude of peculiar sentiments. Morin fought the urge to yawn. After all, he had already spent a year at Hogwarts in a boarding school, hadn't he? Oh, thank you, teacher. Morin felt somewhat unaccustomed to such praise. No instructor at Hogwarts ever spoke to them in this manner, leading him to suddenly perceive Muggle children as rather sentimental. He waved goodbye to his grandfather before making his way to the students' lounge, where Hugo awaited him, already laden with a backpack, having just seen his mother off. Fantastic. You're here. These muggles are safe now, Hugo whispered excitedly. You know, if it gets too dull at summer camp, I might just turn them into pigs. Morin lounged in a chair. I had no idea you had mastered such advanced transfiguration. That's not the point. Hugo dismissed casually. You brought your wand, right? Of course. My grandfather firmly believes that carrying a wand while out and about is the safest course of action. Morin patted his pocket, thanks to his grandfather's charm. The small pocket contained a surprising amount of items. My mom won tea, let me bring one. Hugo shrugged, mischievously adding, but I managed to sneak mine out. Just in case, right? Besides, I'm not worried about getting expelled. My mom is a high-ranking official at the Ministry of Magic. The two boys settled into adjacent seats, engaging in lively conversation while other children struggled with their numerous bags. Morin alone carried just a single backpack, whereas even Hugo had been coerced by his mother into dragging a substantial suitcase, typical of Muggle children. Hugo's mother, Ms. Granger, evidently understood Muggle customs far better than Alton did. Many Muggle children were adorned in vibrant attire, sporting colorful hats and sunglasses, some even wielding small electric fans and an array of bewildering Muggle gadgets that left Morin perplexed. Morin, however, found little interest in Muggle things. Instead, he spotted a girl in a white dress sitting alone in the corner, gazing intently at the other children. She appeared slightly younger than Morin, timid, with soulful, sparkling eyes, fair skin, and braided hair, possessing an indescribable aura that set her apart from the other Muggle children. The instant Morin laid eyes on her, an unusual feeling blossomed within him, one that was both sudden and inexplicable. Do you know that girl? Morin inquired. She seems a bit special. Please, you're asking me? Hugo rolled his eyes. Who else would I know besides you? True enough. Morin contemplated the girl in white, who seemed to sense something, casting a curious glance in his direction. Morin's face flushed, and he quickly averted his gaze. Chapter 197. The Girl on the Bus Ms. Julie had begun ushering everyone onto the bus. They were to board 2 red tourist coaches. A considerable number of participants, ranging from ages 10 to 15, were divided into 2 classes based on age. Morin and Hugo climbed aboard their designated bus. This vehicle appeared significantly smaller than the night bus, lacking even beds for resting. Hugo disdainfully surveyed the low-ceilinged interior, remarking that while the night bus seemed diminutive from the outside, it felt like a hotel inside, complete with beds. I dislike the night bus. They don't secure the beds, and during sudden stops, they shift around, he complained. Morin made his way to the rear, where 3 seats awaited. Hugo claimed the window seat. Muggle children soon filled the bus, animatedly discussing various animated shows and video games, leaving Morin and Hugo utterly bewildered. They held little fondness for Muggle contrivances, not even bothering to glance at the flamboyant advertisements for luxurious toilet seats plastered on the backs of the front seats. I have a feeling, Hugo tossed his backpack to the floor, this trip is bound to be dreadful. I wonder what my mom was thinking. Does she really believe that attending a summer camp will teach us how to be muggles? I think it might not be so bad, Morin replied, scanning the front of the bus where the girl in the white dress had also boarded, now seated in the first right aisle seat. She appeared somewhat anxious, as if struggling to adapt to the situation. Morin diverted his gaze, retrieving a book titled Advanced Transfiguration, lent to him by a knock, and began to peruse it. You're reading? It's summer vacation. Have you been possessed by the spirit of the academic rose? Hugo exclaimed. What else is there to do? It would be dreadfully boring otherwise. Morin shot a glance at the other Muggle children. Are you planning to join them in discussing Peter Rabbit? Or perhaps buying that 998 luxury toilet? He expressed his utter confusion regarding such matters. Though the bus had yet to depart, a boisterous voice echoed from the front aisle. Get on my seat. A tall boy with slicked back hair stood beside the girl in the white dress, impatience radiating from him. I was here first. The girl replied timidly. Who cares about first come? I'm the biggest here, you weirdo. Don't you know your place? How dare you sit here? The tall boy exuded an air of dominance. The girl bit her lip, quietly rising to retrieve her beige backpack, intending to leave. But the tall boy yanked her bag and tossed it onto the floor. A weirdo carrying a bag? What is inside? More weirdness. He jeered, kicking the fallen backpack. Hey, that's out of line. It's very rude to bully a girl. Morin stood up, furrowing his brow. And who are you to talk? Want to fight? The tall boy glared menacingly at Morin. You can certainly try. Morin had never witnessed anyone bully a girl in such a manner before. What is the matter, Hollis? Sit down quickly. We're about to depart. Ms. Julie approached, addressing the tall boy named Hollis. Hollis huffed, casting a menacing glare at Morin before taking the seat previously occupied by the girl. The girl bent down to retrieve her backpack, casting a timid glance at the other children as she made her way to the back. That seat is taken. A girl in a red flowered hat placed her backpack on the empty seat beside her, denying the girl in white a spot. Don't sit here. I heard they say you're a devil. Another boy with a red nose shifted over 2 seats. The girl in the white dress stood in place, appearing quite hesitant and uneasy. You can sit here, Morin said, patting the empty seat beside him. The girl in the white dress glanced at Morin, hesitated for a moment, and then took a seat next to him amidst the mocking gazes of many. Thank you, she whispered. No need to thank me. I'm Morin Walker, he replied, finding her voice quite melodious. Anrin, she murmured, lowering her head as she carefully wiped the dust off her backpack. Anrin? I've never encountered such a name. It's rather peculiar, Hugo chimed in curiously. Oh, shut up, Hugo, Morin nudged him, then turned to the girl. That's a splendid name. Hugo made a face. Hugo Grinder. When did you change your surname? Morin asked in surprise. Mom said to use this surname for now. It's more Muggle-like. My grandparents had this surname, Hugo replied quietly. Ignoring Hugo, Morin continued to question the girl. Why do they bully you like that? Anrin shook her head, clutching her backpack. Remaining silent, Morin found Anrin to be quite unique. He kept observing her, and after a moment, suddenly realized that staring was rather impolite, promptly diverting his gaze back to his book. The bus was led by Julie and Majeri, a robust male teacher who appeared quite amiable and entertaining. He regaled the students with stories about the scenic views along the way, often cracking jokes that elicited hearty laughter. Julie also led the group in song. The lengthy journey saw every student joining in, their voices echoing throughout the bus. Yet, 3 individuals showed no interest in these activities. Morin was engrossed in his book. Pondering how to utilize spells, Hugo gazed out the window, yawning with boredom, while Anrin sat quietly, hugging her backpack, neither joining in the singing nor conversing with Morin and Hugo. As they traveled past a lush green wheat field, the sun shone directly overhead. Morin rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a batch of egg rolls made by his grandfather, offering a piece to Hugo and then to Anrin. Would you like some? My grandfather's culinary skills are exceptional, Morin inquired. Anrin shyly glanced at Morin and shook her head. They're indeed excellent. I'll take another piece, Hugo interjected, reaching into Morin's backpack for another roll. Morin then produced a bottle of dragon fruit juice along with 3 cups, pouring one for Hugo and himself, asking, Really, don't you want any? This juice is quite special, albeit not the most visually appealing. Hugo gulped down a mouthful and said, Indeed. Don't let its appearance fool you. It tastes fantastic, a staple in every wizard's household. Drink your own things, Granger, Morin elbowed Hugo. Realizing he nearly let something slip, Hugo hastily stuffed another egg roll into his mouth. Anrin declined once more, cautiously retrieving a piece of toasted bread and a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, eating quietly. Does mineral water taste good? I've heard it's akin to mountain spring water and not very pleasant. Morin mused, inspecting the label on the bottle. Professor Charles had mentioned it in class. But he had never tasted mineral water. It's fine, Aaron replied softly. Morin broke off a piece of the egg roll and tucked it into his pocket for Doy. As Hugo leaned in to say, "She really shy? ISNT she? Not too bad," Morin thought. This was the first time he had encountered such a bashful girl. Chapter 198, The Tent. Along the way, Hugo and Morin occasionally critiqued the outfits of some Muggle companions and discussed the purpose of a certain model of a handgun. With Anrin quietly listening, not uttering a word for quite some time. They reached their destination by noon, a scenic spot in a small town. This place was uniquely beautiful. A favorite vacation spot for many Muggles, with numerous lodgings in the town. However, the purpose of this summer camp was to cultivate the practical skills of teenagers. So they would not be staying in hotels, but rather setting up tents. Majeri quickly located a suitable flat grassy area at the mountainous peak, designated for camping by the scenic area, where they would stay for a day before heading to another farm to learn about agricultural knowledge. Julie gathered everyone as they disembarked, counting heads and explaining the situation in detail. Our group consists of 24 individuals, 12 boys and 12 girls. When setting up tents, boys and girls will partner up to assist each other, Julie stated. Mark, don't get too excited. At night, the accommodations will, of course, be segregated by gender. You can find a partner first. I need to find a girl to team up with. Let me think, who should I ask? Hugo scanned the area, and soon a girl approached him, inquiring if she could be his partner. Hugo shrugged and, with no objections, agreed. Morin's gaze shifted to Anrin, who stood awkwardly nearby, seemingly alone as no boys approached her, making her appear rather solitary. Can I be your partner? I'm Marcia. A petite girl approached Morin with excitement in her eyes. Morin pondered for a moment before responding. Sorry, I already have a partner. The girl looked slightly disappointed, stealing another glance at Morin before departing. Within 2 minutes, 3 more girls came to invite Morin, but he politely declined each time. Anrin remained alone, still without any boys approaching her. It seemed that, due to something Horace had said, all the boys were somewhat averse to her. Morin walked over to Anrin and said, Can I be your partner? He added after a thought, I don't have anyone inviting me either. Morin believed that by phrasing it this way, it might alleviate some of Anrin's sadness. Anrin looked up at Morin, her eyes flickering with emotion as she softly asked, Aren't you afraid of me? Why would I be afraid of you? Morin asked, puzzled. Because, Anrin glanced around at the others, they say I'm a freak. Oh, a freak? That has nothing to be concerned about. Morin recalled how, before attending school, he had played with those Muggle children, who also labeled him a freak. He dismissed it nonchalantly. Do you think my eyes look freakish? I think your eyes are quite unique, Anrin remarked, gazing at Morin's distinct irises, just like you. Why unique? Morin inquired curiously. Anrin looked at the others, and then back at Morin, shaking her head. You need to be so shy, Morin said, patting his head. Ms. Julie says summer camp is meant to develop practical skills. We should learn a lot. Truth be told, if he were to set up a tent, he could easily accomplish it with a flick of his wand and a spell, but to do it manually, he didn't even know where to place the tent poles. With everyone assigned to their groups, Majeri began explaining the essentials of tent assembly, even demonstrating the process in front of everyone. The tents they had chosen were easy to assemble, not overly complicated for teenagers. However, both Morin and Hugo were utterly bewildered, for Majeri spoke of how to twist screws, secure pegs, tie main ropes, and wield hammers. Yet Morin and Hugo found themselves utterly ignorant of what screws and nails even were. Is there a basis for this? Morin pondered. Hugo swallowed hard, having just grasped the concept of a hammer. There must be, he replied. Morin was contemplating whether the peg was the sharp one or the one with threads that could be twisted. He carried a tent bag from Majeri and alongside Anrin, sought a relatively secluded spot near the cliff, which was protected by a railing and adorned with a flourishing banyan tree. Morin unfurled the instruction manual, scrutinizing its steps to categorize the tent components. Ah, this is a peg, he noted. The manual states this is a screw cap, Anrin softly interjected. Morin felt a slight flush of embarrassment and inquired, Oh right, I misspoke. Screw cap. Can you set it up? I can't either, Anrin admitted, her cheeks tinged with red. Morin, feeling the weight of masculinity in front of girl, said, Could you assist me in locating a, hammer in my backpack? I prefer using my own. Do you carry a hammer with you when you go out? Anrin asked curiously. Yes, indeed. I always have one with me, you know. It's quite normal to carry a hammer when venturing out, Morin replied with calmness. I wouldn't know, Anrin chuckled softly. Morin found her smile enchanting, reminiscent of a serene lotus blooming, tranquil and delicate, and he cherished that smile. Anrin turned to rummage through Morin's backpack while he glanced around. noting that everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, no one observing them. He discreetly retrieved his wand from his pocket and swiftly pointed it at the heap of tent components that had him feeling dizzy, uttering, "Take shape swiftly." The previously chaotic tent began to inflate on its own, all the poles assembling together autonomously, the straps threading through the tent fabric, the ropes tying themselves, and the pegs embedding deeply into the ground. "I couldn't find a hammer, but I found lots of books." "Why do you carry so many?" Anrin remarked, still digging through Morin's backpack, inadvertently turning her head and revealing a look of surprise. "Is it set up?" Anrin exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the tent. "Yes, it is," Morin replied, as a screw cap beneath his foot struggled to escape. He had inadvertently stepped on it and hurriedly said, "Could you help me pull up my backpack first?" Anrin turned to close Morin's backpack, and as he lifted his foot, the screw cap shot away, soaring onto the tent and fastening the tent's poles securely. "But how did you?" Anrin asked, pulling Morin's backpack up and turning back, her astonishment evident. "Oh, I set up tents before. My grandfather taught me." Morin patted the tent. Indeed, he had previously camped with Alton, but they never had to set up tents themselves. Wizard tents would erect themselves with a mere kick, convenient and swift, providing ample space, often comprising 2 rooms and a bathroom, essential for home-like travels. "That's impressive. Look at them." Anrin pointed towards others in the distance. Apart from Morin's side, no one had managed to successfully erect a tent. Many were still sorting components, ropes and fabric strewn about, while others loudly read the manual, creating a mess. Realizing he might have overdone it, Morin remarked, "Let them be. It's done anyway. And as long as it's usable, isn't that what matters?" Anrin nodded, but just then, an unwelcome voice interrupted. "This tent belongs to me," Horace swaggered over, exuding arrogance. "Belongs to you?" Morin furrowed his brow, perplexed by such brazen entitlement. "Of course it does, you country bumpkin, dressed so plainly. Can't you hear?" Horace disdainfully appraised Morin, then cast a scornful glance at Anrin. "You're still hanging out with the most despised freak. Do you even know what kind of monster she is?" Morin's attire was insisted upon by Alton, and while it may have seemed plain, he was indifferent, for wizards always wore what was comfortable. "I think she is quite nice," Morin replied nonchalantly. "She is a freak, you country bumpkin," Horace retorted with disdain. Anrin's complexion paled slightly, her head bowed, teeth clenched. "What concern is it of yours? Is it appropriate for a big boy to bully a little girl?" Morin was appalled by such behavior, unable to tolerate someone so brazenly intimidating a girl. "So you wish to stand up for her, country bumpkin?" Horace squinted, his eyes resembling those of a wolf, glinting with malice. "I am her partner, and I built this tent. I advise you to return to your own tent." Morin harbored a strong aversion to this individual, wishing to cast a binding spell on him. Yet this was not Hogwarts, and he could not openly perform magic in front of muggles. "Do you dare speak to me like that? Do you know who I am?" Horace crossed his arms, glaring menacingly. He was robust, towering over Morin by half a head. "Who might that be?" Morin inquired with interest, scrutinizing Horace. Horace puffed out his chest, speaking arrogantly. "Listen closely. My father is the renowned Rui Horace." "What? Rui?" Morin gasped. Seeing Morin's reaction, Horace assumed he had intimidated him, and smugly remarked, "Huh, now you're scared. With just a phone call from my dad? Your family. I don't know who Rui Horace is," Morin mused, stroking his chin. "But I did hear Hugo mention a 3-headed dog called Rui that used to guard a secret entrance at school." "You." Horace choked on his words, his face reddening. He had believed that invoking his father's name would instill fear in Morin, only to find Morin associating his father's name with a dog. "You're asking for it." Horace seethed with rage, furious that a country bumpkin would dare tarnish his father's reputation. Morin, of course, knew nothing of the so-called Rui Horace. Even if he were some esteemed figure, it was of no consequence to Morin. However, he genuinely believed that a 3-headed dog named Rui was a formidable creature. "You know," Morin stated earnestly, "that 3-headed dog Rui is quite impressive. Such animals have thick hides, making them suitable for guarding, and they're quite difficult to deal with using magic." Horace's face was flushed with anger. Morin was unknowingly or perhaps intentionally reducing Rui to a mere dog in his presence, which felt like a veiled insult, igniting Horace's fury. "You don't even know who my father is, you narrow-minded, filthy country bumpkin." Horace narrowed his eyes, cracking his knuckles ominously. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson in manners." Horace was accustomed to ruling his school, towering over his peers. Many students feared him, and no one dared to defy him. Morin's nonchalant demeanor in their exchange had already provoked his ire, yet he could hardly fathom the caliber of the individual he had provoked. Horace strode purposefully towards Morin, intent on imparting a lesson with his fists. However, before he could reach Morin, His foot suddenly twisted, causing him to lose his balance, and, with a resounding thud, he fell to the ground, his face landing squarely in a pile of dark, foul-smelling muck. Horace let out a pained wail. How could he be so careless? One must always be mindful of their surroundings, even if one's father is named Lewis. This is a fundamental truth. Morin regarded Horace with an air of calm indifference. Horace lifted his head from the muck, his visage marred with filth, even his meticulously styled hair, held in place with gel, now hung disheveled, rendering him a pitiful sight. Ugh, what is this? Horace exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, spitting violently and wiping his face, his astonishment mingled with fury. It's foul muck. I just witnessed a little dog relieve itself here, Morin kindly informed him. You might want to brush your teeth. What? Horace, indeed, caught a whiff of a repugnant odor. His complexion, transformed as nausea threatened to overwhelm him. Panic-stricken, he attempted to wipe the filth from his face, only to find his hands smeared with even more disgusting substances. With a startled cry, he dashed away, determined to find a water source to wash himself clean. Wait for me, Horace shouted back at Morin as he ran. Oh, I'll be waiting. You know exactly where to find me, Morin replied, hands clasped behind his back, wand in hand, feeling no remorse. Next time you seek me out, du triad care fuli. Morin was quite pleased with his handiwork. He had simply tossed a round stone beneath Horace's feet and inadvertently conjured up a heap of dark matter, executing the entire process with remarkable stealth and precision. Do you truly not know who Horace's father is? Anrin inquired with concern, for he was the mayor, a man of considerable wealth and influence. Even the school principal dared not treat him lightly. Should I be aware? Morin pondered, trying to grasp the significance of a mayor, recognizing only the minister of the Ministry of Magic. Anrin shook her head. You should not provoke him. It's of no consequence. I am not particularly concerned. Morin replied as he stowed his wand away. But how is it that such foul muck exists here? Anrin queried, looking perplexedly at the pile, noting it had not been there moments ago. It is indeed present. You simply did not notice. I was about to warn you, Morin said leisurely. Is that so? Anrin looked at Morin with curiosity, who responded with an innocent smile. Anrin approached, crouched down, and cautiously gathered some dry soil to cover the muck, then stamped it down with her foot, brushing off the dirt from her hands as she declared, now no one will step in it. Observing Anrin's earnest demeanor, Morin recognized her as a genuinely kind-hearted girl and remarked, They all disdain you. Why then do you still consider their feelings? Because I believe it is the right thing to do, Anrin replied shyly, her cheeks flushed like the dawn sky at sunrise, which struck Morin as beautifully enchanting. If you care for them so much, why do they still call you a monster? Morin asked. Because. Anrin's expression fell momentarily, but she quickly shook her head and walked over to the railing at the edge of the cliff, sitting down in silence. Why? Morin followed her, taking a seat beside her. Do not inquire. I wish for you not to misunderstand, Anrin said, hugging her knees and burying her head in her arms. Morin refrained from pressing further, wishing to comfort Anrin but hesitating, feeling it would be too forward. He gazed into the distance where the mountains descended into a misty haze. The gentle chirping of birds echoed around them, and the lush greenery of the forest invigorated the spirit. Do you enjoy the scenery here? Morin asked, as he idly stirred the grass beneath his feet, inhaling deeply. The air was delightful. Anrin lifted her head to gaze at the distant landscape, nodding. Yes, I do. What about you? I too find it delightful, Morin replied, flashing a radiant smile, convinced that the Muggle summer camp was rather splendid. This place is absolutely wonderful, he added. Anrin turned to look at Morin, her heart warmed by his unique smile, which possessed an inexplicable charm that seemed to dissipate any unpleasantness. She too found herself smiling involuntarily. The afternoon sun bathed their faces in gentle warmth and tranquility. Chapter 102, Fishing. Hugo was exhausted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as the girl who had approached him to pitch the tent appeared to regret her decision. For Hugo was utterly clueless about the purpose of the tent poles. My goodness, Morin, you actually set it up? Hugo exclaimed, astonished by Morin's erected tent. He had initially sought solace from Morin, knowing that he too would likely struggle, yet unexpectedly, Morin was the first to complete his tent. Yes, I set it up, Morin confirmed. Hugo recalled something and, glancing at Anrin seated nearby, pulled Morin aside and asked, Come on, did you secretly use magic? Morin contemplated for a moment. Opting for honesty, I did. I knew it. Hugo smirked, then added, but using magic outside of school. Morin explained to Hugo how he was able to use magic beyond school grounds. Hugo's eyes lit up. Then what are you waiting for? Come help me. That girl named Lucy has been complaining about me. I'm a wizard. Why should I be learning such useless skills? Hurry. Morin surveyed the others, noticing many were already assembling their tents under Majeri's guidance. After a moment's hesitation, he advised, "You should choose a discreet spot, otherwise there are too many muggles around." "That's no issue," Hugo cheerfully replied, scampering back to persuade Lucy to move away, then relocated his tent to more inside. Aaron watched them curiously and inquired, "Where are you going?" "I'm helping Hugo set up his tent," Morin explained, gesturing for Hugo to move the tent behind a tree, where it would be less visible. "Do you need my help?" Aaron offered. No, it'll all be quick," Morin assured her, racing over, pulling out his wand and pointing it at the tent, which soon stood upright. "Cool. I envy you for being able to use magic outside of school," Hugo lamented, wishing he could cast spells freely beyond school confines. The ability to wield magic while still adhering to muggle-like manual labor was not what Hugo desired. He had always preferred to distance himself from muggle ways. In the afternoon, everyone took a break as Majeri and Julie distributed fishing rods, preparing to head to the small river below the mountain for fishing. "What are these caterpillars for?" Hugo asked, holding a small bucket filled with numerous pale yellow worms. Majeri said they are bait. "I had no idea fishing required bait," Morin mused, poking at the wriggling worms, some still squirming while others lay lifeless. He questioned, "Can these worms actively crawl into a fish's mouth?" Both Morin and Hugo had fished before, but wizarding fishing differed from muggle fishing. Wizards did not require bait, for their hooks magically transformed into the fish's favored morsels, actively seeking out fish at the bottom of the water and burrowing into their mouths. Whereas muggle hooks merely waited for fish to nibble on the bait. If one finds fishing to be a hassle, one could simply cast a spell on the net and let it ensnare the fish by itself. However, I believe that is not feasible. Hugo selected the largest worm, threading onto the hook, but if the hook remains motionless, how can one catch a fish? Morin chose a smaller worm, approached the riverbank, and cast the hook into the water. The hook created a ripple that soon faded, returning the surface to tranquility. Yet Hugo incessantly shook his hook, causing ripples that disturbed Morin's side. "You shouldn't move around while fishing," Marjorie advised. "If the bait remains still, how will the fish discover it?" Hugo questioned, perplexed. Morin conceded that Hugo had a point, but considering their meager muggle knowledge, he replied, "Perhaps muggle logic differs from ours. We ought to heed Marjorie's words." "Why do you keep mentioning muggles? What does it mean?" Aaron inquired curiously. "Oh, muggles." Morin stammered, unsure how to explain. "It's a type of fruit akin to a watermelon, which both Hugo and I enjoy." Hugo burst into laughter. "I've never heard of such a fruit," Aaron remarked. Morin scratched his forehead. "How should I describe this fruit? It's quite rare, a local specialty." "Indeed, how rare it is." Hugo continued to chuckle. Their chosen spot proved suboptimal, especially as Hugo frequently lifted the hook to check for bites, causing a commotion on the water surface that would scare away any fish. Half an hour passed without either of them catching a single fish, while distant voices of others echoed with excitement over their catches, igniting Hugo's envy. "Hugo, your movements will scare the fish away," his partner Lucy admonished. Hugo stuck out his tongue and leaned towards Morin, whispering, "Why don't you use that spell? Is that really necessary?" "It doesn't matter if we don't catch anything," Morin replied, uninterested in using magic for fish. "But Marjorie said our dinner tonight would be grilled fish. Do you wish to watch others feast?" Hugo gestured towards Anrin nearby. "You can't let Anrin and Lucy watch others eat, can you? They're our partners." Due to Hugo's incessant disturbances, Anrin too had not caught a single fish. With the four of them together, the prospect of catching anything seemed bleak. Morin pondered for a moment, then squatted by the water's edge, plunging his hand into the river. This time, he did not employ his wand, but attempted to cast a tracking charm with his bare hands, a spell that could sense the movements of fish beneath the surface. "What are you doing?" Anrin asked. "Just testing the water temperature," Morin replied casually. "Testing the water temperature? Are you going to catch fish by diving in?" Anrin exclaimed in surprise. "Mr. Marjorie said we cannot enter the river." "He's not going in to catch fish," Hugo smirked. "He is checking if the water is boiling. The fish are probably ready for the pot." Morin calmly withdrew his hand, glaring at Hugo. "Be quiet, Granger, and follow me." He stood up, taking the hook and bucket, and walked upstream, with Hugo hastily following. "Where are you going?" Anrin asked. "Anrin, you should come too. There are more fish over here," Morin beckoned. Anrin, puzzled, picked up a rod and trailed behind Morin. "How do you know where the fish are plentiful?" "That comes with experience," Morin replied nonchalantly. "My grandfather taught me how to determine where fish prefer to linger based on the current speed and temperature. He is an expert angler, you know. In some places, the current is too swift. The catfish 1 bite here." "Catfish?" Anrin glanced skeptically at the surface, but missed her. "Marjorie said there are only perch here." "Exactly right. What I meant was, the perch dislike this water's current," Morin said earnestly, although in truth, He had no idea what a perch was. Morin continued upstream, stopping intermittently to crouch by the river to test the water, putting on quite a show. Moments later, he halted near a protruding rock, only to find Horace there as well. Get lost, freak. You'll scare my fish away. Horace glared menacingly at Aaron. Aaron hesitated, appearing uneasy. But Morin stepped in front of Aaron, addressing Horace. Didn't you brush your teeth properly earlier? I thought your mouth would be cleaner by now. Horace, recalling the moment his face had been buried in a pile of foul mud, simmered with anger. Yet, a thought crossed his mind, and he sneered, You'll understand. That girl is no good. Being on the same team as her means you won't catch anything this afternoon. Oh really? I have a feeling my luck will be quite good this afternoon. Morin retorted dismissively. I've warned you. Calling her a freak isn't unfounded. She brings nothing but disaster. Horace scowled at Aaron. Aaron clasped her hands, looking disheartened. Come on, Aaron, you don't need to listen to him, Morin comforted. But Aaron took 2 steps back, her complexion paling as she whispered, He might be right. Being on the same team as me could hinder your chances of catching fish. Hinder my chances? Morin shrugged and pointed at Hugo. I've always thought it's only Hugo who prevents me from catching fish. Indeed, what an honor, Hugo grinned broadly, showing no remorse as he extended his fingers in a peace sign, peering over at Horace's bucket, which contained no fish. Because you all disturb my fishing. Horace snapped. If you lack skill, don't blame others, Hugo retorted, then turned to Morin. Are you sure this is the right spot? Just a little further. Come on, Aaron. Don't mind that guy, Morin urged, moving ahead a few steps before turning back to beckon Aaron. After a moment's hesitation and a worried glance at Horace, Aaron followed Morin. I'll show you how it's done, Morin declared, extending his telescoping fishing rod without bait, merely touching the hook before casting it out. Horace, watching Morin, laughed derisively upon noticing the lack of bait. What a fool. How do you plan to catch fish without bait? Do you think they just jump on the hook? I've already told you, being with this freak means you won't catch anything. If you do manage to catch a fish, I'll jump into the river right here. Perhaps. Just then, Morin's rod began to dip, and he hurriedly reeled it in. Splash! A lively perch leapt out of the river. Horace's expression froze in astonishment.